The man suddenly opened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. The old wooden bed beneath him creaked, the roof tiles above his head were crumbling, and a cold wind blew in. The man was lying on a luxurious bed last night, but today he woke up and found himself in a haunted house that looked like it was about to collapse at any moment. The next second, a cold and cruel system announcement slammed into his mind. National Lighthouse Survival is officially launched. Billions of people around the world, young and old, sick and disabled, are thrown into this desperate game. Each person starts with a broken lighthouse, an isolated island, and a glimmer of hope. Fog is the messenger of death. Once the lighthouse goes out at night, there's only one way out. But in the gaps between the island's tides, opportunities quietly emerge. When the tide recedes, treasure chests, sea monsters, essential resources will appear, giving rise to both life and death. Everyone starts with only three things: a random island, a random lighthouse, and a random talent. Please select an island. Choose one from three. With a fierce look in his eyes, the man decisively locked onto Tidal Island. The low tide period doubles. The window for catching seafood is longer, and the chances of survival double. However, the man's talent is even more astonishing. Gift of Fate. Draw once a day, and you might get a divine outfit for free and sweep the world, where you might pay a bloody price. Heaven or hell, it all depends on fate's mood. Gift of Fate. The name alone sounds powerful, doesn't it? Does it only work once a day? After reading the instructions, Lin Shan chose okay without hesitation. After all, this was a talent that belonged only to Lin Shan. As Lin Shan made the decision, a ray of light shot out from the projection screen and instantly merged into Lin Shan's body. Almost at the same time, Lin Shan clearly understood how to use the gift of destiny. Lin Shan was suddenly eager to try, but thinking that this talent might come at a price, he forced himself to calm down. Right now, he had nothing, not even a decent piece of equipment. Lin Shan was now wearing just an ordinary gray linen shirt, and she didn't even have any underwear. No one knew who helped Lin Shan change it. Ding! Tidal Island renovation complete. Ding! Lighthouse improvements complete. The prompt on the projection screen made Lin Shan subconsciously turn his head and look around. The room hadn't changed much, save for a new staircase leading upwards. This staircase, presumably connected to the top of the tower lamp, led to the top. Lin Shan, curious, walked up. The staircase was narrow, only wide enough for one person to pass through. After reaching the second floor, Lin Shan discovered that the entire lighthouse had only two floors. The first floor was the room he had just been in, and the second floor was the top of the lighthouse, where the light source was located. The space here was extremely cramped, with only a half-meter wide aisle. In the center was a brazier with a seemingly ordinary flame burning in it. Lin Shan guessed that this should be the white candlelight. After examining the brazier, Lin Shan turned his gaze toward the outside of the tower. There was no glass or other structure around to shield it from the wind and rain. Lin Shan frowned. Wouldn't the lights be blown out by the sea breeze? Then, Lin Shan turned his gaze completely to the outside scene. Only then did he see clearly that outside was an endless sea, shrouded in thick white fog. Even in daylight, visibility was still extremely low. After observing nothing more, Lin Shan returned his attention to his own island. Geographically, the lighthouse was located in the center of the entire island. Looking around, Lin Shan confirmed that the island was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the picture. The entire island covers an area of about 3,000 square meters, and some areas are still submerged in seawater. From a visual perspective, it appears to be much smaller than its actual area. On the island to the left of the lighthouse, Lin Shan also saw a small forest of about a dozen trees. Unfortunately, these trees were not coconut trees and were only about 2 meters tall. As soon as Lin Shan descended from the second floor of the lighthouse, the projection screen popped up again. Ding! Reminder, the tide will recede in half an hour. Seize the opportunity and search for resources. Lin Shan subconsciously looked out the window after seeing the prompt. Although the two dilapidated windows in the room could no longer block the wind, the view was good. At least he could clearly see the seaside. Lin Shan noticed that the water had indeed begun to recede, revealing the previously submerged beach and reefs. However, since the tide had just begun to recede, Lin Shan was not in a hurry. Lin Shan walked over to the wooden bed and reactivated the projection panel. It still displayed several options: character attributes, lighthouse panel, island panel, backpack, and chat channel. Lin Shan checked the lighthouse and island panels, and sure enough, they had become the restricted panels he had just seen. After logging out, Lin Shan clicked on backpack, the only function he hadn't checked yet. On the backpack interface, a row of 10 grids appeared on the projection screen. In the first grid, there was a gift package. What is this? Lin Shan murmured doubtfully, then lightly tapped his finger, and the attribute panel immediately popped up. Name, Newbie Gift Pack. Category, Special Item. Rating on. Effect. After use, you will randomly receive a novice weapon, 2 pieces of black bread, and a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. Evaluation, a benefit for newbies. After reading it, Lin Shan decisively used the gift pack with a smile on his face. There are quite a lot of benefits for newbies. The next second, a hammer, 2 pieces of black bread, and a bottle of water appeared in his backpack. Hammer. Lin Shan clicked and took it out. He felt a sense of weight instantly, and a big hammer about 1 meter and 2 meters long appeared in his hand. Oh my God, I almost hit my foot, Lin Shan said with lingering fear as he steadied the hammer. He then checked the hammer's properties. Name, Big Hammer. Category, Weapon. Rating, White 1. Effect, None. Comment, a heavy hammer, usually found in blacksmith shops, but as a starting weapon, it's a great starter. Seeing this, Lin Shan nodded. Indeed, compared to other weapons, the hammer had a wider range of uses and required no proficiency. As long as one was strong enough, it would work. Lin Shan glanced out the window. The tide had receded by about a third. After a moment's thought, he simply opened the chat channel, hoping to see if anyone was bragging about owning a special island or lighthouse. Oh, and there's also talent. After all, human nature is inherently fond of showing off, and only a few truly make a fortune in silence. The moment the chat channel opened, comments scrolled endlessly, though it was much quieter than it had been at the beginning. Lin Shan was slightly puzzled, but after a careful check, he discovered that the chat channel had been restricted. Frequent speaking required payment, and each person was only allowed 30 free speaking opportunities per day, which would reset at midnight. Wait until the tide goes out, then come out and squeak if you're bored. Squeak. Fuck, you guys are so bored, squeak. Aren't you guys adapting too quickly? Doesn't anyone think this is weird? You've already said you're an idiot. Will anyone admit they're an idiot? What era is this? Are there really still people who think this is fake? Damn it. I actually hope this is fake. I just paid for a house in full. Huh. Why hasn't anyone mentioned that they've discovered any islands or lighthouses? They're just ordinary islands and ordinary lighthouses. What's there to say? But my arm, which I accidentally broke off a while ago, has grown back. Sigh. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Yes, I can stand on my feet now. You know, I was preparing for surgery. In an instant, the barrage of comments became lively, and everyone began to discuss what physical defects they had recovered. Have all of you sick and disabled people recovered? What about the children and the elderly? When the topic of elderly and children was brought up, the chat channel fell silent. After a while, a comment finally appeared. I know this. I have 2 breastfeeding children at home. They're now sealed and time has been completely suspended, but it is only for 3 months. Me too. My grandmother is 89 and is also in a time freeze for the same 3 months. So the elderly and children can get 3 months of safety protection? Then you must work hard to survive, otherwise. The unspoken words were understood by everyone who saw it. Okay, don't be so serious. Let me tell you some good news. My island is a special island. The heavy topic was easily diverted by this sentence. Sure, I'm so envious of you, sir. Mine is just an ordinary island. But there's a coconut crab island with a few coconut trees. I won't be short of food and water for now. Fuck, I'm so envious. My 3 islands are just ordinary islands, without even a coconut tree. Hey, although I'm also an ordinary island, my lighthouse is a rare type, an arrow tower. It can shoot arrows to attack enemies, but the energy consumption is a bit high. The chat channel gradually became lively, with people showing off their islands, lighthouses, various weapons, and talents. However, most of the talents only mentioned their ratings. Finally, a comment brought the current topic to a close. Family, the tide is going out. Hurry up and go to the beach. The sea beasts in the novice stage won't attack you, so as long as you don't touch the treasure chests, you should still be able to pick up a lot of basic resources. After seeing this comment, Lin Shan immediately turned off the projection screen and looked out the window. The tide had indeed receded significantly. Lin Shan placed the half-eaten rye bread, the whole rye bread, and some water on the table, then picked up the sledgehammer and prepared to go out. He did this to free up 2 spaces in his backpack. Since Lin Shan was the only one on the island, there was no need to worry about being robbed. The creaking sound of the tattered wooden door was harsh and old-fashioned. Lin Shan even felt like he could kick it down with one kick. Lin Shan shook his head, closed the wooden door, and quickly walked towards the coast. The island was only 3,000 square meters, very small, and Lin Shan reached the beach in just a few minutes. Lin Shan went directly to the junction of the beach and the reef and decided to circle the island from here to avoid missing any resources. Standing on the beach, Lin Shan saw a lot of wood scattered on the ground, which was obviously one of the basic resources that could be used. In addition to the wood, Lin Shan also found some stones, which were quite large. Lin Shan bent down to pick up a piece of wood and examined it. A projection screen popped up, displaying its properties. Name, wood, category, material, rating, effect, none, comment. Ordinary wood, the main material for upgrading the lighthouse in the early stages, but of course, it has many more uses. After a quick glance, Lin Shan began to bend down and pick up wood. He also picked up some stones, which had similar properties to wood, only the category names were different. While collecting resources, Lin Shan also kept an eye out for his surroundings. After all, Lin Shan's tidal island had a special property that attracted marine life. However, perhaps because he was still a novice, Lin Shan had a smooth journey. From the beach to the other side of the reef, there was not even a crab or shell in sight, except for wood and stones. My waist is really sore. Lin Shan sighed while rubbing his waist, then opened his backpack to check his harvest, a total of 43 pieces of wood and 24 stones. After closing the interface, Lin Shan turned his gaze towards the reef in front of him. The island he was on was split roughly half between the beach and the reef. It looks like it's not going to be easy to walk on. The bumpy reefs are very likely to hide things. Lin Shan looked at the rugged reefs in front of him with a little worry. They were of different sizes, making it inconvenient to walk on and the resources difficult to find. More importantly, sea beasts may hide there and be difficult to detect. However, correspondingly, reef piles are more likely to leave behind good things that are forgotten by the tide. After stretching his muscles, Lin Shan continued his fishing trip. Who knew when high tide would come? Although Lin Shan's tidal island had the special ability to prolong the ebb tide, it was still best to hurry. Lin Shan moved between the reefs and soon discovered that there were many logs stuck in them, but few rocks. This also explained how the rocks on the beach were washed up. Is that a treasure chest? Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he saw a pitch-black treasure chest stuck between 2 reefs not far away. Lin Shan was thrilled to find the treasure chest, but he didn't rush over immediately. He knew the treasure chest was likely to be guarded by a sea beast. However, Lin Shan looked around and didn't see any sea beasts, not even a crab. Lin Shan frowned, wondering if there might be a small sea snake guardian hiding in the dark. Lin Shan cautiously approached the treasure chest and carefully examined its surroundings, but still found no living creatures. Could it be that I've stumbled upon an unowned treasure chest? Lin Shan suddenly thought of this possibility and immediately opened the projection panel to check the weather and time. Sure enough, today's weather, sunny and windy, weather effect, rare, after low tide, there's a very small chance a special treasure chest will appear on your island. Note, each tower guard's weather effect is different. This treasure chest is most likely that special treasure chest. That's why there is no sea beast guarding it. Lin Shan was overjoyed and then approached cautiously, holding the hammer tightly in both hands. Regardless of whether there is danger or not, it is always right to be cautious. Lin Shan walked over to the treasure chest, but saw no sign of any living creature. It seemed this was indeed an unclaimed treasure chest. Lin Shan put away his hammer and began to try to move the treasure chest. However, it was stuck firmly between the rocks, making it difficult to retrieve. After more than 10 minutes of shaking and pulling, Lin Shan finally pulled the treasure chest out. Holding the chest, which was about the size of an ordinary suitcase, he smiled with satisfaction. Lin Shan couldn't wait to check the treasure chest properties. Name, Deep Sea Treasure Chest. Category, Special Treasure Chest. Rating, Yellow 9. Effect, None. Comment. This is a rare special treasure chest, usually found on the deep seabed or in shipwrecks, with a very low chance of being washed ashore by the tide. Oh wow! Lin Shan smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed, revealing his full row of white teeth. After a long laugh, Lin Shan put the treasure chest into his backpack and decided to continue fishing. There was no rush to open the treasure chest. He'd explore the remaining reefs first. Chapter 5: Sea Beasts. Lin Shan continued to wander around the reef area contentedly. Suddenly, Lin Shan noticed an inconspicuous wooden box lying quietly in the crevice of the rocks. It did not look like an ordinary treasure chest. Lin Shan walked quickly forward, opened the wooden box, and unexpectedly found two fruits. They looked similar to apples and had a refreshing and moist color. Lin Shan immediately checked their attributes. Name: water apple. Category: food. Rating: white 1. Effect: none. Comment: common fruit, often found on various islands. Rich in water, but not very filling. Lin Shan nodded slightly and carefully put the 2 water apples into his backpack as extra supplies. He glanced at the wooden box again and saw that the system indicated that it could be decomposed into 2 pieces of wood. However, Lin Shan did not disassemble it. Instead, he thought that the box might still be useful, at least for storage, so he put away. Then Lin Shan continued to explore forward. After a few steps, he found a trapped sea fish in a tidal pool surrounded by reefs. Holy crap, this is amazing! Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh excitedly. The fish weighed about 3 or 4 pounds, which looked like it would be enough for Lin Shan to eat for a day. Lin Shan didn't hesitate. He took out a heavy hammer from his back and smashed it down on the fish. The fish thrashed around a few times before floating quietly in the water, completely motionless. After all, this is a strange world, and who knows if these creatures are poisonous. Lin Shan handled it with extreme caution. Name: Panlon Sea Fish. Category: food. Rating: white 1. Effect: none. Comment: the garfish likes to hide in the crevices of reefs or coral reefs. It often appears in tide pools at low tide. Its meat is delicious and non-toxic. What a great find. I'll take it. Lin Shan smiled from ear to ear. Lin Shan was in a good mood and quickened his pace of exploration, estimating that the remaining part of the reef area could be explored in another half hour. However, not long after walking, Lin Shan suddenly heard a strange sound. Hiss! Lin Shan stopped vigilantly, moved his ears, and the sound appeared again. Lin Shan immediately pinpointed the source of the sound. It was coming from behind a massive reef ahead. Could it be a sea monster? Lin Shan gripped the hammer tightly, carefully making a small detour and quietly approaching to see what was going on. Looking over, Lin Shan finally got a clear look at the thing. A giant crab? Indeed, if it weren't for the wooden treasure chest next to it. Lin Shan might have mistaken it for just a larger, ordinary crab. This creature is about a meter tall, with a hard shell and claws, and it looks like a giant seafood that can be eaten once cooked. And the hissing sound is actually not its barking, but the friction sound made by its joints when moving, which sounds quite creepy. Lin Shan looked down at the big hammer in his hand and suddenly felt eager to try it out. This heavy weapon was perfect for dealing with this crustacean. Before Lin Shan could make a decision, a system roar suddenly erupted from the sky. System announcement: ding. Congratulations to Tower Guardian Huang Xin for his first kill of the sea beast, earning him the first kill reward in Area 88888888. 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 ability crystal, and 1 random blueprint. This announcement played 3 times in a row, truly shocking. Lin Shan stared at the announcement subtitles floating in the sky, stunned. Someone was actually faster than Lin Shan? And a girl? Lin Shan swallowed his saliva, looking at the tempting reward, and couldn't help but be moved. Looking at the big crab in front of him, Lin Shan's eyes suddenly became hot. Since the sea beast hadn't spotted Lin Shan and was stuck in the terrain, why not give it a try? Besides, as everyone knows, crabs can attack from behind and are slow to turn. Lin Shan crept over, avoiding the treasure chest as much as possible to avoid alerting the crab. Once he was behind the crab, he raised his sledgehammer high and smashed it down without hesitation. Bang! Hiss! Lin Shan couldn't help but gasp. The shell was too hard. Lin Shan's hands were numb from the shock. Just as Lin Shan was about to retreat, he discovered that the crab was stuck on the reef and couldn't turn around. Suddenly, Lin Shan became excited and smashed it down with hammer after hammer, regardless of the numbness in his hands. 80, 80, 80. Lin Shan encouraged himself as he pounded the crab. Finally, after more than a dozen consecutive poundings, the giant crab collapsed to the ground, motionless. Oh, finally done. I'm so tired. Lin Shan gasped for breath, his wrists trembling slightly. System announcement: ding. Congratulations to Tower Guardian Lin Shan for killing the sea beast for the second time. Second place reward: 1 black iron treasure chest, 1 ability crystal, 1 random blueprint. Looking at the reward information that popped up in the sky, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. Although the treasure chest was 1 level lower than the first kill, the other rewards were similar. System ding. Do you want to collect the reward? Lin Shan decisively clicked no and muttered, I'd better wait until I get back to the lighthouse to get it. Safety first. Lin Shan rinsed the hammer in the seawater and put it in his backpack, then walked to the big crab. Snap, snap. Lin Shan patted the crab shell and put it into his backpack. Strangely, the system didn't prompt whether to disassemble it this time. It seemed that this thing had other uses. After the crab entered the bag, Lin Shan was finally able to check its detailed information. Name: shallow sea crab. Strength: average. Talent: none. Ability: none. Comment: this is a young shallow sea crab. The main reason for successfully killing it is due to the terrain restrictions, which made it unable to turn around. Lin Shan was shocked by the comment. He wondered if this was just a minor. How big would full-grown one be? Hiss. I hope the parents don't come, or else Lighthouse wouldn't be able to withstand even 2 claws. After complaining, Lin Shan turned and walked towards the wooden treasure chest. Name: wooden treasure chest. Category: ordinary treasure chest. Rating: white 3. Effect: none. Comment: the lowest level treasure chest, at most a white 3-star. You're lucky. Lin Shan smiled as he collected the treasure chests. Hee hee, I think so too. I'm pretty lucky. I hope it keeps going. Lin Shan continued searching the reef area. Although he didn't encounter any more treasure chests, he did find 2 wooden boxes, each containing 2 water apples. This brought his water apple inventory to 6. In addition, Lin Shan also collected some wood, but he didn't see any stones. Suddenly, the sound of waves became closer and closer. Lin Shan suddenly raised his head and looked at the sea in the distance. Sure enough, the seawater was rapidly flooding towards the shore, and the tide began to rise. Lin Shan immediately opened the panel to check the time. It was already 12:30 noon. Thinking back, Lin Shan had set out around 6 in the morning. Did that mean he'd been out there for 6 hours? No. Lin Shan suddenly remembered that the tidal island was designed so that high tides would last twice as long as normal. This meant he'd only been out there for 3 hours. Chapter 6: Purple Items. After taking a few glances at the dashboard data, Lin Shan headed towards the lighthouse. As he walked, he opened his backpack and began to sort out the day's haul. Lin Shan took a quick look. His backpack was nearly full. Only 1 slot remained empty out of 10. Large hammer, 75 wood, 24 stone, 1 deep sea treasure chest, 6 water apples, 1 wooden chest, 1 speckled sea fish, 1 wooden treasure chest, 1 shallow sea crab carcass. It looks like the spoils are quite rich. Lin Shan said softly. I wonder how other people's harvests are now. After a while, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse smoothly. Next came the treasure chest opening part he was most looking forward to, but he decided to claim the system reward first. Lin Shan took the wooden treasure chest, deep sea treasure chest, water apple, and wooden chest out of his backpack. The treasure chest was too large and placed it on the ground, while the rest were placed on the table. Then, Lin Shan opened the projection panel and clicked the Receive Reward button. System ding. Received 1 black iron treasure chest, 1 random ability crystal, and 1 random blueprint. Looking at the 3 new items in his backpack, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction, his smile etched with contentment. Strange, why hasn't the third person shown up yet? Is it because the tide's rising and everyone's trapped? Lin Shan muttered to himself, then took out the black iron treasure chest from his backpack. Name: black iron treasure chest. Category: ordinary treasure chest. Rating: green 3. Effect: 10% chance to obtain rare items. Evaluation: a reward for the brave. You have taken a crucial step. Green 3 stars. Lin Shan was a little surprised. He thought it would be a white high star, but he didn't expect it to be directly upgraded to a higher level with additional effects. Then, Lin Shan looked at the other 2 reward items, a random ability crystal and a random blueprint. Name: random ability crystal. Category: special item. Rating: blue 9. Effect: after use, you can randomly gain abilities ranging from green 9 to yellow 1. Evaluation: one of the important ways to gain extraordinary abilities. Lin Shan said, the minimum is green 9? It seems that this thing is quite valuable. Lin Shan thought of the giant strength talent he had seen before. Even white has a strength of 600 kilograms. How strong will green? or even yellow bee. Lin Shan then looked at the random blueprint again. Name, random blueprint. Category, special item. Rating, blue 1 effect, can randomly obtain blueprints ranging from green 1 to blue 3. Evaluation, one of the main sources for obtaining rare blueprints. TSK. The reward for the first two are really generous, especially these two random items. They're treasures no matter how you look at them. Lin Shan looked at their introductions, a hint of joy in his eyes. However, Lin Shan didn't rush to use it. Instead, he stared at the treasure chests on the ground. Let's start with this broken wooden treasure chest. System, obtained wood X13, black bread X3, 500 milliliters purified water X2. Lin Shan's mouth twitched slightly. It turned out the box contained only basic supplies. Lin Shan smiled wryly and shook his head. If the 3-star white one is like this, then wouldn't the 1-star white one only have half a piece of black bread left? Thinking about checking the World Channel later, with 100,000 people online, someone would surely find something good. Lin Shan looked at the second treasure chest, the black iron treasure chest among the rewards, feeling somewhat anticipatory. System, obtain black scale pants X1, black iron spear X1, exquisite bread X1. All three items were displayed, looking quite good. Lin Shan quickly checked the equipment's attributes. Name, black scale pants. Category, equipment. Rating, green 3. Effect, none. Comment, made from the scales of black phosphorus sea beasts, they possess excellent defensive capabilities. Even juvenile shallow sea crabs cannot penetrate them. Of course, this assumes your legs are strong enough. Lin Shan glanced at the shallow water crab on the ground, imagining it clamping down on his leg, and couldn't help but shudder. But these pants were indeed practical. They wouldn't be scratched when he went to the reef anymore. Lin Shan put on his gear straight away. Although it required manual operation, it automatically adjusted to fit him. Next, he picked up the black iron spear. Name, black iron spear. Category, weapon. Rating, green 1. Effect, none. Comment, this weapon was once used by the Blackrock Town Guards. Although not very sharp, it is strong and durable, more than enough to deal with ordinary sea beasts. Lin Shan grasped the spear in his hand, and a 2-meter-long black iron spear suddenly appeared before his eyes. Oh my god, this must weigh 30 kilograms, right? He felt it and found it heavier than a sledgehammer. Lin Shan liked the gun, though. He put it in his backpack and planned to practice with it later. Finally, he glanced at the third item, the exquisite bread. It was just some high-quality dry food, nothing special. Lin Shan took a deep breath and turned his attention to the most important treasure chest of the day, the deep-sea treasure chest. While it didn't have any special effects, its high yellow 9 rating was enough to make one's eyes light up. This is even higher tier than the rewards for the top 3. Lin Shan rubbed his hands together and shouted, I'm willing to sacrifice the lives of billions of tower defenders for a treasure chest burst of gold. Come on. Then decisively click Open. System, obtain Deep Sea Shark Pearl X1, Waterlog Box X1, Dark Mud X1, Rotten Wood X1. Lin Shan looked at the 4 items that popped up, feeling a bit mixed. The first one looked impressive, but the next 3, just hearing their names, didn't give him much to look forward to. Lin Shan first clicked on the Deep Sea Mermaid Pearl's information. Name, Deep Sea Mermaid Pearl. Category, special item. Rating, purple 1. Effect, underwater breathing, water attribute plus 10 special effect. Easily attracts mermaid's attention. Evaluation, the source of mermaid pearls is rare. They can only be obtained by the death of a mermaid or by voluntary donation. However, the latter almost never happens. Those who obtain this item are often regarded as enemies by the mermaids. Before use, you need to drip blood to identify the owner. Purple 1 star? That's a level higher than yellow. Lin Shan was amazed. Although he didn't fully understand what water element supernatural attribute was, the underwater breathing effect alone was very practical. Thinking of the possible consequences of being hunted by the mermaids, he was not too worried. Let's wait until I can meet the mermaids while I'm still alive. Looking at the deep-sea mermaid pearl in his hand that was shining with a faint fluorescence, Lin Shan smiled with great satisfaction. Chapter 7. Extraordinary Abilities. The deep-sea mermaid pearl requires a drop of blood to recognize its owner. This setting is a bit cruel, Lin Shan muttered while flipping through the instructions given by the system. But judging by the reviews, there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Shan thought about it and decided to acknowledge the master. The underwater breathing function alone was worth a try. Lin Shan glanced at the black iron spear, raised his hand, and made a small cut on his arm. letting the blood slowly flow out. Then, Lin Shan gently placed the deep-sea shark pearl on it. Instantly, the bead seemed to awaken and immediately absorb the blood. The next moment, Lin Shan clearly felt a subtle connection between the bead and himself. I think I can make this bead merge into my body. Lin Shan muttered to himself in surprise. With a decisive thought, the deep-sea shark pearl instantly transformed into a ray of light, merging directly into his body and disappearing. Lin Shan felt around and found that aside from his body, everything else was fine. He stopped worrying about it and turned his attention to the remaining 3 items. First up is the heavy flooded box. Name: flooded box. Category: miscellaneous. Rating: white 1. Effect: none. Comment: this is a wooden box that's been submerged in water for a long time. No one knows what's inside. Lin Shan immediately took it out of his backpack and placed it heavily on the ground with a muffled thud. Oh my god, this box is too heavy. Is it filled with rocks? Lin Shan looked down and found a rusty lock on the box. He smiled and said, "It's rusted like this." Lin Shan swung a big hammer and hit it lightly, and the lock fell off. With a creaking sound, Lin Shan pried the rusty box open with great force. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Lin Shan cursed several times, unable to hide the surprise on his face. A whole box of gold coins, glittering in his eyes. But Lin Shan quickly calmed down. This is not the previous world. No matter how many gold coins he has, he can't spend them. Isn't it all in vain? Lin Shan picked one up and examined it carefully. On one side was a lighthouse pattern, and on the other side were words he couldn't understand. Even more surprising to Lin Shan was the discovery that the coin actually had attributes. Name: Lighthouse Gold Coin. Category: currency. Rating: blue 1. Effect: none. Comment: common currency in the lighthouse world can be exchanged for items at sea merchants. Blue 1-star currency. Lin Shan's eyes widened in shock. He immediately began to scoop gold coins into his backpack, stuffing them in handfuls at a time. The crisp jingling sound was a delight to him. After collecting all the gold, the system prompted a total of 13,285 lighthouse gold coins were obtained. Lin Shan smiled as he took the gold coins out of his backpack and carefully placed them back in a box. Lin Shan first placed the box in a corner beside the bed, then poured the gold coins into it. After all, so many gold coins must weigh at least several hundred pounds. Unlike treasure chests, these boxes didn't disappear after opening and could be disassembled like wooden boxes, making them more practical. I have to say, even the most insignificant item in a yellow 9-star deep-sea treasure chest holds a surprise, Lin Shan exclaimed. Lin Shan happily continued to examine the remaining items. Name: gloomy mud. Category: material. Rating: green 3. Effect: nutrient-rich. Evaluation: from the deep sea, rich in nutrients, a high-quality material for planting soil. Lin Shan estimated that the piece of soil must have weighed more than 10 pounds, so he casually stuffed it into the wooden box containing the water apples, and it actually fit perfectly. Lin Shan looked at the 6 water apples on the table and said to himself, if I could take seeds out of these, maybe I could really grow something? Without much hesitation, he clicked on the information of the last item. Name: rotten wood. Category: junk. Rating: effect. Comment: a rotten piece of wood, possibly a fragment of the deck of a sunken ship. After reading it, Lin Shan's face instantly turned dark and he uttered a word: garbage. Then Lin Shan threw the thing out of the window. Now, all the items have been checked. Lin Shan stretched his shoulders and looked at the last 2 treasures on the table, the random ability crystal and the random blueprint. Lin Shan thought for a moment and decided to use the blueprint first, then unlock the supernatural ability and finally use the talent. Perfect order, Lin Shan said with a smile and clicked on the blueprint. System: obtain toilet paper blueprint X1. Name: toilet paper blueprint. Category: blueprint. Rating: green 1. Effect: can teach you how to make toilet paper on a crafting table. Comment: you can finally say goodbye to the days of leaves and branches. Lin Shan was bewildered. This smells a bit strong, but it seems quite practical. Then he thought, there's a lot of market potential for this thing, but where's my crafting station? This was the key point. Lin Shan flipped through the interface and realized, embarrassed, that he hadn't unlocked the crafting table function at all. He shook his head, putting it aside for the moment, then picked up the random ability crystal, his eyes suddenly serious. I'm going to become a transcendent. So excited. Lin Shan jokingly muttered, then decisively clicked to use it. System: obtain Ice Crystal Shooting Ability Crystal. Name: Ice Crystal Shooting Ability Crystal. Category: Ability Crystal. Rating: Blue 5. Effect: releases ice energy with a deceleration effect. Learning requirements: possess at least 1 point of water or ice attribute. Lin Shan's eyes suddenly widened. Damn, if I didn't have that mermaid pearl just now, I really wouldn't be able to learn this. It makes sense when you think about it. The skill belongs to the extraordinary category, and of course it cannot be performed without the corresponding attributes. Lin Shan didn't hesitate, immediately choosing to use it. The crystal shattered into a speck of light, transforming into a beam of light that sank directly into Lin Shan's brow. He felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and knowledge flooded into his mind like a tide. Lin Shan instantly mastered the method of unleashing this skill. Rubbing his swollen forehead, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain, the learning method is really violent, but at least it's done in one step. Now that the ability has been learned, there's only one last step left. Lin Shan looked up at the talent interface and clicked Use. Chapter 8, Talent. Gift of Destiny. Lin Shan's gaze lingered on the talent panel. It was called Gift of Destiny, but he still had no idea what would happen after using it. However, the system had already automatically passed the method of how to use talent into Lin Shan's mind, so Lin Shan activated the talent without hesitation. Gift of Destiny. Get a red devil prawn set meal. Price: 1 seafood of your choice, huh? Red devil prawns? They sound very high-end. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then swallowed. Lin Shan quickly thought of the spotted fish he had just caught. Wasn't that a ready-made seafood dish? Lin Shan took the fish out of his backpack and clicked to confirm the exchange. The next moment, the fish vanished, and a steaming plate of red devil prawn set meal appeared before him. Oh my goodness, this smells so good. Lin Shan looked at the enticing prawn and couldn't help but smack his lips. This deal was a steal. He was trading an uncooked fish for a ready-made, high-end delicacy. Name: Red Devil Prawn Set Meal. Category: Gourmet. Rating: Blue 1. Effect: after consumption, gains 1 point of fire attribute. Comment: made with rare red devil prawns, rich in fire energy, requires special cooking techniques, and is only found in underwater volcanic areas. Wow, it can also add extraordinary attributes? This is too worth it. Lin Shan shouted excitedly. The red devil prawn in front of him must be more than 10 pounds. The whole plate is full of fragrance, as if waiting for him to pick up his chopsticks. Lin Shan was truly hungry. After all, he had only eaten half a loaf of black bread that morning, and it was already nearly 1 o'clock. He decided to check the chat channel while he ate. After all, people still need to socialize occasionally, otherwise it's easy to get depressed after a while. The comments in the channel continued to scroll, but Lin Shan quickly noticed a change in the number. The total number of users dropped from 100,000 to 99,673. Over 300 dead? Fuck guys, have you noticed? The numbers are down. I saw it. A crab nearly sent me flying back home. It's a relief to be alive. How do I upgrade the lighthouse? Does anyone know? +1. It's too shabby. I'm afraid a gust of wind will blow it down. Is Huang Xan, the first place winner, a girl? What's wrong with you, girl? I'm just stronger than you. I was about to kill a sea monster, but the tide took it away. There are only reefs around my island, and I can't even walk. My island has a beach, so I can easily walk around it, but the rewards are average. Hey, I picked up a wooden treasure chest, not bad. Mine is a heavy wooden treasure chest, white 5-star, lucky. What? Why is mine only white and 2 stars? Look carefully at the prefix, it's different. Okay, let me show off too. I picked up a few mantis shrimp. Wow, this shrimp is so big. Big boss, can you give me one? Family, I'm hungry, please give me some food. Please, sister. Lin Shan looked at the barrage and smiled. He noticed that some of the messages were posted 3 hours ago, but once someone replied, they would be pushed to the front. It can also be pinned to the top, which is a practical function. Lin Shan nodded. This way, even if it is old news, as long as there are people discussing it, it will continue to be seen. It is indeed very convenient for some important content. Lin Shan found that many people mentioned wooden boxes. It seems that this kind of boxes are indeed everywhere, but the contents are very ordinary and can be regarded as a low-end version of the treasure chest. What is higher than the wooden treasure chest is actually not the black iron treasure chest, but the heavy wooden treasure chest and exquisite wooden treasure chest with prefixes. These 2 treasure chests just cover the quality range of white treasure chests from 1 to 9 stars, indicating that white treasure chests also have their own star ratings. The black iron treasure chests may also have their own star ratings, which is really becoming more and more detailed. While eating the shrimp and browsing the news, Lin Shan quickly finished the entire plate of red devil prawns, leaving only the hard shells. Wow, so satisfying. Lin Shan patted his stomach and saw a system pop-up notification. Ding! Fire element supernatural attribute, +1. This notification had actually popped up halfway through his meal, then disappeared immediately, indicating that this type of food could only be enjoyed by one person. Lin Shan opened his personal attribute panel to check his current status. Name: Lin Shan. Strength: Transcendent. Talent: Gift of Fate. Abilities: Ice Crystal Shot, Underwater Breathing. Transcendent attributes: Water +10, Fire +1. Evaluation: A beginner transcendent. One attribute just reached 10 points. Lin Shan touched his chin, thinking. Although his attributes were no longer those of an ordinary person, he didn't feel any obvious physical enhancement. The most obvious change was in that one skill. Judging from the description, Ice Crystal Shot will consume water attributes, and each point corresponds to one release, which means that it can currently be released up to 10 times. Of course, Lin Shan could also increase his output all at once, but that would double the energy consumption, so he had to use it with caution. So, this supernatural attribute is actually like energy, it's limited in quantity. How much you can use depends on how much you have stored. Lin Shan pondered and summarized. Although he didn't know the recovery speed, being able to use the skill 10 times a day was enough. Lin Shan closed the panel and prepared to sort out all the gains of the day. First, there were the things on the table. 3 intact loaves of brown bread, 1/2 of which was left, a bottle of purified water that had been taken a sip from, and 2 unopened 500 milliliters bottles of water. Add to that a piece of fine bread and a piece of toilet paper drawing. And these are basic supplies that are relatively practical and can be stored for a long time. Lin Shan observed these things and thought to himself, the black bread is so dry, it should be fine for a few days. But the delicate bread should have a shorter shelf life. Chapter 9. Sorting out items and powerful supernatural abilities. Lin Shan glanced at the exquisite bread on the table and made a decision. This would be my breakfast for tomorrow. Next, Lin Shan continued to sort out the remaining supplies. After finishing the items on the table, he moved on to the pile of items he had opened from the treasure chest. First, the deep-sea shark pearl. It's already integrated into my body, so I don't need to worry about it anymore. Then, the black scale pants. They do provide decent defense, but without underwear, my butt feels chilly. Next up was the black iron spear. This weapon, both in weight and length, was more practical than a large iron hammer, making it a perfect nemesis for hard-shelled creatures. Of course, stabbing was the right approach. Lin Shan glanced at the pile of Lighthouse gold coins. They couldn't use them for now, so they just gathered dust. Then there was the gloomy soil and the wooden box, a simple culture tank, but it still lacked seeds. There were 6 water apples, but I wondered how long they would last. Looking inside the backpack, there was still the unprocessed shallow sea crab. Lin Shan remembered clearly that the backpack had no preservation function, as he had noticed with the sea fish. The water stains had long since dried. In other words, the crabs had to be processed quickly, as dead crabs would be inedible after a day. Okay, let's have a crab feast tonight, Lin Shan said, smiling as he made his decision, looking at the large crabs in his backpack. Since there weren't many items to begin with, sorting them out was quick. Lin Shan put the items he didn't need immediately inside to free up space in his backpack. After the storage, Lin Shan's backpack only contained 4 items: wood, stone, a black iron spear, and a shallow sea crab. While it won't keep the crabs completely fresh, the backpack will at least slow down their spoilage. Okay, we've packed everything. Next, it's time to practice my newly learned ice crystal shooting. Lin Shan clapped his hands, a hint of excitement on his face. After all, although this ability was instilled by the system, whether he could truly use it smoothly still depended on Lin Shan's own familiarity. Click! Lin Shan pushed the door open and walked out. It was only a little after 1 o'clock, and the sun was blazing. Even the thin layer of mist on the sea had almost dissipated. Lin Shan looked up at the sun, then headed towards the small woods on the island. Aside from the dozen or so trees, there were no other targets on the entire tidal island for training, not even a decent-sized rock. Practicing with a lighthouse was obviously unrealistic. Soon, Lin Shan reached the edge of the grove. It was only a few dozen meters from the lighthouse, neither far nor near. Lin Shan stood in front of the tree and said to himself, "This is the only green plant on this island. Don't worry, I will never cut you down unless it is necessary." After that, Lin Shan began his first attempt at ice crystal shooting. Following the skill information instilled by the system, Lin Shan's mind moved and a cold aura gathered from his body into his palm. Immediately afterwards, a slender ice crystal appeared above Lin Shan's palm, hovering in the air, emitting a faint cold light. This was Lin Shan's first time using his supernatural powers in combat. He didn't rush to attack, but instead leaned in to examine the ice crystal carefully. The crystal was about 20 centimeters long, with sharp ends and an elongated diamond shape. Its cold appearance made it look like it wasn't something to be trifled with. Lin Shan was curious about how long it would last, so he quietly watched the passage of time. 2 minutes passed, and the ice crystals began to slowly dissipate, eventually melting away completely. So, 1 point of water attribute can last 2 minutes. I guess I figured it out. Lin Shan continued testing the second item, speed. He condensed another ice crystal, and this time threw it directly toward the sea. Whoosh! The ice crystal burst through the air at an astonishing speed. But after flying 100 meters, it began to vibrate violently, then turned into shattered ice in the air and dissipated. Beyond 10 meters, the sense of control begins to weaken, and after 100 meters, the connection is completely lost. Lin Shan pondered. In other words, once the distance exceeds the limit, there is no energy support, and the ice crystal can no longer be maintained. Lin Shan checked the flight time and estimated. The speed is about 200 meters per second. This kind of power, most people can't react to it. Damage testing also needs to be arranged. Lin Shan looked at the unknown small tree in front of him. If the tree could talk, it would probably shout, "Don't come over here." Unfortunately, it can't speak. The next second, an ice crystal whizzed out, but missed the target slightly, passing by the tree and piercing the ground. Halfway into the ground, the ice crystal exploded, sending out a circle of icy mist. The soil within a 1-meter radius instantly formed a thin layer of ice. The lethality is beyond my expectations. Lin Shan looked at the frozen soil in front of him, took a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but think, what would happen if this hit a shallow sea crab? Lin Shan pulled the crab from his backpack and, after a few seconds of hesitation, decided to conduct a test. He first removed the crab's claws and legs, leaving the core body as the experimental target. The tool used for the prying was, of course, a black iron spear, which was quick and efficient. After tidying up the crab's body, Lin Shan retreated 3 meters, condensed the ice crystal again, took aim, and fired directly. Snap! The ice crystal struck the crab's shell, instantly penetrating it and exploding, sending a chill through the air. Instantly, a thick layer of ice formed on the crab's surface. Lin Shan took a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's frozen so thoroughly." Lin Shan reached out and picked up the black iron spear, tapping it gently. Crack! The entire crab shell shattered into pieces, and then the entire body turned into ice chips, which fell apart at the touch. Lin Shan's eyes widened, his mouth almost unable to close. Luckily, I removed the crab legs first, otherwise the whole thing would have shattered. This force is too outrageous. Chapter 10. Ebb Tide again. Next, Lin Shan began to devote himself to ability training again. Before long, all 10 points of water-based supernatural attributes were completely consumed by Lin Shan. The fact is just as Lin Shan guessed, the so-called supernatural attributes are actually the energy required to perform skills, which are two sides of the same coin. After running out of energy, Lin Shan casually picked up some dead branches and leaves to prepare some crab claws and legs for dinner. With nothing else to do, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse, opened the chat channel, and read the barrage content in the world channel. Brothers, does anyone know how to upgrade the lighthouse and island? I've searched everywhere, but can't find any clues. +1, I really want to know. +1, +1. Plus, sorry for disrupting the formation. Hee. I feel like it's not open yet. There are only a few walls in the lighthouse. Not even a secret compartment. Oh shit. I'm warning everyone, don't go into the sea easily. It's too scary down there. Who would jump into the sea now? Are you crazy? I almost jumped. I think there must be a lot of resources under the sea. And I grew up by the sea. So, what's under the sea? Treasure. More likely a sea monster. By the way, among the first and second place prizes, is there any difference between the ability crystal and the talent? No one knows this. My talent is really terrible. I only get a piece of black bread every day, which is tasteless and dry. Are you not satisfied with the guaranteed food? I want it, but I don't have a choice. Didn't the system give you 3 talents to choose from? You chose this one. The other 2 are even worse, aren't they? They're both white 1 star, and only black bread is white 5. My talent is green 1, which means I get a random piece of ordinary food every day. Here's the picture. Lin Shan clicked on the picture. It was a butter bun. Holy crap, even butter buns are available. But isn't it strange that there are so many people on the World Channel? Where did our blue planet get so many people? Perhaps people from other planets have also been dragged into this. Doesn't that mean aliens really exist? Even gods can accept it now. So aliens are nothing. What do you think aliens look like? Middle part, pointy chin, big head, kawaii big eyes? I hope you're talking about aliens, not the socially anxious geek next door. My pants were torn by a sea beast while I was fishing. Now the sea breeze is blowing, and it's freezing cold. The wind is blowing on my balls. Ha ha ha. System prompt. 30 minutes left. The tide will recede. Please plan your time wisely to search for resources. The tide is receding? Great. This time I must grab 3rd place in killing sea monsters. As soon as this comment appeared, it immediately triggered a reaction from the entire channel. Even those who had originally planned to act quietly were instantly thrown into disarray. Damn. Now we can't even sneakily kill sea monsters anymore. The whole world knows about it. It's normal for the tide to go low at noon here, right? This isn't Blue Planet, so the tidal patterns are definitely different. Indeed, everyone, get ready to go fishing. Gathering powerful items. Private message me if you have any. Gathering. Anyone has any to sell? Everyone knew the rewards for the top 3 finishers in the region were incredibly tempting, offering random ability crystals and blueprints. It would be a shame not to prepare. Many people had already begun gathering at the beach, weapons in hand, waiting for the tide to recede before rushing out to hunt the sea beasts. Of course, the visibility in the sea was extremely poor, and it was impossible to see what was hidden below. Even so, it did not stop a group of people from eagerly trying. Lin Shan checked the time. It was already a little after 3 in the afternoon. Lin Shan's water attribute had recovered by 2 points. 1 point an hour? That's too slow, Lin Shan muttered to himself, frowning. Obviously, this is not a normal level. Lin Shan guessed that there would definitely be a way to increase the recovery speed later. But there was no need to worry about it now. 2 energy points were enough for Lin Shan to kill 2 shallow sea crabs. So Lin Shan went to the beach again, intending to try his luck. Lin Shan chose the reef area. The resource density here is much higher than the beach. Sure enough, not long after, the water gradually receded, and some fish swam back to the sea with the tide. Lin Shan did not go into the sea. Although Lin Shan could breathe underwater, he knew that the sea was dangerous and unpredictable. Take shallow water crabs, for example. In the water, the roles of hunter and prey can instantly switch. Unless a treasure chest is washed overboard, Lin Shan won't take the risk. As soon as the water receded, Lin Shan began searching with all his might. Now possessing extraordinary abilities, Lin Shan became much bolder and his search pace quickened. However, when Lin Shan finished his circle, he didn't find any treasure chests, only a pile of wood. Damn, didn't the system say that the chance of finding a treasure chest would be doubled during the novice period? Why aren't there any? Lin Shan complained a bit frantically. Lin Shan checked his backpack and saw that the number of logs had increased from 88 to 134, a total of 46 logs. In desperation, he decided to change the battlefield and go to the beach. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped onto the beach, Lin Shan discovered an unexpected surprise. Not far ahead, a giant mantis shrimp, a full meter long, was circling the ground. Holy crap, how come this shrimp is so big? Lin Shan stared at the shrimp in amazement. The monster was pacing around a wooden treasure chest, a typical treasure-guarding sea beast. Lin Shan observed it for a few moments, noting its slow movements. However, its side-like forelimbs intimidated him. They were so sharp that the mere sight of them made him think he was about to rip flesh apart. Chapter 11. The 3rd place is birth. The gigantic mantis shrimp quickly noticed Lin Shan's presence and immediately waved its forelimbs, entering a state of alert. Its 2 sickle-like claws clattered, and it looked ready to attack at any moment. However, Lin Shan was still far away and did not get close to the treasure chest. Mantis shrimp just stood there motionless, his eyes full of vigilance. Lin Shan stared at the sharp forelimbs, unsure if he could dodge the attack. He remembered from a popular science program that mantis shrimps attack with incredible speed. But he didn't want to give up the treasure chest in front of him. Lin Shan thought for a while and decided to explore the rest of the beach first, and then figure out how to deal with the shrimp. If you really can't beat in the end, you can only use ice crystal shooting to solve it, but then you can't eat the mantis shrimp, which is a pity. Lin Shan bypassed the mantis shrimp and turned to collect wood and stones from the beach. The resources in this area were simple in type, but plentiful. Lin Shan speculated that different terrains would affect the types of resources. For example, beaches, reefs, gravel beaches, and mangroves all had their own preferred distribution of resources. Of course, these are just speculations. They should be able to be verified when we can communicate with others one day. After walking around the beach, Lin Shan didn't find anything special. It was just the same old stuff. After picking up a pile of wood and stones, he returned to the mantis shrimp guarding the treasure chest. The mantis shrimp immediately turned towards Lin Shan alertly, waving its forelimbs and making a clicking sound. This guy is not very fast. How about we try a tug of war? Lin Shan looked at the black iron spear in his hand. It was 2 meters long and had a clear advantage over the mantis shrimp that was about 1 meter and 4 inches long. As long as he controlled the distance, Lin Shan could easily stab it. However, the mantis shrimp had never sprinted before, so Lin Shan wasn't sure of its speed. Forget it, let's give it a try. If I fail, I'll just look for the treasure chest instead of fighting monsters. After making up his mind, Lin Shan raised the black iron spear and slowly approached. The mantis shrimp began to click more rapidly, clearly on high alert. When Lin Shan approached within 3 meters of the treasure chest, the mantis shrimp finally charged. At that moment, the mantis shrimp suddenly pounced at Lin Shan, brandishing its 2 sharp forelimbs. But at that moment, whoosh, the black iron spear, like a pre-prepared trap, pierced the mantis shrimp's body. Lin Shan looked at the scene in front of him with a bewildered look on his face. Huh? It just came up like that. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the mantis shrimp would actually bump into the tip of the gun on its own initiative. Shrugging helplessly, Lin Shan loosened his grip. The mantis shrimp lost its support and fell to the ground, twitching a few times. With its size and severe injuries, the mantis shrimp was unable to resist. A few minutes later, the shrimp was completely silent. Lin Shan put the shrimp into his backpack, put away the black iron spear, and then walked towards the treasure chest, muttering as he walked. Alas, there's no sense of challenge at all. If anyone else heard Papixia say this, they'd probably lash out at him immediately. Everyone was still desperately fighting for third place, but he, on the other hand, remained calm. Not everyone is lucky enough to encounter a sea beast, nor are all sea beasts so easy to deal with. At this moment, those who are fighting for their lives can't see the sea beast and can only continue to search for resources, while those who have seen the sea beast are also racing against time. After all, the third place reward has not yet been announced, so everyone has a chance. Lin Shan walked over to the treasure chest and discovered that the style of this treasure chest was somewhat different from the ones Papixia had opened before. It looked much more upscale. Name: Sea Salt Wooden Treasure Chest. Category: Ordinary Treasure Chest. Rating: White 5. Effect: Guaranteed to reveal sea salt. Evaluation: Wooden treasure chest containing sea salt. A treasure chest with a prefix? It's a bit like those heavy wooden treasure chests mentioned in the chat channel. Lin Shan thought about it and understood. The highest level of an ordinary wooden treasure chest is white 3 stars, and the one with a prefix can exceed this limit. After putting away the treasure chest, Lin Shan looked around. The beach was empty. Not even a small fish could be seen. Now, what should I do? Lin Shan scratched his head, looking confused. No one knew the upgrade mechanism for the lighthouse and island, and the resources had already been found, so the rest of the time was just sitting there. Lin Shan looked out at the deep blue sea, and a thought came to his mind. Should I go down to the sea and take a look? But the thought only flashed through Lin Shan's mind, and he immediately dismissed it. Going into the sea now? That would be risking his life. Lin Shan wouldn't trade his life for unknown resources. Shaking his head, Lin Shan began to walk back. He glanced at the time. It was already 5:30 and getting dark. By the way, why hasn't the third place come out yet? Just as Lin Shan finished speaking, a system prompt suddenly popped up. System announcement. Congratulations to Tower Guardian Chun Jianlin, the third person to kill a sea beast. Third place prize in area 88888888. 1 wooden treasure chest, 1 random ability crystal, 1 random blueprint. Crash. As soon as this announcement came out, many people regretted it so much that they almost smashed their equipment, especially those who were just one step away from harvesting the sea beasts, who were so angry that their teeth were itching. Some people were even injured when the sea beast attacked them while they were distracted, which was a complete loss. Seeing the name Chun Jianlin, the people in the channel immediately started complaining, cursing, and gnashing their teeth, but they could only vent a few words. If I were to actually meet him, I'd probably put on a smile and call him Big Boss. After reading the announcement, Lin Shan rubbed his chin and said, "Ah, it's true that when you mention Chow Chow, Chow Chow appears. I'd love to know what ability crystals he'll reveal." Of course, Lin Shan knew that without the corresponding extraordinary attributes, the other party would not be able to learn it. At this stage, those who truly possessed extraordinary attributes were probably few and far between. However, Lin Shan remembered that someone had posted a screenshot of his talent in the channel. It was a white 4-star talent that could provide 4 extraordinary attributes. At that time, that person was madly complaining that the attribute was useless. Lin Shan wanted to laugh at that moment. You can't use it if you have batteries, but no phone. Soon, he returned to the lighthouse and casually opened the chat channel to take a look. Sure enough, the channel was filled with ghosts and wolves howling. He also noticed that the number of people had decreased again by hundreds more. Lin Shan frowned, feeling helpless but powerless, and could only sigh. Lin Shan pulled the wooden treasure chest of sea salt from his backpack. Okay, time to move on to the most anticipated part. In this strange and perilous world, the only thing that could make Lin Shan's heart beat faster was opening the treasure chest. Chapter 12. Night falls, fog arrives. With a soft click, Lin Shan opened the treasure chest, and a faint light flashed. System prompt. Obtain 500 G of sea salt, 1 dim low-level energy stone. Lin Shan glanced at the system prompt and grumbled quietly. Only 2 things? Sea salt is a must, so it means only 1 thing was given? Could it be that the mantis shrimp committed suicide, so the minimum guarantee was given? Of course, this was purely a joke, and Lin Shan knew it couldn't be set up like that. Lin Shan looked at the properties of the bag of sea salt. There was nothing special about it, just ordinary table salt, but it was an important material that everyone in this world could not do without. Especially at sea, besides salt, another more important thing is actually vitamins. Fortunately, Lin Shan had previously produced water apples, so they can still be used as a substitute for the time being. Lin Shan looked at the properties of another item. Name, dull low-level energy stone. Category, energy stone. Rating, white 9. Effect, replenish energy. Evaluation. This is a low-level energy stone with half of its energy depleted. It can be used to replenish the lighthouse's energy and restore extraordinary energy. Energy, in this world, is a hard currency that can be used without any obstacles. Energy. Lin Shan muttered softly, staring at the evaluation column. He took out the energy stone and observed it, finding it covered in cracks, resembling some kind of broken crystal. Lin Shan felt the cracks and speculated. These cracks must be signs of use, right? I guess once the energy is completely exhausted, this thing will break. But how can it be absorbed? It's not really meant to be chewed, is it? Lin Shan couldn't help but smile, feeling that this so-called system was too perfunctory and didn't explain anything. Shaking his head, Lin Shan put away the energy stone, picked up the dead branches and leaves he had prepared, and walked out of the lighthouse. Next, Lin Shan was going to start a fire. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to try to make a fire by rubbing 2 sticks together, so he could just go to the top of the lighthouse and borrow some kindling. Lin Shan arranged 4 stones into a simple, concave fire pit, piled branches and leaves inside, and then went upstairs with a dry branch to start a fire. Not long after, Lin Shan came down with a burning branch. The flames were crackling and dancing. Lin Shan saw that the temperature was almost right, so he put the 2 big claws and 6 crab legs of shallow sea crab on the fire one by one and started roasting them. Lin Shan muttered to himself, "This is too much. I feel like I can't finish it." As he spoke, he added firewood to the fire. If there was no place to store it, Lin Shan would not have roasted all of it at once. If you can't finish it, just change it to something else, even some stone or wood. Lin Shan thought about it, opened the chat channel, took a photo of the crab legs being roasted and sent it out. The crab legs began to turn red, indicating that they were not yet cooked and needed to wait a while. As time passed, Lin Shan noticed that the sea fog in the distance was gradually approaching the island and the sky was getting darker. Lin Shan looked up at the time. It was already 6:30. It would probably be completely dark in half an hour. The crab legs and claws in the fire were already red and looked almost cooked. Lin Shan glanced at the sea fog that was getting closer and closer and muttered, "Forget it, no matter whether it's cooked or not. Let's just leave it like this." As he said that, Lin Shan picked up the 6 crab legs and 2 large claws one by one and quickly moved them into the lighthouse. Finally, Lin Shan entered the house and closed the worn wooden door. Although the door was not strong, it was better than leaving it wide open. At 7 o'clock, it was completely dark outside. But the next moment, the light on top of the lighthouse lit up, illuminating a small area. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. It had been pitch dark just now, and the oppressive feeling at that moment had made Lin Shan feel almost breathless. People's fear of the dark seems to be innate. After relaxing, he walked up the stairs and soon reached the 2nd floor. Sure enough, the candle flame that was only the size of a fist during the day was now filled with light throughout the brazier, which was almost 1 meter in diameter. The light was soft but enough to illuminate the surroundings. Lin Shan said, "Such a big fire? It seems that under normal circumstances, it should not be extinguished unless there is some special situation." Lin Shan looked out the window and saw that the entire island was surrounded by thick fog. Except for the area 3 meters in front of the window, the outside was all white. Lin Shan took a few glances, then decided it was uninteresting and went downstairs. As long as the fog didn't enter the house, he could just ignore it. The system had said from the beginning that fog at night was dangerous, though Lin Shan had no idea where the danger lay. As soon as he returned to the 1st floor, Lin Shan suddenly noticed that the fire outside had been swallowed by the fog, leaving only a vague light and shadow. But at this moment, Lin Shan suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flashing by, and the next second, the fire was extinguished. "Shit, there's a monster." Lin Shan was instantly alert, drawing his black iron spear and staring intently at the front door. The fire was only 2 meters outside the door, and now the fog was less than a meter away. Lin Shan's entire body tensed, his eyes fixed on the door, his palms sweating. The unknown was always the most unsettling thing. Time passed minute by minute, and after more than 10 minutes, Lin Shan slowly relaxed. That thing didn't seem to have any intention of breaking in. Lin Shan exhaled softly, sheathed his weapon, and whispered to himself, "What on earth was that just now? Was it a sea beast? Or something else?" Lin Shan turned around and saw that the window was still open. He immediately closed it, feeling a little relieved. Then, he couldn't wait to open the chat channel. Oh shit, there seemed to be something in the fog just now. It almost scared me to death. Didn't I tell you? The fog is very dangerous. The system warned you from the beginning. My grilled fish is all gone. I envy you guys who have meat. I can't even chew the black bread. Sigh. Has anyone ever been in the fog? Has anyone ever come out alive? Who do you think is stupid enough to go in and get killed? Don't go into the fog. A friend of mine didn't make it back in time and was enveloped by the fog. He died in less than 3 seconds. Is this true? This is too outrageous. No, he was too slow. Didn't he see the fog approaching? The key is that he was on a mudflat, so his speed was slow. Anyway, he's already dead. Many people on the mudflats couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw these words. Fortunately, they returned to the lighthouse in advance. Otherwise, they might have ended up the same way. Chapter 13, Big Boss's Popular Science. Oh shit. Family, be careful. A sea monster is attacking my door. No way. The sea monster is coming up? That's not right. Didn't the system say that sea beasts won't attack actively during the novice stage? Are you sure it's a sea beast? Wait, I have one here too, but it doesn't look like a sea monster. It's a siren. A murloc. Mercurial? Mermaid? Holy crap. Bro, send me a picture. My sister. I have one here too. It's this kind of fishman. Picture. Oh my god, this is so disgusting. Why did you hurt me? Lin Shan clicked on it curiously. The angle of this photo shows that it was taken from the lighthouse. In the photo, a fishman with 4 limbs is preparing to smash the broken wooden door. Judging from the photo, the fishman is not tall, at most 1.2 meters, and looks very ugly. Holy crap. Family, killing this fishman gave me a wooden treasure chest. Huh? How'd you do that? It's simple. Our wooden door has so many holes. Just poke the weapon out through the hole, and it'll be done. But you have to hit the head, otherwise the murloc will run away. Don't ask me how I know. So simple. Then I'll try it now. Fuck, my weapon is a dagger. What's the point of stabbing? Hey, my weapon is a bow and arrow, but I only have 10 arrows, and now there are only 5 left. I don't know if I can kill him. There are a bunch of explosive weapons below, and they are ready to sharpen their knives and attack the fishmen. Exploding treasure chest, how tempting. Lin Shan also closed the chat channel and looked outside the wooden door. He was secretly looking forward to the arrival of the fishmen. After all, his black iron spear was 2 meters long. Looking outside, Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. Could it be the Murloc who put out the fire? Well, no, with the Murloc's size, it's impossible for him to put out the fire in an instant. It seems that there are other unknown existences in the fog. Gurgle. Suddenly, Lin Shan's stomach made a rumbling sound. This made Lin Shan stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he had forgotten to eat dinner. Looking down at the crab legs and crab claws on the ground, Lin Shan picked them up one by one. Well, they were still warm, so the crab meat inside should still be hot. Looking at the 8 crab legs and 2 big claws in front of him, with his appetite, it would be difficult for him to eat 1 big claw, let alone eat them all. So, Lin Shan prepared to sell it. After leaving behind a big claw and a crab leg, Lin Shan took a photo and opened the chat channel. Lin Shan. Pictures, pictures. Giant crab legs. 10 pieces of wood or stone for 1. 20 crab claws. First come, first served. Fuck cooked. Isn't this the second boss? Boss, are you missing any accessories? I'm so cute and sweet. Brother upstairs, something's wrong with you. Shallow sea crab? You're awesome, sir. I can't beat you at all. Huh, then how do you know the crab's name? Oh, although I couldn't beat it, I managed to walk it around until it foamed at the mouth, and then I successfully killed it, hee. 6. Hey, pictures, pictures. Huh, you changed. Smart people would have changed it long ago. They're all sold out. Fuck, you beasts. Can't you leave some for someone like me who can't find any food? Isn't there still black bread? Actually, Murlocs aren't necessarily uneatable, right? Picture. Vomit. Why don't I have any Murlocs here? This isn't fair. Lin Shan looked at the extra 60 pieces of wood and 30 pieces of stone in his backpack and nodded with satisfaction. There are now 274 pieces of wood and 142 pieces of stone. Although I don't know how to upgrade the lighthouse and the island yet, since they are the basic materials for upgrading the lighthouse, the more the better. Bang! There was a loud bang on the door suddenly, and Lin Shan, who was chewing on a crab leg, almost threw the crab leg out. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Shan came to his senses and immediately put down the half-eaten crab leg in his hand, then looked at the wooden door. Mercury? He's finally here. Lin Shan was extremely envious when he saw others showing off their treasure chests. Now is finally his turn, right? Don't be fooled by the tattered look of the wooden door. Someone has tested it. The fishmen smashed it for more than 10 minutes, but the wooden door was still intact. The only difference was that the energy consumption of the lighthouse increased by 1%. However, the lighthouse energy stone guarantees the energy of the candlelight, so after knowing that the Murlocs attacking the wooden door would consume energy, everyone began to guard the door. As soon as you see a Murloc, kill it. After all, no one knows how to restore the lighthouse's energy, so save as much as possible. Bang, bang, bang. Fuck, stop yelling. Are you looking for death in such a hurry? Lin Shan yelled cursingly. Then he took out a black iron spear and walked towards the wooden door, ready to strike directly at the enemy and shoot him in the head through the doorway. In the chat channel, a big shot has already clearly explained the weakness of the Murloc. Well, it's a forensic expert. After killing the Murloc, she directly opened the door, dragged him in, and then perform an autopsy. At the same time, she is also the #1 boss, Huang Xin. Everyone shuddered when they saw the pictures of the fishman dissection, especially those who were dissatisfied with the fact that the first place was a woman. Now they were like chickens. I am shivering and still feeling scared. Lin Shan also looked at all the pictures one by one. Huang Xion's annotations were very detailed. Basically, as long as you're not an idiot, you can know the weaknesses of the fishmen from them. Because it is clearly stated in popular science that judging from the leg muscles of the mermen, their speed will not be very fast, but it is different in the water. After all, they are mermen. Its strength is not very great, but its teeth are very sharp, the canine type, so it is best not to get bitten, otherwise at least a piece of flesh will be lost. So on land, as long as you are careful, you can easily kill the Murloc. It can be said that with the popular science knowledge from Mr. Huang Xian, even if you encounter a fishman outside, your chances of winning are extremely high. Lin Shan admires him very much for this. There's no way he can do that. He's a poor student, but that doesn't stop him from admiring the top students. You know, when Lin Shan was in school, his math class was taught by his physical education teacher. You can imagine how bad his school was. Can you imagine a 5 feet 8 inches guy holding a math book and lecturing? He went on for over 10 minutes, and then a good math class turned into a physical education class. Shaking his head, Lin Shan didn't stop thinking about these things. He came to the wooden door and was just about to check the position of the fishman so that he could kill him with one blow. A blood-red eye suddenly appeared on the doorway. Fuck. Chapter 14, Blood Eyes. The sudden appearance of the blood-red eyes scared Lin Shan. There was no way. How could it not be scary if they suddenly appeared on the doorway of the wooden door? The most important thing is not the doorway below, but the doorway above. The owner of this eye is at least 2 meters. Lin Shan immediately tightened his grip on the black iron spear and prepared to release the ice crystal shot. The blood-red eyes stared at Lin Shan, full of malice, making people extremely uncomfortable. Fuck, what the hell is this creature? Shouldn't it be a murloc? Lin Shan looked at the blood-red eyes on the doorway above the wooden door and couldn't help but curse under his breath. However, the blood-red eyes just kept staring at him without any other movements. However, being stared at all the time made Lin Shan feel a little scared. Wait. Lin Shan suddenly realized that the blood-red eyes were getting closer and closer. No, that's not right. He was slowly approaching the wooden door. Damn it. Lin Shan found himself unable to look away. Was this the power of the blood eyes? What Lin Shan didn't know was that his eyes were gradually turning blood red and looked exactly like the blood-red eyes on the doorway. Boom! The tip of the black iron spear touched the wooden door, just preventing Lin Shan from getting any closer. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I had held the black iron spear tightly before. Although my body was affected unconsciously, my mind was not affected. At least I couldn't react. After being temporarily safe, Lin Shan calmed down. The owner of the blood-red eyes should not be able to break through the wooden door, otherwise he would have rushed in and killed people after being controlled. I am now staring at the blood-red eyes, and it is forced by the other party. Obviously, as long as I can't see these eyes, I should be able to break free from control, right? Can I use a projection screen to block the view? Just do it if you want to. Lin Shan thought about it and wanted to open the system panel. System ding. The tower keeper is under mind control. The system panel cannot be opened. Note, this restriction is designed to prevent someone from using mind control to manipulate other tower keepers for profit. Door, hrat. Lin Shan cursed in his heart. Bullshit. I'm almost dead. Are you fucking sick? Can the mind control of a monster be the same as the mind control of anyone else? Damn, am I really going to die here? A trace of doubt flashed across the blood-red eyes on the doorway, wondering why the other party hadn't come over yet. Seeing this, Lin Shan started cursing in his heart again. It was obvious that the man with blood-red eyes had a seriously low IQ. He could clearly see that he was holding the door with a black iron spear, and that was why he couldn't move forward. But damn, he was about to be killed by these stupid blood-red eyes. Because Lin Shan felt that his hands were beginning to lose strength, but his feet were still walking. System ding. You have a private message. Do you want to check it? Seeing this, Lin Shan, who was originally a little desperate, suddenly felt like he had grabbed the last straw and shouted in his heart. Yes, damn it. Bang. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Shan sat on the ground with a look of horror on his face, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on the chat panel in front of him. The information above is very simple, which is 1 + 1 equals. After a few minutes, Lin Shan finally calmed down and then slowly condensed an ice crystal in his hand. Damn it. Even if the wooden door was gone, he would kill the blood eye. Go. Whoosh. The ice crystal instantly landed on the wooden door and hit the blood eye just right. Perhaps because it had been staring at it before, its body instinctively went towards the blood eye. Roar. Bang. Snap. The ice crystals exploded directly, and suddenly, the entire wooden door was covered with a layer of ice. At the same time, Lin Shan also heard a strange roar, which might be the owner of the blood eye. Lin Shan glanced at the wooden door and found that the door opening was pitch black, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck, I have to get something that's immune to mind control next time. Lin Shan said viciously. After the danger was over, he finally had the mood to read his life-saving message. Bite. 1 + 1 equals? Another message, exactly the same content. Lin Shan, 1 + 1 equals? Aren't you clearly insulting my intelligence? Lin Shan immediately entered the answer and clicked reply. On the other side, the person who sent the message looked at the reply and couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, it really is you finally. I found you. The reply showed that 1 + 1 = biceps. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Lin Shan couldn't help but scratch his head and then ignored it. After closing the private chat page, he looked at the frozen wooden door. The wooden door was completely covered with ice, and the opening was blocked by ice. After taking a few glances and making sure there was no trace of blood, Lin Shan finally felt relieved. Then, he turned on the lighthouse energy and started looking. A small amount of 40? I've already used up 40 hours of energy in one go. Lin Shan felt a little helpless, but if it happened again, he would still do the same thing. Gurgle. His stomach growled again. Lin Shan looked at the wooden door again, then went back and picked up the crab claws to start chewing. You know what? Even though nothing was added, it tasted pretty good, a little sweet, and the meat wasn't too tough either. It was quite delicious. Maybe it was because he consumed too much energy or was too frightened, but Lin Shan actually ate all the crab legs and claws. You know, this amount is enough for 3 or 4 people. After eating and drinking, Lin Shan suddenly felt sleepy. This was because he had just exhausted too much mental energy. Sleepiness came suddenly. Lin Shan yawned and walked to the wooden bed, then lay down directly. After a while, he fell asleep. Time quickly came to 0 o'clock. The next second, the fog began to roll, and from the place where the lights were shining, some strange black figures could be seen flashing through the fog from time to time. At the same time, there were inexplicable and strange sounds. However, Lin Shan, who was in a deep sleep, didn't notice it at all. However, on the chat channel, many people were discussing the horrifying scene. It was obvious that there really was a terrifying existence in the fog. Fortunately, they won't leave the fog. Such a scene makes many people unable to sleep and frightened. Time passed little by little, and soon the sky gradually brightened. At the same time, the fog gradually receded. As the sunlight shone on Lin Shan's face, he opened his eyes drowsily, but the next second, he turned over and continued to sleep with his back to the sun. Unfortunately, the next second, the system prompt woke him up. Chapter 15, The Appearance of Control Panel and Manufacturing Platform. System ding. Congratulations to all tower defenders for making it to the next day. Now deploying control panels and manufacturing platforms. System ding. Control panel. This is the equipment for managing lighthouses and islands, including upgrades, energy recharge, etc. System ding. Crafting station. This is the equipment for crafting items. Lin Shan suddenly opened his eyes and then saw 2 devices slowly appear at the side of the stairs against the wall. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but sit up and walked over. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower keeper, Huang Xin, for being the first to upgrade the lighthouse. He received the first place reward in area 888888888. 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 random candle, and 1 random blueprint. Lin Shan. Wow, so fast. Lin Shan no longer hesitated and quickly came to the control panel, opened the panel, clicked directly on the lighthouse page, and then clicked on upgrade. With his basic materials, there was no reason why he could not upgrade successfully. Really? System ding. Do you want to consume 100 wood and 100 stone to upgrade the lighthouse? Lin Shan quickly clicked the OK button, fearing that in the next second, he wouldn't even be able to get to 2nd or 3rd place. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower keeper, Lin Shan, for upgrading the lighthouse for the 2nd time. He received the 2nd place reward in area 888888888. 1 black iron treasure chest, 1 random candle, and 1 random blueprint. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower keeper, Lu Shi, for upgrading the lighthouse for the 3rd time and receiving the 3rd place reward in area 888888888. 1 wooden treasure chest, 1 random candle, and 1 random blueprint. Looking at the announcements that popped up one after another, Lin Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was only 1 second away from becoming the 3rd place. Although Old Man Number 2 was very unhappy, he accepted it reluctantly for the sake of the reward. Lin Shan looked at himself who was in 2nd place and couldn't help but mutter. Well, it's definitely not that he's also afraid of that big guy named Huang Xin, the ruthless guy who dissected the fishman, and he is not to be trifled with. Then Lin Shan looked at the properties of the lighthouse, which had changed. Name Lighthouse. Category, Lighthouse. Rating, White 2. Main effect, White Candlelight. Special effect, None. Energy, 100. Upgrade conditions, Wood 174/200, stone 42/200. Comment: the lighthouse has become slightly more solid. At least it's not as leaky. Lin Shan: well, the rating has increased by 1 star, and the energy has returned to 100. It seems that upgrading the lighthouse can restore all the energy. Not bad. The next level will be soon. Wood is not so good, so the demand for stone is relatively large. Lin Shan also looked around the room. The overall size had not changed. It was still the same size, but there were fewer holes on the walls, doors, and windows, and it did look a lot more solid. There are also fewer places for air to enter. It seems that after upgrading 1 or 2 levels, it should be completely fixed, right? Then, Lin Shan looked at the upgrade conditions of the island. Name: Tidal Island. Category: Island. Rating: White 1. Effect: a small amount of tree resources. Special effect: tidal effect doubled. Area: 3,000 square meters. Upgrade conditions: stone 42/1000. Comment: oh wow, this is a rare island. It can greatly reduce the time of high tide, giving you more time to go to the beach. However, correspondingly, tidal islands are also more likely to attract marine life. 1,000 stones? That's such a large number. That's 10 times as many as the lighthouse. Lin Shan said with some surprise. Shaking his head and closing the page, Lin Shan turned to look at the manufacturing table. I opened the manufacturing table and saw 2 options. 1. Basic furniture manufacturing. 2. Drawing production. Lin Shan first clicked on the basic furniture manufacturing and took a look, then found that it was full of wooden furniture, such as wooden beds, wooden tables, wooden chairs, etc., all of which were brand new. It's much better than the wooden beds and wooden tables that remain today. Lin Shan looked at the manufacturing requirements and found that all it needed was a piece of wood. After looking around the room and thinking for a while, Lin Shan clicked on the wooden bed and a wooden chair. As for the table, well, let's change it too. Consume 3 pieces of wood and the crafting table will start. I looked at the manufacturing time, and it takes half an hour. Then Lin Shan exited the basic furniture manufacturing, clicked on the blueprint manufacturing, and it was empty. Seeing this, Lin Shan took out the toilet paper drawings. There is a small groove on the manufacturing table. Judging from the size, it is about the same as the drawing, so it should be the place where the drawing is placed. Put the toilet paper blueprint into the groove, and a manufacturing table prompt will pop up. Manufacturing station, blueprint detected. Record it. Of course, Lin Shan clicked OK. Manufacturing station, recording completed. Lin Shan immediately clicked to view. Name: toilet paper. Rating: White 1. Effect: none. Evaluation: clean and hygienic, pure and natural. Everyone says it is good and silky. Material: wood 174/1. Lin Shan immediately clicked on manufacturing and used up all the wood. Let's sell all the stones later. Let's make a 1-to-10 ratio. When the island is upgraded, I will definitely be the first one. Lin Shan said confidently. After all, it's toilet paper. Who doesn't need it? It's clean and natural, but both men and women need it. I looked at the time and saw 1 pack per second, about 20 pieces in total. Fortunately, they were packaged. Although the unpackaged ones are also easy to sell, the packaged ones are easier to sell. Next comes the highlight of today, the rewards for upgrading the lighthouse. As usual, open the treasure chest first, then look at the random items. Lin Shan smiled as he received the reward. System: obtain black scale, long sleeve 1, green algae head 1, sharp iron axe 1. 3 items? Not bad. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. Someone discussed this in the chat channel yesterday. The items that come out of the treasure chest are not fixed. Some get 1 item, while others get 3 or 4 items. Name: black scale, long sleeves. Category: equipment. Rating: green 3. Effect: none. Comment: this long sleeve is made from the scales of a black phosphorus sea beast. It has good defensive power. At least, underage shallow sea crabs can't break through its defense. However, the prerequisite is that your body is strong enough. Started with a set of green 3 equipment. Not bad. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. Then he took off his linen clothes, which are the clothes for beginners, and put on the black scale long sleeves. TSK, dressed in black. Who will see me at night? After taking a look, Lin Shan complained. I moved my body around and it felt great, no impact at all. Also, after putting these 2 pieces of equipment on, they became the right size. Chapter 16. Almost overtaken. After looking at it, Lin Shan looked at the second item. Name: green algae head. Category: props. Rating: green 1. Effect: can attract rare marine creatures. Evaluation: green algae, a type of marine algae, can be used as bait. When the tide goes out, you may get something unexpected. Of course, you may also get nothing. I remember there seems to be a relatively large pothole over there in the reef area. When the tide goes out, I'll go over and take a look. If it's suitable, I'll put the bait there. Looking at the green algae head, Lin Shan thought for a moment and said, Name: Sharp Iron Axe. Category: Weapons. Rating: White 7. Effect: improve tree felling efficiency. Evaluation: a very sharp axe, very efficient in chopping down ordinary trees. Lin Shan looked at it for a few times. It was about 1.2 meters tall and was indeed good for chopping trees. But unfortunately, he couldn't use it now. Those few trees on the island are the only green ones. The fir trees will not be cut down unless it is absolutely necessary. Okay, I've finished looking at the treasure chest items. Next up are the random candles and random blueprints. Okay, let's use the blueprints first. System: obtain fireplace blueprint. Name: fireplace drawing. Category: drawings. Rating: green 1. Effect: allows the crafting table to learn how to make a fireplace. Evaluation: a fireplace for heating, burning fire. After taking a look at it, Lin Shan put it directly on the production table and clicked record. Finally, look at the random candle flame. This is the big head. Name: random candle. Category: special items. Rating: blue 6. Effect: after use, gain green 6 to blue 9 candlelight. Evaluation: this is a reward for the top 3. Lin Shan blinked, then used it directly. System: obtain blue candlelight. Name: blue candlelight. Category: candlelight. Rating: blue 6. Effect: dispels sea fog within a 600-meter radius. Special effect: the blue candlelight will attract some special beings. Comment: a rare special candle flame. Each special candle flame is extremely rare and is the dream of countless tower guards. A blue 6 candle dispels sea fog within 600 meters? So, can I go out to the beach at night? Lin Shan said in surprise. After finishing speaking, Lin Shan directly opened the control panel, then clicked on the lighthouse panel, and then clicked on candlelight change. System: ding. Attention, after changing the candle, the new candle will consume the old candle. Do you want to change it? Lin Shan was stunned when he saw this. If I get a higher rating in the future, but it's just an ordinary candle, then my special candle will be useless, right? Although it looks a bit tricky, but at this stage, this blue candlelight is already very advanced. What happens next? We will talk about it later. Lin Shan clicked on change directly. Suddenly, the ordinary white candlelight in the brazier on the lighthouse was replaced by the dark blue candlelight, and the white candlelight disappeared. The color of the blue candle flame is red with a hint of blue, but the resulting firelight is not blue. Fortunately, if it was blue, it would be so weird. Looking at the 174 packs of toilet paper in his backpack, Lin Shan said with a smile, Hey, number 1 on the island, here I come. Then I opened the chat channel. The system hadn't prompted the tide had subsided yet, so there must be a lot of people playing in the group. After all, there were no other entertainment activities here, and I was alone. Only the chat channel can bring everyone a little sense of security. Well, the sense of security that they're not alone. Lin Shan. Toilet paper available. Picture, 10 stones for a pack. Quantities are limited. First come, first served. Toilet paper? Holy shit. Why didn't you come earlier? This is great. I just happen to need to go to the bathroom. I bought it. Huh. Didn't they say they were selling toilet paper? Why don't I see any? Damn it, they've all been robbed. So soon? I just ordered it. Nonsense. Don't you see how many people there are? 174 bags are totally not enough. Boss, Lin Shan Dalak. My sister is in urgent need of toilet paper. I'm having my period. Ugh, the sisters upstairs are so miserable. Period? I don't believe it. Unless you send me a picture. Bah, shrimp-headed man. Sister, I got some toilet paper. How about I give you half? But you have to give me 5 stones. Really? Okay, thank you, sis. Since you call me sister, I'll be so arrogant. Come on, sister. I'll give you toilet paper free. Hey, sister, do you still need a younger brother? The kind that can call me sister every day. As long as you give me something to eat every day, that's all that matters. Get lost. Sure, I'm so envious. Is this the world of the big guys? I earned thousands of stones in one go. The top 3 all received random blueprints as rewards. I didn't see any toilet paper, So it must be the blueprint that Boss Lin Shan got randomly. It feels useless. Useless? It empties in a second. Do you understand its value? You don't need paper when you go to the toilet. You don't need paper when you wipe your mouth. This thing is a hot seller. Hey, I'm tired of saying I'm envious. TSK. Our area has two permanent bosses, Huang Xian and Lin Shan. But with this island upgrade, Lin Shan is going to surpass Huang Xian, right? The perennial runner-up is about to make a comeback. Boss Huang Xian, are you going to take the stones? 2-1 for wood. Lin Shan was unaware of the discussion in the chat channel. He looked at the empty toilet paper and felt a little confused. Hey, I knew this thing would sell well, but I didn't expect it to sell this well. What a mistake. Lin Shan said helplessly. Originally, Lin Shan planned to switch to wood after collecting 1,000 stones, so that he could continue to produce and sell toilet paper, but he didn't expect it to be so popular and sold out in seconds. Shaking his head, Lin Shan directly opened the control panel, then opened the island panel, and then clicked on upgrade. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower defender, Lin Shan, for being the first to upgrade the island. He received the first place reward in area 888888888. 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 random island special effect, and 1 random blueprint. Seeing this, Lin Shan was about to burst out laughing, but the next second. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower defender, Huang Xian, for upgrading the island for the second time and receiving the second place reward in area 888888888. 1 black iron treasure chest, 1 random island effect feature, and 1 random blueprint. Lin Shan. Holy shit, is this guy open? Chapter 17 Lin Shan Surprise. Sigma, E. Is it open? This guy? It's definitely open. Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter as he looked at the system announcement. He got the stones by selling toilet paper. If nothing else, toilet paper can be manufactured quickly and sold quickly. This is the only way to collect 1,000 stones in such a short time. But Huang Xian and Lin Shan did not see any transaction information from the other party. This, I don't understand. Could it be your skill? Or maybe a talent? Lin Shan. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shan stopped paying attention to it. At least he won this time, right? Let's take a look at the rewards. Receive. Name, bronze treasure chest. Category, ordinary treasure chest. Rating, blue 2. Effect, none. Evaluation, an ordinary bronze treasure chest. Nothing much to say. Blue 2? Well, wooden treasure chests are rated white, black iron treasure chests are green, and bronze treasure chests are blue. So, based on what I know now, the yellow ones are the next level treasure chests. Wood, black iron, bronze, then it will probably be silver and gold later, right? I'm not sure if there will be more later. Of course, Lin Shan has not yet completed the existence of special treasure chests. Click the treasure chest open directly. System, get cream strawberry seed 1, furniture upgrade card 1. Just 2. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but frowned. It was so little. Name cream strawberry seeds. Category, plants. Rating, green 6. Effect, can grow cream strawberries. Evaluation, this creamy strawberry has a real creamy flavor. It not only has a strong creamy taste, but also has an extremely smooth texture. It is a very popular fruit. Lin Shan looked at the strawberry seeds in his hand. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen strawberry seeds. However, looking at the seeds that are about the same size as soybeans, is this normal? After thinking about it, Lin Shan planted it directly in the gloomy soil. After all, this was originally used for planting. The soil in the dark place was quite moist, so Lin Shan didn't water it. Name, furniture upgrade card. Category, special items. Rating, blue 1. Effect, when upgrading furniture, furniture below blue will be upgraded by 1 level, up to a maximum of 1 blue. Comment, a rare upgrade prop card. A comfortable home environment starts with you and me. Lin Shan blinked, then put it directly on the console. He didn't have any furniture worth upgrading right now, and the backpack would take up space, so he just put it here. Finally, Lin Shan looked at the new reward, the random island feature, which was a special effect that only special islands could have. Name, random island feature. Category, special items. Rating, blue 6. Effect, after use, gain island characteristics ranging from green 6 to blue 9. Evaluation, island characteristics are essential for island development. Of course, there will be conflicts and dangers between characteristics. This all depends on how the tower guard judges it. Use directly. System, obtain Coral Coast. Name Coral Coast. Category: Island characteristics. Rating: Blue 3. Effect: after loading into the island, coral areas will appear on the coast. Note: low tide will not occur in the coral areas. Comment: the coral area is a rare coastline with rich resources, and also attracts various marine creatures that like corals. Blue 3, Coral Coast. I wonder what it will look like after loading into the island. Lin Shan murmured curiously, then loaded into the island. System ding. The island is undergoing transformation. Please do not leave the lighthouse. After taking a look at the system prompts, Lin Shan looked out the window curiously, and then found that the boundary between the reef area and the beach area had sunk. That should be where the coral area is formed, right? I didn't expect it to be sunken. Lin Shan murmured in surprise. After looking at it curiously for a few times, Lin Shan stopped paying attention and looked at the last drawing. System: obtain the blueprint for an exquisite single bed. Name exquisite single bed drawing. Category: one-time drawings. Rating: Green 9. Effect: put in Shimu 2020 Cotton 10 tenths, Ice Spirit Silk 1/1. After use, you will get an exquisite single bed. Comment: congratulations on obtaining a blueprint with all the necessary materials. This is a rare one-time blueprint. Lin Shan looked at the blueprint in front of him in confusion, then said in surprise, there are also blueprints with materials placed in them? Although they're disposable, they're also very rare. Not bad, not bad. Lin Shan used it directly. System: obtain an exquisite single bed. Looking at the exquisite single bed in the backpack, just from the appearance, it is countless times better than the wooden beds being made in Taichung. By the way, thinking of making the wooden bed in Taichung, Lin Shan quickly opened it and then canceled the production of the wooden bed. Fortunately, he clicked on the chair at first. Then, Lin Shan checked the properties of the exquisite single bed. Name exquisite single bed. Category: furniture. Rating: Green 9. Effect: slightly improve sleep quality and mental recovery. Comment: wake up refreshed and energetic. This is the importance of a good bed. Green 9. This made Lin Shan give up the idea of using the furniture upgrade card. Originally, if this exquisite single bed was green 3 or below, he would have used the furniture upgrade card. Lin Shan directly put the tattered wooden bed he brought with him into his backpack, then took out the exquisite single bed and placed it there. Looking at the snow-white mattress in front of me, I felt very satisfied. It feels cool and soft to the touch. I wonder how comfortable it would be to lie on it. Thinking of this, Lin Shan lay down. Frog Fun, it's so comfortable. Is this a bed for people to sleep on? Lin Shan closed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, which looked better than yesterday. Lin Shan said, the gift of fate, activate. Gift of destiny, 10 days of life. Price none. Lin Shan. Looking at the talent information in front of him, Lin Shan's eyes widened. What? Show lifespan? Add 10 days to my lifespan? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Lin Shan sat up in surprise, looking at the gift in front of him, muttering in disbelief. From ancient times to the present, how many people have sought immortality? And now, my talent can actually increase my lifespan? Is this true? Looking at the talent information in front of him, Lin Shan murmured, whether it's true or not, I'll know after I claim it. But I shouldn't feel anything in 10 days, right? After all, he is only 23 years old and still young. Lin Shan, receive it. Lin Shan blinked, and sure enough, there was no reaction. Chapter 18, The Rich Resources of the Coral Coast. No feeling? Really? You don't even give me any reaction? Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. System ding. Reminder, the tide will recede in half an hour. Please seize the opportunity and search for resources. Looking at the system's low tide prompt, Lin Shan couldn't help but click on the projection panel to check. In addition to checking the time, you can also check today's weather conditions. Today's weather, sunny and windy. Weather effect, normal. When the tide goes out on your island, more wood will appear. Lin Shan turned it off expressionlessly, then complained, rubbish. Then he stood up and walked towards the door. Bang! Lin Shan almost fell down. What? With a puzzled look on his face, Lin Shan looked down at the thing blocking his feet, and then he saw a wooden treasure chest sitting magnificently at the door. Wooden treasure chest? Where did it come from? Lin Shan said doubtfully, but he soon realized that it was the blood eye that fell last night. After all, he learned from the chat channel that murlocs would drop treasure chests so it didn't make sense that Blood Eyes wouldn't drop them, right? After figuring out the source, Lin Shan opened the treasure chest with a smile. System: obtain coconut bread 1. Gone. Lin Shan looked at the disappearing treasure chest in confusion. Just a loaf of bread? Looking at the bread that appeared in his backpack, Lin Shan fell silent. So, this treasure chest only gave him breakfast? Coconut bread is just an ordinary white 3 food. It has no other effect except filling you up and tasting better. Smash it, smash it. Lin Shan ate coconut bread with an expressionless face while watching the tide gradually receding. He is now standing at the junction of the coral area and the reef area. The coral area is a bit deep. Lin Shan estimates that it is at least 4 or 5 meters deep. Looking at the fish swimming among the corals, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. This is indeed a resource-rich coral region. There are fish so soon. The islands these people are on are newly appeared, which means that this sea area was empty before, so there are no living creatures around the islands. However, after a day, quite a few common marine creatures appeared. Lin Shan looked towards the reef area and saw a lot of small crabs running around, crabs the size of a thumb, as well as small shrimps, small fish, and the like. As time goes on, more marine creatures will be attracted to the island. It is conceivable that in the end, everyone will definitely not lack food. However, in the early stages, there is still a lack of not only food, but also various trace elements needed by the human body, such as salt, vitamins, and so on. Soon, half an hour passed, and the tide officially receded. Lin Shan took a look at the coral area, which was about 3 meters deep at the moment, and then he stepped into the reef area and began searching. After just 2 steps, I saw a lot of wood. Thinking of today's weather conditions, Lin Shan shrugged helplessly and started picking up the things. I picked up things all the way to the beach area and didn't see any sea monsters. I harvested 67 pieces of wood and 2 wooden boxes. You know what? It was really a lot of wood. Then we started heading towards the beach. At first glance, Lin Shan immediately found something conspicuous. Well, it wasn't a treasure chest. Holy crap, what a huge conch! Looking at the 2-meter-high conch in front of him, Lin Shan said in surprise. After circling around it, Lin Shan discovered that this giant conch was an empty shell. Knock knock. It's very thick, but what's the use? Looking at the large conch shell in front of him, although he didn't know what it was used for, Lin Shan still put it away. Maybe it would come in handy in the future. After putting it into his backpack, Lin Shan was surprised to find that the rating of this large conch shell was quite high. Name: Falling Star Conch Shell. Category: Materials. Rating: Green 4. Effect: None. Evaluation: the old shell of the fallen star conch, placed on the beach, has a chance of attracting hermit crabs and is also a material for crafting some items. Attracting hermit crabs? With a conch this big, how big would the hermit crabs be? Lin Shan was a little surprised, but when he thought about the fact that the juvenile shallow sea crabs and mantis shrimps were more than 1 meter long, it was not surprising. After collecting the fallen star conch shells, Lin Shan continued to pick up wood and stones. There are really a lot of wood, but there are only a few stones. But the most important thing is that I didn't see a single treasure chest. No way. Is my luck so bad today? Or is it all in the coral area? Lin Shan looked at the beach area, which was about to end, and said helplessly. Crouching down, looking at the coral reef beneath the surface, Lin Shan wondered whether he should go down. Although he could breathe underwater thanks to the deep-sea shark pearl, the dangers beneath the sea were unknown. However, this coral area is also part of his island, so it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? However, if he encounters sea beasts like mantis shrimp in the sea, he may not be able to defeat them. When people are in water, they're always inferior to aquatic creatures. After thinking about it, Lin Shan decided to go into the water. The main reason is that we are in the novice stage now, and sea beasts will not attack actively, which is a safety guarantee. As for the murlocs at night, perhaps they are not sea beasts, but creatures like sirens? Thump! There was a sound of someone falling into the water. There were few waves on the sea. Lin Shan had already dived into the water. Lin Shan was amazed at the smooth breathing he felt. At the same time, he also discovered that he felt full of strength in the water, and it wasn't just an illusion. Whoosh! With a slight movement, Lin Shan swam several meters away in just 1 second. Lin Shan thought to himself, could it be that the water-based supernatural attribute can make me even more powerful underwater? It's possible. Otherwise, why would there be different attributes? Of course, The deep-sea mermaid pearl must have a use. After all, it is one of the darlings of the ocean. Now he is more agile in the water than on land, so he can search for resources without any worries. Wandering in the coral area, looking at the colorful corals, is so beautiful. At the same time, there are many resources, but I haven't seen basic resources such as wood and stone. During this period, Lin Shan also saw 2 wooden treasure chests, and there were no sea beasts guarding them, so he got them for free. After the tidal island was upgraded to the next level, its area increased by 1,000 square meters and is now 4,000 square meters. But it is still not big, with a diameter of only about 70 meters, not to mention that part of it is submerged in the sea. Lin Shan swam to the edge of the island out of curiosity and looked down. Hiss! The visibility was only a few meters away, and it was pitch black below. His island is suspended above the sea without any support underneath. It is not an island in the traditional sense. Looking at the dark seabed, Lin Shan couldn't help but imagine a bunch of sea monsters staring at him from below. Hiss! After shivering, Lin Shan immediately swam back. It was terrifying just to think about it. Chapter 19 Training. Crash. After looking around for a while and finding no resources, Lin Shan came up from the coral area. After wiping his face, Lin Shan opened his backpack and took a look. Apart from the 2 wooden treasure chests, there were only fallen conch shells, wooden stones, and 2 wooden boxes. If it weren't for the coral area, this morning's harvest wouldn't have been much. After sighing, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse. 2 wooden treasure chests, 1 white 2, 1 white 1. Both are ordinary wooden treasure chests. But it was free, so Lin Shan was not dissatisfied. The 2 treasure chests were opened directly. The cricket white 1 or 2-star wooden treasure chest. What more sense of ceremony do you want? 2 treasure chests, 3 items. Lin Shan took a look and saw a bottle of purified water, 2 pieces of black bread, and a white 1 dagger. No wonder there are no sea beasts guarding it. This little bit of stuff is not worth it at all. Lin Shan complained. 2 wooden boxes, one filled with water apples, the other empty. Lin Shan thought about it and decided to keep both wooden boxes, which could be used as storage containers. A wooden box can hold 10 water apples, and Lin Shan now has 8 in total. He can put them directly in 1 wooden box, and as for the other one, he can put black bread in it. If the black bread is stood upright, a wooden box can hold at least dozens of them. After tidying up, the table is much cleaner. Then, Lin Shan came to the production table and chose to make toilet paper with all the wood he had picked up in his backpack today. I just picked up a total of 138 pieces of wood, which can be made into 138 packs of toilet paper. I will sell half of them as wood and half as stones. With the input of 138 pieces of wood, the crafting table started running immediately. By the way, Lin Shan took out the newly made wooden chairs and tables from the workbench and replaced the old wooden tables. Now the room has 3 types of furniture: an exquisite single bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair. Did I forget something? Right, green algae head. Lin Shan opened his backpack directly, looked at the properties of the green algae head, and walked out. He wanted to place the green algae head. This was a bait that could attract prey and was essential for making a nest. Soon, Lin Shan arrived at the reef area. After arriving at a large pit, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Luckily this place hasn't turned into a coral area, otherwise such a good pit would be wasted." Although this pit is not very big, with a diameter of about 3 meters and a depth of about 1.3 meters, it is the largest in the entire reef area. There is still some sea water underneath. This pit is not completely closed. There is a gap on the reef half a meter away. It is not big, the kind that big fish cannot escape and small fish can move freely. After taking the green algae head out, Lin Shan threw it directly in. Well, let's see what we can harvest next time the tide goes out. I hope we can get something. Looking at the green algae heads sinking to the bottom of the water, Lin Shan said with a little anticipation. Next, Lin Shan came to the edge of the grove, took out a black iron spear, and started training. Whoosh whoosh. Ha! The spear tip kept poking at the tree trunk. The black iron spear was 2 meters long. Lin Shan stood about 1.5 meters away to practice poking the spear. He didn't ask for anything else, just to make the hit rate reach the level he wanted. By the way, Lin Shan also needs to get used to the 30-gene black iron spear, which is actually very heavy. It's okay to hold it for a short time, but it will be very tiring if you hold it for a long time. Drink, drink, drink. Boom, boom, boom. The gun tip kept poking at the tree trunk, and each stab left a hole. As time passed, more than an hour passed quickly. I'm so tired. Lin Shan wiped the sweat off his face and sighed. He put away the black iron spear and stretched his trembling hands. That was all for today. It was already a rare achievement to be able to hold on for more than an hour. Lin Shan thought slowly as he walked towards the lighthouse. Everything has to be done slowly, and there is no room for haste, let alone for someone like him who has no basic knowledge at all. It's only because he exercises regularly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to last even an hour. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan sat down on a chair, picked up a bottle of mineral water with trembling hands, and drank it all in one gulp. Wow, so cool. Gurgle. Lin Shan opened the panel and checked the time. It was already 12:30. No wonder I'm hungry. It's already noon. Lin Shan looked at the mantis shrimp in his backpack. They looked quite fresh, but he was not sure if they were still edible. However, on the blue planet, mantis shrimps that have been dead for more than 4 or 5 hours are not suitable for eating, as they can easily cause stomach upset. By the way, can I check the properties? Lin Shan slapped his forehead and laughed. Then I clicked to check and found that it was indeed inedible. The reviews explained that slightly rotten mantis shrimps can easily cause diarrhea. What a pity. I can't eat it. Then I can only make a nest. Lin Shan said with some disappointment. I looked at the table and saw that there were still 3.5 loaves of brown bread and 1 fine loaf of bread left. Lin Shan picked up the exquisite bread and started to eat it. After all, it was not as durable as the black bread. After eating a piece of exquisite bread, I felt 80 full. Apart from anything else, the bread was indeed very filling. After drinking a few sips of water, Lin Shan looked at the only 2 bottles of purified water left. There's less water. We can still go out and catch some seafood for food, but getting water is a bit more difficult. Lin Shan said helplessly. I wonder if toilet paper can replace water? Well, it is unlikely. After all, toilet paper is not necessary, but water is necessary. When I arrived at the production table, 138 packs of toilet paper had already been produced. Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel and started selling. After taking a look, I found that in the chat channel, apart from chatting, the most common activity is bartering. After all, except for Lin Shan, who has the Lighthouse gold coins, no one else should have any currency, right? Lin Shan also started to check. With more than 90,000 people, there must be some lucky ones who can get some good items. Unfortunately, after looking around, there was nothing good. Well, that's not the case. It's just that the prices offered for the items he liked were too high. For example, a coconut seller can sell 1 coconut for 50 units of wood or stone. Why not just rob it? There were also some people selling fish, but unfortunately Lin Shan was already full. Time passed quickly and silently. Ding! Reminder, the tide will recede in half an hour. Please seize the opportunity and search for resources. The low tide reminder popped up. Only then did Lin Shan close the chat channel. Oh my god, over an hour has already gone by without me noticing. As expected, chatting and gossiping is the easiest way to kill time, especially in a chat channel with over 90,000 people. Chapter 20 Red Eyebrow Fish. Half an hour passed quickly. During this period, Lin Shan put all the wood obtained from selling toilet paper into the production table and continued to make toilet paper. This business could only be done in the early stage, with a profit of 1 to 10. Make a fortune. Okay. He just sold a total of 138 packs of toilet paper and harvested 690 wood and 690 stones, which were enough to upgrade his lighthouse again. However, Lin Shan is not in a hurry to upgrade the lighthouse now. At least there should be no rewards for the White Star Lighthouse. I just don't know if there are any rewards for the top 3 in the Green Star Lighthouse. Go out and catch seafood. Lin Shan quickly arrived at the junction of the reef area and the coral area, where there were 2 places he was most looking forward to. One is a reef pit with green algae heads placed in it, and the other is a reef pit with the corpses of mantis shrimp placed in it. These 2 places for nesting should yield some results, right? I hope there will be a surprise waiting for me. Lin Shan smiled. Then I started searching, and the first thing that caught my eye was wood. I couldn't help it, because the weather was so ordinary today. While picking up wood, I checked the crevices of the rocks to see if there were any fish, shrimps, crabs, etc. I saw quite a few, but they were all too small. It is obvious that the Lin Shan Island has gradually become known to marine life in the nearby waters. Suddenly, Lin Shan saw something different. This is an anchor? Can this thing be brought up? The anchor is not big, only about 1 meter high. Lin Shan put it directly into his backpack. This thing was not light, weighing several hundred kilograms. Name, abandoned anchor. Category, materials. Rating, white 4. Effect, none. Evaluation, an anchor that has been abandoned for who knows how long. It can be broken down into iron blocks on a forging table. A forging table? Is this a new piece of equipment? I unexpectedly learned about the function that will be unlocked tomorrow. It's normal to think about it. After all, I unlocked the operating table and the crafting table today, so it's normal to unlock some things tomorrow, right? Perhaps, after the 3-day novice period is over. All functions may be opened. Lin Shan looked at the comments in surprise, thought for a moment, and murmured. Then I continued searching and soon came to the first nesting pit. This was a small one, made with mantis shrimp. Lin Shan looked into the pit with great anticipation. The first thing that caught his eye was the mangled corpse of a mantis shrimp, most of which had been eaten. Lin Shan didn't care about this, as it was just a bait. He immediately looked around the pit. It was indeed different, because it was a nest. Lin Shan saw many fish, crabs, and other sea creatures in the entire pit. Well, they're all ordinary ones, without sea monsters. But soon Lin Shan saw a different fish, because this fish emitted a faint white light. This is very similar to resources such as wood and stone, which all emit a little bit of light, and it feels like an intentionally added effect. Lin Shan jumped directly into the pit. The sea fish didn't care about the crabs that were gnawing on the dead bodies of the mantis shrimps and continued to eat. Obviously, for them, eating is the most important thing, and everything else is just a passing cloud. Lin Shan ignored them and walked directly towards the fish that was emitting a faint light, with accurate aim. He picked it up quickly. Pa pa pa. Fish, hit you. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Lin Shan took a look at it and found it weighed about 3 or 4 pounds, then checked its properties. Lin Shan had just discovered this. In fact, as long as you touch the item, you can check its properties, especially this kind of living creature, which cannot be put into the backpack. Name red eyebrow fish. Category, fish. Rating, green 1. Effect, after consumption, there is a very low probability of gaining a random extraordinary attribute. Evaluation, red flower eyebrow fish is a kind of spiritual fish. The higher the rating of the spiritual fish, the better the effect after consumption. If it is handed over to a master chef for cooking, the effect will be greatly improved. Note, after consuming 10 of them, you will definitely gain some extraordinary attributes. Spirit fish increases supernatural attributes. What a great thing. This fish not only fills you up, but also has a chance to increase your strength. It's beautiful. Lin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the red-flowered eyebrow fish in front of him. Red eyebrow fish, I'm going to slap you in the face. The tail kept lashing around, but unfortunately it couldn't hit anyone. Looking at the lively red eyebrow fish, Lin Shan smiled and said, not bad. Very energetic. I've decided to have you for dinner tonight. Pa pa pa. You agree? Haha, not bad, very conscious. I like it. Red eyebrow fish. I'm looking at you with dead fish eyes. Pa 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 pa. First of all, the fish must be raised first. Otherwise, if it dies for too long, who knows if the effect will disappear. Lin Shan first placed the red eyebrow fish in a smaller pit, then added some sea water, grabbed a crab, smashed it, and fed it to the red eyebrow fish. Lin Shan, I'll pick you up after I finish searching. Be good. The red eyebrow fish completely ignored Lin Shan and was eating the last meal of its sashimi, although it doesn't know that this is its last meal in its life. After placing the red eyebrow fish, Lin Shan became more looking forward to the big pit where the green algae head was used to make a nest. He didn't need anything else, just another red eyebrow fish would be fine. While picking up wood, Lin Shan walked towards the pit. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the big pit. Looked down with anticipation. Snap. Oh, a giant shallow sea crab is clacking. Their eyes met, and the shallow sea crab looked at Lin Shan with a crackling sound, ready to make a move. Unfortunately, it was still in the novice stage and could not take the initiative to attack. Lin Shan was stunned at first, then he came to his senses. He was prepared for the green algae head to attract sea beasts. After coming to his senses, he began to look around. This shallow sea crab is a circle bigger than the first one. It should still be an immature, shallow sea crab, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Then, Lin Shan looked around in the pit and soon saw the treasure chest. To his surprise, it was a black iron treasure chest. Black iron treasure chest? Hey, I'm rich now. Lin Shan murmured with shining eyes. The shallow sea crab is a sitting duck in this big pit because it has no chance of climbing out. Even if they could climb up, they would be knocked down by Lin Shan with his black iron spear. Lin Shan laughed excitedly and said, "Hey, it's time to test my training for over an hour. Watch me hit the eye." Bite. The black iron spear pierced directly into the back shell of the shallow sea crab. There was a slight sound, and a little mark was left. The power is insufficient. Otherwise, the black iron spear can pierce the shell of an immature shallow sea crab. Chapter 21, Blood Red Coral. Lin Shan shook his hands. The shell of the shallow sea crab was still a bit hard. After being attacked, the shallow sea crab immediately rushed towards Lin Shan with a crackling sound. But unfortunately, it was in a big pit and had to climb up if it wanted to attack Lin Shan. Bang! The black iron spear swept directly across the shallow sea crab's feet, and immediately, the shallow sea crab that was about to climb up fell back into the pit. Click, click, click! Looking at the huge crab with its claws and fangs bared, Lin Shan said with a smile, "Don't even think about it. I won't let you get up here." After saying that, the black iron spear attacked again. This time the shallow sea crab was closer to him, so Lin Shan poked it directly, aiming at its eyes. Puff! Click, click, click! This time, the black iron spear accurately pierced the shallow sea crab's eyes. Immediately, the shallow sea crab struggled, and its huge claws directly clamped the black iron spear and then pulled it out. But how could Lin Shan let the shallow sea crab pull out the black iron spear? He held the black iron spear tightly, and for a moment, the two began to wrestle. Hiss! Lin Shan could feel himself retreating little by little. It was obvious that in terms of pure strength, the shallow sea crab was much bigger than him. But simply having great strength is useless. Lin Shan looked around and quickly found a suitable reef, then slowly placed the tail of the black iron spear against the reef. Now, the shallow sea crabs are struggling with the reefs, but unfortunately their efforts are in vain. It's a pity that I didn't bring the big hammer. Otherwise, I could have done it in 80 strokes. Looking at the shallow sea crabs that were stubbornly struggling with the reefs, Lin Shan smiled. After thinking about it, Lin Shan went directly behind the shallow sea crab and jumped down. As we all know, crabs cannot see their own backs and cannot pinch themselves, so it is a safe zone. Sneaking up behind the shallow sea crab, Lin Shan rubbed his hands, then slowly moved towards the shallow sea crab's shell and began to push. Go! With Lin Shan's kind help, the shallow sea crab successfully moved forward a few steps, and suddenly, the black iron spear went deeper. Snap! After more than 10 seconds, the black iron spear directly penetrated the back shell of the shallow sea crab. Shit! I almost poked you! Lin Shan exclaimed as he looked at the black iron spear head that appeared in front of him. Now, the shallow sea crabs are dead and can't die anymore. Looking at the shallow sea crab lying in the puddle, Lin Shan did not check it immediately, but walked towards the black iron treasure chest. I don't know how many stars this black iron treasure chest is. Lin Shan murmured expectantly, then put the black iron treasure chest in his backpack, and then took a look and found that the name was very long. Damn, there's a prefix? It's sent. It's sent. Lin Shan smiled happily. Name, Light Water Black Iron Treasure Chest. Category, Ordinary Treasure Chest. Rating, 5. Effect, none. Evaluation, treasure chests with prefixes have a chance to obtain items related to the prefix. Huh, there's such a setting? However, when I got the sea salt wooden box before, it did give me sea salt, but that was a bonus effect, and this one has no effect. Lin Shan was confused at first, then nodded and said. After putting away the black iron treasure chest, Lin Shan pulled out the black iron spear, removed the 2 claws, and put them into his backpack. He did not take the remaining shallow sea crabs, but kept them from making a nest. After using the black iron spear to crack the crab shell, Lin Shan left and continued searching. Then, Lin Shan continued searching and soon walked out of the reef area and stepped onto the beach. I pick it up, I pick it up, I pick it up, pick it up. The resources in the beach area are the most conspicuous, and the beach is flat, so any danger is obvious at a glance. It can be said that among all coastal areas, the beach is the safest. However, the beach resources are relatively ordinary. Lin Shan quickly picked up all the resources on the beach. There were just some stones and wood, nothing else. Finally, there's the coral area. Looking at the corals under the water, Lin Shan jumped in and began to search. Soon, Lin Shan found a shiny shell, which was even brighter than the red eyebrow fish. Suddenly, Lin Shan swam over quickly with his eyes shining. After picking it up, Check the properties directly. Name pearl oyster. Category: shellfish. Rating: green 1. Effect: there is a chance of containing pearls. Evaluation: there are many types of shellfish that can generate pearls, and there is a chance that special types of pearls will appear among the generated pearls. Looking at the palm-sized shell, I wonder how big a pearl would be if it contained one. After putting it into the backpack, Lin Shan continued to explore. Half an hour later, Lin Shan finally climbed up from the junction of the coral area and the reef area. After shaking his hair and wiping the water stains off his face, Lin Shan walked towards the place where the red eyebrow fish were raised. There are many rare resources in the coral area, including pearl oysters, 2 of which were harvested, a wooden treasure chest, a sea cucumber, and many other rare resources. However, after Lin Shan discovered that most of the resources were capable of growth, he did not put them away, but allowed them to develop and expand. Among them is a kind of coral called blood red coral, which has a rating as high as 1 blue star and is small. It likes to grow in coral areas and will grow gradually as long as it is not eaten by sea urchins and starfish. Name: blood red coral. Category: coral. Rating: blue 1. Effect: purify water, increase spiritual energy, and replenish chi in blood. Evaluation: blood red coral, a rare species of coral, not only purifies impurities from seawater, but also increases the energy concentration in the area. It is also an extremely rare material with a wide range of uses. This is the property of blood red coral, but the real blood red coral is only half the size of a palm, which means it is a new resource. And it is a resource that can grow, so Lin Shan did not pick it, but left it where it is and let it continue to grow. After catching the red eyebrow fish, Lin Shan walked towards the lighthouse. As I walked, I opened my backpack to check the harvest from this sea hunting trip. Black iron spear, wood 64, stone 927, light water black iron treasure chest 1, shallow sea crab claws 2. In addition, there is a red eyebrow fish, a sea cucumber, and 2 pearl oysters. These are the harvests from this trip to the beach, which are actually pretty good. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan began to prepare dinner. However, this time Lin Shan did not plan to make a fire outside the lighthouse, but inside, and just make a fireplace. Lin Shan took a look and found that it took 20 stones to make a fireplace, which was quite simple. Click to make, and at the same time, 790 packs of toilet paper are collected and will be sold later. After taking a look at the fireplace that was being made, Lin Shan went out to kill the fish. The sky gradually darkened. I looked at the time, and it was already past 6 o'clock. By 7 o'clock, it would be completely dark. Chapter 22: Light Water Iron Shield. The fireplace was quickly made. At the same time, Lin Shan also processed the fish and skewered them with dry branches. Under the current conditions, we can only grill fish. As for the sea cucumber, Lin Shan planned to roast it along with the crab claws, but this time he'd smash the claws open on one side so he could add water and the sea cucumber along with a little sea salt. As a fire began to build in the fireplace, dinner began to be prepared. While grilling the fish, Lin Shan planned to open the treasure chest and pearl shells to take a look. Well, let's start with the pearl shell. After hesitating between the treasure chest and the pearl shell for a few seconds, Lin Shan finally looked at the pearl shell and said, looking at the tightly closed shells, Lin Shan picked up the dagger and pried them open, quickly prying one open. Lin Shan opened it and saw that there was only snow-white shellfish meat, but no pearls. I was a little disappointed to find that there was an extra piece of scallop in the crab claws. Then open the second one. Pearl? A white pearl as big as a thumb lay quietly in the shell. Name: white pearl. Category: materials. Rating: green 1. Effect: none. Evaluation: ordinary white pearl, but of excellent quality. Ocean merchants may be interested. It's beautiful, but it's a pity that they are just ordinary pearls. Lin Shan played with it for a few times and then put on the table. Then look at the black iron treasure chest. This is the highlight of today. System: obtain light water iron shield and iron frame blueprints. Just 2. Is it not suitable for me to open treasure chests today? Or is it because I didn't make any donations? Lin Shan complained helplessly. But a light water iron shield? Obviously, it's a light water series equipment. Name: light water iron shield. Category: shield. Rating: green 7. Effect: light, strong. Evaluation: the light water iron shield is a piece of equipment made from light iron ore. It is not only very light, but also very strong. Lin Shan took it out directly from the backpack. The light water iron shield was not small, about 50 centimeters long, 30 centimeters wide, and looked to be 1 centimeter thick, but it was very light. It weighs only about 10 pounds. Such a large shield, but only weighs a dozen pounds? No wonder it's called the light water series. It's really quite light. Lin Shan said in surprise. Such a large shield, even if it is made of solid wood, weighs more than 10 pounds, not to mention iron. After putting the item into his backpack with satisfaction, Lin Shan looked at the second item, a blueprint. Can blueprints be found in the black iron treasure chest? Name iron frame drawing. Category, drawings. Rating, green 1. Effect, allows the crafting table to learn how to make iron frames. Evaluation, iron frame, ordinary defensive facilities. After taking a look, Lin Shan walked directly to the production table and clicked record. After a quick look, I found that the material required for crafting was an iron block. He didn't have a piece of iron, but he did have an abandoned anchor. He didn't know how many pieces of iron he could get from it. Bang! There was a huge sound of flames expanding. Hearing the sound, Lin Shan subconsciously looked out the window, only to see that the sky had completely darkened, with only a few stars visible. There are so many stars. Looking at the bright stars in the sky outside, Lin Shan sighed. You know, in the city, you can hardly see any stars at night, let alone a sky full of stars like this one. After sighing, Lin Shan looked at the island, and then found that under the illumination of the faint blue candlelight, the entire island was emitting a soft light, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark night. Oh my God, the area covered by the sea fog is much larger than the island, exposing the entire island to the sea. Hiss! Won't it attract the attention of the sea creatures? Looking at the dark sea water, Lin Shan said with some concern. In the following time, Lin Shan checked the progress of grilling fish while looking at the seashore from time to time. There was no other way. It was good that there was fog. He could be sure that his island would not be completely exposed to the sea. It's not like now. There is no sense of security at all, and we are completely exposed under the sea. Looking at the shimmering sea surface under the firelight, Lin Shan couldn't help but imagine that an unknown giant beast was lurking under the sea. Damn, don't scare yourself. After shivering, Lin Shan shouted speechlessly. Eat fish. The aroma of the grilled fish is already emanating. It should be ready after grilling for a while longer. The crab claws were about the same, and the seafood soup was ready. After forcing himself to shift his attention to eating, Lin Shan no longer felt the inexplicable fear. People who eat have a good spirit of eating, and those who eat are all good souls. It's so hot. Hot. It was obviously very hot in the mouth, but he didn't spit it out. Instead, he breathed out while eating. Soon, the whole red eyebrow fish was eaten, leaving only the fish bones, head and tail. Put the eaten red eyebrow fish on the crab claw shell and take it to the beach to throw it away tomorrow. Oh my God, I ate a 3 or 4 pound fish and I'm not even full? What did I become so hungry? Lin Shan rubbed his belly and said in surprise. Luckily, he still had seafood soup. The 2 crab claws are also ready. Lin Shan plans to use the intact one for tomorrow's breakfast, and the other one is for seafood soup. Looking at the boiling soup inside, it looks delicious. Eat, eat. Lin Shan accurately picked up a piece of scallop with chopsticks made of dry branches. It was very big, almost the size of a ping pong ball. It's so late, so delicious. Lin Shan said happily. Sure enough, I feel good when I eat. Soon, Lin Shan, who had eaten and drunk his fill, started selling toilet paper on the chat channel. The price was still the same. 10 pieces of wood for 690 packs of toilet paper. This time, he didn't need stones, and he could make toilet paper again by selling wood. As soon as it was mentioned in the chat channel, it was sold out in an instant. Lin Shan was not surprised at all. People have 3 urgent needs, and in a sense, some of them are more important than eating. So before other companies come up with toilet paper, he has to sell as much toilet paper as he can. The crab claws were successfully exchanged for tomorrow's breakfast, and the person he traded with was one of the people with the self-destructing talent that Lin Shan saw last time, the one who received a random food every day. His name was Zhang Yi, and he had already been added as a friend. After all, he was the only one who could provide him with a stable source of food. TSK, 6,900 pieces of wood. If all were made into toilet paper, that would mean 69,000 pieces of wood could be sold. It turns out that monopoly business is profitable. Lin Shan came to the production table with a smile, and then made all the wood into toilet paper again. There are more than 90,000 people. No matter how many he produces, it will not be enough. It will have to be at least several times the number of survivors before sales will start to slow down. What Lin Shan, who was working at the production table, didn't know was that waves were gradually appearing on the sea surface. Chapter 23: Murloc Invasion. It takes 1 second to make toilet paper on the production table, so 6,900 packs of toilet paper will take about 2 hours. Click make all. With nothing to do, Lin Shan had no choice but to open the chat channel and watch others bragging and showing off. After all, there's show-offs everywhere. Look, as soon as I opened it, I saw someone having fun. You know what? That shallow sea crab's huge claws almost pinched me, but unfortunately, I managed to dodge it in the end. Damn it. After all this talk, you ended up escaping from the shallow sea crabs? Then why were you so cocky? Why don't you use the boss's method? Shallow sea crabs are slower than we are at running speed. Didn't the bosses say we could lure them to the lighthouse and then close the door and attack them? Boss's method is very effective, but consumes a lot of lighthouse energy. No need. Haven't other bosses already counted them? Wooden treasure chests have few good items. It's not worth it unless you come across a treasure chest above black iron. After all this talk, I haven't even seen a single shallow sea crab. Damn it. In 2 days, I've only found 4 wooden treasure chests, and the highest one is only 3 stars. By the way, why doesn't Mr. Huang Xian make a guide for shallow water crabs? The guy above. You've never caught a crab before? Shallow sea crabs are just larger crabs after all. Their weaknesses are obvious. You can't attack them from behind. No. I wonder if the Murloc will come again today. Yeah, not only are the Murlocs pretty weak, they also drop treasure chests. I hope they come today too. Only the Murlocs can't break the wooden door, otherwise you would be screaming. Brother Huang Xian's strategy has been pinned to the top of the list. What are you afraid of? The weaknesses are right in front of your mouth, but you won't take them, right? Seeing the chat channel talking about Murlocs, Lin Shan was stunned. So, the treasure chest at the door this morning was dropped by a Murloc? He must have died from the impact of the ice crystals. What happened to his body? Was he eaten by the creature in the fog? And Blood Eye, I wonder if he's dead? If he's not dead, will he come back today? Lin Shan looked at the barrage on the chat channel and murmured. Come, 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 it seems like they're coming. The fishmen are coming. Everyone, hurry up and act. Holy crap, the fishman on my side actually has a knife? Even though it's tattered. Awesome. My Murloc is carrying a treasure chest. Is he bringing me a gift? This Murloc is really good at cooking. I love it. Hee. Envy, I don't have any Murlocs here. Maybe it's not time yet. Lin Shan, huh? The Murlocs are coming. After closing the chat channel, Lin Shan stood up, walked to the window, and looked towards the sea. Under the illumination of the blue candlelight, the entire island is clearly visible. Then Lin Shan got goosebumps. Too many. Dense groups of fishmen kept swimming out of the sea onto the island. There were more than a dozen of them landing on the island, and the waves in the sea were constantly shaking. Obviously, there's still fishmen swimming up from the bottom of the sea. Oh my god, it's really too conspicuous. The group of mere people did not come to the lighthouse immediately, but wandered around the beach. However, it was obvious that they were not unwilling to come up, but were waiting for the remaining mere people in the sea to come ashore. After more than half an hour, the sea finally calmed down, and what replaced it were densely packed fishmen on the coast. Lin Shan counted 38 of them, 13 of whom were armed. There are 19 Murlocs with nothing, 5 Murlocs carrying treasure chests, and a Murloc who obviously looks like a leader, who is 2 times bigger than the other Murlocs. The weapon in its hand is also better than the tattered weapons of other Murlocs, and most importantly, it is wearing a crown. Murloc King. Lin Shan looked at the fishman who was leading the way towards the lighthouse, and asked in confusion. Looking at the dark group of fishmen, Lin Shan couldn't help but open his backpack and take a look again. This was the nth time he had checked his backpack. I saw that there were more than 3,450 pieces of wood and stones in the backpack. That's right, they've sold all the toilet paper, and that's his confidence, because after the upgrade, the lighthouse's energy will be fully restored. Over 3,400 wood and stone should be enough for me to reach White 9 star, right? So, that means I need 8 full energy attempts, right? Should it be enough for me to get through this crisis? Lin Shan silently looked at the attacking group of fish and murmured. Although it is very dangerous, if you kill all these fishmen, the rewards will be huge. Putting aside other things, those 5 Murlocs carrying treasure chests represent 5 treasure chests, not to mention that there's a chance that the Murlocs will drop treasure chests. That's right, the Murloc doesn't always drop treasure chests. Someone mentioned this in the chat channel. The coast is not very far from the lighthouse in the center of the island, only about 20 meters. It was originally 40 meters, but 1/3 of it has been submerged by the rising tide. In a few minutes, the fish swarm surrounded the lighthouse. Fortunately, Lin Shan had closed the window in advance. Otherwise, I was really afraid that the fishmen would jump in directly. Quack, quack. Girawala. The fishmen outside started to make noise, and it seemed like they were discussing how to attack. Lin Shan frowned as he passed through the doorway, then looked at the merman closest to the door, who was about half a meter away and was staring at the wooden door with a dull expression, waiting for the Merman King's instructions. Standing so close? Then I'll start with you. Lin Shan looked at the fishman holding a knife in front of him and whispered. Then, the black iron spear slowly stretched out of the doorway, and then quickly stabbed towards the fishman's head. Puff! The black iron spear smoothly penetrated the fishman's head and then quickly retracted. Bang! The dead fishman fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Suddenly, there was silence outside, and all the fishmen looked at the dead fishman lying on the ground in confusion. After a few seconds, the Murloc King reacted and shouted angrily, and then a group of Murlocs began to attack the wooden door. The broken weapons kept hitting the wooden door, constantly consuming the energy of the lighthouse. Lin Shan opened it and took a look, then breathed a sigh of relief. The dropping speed was not very fast, and one wave of attack only dropped one of the lighthouse's energy. The frequency of the fishman's attacks is not high, about one round every 2 or 3 seconds. In other words, 100 of the lighthouse's energy can last for at least 300 seconds. However, Lin Shan discovered that there were only 4 or 5 Murlocs that could attack the wooden door. If other Murlocs attacked the windows, the energy consumption of the lighthouse would double. Therefore, Lin Shan would definitely not sit and wait for death. He directly fought back with a black iron spear at the door. Chapter 24, The Murloc King Takes Action. Seeing a group of dwarf merfolk attacking his wooden door, could Lin Shan bear it? Definitely not. So, Lin Shan stood behind the door with a black iron spear, secretly aiming at the next victim fish. Then, puff, precise, fast, decisive. Another fishman died tragically at the hands of a gun. Uproar. The Murloc on the side pushed the dead Murloc with a puzzled look, wondering why it didn't attack anymore. Then with a push, the fishman fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. After seeing another companion fall, the fishmen became even more angry after a while of shouting, waving their weapons, and chopping the wooden door frantically. As for the dead Murloc, he was dragged out by the Murloc behind him, so he didn't take up space. With the blessing of anger, the fishman's attack speed and attack power have obviously increased to a higher level, from 2 or 3 seconds to 1 or 2 seconds. The force also became heavier. Lin Shan didn't care about the fish people's anger. The black iron spear in his hand went in and out of the doorway, bringing up blood-red spots. One by one, the Murlocs fell. Soon, 7 or 8 Murlocs died under the black iron spears. The dead Murlocs were dragged out as usual, and the weapons in their hand were taken away by the unarmed Murlocs, who then joined in attacking the wooden door of the lighthouse. The lighthouse's energy was constantly being consumed and soon ran out. At the same time, Lin Shan also discovered that when the lighthouse's energy was less than 50, the blue candlelight became noticeably dimmer, and its range also decreased from 600 meters to 300 meters. Obviously, the intensity of a candle flame is related to energy. Come to think of it, but now is not the time to think about this. Lin Shan went directly to the control panel, clicked on the lighthouse page, and immediately clicked on the upgrade. In an instant, the lighthouse changed from white 2 stars to white 3 stars, and its energy was restored to 100. But a serious problem arose. Lin Shan looked at the intact wooden door and couldn't help rubbing the corners of his mouth. Wow, there's no door hole. After getting closer, Lin Shan discovered that the wooden door was not intact either. The door opening was gone, leaving only 3 or 4 gaps as big as a fingertip. Unfortunately, it is too narrow and the black iron spear cannot pass through. This is troublesome. I've only killed 16 Murlocs, and there are 22 left, including a Murloc King. If we leave them alone, no amount of energy will be enough. Lin Shan looked at the wooden door and said solemnly, "Bang, bang, bang." The sound of knocking on the door never stopped. The fish people are very hardworking. After thinking for a long time, Lin Shan decided to use ice crystal shooting to attack the Murloc. Now the Murlocs are attacking the wooden door in groups. If one ice crystal goes down and explodes, it can take away at least 3 or 4 Murlocs. That is, if enough water-based supernatural attributes are input. The power of ice crystals will also be greatly increased. But there is no need to do so. After all, it was at the door. If the power was too great and destroyed all the energy of the lighthouse in one go, Lin Shan would have no place to cry. You know, the last time a little bit of the ice crystal condensed from the extraordinary water attribute, it exploded 40 of its energy. Although I don't know whether the white 3-star lighthouse will be more durable, for safety's sake, it's better not to commit suicide. It's a pity that the door and the window are not in the same direction. Otherwise, I could use the window to launch a sneak attack. After thinking about it, Lin Shan ran directly to the top of the lighthouse on the 2nd floor. When I went up to the 2nd floor and looked down, I could see the fishmen gathered at the door. Although I couldn't see those close to the door, it was enough. An ice crystal immediately condensed in Lin Shan's hand, and then, Ikung! The ice crystal fell from top to bottom and directly pierced into a Murloc in the pile of Murlocs. In an instant, the Murloc died and the ice crystal exploded. Bang! The ice crystals exploded, cold fog spread, and the surrounding fishmen were directly turned into frozen fish, with a hard layer of ice covering their surface. The fishman hit by the ice crystal was directly turned into ice chips. Oh my god, the ice crystals formed by 2 extraordinary attributes are so powerful. Half of the 21 Murlocs were instantly killed. Lin Shan was a little surprised. This time, the fish people were scared. They were not afraid of ordinary attacks, but it was different for extraordinary attacks. The remaining surviving Murlocs ran back to the Murloc King and started to cry. The Fish King was filled with anger after hearing the chirping and howling. Just as he was about to push the school of fish away, he found an ice crystal flying towards them. Nonsense. The Mare people gathered around the Merman King. How could Lin Shan not seize such a good opportunity? Lin Shan, God is really helping me. Now, isn't the whole army annihilated? These are 2 ice crystals with extraordinary properties. But the next second, Lin Shan's pupil shrank. A fireball hit the ice crystal directly, and the 2 collided, causing an explosion. What the hell? Lin Shan looked at everything happening in front of him in surprise. Soon, the steam produced by the collision of ice fog and flames was blown away by the sea breeze. And at the same time, the group of fish people came into view again. Then Lin Shan was surprised to find that a magic wand appeared in the hand of the Murloc King. Is the Murloc King a transcendent? Or is it because of that staff? Lin Shan looked at the staff in the Murloc King's hand and murmured, Walala. The Fishman King started yelling at Lin Shan upstairs. It's a pity that the species are different, let alone the language. Lin Shan, what are you calling me? I don't understand. After saying that, he shot an ice crystal down. Uproar. Looking at the ice crystals that appeared again, the Murloc King angrily waved the staff in his hand, and then the staff emitted a blazing light, and then a fireball rushed out directly from the staff. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but squint his eyes. Now he was sure that it was the staff in the hands of the Murloc King that created the fireball. In other words, the staff was an extraordinary weapon? Lin Shan glanced at his water-based extraordinary attribute, which still had 6 points, enough for him to launch 6 ice crystal shots. Try it out. Another ice crystal rushed down. When the Murloc King saw this, his huge fish eyes were filled with shock. Why could the other party's staff be used so many times? It's no wonder that the Murloc King thinks so, because he has a magic wand in his hand, so he naturally thinks that all supernatural powers are emitted from the magic wand just like him. Although he was shocked, the Murloc King used his staff again. Suddenly, a fireball shot into the sky and collided with the ice crystal again. But the next second, another ice crystal broke through the steam and hit the Fishman King's chest directly in front of his incredulous gaze. Then, bang, the ice crystals exploded, and the Murloc King turned directly into ice chips. The staff in his hand fell directly to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Chapter 25 The World is announced. Once the Murloc King died, the remaining Murlocs panicked. After a while of chattering, they ran to the beach. Looking at the fisherman fleeing in panic, how could Lin Shan let him go? He quickly went downstairs, opened the door, and chased after him. Fortunately, the fisherman was not very fast on land, and his flippers did not make it convenient for him to run quickly. Hello, it's hunting time, Lin Shan said with a sneer, holding a black iron spear. Turning your back on the enemy, especially one that is stronger than you, will only lead to your death faster. So, soon the first fishman was shot in the head from behind by Lin Shan. Pulling out his black iron spear, Lin Shan continued to pursue. 1, 2, 3. Soon, there were only 2 mermen left, and they were still a few meters away from the sea. Victory was just around the corner, and the 2 fishmen's big eyes lit up. Pa pa pa! Already stepped onto the sea water. Snap! In the end, the Murloc was frozen into an ice sculpture on the beach. Lin Shan swung his black iron spear and said with a smile, "How could I possibly let you get away?" At this point, 38 Murlocs died, tragically on the tidal island, and the murderer who caused all this was walking happily towards the beach. Because the Murlocs on the beach can drop treasure chests, but they don't guarantee to drop treasure chests. 38 Murlocs. In total, only half of the wooden treasure chests were harvested, including the treasure chest on the fishman carrying the treasure chest. However, the Murloc King did drop a black iron treasure chest. Just when Lin Shan arrived at the beach and picked up the wooden treasure chest, golden subtitles suddenly appeared in the dark sky. World System Announcement, ding! Congratulations to the 88888888 Tower Guardian, Lin Shan, for being the first to destroy the Siren Tribe. Reward all Tower Guards in the 88888888 area. Bronze Treasure Chest 1, Black Iron Treasure Chest 1, Wooden Treasure Chest 1, Appraisal Ability Crystal 1. In the dark night sky, not only was the World System Announcement broadcast 3 times in succession, but there were also golden subtitles shining in the sky. Even the sea fog can't stop it. As soon as this world announcement came out, everyone, whether they were sleeping or guarding the wooden door to kill the sirens, became excited. Everyone was discussing Lin Shan, and many people were envious and jealous of the people in District 88888888, especially those in Districts 888, 8888, and 888, 888, 8888. One wishes he had one more 8, the other wishes he had one less 8. The people in area 88888888 were the most excited. On the chat channel, after the first message of Big Brother Lin Shan is awesome appeared, repeaters started to appear. There were more than 90,000 messages of Big Brother Lin Shan is awesome in total. Unfortunately, Lin Shan doesn't have time to open the chat channel now. Otherwise, he would have to pretend to be quiet. After he collected all the treasure chests dropped by the Murlocs, he began to collect the bodies. You can't just leave the Murloc's body on the island, right? After thinking about it, I decided to throw them all into the reef area to make a nest. Fortunately, the fishman is not very heavy, only about 40 or 50 kilograms. There were about 26 fishman corpses left, and all that was left were ice chips. Lin Shan swept them into a pile, then packed them up in crab claw shells and threw them away. After more than an hour of processing, everything was finally cleaned up. Phew, I'm so tired, but now I can finally take a good look at today's harvest. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan drank a few sips of water before starting to take inventory. First of all, there are treasure chests dropped by the Murlocs. A total of 13 wooden treasure chests with 1 to 3 stars, 1 black iron treasure chest, and a pile of broken weapons, which are piled outside the lighthouse. A staff of the Murloc King. This is the harvest from killing the fishmen today. The following are the rewards from the system. First, here are the rewards shared by Area 88888888. 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 black iron treasure chest, 1 wooden treasure chest, and 1 appraisal skill crystal. Next, there is his personal exclusive reward. System, congratulations to the Tower Guardian, Lin Shan. You have received exclusive rewards. 1 extraordinary attribute treasure chest, 1 random purple 1 to 9 star ability crystal, 1 random special equipment, and plus 1 legendary degree. Lin Shan took it directly, and then looked at the densely packed treasure chests in front of him, muttering involuntarily. It's made a lot of money. Lin Shan couldn't stop smiling. After a few minutes, I slowly calmed down my excitement and started to tidy up. First, the 1-star wooden treasure chests are stacked together. The 2-star ones are stacked together. Then the 3-star ones, followed by the black iron treasure chests, bronze treasure chests, and extraordinary attribute treasure chests. Finally, the appraisal crystal, random purple ability crystal, random special equipment, and magic wand are all placed on the wood. After finishing the sorting, Lin Shan started opening the 1-star wooden treasure chest directly. There are 7 1-star wooden treasure chests, all dropped by Murlocs. Soon, Lin Shan opened all the boxes and obtained 8 pieces of black bread, 5 pieces of pure water, 68 pieces of wood, and 41 pieces of stone. Lin Shan was not surprised by this, as there really wasn't anything good in the wooden treasure chest. Basically, apart from black bread and purified water, these are the basic resources. Then the 2-star wooden treasure chest and the 3-star wooden treasure chest were opened one by one. Obtained 9 pieces of brown bread, 11 pieces of pure water, 142 pieces of wood, 71 pieces of stone, 1 white 3-star iron pot, 3 water apples, and a set of 1-star white cotton padded clothes. The iron pot and cotton coat come from a 3-star wooden treasure chest. After sorting out the supplies from the wooden treasure chest, Lin Shan looked at the black iron treasure chest. I have a black iron treasure chest. I wonder what goodies can be found in it. There are 2 black iron treasure chests, both green 3-star. However, the black iron treasure chest rewarded by the system is effective, with a 10 chance of containing high-rated items. Snap. System. Obtain smokeless charcoal blueprint 1, merman gill 1. What did he see? Merman gills? What's the use of those? Name. Smokeless charcoal drawing. Category. Drawings. Rating. Green 1. Effect. Allows the crafting station to learn how to make smokeless charcoal. Evaluation. Smokeless charcoal not only does not emit choking smoke, but also burns for a long time and at high temperature. Just let the production table record and learn. Then look at the merman's gills. Name. Merman gill. Category. Special items. Rating. Green 5. Effect. Underwater breathing. Evaluation. The gills of a murloc are attached behind the ears and can be used to breathe underwater for a short period of time. Lin Shan was a little surprised. This fishman gill turned out to be a good thing, unexpectedly. Especially for those who own Coral Coast, is a real treasure. Not bad. Lin Shan put on the wooden table with satisfaction, and then looked at the black iron treasure chest rewarded by the system. Snap. System. Obtain. Chapter 26. Rich. System. Obtain fertile farmland blueprint 1, bronze light crossbow 1. 2 items, okay. Lin Shan checked it out immediately. Name. Fertile farmland drawing. Category. One-time drawings. Rating. Green 6. Effect. After use. Obtain 1 to 9 squares of fertile land. Comment. A disposable drawing that doesn't require any materials. Just use it and you're done. Oh wow. Lin Shan's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Farming. This thing is very useful on the island. You know, if you don't eat fruits and vegetables for a long time, you will get scurvy. After thinking about it, Lin Shan directly clicked to use it. System. Obtain fertile land 1. Name. Good farm. Category. Architecture. Rating. Green 6. Effect. Has 6 planting slots. Evaluation. Good farmland can shorten the growth time of crops and is a favorite of farmers. Note. Only one type of crop can be grown on one grid of good farmland. 6 squares? Not bad, I hit the mark. Lin Shan was very satisfied and planned to settle down in the grove. As for why it wasn't built near a lighthouse, there's no need to think about it, as it could easily be destroyed by invaders. Then Lin Shan looked at the second item with anticipation. Name. Bronze light crossbow. Category. Weapons. Rating. Blue 1. Effect. Penetration. Evaluation. When shooting with a knock, the feathered arrow will have a certain amount of penetrating power, easily piercing the shells of shallow sea crabs. A blue 1-star ranged weapon? This makes it easier to defend the tower. All we have to do is shoot down from the 2nd floor. Lin Shan was very satisfied, but it was a pity that he didn't have any feather arrows. He would wait and see if anyone in the chat channel could offer some feather arrows or feather arrow blueprints. Great. Next up is the bronze chest. Try your best, and don't let the iron chest outdo you. I don't want a yellow one. A 9 blue one will be fine too. Lin Shan looked at the bronze treasure chest and murmured. Then Lin Shan clasped his hands together and whispered, "Oh my God, I'm willing to sacrifice 1 day of the lifespan of everyone on the World Channel in exchange for a huge explosion of bronze treasure chests." Then turn it on. Squeak. System. Obtain bronze arrow rain 1. What the hell? Just 1. Lin Shan looked at the prompt in disbelief, then reluctantly opened his backpack and frowned as he looked at the new item. After opening so many treasure chests, Lin Shan actually had some guesses. The fewer items in the treasure chest, the higher the rating of the items. However, in the early stages, it is better to have more items. But now that it has become a reality, Lin Shan has no way to complain and can only click to view. Name: Bronze Arrow Rain. Category: Special Equipment. Rating: Blue 7. Effect: Triple Shot Bronze Arrow. Evaluation: This is a special lighthouse, a special equipment for the Arrow Tower, and can only be equipped on the Arrow Tower. Lin Shan suddenly remembered that there seemed to be someone in his area who had obtained a special lighthouse. An Arrow Tower? Well, I can ask later. This thing is undoubtedly very powerful, but unfortunately, it is an exclusive equipment. Lin Shan shook his head helplessly, then looked at the last treasure chest, a treasure chest with random, extraordinary attributes. Name: Random Extraordinary Attribute Treasure Box. Category: Special Treasure Box. Rating: Black 9. Effect: After opening, a supernatural fruit, supernatural item, supernatural ability, or one of the supernatural techniques will appear. Special effect: Increases the probability of using extraordinary skills by 50 note. This is a reward for the brave. Evaluation: This special treasure chest with extraordinary attributes is one of the treasure chests that any extraordinary person dreams of. Black? What level is this? Lin Shan looked at the black color in the rating with a puzzled look on his face and murmured in confusion. It is known that the current ratings are white, green, blue, yellow, and purple. Could it be that black is a color above purple? It doesn't seem to be the case. I remember the last time I got a deep-sea treasure chest. It was a yellow 9-star one, and it was displayed. There is also a deep-sea sharp pearl, which was purple and also displayed its level. And the black rating hasn't shown the corresponding color yet, so the purple is going up, so it shouldn't be black, but some other color. Lin Shan speculated. There were a few more rating colors to choose from, so Lin Shan hesitated for a moment and then turned his attention back to the treasure chest. Lin Shan came to the fireplace, picked up 3 dry branches, and lit them on the fire in the fireplace. Then Lin Shan tidied up his clothes, coughed twice, and started praying to God. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Tathagata Buddha, Jade Emperor, the 3 pure ones, please bless me to open the treasure chest and get a huge explosion. After the ritual was completed and the dry branches used as incense were thrown into the fire, Lin Shan couldn't wait to come to the treasure chest and open it directly. Snap. System. Obtain Extraordinary Fruit 1, Extraordinary Fruit 1, Extraordinary Fruit 1, Extraordinary Skill 1. Did it really explode? Lin Shan murmured in disbelief, and the next second, he looked around with glowing eyes. Name: Extraordinary Fruit. Category: Natural Materials and Treasures. Rating: Green 1. Effect: After consumption, randomly increase 1 point of extraordinary attribute. Evaluation: The lowest level of extraordinary fruit, but also a treasure that countless people dream of. Then Lin Shan looked at the other 2 extraordinary fruits. One was a green 3-star one, which could increase 3 points of random extraordinary attributes after eating, and the other was a blue 1-star one. After eating it, you can increase 10 points of random extraordinary attributes. After Lin Shan finished looking at the attributes, he said, a total of 14 random extraordinary attributes? I hope more of them can be added to the water-type extraordinary attributes. After all, Lin Shan's highest extraordinary attribute now is the water-related extraordinary attribute. There are 3 extraordinary fruits, but they are different in shape and color. Obviously, they are not the same kind. They are not very big. The smallest one is about the size of a strawberry, and the largest one is as big as a water apple. Lin Shan ate 3 fruits with extraordinary properties directly. There's no need to keep this kind of stuff. You have to eat it morning or night. Lin Shan suddenly felt his body getting hot, but he recovered quickly. What the hell? Is it because of the extraordinary fruit? But there was no such effect before. Lin Shan said with some doubt. Open your personal panel and take a look. Name: Lin Shan. Strength: Extraordinary. Talent: Gift of Destiny. Ability: Ice crystal shooting, underwater breathing. Extraordinary attributes: Water +14, Fire +3, Wood +2, Mystic +5, Constitution +1. Evaluation: A new transcendent, whose transcendent attribute just exceeds 10 points. There are 3 more extraordinary attributes: Wood, Mystery, and Constitution. Extraordinary Constitution. Lin Shan was a little confused. If his physique was extraordinary, then what about strength and agility? Shouldn't they be there too? Chapter 27, The Key of Destiny. So, it seems that the heat in his body just now was caused by his extraordinary physique? I don't know what the effect is, but it should be related to his body. Could it be that he has turned into flesh? Lin Shan looked up and down his arm and felt that the muscles had become a little stiffer. He didn't know if it was an illusion. After thinking about it, Lin Shan took out the black iron spear. Oh my god, it's so light. Lin Shan weighed the black iron spear in his hand with some surprise. The black iron spear weighed about 30 pounds, and it felt a bit heavy at first, but now it felt much lighter, at least about 1/3 lighter. It seems that the extraordinary physique really strengthens the body, and the strength is increased a lot. Lin Shan smiled excitedly. After the excitement subsided, Lin Shan looked at the martial arts technique in his backpack. This was the most important thing. Name: Extraordinary Kung Fu. Category: Gongfa. Rating: Black 9. Effect: after use, it will form the most suitable technique for the user. Special effect: while forming a technique, it will also create a unique profession. This is a reward for the brave. Evaluation: this is the beginning of an extraordinary family. Black again? Could it be that black is a special rating? Lin Shan said doubtfully. But this effect is pretty amazing. Not only do you get a technique, but you even get job inheritance? I wonder if the second and third place winners will get the same treatment. Lin Shan muttered as he used it directly. System: the method is being formed. Please wait. System: occupation is being formed. Please wait. After looking at the system prompt twice, Lin Shan ignored it and looked at the items on the table. Look at the 4 items on the table. Well, after thinking about it, I'll check the staff first. Name: Fireball Staff. Category: Extraordinary Weapons. Rating: Green 6. Effect: Fireball 0/3. Evaluation: low-level supernatural weapon. Can fire fireballs with supernatural properties 3 times a day. Sure enough, it's a pity that it's useless to me. I can pick it up and sell it. At this stage, I'm sure it will sell well. After saying that, Lin Shan looked at the other 3 items, thought for a while, and picked up the appraisal crystal stone. Name: Identification Crystal. Category: Ability Crystal. Rating: Blue 9. Effect: Identification. Learning requirements: none. Evaluation: based on my experience, this is a piece of junk. Just learn it directly. In an instant, the identification crystal stone turned into a ray of light and rushed into Lin Shan's eyebrows. Lin Shan, who had experienced this once, was not panicked. As the identification technique entered his mind, a lot of information about it soon flooded into his mind. After a while, Lin Shan came back to his senses. He rubbed his brows. Could it be that every time he learned a skill, it would come back like this? If so, then when he learned a skill in the future, he would have to study in a safe place, such as a lighthouse. With the identification technique, you'll be able to check the attributes of sea beasts and sirens in the future. However, according to the information from the identification technique, the identification result is determined by the mental power of both parties. In other words, if the other party's mental power is relatively high, you may not be able to identify any information, but on the contrary, if the other party's mental power is lower than yours, then the identification information will be very detailed. In addition, the mysterious extraordinary attributes can resist the identification of the appraisal technique and have a higher priority than the extraordinary mental power. So, my 5 points of mysterious and extraordinary attributes can at least offset 5 points of the opponent's mental strength. Not bad. I didn't expect to discover a function of mysterious attributes so quickly. After checking the identification information, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. Finally, Lin Shan looked at the random purple ability crystals and random special equipment on the table. Name: Random purple 1 to 9 ability crystals. Category: Special items. Rating: Purple 1 to 9. Effect: after use, randomly obtain purple 1 to 9 ability crystals. Special effect: guaranteed for. This is a reward for the brave. Comment: purple color, isn't it delicious? Advanced abilities. Unless your extraordinary attributes are above 100 points, you're not even qualified to use them. Newbie. Lin Shan glanced at the review and clicked to use it. System: obtain astral crystal. Lin Shan clicked to view. Name: Astral Crystal. Category: Ability Crystal. Rating: Purple 7. Effect: Starlight Attack, Starlight Defense, Starlight Healing. Learning requirements: at least 10 points of mysterious and extraordinary attributes are required. Evaluation: a perfect ability that combines attack, defense, and healing. Unfortunately, it has strict usage requirements. If the mystical supernatural attribute is less than 300 points, it is not recommended for use. Of course, if the mystical supernatural attribute is less than 100, you are not even qualified to use it. Looking at the astral magic crystal in front of him, Lin Shan had a premonition that if he studied it now, then with a bang his entire head would explode. This premonition came out of nowhere, but it made Lin Shan a little frightened. Lin Shan looked at the requirements and grumbled. 10 points of mystical and extraordinary attributes? I don't trust you. Even if you don't die, you'll become an idiot. 100 points of mystical attributes guaranteed, right? Since you can't study at this stage, just put it in your backpack and let it gather dust. The last one. Name, random special equipment. Category, special items. Rating, purple 6. Effect, after use, obtain a special equipment ranging from purple 1 to red 1. Evaluation, special equipment is unique and has special effect attributes. Huh, red follows purple? Black is indeed special. Lin Shan looked at the red one and couldn't help muttering. Then, use it directly. Come on, let's make a big splash. System, obtain the Key of Destiny. Name, Key of Destiny unique. Category, special equipment. Rating, red 1, growth possible. Effect, mysticism plus 10, mental power plus 10. Special effect, Gate of Destiny. Evaluation, fate is everywhere, and no one knows what lies behind the gate of fate. Tip, a rare and unique growth equipment, requiring a soul contract to bind. Use. Lin Shan blinked, accepted it, and then shouted excitedly. Oh yeah, it's shipped. It's a huge hit. It's Sita. Lin Shan suddenly stopped, then looked at the golden key in his hand with a confused look on his face, and asked doubtfully, soul contract? How do you make a contract? You know how to use blood to recognize the master? This soul, what's going on? Just when Lin Shan was feeling puzzled, the Key of Destiny in his hand suddenly emitted a faint golden light. At the same time, the gift of destiny also flickered, as if responding and resonating. Then, Lin Shan inexplicably formed a contract with the Key of Destiny. Chapter 28 by Incel. Lin Shan looked at the Key of Destiny in his hand in confusion. How could he have signed a contract for no apparent reason? However, after signing the contract, Lin Shan also knew the specific effects of the Gate of Destiny. To put it simply, it is to summon a door and then open it with the Key of Destiny, but no one knows what is behind the door. It is completely unknown. However, behind the Gate of Destiny, there will basically be something that the user urgently needs. However, in order to summon the Gate of Destiny, not only does one need a large amount of mysterious and extraordinary attributes, but one also has to wait until the Key of Destiny is full of energy. Scratching his head, he couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and directly put the Key of Destiny into his mind. That's right, after the contract was signed, the Key of Destiny stayed in the mind. I don't know how such a big key stayed in the mind. Or is it just a vague concept in the mind? I've finished watching them all. It could be said to be a great harvest. Lin Shan looked at the items on the table and the ground with satisfaction. His backpack only had 10 slots, so most of the items were placed in the lighthouse. The backpack holds the items he needs. After taking a look at the extraordinary skills and professions and seeing that they were still taking shape, he ignored them. After thinking about it, Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel. He wanted to make a transaction. Now that everyone has a bronze treasure chest, why not take a look and see what good stuff there is? Lin Shan said with some anticipation. Also, the bronze crossbow in his hand doesn't have any feather arrows yet. Can anyone give me the feather arrow blueprint? I'm rich, brothers and sisters. I opened a blue-rated item, thanks to boss Lin Shan. It's really amazing. The other regions must be envious, right? The one upstairs is cool. Not garlic. The garlic exploded? Right? Family, I found a piece of equipment with extraordinary attributes. Do you know what it is used for? Supernormal attributes? They should be required for abilities, right? The one above, I know this. I opened a supernatural weapon. It can release wind blades, showing that its power is a bit of wind-type supernatural power. Supernatural weapons? Oh, I'm so envious. There's nothing to envy. I also got a super weapon, but I can only use it once a day. Upstairs I was twice. What the hell? Why? Oh, and what's your rating? Green 4-star. I'm a green 3-star. Damn, I'm only 1 star off. The chat channel is very lively. After all, everyone has a bronze treasure chest now. If they get good stuff out of it, they have to show off, right? After diving for a while, Lin Shan started to do business. Lin Shan, everyone, I'm offering a transcendental weapon. Fireball Staff attribute image, Murloc Gills attribute image, and Bronze Arrow Rain attribute image. Holy crap. Look everyone, I caught a wild giant. Scratch your sister, that's your thigh. Get out of the way, don't block me from hugging your thigh. Big eyes are big eyes, they're all good things. Boss, what's the price of that bronze rain of arrows? I want it. Upstairs. I remember your lighthouse. It seems to be a special lighthouse, an arrow tower, right? Damn, I want Murloc Gills. Half of my seashore is covered in coral, but I haven't found much. Isn't the coral zone a rare sea area? Yes, my island is Coral Coast Island. Half or 2/3 of the area is Coral Coast. My place is exactly half of it. Fuck, the Fireball Staff is gone, and you're still nagging? The smart ones have already made an offer in secret. What? Holy shit, you bastards, you actually stole my house. Stupid guy. There's not enough porridge for many people, so the quicker the better. Lin Shan looked at the transaction information on DDDD and couldn't help but blink. Isn't this too much? All of a sudden, there were tens of thousands of them. However, most of them are looking for support, so Lin Shan filters them out directly. Fortunately, the chat channel has this function. Otherwise, if he really has to open them one by one, wouldn't that be too busy? After thinking about it, he realized that all 3 of his items were green or above, and the Bronze Arrow Rain was a blue 7-star item. So the minimum requirement for the transaction had to be at least green or above. After thinking about it, Lin Shan filtered out all those with a rating below green. In an instant, there were only about 20 transaction information left. Click on the first one to see. Boss, I want a Fireball Staff. Please picture. Click on the picture to see it directly. So why, Doug? No, it's a green 3-star dagger placed on a snow-white thigh. Lin Shan's eyes widened speechlessly, and then he grumbled. Do I look superficial? Humph. After silently clicking to save the picture, Lin Shan ruthlessly closed the transaction information. Then click on the second item, the third item, and read them one by one. Lin Shan finished looking through the listings quickly. There were hundreds of genuine deals in total, and a few of them looked pretty good. With more than 90,000 people, there must be many people who have obtained good things. Bronze treasure chests can open blue items. Unfortunately, except for one person, the rest have no blue items to trade. After thinking about it, Lin Shan clicked on one of the transaction information. Boss, I want the Bronze Arrow Tower. This is all the supplies I have, boss. Take your pick. Picture. There weren't many items. The other party had obviously displayed all the items that were green and above. There were also some blue ones, which should have been from bronze treasure chests. Lin Shan, is your lighthouse a special lighthouse or an arrow tower? Chim Bailey, boss, you know me? Hee, that's right, my lighthouse is the arrow tower. Lin Shan, I'm curious about the properties of the arrow tower. Can you send it to me? Chim Bailey, sure, there's nothing wrong with that. Boss, please wait a moment. Chim Bailey, okay, boss, take a look at the picture. Lin Shan clicks to view. Name Lighthouse. Category, Lighthouse. Rating, White 4. Main effect, Green Candlelight. Special effect, Arrow Tower. Energy, 73. Evaluation. This is a lighthouse that can launch a rain of arrows. Each time an arrow is launched, one of the energy is consumed. A lighthouse is still a lighthouse, but with a special effect. It seems that all subsequent lighthouses can become special lighthouses, but those who get them at the beginning are just one step ahead. Lin Shan murmured after reading the attributes. Lin Shan, thank you. How about exchanging this blue-rated item for this green item? Chun Bailey. Change. Thank you, big boss. Lin Shan nodded and clicked on the transaction. There is no need to worry about being cheated. The system will confirm the transaction between the two parties. You don't have to worry that after you click to confirm the transaction, the other party will suddenly remove the item and then click to trade for free. Chapter 29 Buy and Sell. The transaction was completed quickly. The Bronze Arrow Rain immediately disappeared from the backpack, and 2 new items appeared. Name Mixed Bait. Category, Props. Rating, Green 4. Effect, can attract marine creatures. Comment, you're not sure what you'll attract? A fish, a sea monster, or a siren? Because the green algae head attracted shallow sea crabs, and it also came with a black iron treasure chest. Lin Shan was still very interested in the bait. Name, Broken Iron Spear. Category, Weapons. Rating, Blue 3. Effect, Penetrating Heavy. Evaluation, a partially damaged heavy iron spear. A good condition would be rated at least blue 8. This spear is used to replace the black iron spear. Then, Lin Shan clicked on another transaction information. This one was about exchanging for a fireball staff. The other party offered a green 8-star item, but I don't know if it came from a bronze treasure chest or a black iron treasure chest. Although the 8-star fireball staff is 2 stars higher than the 6-star fireball staff, this thing is not calculated in this way. The fireball staff can be used as a trump card. The price is definitely a bit high. Lin Shan, brother, are you sure you want to trade for the fireball staff? It's a good thing. Chun Jinlin, that's right, boss, 1 for 1. Lin Shan, what do you mean by big boss? Aren't you a big boss yourself? Oh, and do you have any arrow feathers? Chun Jinlin, you're kidding, sir. How dare I compete with you? As for the arrow feathers, I don't have any, but a friend of mine did get a blueprint for a black iron arrow. However, it requires iron blocks, so it cannot be made. Lin Shan, I see. Okay then, let's trade first. I'll contact you when the iron appears later. Let's add each other as friends. Chun Jinlin, no problem, absolutely. The transaction was completed quickly. Name, Qingyan headscarf. Category, extraordinary equipment. Rating, green 8. Effect, mental power +4. Evaluation, this extraordinary piece of equipment is made from the tail feathers of a bluebird and contains a small amount of extraordinary spiritual power attributes. From a long-term perspective, Lin Shan got the better deal in this transaction, but from the current perspective, it was the other party who got the better deal. But as long as both parties are satisfied, that's fine. Isn't that what a deal is? If you are well, and I am well, then everyone will be well. As soon as the fireball staff was sold, the transaction information instantly decreased by 70 to 80%. It was obvious that most people came for the fireball staff. Unfortunately, the other bids were not very good. Not even a green 5-star one was offered. It was a complete joke. Just kidding, the fireball staff itself is a 6-star. Finally, the value of the murloc gills, like the bronze arrow rain, depends on personal needs. For those who need it, you can sell it at a good price. For those who don't really need it, it's just average. It's a 5-star special item after all. I won't exchange it for anything less than 6 stars. Lin Shan muttered as he opened the remaining transaction information to check. 90% of the transaction information was quickly eliminated, and finally 3 transaction information were left. Among these 3 people, one of them was trading a green 6-star weapon, which was a long sword. Lin Shan took a look and finally ruled it out. After all, he was currently using a spear. You can't bite off more than you can chew. Since you were first exposed to the spear, you should practice it well. Then, the second one, his information was the same as Chun Jinlin's. All items above green were taken out for him to choose from. Lin Shan hasn't examined this carefully yet. The last one taken out was a green 7-star prop, a ship lamp. From its effect, it can dispel the sea fog within 3 meters. Lin Shan was actually a little tempted by this thing, but he decided to see if the second person had anything good first. He would keep this one for now. If the second person didn't have anything good, he would exchange it for this boat lamp. Close the transaction information, then reopen the second person's transaction information and start checking it. The other party obviously has more items than Chin Bailey. Come to think of it, the other party is a special island after all, a coral island. Even if it can only be searched by diving for a short time, it is much better than an ordinary coastline. There are 6 items in total, 4 of which are green and 2 are blue. Trade? I'll definitely start with the good. Lin Shan said with a chuckle. Then click View. Name, Enchanting Conch. Category, Special Items. Rating, Blue 3. Effect, Charm. Evaluation. This conch records the enchanting sounds of low-level mermaids. It can release these enchanting sounds to enchant all life within a 10-meter radius. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, Can't you tell friend from foe? He touched his chin. This thing would be a good choice for Chun Bailey. After all, the lighthouse would not be affected. Look at the second blue item. Name Purple Coral. Category, Coral. Rating, Blue 2. Effect, Purify water and absorb toxins. Evaluation. Purple coral is a relatively rare quality among corals. It can absorb toxins in the water to purify the water. Huh? Purple coral? Just picked it off like that. Lin Shan said doubtfully, he even had his own blood-red coral growing, but the other party just picked it directly. Looking at the coral in front of me, I don't know if it can still survive, but this is it. The main reason is that the ship lights are not very useful now, and the fog is too dangerous, and it is not something we newbies can explore. Lin Shan, Wang Feng. Yes, boss, I finally waited for you. Lin Shan, Purple coral. Would you like to exchange it? Wong Feng. Switch, switch, switch. Boss, you don't know, I still have quite a few of these purple corals in my coral area. Unfortunately, they're all deep down, so I don't dare go down. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and grumbled. I see. Damn, is this the benefit of getting the coral zone right from the start? I'm a little envious. How would you get fat? The transaction is completed, and the purple coral is in hand. Lin Shan looked around and murmured, well, it seems like there's nothing else going on. After thinking about it, oh right, toilet paper. Lin Shan opened his backpack and took a look. Because of the invasion of the Murlocs just now, he had to exchange toilet paper for wood and stone. Now in his backpack, there were 2,470 pieces of wood and 3,289 pieces of stone. I opened the chat channel and found that no one had obtained the toilet paper blueprint. Lin Shan made all the remaining wood into toilet paper, and then he could go to sleep. After all, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. We have to get up early tomorrow. With so many fishmen making nests, I don't know how many sea beasts will be attracted. Then I lay on the bed and prepared to sleep, but I felt a little uncomfortable without a pillow and quilt. Finally, Lin Shan remembered that she still had a set of cotton clothes, so she used it as a pillow. The main reason is that it is not very cold now, which is probably due to the sunny and windy weather in the past 3 days. Chapter 30, the third day. It was a dreamless night. When Lin Shan opened his eyes, the sunlight was already shining in. It's dawn. After yawning, Lin Shan sat up. I picked up a bottle of purified water, rinsed my mouth, and washed my face, and suddenly I felt completely awake. I opened the panel to check the time. It was already 6:30. I was looking at today's weather conditions. Today's weather, sunny and windy. Weather effect, rare. When the tide goes out on your island, the treasure chest you obtain has a chance to upgrade to a level. Today's results are pretty good. Does the treasure chest have a chance to upgrade stars? Sure, I like it, Lin Shan said with a chuckle. Soon it was 7 o'clock. Ding. Reminder, the tide will recede in half an hour. Please seize the opportunity and search for resources. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to all tower defenders for successfully making it to the third day. Now you can unlock the following new features. System ding. The forging platform begins to deploy. System ding. Delivery successful. System ding. Trading system open. System ding. Port facilities begin deployment. System ding. Delivery successful. After reading the system announcement, Lin Shan murmured, sure enough, the forging platform was unlocked today. Does that mean Chen Jianlin can forge the black iron arrows now? After thinking about it, I decided to wait until the tide rises before asking. Looking at the forging table lined up with the control panel and production table, Lin Shan shrugged helplessly. The room became narrower again. Oh right, toilet paper. When he saw the production table, Lin Shan remembered that he had made toilet paper out of all the wood last night. 24,700 packs of toilet paper. After putting away the toilet paper, Lin Shan opened the trading system to check. The trading system has 2 pages, one for regional trading and the other for world trading. The difference between the two is obvious at a glance. World trading is gray and obviously not open yet. Lin Shan clicked on the regional transaction and started to look at it. The explanation is very simple. Every tower keeper has his own shop, and there are only 10 selling slots. That means each person can put up to 10 items on the shelf per day. However, the stacking is unlimited. After putting the item on the shelf, you just need to set the price, then click OK to put it on the shelf, and you're done. Because everyone has their own independent shop, you can enter your personal shop by clicking on your personal information in the chat channel. Most importantly, there is no price difference. Lin Shan likes this very much. Even if you put all the toilet paper on the shelves, the price is still 10 wood. In a short while, a large number of products appeared on the trading platform, and the items for sale were also varied. After taking a few glances, Lin Shan closed it and opened the chat channel to promote it. Finally, look towards the port. Above the system page, there's a port page, and Lin Shan clicks on it to check it out. Name port. Category, Island Architecture. Rating, White 1. Effect, None. Comment. The port is in such a dilapidated state that no one is willing to trade here. Upgrade requirements. Wood 0/100. System tips. The port is one of the important buildings. Please upgrade it as much as possible. The port will attract sea merchants and is also a facility for tower guards to go out and explore the island. After looking at the properties, Lin Shan picked up his breakfast, 1 piece of black bread and half a bottle of purified water, and walked out of the lighthouse room. Then you can see the port on the left side of the lighthouse. There's also a dirt road leading from the lighthouse to the port. Lin Shan looked and found that the window just happened to overlook the harbor. The tide hasn't receded yet, so let's go check out the harbor first. After saying that, Lin Shan ate breakfast while walking towards the port. Looking at the dilapidated wooden bridge in front of me, this is the port located in the beach area. Well, it is really rotten. The length of the wooden bridge is estimated to be about 10 meters, which exceeds the length of the island by about 2 meters. They were probably afraid that the ships would hit the island. Lin Shan walked up carefully, and the wooden bridge immediately began to creak. Damn, it's really bad. However, although it is very tattered, it will not be damaged if a person walks on it. Soon, the sea water receded. Lin Shan no longer looked at the wooden bridge at the port, but prepared to go to the sea. Now that they were in the beach area, Lin Shan was too lazy to run to the junction of the coral area and the reef area. Let's use the port as a starting point and make a circle. Lin Shan muttered as he looked towards the beach after the tide receded. The first thing I saw was some aggressive little creatures, crabs. Then came the basic resources like wood and stone. It seems that as time goes on, an ecosystem will gradually emerge around the island. Looking at the crabs crawling on the beach, Lin Shan touched his chin and guessed. Then, Lin Shan started to go to the beach to catch seafood today. The beach was still the same, all wood and stones, so Lin Shan quickly moved on to the coral area. Oh my god, colorful mantis shrimp. When Lin Shan first arrived at the junction of the beach area and the coral area, he saw a giant mantis shrimp in the coral area that was almost 2 meters long and colorful. Looking at the colorful mantis shrimps under the water, Lin Shan was a little surprised. Lin Shan also discovered that this colorful mantis shrimp was holding the corpse of a shallow sea crab and gnawing on it happily. Looking at the colorful mantis shrimp in front of him, Lin Shan was a little surprised. Being in water and on land are two different things. At least he would definitely not be able to beat the colorful mantis shrimp in water, of course, except using ice crystal shooting. Alright, doesn't the system reward identification skills? Let me take a look at the attributes of this colorful mantis shrimp first. Ding! Appraisal begins, detecting the target's extraordinary spiritual attributes. None. Appraisal successful, gaining 200 appraisal effect. Name 7 colored green shrimp. Strength, ordinary. Talent, rapid strike. Ability, hard shell, ambush. Extraordinary attributes, water +4, gold +7. Evaluation, a newly adult sea beast, the 7-colored green armored shrimp. Although its strength is only average, it only needs 1 punch from the opponent to defeat you. Excessive appraisal. The carapace of the colorful green shrimp has a hard shell property, making it an excellent material for crafting light armor. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a little surprised, and then murmured, although the strength is average, but I can see Tai Nai with 1 punch? Is it really that awesome? But Lin Shan turned around and thought about it, remembering that the colorful mantis shrimp on the blue planet could break shells, glass, etc. So he understood. Look at the shallow water crab being held and nibbled below. This is what happens if you underestimate the colorful mantis shrimp. Chapter 31, the reef area where sea beasts gather. The colorful mantis shrimps in the coral area were still gnawing on the crabs, motionless. Lin Shan felt that the ice crystal shooting could take care of them in one go, but first he had to see if there were any treasure chests around. Soon, Lin Shan found the treasure chest, a black iron treasure chest. It is placed on the coral about 2 meters in front of the mantis shrimp. Black iron treasure chest? Now we have no choice but to kill him. Lin Shan murmured as he looked at the colorful mantis shrimp. Then, Lin Shan slowly dived down. Perhaps it was because of the excessive water-related supernatural properties or the deep-sea mermaid pearl, but he swam underwater at an extremely fast speed, and it will not cause excessive fluctuations. Soon, Lin Shan came to a place about 3 meters behind the colorful mantis shrimp and then stopped. It would be risky to go up. Ice crystals gradually formed in his hands, and in an instant, the surrounding sea water began to turn cold. Lin Shan suddenly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the colorful mantis shrimp also felt the change in the seawater. He watched the colorful mantis shrimp gradually turn around. Lin Shan could only condense ice crystals quickly. Soon, ice crystals with 5 points of water-type extraordinary attribute energy were formed and then thrown. Whoosh! It stabbed the colorful mantis shrimp. As the ice crystals shot out, Lin Shan discovered that above the track where the ice crystals passed the seawater actually formed a few strands of ice debris. Snap! A freezing sound was heard. Lin Shan looked carefully and found that the colorful mantis shrimp had bin completely frozen into ice cubes and then slowly floated above the sea. His 5 points of supernatural energy is a bit powerful. Huh? Wait, he's still alive. Lin Shan looked at the colorful mantis shrimp in the ice in surprise as it slowly began to move its eyes and murmured in surprise. You know, this is not just 1 or 2 o'clock, but 5 o'clock. Suddenly, Lin Shan opened the identification result of the colorful mantis shrimp and then looked at the extraordinary attributes. 4 points of water-based extraordinary attributes. Could it be possible that attacks of the same attribute can resist each other? It's possible, but even if that's not possible, it can at least reduce the damage and effects of attacks of the same attribute, right? When you think about it this way, it's not surprising. Lin Shan murmured in his heart. Then, looking at the colorful mantis shrimps that were gradually adapting, Lin Shan did not use the ice crystal shooting again, but swam up quickly and then pushed the colorful mantis shrimps that were frozen into ice cubes to the shore. It's a bit cold. Lin Shan couldn't help but shudder, and then looked at the colorful mantis shrimp moving slowly in the ice cube, and found that the ice cube was not entirely ice, but ice water. This explained why the colorful mantis shrimp could move. Soon, Lin Shan pushed the big ice block ashore. Fortunately, it was in the sea. Lin Shan immediately pulled out his heavy iron spear, then looked at the colorful shrimp on the ice and said with a smile, "This is a blue 3-star weapon. You should feel honored to die with it." Oh wow. Lin Shan swung the spear slightly, then aimed it at the head of the colorful mantis shrimp, ready to kill it with one blow. Then poke hard. Snap! The heavy iron spear broke through the ice like a hot knife through butter, then accurately hit the head of the colorful mantis shrimp, and then broke the ice on the other side. Lin Shan said in amazement, "A little bit of supernatural physical attributes has at least doubled our strength." Of course, the reason why the heavy iron spear can break through the ice so smoothly is because the heavy iron spear itself is sharp, pointed, and heavy enough. After all, it is a blue-rated weapon. After confirming that the colorful mantis shrimp was dead, Lin Shan threw it directly onto the beach and would deal with it later. Now, he should first retrieve the treasure chest. Plop! There was a sound of someone falling into the water, and Lin Shan swam back to the black iron treasure chest guarded by the colorful mantis shrimp, and then put the treasure chest away. After taking a look at the broken corpse of the shallow sea crab, many small fish, crabs, shrimps, etc. came over to eat it after the colorful mantis shrimps were no longer intimidating. Then, Lin Shan started searching directly. By the way, where's the best place to put the purple coral? When Lin Shan was trading, he discovered that the purple coral was alive, so this purple coral could be placed in the coral area to reproduce. After thinking about it, Lin Shan glanced at the blood coral area. Although he didn't know whether the two would compete for resources, it would be better to cultivate them separately. Sea urchin? Suddenly, Lin Shan stopped, looked at the sea urchins on the coral below, and swam down quickly. Sea urchins usually eat algae on corals, right? Luckily, they're not starfish. Some starfish seem to eat coral polyps, right? He touched his chin and thought, forget it, I don't understand. Anyway, the island's ecology is gradually improving. As long as there is no human interference, the balance of the ecosystem will generally be maintained. After all, in the past, humans themselves were the biggest destroyers on the blue planet. After taking a look, Lin Shan continued searching. In addition to the black iron treasure chest guarded by the colorful mantis shrimp, Lin Shan also found 3 pearl shells and a green 3-star sea fish in the coral area. Unfortunately, he couldn't catch it in the water. Although the Lin Shan is flexible enough in the water, it is still not as good as the marine fish. Of course, if you use a long spear, it is easier to poke the fish. Crash! The seawater poured down on Lin Shan. I finally understand. The only resources that appear in the coral area are treasure chests and seafood. Lin Shan wiped the water stains off his face and said, "Next, we come to the key area, the reef area. I wonder how many sea beasts those mini murloc corpses yesterday will attract. Let's find a high reef and watch." After looking around, I soon saw a relatively high reef. Lin Shan trotted over and climbed directly up. As soon as he got there, Lin Shan discovered a lot of sea beasts, from shallow sea crabs to mantis shrimps, and he even discovered new sea beasts. 1, 2, 5, 6s. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. 8 sea beasts should be able to bring 5 or 6 treasure chests, right? Not all sea beasts will have treasure chests, just like not all treasure chests are guarded by sea beasts. 8 sea beasts, including 3 shallow sea crabs, gathered in a reef pit. I wonder what they were eating? There were 2 other crabs hiding alone under a reef. There are also 2 mantis shrimps, also together, and finally there's a new sea monster, which looks like a sea fish type sea monster. Of course, these are just the sea beasts that we see in the open now. We don't know if there are other sea beasts hiding in the dark. So many large seafood. What a pity there is no refrigerator to store them. Lin Shan murmured with some regret. Chapter 32, Sword-Nosed Fish. Carefully shuttled between the reefs, searching for supplies while carefully checking the dark to see if there were any hidden sea beasts. There are 20 merman corpses. Even if some are washed away by the sea, at least half of them will be left, right? So the sea beasts I just saw were definitely not the entire number. There must be more sea beasts hiding in places I can't see. Looking at the small pool in front of him, Lin Shan tried to avoid stepping into the water. What is that? Lin Shan suddenly discovered something and looked around vigilantly. After finding no trace of a sea beast, he slowly approached. A golden conch? Lin Shan looked at the conch in front of him and said in surprise. I picked it up and took a look and found that it was an empty shell. It was quite heavy, and the texture and feel were similar to gold. Let me see what it is, King Yu. Name, golden conch. Category, special items. Rating, blue 3. Effect, call ship. Comment, the conch shell can summon ships, but no one knows what kind of ship it is. It could be a sea merchant ship, a pirate ship, or even a ghost ship. The highest rating of the summoned ship is twice the rating of the conch. It really is gold? A golden conch? And a special item? What a steal. Lin Shan happily put it into his backpack. Then, Lin Shan continued to explore, but this time he observed more carefully. You know, the golden conch is not big, just the size of a palm. If it is stuck in the cracks of the rocks, you really can't see it. Soon, Lin Shan encountered the first sea beast. Looking at the big fish stranded at the bottom of the pond, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel happy. TSK, you're stranded. Let me help you get out of this. The fish was estimated to be 3 meters long, especially its nose, which was extremely long, at least half a meter. When faced with a new sea beast, Lin Shan must identify it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to learn the identification skills? Name sword-nosed fish. Strength, ordinary. Talent, none. Ability, sprint, endurance burst. Extraordinary attributes, water +6, sword +3, gold +1. Evaluation, sword-nosed fish, a sea beast with a nose that looks like a sword. It is extremely fast in the water. When combined with the opponent's nose sword, it is extremely lethal. Excessive appraisal evaluation. The sword-nosed fish's nose sword can be used to create extraordinary weapons. The underwater sword is one of the most popular weapons among novice water-type extraordinary people. After looking at the attributes, Lin Shan raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "How do you say it? I'm taking advantage? Hee, who told you to be greedy?" Lin Shan took out a heavy iron spear and poked it into the sword-nosed fish's head. Puff! The heavy iron spear successfully penetrated the fish's head, and the sword-nosed fish began to struggle instantly. Pa pa pa! The tail kept snapping. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but look around nervously, fearing that it would attract other sea beasts. What's more, a shallow sea crab was actually attracted here. Crunch! Looking at the shallow sea crab crawling over, Lin Shan pursed his lips helplessly, then an ice crystal condensed and was thrown directly at the shallow sea crab as it approached. Snap! In an instant, the whole shallow sea crab was frozen into an ice crab. Lin Shan discovered that as his water-based extraordinary attribute exceeded 10 points, the power of his ice crystal shooting also increased. This should also be one of the signs of increased strength. A person with 100 points of extraordinary attributes and a person with 10 points of extraordinary attributes, using the same ability and both investing 1 point of extraordinary attributes, the power will definitely be different. The sword-nosed fish below struggled less and less, and soon it stopped moving. The main reason was that the heavy iron spear was still stuck in the fish's head, so it died so quickly. After jumping down, Lin Shan directly chopped off the sword-nosed fish's nose with the tip of the gun. I didn't expect there was a hilt bone in the meat. No wonder it can be made into a water sword. Lin Shan looked at the sword nose in his hand and exclaimed in amazement. Then Lin Shan put the wooden treasure chest beside him in his backpack, put on his sword nose, and left. As for the fish, Save it for the bait. The main thing is that I can't take it with me, and my backpack is not big enough. There are 10 squares, 6 of which have been occupied, leaving 4 squares left. This was because he placed a bronze crossbow and mixed bait in the lighthouse room, which freed up 2 more grids. Lin Shan was going to throw the fish sword in his hand directly onto the island. With his current strength, throwing a fish sword weighing about 10 kilograms was more than enough. Just pick it up after the search is finished. Next, he continued exploring, picking up some wood from time to time. Soon, Lin Shan came to the largest reef pit, where 3 shallow sea crabs were squeezed. It was so crowded that there was no way to escape. Oh my God, what are you guys doing? Why are you so crowded? Lin Shan looked at the crabs below and couldn't help but say. I glanced at the pit, but didn't see anything. It might have been pressed underneath by a shallow sea crab. Knock knock. Lin Shan poked with a heavy iron spear. The shallow sea crabs that were touched by Lin Shan began to struggle, but unfortunately, the 3 shallow sea crabs were stuck tightly and could not move at all. After looking around, Lin Shan still didn't see any treasure chest below. Just beat him into ice chips. Lin Shan directly used the ice crystal shooting, the kind with 2 points of water-based extraordinary attributes, aimed at the 2 shallow sea crabs that were relatively close below, and then shot them down. Bang! Snap! The last remaining shallow sea crab exerted a little force, and the other 2 shallow sea crabs turned directly into ice chips, and half of its own claws also turned into ice chips. Now, Lin Shan finally saw clearly what was below. Oh my God, this is a huge loss. This is a huge loss. Lin Shan shouted immediately, because below, there appeared 4 red-flowered eyebrow fish, which are fish that can increase extraordinary attributes. And looking at the residue on the side, it is obvious that there were more than 4 at the beginning. Momo coin. No wonder it attracted so many shallow water crabs. If the reef pit wasn't so small, there might be more than 3 shallow water crabs here, right? Of the remaining 4 red eyebrow fish, 2 were missing a piece of meat on one side and a head on the other. Only the 2 red eyebrow fish in the middle were intact. Lin Shan quickly jumped down and shot dead one of the culprits, a shallow sea crab, with a random shot. Did you see that? I've already avenged you. If you're in heaven, please tell your other companions to come play with me. After saying that, Lin Shan took out the heavy iron spear and pried open the back shell of the shallow sea crab. Then he filled it with sea water, put the 2 living red eyebrow fish in, and then walked towards the inner island. This is a fish that can increase extraordinary attributes. It is worth taking seriously. Chapter 33. Prepare to upgrade lighthouses, islands, and ports. Looking at the 2 red-flowered eyebrow fish happily nibbling on the crab meat in the back shell of the shallow sea crab, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction and smiled. As long as you have an appetite, eat well, and try to gain some weight. After placing the inner island, Lin Shan continued to search. Back in the reef pit, Lin Shan looked at the other 2 broken pieces of red eyebrow fish to see if the fish meat could still increase its extraordinary properties. The result is obvious, no? Shaking his head regretfully, Lin Shan kicked a shallow sea crab beside him and continued on his way. 5 sea beasts have been killed now, and there are at least 3 more visible. Lin Shan continued to explore carefully while holding the heavy iron spear. It was his tidal island that could double the time of low tide, otherwise he would not be able to search so patiently. Someone has already made statistics in the chat channel. The ebb time for each person is different, but the difference is not too big. Most of them are between 2 and 4 hours. Click, click. Hearing a cracking sound coming from the reef in front, Lin Shan immediately moved over. The first thing that caught my eye was a wooden treasure chest, and then I saw a creaking shallow sea crab, but it was missing a claw. Hey, it's missing a claw. Could it be that it lost the fight for food with other shallow water crabs last night? Lin Shan teased. Then he walked out with a heavy iron spear. Just kidding. If you can't even beat a half-dead shallow sea crab, then there's no point in living. Human beings are only afraid of unknown things. Of course, they're also afraid of known guns, hot weapons. As for the rest, as long as they know that they can kill, there is no fear. Once the adrenaline kicks in, even dogs will bite you to death. Snap! The shallow sea crab danced its remaining big claws, and just when Lin Shan was ready to attack, it ran away. Looking at the shallow sea crabs running away swiftly, Lin Shan was stunned. Run away? Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. Then he took a look at the treasure chest. Could it be that the treasure chest guardian beast does not necessarily have to guard around the treasure chest? Or, if you realize you're in the wrong, can you abandon the treasure chest and run away? Scratching his head, Lin Shan was too lazy to think anymore. After putting away the wooden treasure chest, he continued searching. Anyway, it's over if you just rush. Lin Shan muttered something. In the next reef area, Lin Shan also discovered two sea beasts hiding under the reef. One was a big man as shrimp, and the other was actually a huge shell. Looking at the shells in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What a good thing. Let me appraise it. Name: giant carnivorous clam. Strength: ordinary. Talent: none. Ability: stone. Extraordinary attributes: stone +5, water +3. Evaluation: common giant carnivorous clams. They lurk in some reefs or coral areas, then open their mouths to attract prey. Overrated appraisal: the shell of the giant carnivorous clams is extremely hard. Even green-rated weapons cannot penetrate it. However, if acidic liquid is used, it can be softened and can be processed at will." After looking at the attributes, Lin Shan looked at the giant carnivorous clam with its mouth wide open, thought for a moment, and decided to use ice crystal shooting to kill it. The main reason was that he was afraid that the heavy iron spear would get caught while stabbing it to death, which would then be troublesome to pry open. Since it can even defend against green weapons, then the 1-point supernatural attribute ice crystal shot should be just right? Following the condensation of ice crystals, Lin Shan shot at the giant carnivorous clams waiting for food. Snap! In an instant, the meat of the giant carnivorous clam was frozen into a lump, and at the same time, the shell was also frozen and could not close. Lin Shan walked over, knocked on it, and then smiled and said, "Sure, they're hard. These two shells can be used as temporary water storage tanks." After putting the entire giant carnivorous clam into his backpack, Lin Shan continued to walk out of the reef area. A total of 14 sea beasts were discovered this time, and 5 treasure chests were harvested, including 4 wooden treasure chests and 1 black iron treasure chest. Including the treasure chests harvested from the coral area, today's harvest totals 2 black iron treasure chests. For wooden treasure chests, 3 pearl shells, 83 pieces of wood, 27 stones, a giant carnivorous shell, a swordfish nose, and 2 red eyebrow fish. There's also a special item with the highest value, the golden conch. After finding the swordfish nose, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse with a red eyebrow fish that was swimming happily in the crab's back shell. Well, one of the red eyebrow fish has been cleaned by Lin Shan and is ready for lunch. The island is still too small. It's time to upgrade it, Lin Shan muttered as he walked towards the lighthouse. After returning to the lighthouse room, Lin Shan first placed the processed red eyebrow fish by the fireplace to roast. The fireplace still had the wood pile from last night's burning, so the flames quickly rose. After putting the fish in place, Lin Shan first went to the crafting table and turned the wood obtained from the toilet paper trade into toilet paper again, a total of 24,843 pieces of wood. Looking at so much wood, Lin Shan smacked his lips and said, "Wow, what a huge profit. I hope other people wait a little longer before issuing toilet paper blueprints so I can sell more." Then I returned to the fireplace and prepared to start counting today's harvest. First, Lin Shan put the giant carnivorous clamshell and swordfish nose outside. After all, the room was not big and they took up space. As for the red eyebrow fish, well, it's treated much better. The back of the shallow sea crab that holds it is placed under the table. Next, Lin Shan looked at the 3 pearl oysters, thought for a while, and put them in a shallow sea crab shell to keep them. He would open the oysters when making fish soup in the evening. Then the only thing left is the treasure chest. Open the 4 wooden treasure chests first. Lin Shan first looked at the rating of the treasure chest. After all, today's weather effect can increase the star rating of the treasure chest. 1 3-star, 2 5 stars, and 1 8-star. Let's start with the 3-star ones. System: wood 23, stone 12, pure water 3. Next are the 5-star treasure chests, and those above 3 stars all have prefixes. 2 5-star wooden treasure chests, one with the prefix iron, and the other one with the prefix sea salt that was obtained before. After opening it, I got 10 iron blocks and 1,000 G of sea salt. The last 8-star wooden treasure chest has a rather impressive prefix. It is called the wooden treasure chest with blueprints. Name: wooden treasure chest with blueprint. Category: ordinary treasure chest. Rating: white 8. Effect: 100 accuracy in drawing. Evaluation: a treasure chest containing blueprints, but it will not contain blueprints higher than green 8. It's that simple and crude, and it's definitely good stuff. Chapter 34. Beginner's Manual for Extraordinary People. After reading the properties of the blueprint treasure chest, Lin Shan opened it directly. System: obtain Moon Healing Medicine Blueprint, Moonlight Grass 10. Looks like you got something incredible. Looking at the drawings in his hand, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaimed. Then Lin Shan went directly to the production table, clicked on Record, and then opened the production panel to check. Name: Moon Healing Potion. Category: Drugs. Rating: Green 3. Effect: treat injuries and a few illnesses. Evaluation: this moon healing potion was created by an outstanding pharmacist. Not only does it use very common materials, it is also in the form of small pills that are easy to carry and store. The efficacy of the medicine is surprisingly good. It can not only treat injuries, but also slightly treat symptoms such as colds and fevers. Material: moonlight grass, moonlight flower, moon mushroom, any one material one. What a great thing! A good alternative to toilet paper has appeared. The treasure chest also happens to contain 10 moonlight grasses, which can be used to make 10 small pills. How about trying to make them? Lin Shan clicked on the production button while checking the properties of the moonlight grass. Name: moonlight grass. Category: herbal medicine. Rating: white 3. Effect: slight therapeutic effect. Rating: moonlight grass, a very common grass. If it weren't for the appearance of moon healing medicine, it wouldn't even be listed as a herbal medicine. Common? It's better to be common. I was worried that this moonlight grass is not common. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. Unfortunately, the 10 moonlight grasses in his hand have no roots. Otherwise, Lin Shan would like to see if he can plant them. His fertile land is now only planted with milk-flavored strawberries, and there are still 5 spaces left. Okay, we've opened the wooden treasure chests. Next up is the black iron treasure chest. Let me see if there's a prefix first. Lin Shan looked at the 2 black iron treasure chests on the ground and said with a smile. Name: Ship's Black Iron Treasure Chest. Category: ordinary treasure chest. Rating: green 9. Effect: 100 chance of launching a ship. Introduction: a ship is a must-have for tower keepers when they go out to sea for exploration. When the port is upgraded to white 9, ship manufacturing will be enabled, but only the lowest level white ships can be produced. Vessel: open it and take a look. System: obtain light water iron clipper. Name: light water rail clipper. Category: ship. Rating: blue 6. Effect: light and fast running. Comment: a ship made of light water iron. Not only is it very strong, but it is also very light. Therefore, it can travel very fast in the sea and is an extremely popular ship. System: ding. Ship detected, moving to port. Lin Shan, who had just finished looking at the attributes, saw the system prompt before he could react. System: ding. Transfer successful. Seeing this, Lin Shan hurriedly looked through the window towards the port and then saw a large ship. Oh my god, such a big boat. Can I drive it alone? Lin Shan looked at the ships docked in the harbor and murmured in surprise. Judging from visual observation, the length of the boat is at least about 10 meters. From the water surface to the hull, it is about 2 meters. If the part of the water is included, it is about 3 meters. The overall color is cyan, which is also the color of light water iron, or the same as the light water iron shield in the hand. After looking at it for a few seconds, Lin Shan withdrew his gaze because there was still one last treasure chest that had not been opened. Look at the last treasure chest. Unfortunately, this treasure chest is a green 3-star one, so there is no prefix. Open directly. System: obtain Iron Guard longsword. Lin Shan took a look at the attributes. It was a green 3-star weapon, average, but it could be used with the light water iron shield, so it was still good. Now that we have reviewed our morning harvest, it's time to enjoy lunch. Lin Shan picked up the grilled red eyebrow fish, sprinkled some sea salt on it, and started eating it happily. The taste is pretty good, without any fishy smell, and with the addition of sea salt, it has a light salty taste, which is quite delicious. Soon, a red eyebrow fish weighing 3 or 4 pounds was eaten, but unfortunately it still did not trigger the effect. After drinking a bottle of water in one gulp, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain, with this little bit of supernatural physique, my appetite has increased a lot. After eating and drinking, Lin Shan suddenly remembered that he had not used his talent for the day yet. After remembering it, Lin Shan used it immediately. Gift of Destiny, a beginner's guide to transcendence. Price: none. Lin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he accepted it immediately. Huh, it's so thin, just a few pages. Looking at the book in his hand, Lin Shan said in surprise. Then open it and check it out. A beginner's manual for extraordinary people, compiled by the Extraordinary Path, the Scholar Path. 1. First, let me explain the prerequisites for becoming a transcendent. If you want to become a superhuman, you must possess some superhuman attribute. Only then will you have the necessary conditions to use superhuman abilities, superhuman attributes. 2. After you have extraordinary attributes, you can start accumulating extraordinary attributes. As long as one extraordinary attribute reaches 10 points, then congratulations, you have officially stepped into the ranks of new extraordinary people. Of course, just having extraordinary attributes is not enough to be called an extraordinary person, so the word newbie came into being. 3. Extraordinary people. If you want to become a real extraordinary person, then you must possess an extraordinary ability, so that you will officially step into the extraordinary realm. The above is the basic knowledge for becoming a superhuman. The following is an introduction to superhuman attributes. 1. As we all know, there are 5 common coefficients of extraordinary attributes, namely fire, water, earth, metal, and wood. These 5 are the most basic elemental extraordinary attributes. In addition, there are also abnormal elemental attributes such as wind, ice, darkness, light, thunder, etc., but there is no difference between the two, but the extraordinary abilities of abnormal elemental attributes are usually stronger. 2. In addition to the elemental extraordinary attributes, there are also extraordinary strength, extraordinary physique, and extraordinary agility, 3 major physical attributes. This type of extraordinary person is usually called an extraordinary reckless person. Well, scholars usually look down on those who cultivate their bodies because their reasoning doesn't make sense. 3. In addition to the above extraordinary attributes, there are some more special and rare extraordinary attributes, namely mystery, spirit, space, time, knowledge, etc. This type of extraordinary attribute is extremely rare. Therefore, compared with the above 2 types of extraordinary people, those who possess this type of extraordinary are much fewer in number and rarer. That's all for the first page, and it's pretty straightforward. How do you say that I am already a qualified transcendent? Lin Shan touched his chin and smiled. Chapter 35, Get Rich. After laughing, Lin Shan turned directly to the next page. After reading the first page, everyone must be wondering, how can a transcendent improve their strength? How can they acquire transcendent abilities? The following content will provide you with how to improve as a transcendent. 1. One of the simplest ways to improve your strength is to improve your extraordinary attributes. How do you acquire extraordinary attributes? How do you obtain them? Before becoming an extraordinary person, you must have eaten some food that can increase extraordinary attributes, right? In addition to these extraordinary creatures that can bring you extraordinary attributes, there are also some natural treasures that can increase your extraordinary attributes. And the bonus is even higher. There is also a simplest one, which is to increase equipment with extraordinary attributes, but this increase is temporary, unless it is special equipment that can recognize its owner. Second, how to obtain superpowers. This must be the most important thing for many new superpowers, right? So, there are several ways to acquire extraordinary abilities. 1. The simplest way is to buy it. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. So buying supernatural power crystals is also simple. In one word, it is expensive. 2. Pick up relics left by predecessors, whether they are bought from roadside stalls, passed down from family, or obtained from ruins, it's all fine. 3. Extraordinary Academy. This is the simplest and the most difficult one. For talented people, this is very simple. For those who are not talented but have money, it is also simple. But for those who have neither talent nor money, this method is the most difficult. Enter the Extraordinary Academy, where you will not only be taught how to correctly improve and use your extraordinary abilities, but also be taught the knowledge along the way. Note, I, Luo Linxian, am one of the instructors at Lihua Academy. If you bring this handbook to Lihua Academy and are successfully enrolled, you can come to me and ask any questions you have. Seeing this, Lin Shan curled his lips and complained, "Isn't this advertising?" It was quite tempting at the time, but if someone successfully enrolls with a handbook, does that mean they were recommended by this instructor? So there's a referral reward system? As expected, creatures like the Scroll King exist in every world. This is the second part. Turn the page. Well, after reading the first 2 pages, I believe all of you newbies have a better understanding of the Transcendent, right? To unlock the following content, please purchase the Transcendent Advanced Manual. Huh, hey, holy crap. Man, this is definitely taking off your pants to fart. Lin Shan looked at the last page and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Wow, it feels like you said something, but it also feels like you didn't say anything. So how do I buy it? I got all this for free. Oh, is this really the case? I only have a superficial understanding? It's so uncomfortable. Lin Shan complained helplessly. I flipped through it, and there was nothing left, just 3 pages, 2 of which contained information, and 1 page was bullshit. Since there's no other way, I can only accept it. Besides, having this little information is already very good. Patting the introductory manual for extraordinary people in his hand, Lin Shan was thinking whether to publish it. There are tens of billions of tower guards in this world, and the number of people in each area is 100,000, so there are hundreds of thousands of areas. Lin Shan suddenly discovered the highlight, which was that the area he was in was the 888888888 area, which was already more than hundreds of thousands. After thinking about it, Lin Shan gave up. Who cares about this? Maybe the regional rankings don't start from 1, or maybe they aren't the first batch of tower defenders. Let's get back to the original topic. Since we have divided the country into zones, it means that the people in each region should play a certain role, although we lack information now and don't know anything. Therefore, sharing this introductory manual for extraordinary people should be beneficial rather than harmful, right? After all, there's no real information in it. It can be said to be public information. Lin Shan also thought about it and felt that it should be so. Well, after all, no one discussed it with him, so he just looked at it from his personal point of view. However, it's not free. Even though I got it for free, you guys don't have to follow me and get it for free, right? Lin Shan murmured. Then I opened the personal trading store and put the extraordinary handbook on a shelf, setting it as the upper limit. Well, I looked at the current number of people, 93,218 people. No way. More than 6,000 people died in 3 days. Lin Shan murmured in surprise. It's terrifying to think about it, as it's equivalent to more than 2,000 people dying in a single day. And if you include all regions, that's hundreds of millions. Oh my God, it's a bit scary when I think about it. No wonder it's called Lighthouse Survival. Seeing that there were a few fewer people on the team, Lin Shan was speechless. After all, this is not something he can change alone. In the final analysis, he is just an ordinary person. Why should he think so much? After shaking his head and getting rid of the bad mood, Lin Shan started designing the price. Just design it so that everyone has to hand in 10 pieces of wood or stone. Once everyone has handed it in, it will be open to everyone for everyone to see. Lin Shan murmured. Fortunately, this person's store was designed like this, otherwise it would be difficult to sell this brochure. The main thing is that this thing can be shared. After finishing it, Lin Shan quickly opened the chat channel and started speaking. Lin Shan, family, I've added some great stuff to my personal store. Here's the picture of Beginner's Manual for Transcendence. Come take a look. Oh shit, look what I found. It's a wild giant. Wild big eyes are kind of food that you can't eat even if you remove the head. Upstairs, are you sure it wasn't your head that was removed? A Beginner's Manual for Transcendence? You're worthy of being a big boss. You even have something like this. Huh. Everyone has to hand in 10 pieces of wood and stone. Boss, are you afraid someone might buy it and then not announce it? Hurry up and hand it in. I can't wait to see the extraordinary people. That's right. This is an extraordinary ability. You still have time to chat in the group? Hurry up. I've already turned it in. +1, +2, +3, +14,785. It's getting hairy. Okay, come and see. I've finished reading it. Fuck, do you have to be so fast? I was kidding you. Ha ha ha. Lin Shan looked at his backpack and found that there were 674,110 pieces of wood and 257,940 pieces of stone in it. So we've gotten rich. All of a sudden, we have no shortage of basic materials. Chapter 36, Big Upgrade. Ship Elf? Looking at the hundreds of thousands of basic materials on the backpack, Lin Shan's mouth almost cracked, and he turned into a Dragon King. As expected, we still have to mobilize the power of the masses. Look, in just a few minutes, I've freed the basic materials. Hee. Lin Shan was so proud. With so many basic materials, wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't use them to upgrade the lighthouse, island, and harbor? Let's get started. Lin Shan muttered as he walked towards the control panel. After the lighthouse is upgraded, its energy will be full. Should we wait until we find the energy source before upgrading? Lin Shan looked at the 78 energy on the lighthouse panel and couldn't help muttering. He only had a low-level energy stone in his hand, a dim one at that. He didn't know how much energy it could replenish. Just in case, he'd better wait and see. After thinking about it, Lin Shan opened the island panel, and he could upgrade without any worries. Tidal Island is now a 2-star white island. Upgrading it requires 2,000 stones. It's a piece of cake. Lin Shan smiled and clicked to upgrade. In an instant, the island turned into a white 3-star. I took a look at the materials and added 1,000, making it 3,000. Hey, there's absolutely no opponent. Level me up. 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 9 stars. A total of 35,000 stones were consumed. Name Tidal Island. Category, Island. Rating, White 9. Effect, a small amount of tree resources. Special effect, Tidal effect doubled Coral Coast. Area, 12,000 square meters. Upgrade requirements, Island Heart. Comment, oh wow, this is a rare island. It can greatly reduce the time of high tide, giving you more time to go to the beach. However, correspondingly, tidal islands are also more likely to attract marine life. Oh wow, the area has increased to 12,000 square meters. This will greatly increase the resources. But what is the heart of the island? Looking at the latest panel of the island, Lin Shan said excitedly at first and then doubtfully. After being puzzled for a while, Lin Shan stopped paying attention to it and found out later. Then click on the port and start upgrading. Still the same operation. Directly upgrade from white 1 star to white 9 stars. Name port. Category, Island Architecture. Rating, White 9. Effect, none. Existing ships, light water iron fast ship. Comment, an ordinary port, perhaps some ordinary merchants would be willing to trade. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 wood, 1,000 stone, island reaches green 1. System tips, the port is one of the important buildings. Please upgrade it as much as possible. The port will attract sea merchants and is also a facility for tower guards to go out and explore the island. Lin Shan turned his head to look out the window and found that the port had completely changed. It was no longer a lonely, dilapidated wooden bridge, but a row of 9 positions and 9 wooden bridges. The light water rail express boat was docked in the first row. Not bad. Now it looks like a port, Lin Shan said with satisfaction. In the following time, Lin Shan went out to practice shooting, although it was just the usual movements of poking, sweeping, smashing, etc. As time passed, 2 hours passed quickly. Lin Shan has also returned to the room to drink water and rest. According to the time of the previous 2 days, the tide will be low around 3 o'clock. I looked at the time, and it was just after 3 o'clock. It seems that the extraordinary physique can also restore physical strength. Lin Shan twisted his arm and said. His physical recovery speed was obviously abnormal. Although he did not use much force when training with the spear, the heavy iron spear weighing dozens of kilograms was not light. If this had happened in the past on Blue Star, my arm would have been weak for at least a day or 2. Ding! Reminder, the tide will recede in half an hour. Please seize the opportunity and search for resources. After taking a look at the prompt, Lin Shan walked outside. After upgrading the island to 9 stars, the area increased to 12,000 square meters, which is not small, so Lin Shan set off early. Just take a look at the ships in the harbor. Is this what is going on? After going out, Lin Shan closed the door and walked towards the port. Not bad. It looks pretty good now. Let's go and see the boats. Arriving at the port, Lin Shan looked at the wooden bridge in front of him with satisfaction. It had changed from a tattered little wooden bridge to a brand new 2-meter wide wooden bridge. Fall, fall, fall. It won't make any more crackling sounds when you step on it. Lin Shan came directly to the light water iron express boat and looked at the boat that was 10 meters long and more than 2 meters high. Could he really drive it by himself? After getting on the boat, Lin Shan began to look around. The light water iron express boat looked a bit like a speedboat. Looking at the cockpit in front of him, Lin Shan examined it curiously. The cockpit was very simple. In addition to the steering wheel and other equipment, there were 2 buttons and a display screen, but it was black now. Lin Shan looked at the 2 buttons. One said Autopilot, and the other said Start Ship. Seeing this, Lin Shan directly clicked to start the boat. In an instant, the originally black display screen lit up, and then a voice rang out. Captain, hello. I'm a ship spirit of the light water iron clipper. It is my honor to serve you, Captain. Lin Shan was a little surprised when he heard this. Is this more advanced than Blue Star? Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, ship spirit? What does that mean? Ship spirit. Captain, the ship spirit is the spirit of every ship. It is created when shipbuilders successfully build a ship. A ship without a ship spirit cannot sail in the sea of fog, because the ship spirits will record the port, so they won't get lost in the foggy sea. And without the ship spirits, the ship can only rely on the captain's skills. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan subconsciously looked towards the fog on the sea. Even though it was broad daylight, the fog was still so thick that one couldn't see one's hand in front of one's face. Looking at the mist on the sea in the distance, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, ship spirit, this place is called the Misty Sea? Does this sea fog exist throughout the entire Misty Sea? Also, are there any creatures living in the mist? Ship elf. Captain, no one knows the original name of the Sea of Mist. Perhaps it was not called the Sea of Mist before, but the reason it is called the Sea of Mist is because of the fog that permeates the sea surface. This fog can only be dispelled through special means. As for what exists within the fog, I'm sorry, Captain, because I was just born, I don't have any knowledge about it. Hearing this, Lin Shan asked in confusion, then how do you know about the Sea of Mist? Ship elf. Captain, that is the knowledge that ship elves are born with. Chapter 37 World System Announcement again. Hearing the words of the ship elf, Lin Shan nodded. Yes, this ship does look like it is newly built. However, ships are built by ship architects, and they can also give birth to beings like ship elves. So, ship architects should also be on the same extraordinary path as scholars, right? Lin Shan, ship elf, can you take me out to sea to explore now? Ship elf, Captain, you don't have a ship light ready. If you enter the foggy sea like this, you will be shrouded in fog. Lin Shan was stunned when he heard this and said, oh, yes, a ship lamp, but ship spirit, I have seen the properties of a ship lamp. It can only dispel 3 meters of sea fog. 3 meters, not even as long as your boat. Ship spirit, Captain, the ship light is for ships. If you equip it to me, it will dispel fog within a 3-meter radius centered around my ship. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded involuntarily. It made sense. It was already called a ship light. If we didn't equip the ship with it, would we give it to people? Next, Lin Shan continued chatting with the boat elf and did not leave the boat until the tide had completely receded. By the way, Lin Shan also gave the boat elf a name. After all, you can't just call it ship elf, right? After getting off the boat, Lin Shan started to go to the sea. The island had become bigger, so he didn't plan to pick up wood and stones. It was a waste of time, and it would be faster to sell toilet paper. Not to mention, he is not short of wood and stone now. Since he had just gotten off the boat, Lin Shan decided to start catching seafood from the beach. Although the island has grown, the beach is still the same, just rocks and wood. Lin Shan looked at the scattered wood and stones and said helplessly. The beach area passed quickly, and next it was the turn of the coral area. Thump! Lin Shan jumped directly into the water and began to search. Wow, pearl oysters? There's so many of these in the coral area. I wonder what effects those rare pearls have. After Lin Shan put away the pearl shells, he continued searching. There are obviously more marine life in the coral area, including lobsters, crabs, mantis shrimps, etc. Lin Shan saw them all. It seems that the ecosystem is gradually becoming more complete. After swimming for a while, Lin Shan found a black iron treasure chest. Fortunately, there was no guardian beast. After quickly putting away the treasure chest, continue searching. What is that? A bronze treasure chest. Looking at the items on the edge of the island, Lin Shan couldn't help but say in surprise. The next second, Lin Shan's face lit up with joy, and then he began to swim over. He didn't find any sea beast around. It seemed that this was another treasure chest without a guardian beast. Snap! Suddenly, a soft sound came into his ears, and Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a little confused. Could there be shallow sea crabs? He stopped immediately and turned around, but still didn't find any sea beasts. Strange? Where did that snapping sound come from? Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. Lin Shan, who was confused, turned his attention to the bronze treasure chest again, and just when he was about to take action, there was a sudden noise in the sky. World System Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the 7,654,329th Tower Keeper, Gerald Fraun, for destroying the second Sirens. Rewards will be given to all tower keepers in the 7,654,329th area. Black Iron Treasure Chest 1, Wooden Treasure Chest 1, Appraisal Crystal 1. The world system announcement was shouted 3 times, once again causing an uproar in the chat channels of the entire region. In Area 765-4329, Gerald Fraun looked at the last dead Murloc in front of him and heard the announcement of his name in the sky, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he exclaimed in amazement, "I really don't know how that person named Linshan in District 88888888 managed to kill the entire Fishman tribe the next night." There were more than 20 Murlocs in front of him. If he hadn't opened a yellow 3-star bomb from the talent treasure box, he would not be able to kill them all today. Gerald couldn't help but glance at his own talent. Name, Talent Treasure Box. Category, Talent. Rating, Unknown. Effect, you can turn a treasure chest into a talent treasure chest every day. Comment, I think this treasure chest is good stuff, so it's you. This morning, I pointed out a black iron treasure chest, and after it turned into a talent treasure chest, I opened a powerful yellow-rated bomb. The moment he saw the bomb, Gerald decided to kill the group of Murlocs. However, when deciding to use this item, Gerald also posted a message in the chat channel. That is, each person needs to pay him 10 wood or 10 stones. After all, the reward for second place is not bad. No normal person would refuse this. The identification of the magic crystal alone is worth the small price they pay. Not to mention that Gerald is the boss of their District 765-4329. The first to kill the sea monster, the first to upgrade the lighthouse, the first to build the island, all belong to Gerald. Linshan looked at the system announcement in the sky in surprise. He didn't expect that the second place would appear. Now the only thing left is the third place. Snap. Linshan looked around again. This was the third time he heard the clicking sound. Once or twice it could be an illusion, but the third time was a bit strange. But after looking around, I didn't find anything except corals. It was really strange. If there's anything really, it is only this bronze treasure chest. Linshan remembered that a perennial brat once said that Sherlock Holmes once said, that is, eliminate all the impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how impossible it is the truth. So there's only one truth, that is the clicking sound was made by this bronze treasure chest? Snap. Now, Linshan could see and hear clearly. Holy crap, this treasure chest actually moves? Did the lid just open and then close again? No wonder it makes a rattling noise. Linshan said in surprise. Then an identification technique was performed. Linshan felt that this bronze treasure chest might be the treasure chest monster that often appeared in the game. Name, Bronze Treasure Chest Monster. Strength, Extraordinary. Talent, Treasure Space. Abilities, Camouflage Bite. Extraordinary attributes, Wood +4, Gold +13. Review look, what do I see? A bronze treasure chest? No, it's a bronze treasure chest monster. It's a monster that lives inside a treasure chest. Killing it gives you even better rewards than a regular treasure chest. Overrated review. The bronze treasure chest monster isn't used to the underwater environment. It feels like it's suffocating. The moment it opens its mouth, stab it. Looking at the identified attributes, Linshan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is it really a treasure chest monster? Chapter 38, Pippy Shrimp. Let's go. Linshan took out the heavy iron spear and began to wait slowly. Judging from the frequency of the clicking sound just now, the treasure chest monster exhales every few minutes. It should be exhaling, right? It could be said that if it were on land, at such a close distance, the treasure chest monster might have already launched an attack. But unfortunately, this is in the water, which is his home ground. After all, Linshan can breathe underwater, which is an advantage, a huge advantage. Finally, after waiting for 2 minutes, Linshan saw the treasure chest monster speak. Then, puff. The heavy iron spear went straight into the chest monster's throat and got stuck, preventing it from closing its mouth. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the treasure chest monster immediately took off its disguise, and suddenly, fangs emerged from around the treasure chest, and a bloody tongue also appeared. The tongue quickly wrapped around the heavy iron spear, trying to pull it out. Seeing this, Linshan wondered how he could let the treasure chest monster succeed. Just grab the butt of the gun with one hand and stab it down hard. Obviously, the treasure chest monster is at a disadvantage in the water. Not to mention that Linshan is also blessed with extraordinary water attributes, which makes Linshan feel at ease in the water. Looking at the treasure chest monster with its mouth open, Lin Shan began to hold the heavy iron spear and then spun around in circles. Suddenly, the treasure chest monster's body was directly crushed by the spearhead. Hey, in the water, it's really easier to pull off any trick. Lin Shan looked at the dead bronze treasure chest monster with satisfaction and smiled with satisfaction. As the bronze treasure chest monster died, blood immediately flowed out of its mouth, attracting a lot of sea fish. Seeing this, Lin Shan quickly put the body of the bronze treasure chest monster into his backpack. I almost forgot that the smell of blood will attract predators. You know, this is not a real land island, but an island floating on the sea. Who knows what kind of sea monsters exist in the dark seabed below? After putting away the treasure chest monster, Lin Shan continued searching. They soon arrived at the location of the purple coral. Lin Shan checked the purple coral and felt relieved when he found that it had adapted well. Then I looked at the blood-red coral again and found that it had grown a little bigger. As expected, this kind of small coral should be kept. After all, the island belongs to him and he won't run away, so why not keep it? Then Lin Shan found another wooden treasure chest, but it was guarded by a mantis shrimp. Lin Shan now knows that sea beasts can also run, so he directly condenses an ice crystal and then rushes towards the mantis shrimp. Sure enough, the mantis shrimp ran away immediately, left the island and dived down. Lin Shan got the wooden treasure chest effortlessly. Finally, Lin Shan saw 2 pearl oysters, but they were very small, half the size of the first one he got. They looked like they were underage, so he didn't take them and just kept them. Crash! The seawater fell down the black-scaled long sleeves. Lin Shan wiped the water stains off his face and looked at the reef area, which had become much larger. I suddenly discovered that of the 3 areas, the reef area is the most dangerous. That's a bit unexpected. Lin Shan looked at the reef area in front of him and smiled. Originally, the coral area should have been more dangerous, but who could blame him for getting the deep-sea shark pearl right at the start? This instantly granted him underwater breathing, making the difficulty much easier. The difference between being able to breathe underwater and not being able to breathe is huge. After shaking off the water stains on his body, Lin Shan set off. Holding the heavy iron spear in his hand, he carefully began to explore the reef area. Among the 3 areas, the reef area took the most time. It is mainly because the view is blocked by various reefs. Unlike the coral area, although the corals can also easily block the view, you can still see the bottom at a glance when looking down from above. Soon, Lin Shan discovered 2 shallow sea crabs fighting. Huh? Why are they fighting? Lin Shan looked at the shallow sea crabs not far away in confusion and said doubtfully. After investigation, it was discovered that the fight had started over the right to mate. Lin Shan was suddenly bewildered. No, you're not yet adults? Are you fighting for mate rights? Or are shallow water crabs able to give birth even when they're underage? With a confused look on his face, he looked around and soon saw a small shallow sea crab under a reef pit on the side. Its color was lighter than the 2 pictures above. After looking again and finding no treasure chest or other items, Lin Shan did not disturb the 2 brave crabs who were fighting for love. Detour. Keep exploring. Lin Shan quickly shuttled between the reefs. Fortunately, there were not too many crevices in the reef area here. Otherwise, he would have to squat down to look at every place, which would be really tiring for his waist and feet. Bang! Love is around the corner. A mantis shrimp suddenly jumped out, and Lin Shan just jumped down. Then Lin Shan got a mantis shrimp mount. Oh! Looking at the mantis shrimp in front of him, Lin Shan was a little confused. The most outrageous thing was that the mantis shrimp didn't seem to notice that there was an extra person on its back and continued to crawl. Lidapu, where is this stupid shrimp going? Lin Shan sat on the mantis shrimp and said with curiosity. Moreover, when Lin Shan saw the paste inside through the shell of the mantis shrimp, he suddenly felt greedy. It was full of paste. I wonder how delicious it would taste. Soon, Mantis arrived at its destination. At the same time, Lin Shan also saw a black iron treasure chest. Oh, I didn't expect it to be a guardian shrimp. Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh. After the mantis shrimp came to the black iron treasure chest, it began to circle around. When it found nothing, it stopped. Until now, no one has noticed that there is an extra person behind me. Lin Shan was speechless and almost wanted to let go of this temporary mount, the shrimp. But it was a pity because it was covered with roe. The greedy Lin Shan took out a heavy iron spear and decisively pierced the mantis shrimp's head. The shrimp was killed with one blow, without even a chance to struggle. TSK, what a pity. If you didn't have the ointment, I wouldn't have the heart to do it. Slurp. Lin Shan sighed, then put away the mantis shrimp and the black iron treasure chest, and continued searching. Today's harvest was pretty good. There is a bronze treasure chest monster, a wooden treasure chest, and now there are 3 with the addition of a black iron treasure chest. The main thing is the corpse of the bronze treasure chest monster. I don't know what good things are inside. Now, Lin Shan walked towards the big pit on the reef. You know, in the morning, there were still the remains of 2 red-flowered eyebrow fish there, which should attract a lot of sea beasts. Chapter 39 Shallow Sea Dark Eel. Soon, Lin Shan arrived near the big reef pit. Because of the island upgrade, the area has doubled and the layout of all reefs has also changed significantly. Nothing. Lin Shan looked at the empty pit in confusion and said doubtfully, "Not really, this is a prime hideout. How strange." Lin Shan walked over and looked down. Wow, it was empty. There was nothing there, not even the corpses of shallow sea crabs and the remains of red-flowered eyebrow fish from this morning. It was clean, so damn clean. What is this? Suddenly, Lin Shan discovered a line of mucus on the reef, which seemed to be secreted by some creature. Slime? Looks like a new sea monster has appeared. Lin Shan murmured in a low voice. Looking at the traces of mucus, it is about 10 centimeters long, which is a bit exaggerated. After all, if the mucus is secreted by the body, it means that the width of this creature is at least 8 or 9 centimeters. So the length must be at least 8 meters or more. Lin Shan touched his chin. What creature in the sea secretes mucus? Hagfish? Apart from this, Lin Shan couldn't think of any other creatures. Of course, this was the Lighthouse world after all. Who knew what kind of strange creatures existed in the sea of fog? It's nothing special. Have you seen an underage crab that is over 1 meter tall and a mantis shrimp that is 1.5 meters long? Forget it. I won't figure it out anymore. Just follow them and see for yourself, won't you know? After making the decision, Lin Shan set off in the direction of the slime. Along the way, Lin Shan was surprised to find 2 wooden treasure chests. Looking at the mucus near the treasure chests, it was obvious that the treasure chests should have had guardian beasts from the beginning. I just don't know if it was eaten by this unknown sea beast or driven away. Damn, what on earth does this unknown sea beast want to do? Is it planning to use this place as its lair? That's pretty bold. Lin Shan continued to follow while complaining. Just at this moment, a strange roar attracted Lin Shan's attention. Looks like I found it. That cry is a bit unpleasant. Lin Shan walked over quietly, then looked inside, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. Big, long, thick. Big, long, and thick. Oh my goodness, it's so fucking huge. Judging from its appearance, it should be a creature like a conger eel, just a bit bigger. Lin Shan said in surprise. It can be said that this conger eel is the largest creature Lin Shan has ever seen since he came here. If he encounters it in the sea, he will definitely die. Identification, we must do it. Name shallow sea dark eel. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, none. Abilities, mucus secretion, wave sensing. Extraordinary attributes, water +11, constitution +2, strength +1. Comment, the shallow water eel, a common species found in shallow waters, secretes an extremely sticky mucus. This mucus not only helps the eel catch prey, but also protects it from predators. Excess identification evaluation. Adult shallow sea dark eels can move on land for a short period of time, mainly relying on the secretion of mucus to move, but if they do not come into contact with water for a long time, the slime will also gradually be consumed. At the same time, slime is extremely afraid of cold. Slime that has been frozen into ice will not be sticky at all. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, thinking, 11 points of water type extraordinary attributes? Hiss, that's a bit high, and there are also extraordinary physique and strength. Damn it, this dark eel has that much power. If it hits me, I'll be flattened, right? Luckily, I'm afraid of the cold, so I can control it. Fortunately, the ice crystal shooting can be activated with the extraordinary water attribute. Otherwise, he really would have no way to deal with this dark eel. You know, 1 point of extraordinary physical attribute can greatly increase Lin Shan's strength, endurance, etc., not to mention that the other party has 2 points and extraordinary strength. It can be seen that he is focused on strength, so the bonus must be higher. Snap! Lin Shan's eyes widened suddenly. With such force, the shell of the shallow sea crab was broken in an instant. That's right, the shallow sea dark eels in front of us, even if they didn't use this place as a nest, at least used it as a hunting ground. No wonder we only saw treasure chests, but no guardian beasts along the way. So they were all eaten. After the shallow sea crab died, the shallow sea dark eel began to eat it. I wonder if the adult shallow sea crab can defeat the shallow sea dark eel? Immature shallow sea crabs are more than 1 meter tall. It shouldn't be a problem for adults to be several times taller, right? Touching his chin, Lin Shan planned to kill this shallow sea dark eel. Although leaving it behind could help him clean up shallow sea crabs and other sea beasts, this guy could go ashore. Who knows if it would sneak up the lighthouse in the middle of the night? This guy is a hidden danger, so let's kill him. The opponent's water element supernatural attribute is 11 points, so Ice Crystal Shot requires at least 12 points of water element supernatural attribute. Does that mean I only have one chance? Lin Shan looked at the dark eel eating crabs and murmured in his heart. Judging from the properties of the shallow sea dark eel, its ability is mainly to rely on mucus to entangle the enemy and then kill it with brute force. As for the wave sensor, it should be used to sense waves in the water and should be of no use on shore. After confirming it, ice crystals began to condense in Lin Shan's hands. With 12 points of extraordinary attributes invested, the ice crystals became frighteningly cold, and a few snowflakes appeared around. The shallow sea dark eel was still concentrating on eating, and didn't notice that there was an old eel behind it preparing to ambush it. As ice crystals formed, Lin Shan glanced at the shallow sea dark eel, waiting for the nearest opportunity. Finally, when he saw the shallow sea dark eel putting its head in the shell of a shallow sea crab, Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and then the ice crystal in his hand was instantly thrown out. In fact, when Lin Shan possessed the extraordinary attribute of spirit, he vaguely felt that he could use mental power to control the direction of ice crystals. He practiced it several times, and although it was not very obvious, he could still vaguely feel an inexplicable pulling force, which greatly improved his shooting accuracy. Whoosh! The ice crystals quickly rushed towards the shallow sea dark eel, and the biting cold instantly made the shallow sea dark eel, who was showing off his fans, feel creepy. Subconsciously, the shallow sea dark eel directly secretes a large amount of mucus. The next second, the ice crystals directly hit the shallow sea dark eel. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard. This time it was not the sound of the shallow sea dark eel gnawing, but the sound of ice forming. The secreted mucus directly froze into ice, freezing the shallow sea dark eel. At the same time, its huge body was also penetrated by ice crystals. However, the shallow sea dark eel has not died yet. After all, it was not hit in the vital parts. But the ending is already determined. Lin Shan walked out from behind the reef with a heavy iron spear in his hand. Chapter 40 Extraordinary Career Generation is complete. Lin Shan dared to come out because after the shallow sea dark eel was frozen, he suddenly had an idea to identify it, and then he found that it was within the other party's evaluation. There is an additional negative effect of severe damage and freezing. Therefore, he dared to come out openly, otherwise he would not be so arrogant. Bang bang! The heavy iron spear tapped lightly on the frozen head of the shallow sea dark eel, making a slight sound. Lin Shan, hey, I told you to come to my place for no reason. You're going to lose your life here, right? After saying that, Lin Shan aimed at the shallow sea dark eel's head and poked it. Snap! Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. It was a bit hard. Well, not only the ice was hard, but also the head of the shallow sea dark eel was hard, or in other words, very tough. Looking at the wound, which was only a small hole, Lin Shan frowned, but he recovered in the next second. It's normal to think about it. After all, it is made of ice crystals condensed from 13 points of extraordinary attributes, so it's normal for it to be a little harder. Bah, thank you for the trouble. You'll be free soon. I'll poke you again. Lin Shan said something to the shallow sea dark eel, and then poked it again. Without the obstruction of ice, it could easily penetrate the entire head. The pupils of the shallow sea dark eel suddenly dilated, and after a while, they dimmed and it died. There was no chance to struggle. After all, they were frozen. Looking at the dead shallow sea dark eel, Lin Shan put away his heavy iron spear and this time looked carefully at the huge creature in front of him. Logically, there should be usable parts of sea beasts, right? For example, the carapace of the colorful mantis shrimp the snout of a swordfish, etc., but this shallow sea dark eel has not been identified. There shouldn't be any usable parts, right? Lin Shan looked at the ice lump in front of him and murmured. After looking around, Lin Shan began exploring again. As for this shallow sea dark eel, he would leave it in the reef area as bait. Perhaps because of the shallow sea dark eel, Lin Shan did not encounter any sea beasts in the subsequent search, but found a wooden treasure chest. After all, the shallow sea dark eels came from this side, right? Otherwise, Lin Shan wouldn't have encountered shallow sea crabs and roe-filled mantis shrimp. So far, Lin Shan has harvested a total of 4 wooden treasure chests, 1 black iron treasure chest, and a bronze treasure chest during this sea hunting trip. Combined with the morning's harvest, today's harvest is already very good. Today's mission is complete. The novice period will end tomorrow. I wonder what changes will happen. Lin Shan muttered as he walked towards the lighthouse. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan took out all the treasure chests at once, including 4 wooden treasure chests, 1 black iron treasure chest, 1 bronze treasure chest monster with its tongue sticking out, and a pearl shell. A mantis shrimp full of roe. Lin Shan suddenly looked at the iron pan, gestured for a while, and found that as long as the mantis shrimp was rolled into a ball, it could still fit in. But there was a problem, that is, he didn't have that much fresh water, so the last choice was to throw it directly into the fire and roast it. Lin Shan has now replaced all the wood in the fireplace with smokeless charcoal. 1 piece of wood can make 10 pieces of this kind of charcoal, and it is quite durable and has a high burning temperature. Most importantly, it is smoke-free. Looking at the burning charcoal, Lin Shan said thoughtfully, if the weather gets colder, the sales of this charcoal should be quite good. Seeing that the charcoal was almost burned, Lin Shan first put the mantis shrimp on it, then looked at the red eyebrow fish still kept in the crab's back shell, and found that it was still very cheerful and lively. So he decided to keep it for the time being. Have it as a midnight snack at night. Okay, next, it's time to open the treasure chest, which everyone is looking forward to. Lin Shan looked at the treasure chest and smiled happily. However, when he saw the treasure chest monster, Lin Shan couldn't help but stop looking, and after thinking for a while, he opened the chat channel. It happened that everyone was back now. At this time, people are either showing off their dinner or chatting in the chat channel. Anyway, it is the time when there are the most people. Lin Shan directly posted the attributes and appearance of the treasure chest monster on the chat channel and then closed it. I didn't see a bunch of repeaters in the chat channel, either saying how awesome the boss is or how big the stone of the treasure chest monster is. Just as Lin Shan rubbed his hands and prepared to open the treasure chest, a system prompt sounded. What the hell? Are you gonna let me open the treasure chest? Lin Shan said unhappily. Then look at the system prompts. System ding. Congratulations, Tower Guardian. Your exclusive class has been generated. Please check the dashboard. System ding. Congratulations, Tower Guardian. Your unique ability has been generated. Please check the dashboard. Lin Shan. Oh, so it's about professions and abilities. I admit I spoke a little loudly just now. You shouldn't have any suggestions for the system, right? No words? Then I'll take it as your consent. After saying that, Lin Shan excitedly opened the panel to check. Occupations and abilities can be viewed in the character attribute panel. Therefore, Lin Shan directly opened his panel to check. Name Lin Shan. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, magic female. Talent, gift of destiny. Abilities, ice crystal shooting, underwater breathing, identification, gun breaking. Extraordinary attributes, water plus 14, fire plus 3, wood plus 2, mystic plus 5, constitution plus 1. Spirit plus 4. Evaluation. A new transcendent, whose transcendent attribute just exceeds 10 points. Huh? No, why is everything gray? And what the hell is that hidden? Lin Shan looked at his panel in confusion. Just when Lin Shan was confused, the gift of destiny and the key of destiny suddenly emitted light together. Then, Lin Shan saw that his path and that new ability gradually turned into garbled characters. Huh? What the hell? Is there something wrong? Or is there a virus in the system? Lin Shan was even more confused now. Under the interference of the gift of destiny and the key of destiny, Lin Shan's original destiny and abilities began to reset directly, and this reset bypassed the system. Looking at the garbled fate and abilities, Lin Shan was completely numb. He then complained, "Isn't it going to be ruined for me? That shouldn't be the case, right?" After staring at it for a few minutes without any results, Lin Shan helplessly closed his personal panel and turned his gaze to the treasure chest. Then started opening the wooden treasure chests. He just looks a little out of shape, and it's obvious that his mind is still on his career and abilities. Are you kidding? That's a profession. How can it be compared with these broken treasure chests? Chapter 41, Space Crystal. Snap. System. Obtain Coconut 3. A 3-star wooden treasure chest was opened by the absent-minded Lin Shan. After glancing at the items, he looked at another treasure chest. It is obvious that Lin Shan's current focus is still on his career and abilities. Snap. Another wooden treasure chest was opened. This time, it was a 6-star wooden treasure chest with a prefix. A blacksmith's wooden treasure chest. System. Obtain a blacksmith's hammer 1, iron blocks 10. Lin Shan still took a glance and continued to open the treasure chest. System. Obtain pure water 3. System. Obtain crab stick 1. The last 2 wooden treasure chests are both 3-star and have no prefix. After opening all 4 wooden treasure chests, Lin Shan opened the personal attribute panel with great anticipation and took a look, then closed it expressionlessly. Still garbled. Momo coin, the system couldn't have really made a mistake, right? It can't be that serious, right? Lin Shan complained speechlessly. Epsilon, omicron, alas. Helplessly, Lin Shan looked at the black iron treasure chest. After taking a look, he found that it was a 5-star black iron treasure chest, called Maizi's Black Iron Treasure Chest. Maizi? Lin Shan was stunned. Was this the wheat he was thinking of? Snap. Lin Shan couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. System. Obtain 10 shualing rice and wheat seeds, 1 fertilizer. Oh my god, it's really wheat? And it's seeds? And fertilizer too? Pretty complete, isn't it? Lin Shan said in surprise. Then click Properties to view it. Name shualing rice and wheat seeds. Category, crops. Rating, green 3. Effect, plantable. Evaluation, shualing rice and wheat is a kind of spiritual rice with a low yield. The produced shualing rice not only has full grains, but also increases some water-based extraordinary properties when consumed in large quantities. Note, you can only get a little bit, but no one knows how much shualing rice you have to eat to get it. Lin Shan looked at the 10 soybean-sized water spirit rice seeds in his hand and couldn't help but smile. What a good thing. Let's plant them first. After saying that, Lin Shan took a look at the mantis shrimps being grilled, and when he found that they had not turned red yet, he walked straight towards the grove. The fertile fields are located next to the grove, and the cedars are surrounded by stones in a circle. There are 6 grids of fertile land, and milk-flavored strawberries have been planted in one of the grids. They have begun to sprout now. Isn't it very fast? Lin Shan took out the water spirit rice and wheat seeds and planted them directly. Looking at the fertile farmland grids that showed that they could still be used for planting, Lin Shan was a little surprised. Wasn't it said that only one type of plant could be planted in one grid? Or is it because the seeds in my hands are all water-loving rice and wheat? Seeing this, Lin Shan repeated the planting 1 by 1, 2 by 2, and soon he had planted 5 seeds. Now, the fertile land grid was full. 5 seeds? I wonder if other plants are like this too. Soon, 10 water-loving rice and wheat seeds were planted. Then, Lin Shan took out the fertilizer. According to the introduction, it can accelerate the growth of crops and slightly increase the yield. After all, it is a bag of green 3-star quality fertilizer. It shows that it can be used 5 times, so Lin Shan directly put fertilizer into both wheat and strawberries. As the fertilizer entered the soil, the sprouts of the milk-flavored strawberries began to grow rapidly and soon grew leaves, although they were still very small. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan finally turned his attention to the bronze treasure chest monster. I don't know what good things can be opened. Pushing open the lid of the treasure chest monster, looking at the sharp teeth and the bloody interior, Lin Shan was a little hesitant to do it for a moment. But all the treasures of the treasure chest monster are stored in its stomach. Damn, this is so disgusting. I wish I had disposable gloves at this time. Lin Shan said speechlessly. The size of the treasure chest monster is similar to that of treasure chest, but that doesn't mean its stomach space is that small. You have to know that it has space for treasure. After all, it is a bronze treasure chest monster. It is impossible for Lin Shan to not kill it just because he feels disgusted. He'll have to get used to it sooner or later. In the end, Lin Shan slowly stretched out his evil right hand and then slowly put it into the treasure chest monster's mouth. After rummaging around for a while, I finally touched something. Hiss! Lin Shan took out an item. Looking at the object in his hand, it was a crystal. Lin Shan, Crystal? Could it be an ability crystal? Suddenly, I couldn't wait to click to view. Name, Space Crystal. Category, Props. Rating, Blue 3. Effect, can expand the system backpack. Evaluation, the lowest level Space Crystal can expand 3 backpack slots. To use, click in the backpack slot to use it. Space Crystal, more backpack slots. Great stuff. I didn't expect the treasure chest monsters collection to be so good. Lin Shan happily put it into his backpack and clicked to use it. With the Space Crystal leading the way, Lin Shan no longer looked at the treasure chest monster with disgust, but his eyes glowed. The little hand reached in without hesitation. Smash, and soon another item was taken out. Then it continued, another item was taken out, and then another. In the end, the treasure chest monster took out 4 items, and then the body of the treasure chest monster slowly dissipated, just like the treasure chest. Looking at the 3 items on the ground, one of them was a space crystal, but it was a blue 2-star one and could only increase 2 grids, so I used it directly. Now, Lin Shan's backpack has 15 slots. Then Lin Shan looked at the 2 objects on the ground. Name, Treasure Chest Monster Crystal Core. Category, Materials. Rating, Blue 9. Effect, can create space equipment. Evaluation, the rare Treasure Chest Monster Crystal Core can be used to create space equipment. The Blue 9 Crystal Core can create a 10 cubic meter space equipment. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to find a master who can forge space equipment. A Treasure Chest Monster Crystal Core? It's a good thing, but it's useless now. Lin Shan said with some regret. Maybe it will come in handy when I get the blueprint of space equipment in the future. Otherwise, as the reviews say, I will have to find a master who can forge space equipment to make it. After placing the crystal core on the table, Lin Shan looked at the last item. Name, Water Paddling Boots. Category, Extraordinary Equipment. Rating, Blue 3. Effect, Pad, Water Element Extraordinary Attribute, +1. Evaluation, shoes made from the skin of sea beasts and roving fish. They have the ability to paddle. Activating the paddling effect allows the user to glide on the water. This requires consuming water-based supernatural energy. Water boots? Water gliding? Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter, and the image of himself gliding on the sea surface emerged in his mind. Checker making trouble? Chapter 42, Thunderstorm at Night. Lin Shan quickly shook his head to get rid of the image in his mind, feeling a little weird. But these shoes are still good. Just replace the linen boots on your feet. Good. I finally changed out of the new 3-piece suit. Unfortunately, I still don't have any underwear. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. The 3-piece set for newcomers consists of a linen shirt, linen pants, and linen shoes. Now all the treasure chests have been opened. Of course, there is still a pearl oyster, but Lin Shan threw it into the shallow sea crab shell and kept it together with the 2 pearl oysters and red eyebrow fish from the morning. Suddenly, a fragrance came. Lin Shan looked at the mantis shrimp, which had turned red. It's cooked. Lin Shan directly picked up the black iron spear and then took the shrimp out of the fireplace. Well, with the heavy iron spear, the function of the black iron spear became a fireplace shelf. Black iron spear. Epsilon sad face Omicron. Alas, it was abandoned after all. Holding the black iron spear, Lin Shan walked directly out of the lighthouse. It was not yet 5:30 and it was not dark yet. Seeing the weather starting to get darker, Lin Shan started peeling. Click, click. Soon, Lin Shan peeled off the shell of the mantis shrimp. In an instant, the aroma of the shrimp meat came to his nose, especially the shrimp paste, which was very delicious. Sniff, it smells so Gouda. I'm drooling just by smelling it. Lin Shan looked at the huge shrimp paste in front of him, couldn't help but slurp his saliva, and then started showing off. Your mouth is full of oil. It's so late. Lin Shan said vaguely. With just 1 or 2 bites, Lin Shan quickly finished the entire shrimp paste. Even the shrimp meat was half eaten. Hiccup. Lin Shan burped contentedly, wiped his mouth with a piece of toilet paper, and said contentedly, there are benefits to eating more. I can eat to my heart's content. As the sky darkened, the fog on the sea instantly spread towards the island along with the darkness. But the next second, the blue candlelight of the lighthouse also lit up. Directly blocked the sea fog 600 meters away. Lin Shan looked at the ships in the harbor on the coast. He had learned from the ship elves that sea beasts and sirens would not attack ships, so there was no need to worry about the safety of the ships. Of course, this refers to unmanned ships. If it is discovered that there are people on the ship, the sea beasts and sirens will not be polite. But it's different in the port, especially when sea beasts or monsters might destroy your house. However, it can be repaired with materials, so it's not a big deal. After looking at the seaside for a few seconds, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse and threw the tissue in his hand into the fireplace, which instantly ignited it. Looking at the burnt paper, Lin Shan murmured, "Tomorrow, the novice period will end. I wonder what changes will occur." Lin Shan opened the chat channel and looked at the number of people. Well, it didn't decrease. It seemed that after the identification surgery, everyone's survival ability was greatly improved. With the identification technique, we can compare the differences between the two sides. In this way, you can judge for yourself whether you are confident or not, and whether you can win. Then I opened the chat channel and took a look. I found that everyone was still chatting and guessing what changes would happen tomorrow, but it was obvious that everyone was in a much happier mood. At the same time, the subtitles of him posting the treasure chest monster were pinned to the top. Let's shout Big Boss 666 together. Some also said that if you see a treasure chest in the future, you must first identify it to see if it is a treasure chest monster in disguise. There are also some people asking whether the monsters in the treasure chest are good or not. After watching for a while, Lin Shan closed the chat channel page, opened the personal panel, and stared at his garbled destiny and abilities. "I want to see when you recover," Lin Shan said viciously. Lin Shan lay on the bed, staring at the personal panel with wide eyes. Then half an hour passed, and it was still garbled. Then an hour and a half passed, and it was still garbled. Then 3 hours passed, and it was still garbled. He's gone. Lin Shan has closed his eyes, and I don't know when he fell asleep. Time passed slowly. Perhaps because it was the last day of the novice period, no sea monsters came to the island tonight, which was rare. Of course, it is also possible that all the fishmen have been killed by Lin Shan. But what about the blood-red eyes? Perhaps it was a monster hidden in the fog? After all, the lighthouse candlelight could only dispel the fog at sea. Who knew if it would be effective against a monster hidden in the fog? Who knows if the monsters in the fog can leave the fog and move around in a short period of time? Time passed by little, and soon it was 11:59. In 1 minute, it would be the 4th day. Boom! Lin Shan was suddenly awakened. Boom! The loud noise sounded again, and Lin Shan couldn't help but open the window. Is it raining? Boom! The thunder rumbled again. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, with thunder flashing from time to time, it was a sign of a coming storm. We've barely passed the novice stage, and you're already so impatient to face a crisis? Lin Shan was speechless. If a storm really came, who knew if the island would be flooded? On top of that, there's the possibility of a tsunami. Listening to the sound of thunder and rain, Lin Shan frowned and opened the chat channel. He took a look and found that everyone was discussing this thunderstorm. Although the rain is still relatively light now, you can tell but that it will definitely get heavier later. After closing the window, Lin Shan walked to the top of the lighthouse on the 2nd floor. I was relieved after I found that the rain could not get in. It would be a disaster if the candlelight was extinguished by the rain. However, rain cannot get in, but wind could blow in, but obviously it could not blow away the candle flame. Lin Shan looked for a while and returned to the room after finding that everything was fine. Thunderbolt. As the sound of thunder and rain continued to reach his ears, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. It looks like many people are destined to have trouble sleeping today, especially those who haven't upgraded their lighthouses. However, after the lighthouse reaches 3 stars, there will be no gaps. There shouldn't be anyone whose lighthouse can't even reach the white 3-star level, right? What Lin Shan didn't know was that many people were now rushing to upgrade the lighthouse. Most people, like Lin Shan, chose to slow down the lighthouse upgrade. After all, who knew how to obtain energy? So some people's lighthouses are still white 1-star. Lin Shan lay back on the bed, then opened his personal panel and took a look. When he found that it was still garbled, he was speechless. Out of sight, out of mind. Close your eyes and go to sleep. After a while, hiss Momo coin, it's getting colder now that it's raining. Lin Shan opened his eyes helplessly, then walked to the fireplace and threw a dozen pieces of charcoal into it. Cokes! The fire suddenly grew bigger and the whole room slowly began to warm up. After figuring he could hold on until tomorrow morning, Lin Shan went back to sleep with peace of mind. Chapter 43, The Path of Destiny. The Witch of Destiny. Boom! The thunder was still rumbling in the air, extremely loud. After all, there were no buildings in the sea that could weaken the thunder. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for many people. Lin Shan, on the other hand, fell asleep peacefully under the warm light of the fireplace. The sound of rain outside was getting louder and louder, and it was still raining until 6 o'clock the next day. Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes. Well, he was awakened by the thunder outside. Listening to the heavy rain outside, Lin Shan couldn't help but yawn, and then murmured, "Has it been raining all night?" As soon as I opened the window, the rain hit me in the face. Fuck. Lin Shan quickly closed the window. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Lin Shan wiped the rain off his face and suddenly became energetic. Then Lin Shan came to another window and opened it carefully. This time, no rain could blow in because the wind was not blowing in this direction. Oh my god, this rain is too heavy, isn't it? It's so dense. Visibility is less than 10 meters. Lin Shan murmured in surprise. But with all this rain, can I take a nice hot bath? Lin Shan turned his head to look at the pot beside the fireplace. It could hold about 50 liters of water, enough for him to take a nice hot bath. Lin Shan immediately picked up the iron pot and started filling it with water. After filling 2/3 of it, Lin Shan put on the fireplace to heat it. After taking a look at the boiling water, Lin Shan blinked. Did he forget something? Oh, right, my profession and abilities. Lin Shan suddenly recalled the garbled professional abilities that had been displayed yesterday and quickly opened his personal panel to check. It's not still garbled, is it? Stare, very good. It's no longer garbled, but the ability is gone, and there's one more talent. In other words, my ability has been converted into a talent? Hiss, is this garbled code so awesome? Lin Shan looked at his personal attribute panel with some surprise. Name Lin Shan. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, omen. Talent, gift of fate, witch of fate. Abilities, ice crystal shot, underwater breathing, appraisal. Extraordinary attributes, water plus 15, fire plus 3, wood plus 2, mystic plus 5, constitution plus 1, spirit plus 4. Evaluation, a new transcendent, whose transcendent attribute just exceeds 10 points. What does the witch of fate mean? Aren't witches supposed to be female? Lin Shan subconsciously posed with his biceps. Drink. Boy, I didn't expect the bad habits left by the physical education teacher to still exist. Lin Shan came back to his senses and said somewhat embarrassedly. Next, click on the Harbinger of Destiny. Name, Harbinger. Category, Destiny Path. Rating, Unknown. Destiny Ability, Mystical Perception. Destiny Blessing, Mystic plus 10, Spirit plus 10. Evaluation, the Harbinger, the name of the 9th stage of the Path of Destiny. The abilities of the Harbinger are known only to the Harbinger himself. Among all the paths, except for the common ones, the abilities of the remaining paths. It all varies from person to person. Often, two people with the same path can have completely different abilities, but the general direction they ultimately take is pretty much the same. The Path of Destiny is an extremely rare path. There is basically no previous experience to draw on, and everything can only be explored on one's own. A Harbinger? Lin Shan said doubtfully. The next second, Lin Shan suddenly received a bunch of information, including information about the Harbinger and his abilities. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Shan carefully sorted out the information in his mind. Just a destiny ability? Mystical perception, allowing me to perceive all unknown information. Lin Shan couldn't help but wonder, this destiny ability doesn't look that good? But judging from the information, each stage of destiny grants 3 abilities. I hope the other 2 abilities are more powerful. But looking at the name of the 9th stage of the Path of Destiny, the Harbinger, it seems to have nothing to do with output. It doesn't seem very powerful, but the name of the Path of Destiny is really awesome. I wonder if it's my passive talent that's affecting it? Otherwise, wouldn't both of them be related to destiny? Lin Shan guessed. But the blessing of destiny is very high. It directly adds 10 to the mystical and 10 to the spirit. And I just got the destiny. It should increase later, right? After closing the destiny panel, Lin Shan clicked on the new talent to check it out. Let me see what this Witch of Fate is all about. Lin Shan muttered as he clicked on it to check. Name, Witch of Fate. Category, Talent. Rating, Unknown. Effect, Witch of Fate. Evaluation, Witch. A synonym for powerful. Each witch is unique. Their existence is a qualification to enter the... By the way, witch is just a pronoun and does not necessarily represent female. Although the vast majority of witches are female, it does not mean that there are no males. and there are even some who are not human. Again, which is just a pronoun, simply because the first generation of witches were all female. Lin Shan looked at the talent in front of him with a confused look on his face. What the hell was going on? He had no idea what was going on. Damn it. Only now do I fully realize the importance of knowledge. Lin Shan said with some resentment. It's a pity that I was fooled by the physical education teacher when I was a child. Knowing muscles is everything. Now when I think about it, I really want to pin the physical education teacher to the ground and rub him. But when I thought of the physical education teacher's huge body of 1.9 meters and his biceps almost as big as his head, I felt discouraged. Staring at the effect for a while, the Witch of Fate found that Lin Shan still didn't receive any information. It was really strange. Scratching his head, Lin Shan said helplessly, "Forget it, I'll study it later. I'm hungry, let's eat first." Lin Shan came to the table, squatted down, and looked at the red eyebrow fish still swimming in the shell of the shallow sea crab. He nodded and smiled. It's still alive, not bad. Yesterday, because of the confusion of profession and ability, Lin Shan forgot the existence of the red-flowered eyebrow fish. He picked up the dagger and put it in the backpack. Then Lin Shan took the backpack and walked to the window and started to deal with it. TSK, such heavy rain is just right for washing, Lin Shan said as he slaughtered the red eyebrow fish. Soon, a clean red eyebrow fish was prepared. Well, now that we have so much fresh water, how about some fish soup to warm our stomachs? Lin Shan looked at the rain in the sky and couldn't help but say, you know what, it's obviously getting a bit colder with this thunderstorm weather. Especially when the window is open, even if there's no tailwind, a hint of chill will still come in from outside. Chapter 44 Tsunami Hits. Slurpa not bad, delicious, Lin Shan said happily while holding the fish soup. That's right, in the end, Lin Shan decided to make fish soup, and after adding some salt, it tasted delicious. Drinking the fish soup and eating the fish meat and scallops is so wonderful, especially in such a thunderstorm. It is very leisurely. But in this kind of weather, will the tide still recede? Lin Shan looked at the rain and fog outside the window and couldn't help muttering. That's right, the thunderstorm just got a little stronger, and now the visibility is blurry more than 5 meters away. It's hard to think about it. I feel like it would be lucky if the island is not submerged, let alone the tide receding. But the island is floating on the sea, so it shouldn't be submerged, right? After all, if the water level rises, won't the island rise as well? After thinking about it, Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel. Oh my god, family, the rain has gotten even heavier. Damn it, I got caught in the rain yesterday, and now I feel like I've caught a cold. Does anyone have any cold medicine? I need it. The lighthouse wasn't upgraded yesterday, so rain blew in through the cracks. My room is still wet. It's so uncomfortable. The only good thing about the rain is that I could take a nice bath. I haven't showered in 3 days, and I feel like I'm soaked in it. The one above, please give me a picture. +1, +2, +3. Oh my goodness. The building is starting to tilt again, isn't it? Who knows how to make containers like barrels or tubs? I need to stock up now that it's raining. Let's stock up if we can. After all, the novice period is over. Who knows what will happen next? Collect the barrels and basins. Then why not just dig a hole with wood? The one upstairs, I can tell you've never tried it before. The wood is so hard that even my green dagger has a hard time digging a hole. That's true, but with an axe, it's easy, just a few strokes. It should be focused on the effect, right? After all, axes are used to chop wood. You must be kidding. My axe is thirsty for water. With one strike, I can split even shallow sea crabs in half. It's almost 8 o'clock. Do you think the tide will go out again today? You're kidding. In this kind of weather, even if the tide goes out, do you dare to go out? That's right. I'd rather stay in the lighthouse room. It's too dangerous to go out in this weather. Holy shit. Everyone, do you know what I saw? What? Damn it. Tsunami. Tsunami. Oh shit. Yeah, this kind of weather could easily cause a tsunami. Then can our lighthouse withstand the tsunami? Normally, a wooden lighthouse like ours wouldn't be able to withstand this, but our lighthouse is clearly abnormal, so I don't know either. No need to guess. My lighthouse was hit by a tsunami and lost 30 of its energy. My lighthouse is a 3-star white lighthouse, and it can't withstand 3 tsunamis. Holy crap. My white 2-star lighthouse lost 50 of its energy in one go. Luckily, I still have some energy left. Hurry up and upgrade. Why isn't there a tsunami here? +1, I don't have any here. If there are thunderstorms all day, then basically no one can escape the fate of facing a tsunami. Anyone encountered a tsunami? Lin Shan, who was drinking fish soup, was stunned, but when he thought about it, it seemed normal in this kind of weather. Omen, you sense unusual fluctuations in the air. In 10 minutes, a tsunami will strike. Lin Shan stared at the information in front of him, bewildered. This seemed to be his harbinger's destiny ability? Mystical perception? How did it suddenly trigger? In 10 minutes, there will be a tsunami. Lin Shan couldn't help but whisper. After quickly finishing the fish soup, Lin Shan closed the window and ran to the second floor of the lighthouse. He was not afraid of the tsunami. Judging from the chat channel, it would only consume 30 of the lighthouse's energy. However, it had a lot of basic materials, so he completely disdained it. But the candle flame is a little uncertain, so Lin Shan must ensure that the candle flame is not affected before he can feel at ease. The 10 minutes passed quickly. Whoosh whoosh. An unusual sound came into Lin Shan's ears. Is a tsunami coming? Lin Shan walked slowly up the stairs, looking outside, but unfortunately he couldn't see anything because of the rain and fog. Bang! A huge shock came without any warning. The tsunami hit the island. Holy crap, this thing has to be 10 meters high, right? The huge tsunami temporarily blocked the rain, so Lin Shan could see everything clearly. Lin Shan looked at the impending tsunami nervously. As long as the candlelight was not extinguished, everything would be fine. Bang! The lighthouse began to shake violently. Lin Shan stared at the windows around him and found that the seawater seemed unable to come in. There was a layer of faint energy shield blocking the invasion of seawater. Lin Shan just watched the tsunami pass directly through the lighthouse, the island, and gradually move away. Lin Shan also saw a large number of sea beasts, sirens, sea fish, and even treasure chests mixed in the seawater. It passed by my eyes so clearly. Phew, this is truly terrifying. If this were on Blue Planet, a 10-meter-high tsunami would have shattered this wooden lighthouse. Lin Shan muttered as he opened the panel and took a look, only to find that only 20 of the energy was left. Holy crap, he took away 50 of the lighthouse's energy in one go. Lin Shan shouted in surprise. Frightened, Lin Shan quickly ran down and clicked on the lighthouse to upgrade. After a while, the lighthouse looked brand new, turning into a white 4-star, and its energy was restored to 100. Seeing this, Lin Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because some tsunamis come one after another, this type of tsunami is the most deadly. If you don't upgrade the lighthouse in time, then you'll have to wait for the lighthouse's energy to run out and be smashed into pieces. Lin Shan opened his personal panel and looked at today's weather. He hadn't checked it before, so now he would see how long this weather would last. Today's weather, thunderstorm. Weather effect, disaster. A tsunami will occur. Lin Shan couldn't help but twitch his lips. A whole day? Fuck you. After checking the chat channel, I found that someone had already posted today's weather effects. Seeing this, Lin Shan didn't need to do anything unnecessary. Time slowly passed, and it was 8 o'clock as everyone was worried. In the past, the low tide prompts have begun to appear, and now, the prompts have appeared, but they're not low tide prompts, but new rules. It also means that the novice period is officially over. Chapter 45, the novice period, is over. Lin Shan, including all the tower guards, couldn't help but look at the system prompt with serious expressions. System ding. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully completing the 3-day novice period. Next, you will face the real challenge. System ding. Remove the restriction on sea beasts not actively attacking tower defenders. System ding. Cancel the permanent weather, sunny and windy. From now on, the weather will be unpredictable every day. System ding. The ban on sea exploration has been lifted. Tower defenders may enter the harbor and sail their ships out to sea for adventure. System ding. The ban on sea merchants has been lifted. From now on, sea merchants will visit the islands of all tower defenders. System ding. The ban on pirates has been lifted. From now on, the islands of all tower defenders will also attract pirate invasions. System ding. Throw in silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, special treasure chests, and other high-level treasure chests. System ding. 30 days left until the island shield is lifted. Attention! Once the island shield is lifted, the islands of all tower defenders will be truly exposed to the sea of fog. System ding. The above is the content for this time. It will be updated again in 30 days. System ding. We've detected that today's weather disaster is too strong. Since all tower guards are not yet prepared, the system has reduced the tsunami's power by 80. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Shan scratched his head and said, "No wonder I can't find a treasure chest above bronze level. It turns out I haven't invested enough. So, the deep-sea treasure chest I got in the beginning was thanks to the weather effect. Hey, it seems I'm really lucky. The ban on going out to sea has been lifted. Sea merchants? Pirates? In other words, these entities may have already existed, at least during the novice period. The system also blocked them out." Lin Shan looked at the word lift the ban and couldn't help but frown. If it was an unblocking or an investment, Lin Shan wouldn't think anything of it. But why was it an unlocking? Especially, Lin Shan looked at the last piece of information. 30 days left until the island shield is lifted. So after 30 days, they would be facing the true face of a sea of fog, right? From a ship elf, Lin Shan already knew that there were locals in the Misty Sea. They might be the tower keepers from the previous term, or they might be the original inhabitants. Anyway, 30 days later, their tens of billions of tower guards will be truly exposed to all forces. After reading the system prompts several times, Lin Shan closed them. That was all there was to it, so there was no need to think too much about it. Based on the current situation, pirates are probably the most dangerous, followed by sea beasts. Be careful of sea beasts that might attack first. Lin Shan sat in a chair, looking at the flames in the fireplace, and muttered. As for the hint that appeared later, Lin Shan was a little surprised, but when he thought about it, the power of a tsunami was no joke. Sudden. Omen, you sense a massive energy fluctuation in the air. In 12 minutes, 3 consecutive tsunamis will strike. Omen, you sense a sunken ship on the seabed caught in the 3rd wave of the tsunami. Perhaps you could do something. Looking at the 2 omens before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. 3 consecutive tsunamis? A shipwreck on the seabed? Lin Shan threw a piece of charcoal into the fireplace, looked at the first day's omen, and said in surprise, "Mystical perception can even sense this? It seems that I underestimated the ability of mystical perception. Although it's a passive ability, it seems surprisingly powerful now." 11 minutes passed quickly, and Lin Shan had already arrived in front of the operating table. He grabbed the table tightly. Fortunately, the table was fixed. Soon, the last minute passed, and the tsunami arrived as expected. Bang! The whole island shook, and next came the lighthouse. Bang, bang, bang. The lighthouse continued to shake. Lin Shan held on to the control panel tightly, watching the energy on the lighthouse page drop from 100 to 60 in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Shan was extremely shocked. Holy crap, a 40 dropped straight away. Bang! Less than 10 seconds after the previous wave, the second tsunami landed. The lighthouse began to shake again, and its energy plummeted again, dropping directly from 60 to 40. Half the power? Then will the 3rd wave be even smaller? Lin Shan looked at the consumed energy in surprise and said in astonishment. However, more than 10 seconds passed, and Lin Shan still didn't feel the vibration. Suddenly, his brows furrowed tightly. Something was wrong. The interval was too long. Lin Shan thought about it and decisively clicked to upgrade the lighthouse. In an instant, the materials were consumed, and the lighthouse changed from white 4 stars to white 5 stars. Another half-minute later, boom, a huge vibration sounded, and the power of this wave was even greater than the first wave. What the hell? Are you going to do this to me? Lin Shan held the control panel tightly and complained. Bang! Bang! The tremors sounded again, and the tsunami hit the lighthouse. Lin Shan watched the energy closely. In an instant, it dropped rapidly from 100 and soon broke through the 50 mark. The speed of decline was still very fast. Finally, the lighthouse only had 10 of its energy left and was emitting a red emergency signal. Holy shit, this isn't right. How could it possibly consume so much energy? 90. Lin Shan muttered in shock. After a while, after coming to his senses, Lin Shan directly clicked on the upgrade. In an instant, the lighthouse changed from white 5 stars to white 6 stars. Looking at the recovered energy, Lin Shan finally felt relieved and ran upstairs. He had some guests to confirm. Grass. Sure enough, as soon as he came up, Lin Shan saw a sunken ship crashing into the lighthouse and was now stuck. I told you, a tsunami alone can't possibly knock out 90 of the energy. It's not a complete tsunami. And then there's that snapping sound. Lin Shan looked at the sunken ship in front of him and immediately decided to go in and take a look. You should know that deep-sea treasure chests are likely to appear in the deep sea and in shipwrecks. Puff. Lin Shan jumped directly from the second floor into the sunken ship and began to search quickly. Who knows when the next tsunami will come? What a mess. Looking at the situation inside the shipwreck, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. After all, we were carried away by the tsunami, so it's normal that things are in a mess. Lin Shan searched quickly and soon found a treasure chest. Well, it was an ordinary treasure chest, not a system treasure chest. The treasure chest is being pressed against the pile of wood. Lin Shan went over and violently smashed the lock, then opened it to check. Lighthouse gold coin? He took it. Then he searched among the wood pile again and soon found 3 more boxes full of Lighthouse gold coins, which were about the same size. Chapter 46, The Tide, is going out. It's still there. Humph. Lin Shan continued searching. The boat was in a mess, and it was difficult to find the item. After searching for a few minutes, Lin Shan finally saw the treasure chest. Well, the kind of treasure chest that belongs to the system. Looking at the golden treasure chest in front of him, Lin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Golden treasure chest? I'm rich." I put it in my backpack without hesitation and continued searching. Unfortunately, the shipwreck is full of holes, and many things must have been washed away by the tsunami. Soon, Lin Shan searched all the shipwrecks carefully. After all, shipwrecks can be considered high-level resource points. Finally, Lin Shan ran onto the deck and searched, and unexpectedly he actually found something. What kind of fish is this? Looking at the fish in front of him, Lin Shan said with some confusion, "The fish is not big, only half a meter long, but it is blue all over and emits a faint glow. As for its appearance, it is okay. At least it looks like something you can eat." Let's take a look at the identification. Name: deep sea cold fish. Category: sea fish. Rating: blue 3. Effect: after consumption, increase 1 to 3 points of ice type extraordinary attributes. Evaluation: this extraordinary fish lives in the deep sea. Eating it can increase the extraordinary ice attribute. It rarely swims out of the sea. Overrated review: deep sea cold fish will melt when exposed to heat, so the best way to eat it is as sashimi. If it is paired with cold lemon fruit, the effect will be even better. Oh my god, what a good thing. Come on, give it to me. After looking at the attributes, Lin Shan said in surprise. Then he grabbed the deep-sea fish and went back to the lighthouse room. Because the omen appeared again, a tsunami will occur again in more than an hour. It's so cold. Lin Shan couldn't help but shudder, then looked at the deep-sea fish in his hand and said, "After returning to the room, I instantly felt refreshed, but I was still wet all over, so I had to go to the fireplace to dry myself." As for deep-sea cold fish, well, Lin Shan is processing it now. After all, it is food for making sashimi, so the fresher the better. Soon, 2 bowls of fish were placed. As for how the bowl came about, made of coconuts from the treasure chest in front. Looking at the fish in front of him, Lin Shan frowned. To be honest, he had never eaten anything raw, so he was a little reluctant to eat it. But after all, it was food that could increase extraordinary attributes 100. There was no way he would let it go. Finally, he picked up a piece of fish that exuded a cool scent and put it into his mouth. Then he chewed it cruelly. Hey, it seems to taste pretty good." Lin Shan was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the fish meat was not bad. It was chewy and crispy, slightly sweet, without any fishy smell, and had a refreshing coolness. Overall, it was somewhat unexpected. Since it tasted good, Lin Shan started eating it bite by bite. After eating, Lin Shan opened the character panel and found that 2 points of ice-type extraordinary attributes had been added. The middle value? That's okay. Next, Lin Shan turned his head to look at the other bowl of fish, then rubbed his stomach. The red eyebrow fish soup for breakfast, plus half a deep-sea cold fish, had almost filled him up. Come to think of it, I've already gained extraordinary attributes, and I've only eaten half of it. So, can this half of fish meat still increase my extraordinary attributes? Lin Shan touched his chin and said in confusion. After thinking about it, I decided to just go for the appraisal. When in doubt, go ahead. Name: processing of inferior deep-sea cold fish fillets. Category: food. Rating: blue 1. Effect: increases 1 to 2 points of ice-type extraordinary attributes after consumption. Comment: why is such a good and extraordinary ingredient wasted like this? Excessive appraisal evaluation. The same deep-sea cold fish cannot be used a second time. Oh, Lin Shan couldn't help but twitch his lips, and then he complained, "I used a dagger to deal with it, which is already very good. But since it can be increased, it can be sold." Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel and was about to start searching. Then I saw that the number of people had decreased by hundreds, and suddenly, I couldn't help but fall silent. Looking at the chat channel, the comments were indeed very depressed and scared. The power of this tsunami was too great, and it happened very frequently. 1 or 2 times would be okay, but if it happened too often, no one could bear it. 100 people may not seem like a lot, but you have to know that it's not even 9 o'clock yet. In less than an hour, hundreds of people died. Fuck, I wonder if other areas are experiencing thunderstorms as well. Lin Shan said, a little depressed. Then he opened the character list of the chat channel, and Lin Shan immediately saw the target. His name was right below his, second in line. Click directly to open private chat. Lin Shan, Boss Huang Xin, do you want some fish? Picture. On the other side, Huang Xin, who was looking at the fire, looked at the chat message that suddenly rang. After seeing the person coming, he couldn't help but said in surprise, could it be that the idiot remembered it? After opening the message impatiently, the little face that was originally smiling suddenly turned cold. Huang Xin gritted her teeth and murmured, asshole, when will you remember me? Damn it. Then he puffed out his cheeks, clicked on the picture, and looked at it angrily. Food that increases extraordinary attributes. Huang Xin blinked her big eyes, then snorted softly and muttered, you still have some conscience. You know to trade with me first. But the next second, Huang Xin gritted her teeth in anger again. Lin Shan, I need something of the same quality in exchange. Do you want it? If not, I'll find someone third. Huang Xin. Click on the transaction angrily, then put a drawing in, and then click OK. Huang Xin came to the bed and started beating the quilt. Damn Shanzi. Stinky Shanzi, you still haven't remembered me yet? Damn it, you forgot about me, the big sister, so quickly? Sure, it's only been 5 years. How could you forget it so quickly? You have a terrible memory. 3 days. I'll give you 3 more days if you still don't remember it. I will remind you of the fear of being dominated by me. Quilt. First of all, I didn't offend you. Bed. Me neither. Lin Shan was a little surprised, then smiled and said, I didn't expect Huang Xin to be so generous. He actually offered me the blueprints in exchange? That's a bit silly, just like Sister Huang. You know, Lin Shan chose to trade with Boss Huang Xin not only because she was number 1, but also because Boss Huang Xin saved his life. Thinking of that big sister, Lin Shan couldn't help but be silent for a moment, then sighed, I wonder where that big sister is? I hope she can survive. Just as I was about to check the drawings, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Ding! Reminder, the tide will recede in half an hour. Please seize the opportunity and search for resources. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Shan slowly typed a question mark. Fuck, when I type this question mark, it means that I'm not the one with the problem. You told me to go fishing in this weather. Lin Shan complained weakly. Chapter 47, Golden Treasure Chest. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Shan's mouth twitched. In this kind of weather, even if he could breathe underwater, he would not dare to go out to catch seafood, let alone other people. If you're not careful, you'll be swept away by the tsunami and your body will sink to the bottom of the sea. However, Lin Shan suddenly remembered his premonition and murmured, I can know when the next tsunami will arrive. In this way, I can take advantage of the time difference. Taking advantage of the opportunity to catch fish? Sea beasts wouldn't be out hunting in this weather, would they? They'd probably stay in their dens. How should I put it? I seem to have made some progress. Lin Shan nodded and said, it's decided. After the tsunami, we'll go out and catch some seafood. We only want the treasure chests, and don't worry about anything else. After all, you can't just stay in your room and do nothing for the whole day, right? Next, Lin Shan began to sort out the Lighthouse gold coin treasure chest and gold treasure chest brought out from the shipwreck. First, there were 4 boxes filled with Lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan directly smashed the locks of the remaining 3 boxes, then looked at the gold coins inside and put them into his backpack one by one. That's a lot. More than the gold coin boxes I got from the deep sea treasure chest at the beginning. Lin Shan sighed as he grabbed the gold coins and put them into his backpack. It took Lin Shan 10 minutes to finally empty the first gold coin treasure chest. Then he opened his backpack and took a look. Lighthouse gold coin 29753. Holy crap, that's almost 30,000 Lighthouse gold coins. According to the current gold price on Blue Star, a gram is over 700. So how much does that cost? Lin Shan sighed, then put all the Lighthouse gold coins back. Just know the number of gold coins, and you don't have to take up precious backpack space. Then the other 3 gold coin chests began to be grabbed one by one. Half an hour later, The 4 Lighthouse gold coin chest had 4 more numbers. The first gold coin treasure chest, 29,753. The second one, 27,971. The third one, 31,297. The fourth one, 28,987. The 4 Lighthouse gold coin treasure chests together have more than 100,000 gold coins, plus the more than 13,000 gold coins in the first treasure chest. So he suddenly became a rich man. After placing all 4 Lighthouse gold coin treasure chests in front of the bed, Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter, I wonder what the purchasing power of Lighthouse gold coins is? See, merchants should be able to use Lighthouse gold coins, right? Shaking his head and no longer thinking about these distant things, Lin Shan looked at the golden treasure chest. This was a high-level treasure chest that had just been released today. Lin Shan clicked to check it out in anticipation, muttering, I don't ask for much, just give me a 5-star rating. Name, Confused Golden Treasure Chest. Category, Ordinary Treasure Chest. Rating, purple 4 white, green, blue, yellow, purple. Effect, confused. The number of items in the treasure chest will be reduced by 1, but not less than 1. Comment, clearly it's stunned. After all, it's riding the waves as soon as it appears. Lin Shan's mouth twitched involuntarily, and then he complained, Good fellow, not only are you confused, I'm confused too. What the hell is this? You're just a treasure chest. What are you confused about? Lin Shan scratched his head and cursed. Damn it, there's a negative connotation to prefixes? I should have given it a 3-star rating. What's the point of this star rating? Although Lin Shan was speechless, what else could he do? He could only accept it. At least it had a 4-star rating. The items that came out would have a higher rating. Squeak bang. Oh my god, it's worthy of being a golden treasure chest. The lid of this treasure chest is quite heavy. After opening the treasure chest, Lin Shan said in surprise, System, obtain 1 golden fruit, random defense construction blueprint. Looking at the 2 new items in the backpack, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at the ceiling, well, to prevent tears from falling. Damn it, so I originally had 3 items. I'm so pissed. Lin Shan shouted for a while before lowering his head to check. Things have already happened. There is no point in complaining. Besides, this golden treasure chest was obtained for free. Name, Golden Fruit. Category, Extraordinary Fruit. Rating, purple 1. Effect, after use, you can freely choose to increase existing extraordinary attributes by 20 points. Evaluation, the legendary golden fruit is a fruit grown from the extraordinary plant, the golden tree. Each one of them can cause bloody storms, and it is an extraordinary fruit that countless extraordinary people dream of. The main thing is that the golden fruit has no drug resistance, which means that if you have endless golden fruits, theoretically, you can infinitely increase your extraordinary attributes. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can grasp the rapid growth of extraordinary attributes. At the same time, the golden fruit is also extremely rare. The golden tree blooms every 100 years and bears fruit every 100 years, and each fruit produces less than 20 fruits. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but touch his chin. This attribute is very powerful, and he can freely choose 20 points of extraordinary attributes. But if you remember correctly, for a green extraordinary fruit, 1 star adds 1 point, and a blue 1 star adds 10 points. Logically, a yellow 1 star adds 100 points, and a purple 1 star should add 1,000 points, right? Or is it because of this drug resistance? Lin Shan looked at the drug resistance in the evaluation and couldn't help but murmur. Thinking about the deep-sea coalfish, just now, 1 fish can only work once. Maybe if you eat too much, you will develop resistance to it. Lin Shan rubbed his hair and said helplessly, Forget it. Why think so much? You don't have enough knowledge, so you can only make blind guesses. Just show off, and that's it. Looking at the fruit in front of him that looked like it was made of gold, Lin Shan couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, Will it break my teeth? It looks very hard. After thinking about it, Lin Shan chose to take a careful bite. Snap! He bit down very easily. Looking at the golden flesh, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and then ate it all in 1 bite. The golden fruit is not big, about the size of an apple. Let's smash it, it seems to have no taste. Also, there's no core. Disappointing. System, gain 20 free attributes. After seeing the prompt, Lin Shan directly opened the character panel. After thinking about it, Lin Shan added 15 points to the mysterious and extraordinary attributes. Although his main force now is ice crystal shooting, His destiny is mainly based on mystery. So we must focus on the main attributes. After 15 points, the mystery directly becomes 33 points, of which 3 points are the percentage bonus of the key of destiny. As for the last 5 free attributes, well, after adding points to extraordinary constitution, keep the rest for now. Chapter 48, Going to the Sea in the Storm. TSK, 15 points of mysterious extraordinary attributes, but I don't feel anything. On the contrary, a little bit of extraordinary physique makes my body warm. Lin Shan said with a chuckle. The improvement in his extraordinary physique is extremely obvious, which is probably related to his current weak physique. When his extraordinary physique is higher in the future, it may not be so obvious. Then, Lin Shan looked at the second item that came out of the golden treasure chest, a random defense construction blueprint. Name, Random Defense Construction Blueprint. Category, Drawings. Rating, Purple 5. Effect, after use, you will randomly obtain a defense construction blueprint ranging from Purple 1 to Red 3. Evaluation, Defense construction blueprints, facilities used to arm the island. After taking a look at the properties, Lin Shan directly clicked to use it. System, obtain the blueprint for the Extraordinary Energy Cannon. Name, Extraordinary Energy Cannon Blueprint. Category, One-time drawings. Rating, Purple 6. Effect, build a super energy cannon. Evaluation, extraordinary energy cannons, commonly found on the walls of coastal cities and large ships, are primarily used to defend against invasions of sea beasts and sirens. A single shot packs immense power, but also consumes a significant amount of energy. Looking at the blueprint in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. A cannon? An energy cannon? So awesome. TSK, with this energy cannon, what are we afraid of pirates? If they dare come, we'll send them packing with one shot. Lin Shan said this in a boastful tone. After putting away the drawings, Lin Shan began to prepare. It's my first time going to the beach during a thunderstorm, and it feels a little exciting. Lin Shan looked at the heavy rain outside and murmured. Soon, an hour passed, and the tsunami arrived on time. Lin Shan quickly closed the window. Bang! The tsunami hit the lighthouse directly, and the energy of the lighthouse suddenly dropped, and then it stood firm, but the shipwreck next to the lighthouse was carried away by the tsunami. There will be a translucent energy shield protecting the candlelight on the second floor, but in the room below, if you open the window, the sea water will not be kind to you. They just poured in. Of course, this was not discovered by Lin Shan, but was said by a netizen who was looking for trouble in the chat channel. During thunderstorms, the lighthouse's energy consumption rate is much faster than in normal weather. In addition, tsunamis hit the streets from time to time, and energy consumption dropped drastically. Fortunately, everyone has enough basic resources to upgrade a lighthouse by 1 or 2 levels. Now on the trading channel, all kinds of basic materials are being collected and sold. Moreover, Lin Shan discovered that if each person collected enough basic materials to upgrade 2 levels, the remaining materials would be given priority to those who were short of materials. The people in my area are so damned, huh? You guys are so damn gentle, it makes me cry. Lin Shan said with some sigh, then put his basic materials on the shelf, keeping 50,000 worth of wood and stone for himself, and put the remaining hundreds of thousands of wood and stone up for sale. Then Lin Shan silently sent a message in the chat channel. Lin Shan, you guys are so damn gentle. I've already put up wood and stone. It's over $100,000, all on loan. After you make it through today, remember to pay me back. There are too many people here, so don't borrow anything if it's not urgent. Oh shit, the boss has appeared. Oh shit, the boss showed up with supplies. Oh my god, well done, boss. Oh shit, the boss is a firefighter, right? Oh shit, I don't know what to say, except oh shit. Fuck it. Forgive my lack of education. I can only say fuck it. Holy crap, boss, you saved my life. My lighthouse was almost smashed to pieces by the tsunami. Luckily, I got the loan in time. Holy crap. Boss, this isn't a loan, it's a loan. There's no interest on it, but a loan does have interest. Holy shit, the guy above is charging interest on loans. I borrowed 1,000 from my best friend, and she asked me to pay back 1,100. I'm gonna call 911 right now and pay back 1,100. Oh my god, sister upstairs, how are you? A bunch of people in the back were saying fuck, and seeing Lin Shan was so disgusting, they could only close the chat channel. In the personal trading store, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised to see that tens of thousands of pieces of wood and stones were missing. He thought it would all be gone in an instant, but he didn't expect only half of it to be gone. Sure enough, the people in my area are so damn gentle. Next time, let's sell the toilet paper a little cheaper. Just sell it for 9 pieces of wood. Lin Shan murmured with a touched look on his face. Lin Shan looked at the lighthouse panel and found that the energy was reduced by 14 obviously. 10 was caused by the tsunami just now, and 4 was consumed by the thunderstorm weather. Well, it seems that after reaching White's 6 star, I have become resistant to these 80 weakened tsunamis. At least it no longer falls apart after 2 or 3 hits. Lin Shan opened his backpack and took a look. Backpack, 15 slots, astral crystal 1, wood 50,000, stone 50,000, broken iron spear, golden conch 1. 10 slots should be enough, right? After all, we need to make quick work of this seafaring trip. As long as we get the treasure chest, the rest will depend on the situation. Lin Shan looked at the backpack, touched his chin, and muttered. Suddenly, the omen jumped out. Omen, you sense unusual fluctuations in the air. In 180 minutes, a tsunami will strike. Lin Shan, huh? The tsunami won't hit until 3 hours later? This is a godsend. Lin Shan immediately stood up and walked to the door. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly remembered something, stopped, turned around, and walked to the window, opened a crack, and looked in. After finding that the wind was not blowing towards the door, I closed the window with confidence and walked towards the door. Open the door and go out. Crash! As soon as I came out, the sound of heavy rain filled the sky. Fuck, I didn't notice it in the room, but the noise outside is so loud. This is also a bit cold. Lin Shan held a heavy iron spear and walked towards the sea in the thunderstorm. The storm was extremely strong, which was why Lin Shan was holding the heavy iron spear. The added weight of more than 30 pounds allowed him to stand firm. Bah, isn't the visibility too short? Lin Shan said helplessly. Forget it. Let's go see what the port is like first. After walking along the path for more than 10 minutes, Lin Shan finally arrived at the port. Then, looking at the port with only a few wooden pillars left, he couldn't help but curl his lips. My goodness, isn't this too miserable? Then Lin Shan began to look for the light water iron clipper, and soon saw that the ship was still floating safely on the sea, even though there was no port. Chapter 49 Fortune and Wealth are sought in danger. Lin Shan quickly came to the side of the light water iron express boat and called out, Xiao AI, how are you? Well, the name of the boat elf that Lin Shan got last time was Xiao AI. There was no way. He was used to calling on the phone. Xiao AI, Captain, I'm Yufine. Any ship with a ship spirit will be blessed by the sea. The tsunami cannot harm me. Hearing this, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Xiao AI, Captain, how can you come out in this kind of weather? You should rest at home. Hearing this, Lin Shan laughed and said, Haha, thank you for your concern, Xiao AI, but I'm fine. My water-type supernatural attribute is over 10 points, so this thunderstorm won't have much of an impact on me. Well, except that it obstructs the view a bit. Xiao AI, Captain, those who will drown are all good swimmers. Lin Shan, I'm even less afraid now. I can breathe underwater. Xiao Ai. Lin Shan, okay Xiao AI, that's enough chat. I have to go catch some seafood. After saying that, Lin Shan began to search along the beach. After walking for a while, Lin Shan was surprised to find that the beach was littered with messy wood, stones, corals, seaweed, and other things. Obviously, they were all brought up by the tsunami. Oh my god, could this be the legendary pursuit of wealth and honor through risk? Lin Shan murmured in surprise. It's a mess. Too messy. After sighing for a while, Lin Shan began to search quickly, mainly looking for treasure chests. Of course, if he saw something special, he could take it with him. Deep sea rocks? Garbage seaweed? Wood? No. A black iron treasure chest? No. Wait, a black iron treasure chest? Take it, take it. Lin Shan was a little surprised. Finding a black iron treasure chest on the beach? How rare. During this period, Lin Shan also saw many dead sea fish and sea beasts. After identification, he found that they had no effect, so he ignored them. What a pity. Lin Shan looked at the sea fish in front of him and said regretfully, because this dead fish is rated yellow, 3 stars, if it were alive, it would definitely add extraordinary attribute points. But unfortunately, it is a dead fish and only a head is left. Continue. Lin Shan searched and looked here and there. His speed was not fast, but not slow either. Soon, the beach area was explored, and 2 black iron treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest were harvested. Lin Shan smacked his lips, then spat out the rainwater. He thought to himself, even the beach has bronze treasure chests. These resources are truly abundant, and there aren't any sea beasts guarding them. It's like getting something for free. After arriving at the coral area, Lin Shan looked at the splashing water and couldn't see what was underneath at all. He jumped down directly, and everything became quiet in an instant. Although there was still the sound of rain, it was not as loud. Oh my God, did you see the treasure chest right away? Lin Shan swam over quickly, took a closer look, and couldn't help but smile. It's still a bronze treasure chest? Not bad, I'll take it. Because of the existence of treasure chest monsters, Lin Shan will first identify every treasure chest. As long as no attribute panel appears, is a real treasure chest. After collecting the treasure chest, Lin Shan looked at the corals in the coral area that were smashed into pieces by the tsunami. He felt helpless and just hoped that the blood-red coral and purple coral were okay. After thinking about it, Lin Shan continued to explore. Fortunately, most of the corals in the back were preserved relatively intact, so it seems that the blood-red coral and purple coral should be fine. After swimming for most of the day, Lin Shan discovered that there were a lot of seafood under the coral, including lobsters, crabs, and fish, but they were all ordinary marine creatures. Lin Shan did not disturb them, but continued to explore. Soon, Lin Shan found another treasure chest. TSK, the view underwater is better than above. Lin Shan looked at the treasure chest 10 meters away and complained silently in his heart. After arriving in front of the treasure chest, Lin Shan was surprised to find that it was actually a stone treasure chest. A treasure chest made entirely of stone. Is this a special treasure chest? Oh my God, so lucky. Lin Shan thought to himself, and then couldn't help but check the attributes. Name, Relic Treasure Chest. Category, Special Treasure Box. Rating, Yellow 7. Effect, there is a chance to get a relic item. Evaluation, Ruins Treasure Chest. A special treasure chest that usually only appears in ruins. The ruins treasure chest in front of you was brought ashore by the tsunami. Yellow 7 stars. Hege. Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then took a few gulps of seawater. Vomit. Lin Shan couldn't help but vomit, and then another mouthful of seawater. Oh shit. Lin Shan quickly shut his mouth. Momo coin, you got carried away, and now you're facing failure, right? After putting away the treasure chest of the ruins, Lin Shan continued searching. Soon, he arrived at the place where the blood-red coral was, and was surprised to find that the blood-red coral was surrounded by ordinary corals. Are these ordinary corals protecting the blood-red coral? Lin Shan was a little surprised. How could ordinary coral move? This surprised him greatly, and then he looked around curiously and finally found that there were many marine creatures hiding under these corals. Well, it seems that they're not ordinary corals protecting blood-red corals, but these marine creatures. Come to think of it, the effect of blood-red coral is beneficial to them, so they instinctively choose to protect it, right? After giving a thumbs up to the marine creatures, Lin Shan left. After all, he only had 3 hours, and more than an hour had already passed. There are still reef areas that have not been searched. Later, Lin Shan discovered that the purple coral was also protected, but did not receive the same treatment as the blood-red coral. Instead, it was directly taken by sea fish to the corals below. This will prevent you from being washed away by the tsunami. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. It's true that outsiders are not as close as biological ones. Then, Lin Shan continued searching and soon found another treasure chest, but unfortunately, it was a wooden treasure chest. Suddenly, Lin Shan felt a little disgusted and became dismayed. After putting away the wooden treasure chest, the coral area is almost at the bottom. Crash! As soon as we came out of the sea, we were hit by raindrops. Don't underestimate these raindrops. Each one hurts. After rubbing his hair and rinsing off the seawater, Lin Shan walked towards the reef area. Looking at a rock pit full of potholes and rainwater, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. The reef area is the only place where sea beasts may hide, because there are some crevices in the reefs where sea beasts can hide and take refuge. Therefore, you must be extremely alert when exploring the reef area. Chapter 50 Tiger Suit. Pa pa pa. Fall, fall, fall. The raindrops hit the rocks and puddles, making popping or collapsing sounds. The sound of rain could mask his movements, but it also masked the movements of the sea beast, so there was no difference. Carefully moving between the reefs, the situation in the reef area is even worse than that in the beach area. Because there are gaps between the reefs, things can easily get stuck. Fuck, you're not going to ask me to clean up after today, are you? How long will this take? Lin Shan complained subconsciously. But soon, Lin Shan realized that these things did not look very good now, but after the thunderstorm passed, it might be time for a big harvest. After all, Lin Shan is just checking it casually now. If there's a treasure chest, he will take it. If he doesn't see it, he won't look for it carefully. After all, if he hadn't returned to the lighthouse before the tsunami arrived, although he wouldn't die, since he could breathe underwater, who knew where he would be taken? It was uncertain whether he would ever be able to return to the island. Wait, there are too many things, it's troublesome. Lin Shan looked at the mess and felt helpless. Not only did it prevent him from finding the treasure chest, it also slowed him down a lot. I opened the panel and saw that 2 hours and 21 minutes had passed. With 15 minutes left to return to the lighthouse, there were only a dozen minutes left to search. Helpless, Lin Shan had to make a quick decision. Ignore the time-wasting ones and just walk quickly to the reef area. At this moment, the two advantages of his extraordinary physique came into play. If it were in the past, he would have suffered from hypothermia long ago. How could it be like now, having been traveling through a freezing thunderstorm for more than 2 hours? The whole person is still full of life. Time was running out, so Lin Shan started to move around quickly. He didn't go to any corners to look, but just kept moving forward along the route. If you see a treasure chest on the way, go over and collect it. If you don't see one, just forget it. Soon, Lin Shan received the first treasure chest in the reef area, and it was a bronze treasure chest, not bad. After obtaining a treasure chest, Lin Shan was obviously much happier. Soon, Lin Shan arrived at the big reef pit. There were often sea beasts here, so treasure chests were relatively common. They were also relatively low, so tsunamis would not take away things. When he turned the corner, Lin Shan was shocked. Holy crap, where's my dragon pit? Why is it gone? Lin Shan complained subconsciously, and when he came to his senses, he couldn't help but start to look around. Is this a shell? It's quite big, even bigger than the falling star conch shell. Lin Shan leaned over and knocked. A muffled sound came out, very thick. Check it out. Name: Deep Sea Clam. Category: Special Items. Rating: Purple 7. Effect: Nurturing, Protection, Breath Shielding, Excellent Growth. Evaluation: Deep-sea nurturing shells, specially created by the deep-sea mermaids for small mermaids. The small mermaids living in the nurturing shells can not only protect the small mermaids, but their potential will also be greatly enhanced. Did Haishao steal the deep-sea mermaids home? Did he even bring the deep-sea nurturing shells to me? Lin Shan was a little surprised, then decisively put it into his backpack. Then, Lin Shan looked at the reef pit. Well, there was nothing there as expected. It was normal, after all. It was filled with clams. After receiving a purple good thing, Lin Shan's mood became even better, and he even walked with the wind. Then, he didn't see a single treasure chest on the rest of the journey. In this regard, Lin Shan was very magnanimous and expressed his understanding. Soon, they returned to the port. After saying hello to Xiao AI, Lin Shan went back to the lighthouse, opened the door, getting quickly, and then closed the door. The sound of the rain suddenly subsided. Tick tick. The water stains on Lin Shan's body kept dripping down, making a dripping sound. Phew, it's so damn cold, this rain. Lin Shan shuddered and complained. When I was looking for the treasure chest in the rain, I felt a little cold, but because my attention was focused on finding the treasure chest, I didn't feel anything. Now, after returning to the lighthouse room, the contrast came out and I felt cold. Luckily, no one mentioned in the chat channel that the resources in a thunderstorm are good. With this icy rain, an average person would definitely catch a cold if they were soaked in it for half an hour. Lin Shan muttered as he added charcoal to the fireplace. Then, Lin Shan took off his black scale pants and black scale long-sleeved shirt and put them by the fireplace to dry. I sat on the chair with my bear, but then opened my backpack to check what I had caught during the thunderstorm today. The total harvest was 2 black iron treasure chests, 3 bronze treasure chests, 1 relic treasure chest, 1 wooden treasure chest, and 1 deep-sea nurture shell. The above is the harvest of this sea hunting trip. If there hadn't been a tsunami, Lin Shan felt that his harvest could have doubled. 6 ordinary treasure chests and 1 special treasure chest. This is really rich. Lin Shan grinned foolishly. Well, let's start with the wooden treasure chest. The special treasure chest is guaranteed. Lin Shan touched his chin and smiled. After arranging the 7 treasure chests in a group, Barebutt Lin Shan immediately began to open the first wooden treasure chest. Snap! System. Obtained with 30, stone 30. Lin Shan immediately pursed his lips in disgust, then looked at the second black iron treasure chest, the 2-star one. Snap. System. Get cute tiger suit 1, broken iron sword 1. Fierce tiger. Ugh, cute tiger set? Can a set of equipment be found in a black iron treasure chest? So awesome. Lin Shan murmured in surprise. Looking at the backpack, which contained a set of clothes with tiger patterns, Lin Shan clicked to view it. Name. Cute tiger set. Category. Ordinary clothing. Rating. White 3. Effect. None. Review. This is the latest popular animal series pajamas. Not only are they very soft, but they're also very warm. Oh, pajamas? Lin Shan was speechless. I just said it. How could a black iron treasure chest possibly contain a set of equipment? After taking out the cute tiger pajamas, Lin Shan was even more speechless because this set of pajamas was obviously prepared for girls and was too small for him. Although Lin Shan looks a bit like a thin dog, he still has biceps and abdominal muscles. Damn, I can only sell it. For others, this is a good thing. At least they won't feel cold when they sleep. Lin Shan thought about it and decided to put it on his personal store directly. Well, as for the price, let's auction it. I'll sell it to whoever bids the highest. I don't want the basic resources. Then he took another look at the broken iron sword, an ordinary green 1-star weapon, rubbish, and would deal with it together later. Then Lin Shan looked at the third black iron treasure chest, which was 3 stars. System. Obtain iron blocks 10, water bucket 1. Bucket? Good stuff. Lin Shan took the bucket out of his backpack directly. Wow, it was a huge bucket made of iron. It looked like it could hold at least 50 L of water. Chapter 51. Do you think you are Kirilenko Rabbit? Yes, this is a good thing. It can hold not only sea water, but also boiling water. After opening the treasure chest, I will fill it with hot water. Then Lin Shan looked at the treasure chest again. There are still 3 bronze treasure chests, 1 relic treasure chest, and a deep-sea nurturing shell left. As usual, start with the lowest rating. The first bronze treasure chest is a 3-star one. Yes, there are 3 bronze treasure chests. The lowest is 3 stars, and the highest is 7 stars. Snap. System. Obtain 1 purple bamboo shoot, 1 bronze dumbbell. Bamboo shoots? Lin Shan opened his backpack puzzled and clicked to check. Name purple bamboo shoots. Category. Plants. Rating. Green 5. Effect. Edible medicinal. Comment. Plant a bamboo shoot today, and you'll harvest a bunch of them next month. I think bamboo grows very quickly, right? If I plant more, won't the entire island be covered with bamboo? Lin Shan looked at the panel of the purple bamboo shoots and couldn't help but say, but medicinal use? Can bamboo shoots be used as medicine? Looking at the medicinal effects, Lin Shan was a little confused. He knew that it was edible. After all, he had eaten pickled pepper bamboo shoots, but he really didn't know about its medicinal uses. Let's put it aside for now. Then he looked at the bronze bell. Name bronze dumbbell. Category. Props. Rating. Blue 1. Effect. Weight adjusted from 10 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms. Comment. When I can lift 1,000 kilograms, my fist will be more than the size of casserole. Hey, dumbbells? These are pretty cool. 1,000 kilograms? And they can be adjusted freely? I wonder how many kilograms I can lift now. Lin Shan said with some surprise. The heavy iron spear weighs more than 30 kilograms. Although it feels a bit heavy at the beginning, it is now very easy for Lin Shan. After the extraordinary physique reached 2 points, the strength increased significantly. Taking out the bronze dumbbell, Lin Shan took a look at it. Well, it was in the initial state of 10 kilograms. There is also an adjustment setting on the bronze block on the left side of the bronze dumbbell, and it now showed 10 kilograms. Lin Shan started to adjust immediately. The heavy iron spear weighs over 30 kilograms. It seems a bit light now, so doubling it should be no problem, right? Let's try it. 70 kilograms. After adjusting it, Lin Shan grasped the handle and lifted it up. 70 pounds seems pretty easy. Looking at the bronze dumbbell in his hand, Lin Shan said in surprise. Lin Shan tried to straighten his arms, which was fine. How about raising them high? That was no problem either. Put it down and adjust it to 100 kilograms and see. Well, although it's not as easy as 70 kilograms, it's still easy. I feel like I can maintain it for an hour without any problem. Lin Shan said with some surprise. The blessing of 2 points of extraordinary physique is still very high. After all, although Lin Shan used to exercise regularly and lift dumbbells frequently, they were all around 30 to 50 kilograms. And it was all exercise, which was different from now. Lin Shan became interested. He wanted to see where his limits were. 100 kilogram. A bit heavy, but no problem to swing it around for a few minutes. 150 kilogram. It's too heavy, so I changed it to 110 kilograms. Well, that's almost the limit. Wow, if he can lift a 220-pound dumbbell, how much force can he pack with one punch? 200 pounds, at least. Lin Shan panted lightly and said excitedly, "Bang!" Lin Shan felt a tremor as he broke through. He didn't care. It was just a tsunami. He was used to it. Put down the dumbbells and walk to the console, then wait quietly. After a few seconds, bang, the lighthouse shook, but calm was soon restored. Lin Shan opened the control panel and checked the energy and found that there was only 68 left. It seemed that the tsunami just now had destroyed about 15. I could still hold on for a while, so I won't upgrade for now. Back to the fireplace, Lin Shan continued to open the treasure chest. The one open now is a blue 4-star bronze treasure chest with a prefix flexible bronze treasure chest, and the other one is a 7-star bronze treasure chest with a prefix violent bronze treasure chest. System: obtain monkey claw 1, light glove 1, green grapefruit 1. 3. Not bad. Let's take a look at the monkey claw first. Well, it's a claw-type weapon, blue and 1 star. After looking at it, I put it aside and will sell it later. Then look at the lightweight gloves. Name lightweight gloves. Category: extraordinary equipment. Rating: blue 3. Effect: light, sensitive. Evaluation: a low-level transcendental piece of equipment with a light and agile rune. It can increase the wearer's attack speed by a few points. Great. I don't have gloves, put them on. Looking at the gloves on his hands, Lin Shan moved them around a bit. Well, he felt a lot more flexible. That was good. Then look at the last fruit. Name: green grape. Category: extraordinary fruit. Evaluation: green 1. Effect: after consumption, increase a little wood or wind element extraordinary attribute. Evaluation: the fruit of the green grape tree, a supernatural plant that grows on cliffs, has a wind element in addition to the wood element due to its environment. Extraordinary fruit? Hiss, does this count as winning the jackpot? Lin Shan said with some surprise. Then he opened the personal attribute panel and took a look. Well, he had 2 points of the wood-type extraordinary attribute, but none of the wind-type extraordinary attribute. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Shan put away the green grapefruit and decided to ask others in the chat channel if there were any water or ice-type ones. The harvest from his treasure chest was huge, so when Lin Shan looked at the next treasure chest, he was immediately filled with anticipation. The clicking sound rang out again. System: obtain violent rabbit ears 1. Damn it. Lin Shan looked at the pink rabbit ears in the backpack and couldn't help but burst out laughing. An object? I can fucking understand that, but what about bunny ears? And they're pink? Do you think you're Kirilenko Rabbit? Lin Shan looked at the pink rabbit ear decorations and complained speechlessly. But now that it's out, what can he do? He can only look at the attributes. No matter what, it still has the word violent in it. Name: violent rabbit ears. Category: extraordinary equipment. Rating: blue 9. Effect: extraordinary strength plus 3, violent strike. Comment: this extraordinary piece of equipment is crafted from the ears of the violent rabbit leader. It is said that the extraordinary blacksmith who created this equipment has now joined the Macho Club. Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes. This effect seemed quite amazing. Not to mention the violent attack. Just 3 points of extraordinary strength are enough to make this equipment rank at the top among the blue ratings. Right? That's right, this damn girly pink. Any white bunny ears will do. Chapter 52, Gloria number 1, Test Unit. Looking at the girlish pink violent rabbit ears in front of him, Lin Shan hesitated for 3 seconds and then put them on decisively. Are you kidding? He is the only one on the entire island. Is he afraid of being seen? Besides, with such a high bonus, even if someone saw it, what would it matter? If others knew the attributes, they would be too late to grab it. Laughing? No way. The rabbit ears moved involuntarily. Lin Shan said in surprise, "Oh my god, this is quite interesting. It feels like I really have rabbit ears, and I can even control them." Under Lin Shan's control, the rabbit ears kept moving. From dislike at the beginning, he has become addicted to it now. As expected, all tough guys have a pink heart. After enjoying himself for a while, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the bronze dumbbells on the ground. Look at me. How much strength can be increased by 3 points of supernatural strength attribute? Lin Shan said curiously as he picked up the bronze dumbbells. Light, too light, Lin Shan said with some surprise. You know, the weight of the bronze dumbbell is 220 pounds, but he picked it up easily and effortlessly. Lin Shan tested again, doubling the weight of the bronze dumbbells to 400 Jin. Just a mention. Easy, still easy, then add more. 600 pounds. 800 kilograms. Finally, when the bronze dumbbells reached 820 pounds, Lin Shan finally felt exhausted. It provided a full 600 kilograms of strength? In other words, a little bit of supernatural power can at least increase the strength of an adult. Lin Shan was a little surprised. The arm strength of a normal adult male is about 100 to 200 kilograms, but a little bit of extraordinary strength can increase it by 200 kilograms. With such strength, someone who has become a transcendent with extraordinary power, then his strength must be at least 2,000 kilograms or more. Lin Shan was a little surprised. This kind of power seemed to be the best extraordinary attributes for them in the early stage, such as extraordinary physique, extraordinary strength, and extraordinary agility. In excitement, the pink rabbit ears on Lin Shan's head kept shaking. It feels like having an extra external organ, but it has no hearing, although it can move. After the test, Lin Shan no longer disliked the girly pink bunny ears. What's wrong with pink? All tough guys like pink. Finally, Lin Shan looked at the last treasure chest, the ruins treasure chest. This was a special yellow treasure chest. Groan. With a muffled sound, the treasure chest of the ruins was opened by Lin Shan. System. Obtain Gloria number 1, Experimental Unit 1. Energy Replenishment Chamber 1, Forbidden Experimental Unit Blueprint 1. 3. Is this the violent bronze treasure chest that gave me the bottom? Or did I sacrifice another day's lifespan of tens of billions of tower defenders? Lin Shan murmured in surprise. But I didn't worship gods, that's strange. Never mind, it's a good thing anyway. Let me see what it is first. Lin Shan opened his backpack and looked inside. Huh, yeah. Lin Shan looked at the doll in the backpack in surprise. Oh my god, is this a doll? Su Liflika. It looks just like a real person. Lin Shan clicked to check it out of curiosity. Name. Gloria number 1 Experimental Unit. Category, Relics. Rating, Purple 3. Effect, Recognize the Master Fight. Evaluation, Gloria number 1 Experimental Machine is the product of a certain super empire. It is an existence created by extinct technology and is an unfinished product. After recognizing its master, it will fight for its master all its life. To recognize the master, you can use blood to recognize the master or soul to recognize the master. Note, Gloria number 1 Experimental Machine is an unfinished product. If it is improved, its rating will be greatly improved. After reading the properties, Lin Shan couldn't help but be a little shocked. The technological content was definitely a combination of science fiction and reality. It's not a puppet, it's a mecha. Do you still need to recognize the master? Then let's recognize the master first. Lin Shan directly took out Gloria Unit 01. Bang. From this sound, you could tell it's very heavy, at least 1,000 pounds, right? Looking at Gloria lying on the ground, Lin Shan simply called her Gloria. Lin Shan couldn't help but look at her. She looked no different from a young girl, with short white hair and a delicate face. She was super cute and pretty. Lin Shan couldn't help but pinch Gloria's face. It was just like the real thing. The clothes she wore looked a bit like a high-tech tights, which perfectly highlighted Gloria's figure. Well, acknowledge the master first, Lin Shan murmured. Lin Shan didn't know how the soul recognized its master, so he could only use the method of dripping blood to recognize the master. However, looking at Gloria in front of him, Lin Shan was a little confused. Where should the blood drip? After thinking about it, he tapped Gloria on the forehead. Then, under Lin Shan's gaze, the blood drops were directly absorbed by the snow-white skin. Then, Lin Shan was surprised to find that the skin, which was originally bloodless, began to show blood color. In other words, it becomes a little rosy and no longer simply pale. Then, under Lin Shan's surprised gaze, Gloria slowly opened her eyes, and then her eyes slowly moved. At first they were a little dull, but soon became lively. Then, Gloria instantly locked her eyes on Lin Shan, then sat up, then knelt on one knee, one hand behind her back, the other in front of her chest, and then a cold voice rang out. Gloria, Gloria, fight for you, master. Lin Shan was shocked. It looked just like a real person. After the shock, Lin Shan came back to his senses, mainly because he had Xiao AI, a high-tech ship elf in front of him, so Lin Shan accepted it quite quickly. Lin Shan, Gloria, right? Get up. Gloria, yes. Then he slowly stood up. Lin Shan gestured and said, she's about 1.68 meters tall, a little shorter than him. But for women, it is considered high. Lin Shan, Gloria, what is your main ability? Gloria, Master. Gloria is a fighter type, designed for combat. Therefore, my main purpose is combat. Lin Shan nodded and said, I know now. What I want to know is, how strong are you? Gloria paused for a moment after hearing this, then looked at Lin Shan, blinked, and said, Master, if you were my unit, Gloria could beat 100 of them. And it was so easy, well, I want to talk about that. Lin Shan, degree. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and Lin Shan didn't know what to say for a moment. His current strength shouldn't be considered weak, right? However, Gloria's strength seemed extremely terrifying. She could defeat 100 people, but that was probably just a rhetoric. In reality, no matter how many people there were, they couldn't defeat Gloria, right? Besides exhausting Gloria's energy. Chapter 53, Gloria. Is that so? Master. Gloria understands. Looking at the motionless Lin Shan, Gloria couldn't help but ask, Master, did Gloria say something wrong? Hearing this, Lin Shan waved his hands and said, No, how could that be? Gloria, Master, is there anything I can do for you? Lin Shan, not right now. Gloria, go sit on the chair first. Gloria, yes. Master. Gloria obediently came to the chair and sat down. Surprisingly, the chair could fully support Gloria's weight. You have to know that Gloria's weight is at least over 1,000 pounds. Suddenly, Lin Shan seemed to remember something. Then, he slowly lowered his head. Bang! Lin Shan covered his eyes speechlessly. He had totally forgotten that he was not wearing anything. In other words, he was completely exposed to Gloria just now. This is even more outrageous than walking a bird under the moon. Damn, I won't be considered an exhibitionist, will I? I took a peek at Gloria and saw that she was sitting obediently on the chair with her hands on her thighs, looking like a good baby. Gloria seemed to notice that Lin Shan was looking at her. She blinked and asked, Master, what can I do for you? Lin Shan waved his hand, then picked up the black scale pants and black scale long-sleeve shirt and prepared to put them on. But the next second, Gloria's voice came. Gloria, Master, your clothes are wet. Gloria doesn't recommend wearing them. Wet clothes are not only bad for your health, but also very uncomfortable to wear. When Lin Shan heard this, his body stiffened. It would have been fine if you hadn't said it out loud. Now that you've said it, I feel embarrassed. Lin Shan, then I can't be naked, right? Gloria, Master, you can sit in front of the fireplace. That way you won't catch a cold. Lin Shan, huh? It's not this, it's you. I can't be naked in front of you, right? Gloria? Hearing Lin Shan's words, Gloria couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. A hint of doubt flashed across her face, but the next second after seeing the combat uniform on her body. Suddenly it dawned on me. The Master was naked. So how could Gloria be wearing clothes? What a disrespectful act this is to the Master. Gloria should reflect on this. Gloria, I see. Master, Gloria understands. Lin Shan was immediately confused when he heard this. You understand? What do you understand? Why don't I understand something? It feels a bit baffling. Lin Shan ignored Gloria and looked at the other two items in the backpack, which were obviously matching Gloria's. Name, Energy Replenishment Warehouse. Category, Special Equipment. Rating, Purple 3. Effect, Replenish energy, optimize, upgrade the body. Energy 100. Evaluation. This energy recharge chamber was specially built by a certain super empire for the Gloria No. 1 experimental machine. It can not only recharge the energy of the Gloria No. 1 experimental machine, but also optimize and upgrade the machine. Optimization and upgrade of the machine are specially prepared for Gloria No. 1 experimental machine. The corresponding blueprints can be used to optimize and upgrade the machine. After looking at the properties, Lin Shan nodded. To put it bluntly, it was Gloria's bed, used for rest and replenishing energy. This one is a bed, so the next blueprint, could it be the complete blueprint of Gloria? Lin Shan looked at the second item, a blueprint, and it was called Forbidden Experimental Machine Blueprint. Name, Taboo Experimental Machine Drawing. Category, One-Time Drawings. Rating, Purple 1. Effect, exclusive to Gloria No. 1 experimental unit, can be used in the energy recharge chamber. Evaluation, Exclusive blueprints for Gloria's #1 experimental machine, a forbidden experimental machine. This is a mature technology with an inestimable technical content. This rating is based on the blueprints themselves, the rating of the paper itself. Lin Shan couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. A single piece of paper already had a purple 1-star rating? So, what rating would the value of this technology itself be? Red? Or even higher? Looking at the properties of the items in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel confused. Whether it was Gloria, the energy warehouse, or the forbidden experimental machine blueprint, they didn't seem like they could come from a yellow-rated treasure chest. A yellow 7-star treasure chest. Not only did the 3 items that came out form a set, but they were all purple, which looked weird no matter how you looked at it. In fact, what Lin Shan didn't know was that the relic treasure chests were gone as soon as one was missing, and they were non-renewable and out-of-print treasure chests. Therefore, the items in the relic treasure chest are full of unknowns, but generally speaking, they are not too exaggerated. If a relic has not been explored by humans, then its value will be the highest. If it has been explored by humans, then we can only pray that some small corners have not been searched. Okay, I've opened all the treasure chests. Now all I have left are the deep-sea clams, and I still haven't used today's talents. However, the deep-sea clam is a bit large, so I won't take it out yet. Let's see what surprises today's talent will bring me, shall we? Lin Shan looked at the deep-sea clam in his backpack and murmured. Then click to use your talent, the gift of destiny. Gift from fate, double your luck today. Price. After good luck, 3 days of bad luck. Lin Shan. Bang. Lin Shan slapped his forehead with some regret. If he had used this from the beginning, the gains would have been much higher. But how much luck did he have? But no matter what, double the luck is a great tool for opening and finding treasure chests, right? I'm so pissed off. Lin Shan roared like a leader. Upon hearing this, Gloria tilted her head in confusion and looked at Lin Shan with a bewildered look on her face. Could it be that she did something wrong? I looked down and it was gone. The combat suit had been taken off? Or did she need to learn from her master and squat in front of the fireplace? That must be the case, because otherwise why would the master yell, "I'm so angry"? He was clearly mad at Gloria. After thinking about it, Gloria stood up from the chair and walked towards the fireplace. Well, it's just a few steps away. Top, top, top. Hearing footsteps, Lin Shan subconsciously turned his head to look. Hiss. His eyes widened involuntarily. My goodness, what did he see? Lin Shan stared at Gloria as she walked over until she squatted beside him. Suddenly, the elephant stretched out his trunk, and the turtle stuck its head out, ready to hunt. Ooh, ooh. Lin Shan couldn't help but clamp her thighs together. Oh my God, it felt like she couldn't hold it in anymore. Go, Gloria, where are your clothes? Lin Shan asked in a muffled voice. Hearing this, Gloria blinked, then pointed to the chair and said, Master, it's on the chair, look. Chapter 54. Lin Shan lying on the bed. Lin Shan forced himself to turn his gaze back to the gift of fate today. But his eyes were empty, and it was obvious that his mind was not on this, and his eyes kept drifting towards Gloria uncontrollably. Gloria didn't feel anything. She just imitated Lin Shan and squatted down to look at the fire. It's just that one was absent-minded, and the other was looking at the fire, feeling that he had done the right thing. Lin Shan couldn't help but feel unable to suppress the wild power in his body. After all, he was a hot-blooded man, and it was difficult for him to control himself. I rejected the gift of fate directly. If it was in the morning, it would be fine, but forget it now. It's not worth it. Hiss, Gloria, you better put on your clothes, otherwise I feel like something's going to happen. Lin Shan said in a hoarse voice. Upon hearing this, Gloria blinked in confusion, then nodded. She had to obey her master's words. Then he stood up. Suddenly, Lin Shan turned his head and the spring scenery was in full view. Woohoo! This unexpected benefit made Lin Shan unable to suppress his excitement any longer. He wanted to pounce on him directly. Amidst Gloria's white hair, a rather unusual hair suddenly stood out, the kind that stood straight. Gloria immediately spoke up. I've detected that the master has some nasty thoughts. Your favorability is insufficient, so we can't do anything nasty. The next second, Gloria appeared behind Lin Shan and attacked him with a knife. Bang! With a slight sound, Lin Shan fainted. Seeing this, Gloria quickly hugged him. Looking at the unconscious Lin Shan, Gloria blinked in confusion. Did she trigger the alarm system just now? After being confused, Gloria picked up Lin Shan, walked him to the bed and put him down, then walked to the chair and put on her clothes. This was her master's order. Then he came to the bedside and stood guard. Why is my neck so sore? Lin Shan moaned softly. Master, you're awake. When the pleasant voice sounded, Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened his eyes. Holy shit, why is there someone else in his lighthouse room? Startled, Lin Shan jumped up and became alert. Gloria looked at her master's series of actions with a confused look on her face. What happened to her master again? Lin Shan blinked when he saw the girl, and then quickly remembered. Bang! So shameful. Lin Shan slapped his hand on his face and thought awkwardly. Suddenly, Lin Shan remembered something and glanced down. It was still empty. This wouldn't do. He had to put on his clothes first. Clothes are protection, they are restraint, and, forget it, I can't continue. Walking to the fireplace and picking up the dried black-scale long-sleeve shirt and pants, Lin Shan asked doubtfully, Gloria, how long have I been sleeping? Gloria, Master, you have slept for 42 minutes and 53 seconds. Hearing this, Lin Shan was surprised and said, It's been almost an hour? Fortunately, there was no tsunami. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Lin Shan suddenly discovered that the sound of rain outside seemed to have become quieter. Doubt came to the window and opened it. Crash. The sound of rain came in. Omen, you feel some kind of fluctuation. The rain will begin to subside in 3 hours and stop in 5 hours. Is the rain going to stop? Why isn't there a thunderstorm all day? Looking at the omen, Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. Next, open the panel directly and look at the weather forecast. Today's weather, thunderstorm. Weather effect. Normal, the rain gradually subsides. Looking at the weather conditions, Lin Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the tsunami really lasted for a whole day, who knows how many people would die? Lin Shan thought about it, opened a photo, and then looked at it. Yes, the third one. System ding. Cancel the permanent weather, sunny and windy. From now on, the weather will be unpredictable every day. That's it. The weather will be unpredictable from now on. So, in the future, it's possible that the weather could be sunny 1 second and then gusty the next. Lin Shan guessed. Well, it's true that the weather at sea is rather unpredictable and prone to change. Just as he was about to close the window, Lin Shan suddenly turned his head to look at the bucket on the side. Oh, it was not filled with water yet. After thinking about it, he picked up the bucket and started collecting rainwater. Gloria, Master, do you need Gloria's help? Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, No need, I'm just filling it with rainwater. It will be quick. By the way, Gloria, how did you suddenly knock me out? Lin Shan must understand this clearly. This is related to his own safety. Can an organism that recognizes its master attack its master? Is this completely the opposite of Tiangang? Upon hearing this, Gloria replied, Master, you've triggered the favorability alarm system. If your favorability is low, you can't be shy. This is what Dad designed for Gloria. Lin Shan, your father? Is he your maker? Gloria, well, Dad said that Gloria was transformed from his daughter. She is a unique organism, but Gloria doesn't have his memories. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. Does this mean that Gloria is actually a man-made person? An existence similar to number 18? If this is true, then the technological content of that super empire is quite impressive, or is it just that Gloria's father is impressive? However, Lin Shan turned around and thought again, if the favorability level was high enough, could he do some dirty things with Gloria? When I think about it this way, why do I feel so motivated? Gloria's a hogue stood up quietly again, but after shaking a few times, it lay back down. Obviously, Lin Shan's bitter thoughts flashed through his mind. After the iron bucket was filled with rainwater, Lin Shan took it directly to the fireplace and boiled it. After all, rainwater cannot be drunk directly, so boiled water makes people feel at ease. After all, I grew up drinking boiled water. What to do next? By the way, Lin Shan opened the chat channel and took a look and found that no one mentioned the weather changes. Lin Shan directly took a screenshot of the weather changes and posted it. Suddenly, the chat group exploded. After taking a look, Lin Shan stopped paying attention. He looked at the number of people and found that there were more than 10,000 fewer people. The current number was 84,739. There is nothing that can be done about natural disasters. The tsunamis that others face must be much more powerful than his. Because other people's islands are not as big as his, then there is no relief. The power will only be greater, and the energy consumption will be even greater. This is because Lin Shan used his own wood and stones as collateral for loans. Otherwise, the number of people would have been even greater. Oh, I hope that when the next tsunami hits, everyone's islands will be enormous, so big that they won't be afraid of the tsunami anymore. Lin Shan sighed. Chapter 55. Insufficient information, no hypothesis can be made. In the lighthouse room, Lin Shan sat on the bed and Gloria sat on a chair. Lin Shan, Gloria, how much do you remember about yourself now? Hearing this, Gloria blinked, then said, My lord, Gloria has very little memory left except for her combat skills and superpowers. Gloria only remembers that after my father created me, I was sealed away by him. My master is the second person Gloria has met besides my father. Lin Shan touched his chin upon hearing this. So, Gloria was sealed away after she was created, and then, for unknown reasons, she became a relic treasure chest? This means that Gloria has no idea about the Sea of Mist. Lin Shan, what fighting skills do you have? And what are superpowers? Upon hearing this, Gloria replied, Master, the combat technique is performed by the highest combatants in the Empire. Huh? Master, Gloria seems unable to say it. Hearing this, Lin Shan asked in confusion, What's going on? Gloria, Master, I always forget the key words when I mention them. Now I remember them again. Master, my fighting skills are the best in the Empire. Ugh. Equals 3. I'm so angry that I can't say anything. It feels so uncomfortable. Looking at Gloria's puffed cheeks, Lin Shan shook his head and said with a smile, Okay, Gloria, there's no need to say anything. He must have been restricted. After all, it was you at that time. It's normal for the Empire's highest skill to have limitations. Gloria, I'm sorry, Master. It's Gloria's fault. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled helplessly and said, It's okay. This isn't your fault. Why apologize? You can't even talk about superpowers, right? After hearing this, Gloria tried it and nodded in frustration. Lin Shan couldn't help but think that the superpowers Gloria mentioned should mean extraordinary attributes, probably just a different name. Lin Shan, then Gloria, even though you can't say it, you can use it, right? Hearing this, Gloria nodded, then shook her head and said, Master, Gloria can now use those low-level combat skills and advanced combat skills. It seems that it has not been fully unlocked yet, and the same goes for superpowers. Gloria can only use lightning superpowers and gold superpowers now. Lin Shan said helplessly, What kind of restriction is this? A restriction on strength? It seems unnecessary, right? Gloria, well, Gloria vaguely remembers that it seemed to be a restriction imposed by my father. It seemed that he didn't want Gloria to completely transform into a machine or something, so that Gloria could have her own personality. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but speculate. If you piece together bits and pieces of information. 1. Gloria is most likely an artificial human transformed from a real person, and the father Gloria mentioned might really be her father. 2. Gloria's father's story may be a very cliched one. In order to resurrect or restore Gloria, he transformed Gloria into an artificial human. 3. When Gloria's father was transforming Gloria, he recorded the Empire's highest skills and superpowers in a Gloria, and he might have done it secretly. This also explains why Gloria was sealed away. Perhaps because she was discovered? Was she sealed away personally as a precaution? Were all the restrictions placed on Gloria by her father? Was it to prevent her from becoming a war machine developed by the Empire? Instead, to allow her to have her own independent personality? Or perhaps, is it Gloria's own will, soul, or something like that? 5. Well, there is insufficient information to make any assumptions. Lin Shan, Gloria, can you train me? Hearing this, Gloria blinked and said, Training? Master, I don't know how to do that. I know how to fight, but I don't understand training. Lin Shan, it's very simple. When you have nothing to do, just come with me to the beach for combat training. Gloria, Master, if I punch you, you'll be lying flat on your back. Lin Shan, can't you control the strength or something? Gloria, yes, Master, I will. Lin Shan, that's fine. When you train with me, just suppress your strength to a level similar to mine. The main thing is technique, even if you have limitations and can't talk about it. But if I use it in my mind, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Hearing this, Gloria blinked, then nodded happily and said with a smile, No problem, Master. You're so smart. Gloria, oh? Of course, Lin Shan was embarrassed at first, then laughed shamelessly. Why does it feel like I'm tricking a child? It must be my illusion. After that, there was nothing to do. Lin Shan looked around at the messy room and started to clean it up. After all, they were hit by the tsunami several times, and many things were running around. Seeing this, Gloria also started to clean up. It is not tiring for men and women to work together, and soon the lighthouse room was cleaned up. Everything is the same as before, either placed on the table or under the table, making full use of the limited space to store items. There are anchors and falling star conch shells outside the lighthouse. Lin Shan is not afraid that the anchor will be swept away by the tsunami, but the falling star conch shell, is it still there? Thinking of this, Lin Shan opened the window and looked out. It was empty. Looks like it was taken away. Luckily, it's only a green 4-star material. Otherwise, I'd be at huge loss. How do I make the lighthouse room bigger? Upgrade it to a green rating? Lin Shan said helplessly at first, then doubtfully. Bang! After closing the window to prevent raindrops from splashing in, Lin Shan returned to bed and waited. After all, it is not low tide, and it is raining. A few days ago, I was practicing shooting in the woods. Little tree. Yes, why don't I take the tsunami train? Now, I can only chat with Gloria, and then open the chat channel chat with everyone. There's also green grapefruit. Lin Shan asked in the chat channel, and found that no one had fruits with other attributes, so he could only eat it himself. The main thing is that Lin Shan doesn't know how long the shelf life of this extraordinary fruit is. But judging from previous novels, many of these rare fruits don't last very long, so I just ate them. Smash it. It tastes pretty good, very similar to the taste of green fruit. Just as juicy and sweet. After eating, there were still no seeds. Lin Shan was used to it. He opened the character panel and took a look. Well, the wood element became 3 points. Not bad. It added some extraordinary attributes. Chapter 56. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and we are on our way again. Time passed in chatting, and 3 hours went by quickly. The rain has become much lighter. If it was a heavy rain before, it is now just ordinary rain. I glanced at the time, and it was almost 2 o'clock, and the next low tide was about to begin. Ding! Reminder, the tide will recede in half an hour. Please seize the opportunity and search for resources. As soon as I thought about the ebb tide, you jumped out immediately. Pretty proactive. Lin Shan looked at the prompt in front of him and complained. The rain will not stop for another 2 hours, so we have to search the beach in the rain this time. There is still half an hour left, and bored Lin Shan opened the chat channel to take a look. Woohoo! My family can go out to catch seafood in half an hour. But the rain hasn't stopped yet. Yeah, what should I do if I catch a cold? You must be kidding. Compared to the rain this morning, this little bit of rain is nothing. It's sunny. The rain has stopped. We're doing it again. Hey, 3 funny guys. It's so fun. But the rain hasn't stopped yet. Hey kids, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Don't talk, just do it. I still owe boss Lin Shan 300 pieces of wood and 300 pieces of stone. Yeah, me too. Indeed, now that the tsunami weather has passed, I have to pay back the money. Family, there's a shipwreck stuck on my island. What should I do? Half of the island is gone. Does this mean I have less room to search? What the hell? A shipwreck? Doesn't that mean you're rich? What's the big deal? Is there anything good in the shipwreck? I don't know. Then why are you so excited? Well, I used to be a sailor, so seeing a shipwreck or something like that is bound to get a little exciting. Half an hour passed in a flash while we were chatting and gossiping. After opening the door, I could hear the sound of rain hitting the ground. It's much lighter than the previous heavy rain. The vision also returned to normal. At least there was no rain or fog. Lin Shan, Gloria, I'm going to the beach. Do you want to come with me? Upon hearing this, Gloria quickly said, Master, Gloria will always be by your side. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Not really, but if you want to come, just follow me. After saying that, Lin Shan stepped directly into the rain. Oh, by the way, Gloria, don't forget to close the door. Gloria nodded and replied, Got it, Master. Bang! Lighthouse energy suddenly decreased by 1. Oh, Gloria blinked. It seemed like too much force? Well, it was clearly not too much force. Gloria? What are you doing? Come here quickly. Lin Shan shouted. Gloria? Oh, Master, Gloria is here. After saying that, she trotted over. It was more than 10 meters away, and in less than a second, Gloria was behind Lin Shan. Lin Shan didn't notice Gloria's speed. He was walking along the path towards the port. Lin Shan and Gloria, one after the other, arrived at the port very quickly. Looking at the port with only pillars left, Lin Shan shrugged helplessly. He didn't know how much materials would be needed to repair such a port. Then Lin Shan looked at Xiao AI and found that it was still sitting quietly in the harbor. Lin Shan, Xiao AI, how do you feel? Xiao AI, it's Captain. Xiao AI, I'm fine, just a little bored. Captain, when are you going out to sea? Hearing this, Lin Shan scratched his head and said, well, I don't know about this either. Let's see. Although the new rules state that you can go out to sea on a boat, there's fog everywhere outside. How can you search? At least you need a ship lantern or something to dispel the fog, right? Besides, what if pirates come when he is adventuring at sea? What if sea merchants come? So before these are settled, it will be difficult to go on an adventure at sea. However, Lin Shan turned his head to look at Gloria, who was looking curious. He had Gloria with him now, but someone else stayed behind. Xiao AI. Ahokai. Then Xiao AI is always welcome to use the captain. Lin Shan, Xiao AI, I'm going to go fishing. Xiao AI. I wish the captain a good harvest. Gloria blinked and stared at the ship in front of her, extremely curious. This thing doesn't have a mouth? How does it open its mouth? Lin Shan, Gloria, let's go. Gloria, uh-oh, here it comes. Looking at the messy beach, Lin Shan's forehead was filled with black lines. As expected, that irresponsible bastard Hai Xiao ran away after having fun, leaving behind some trouble for me to clean up. Lin Shan, well, speaking of which, Gloria has already acknowledged her master, so can she use my backpack? Let's ask. Lin Shan turned around and looked at Gloria, then said, Gloria, can you use my backpack? Gloria was confused when she heard this. What backpack? Seeing Gloria's confused face, Lin Shan instantly understood. Okay, no. Lin Shan, okay, it's nothing. Gloria, do you see this garbage? Anything that isn't glowing should be thrown into the sea. Hearing this, Gloria nodded. She could do this. Then Gloria started to get busy. All kinds of debris seemed to have no weight in her hands. She picked them up and threw them into the sea. Lin Shan nodded, then began to pick up wood and stones, and occasionally looked at the dead fish to see if there were any that had just died. It's a pity that it's just a thought. After all, the tsunami had passed for several hours. After a while, Lin Shan found a treasure chest in an unknown bush. The treasure chest was entangled by something similar to seaweed. If it were not emitting a little light, it would be easy to ignore it. Black iron treasure chest? Not bad, a good start. After clearing away the seaweed red and looking at the treasure chest revealing its true appearance, Lin Shan smiled. Gloria looked at the black iron treasure chest with a hint of thought in her eyes. Does the owner like this kind of box very much? Next, on the beach, Lin Shan searched for resources while Gloria threw and threw. Fortunately, it was still raining, so the sound of the garbage thrown into the sea by Gloria was covered by the sound of the rain. Otherwise, it might attract curious sea beasts or sirens. The thunderstorm has passed, and many sea beasts have come out to hunt. Under the island, in the deep sea, countless huge creatures swim through the deep sea under the island from time to time. Lin Shan certainly didn't know about this. He was looking at the second treasure chest and was feeling happy, even though the second treasure chest was a wooden one. As expected, those who survive a great disaster will surely enjoy good fortune in the future. The ancients were right. Lin Shan smiled. Although the morning's wealth and fortune, gained through risk, were even better. Chapter 57. Who is that fierce and aggressive person? Bang! Gloria was behind Lin Shan, throwing some garbage into the sea. To be precise, it wasn't garbage, as they were just some dead corals, rotten wood, etc. There are also some dead fish, shrimps, etc. These things can actually provide living and food for small creatures, such as crabs, shellfish, mantis shrimps, small octopuses, and other marine creatures. Lin Shan asked Gloria to clean up mainly to make it easier to find supplies when the tide receded. Of course, Lin Shan did not let Gloria clean up the dead fish and shrimps. These could be left to attract marine life to gather. Searching the beach is always quick. As usual, they're mostly wood and stone. The other treasure chests are one black iron treasure chest and one wooden treasure chest. Soon, Lin Shan and Gloria arrived at the coral area. Looking at the corals under the sea, Lin Shan turned to look at Gloria and asked, Gloria, can you swim? Hearing this, Gloria nodded subconsciously, but she quickly reacted. Gloria, Master, I should be able to do it, right? But I've never been in the water. Hearing this, Lin Shan said, Is that so? Then let's go down and take a look. If it doesn't work, then Gloria, you just stay on the shore and follow me. Gloria nodded and replied, okay. Thump. Lin Shan jumped directly into the coral area. Thump. Seeing this, Gloria also jumped in. However, the splash she made was much bigger than Lin Shan's. As soon as Gloria entered the water, she sank straight down. On the way, after seeing Lin Shan's swimming posture, she began to learn from him. Soon, Gloria was able to swim smoothly on the spot. Yes, that's right, the seawater doesn't seem to be able to carry Gloria. Gloria blinked, then began searching. She felt like she should know how to do it. Imperial techniques also included water combat. It was impossible for her to just sink to the bottom the moment she entered the water, right? Soon, Gloria knew how to move in the water. It was just that it consumed a lot of energy. Even if there was no fighting, the energy consumption of moving in the water was about 3 times higher than that on land. Lin Shan looked at the motionless Gloria and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Wasn't she paddling just now? Why is she suddenly motionless? Could she have taken in water? Just when Lin Shan was about to go down to take a look, he saw Gloria floating up silently. This doesn't look like swimming. It looks more like flying. Looking at Gloria coming over, Lin Shan pointed at the water surface and swam up. Crash! After emerging from the water, Lin Shan looked at Gloria and asked, how do you feel? Gloria, Master, Gloria has found the water battle mode. After switching to it, I can move freely in the water, but the energy consumption has increased a lot. Hearing this, Lin Shan asked, consumption? Oh, Gloria, can you replenish your energy? Gloria, Master, Gloria can maintain balance under normal circumstances. In dormant mode, she can recover 1 of her energy per hour. Lin Shan. So, being in water will increase energy consumption? Gloria nodded. Lin Shan, is that so? Then Gloria, you can just watch me from the shore. If there's any danger, you can come down and help me. Upon hearing this, Gloria hesitated for a moment, but after looking at the coral, which was only a few meters deep, she nodded. Her master's words were the truth. Then Gloria flew directly to the shore and began to stare at Lin Shan. Lin Shan, it's really in flight mode. I'm so envious. Shaking his head, Lin Shan dived into the water again and began searching. The coral area was not greatly affected by the tsunami. Apart from some extra debris and a lot of dead corals, there were no other changes. Soon, Lin Shan saw the sparkling pearl shells. The pearl shells he had obtained before only produced an ordinary white pearl, and nothing else. After putting away the pearl shell, Lin Shan continued swimming. Soon I saw the first treasure chest in the coral area. It was clearly placed on a huge coral, emitting a faint white light. Lin Shan looked around but found no trace of the sea beast. But Lin Shan noticed something unusual. That was the coral next to the treasure chest, which was somewhat round in shape. After looking at it carefully for a few times, Lin Shan was sure that it was definitely not coral, but a forgery of a sea beast. There is only one kind of creature that could achieve this level of skill. Octopus. Let's check it out. Lin Shan directly launched the identification technique, and the identification was successful in an instant. Really? Name coral octopus. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, environmental camouflage, color change. Abilities, binding touch, whipping, tentacle shedding, regeneration. Supernatural attributes, water plus 13, spirit plus 2, constitution plus 3, supernatural strength plus 2. Evaluation, on land, it is no match for you. But in the sea, you are no match for it. Excessive identification evaluation. The coral octopus has a bad habit of camouflaging itself until its prey comes within half a meter of it, at which time it will attack. Therefore, experienced fishermen often take advantage of this characteristic and easily kill coral octopuses. Oh no, my weakness is exposed. Evaluation, you are capable. What do you think now? Lin Shan laughed in his heart. Then, a heavy iron spear appeared in his hand. Then, Lin Shan quietly came to the top of the coral octopus, about 1 meter away, then raised the heavy iron spear and stabbed it directly at the head of the coral octopus. Although the coral octopus has 3 extraordinary physical qualities, as a soft-bodied creature, it has no way of resisting the piercing of the heavy iron spear and is directly nailed to the coral. Under attack, the coral octopus can no longer disguise itself and immediately begins to bare its teeth and claws. The 8 tentacles kept waving, and when they failed to touch the enemy, they quickly wrapped around the heavy iron spear and tried to pull it out. How could Lin Shan let it succeed? He gripped the gun handle and pressed hard. Although his extraordinary physique was not as high as the coral octopus, his extraordinary strength was higher than the coral octopus, right? Therefore, the advantage in this struggle is on Lin Shan's side, not to mention that he is from top to bottom, which gives him an even greater advantage. His feet kept moving, holding on tightly. After 3 or 4 minutes, the coral octopus finally ran out of strength, and its tentacles fell down one after another. However, Lin Shan did not relax his vigilance easily, but started to identify it again. Sure enough, the coral octopus was playing dead. "You little brat, you think you're smart? It's a pity you didn't expect me to cheat." Lin Shan grinned and said to himself, then turned his hand around. Suddenly, the coral octopus struggled again, but it was too late. Chapter 58, Island Route. As the coral octopus died completely, Lin Shan put the body directly into his backpack. Judging from the excess identification evaluation, since the old fisherman could catch it, it meant it was edible. After putting away the coral octopus, Lin Shan looked at the treasure chest. A silver treasure chest? Not bad. Lin Shan happily put the treasure chest into his backpack. The coral octopus was indeed worth the price of the silver treasure chest. After all, if there is no excess appraisal and evaluation, you still have to fight a battle just relying on the appraisal. Judging from the properties of the coral octopus, Lin Shan estimated that even if he could win, it would waste a lot of time. By then, the tide will be high. On the other side, Gloria on the shore watched her master easily deal with the sea monster, then loosened her clenched hands and almost jumped down to support him. However, Gloria remembered her master's instructions closely and only went down to provide support when there was danger. In the scene just now, it was obvious that the master had the upper hand throughout. Seeing her master start to move, Gloria hurriedly followed on the shore. Lin Shan found a few more pearl shells in the water. There were indeed a lot of them, and it seemed that the probability of getting pearls was very low. But he still accepted it. After all, Lin Shan's dinner now was just a big octopus. Although that octopus was enough for him and Gloria to eat. That's right, Gloria can eat. After all, she is an artificial human, not a robot. Soon, Lin Shan arrived at the junction of the coral area and the reef area. Crash! After climbing ashore, Lin Shan wiped the water off his face and said, "Next time you go fishing, you should bring a net bag or something. Otherwise, you'll have to wrap these pearl oysters with clothes, which is very inconvenient. Gloria, Master, Gloria can also help hold it." Hearing this, Lin Shan waved his hand and said, "No need. Leave the reef area to you, Gloria. I'll watch from behind." Hearing this, Gloria nodded with shining eyes and said with a smile, "Okay, Master, leave it to me." Gloria patted her chest and suddenly trembled. She looked at Lin Shan with her eyes wide open. After all, the combat suit Gloria was wearing was a tight-fitting type, which showed off her figure to the fullest. Lin Shan touched his chin. The cute tiger suit in the lighthouse could be given to Gloria. Lin Shan, "Okay, Gloria, I'll leave it to you." Gloria nodded excitedly, then strode towards the reef area. "Looks silly and a little cute." Lin Shan followed behind and thought silently. Soon we encountered the first sea beast, a shallow sea crab, and it was an adult one. Looking at the 3-meter-tall shallow sea crab in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Isn't the difference between an adult and a juvenile too big? Lin Shan couldn't help but identify it. It was an old shallow sea crab, more than 100 years old. Its gold-type extraordinary attributes were more than 30 points, and it had 5 abilities and 2 talents. You can tell from the shell that it is covered with a thick layer of coral, but it does not affect the movements of the old shallow sea crab at all. Judging from the excess appraisal, he is no match. Well, Lin Shan doesn't even need to read the reviews to know that he is no match for his opponent. Unless he has mystical abilities. After all, his mysterious and extraordinary attributes are over 30 points, but unfortunately, he doesn't have them. Lin Shan turned his head and looked at Gloria. Then I saw that Gloria had switched into combat mode, and her expression became very serious. The next second, Gloria rushed forward at such a fast speed that Lin Shan could only see a tiny afterimage. Then there was a bang, and Lin Shan was surprised to find that the shallow sea-old crab had fallen down and split directly into 2 halves from the middle. Sri Lanka. Awesome. Looking at the dead, old shallow sea crab, Lin Shan shouted subconsciously. Then the next second, Gloria appeared in front of him. "Gloria, Master, Gloria has completed the extermination mission." Looking at Gloria, who was begging for praise, Lin Shan couldn't help but be stunned. This was quite a contrast. Of course, it was also because he was Gloria's master. Lin Shan smiled and said, "Gloria is amazing. She killed the giant crab in one go." Hee. Upon hearing this, Gloria couldn't help but squint her eyes and giggle. She was very happy to receive the praise from her master. Looking at the silly, smiling Gloria, Lin Shan couldn't help but shook his head with a smile, then looked around. With such a big crab here, could he at least give me a silver treasure chest? After searching for a while, Lin Shan saw the treasure chest under the old crab's big claws, but unfortunately, it was a bronze treasure chest. After putting away the treasure chest, Lin Shan looked at the huge crab in front of him and couldn't help but mutter, "Will the meat of such a big crab be of poor quality?" But looking at the body broken into two halves, the exposed crab meat, well, still has a certain transparency. Lin Shan, "Gloria, wait, there's no place to roast these huge tongs. The fireplace isn't big enough." In the end, Lin Shan had no choice but to let go of the big claws, but the crab legs still fit after Gloria took off 2 crab legs. On the following journey, Gloria was invincible. All the sea beasts that appeared in her sight could not survive for more than 3 seconds. Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh. "TSK, this damn sense of security is off the charts." Because of Gloria, the search speed in the reef area has been greatly improved, so the two have now completed the sea hunting mission and returned to the lighthouse. Lin Shan opened his backpack and looked at what he had reaped this afternoon. A total of treasure chests were harvested, including 2 wooden treasure chests, 2 black iron treasure chests, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest, a big octopus, 2 old crab legs, a mantis shrimp full of shrimp paste, and 8 pearl shells. Well, mantis shrimp is what Gloria wants to eat. After returning to the lighthouse, the rain had become much lighter and would stop completely in another 2 hours. Lin Shan looked at the time. It was still early before 6 o'clock. In that case, he decided to open the treasure chest first. Lin Shan took out all the treasure chests. There were only 6 treasure chests. Gloria looked at the scene in front of her with curiosity. To be honest, she didn't understand why her master cared so much about these boxes. It doesn't look that special, does it? Lin Shan didn't notice Gloria's puzzled look. He looked at the 6 personal treasure chests, thought for a while, and decided to start with the silver treasure chest. The minority obeys the majority. Perfect. The silver treasure chest is now 3 stars. With a click, the treasure chest opened in front of Gloria's curious eyes. Then, as she watched the treasure chest slowly disappear, Gloria was stunned. System: Obtain Island Route 1, Silver Oil Lamp 1, Energy Stone 3. Chapter 59, Essentials for Sea Adventures. Island Route? Could it be? Lin Shan looked at the items that were taken out of the silver treasure chest and couldn't help but mutter. Then clicked to view. After glancing at the confused Gloria, Lin Shan chose to publish the item's attributes for viewing so that Gloria could also see them. Looking at the page that suddenly appeared in front of her, Gloria couldn't help but blink. Then she touched it curiously and ended up passing through it directly. Can't touch it," Gloria said doubtfully. Lin Shan, "Okay, Gloria, stop playing and take a closer look at the attributes." Oh, Gloria had no choice but to retract her claws and look at the attribute panel. Name: Island Route. Category: Props. Rating: Yellow 3. Effect: After using, you can obtain a route to an unknown island. Note: this is for the ship spirit to use. Evaluation: Island Route. This is a must-have item for tower keepers who go on sea adventures. It allows them to move forward clearly in the foggy sea without getting lost. Note: all islands pointed by the island route are unknown, but the higher the rating, the higher the return, but also the higher the risk. Look at the properties of the island route in front of you. Lin Shan couldn't help but murmur, "It really is a prop for sea exploration. I can let Xiao AI use it later to see how far it is." Then, Lin Shan clicked on the second item. Name: Silver Oil Lamp. Category: Boat Light. Rating: Yellow 4. Effect: Dispels fog within a 40-meter radius. Evaluation: a boat lantern, a must-have for sailing, has a single function and is a special tool developed to dispel fog. Lin Shan couldn't help but nodded. This effect was much better than the previous boat light. The distance of 40 meters is enough for Xiao AI to hide. This is the role of the ship elf. As the elf of the ship, it has 100 control over the ship. Finally, there are energy stones. Only 3 of them? Lin Shan frowned upon seeing this, then said, "Is it really that difficult to obtain energy stones?" Only 3 were found in a silver treasure chest. Name: Energy Stone. Category: Energy Stone. Rating: Blue 9. Effect: Replenish energy. Evaluation: This is an ordinary level energy stone. It is one of the energy sources that replenishes the lighthouse's energy. Of course, it can also be used to restore extraordinary attribute energy. Energy is the hardest currency in the lighthouse world, bar none. The effect is the same as that of the dim low-level energy stone he obtained. After all, they're all energy stones. Lin Shan took out an energy stone and handed it to Gloria, asking, "Gloria, this energy stone is for your energy recharge tank. How much energy can it replenish?" Upon hearing this, Gloria took the energy stone, looked at it for a few seconds, and said, "Master, if you use it on the energy recharge tank, it can restore 2 of the energy." Lin Shan was a little surprised when he heard this. Is the consumption of the energy replenishment tank so high? No, it should be. The energy capacity of the energy recharge tank is so high. At least 50 energy stones are needed to fully charge it. Lin Shan was a little surprised. Fortunately, the energy replenishment tank was full of energy at the beginning. Doesn't this mean that he saved 50 energy stones? After sighing, Lin Shan turned his gaze towards the bronze treasure chest. Then open it. System: Obtain Sharkbait 1. Lin Shan looked helplessly at the item in front of him. Just one? Although it was easy for a good item to surpass its level, this sharkbait was obvious at first glance. Although he was helpless, Lin Shan still clicked to view it. Name: Sharkbait. Category: Bait. Rating: Yellow 1. Effect: Attracts sharks. Comment: Oh my god. Look, we succeeded. It's a silver shark. Too bad it's not a golden shark. Lin Shan looked at the comments with a confused look on his face. Silver shark? Golden shark? A special shark? So this shark bait is still effective. Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. Then Lin Shan looked at the remaining treasure chests, 2 black iron treasure chests and 2 wooden treasure chests. All open at once. System: Obtain wood 20, stone 30. System: Obtain stone 10, black bread 2, pure water 1. System: Obtain iron blocks 10. System: Obtain black iron crossbow, arrow blueprint 1. When he saw the blueprint of the black iron crossbow, Lin Shan remembered that he had originally wanted to ask Qin Jinlin for help, but he didn't expect to provide the blueprint himself. Lin Shan looked at the blueprint. The black iron crossbow arrows were arrows used for crossbows, and their quality was white 3. Lin Shan went straight to the crafting table, clicked record, and then checked the production. 1 iron block can make 10 crossbow arrows. Not bad. The bronze crossbow is not automatic, so Lin Shan intends to use it to guard the household. Especially like the last time when the Murlocs invaded. If you had a crossbow in your hand, you would have killed them indiscriminately. Of course, his ice crystal shot is even more awesome. Lin Shan: Gloria, how's the fire? Hearing this, Gloria blinked and turned to look at the fireplace. Well, the coal inside was still burning silently, but not as vigorously. Seeing this, Lin Shan shook his head helplessly and threw a pile of charcoal in. Gloria was a little frustrated and forgot what her master had told her to do. Lin Shan didn't notice Gloria's depressed mood. Well, he was dealing with the coral octopus now. The coral octopus is a bit big, so we don't need its body, just eat its tentacles. After cutting off the tentacles, Lin Shan threw the huge body directly into the trash can. Well, that was the back shell of the shallow sea crab, which was now used as a trash can. Then, Lin Shan picked up the black iron spear and used it to string the octopus tentacles. Then there are the mantis shrimps. They are easy to deal with. After pulling out the shrimp thread, just throw them directly into the fire. Then Lin Shan took the black iron spear and started roasting the octopus tentacles. In order to bake it faster, Lin Shan cut it into slices, and now it has been piled up into a small mountain. In addition to roasting, there are also boiled ones cooked in an iron pot. Fortunately, the temperature of the charcoal was high enough, and the octopus tentacles soon gave off a fragrant aroma. Lin Shan also sprinkled some salt on it. Lin Shan: Gloria, bring us the newly made wooden table. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded quickly, then grabbed the wooden table with one hand and placed it behind Lin Shan. Gloria: Master, the wooden table is here. Lin Shan nodded, then took the grilled octopus slices off the black iron spear one by one, placed them on the wooden table, and then skewered and grilled them. After a busy period, dinner was finally ready. Lin Shan and Gloria were finally able to enjoy their dinner. Chapter 60 Omen. They are coming. After eating and drinking, Lin Shan walked out of the lighthouse room with the food leftovers. The rain had stopped and night had quietly fallen. Gloria followed closely behind him. With the light of the candle, Lin Shan could see the road clearly. Lin Shan first went to the reef area and then threw all the food scraps in there as a nest. Looking at the reef area submerged by sea water, Lin Shan took a few glances and didn't know what the scene would be like if he went down now. However, Lin Shan quickly gave up this suicidal idea. Lin Shan, okay, let's go see Xiao AI. Hearing this, Gloria nodded. When we arrived at the port, it was completely new. Lin Shan had repaired the port at the control panel. Fortunately, the cost of repair was not very high, and it only cost 1,000 pieces of wood. Lin Shan took Gloria directly onto Xiao AI's deck. Xiao AI, Captain, why are you here so late? Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Xiao AI, I got an island route, so I came over to give it to you. Xiao AI, island route? I didn't expect you to get such a good thing so quickly, Captain. Lin Shan, good luck. By the way, Xiao AI, how you plan to use this island route? Xiao AI, Captain, just throw the island route onto the ship so that Xiao AI can use it. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded, then took out the route to the island and threw it directly onto the deck. The next second, the island route slowly disappeared. After a few seconds, Xiao AI's voice rang out. Xiao AI, Captain, Xiao AI already knows the location of the island. It's about 13,000 meters from a port. 13,000 meters? That's not that far, isn't it? Xiao AI, at your speed, how long will it take to go back and forth? Lin Shan said after hearing the distance. Xiao AI, Captain, it only takes about 30 minutes for Xiao AI to go back and forth in a straight line. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded involuntarily. Yes, the time was short enough. This way, he could take Gloria on an adventure out to sea tomorrow. In this way, even if something goes wrong on the island, we should be able to get back in time. Of course, if Gloria knew the way, it would only take a few minutes to get back. Lin Shan took out the boat light again, hung it on the special hook for boat lights in the cockpit, and left. After returning to the lighthouse room, Lin Shan stretched. He was very tired today and could finally have a good rest. Not only Lin Shan, the other tower guards also felt mentally exhausted, and some of them had fallen asleep long ago. There was no way. During the thunderstorm, the tsunami kept everyone's nerves tense. After relaxing, they had to go to the beach again, so they didn't get much rest and must have been tired. Lin Shan yawned, then looked at the cute tiger suit on the bed. Oh yes, this is for Gloria. Picking up the cute tiger suit, Lin Shan handed it to Gloria and said, Gloria, this suit is for you. This way you don't have to wear the combat suit all the time. Seeing this, Gloria's eyes couldn't help but brighten up a little. After all, there's no girl who doesn't like nice clothes. The cute tiger suit is not only cute, but also furry. Many women like this type of pajamas. Yes, that's right. In Lin Shan's opinion, this cute tiger suit is only suitable as pajamas. If you wear it outside and soak it in sea water for a while, it will be ruined. Lin Shan, Gloria, do you want to rest? But the energy recharge tank can't be put in right now. The room is too small. Looking at the somewhat crowded room in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but touch his chin. Should he upgrade the lighthouse to a white 9-star? However, from 1 star to 6 stars, the size of the room has not changed. So it shouldn't change even if it's upgraded to 9 stars. It's likely that the room will only get bigger when it reaches a green rating, right? As he was thinking, Lin Shan fell directly onto the bed and fell asleep. Seeing this, Gloria carefully straightened Lin Shan, picked up the linen clothes to cover him, and sat on the bed in a daze. She could rest, but she didn't want to sleep now. After all, she had slept for who knows how many years and was finally woken up by her master, so Gloria didn't want to fall into darkness again. After all, you have to close your eyes when you sleep. Looking at the cute tiger suit in her hand, the ahog on Gloria's head couldn't help but shake and then lurk back again. If Lin Shan could see the favorability rating, he would see it constantly popping up above Gloria's head. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. After looking back at Lin Shan and staring at him for a while, Gloria looked back at the cute tiger suit in her hand, then stood up and began to take off her combat suit. As the combat uniform was taken off, under the light of the fire, a beautiful figure was seen on the wall putting on clothes. Ahaha! Lin Shan yawned, smacked his lips, and sat up. Then when I was about to get out of bed, I suddenly realized something was wrong. Lin Shan looked around the room and found it was much cleaner and tidier, no longer messy. Hey, Gloria, did you make this? Huh, you put on the cute tiger pajamas. Gloria, wearing cute tiger pajamas, was sitting on a chair. In response to Lin Shan's question, she nodded and replied, Gloria, Master, I felt a little bored when I saw you sleeping at night, so I cleaned up a little. Lin Shan smiled and said, not bad. After tidying up, I feel like there's a lot more space. And Gloria, you're wearing your cute tiger pajamas. You look so cute. Hearing this, Gloria looked down at her cute tiger pajamas. Well, they were furry, soft, and silky, and were indeed much more comfortable than combat uniforms. Mainly because she was wearing the combat suit. It felt like she was not wearing anything, because the combat suit was designed according to Gloria's figure and fit perfectly. After Lin Shan rinsed his mouth with sea salt, he scooped a bowl of cold boiled water from the bucket, rinsed his mouth, and washed his face. Seeing this, Gloria tilted her head slightly, and then began to wash up, following the same steps as Lin Shan. Breakfast is just black bread. Lin Shan picked up a piece of black bread, gave one to Gloria, and then started to eat it. The extraordinary physique increased his physical strength. Now, it was very easy for Lin Shan to chew the black bread, but the taste was not very good. After a simple breakfast of black bread, Lin Shan used his talent directly. The effect of yesterday's talent is that the sooner it is used, the better. So Lin Shan has decided to use the talent as soon as he wakes up every day in the future. Omen, you sense a strange voice. In 8 hours, a sea merchant will arrive at the port. Lin Shan, who was about to use his talent, saw an omen. Chapter 61, Heart of the Island. Looking at the sudden omen, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could even feel this kind of omen. It feels like a low-profile version of future sight. Although the omen only produces one result, the rest is completely unknown. Just like a tsunami, the omen will show that a tsunami will occur in 3 hours, but the omen will not show how big the tsunami is or how powerful it is. It feels like, well, I tell you that a friend is coming to your house, but you have no idea how your friend is coming, whether by car, on foot, or in some other direction. Also, I don't know why my friend came. The omen only showed one result, and the rest was gone. But even so, it was completely enough for Lin Shan. 8 hours? It's around 7:50 now. So, the sea merchant will arrive at the port around 4 p.m. That's plenty of time for him to venture out to sea. Then Lin Shan looked at the talent and used it. Gift of Destiny. Heart of the Island. Price. Randomly reduce 1 point of extraordinary attribute. Lin Shan couldn't help but be a little surprised. The heart of the island? That's it. Lin Shan rubbed his eyes and looked again. His talent was still the same. Is this still something to consider? Lin Shan chose to accept it directly. You will get an island heart. And, at the same time, the extraordinary attributes will be reduced a little. Lin Shan took a look and found that the wood element was a little lacking. Oh, the green grapes were eaten for nothing. Lin Shan smiled. Then Lin Shan looked at the heart of the island in front of him. Well, from the appearance, it looked a bit like a small model of an island. Then check the properties of the island heart. This is the key to upgrading the island. You may need it later, and the number may even increase. Name, Heart of the Island. Category, Special Items. Rating, Black 9 stars. Effect, upgrade the island, increase the island area, and form the initial island. Evaluation. The Heart of the Island is a special item required for island advancement. Its origin is unknown, but can be opened from treasure chests of gold or higher. On the islands along the island route, there is a high probability of finding treasure chests with island prefixes. There are also special treasure chests that can open the heart of the island. Of course, if it is a treasure chest with the prefix island, there is a high probability that the heart of the island will appear, no matter what kind of treasure chest it is. In addition to upgrading the island, the heart of the island can also increase the island area and form a new initial island. Note, some idiots think that the heart of the island is the form after the island is broken. I don't know what they are thinking. After looking at the attributes of the heart of the island, Lin Shan scratched his head awkwardly. Well, he was one of the idiots. Because Lin Shan originally thought that the heart of the island was obtained from other islands. But it turned out that it was not obtained. But think about it. Which Tower Gar has the ability to destroy an island now? Even a basic island that hasn't been upgraded is not something they can destroy. After tossing the heart of the island in his hand, Lin Shan went directly to the control panel, opened the island attribute panel, and looked at the upgrade conditions. There was only one heart of the island. Lin Shan clicks to upgrade directly. In an instant, the heart of the island in his hand turned into a ray of light and sank into the control panel. and then a system prompt popped up. System ding. Island upgrade in progress. Please do not step out of the lighthouse. Tower guards. Seeing this, Lin Shan went straight to the window, opened it, and started looking. Seeing this, Gloria also came over. Then, in the shocked eyes of the two people, the island expanded wildly and at a very fast speed, and the terrain of the entire island underwent certain changes. Lin Shan quickly looked towards the port and found that the port was protected by a translucent white light, and no damage had occurred. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He just repaired it not long ago. As for Xiao AI, she was being pushed along, but there was also a layer of faint white light on her body, so there was no need to worry about damage. After expanding for a full 3 minutes, the island returned to calm. System ding. Island upgrade complete. Seeing this, Lin Shan quickly opened the island attributes page to check. Name title island. Category island. Rating green 1. Effect tree resources unknown small mineral resources not found. Special effect. Tidal effect doubled coral coast. Area 22,000 square meters. Upgrade requirements stone 10,000. Comment. Finally took the first step. Congratulations. Watching it become a green 1-star rating and increase its area by 10,000 square meters. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction and said, not bad. It has become a green 1-star and the area has almost doubled. Then Lin Shan looked at the unknown small mineral vein. This unknown is probably because I haven't discovered it yet, right? If it turns out to be iron, or will it become a small iron or resource? Lin Shan thought for a moment and said, but Lin Shan asked doubtfully, there's no reward for the first advanced island? The next second, a system prompt popped up. World system announcement, ding. Congratulations to the 88888888 Tower Guardian, Lin Shan, the first to advance the island to green 1. Reward all Tower Guardians in the 88888888 area. Silver Treasure, Chest 1. Energy Stone Treasure, Chest 1. The world system announcement was shouted 3 times, and even the lazy ones were woken up. Then, when they saw that the person was not from their zone, they immediately started cursing. It was obvious that they were in a very bad mood after waking up. Lin Shan looked at the system announcement in confusion. He thought it would be a regional system announcement reward, but unexpectedly, it was a world system announcement? Although it's a bit strange, it's fine as long as I get the reward. The reward announced by the world system is a reward that every tower keeper in area 88888888 has, so he also has it. Lin Shan looked directly at the personal reward. System ding. Congratulations to the tower defender for receiving personal rewards. 1 gold treasure chest, 1 small low-level energy stone vein, 1 random island special effect. All 3 rewards are very good, especially the small low-level energy stone vein. Now, Lin Shan's lighthouse can be directly filled up. On the other side, Huang Xian looked at the heart of the island he had just traded for and puffed up his cheeks unhappily. While clicking to upgrade the island, he muttered angrily, damn it, I always suppressed you before, but after coming here, you turn against me? Mean? Bastard Lin Shan, you actually dare to surpass me? Impossible. Humph. The first place in the lighthouse must be mine. After saying that, Huang Xian directly opened the trading city and started searching. Chapter 62. The TH district that has attracted billions of attention. World system announcement. Ding. Congratulations to the 88888888 Tower Guardian, Huang Xian, for being the second to advance the island to green 1. Reward all Tower Guardians in the 88888888 area. Bronze Treasure, Chest 1. Energy Stone Treasure, Chest 1. The world system announcement sounded again. District 88, which was already the subject of much discussion, has now become even more eye-catching, especially the people in some areas who are looking at the world system announcement in the sky with greed in their eyes. Unfortunately, they could only watch. One morning, 2 people posted on the world announcement one after another. The people in zone 88888888 were so proud and happy. They wished the world chat channel was open. They definitely have to show off. Hey, the tide hasn't even receded yet, and I've already got 4 treasure chests? This is outrageous. In the entire 88888888 area chat channel, the repeater appeared again, and all the words were about how awesome Lin Shan and Huang Xian were. Not only that, they also began to discuss whether they should repay the big guys for the rewards they had obtained for them. As soon as these words were spoken, they were echoed by everyone. Finally, after some discussion, everyone reached a consensus. Lin Shan looked at the system announcement in the sky with surprise. Oh my god, he was blown up not long after he went up? My chrysanthemum suddenly felt a phantom pain, Lin Shan complained. But how did Huang Xian do it? Could it be that she also has a unique talent? After thinking about it, Lin Shan gave up. After all, they were all big shots in the same district, so there was no point in hanging around. It still depends on the reward. The current rewards are 1 gold treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 bronze treasure chest, 2 energy stone treasure chests, 1 small low-level energy stone vein, and 1 random island special effect. It can be said that it is very generous. Gloria looked at the treasure chest on the ground, her face full of confusion. She hadn't even left yet, so where did the owner get the treasure chest? Lin Shan ignored Gloria and looked at the treasure chest in front of him. After thinking for a while, he decided to start with the bronze treasure chest. After all, yesterday we started with the highest-rated silver treasure chest. We have to rebel today, right? With a click, the bronze treasure chest opened with a sound. System, obtain whetstone 1, bright flame, candle 1. Lin Shan looked at the second item in surprise. Candlelight? I first looked at the whetstone, which is used to maintain weapons and can be used 10 times. Then, Lin Shan looked at the bright candle flame. Name open flame candle. Category, candlelight. Rating, blue 1. Effect, dispels sea fog within a 20-meter radius. Evaluation, open flame candles are a common type of candle and are popular among fishermen from all over the country because they are cost-effective. It's okay, at least it's much better than ordinary white candlelight. It can be sold for a good price. Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. After all, it was opened from a bronze treasure chest, which was already very good. The treasure chests rewarded by the system are all 1 to 3 stars, among which the gold treasure chest is 3 stars, the silver treasure chest is 2 stars, and the bronze treasure chest is 1 star. Then Lin Shan looked at the silver treasure chest. The bronze treasure chest was opened and the red one appeared, which means he was very lucky today. There was still a click. System, obtain space shelf 1. Lin Shan clicked directly to view. Namespace shelf. Category, space props. Rating, yellow 6. Effect, contains 100 time-stopped space grids. Comment, this space shelf, constructed with a large amount of space stones and crafted by a high-level alchemist, is the perfect place to hide treasures to prevent theft. This is great stuff. It arrived just in time. Now, all those equipment and materials won't have to take up space anymore. Lin Shan looked at the space shelf in front of him and was extremely satisfied. This shelf is not big, only 2.4 meters high and 2 meters wide, but it can hold a lot of items placed everywhere. Although Gloria tidied it up last night, it still takes up a lot of space. After taking out the space shelf, Lin Shan directly instructed Gloria to put the things in the space shelf. Gloria turned her head to look at the space shelf in front of her. After figuring out how to use it, she nodded and began to prepare to pack up. However, after taking 2 steps and looking at her cute tiger pajamas, Gloria blinked. If she cleaned up while wearing the cute tiger pajamas, it would be easy to get dirty, so she decided to change back in her combat uniform. Here, Gloria is taking off her clothes and changing them. On the other side, Lin Shan was looking at the golden treasure chest excitedly, so he perfectly missed the opportunity to feast his eyes. Golden treasure chest. Are you kidding? No girl can be as attractive as me. Lin Shan. Oh yes, you're the best, so do you want to explode? Golden treasure chest. Oh, then I'm not interested. Lin Shan directly opened the golden treasure chest. System, obtain the heart of gold, the fear crystal, and the purple advanced scroll. 3? Sure. Lin Shan couldn't help but nod and smile. Isn't this better than the stupid golden treasure chest? But the stupid golden treasure chest gave very good things. Name, heart of gold. Category, special items. Rating, purple 5. Effect, transformation, replacement. Evaluation. The heart of gold is a special item made from the heart of a golden shark. It can be transformed into a supernatural organ, replacing the heart, thereby gaining a strong physique and special abilities. Note, if your extraordinary constitution is less than 100 points, it is best not to try it lightly. Looking at the properties of the golden heart in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but be surprised. Heart replacement? My goodness, what kind of black technology is this? After pondering for a while, Lin Shan couldn't help but say, how can I put this thing into words? If I use it when my heart is transparent, can it save my life? I feel like this is a bit of a mess, let's put it away for now. The main thing is the 100-point extraordinary physique. How long will it take? Name, Fear Crystal. Category, Ability Crystal. Rating, Yellow 9. Effect, after use, learn the Fear technique. Evaluation, Fear. When used on a target, it will trigger the target's most feared things, causing negative effects such as physical collapse. Please note that Fear is a mental-based ability. If the target spirit is higher than yours, then the Fear spell will not take effect. If the opponent's spirit is twice as high, then the Fear spell may backfire. A power based on mental power? Not bad. This ability is not bad. I'll learn it. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. You know, isn't his destiny based on mystery and spirituality? Seeing that he had gained another ability called Fear, Lin Shan was extremely satisfied. Chapter 63, No Place to Complain. Next, Lin Shan looked at the last item, a purple advanced scroll. Just by looking at the name, he could roughly guess its function. It should be used to upgrade items. Name, Purple Advanced Scroll. Category, Special Items. Rating, Purple 6. Effect, use on purple-rated items to increase the star rating by 1 to 6. Use on yellow-rated items to increase the rating to purple, but the highest rating will not exceed 6 purple stars. Introduction. Tell me, should I upgrade the purple 3-star to 9-star or upgrade the yellow 6-star to purple 6-star? Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This thing is pretty good. Whether you upgrade a purple item or find a yellow 6-star item to upgrade is an extremely good choice. Moreover, while looking at this thing, Lin Shan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Gloria, who had changed back into her combat uniform. Huh? When did you change clothes? Why didn't you call me? Something flashed through Lin Shan's mind. You know, Gloria's rating is only purple 3 stars. Although this rating is because she is not complete, if you use this to increase the star rating, it should be possible to improve Gloria's strength, right? The main thing is that Lin Shan doesn't have anything more useful than Gloria right now. In that case, why not just strengthen Gloria directly? After all, the materials recorded on the forbidden experimental machine drawing. Well, Lin Shan took a look at it and put it away directly. Anyway, it was not something he could access at this stage. Therefore, for a long time, Gloria's combat power will remain at the current level. Of course, with the opening of the Empire's combat skills, Gloria's combat power will still be improved. But the basics remain unchanged. Therefore, the best destination for this purple upgrade scroll is to use it on Gloria. After all, other items will sooner or later be eliminated due to their improved strength, but Gloria will not. Her upper limit is extremely high, especially after successfully upgrading to the forbidden experimental body. After confirming it, Lin Shan called out, "Gloria, come here." Upon hearing this, Gloria, who was packing her things, looked at Lin Shan in confusion, then put down the things in her hands and walked over. Gloria, "Master, what's the matter?" Lin Shan took out the purple advanced scroll and used it directly on Gloria. In an instant, in Gloria's somewhat confused eyes, the purple scroll in Lin Shan's hand turned directly into a purple energy and sank into her chest and disappeared. It was obvious that it had entered her body. Suddenly, Gloria couldn't help but look down at her chest. Well, it was intact. Gloria looked up at Lin Shan in confusion, blinked, and asked, "Master, what was that just now?" Before she could finish her words, Gloria closed her eyes and fell down. Fuck. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaimed, and then subconsciously reached out to catch it. As you can imagine, he was directly pinned to the ground by Gloria. This I forgot Gloria was heavy. Lin Shan said with some pain. It's really strange. Gloria's body is obviously soft, but why is her weight so unscientific? Sitting up, Lin Shan looked at Gloria, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and had to lift her up with force, then walk towards the bed. He used too much force, and the pink rabbit ears on his head kept shaking. Fortunately, there are these rabbit ears, otherwise Lin Shan wouldn't be able to hold Gloria. Snap! After Gloria was placed on the single bed, the bed made a clicking sound, but after all, it was a green 9-star furniture, so it could still hold up. Seeing this, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. After Gloria woke up, he would use the furniture upgrade card on the single bed. Shaking his arms, Lin Shan returned to the treasure chest and looked at the last 2 treasure chests, the Energy Stone treasure chests. Name, Energy Stone Treasure Box. Category, Special Treasure Box. Rating, Purple 3. Effect, after opening, you will get 100 Energy Stone. Evaluation, Energy Stone Treasure Chest. a special treasure chest containing energy stones. In addition to energy stones, the treasure chest also contains energy stones. After opening it, you can obtain a large amount of energy stones, and you may also obtain high-level energy stones. Lin Shan opened the 2 energy stone treasure chests at the same time, since they would only contain energy stones anyway. System: obtain energy stones 78, advanced energy stones 22. System: obtain energy stones 89, advanced energy stones 8. Looking at the energy stone in the backpack in front of him, Lin Shan immediately smiled. Now he can finally upgrade the lighthouse without any worries. Then, Lin Shan looked at the last 2 items. Ding! Reminder: the tide will recede in half an hour. Please seize the opportunity and search for resources. The system prompt popped up on time. Lin Shan ignored this. After all, there was still half an hour left. Then look at the small low-level energy stone veins. Name: small low-level energy stone vein. Category: island resources. Rating: yellow 9. Evaluation: small low-level energy stone veins are strategic resources. They are fought over by various factions upon their appearance. The capacity of small veins is sufficient to mine at least 3 million low-level energy stones, with a chance of producing ordinary-level energy stones. Lin Shan nodded. It was not unexpected. After all, he had obtained a dim low-level energy stone. Click to use, and the system prompt pops up. System: ding. Use failed. Island area is insufficient. Seeing this, Lin Shan put it directly into the space shelf. He didn't want to use this capacity in a short time. Then, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the last item, the random island special effect. It's different from the one we drove out of the coral coast last time. Lin Shan couldn't help but be surprised. Name: random island special effect. Category: special items. Rating: purple 9. Effect: after use, you will randomly gain special island effects ranging from purple 1 star to red 1 star. Evaluation: high-quality island special effects. This is a special item that can activate extremely rare island effects, and can even produce unique island special effects. After reading it, Lin Shan couldn't help but curl his lips and then started to complain. Lin Shan, if this had happened yesterday, he would have accepted the good luck directly. Unfortunately, he missed it. So should he use it now, or wait until tomorrow to use the gift of fate and see if he can get good luck again? Well, Lin Shan prefers to use it now. After all, the gift of fate is full of uncertainty. Apart from anything else, his extraordinary skills had directly turned him into the Witch of Destiny, and he had no place to complain. Up to now, Lin Shan hasn't figured out what the role of this Witch of Fate is. Chapter 64 Affinity? After thinking about it, Lin Shan finally decided to use it directly. Instead of gambling on the gift of fate tomorrow, it would be better to use it now. The sooner you use it, the sooner you can enjoy it. System: gain affinity. Name: affinity unique. Category: island characteristics. Rating: purple 9, growth possible. Effect: easily attracts people of all races. Special effect: island owner's synchronization effect. Evaluation: affinity, a rare and unique island special effect. You will have an island that is full of affinity in the eyes of all races, and they are very willing to visit the island. Affinity not only affects the island, but also the island owner. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. Affinity? There's this special effect? How should I put it? Is this effect good or bad? Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. Although it is unique and can grow, Lin Shan is a little confused about this effect and special effects. It is easy to understand, but what Lin Shan is afraid of is that he just added the island characteristics to the island in the last second, and the next second, his island was sunk by a giant sea beast. Who knows if there are giant beasts like Leviathan among the sea creatures? After thinking about it, Lin Shan decided to load it in. After all, it was already opened, so why not use it? The integration of affinity is silent and invisible, unlike the Coral Coast, which still needs some transformation. Okay, we've finished looking at everything. Now we just have to wait for the tide to go out and go fishing. After stretching, Lin Shan said. Lin Shan glanced out the window and found that the sea water had begun to recede slowly. The tide is out. Let's go to the beach. Lin Shan smiled. As for Gloria, she hasn't woken up yet. Anyway, there's no rush to go out to sea for adventure, so it doesn't matter if Gloria wakes up later. Bang! After closing the door, Lin Shan headed towards the beach. After arriving at the beach, Lin Shan first greeted Xiao AI. Lin Shan. Xiao AI, good morning. Xiao AI. Good morning, Captain, eh? Captain, Xiao AI feels that you have become much more handsome today. Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean I became more handsome today? Haven't I always been handsome? Xiao AI. Well, even though I say that, Xiao AI still feels that the captain is more attractive to elves today. Lin Shan smiled and didn't reply. Instead, he said with a smile, Xiao AI, I'm going to the sea first. Upon hearing this, Xiao AI immediately smiled and said, I wish the captain a fruitful harvest. Walking on the beach, Lin Shan couldn't help but think to himself, Xiao AI's behavior just now must have been a sign of affinity. I didn't expect it to make me look more handsome. Okay, not bad, I like it. Lin Shan was in a good mood, and even found the wooden stones on the beach pleasing to the eye. He even been down to pick up some. Then, all the way to the coral area, Lin Shan didn't see any treasure chests in the beach area. I'm in a good mood though, after all. He has become more handsome. Looking at the fish swimming underwater, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, it seems that the ecosystem is gradually becoming complete. From now on, there will be more than enough food, regardless of other things. Thump! There's a huge sound of someone falling into the water, and the noise caused by it scared away the nearby sea fish. Lin Shan didn't pay attention, but searched in the water. The coral area was not as clear as the beach area. There were many gaps among the corals. Moreover, the island has almost doubled in size, and the topography of the coral area has changed a lot, so Lin Shan needs to adapt again. Soon, Lin Shan saw the first sea beast of the day. At the same time, there was a black iron treasure chest behind the sea beast. Damn, shallow sea eels look much scarier in the water. Lin Shan couldn't help but think to himself. That's right, the sea beast that appeared in Lin Shan's eyes was the shallow sea dark eel. You know, the shallow sea dark eel he saw last time was not as long as this one. The shallow sea dark eel in front of me is estimated to be 10 meters long. Really, there's a complete difference between water and land. The sense of déjà vu is too strong. Lin Shan identified it and found that the attributes were similar, except that the water-based extraordinary attribute had 1 point more, and the extraordinary power also had a little more. Looking at the shallow sea dark eel circling around the black iron treasure chest, it feels a bit unrealistic to want to kill it in the water. Then the only option is to try to drive the other party away. Thinking of this, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at his latest ability, Fear. The shallow sea dark eel does not have extraordinary mental power, so the effect of his fear technique will be maximized. I don't know how effective it will be. Let me wait and see. After saying that, Lin Shan cast a spell of fear at the shallow sea dark eel that was swimming happily. A dark light shot out from between the eyebrows at a very fast speed and instantly penetrated into the head of the shallow sea dark eel. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This fear technique is very difficult to defend against. It seems that mental abilities have some characteristics that are difficult to guard against. Whoosh! The shallow sea moray eel stopped swimming happily and started running around in panic, as if something was chasing it. The mucus on his body was secreted like crazy, and suddenly, the nearby sea water was filled with the expanded mucus, looking at Lin Shan with a mad frown. Fortunately, the shallow sea dark eels quickly rushed out of the coral area and swam towards the deep sea. Otherwise, if they continued to run around, the entire coral area would have been covered with this mucus. But looking at the mucus around and the sea fish wrapped in the mucus, they were basically unable to move. That won't work. Lin Shan directly took out the heavy iron spear and began to guide it. Fortunately, it was in the water and easy to guide. The slime clumps are all connected together, so it just hook up one end. After reaching the border, Lin Shan took out a stone and put the heavy iron spear into his backpack. Otherwise, it would be difficult to retrieve it. Then he pressed the mucus with a stone, and immediately, driven by the stone, all the mucus sank into the deep sea. Phew, the coral area is much cleaner now. Don't worry about the remaining slime. It will fade away slowly anyway. Lin Shan swam back, picked up the black iron treasure chest covered with mucus, and continued searching. While searching, he thought to himself, it seems that the effect of fear magic is very strong. Not bad. It is worthy of being a yellow 9-star ability. This makes me even more curious about starlight magic. Unfortunately, the prerequisite for starlight is 300 points of mystic attribute. From yellow onwards, it is purple, but fear does not require a prerequisite. It seems that purple is a threshold. Huh, a bronze treasure chest without a guardian beast? Not bad, I'll take it. Pearl oyster? Got it. Big lobster? Got it. Next, Lin Shan will collect. Chapter 65. Crispy shark? Why not call it explosive shark? Lin Shan now collects everything he sees. Soon the entire coral area was searched, and a total of 8 pearl shells, 2 black iron treasure chests, 1 bronze treasure chest, and 1 wooden treasure chest were harvested. That's right, I didn't see any silver treasure chest today, which is a bit regrettable. Thump! Lin Shan was looking at the reef in the water, and an idea came to his mind. That was to jump out of the sea quickly, break out of the sea, and then stand on the reef in a handsome posture. The result, well, I almost fell flat on my face. Damn, my balance isn't good enough. No, I need to improve my training, Lin Shan said after stabilizing himself. After shaking her hair coquettishly, Lin Shan headed towards the reef area. He already had the heavy iron spear in his hand, and he looked as if everyone present was enjoying themselves. His expression was very arrogant, but when he moved, he became a little sneaky. If someone didn't know him, they would think he was a thief. While moving, Lin Shan paid attention to the movements around him. After all, the terrain had changed a lot, so it was better to be careful. Crunchy. Lin Shan turned his head to look at the reef on the left in front of him. Was there any sound over there just now? Click. When Lin Shan heard this, his eyes suddenly moved. Sure enough, there it was. Then he walked over quietly. After arriving at the edge of the reef, the macho Lin Shan made a cat-like move. The pink rabbit ears on the top of the head kept shaking. What is this? Looking at the thing that made the noise, Lin Shan asked in confusion. The thing in front of me looks very strange, but its overall image is a bit like a shark, but the big nose, big lips, and big head, well, it's a bit unsightly. What should you do when you encounter something you don't recognize? Then use identification. Lin Shan used an identification spell on the unknown creature. Name, Crispy Shark. Strength, ordinary. Talent, none. Ability, explosion in a rage, poisonous blood. Supernatural attributes, water +3, poison +3. Evaluation, Crispy Shark, the stupidest shark among sharks, has a bad temper and likes to explode at any time. He is a stupid shark that kills himself. Anyone who sees him will feel that he is an unlucky existence. But the Crispy Shark just likes to go where there are boats and then explode. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan was immediately confused. A fragile shark? Exploding at the slightest provocation? What kind of stupid shark is this? It seemed that Lin Shan's voice startled the Crispy Shark, and the next second, it exploded. Bang! Fuck! Seeing this, Lin Shan's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and then quickly retracted. Pa pa pa! The surrounding reefs were suddenly covered with pitch-black blood. Oh my god! It stinks! After smelling the stench in the air, Lin Shan immediately covered his nose and complained. Sizzle! The black blood attached to the reef not only emits a foul odor, but also appears to have a strong corrosive effect. Lin Shan curled his lips, looked around, and after not finding any treasure chest, he quickly evacuated. It was too smelly. After leaving the stinking area, Lin Shan panted and complained, "You're really worthy of being called a stupid shark. You didn't blow it up before I came, but you blow it up as soon as I get here? So it needs other creatures nearby for it to explode, right? Even death requires a companion. No wonder it's so annoying. Bah, damn it. Next time I see one, I'll definitely use ice crystal to freeze it into an ice sculpture. See how you can blast it. Also, why isn't it called explosive shark, but crispy shark?" If an old fisherman heard Lin Shan's words, he would explain, "It is called crispy shark because its skin is really crispy. Generally speaking, the skin of most sharks is very thick and tough, but the crispy shark is an exception. Its skin will crack with just a little pressure, and the poisonous blood will flow out. The crispy shark relies on this to hunt. Crispy shark, coming out a rub. Other fish, don't come over here." The good mood has become not so good now. Lin Shan continued searching with a heavy iron spear in his hand, but after the explosion by the crispy shark, he became more cautious. After searching for a while, Lin Shan finally saw the first treasure chest on the reef, and it was a bronze treasure chest. However, looking at the big lobster on the side, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, "Finally, the lobster sea monster appeared." I said it. The crab sea monster and the mantis shrimp sea monster also appeared. There's no reason why there wouldn't be lobsters and sea monsters, right? Looking at the big lobster in front of him, Lin Shan first identified it. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Well, if you have average strength, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, lobsters are much inferior to crabs and mantis shrimps on land. This lobster sea monster has large claws. This type of lobster is much more threatening than lobsters without claws, but on land, they're almost the same. With the big lobster in front of him, Lin Shan suddenly felt that the normal lobsters caught in the coral area were no longer attractive. The lobster sea beast was lying on the ground, motionless. Judging from its extraordinary attributes, this giant lobster was no match for him. So Lin Shan decided to sneak up on it from behind. Just kidding. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If you're caught by a big pair of pliers, is no joke. Why not attack by surprise if he can? He is not a reckless man. Even if Lin Shan could break free with his current strength, he would still be injured, right? Not to mention that there is a protruding reef behind the lobster monster. Lin Shan can choose to jump down from there and pierce the lobster monster's forehead. It is completely feasible with his current strength. After all, this lobster does not have the extraordinary gold attribute, which means that its defense is relatively average. Just as he sneaked behind the protruding reef, Lin Shan was surprised to find a black iron treasure chest hidden in the crevice of the reef. Not bad. It's easy to get. I'll take it. Lin Shan smiled happily, put away the treasure chest, and climbed up the reef carefully. Looking at the giant lobster sea monster below, Lin Shan picked up the heavy iron spear and prepared to take a leap of faith. During the appraisal just now, the excess appraisal evaluation stated that the lobster sea beast could not attack from the back, so he could launch a fierce attack on the back without restraint. Lin Shan, one blow for me is like a mountain falling down on my head. Bang! Snap! With the help of gravity, the heavy iron spear penetrated the lobster sea monster's head like a hot knife through butter, and Lin Shan himself fell heavily on the back of the lobster sea monster. Suddenly, the lobster sea monster was knocked to the ground. Obviously, Lin Shan underestimated his weight. Although lobster sea monsters are large, they weigh hundreds of pounds, which is not light, not to mention that they are brought in the form of justice from heaven, which will only make them heavier. Chapter 66. Damn, who wouldn't love family members like this? Hey, stop pretending and get up. Lin Shan kicked the lobster sea monster and shouted. Unfortunately, the lobster sea beast ignored him and just lay there. Not really? Crushed to death. Lin Shan said puzzledly. Did I penetrate his head well? Lobster sea monster. Yes. There's an iron rod stuck in my head. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shan stopped hesitating and directly put the lobster sea monster into his backpack, and then put the bronze treasure chest into his backpack. Then I continued searching. What unexpected situation happened next was that a few juvenile shallow sea crabs and mantis shrimps were discovered. At the same time, Lin Shan also found a bronze treasure chest in the reef pit. There were no special items after that, so Lin Shan went back directly. The harvest is not small. 8 pearl shells, 3 black iron treasure chests, 3 bronze treasure chests, 1 wooden treasure chest, a lobster sea beast, and a lobster. Even though silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, and special treasure chests have been opened now, it seems that they're not so easy to appear. Soon, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse room. He first glanced at Gloria on the bed and found that she had not yet woken up. He looked at her a few times to make sure that there was nothing wrong. Then he turned and walked towards the control panel. Well, he was going to upgrade the lighthouse. Anyway, he already had enough energy stones, so there was no need to rely on upgrading the lighthouse to restore energy. Name lighthouse. Category, lighthouse. Rating, white 9. Main effect, blue candlelight. Special effect, none. Energy 100. Upgrade requirements, lighthouse fire core. Comment, a blank lighthouse, good for nothing except dispersing the thin sea fog. Lighthouse fire core? As expected, it's something I don't recognize. I'll probably have to go out to sea and search for other islands. Maybe we can find an abandoned lighthouse or something. Lin Shan looked at the upgrade requirements and said helplessly. Shaking his head and closing the lighthouse panel, Lin Shan directly opened the island panel and began to upgrade. After spending 50,000 stones, it was directly upgraded to green 4 stars. At the same time, the area increased by 30,000 square meters to 42,000 square meters. There are no more stones. Let's check the trading system to see how much they have returned. Looking at the used-up stones, Lin Shan said, go to any crafting table and make 50,000 packs of toilet paper. Toilet paper has never had trouble selling, and even if someone opens a business, there is still profit to be made. When Lin Shan opened his personal trading store, he was surprised to find that not only had all the stones and wood he had borrowed been returned, but there was also about 1/3 left. At the same time, Lin Shan looked at the red dot of the system reward mail, and there was a red dot on it now. Why is there still a red dot? Haven't I already claimed all the rewards? Lin Shan said doubtfully. I clicked it in confusion, and instantly, a bunch of prompt messages popped up one after another. System ding. Chen Xixin gives you 3 energy stones. System ding. Lin Dolly gives you 2 energy stones. System ding. Boss Chun gives you 2 energy stones. System ding. This left Lin Shan dumbfounded. Huang Xin was also dumbfounded. She was also confused by the more than 90,000 messages. That's right. Huang Xin also received energy stones given by everyone. Lin Shan looked at the accumulated energy stones in the mail, which totaled to 249,472 pieces, and couldn't help but gasp. Then he said in surprise, "Did everyone in District 88888888 give me 2 or 3 energy stones?" Lin Shan did not choose to accept it, but opened the chat channel and started reading. At the same time, Huang Xin, like Lin Shan, did not choose to accept it and turned to open the chat channel. Lin Shan. Picture a bunch of information prompts. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Huang Xin. Pictures, same question. It's a wild boss. I got to the 2nd floor. So happy. The big guys actually showed up together. Rare. They're in the same frame. I took a screenshot. Hey, big boss, this is a token of our appreciation. After all, it was you who brought us the energy stone treasure chest. Getting it for free makes me happy, and giving you 2 or 3 makes me even happier. That's right. +1 inch. +1. +1. +1. Plus no, I want to interrupt the formation. I just want to shout out loudly. Big brother is awesome. High pitch. Boss, you can scroll up and see the results of our joint discussion. The post above is gone. I deleted it. We did it to repay Boss Lin Shan and Boss Huang Xin. Why keep that discussion thread? Well, that makes sense. I support it. Mom, see? I'm also Lei Feng. Oh, little brat. 2 bosses, don't feel embarrassed. Although there are a lot of them gathered together, if you spread it out among all of us, there are only 3 or 4 of them. Yes. Each of us opened hundreds of them, which is enough for us to use. Looking at the comments in the chat channel, Lin Shan was immediately relieved. They were indeed a loving family. Not only did his efforts not suffer any loss, but he actually made a huge profit. Lin Shan. In that case, I'll accept it. Okay, I'll give you a 10 discount on toilet paper from now on. Boss, we don't need this piece of wood. No, isn't this too funny, sir? Indeed, it's so cute. Miss upstairs, I'm cute too. Hey, little brat, go play somewhere else. Asshole, I can't stand with you. I'm not a little brat. Huang Xin. Since Lin Shan has accepted, I won't be polite. Okay, you're welcome, big guys. After closing the chat channel with a look of relief, Lin Shan clicked to accept this time. In an instant, the energy stones in the backpack soared to more than 24,900. Then, Lin Shan took out 100,000 pieces of wood and 250,000 pieces of stone from his personal store to upgrade the island and port. Then fill up the island first, consuming 210,000 stones, and the island will directly become green 9 stars. Name title island. Category, island. Rating, green 9. Effect, tree resources unknown, small mineral resources not found. Special effects, double tide effect, coral coast, affinity. Area, 102,000 square meters. Upgrade requirements, island heart 5. No, it's increased 5-fold, right? I thought it was 2 island hearts. Lin Shan said with some surprise. Chapter 67, The Invisible Hand. Lin Shan closed the island panel, opened the port panel, and started upgrading. Name port. Category, island architecture. Rating, green 9. Effect, none. Existing ship, light rail express ship Elf. 1 island route has been recorded, 13 kilometers. Comment. The port is taking shape and is likely to attract visitors from the sea. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone. Island reaches blue 1. System tips. The port is one of the important buildings. Please upgrade it as much as possible. The port will attract sea merchants and is also a facility for tower guards to go out and explore the island. Upgrading from a white 9 star to a green 9 star consumes 80,000 wood and 30,000 stones. Huh. Is there also 10,000 pieces of wood behind the blue one? Looking at the upgrade requirements, Lin Shan couldn't help but be surprised. Then, Lin Shan came to the window, opened it, and looked at the port. He found that the entire port was covered with a layer of light, and it seemed that it was undergoing transformation. I used 80,000 pieces of wood and 30,000 pieces of stone. It should be pretty solid, right? After looking at it for a few times, Lin Shan no longer paid attention to it, but prepared to open the treasure chest and prepare an afternoon meal. Well, it was lobsters, and pearl shells. This is easy to handle. Just add shrimp urine, clean it, and throw it directly into the fire. Well, the big lobsters and sea beasts are thrown directly into the fireplace and roasted, while the lobsters are made into simple boiled seafood together with pearl oyster meat. After finishing the lunch preparations, Lin Shan turned his attention to the treasure chest. 7 treasure chests are lined up in a row. Lin Shan opened the wooden treasure chest first. System: obtain with 20 black bread 1. After taking the black bread out of his backpack and putting it on the table, Lin Shan looked at the black iron treasure chest. Well, let's open all 3 together. System: stone 50, black iron spear 1. System: wood 70, stone 30, pure water 1, white bread 1. System: iron block 10, net bag 1. A black iron spear? Too bad it's no use to me anymore. A net bag? That's great. It'll be much more convenient for fishing in the future, especially in coral areas. It's perfect for catching pearl oysters, lobsters, or even sea fish. Lin Shan looked at the net bag and said with satisfaction. As for other things, they're all stored in the space cabinet. With the space cabinet, Lin Shan no longer needs to put the stones and wood in the backpack, leaving 2 extra backpack slots. As for the black iron spear, Lin Shan directly put it up for sale in his personal store, and only items of the same rating would be enough. But it's a weapon after all, so it's a 2-for-1 exchange. Then Lin Shan looked at the bronze treasure chest, and it was still the same, fully opened. System: obtain milky white strawberry seeds 3, excellent fertilizer 3. System: get 1 4-piece bedding set, 1 toiletry set, 1 bath set. System: invisible hand crystal 1. Seeing the milky white strawberry seeds, Lin Shan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He then grumbled. The milky strawberry seeds and water spirit rice and wheat were washed away by the tsunami. Now he wanted to plant them again. Fortunately, the fertile land was fine, otherwise I would have suffered a huge loss. Then I looked at various daily necessities. These things are pretty good. Lin Shan took them out one by one. The 4-piece bedding set consisted of a quilt, a pillow, a sheet, and a mattress sheet. However, it was a double-sized quilt, and it was difficult to fit on his small single bed. Next is the toiletry set, which includes a toothbrush, towel, wash cup, and razor. And the bath set includes shower gel, shampoo, bath towel, a large bathtub. Looking at the big bathtub in front of him, Lin Shan was a little confused for a moment, but he reacted the next second. TSK. Isn't this a proper large water storage tank? Not bad, it works. Lin Shan smiled. Then put the toiletries and bath set into the big bathtub, and then put the bathtub aside. Finally, it's the highlight. Lin Shan clicked on the invisible hand crystal with shining eyes to check. Name: invisible hand crystal. Category: ability. Rating: blue 9. Effect: condenses into a translucent palm, which can be manipulated before the energy is exhausted. Evaluation: the invisible hand condensed by using extraordinary spiritual attributes. The higher the spiritual power, the stronger the invisible hand will be. It is said that the person who invented this ability, he is an extraordinary librarian who can release hundreds of invisible hands at once to organize books. Spiritual ability? Not bad, I've learned it. Lin Shan started learning directly. The invisible hand crystal instantly turned into a ray of light and sank into Lin Shan's brows. After rubbing his swollen and aching forehead, Lin Shan smiled happily and said, "This invisible hand is amazing." Judging from the information about the invisible hand, 10 points of extraordinary attribute points can condense an extra invisible hand, and Lin Shan now has 15 points of spiritual attribute, which can condense 2 invisible hands. Moreover, the effect of the invisible hand is very good. It is an ability that belongs to the dual cultivation of physical and magical powers. It can touch physical objects and spiritual bodies. Lin Shan's mind moved, and the next second, a huge translucent palm appeared in front of him. In its normal form, it's 2 meters tall. Amazing. And as long as I don't disperse, it can remain there forever, but it will continue to consume my mental energy. Furthermore, by increasing the input of mental power, the invisible hand can become larger and more powerful. Lin Shan was very satisfied, and then tried the invisible hand in normal state. How was the effect? Turning his head to look at the bronze dumbbell under the table, Lin Shan controlled his invisible hand and picked it up. Wow, that's so easy. That's impressive. You know, the bronze dumbbells weigh 800 kilograms. Satisfied, Lin Shan began to test the upper limit of the invisible hand in its normal form. The weight of the dumbbells was adjusted upwards. 900 pounds, no feeling. 1,000 pounds, still the same. Lin Shan was a little surprised to feel that there was no unnecessary consumption at all, and then he directly adjusted the bronze dumbbells to the upper limit, 1,000 kilograms. Oh wow, now the consumption is finally accelerating a bit. In other words, in its normal form, the invisible hand can exert a force of 2,000 kilograms per palm strike. Even a grown shallow sea crab wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Lin Shan said with shining eyes. Powerful and tough, Lin Shan was extremely satisfied. Is this the ability he should learn? After all, his destiny is based on mystery and spirituality. A fragrance slowly wafted up. Lin Shan smelled it and immediately turned his head to look at the fireplace. Oh, lunch is ready. Then, Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand and took the steaming lobster sea monster out of the fire. Hey, it's so easy. The invisible hand is really a blessing for lazy people. Chapter 68. Sea merchants arrive. Soon, the giant lobster sea monster was skinned clean by the invisible hand controlled by Lin Shan. Not bad, not bad. It's very convenient. It can do everything. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. Then I picked up a piece of lobster meat and started eating it. It tasted good and had a chewy texture. A low groaning sound was heard. Hearing this, Lin Shan turned his head to look at Gloria on the single bed, and then saw her slowly open her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Are you awake? That's great. It's time for lunch." Gloria, who was still in a daze, sat up immediately after hearing this. The single bed suddenly made a crackling sound. Well, the single bed said, "I can still hold on." Gloria immediately walked down, sat on a chair, and started eating. He grabbed the lobster meat and started to bite it. Soon, his cheeks were bulging. While eating, Lin Shan clicked on Gloria's attributes to see how many stars have been upgraded. 9 stars. Max it out. Lin Shan couldn't help but blink, somewhat incredulous. The probability was 1 in 6, and he encountered it just like that. In fact, what Lin Shan didn't know was that this type of scroll had a hidden blessing. That is, if the potential of the item you upgraded was large enough, the improvement effect will be maximized. There is no doubt that Gloria has great potential, so it is not surprising that she is maxed out directly. Of course, the unaware Lin Shanji sighed that he was so damn lucky, but it really ruined his reputation. After using an invisible hand to take out the lobster and scallops, the two continued to eat. The main thing is that now that Gloria has woken up, training can be arranged. Although his methods have changed with the existence of the invisible hand, doesn't combat experience still need to be gained through actual combat? Gloria cannot reveal the Empire's combat skills and abilities, but she can use them. So Lin Shan's training plan is actually fighting. After eating and drinking, Lin Shan, "Gloria, let's go for a walk and digest our food, then we can start training." Hearing this, Gloria nodded. Then the two of them walked out of the lighthouse room one after the other. Lin Shan turned his head to look, then walked towards the fertile fields. The small forest that previously came with the island now only has some broken tree stumps left. However, due to the forest resources brought by the island upgrade, many new trees have grown here. Looking at the bare farmland, Lin Shan curled his lips helplessly, then planted new strawberry seeds and added better quality fertilizers. Suddenly, sprouts appeared. After surrounding it with stones again, Lin Shan began to stroll around. You know, the current island has an area of 102,000 square meters and a diameter of more than 300 meters. By the way, let's find out what kind of mine that small vein is. After walking around for half an hour, Lin Shan finally found the small mineral vein, but it was still in the process of formation, indicating that the island was not large enough, so it could not be visualized. After taking a few curious glances, Lin Shan walked towards the beach. Lin Shan took Gloria to the beach. Although the tide is high now, the beach is not completely submerged. There is still about 2 meters of beach left, which is enough to be used as a training ground. After arriving at the beach, Lin Shan looked at Gloria and said, "Gloria, let's train. Combat training." Hearing this, Gloria nodded and said, "I understand, Master." Lin Shan glanced at Gloria, whose eyes were shining, and said, I hope you really understand." Lin Shan, "Then I'll do it." Gloria, "Yeah." Lin Shan directly took out the heavy iron spear and used his own left and right stabbing technique on Gloria. Bang! Gloria dodged the flawed shooting technique lightly, then came to Lin Shan, thought for a moment, and gave him a light push. Then she forgot that she had been upgraded, so Lin Shan fell directly onto the beach, creating a hole. Hiss! Lin Shan sucked in a breath of cold air. Gloria's strength was quite strong this time, but he could see that Gloria had restrained herself, but it was still exaggerated. After taking a break, Lin Shan stood up and said to Gloria, "Gloria, continue." Gloria nodded again. Then, hey, yummy. In just less than 2 hours, densely packed pits of various sizes appeared on the surrounding beaches. Well, all of them were smashed by Lin Shan's body. For this, Lin Shan also paid a bottle of moon healing pills. Lying on the beach, Lin Shan waved weakly at Gloria and said, "Gloria, I'm tired and have no strength left." Hearing this, Gloria blinked, then said, "Master, shall we continue tomorrow?" Lin Shan, "Yes, but there's also the invisible hand. Gloria, how about you take a look?" After saying that, Lin Shan condensed an invisible hand and flew towards Gloria, then slowly patted her. Gloria turned her head to take a look, then threw a punch. With a puff, the invisible hand exploded. Well, I was beaten to a pulp. Fuck, you got blown up directly? Hiss, Gloria, how much force did you use in that blow just now? Lin Shan exclaimed as he looked at the invisible hand that was blown up. Upon hearing this, Gloria said calmly, "Master, it's probably about 3,000 kilograms of force." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan once again condensed an ordinary invisible hand. "Gloria, try to see if you can lift 2,000 pounds. Lin Shan said. Gloria nodded, then aimed a punch at the invisible hand. This time, the invisible hand was not blown up, but a hole was punched in it. For damage of this degree, Lin Shan could use his mental power to repair it. Lin Shan nodded, then said, "Gloria, try 1,500 kilograms." Gloria nodded and punched him. Now, the invisible hand can withstand it. In other words, the upper limit of the strength of the invisible hand in its normal form is 2,000 kilograms, and the upper limit of its endurance is also about 2,000 kilograms. Awesome. Lin Shan sighed. The next step is to train the sensitivity of the invisible hand. Lin Shan directly condensed an invisible hand and started playing with pebbles, except that the pebbles here were larger. Just as Lin Shan was training the invisible hand, the fog on the distant sea suddenly broke. Then, a ship about the same size as Xiao AI slowly came out. The fog is gone. I've reached someone else's territory. Qingyun's voice sounded, obviously a little surprised. Now that you are here, you must do business. After all, this is a good area. If you do business here, you don't have to worry about being cheated. Chapter 69, What's Your Name? Lin Shan controlled 2 invisible hands and started playing rock, paper, scissors. Gloria stood aside, staring. Suddenly, Gloria turned her head to look towards the port and saw an unfamiliar ship slowly approaching. After blinking, Gloria turned back to look at Lin Shan and said, "Master, there's a foreign ship approaching the port." Lin Shan, who was controlling the invisible hand, heard this and turned to look at the port. Yes, there was indeed a ship approaching. It must be the sea merchants coming. Come on, Gloria, let's go back and get the Lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan looked at it for a few seconds, then stood up, patted the sand off his pants and said. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then followed Lin Shan towards the lighthouse. Hoof, hoof, hoof. The traveling merchants who had already docked at the port looked at the 2 people leaving with a bewildered look on their faces. Hey, what's going on? Could it be that they mistake me for a pirate? Just when the sea merchant was wondering whether he should explain, the other party walked out of the lighthouse. Are you going to get the money? The sea merchant looked at the 4 treasure chests behind Lin Shan in surprise and said in surprise. There are 4 boxes filled with lighthouse gold coins, with a total of more than 100,000 gold coins, weighing more than 2 tons. However, it is easy to hold them with the invisible hand. It just takes a little more effort. After all, In its normal form, the invisible hand can carry 2,000 kilograms of items, which is exactly 1 ton. Lin Shan quickly arrived at the port with Gloria, bringing the Lighthouse gold coin treasure chest. Looking at the 4 treasure chests floating behind Lin Shan, the sea merchant was a little surprised. Invisible hands? That's a rare ability, and there are 2 of them? Isn't this island owner quite powerful? The sea merchant thought in surprise. After Lin Shan placed the Lighthouse gold coin treasure chest down, he shouted toward the ship. Are you a sea merchant? I'm Lin Shan, the owner of this island. Welcome. Bang. The boat's steps were lowered from the ship and landed on the harbor. Then a figure walked down. Seeing someone coming down, Lin Shan looked over and immediately noticed the other person's long and thin ears. Elf. Lin Shan was a little surprised. After the elf came down, he walked directly to a position 1 meter in front of Lin Shan and introduced himself. Hello, Master Lin Shan Island. My name is Celia, and as you can see, I'm a sea merchant. Celia introduced herself. Wait, what was your name? Lin Shan said in surprise. Upon hearing this, Celia blinked in surprise, then said, Island Master Lin Shan, my name is Celia. What's the matter? Is there any problem? Lin Shan, Celia? Celia, yeah. Lin Shan, Celia, can I ask you a question? Upon hearing this, Celia looked at Lin Shan in confusion. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said, Okay, but I won't answer personal questions. Hearing this, Lin Shan waved his hand and said with a smile, It's not a big deal. I'm just a little curious. Celia, can you defeat the goblins? Celia was a little dumbfounded when she heard this. After a pause, Celia spoke up, Although I don't know why you, Island Master Lin Shan, would ask this, well, such a strange question, it's really not a big deal. I can answer that. As for goblins, I can easily kill them. After all, they are just low-level monsters. Even the Goblin King is no match for me. Lin Shan nodded, then asked, By the way, are you going to top up your Q coins? Upon hearing this, Celia immediately crossed out her answer and said, Island Master Lin Shan, I only accept Lighthouse gold coins. I don't accept any other coins. Lin Shan nodded again and smiled. Oh, okay, it's okay. You're not the Celia I know. Not the Celia, you know. Could there be another elf named Celia? Celia asked curiously. Lin Shan, well, there's indeed an elf with the same name as you. You may not know her, but she cheated millions of heroes and was utterly defrauded. Upon hearing this, Celia said in surprise, You cheated 1,000,000 heroes? Is that true? What did you cheat? Lin Shan, nothing, just a few Q coins, but most of the heroes volunteered. Celia's eyes lit up when she heard this. She suddenly felt a sense of admiration for another of her own people. Q coins were probably gold coins, right? They could trick 1,000,000 heroes out of this. That's awesome. The other party must already be a senior with a rich destiny, right? Lin Shan, okay, let's not talk about the $1,000,000 Celia anymore. Celia, what kind of products do you sell here? Hearing about doing business, Celia immediately came to her senses. After all, her path was wealth and how to get wealth. Of course, doing business. In fact, a businessman's fate would be more suitable. However, Celia didn't like the levels after the merchant, so she switched to a destiny of wealth. Celia, I have a lot of stuff here, Master Lin Shan. Would you like to come aboard and take a look? Hearing this, Lin Shan said, Okay. Upon hearing this, Celia immediately began to lead the way. Celia, Island Master Lin Shan, I mainly sell things here. There are many things, at least thousands of kinds. If you want to look at them all, it will be very messy, so if you have any special needs, please come to me. Please tell me about it, so I can check if I have the item you described. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded involuntarily. Indeed, Celia's ship was filled with all kinds of items, and it did look a bit dazzling. Celia, do you sell island hearts here? Lin Shan asked. Nothing has a higher priority than the heart of the island. Oh yes, the Lighthouse Fire Core. Hearing this, Celia nodded and said with a smile, Of course I have it. It's the best-selling item. However, because it's so popular, I only have 5, and they're quite expensive. Lin Shan was a little surprised when he heard this, and then asked, How much is one? Hearing this, Celia paused for a moment, then said with some frustration, Oh, I forgot, you're a newcomer in the Shan district, and there's a newcomer discount. Lin Shan, so conscientious? Also, what is the good zone? Celia shouted directly, Lily, visualize the discount roulette. Lily, okay, Sister Celia. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan looked around curiously. The sound just now should be the ship elf, right? Celia? Hmm? Oh, by the way, Island Master Lin Shan, what did you say just now? Chapter 70 Good Area. Evil Area. Ordinary Area. Lin Shan. Celia, what do you mean by the good district? Upon hearing this, Celia said, Shan District is the area where you, Island Master Lin Shan, are located. My district is called the Good District? What does this mean? Lin Shan asked in confusion. Celia, Shanxiu, let me introduce you to Lin Shan, Island Master. First of all, when you, the new tower guards, are deployed, you will be divided into zones. These zones are not numbered zones, but rather good zones, evil zones, and ordinary zones. Hearing this, Lin Shan said in surprise, Good district, evil district, ordinary district? Are there any distinctions? Celia nodded and said, Well, there's indeed some discrimination. Don't interrupt me first, just listen to me. You can tell a thing or two about the 3 districts from their names. Your district, Island Master Lin Shan, is the good district, and most of the people in the good district are kind. The resources invested in the area will be richer and more diverse. The evil zone is completely opposite to the good zone. The people in the evil zone include both extremely vicious people and those who cheat and deceive others. In short, they're not good people. Therefore, the regional environment in the evil zone will be very poor, but correspondingly, the chance of obtaining extraordinary resources in the evil zone is much greater than that in the good zone. However, the danger in the evil zone is also much higher than that in the good zone. Finally, there's the ordinary area, which is for ordinary people. The resources in the ordinary area are relatively evenly distributed, so there's nothing much to say. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan asked in surprise, Why do you say that in the evil zone, strong people tend to appear, and in the good zone, teams tend to form, and in the ordinary zone, anything is possible? Celia shook her head and said, Not really. The division of regions also has a time limit. When the time comes, you will face all the forces of the entire sea of mist. You know, they won't easily allow new forces to emerge. However, the foggy sea is huge, and the fog blocks their vision, so it's hard to say whether they can find you. Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but think of the system's mention of unlocking. In other words, a month later, or even longer. Celia, okay, I've explained the differences between the regions. Now, come and try your luck with a discount. I hope you get a 10 discount. Hearing this, Lin Shan said with a frown, Why can't it be 10 off? Hearing this, Celia couldn't help but widen her eyes and said, Of course not. Wouldn't that mean I'll lose money? No, absolutely not. Especially since you, Island Master Lin Shan, are carrying 4 boxes. Who knows how many Lighthouse gold coins you have? If it's really 10 off, I'll just run away. Lin Shan rolled his eyes. If you really get a 10 discount, you still want to run away? No way. Celia muttered reluctantly. All right, go ahead and get it. 10 off is best, 20 is fine, 30 is barely acceptable. Lin Shan looked at the turntable in front of him and said, Celia, you're not controlling this secretly, are you? Upon hearing this, Celia rolled her eyes and complained, How is that possible? I'm a very good person. Otherwise, I wouldn't be assigned to the good district. Damn it. Hurry up and beat you up. I just love gold coins, is that wrong? Right? Who says elves can't like gold coins? Does it have to be dragons? Celia thought angrily. Celia in a certain dungeon nodded and said, That's right. What's wrong with asking the heroes to top up some Q coins? Don't the heroes get any benefits? Don't the warehouses need to be upgraded? Didn't the grid increase? Aren't the costumes pretty? Aren't the resurrection coins useful? Lin Shan looked at the roulette wheel in front of him. It said 10 off, 30 off, 50 off, 30 off, 20 off, 10 off, 6 discount levels each. After reading it, he spun the wheel casually, and instantly, the wheel began to spin rapidly. Celia looked at the turntable in front of her nervously, and she became even more nervous as the turntable slowed down. Go, go, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Shan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can you really blow air by puffing out your cheeks? Finally, the roulette wheel came to a complete stop. Celia looked at the 50 off sign in front of her and almost fainted after closing her eyes. Celia, 50 off? Ugh, that's too bad. Celia, I'm going to lose a fortune this time. Lin Shan, then I'm happy. Celia, how much is an island heart now? Celia covered her face and replied painfully, The auction price for the island heart is very high, starting at 100,000. Unfortunately, the market price is 50,000, so now after the discount, it's 25,000 each. Lin Shan couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. The market price was 50,000 Lighthouse gold coins, and if it was auctioned, the starting price would be 100,000. The heart of the island is so valuable. It seems that he needs to go to the island provided by his island route as soon as possible. Lin Shan calculated his Lighthouse gold coins, which were about 130,000. It seemed that this was just enough to buy all 5 of Celia's island hearts. Lin Shan, Celia, do you have a lighthouse fire core? Upon hearing this, Celia waved her hand and said weakly, no, this thing is even rarer than the heart of the island. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded regretfully, then said, do you have an island route here? Celia, island route? Well, there are 2. They're expensive. Lin Shan, huh? Such an expensive method. Celia, for the island route, the lowest level is the green 1-star one. For the green island route, 1 star is 1,000 lighthouse coins, and each additional star thereafter is 1,000 more coins. Then the green 9-star one costs 10,000 lighthouse coins, and the blue one is even more expensive. 1 star costs 20,000 coins. Hearing this, Lin Shan frowned and asked, is the island route so expensive? Celia, of course, after all, the islands guided by the island route are independent, which means that no one except the user can find them. Moreover, the heart of the island and the lighthouse fire core, they can all be found on the islands indicated by the island route guide. Do you think it is worth the money? Lin Shan nodded after hearing this, and then said, so what's the rating of your island route? Celia, 1 green 5-star 1, 1 blue 1-star 1. Lin Shan, well, Celia, wait a moment. I'll go back and see how many lighthouse gold coins I have. Upon hearing this, Celia waved her hand and said, you can authorize me to check the amount of your gold coins. This is a right granted by the system. Don't worry, except for the amount of gold coins, you can't see anything else. And I need your permission. After hearing this, Lin Shan glanced at Celia and nodded. System ding. See merchant. Celia requests to check the lighthouse gold coin balance. Chapter 71 Recycling. Lin Shan took a look at the system prompt and clicked OK. Celia, huh? I passed. Thank you for your trust, Island Master Lin Shan. Hey, let me see how many lighthouse gold coins you have. After saying that, Celia began to check. Well, let me see. 1,130,293 lighthouse gold coins. Celia's voice couldn't help but rise a little, and at the same time, it started to tremble a little. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded involuntarily. This was just enough to buy 5 island hearts. The market price was 50,000 yuan each, and now, after the discount, it was 25,000 yuan each. 5 hearts were exactly 125,000 yuan. Celia said somewhat frustratedly, huh? No. Island Master Lin Shan, aren't you new here? Where did you get so many lighthouse gold coins? Lin Shan smiled and said, I was lucky. I came across a shipwreck and found it on it. Celia, sunken ship? Hiss, Master Lin Shan, have you gone into the deep sea? Hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head and said, no, it was brought here by the tsunami. Upon hearing this, Celia breathed a sigh of relief and said, you scared me. I thought you were strong enough to go exploring in the sea. After patting her chest, Celia said helplessly, then you are really lucky, Lin Shan, Island Master. So what do you want to buy? Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, 5 island hearts. Upon hearing this, Celia frowned and muttered, I knew it. I'm losing so much money. However, Celia still accepted her fate and went to get the 5 island hearts. After all, merchants must be honest, especially when they are in the good area. If you are in a bad area, you can regret it. After all, it is easy to encounter cheaters in bad areas. Looking at Celia, who was searching for the heart of the island, Lin Shan suddenly remembered something and asked her, Lin Shan, by the way, Celia, do you recycle items here? Celia, who had just picked up the box containing the heart of the island, replied, of course I will. After all, we see merchants can make a profit from the difference. What? Master Lin Shan, do you have anything to offer? Lin Shan nodded when he heard that. He did have some useless items, such as ordinary pearls. He had already opened 4 pearl shells from pearl oysters, but he didn't know how much they cost. Celia came over with a box, handed it to Lin Shan, and said, Island Master Lin Shan, once the transaction is confirmed, I can directly collect the 125,000 lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan took the box, opened it, took a look, and then put everything in his backpack. After looking at the grid with the heart of the island 5, he nodded. After making sure there was no problem, Celia manipulated it in the air, and it was done. System ding. Tower Guardian Lin Shan. You spent 125,000 Lighthouse gold coins to purchase 5 island hearts. Transaction complete. Celia, well, the transaction is complete. Island Master Lin Shan, do you want to buy anything else? Lin Shan, I also want those 2 island routes. Celia, well, the green 5-star island route is 2,500 Lighthouse coins, and the blue 1-star one is 10,000 Lighthouse coins, a total of 12,500 Lighthouse coins. Lin Shan, Island Master. That's not enough for you. Lin Shan nodded and said, yes, that's why I asked you if you would accept anything. Celia, oh, what do you have? I can give you an estimate, don't worry. It's absolutely fair, but the purchase price will be lower than the market price. Please understand that. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, I understand. I'll go back and get it. Seeing this, Celia blinked and quickly said, Island Master Lin Shan, do you have a lot to sell? If so, I can go with you. That way, we can buy it on the spot, which is much more convenient. After hearing this, Lin Shan pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, that's fine. I'll trouble you, Celia, to make the trip. Hearing this, Celia waved her hand and said with a smile, I just want to make more money. Let's go now. Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, please. Celia, ahem, I won't be polite then. Lin Shan couldn't help but smile, and then began to lead the way. After all, the island was his territory, and as the host, of course he had to entertain them. After all, Lin Shan, the island's owner, was leading the way himself? Wasn't that a good enough treat? Well, this kind of ordinary pearl would be quite valuable if it were in the mainland, but we are overseas now, so my friend, I can only give you 200 Lighthouse gold coins for one. Celia looked at the pearls in her hand for a few moments before quoting a price. Lin Shan, 4, let's make it 250 each to make it an even number. Celia, deal. Lin Shan, Celia, oh, Master Lin Shan, please don't misunderstand me. I agreed so decisively because I will eventually return to my tribe. Then, I can sell it for a good price. Lin Shan, yeah, I believe it. Now take a look at this. How much is it worth? Sharp claws of a clever monkey, a light water iron shield, and 2 black iron spears. Celia, well, they're all low-rated weapons of average value. Black iron spear, 50 Lighthouse gold coins. Light water iron shield is good, 500 Lighthouse gold coins. Monkey claw, 300 Lighthouse gold coins, altogether 900. Lin Shan, that's not enough. It requires 12,500 Lighthouse gold coins. Celia looked at her gold coin balance and said, well, Island Master Lin Shan, you now have a total of 8,193 Lighthouse gold coins. You still need 4,307 Lighthouse gold coins. Hearing this, Lin Shan touched his chin and looked at the items in the space shelf. He didn't want to sell the other things that were good, and the prices of the bad ones were too low. Finally, Lin Shan stopped his eyes on the energy stone. This one was not only good, but also came in the largest quantity. Lin Shan, Celia, how many Lighthouse gold coins is one energy stone worth? Upon hearing this, Celia was stunned for a moment, then said, energy stone? This is a noble energy currency. Are you sure you want to exchange energy stone for Lighthouse coins? Lin Shan, well, there's nothing I can do. I don't have enough Lighthouse coins. How many coins can I get for one energy stone? Celia couldn't help scratching her face and then said, well, this is a bit difficult. Lin Shan, Island Master, if you're trading on the outside continent, then an energy stone. It could be exchanged for 10,000 Lighthouse gold coins, but here, it's not possible. We, the traveling merchants, are restricted by the system, so one energy stone can only be exchanged for 1,000 Lighthouse gold coins. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said, then I'll exchange for 4 first. Chapter 72 Farming Must Farm. Upon hearing this, Celia nodded and said happily, okay, this is finally a profitable project. Lin Shan rolled his eyes when he heard that, but it was worth it for the 2 island routes. After all, the island routes could lead to the Lighthouse Fire Core and the heart of the island. Celia, okay, the island route transaction is complete. Island Master Lin Shan, do you have anything else you want to trade? If not, Celia, I'm going to sail away. But coming back to the point, since you're new here, the island route is actually easier to find from a treasure chest. Lin Shan was stunned when he heard this, but it didn't matter. Even if it could be opened, it was relatively rare now, so he decided to think about other items. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan asked, do you have any space-related products here? Hearing this, Celia shook her head and said, space-type items are very expensive. I haven't purchased any. Lin Shan nodded when he heard that, and then asked about some weapons, equipment, etc. Unfortunately, although they did exist, their ratings were not very good. Well, as Celia said, every sea merchant purchases their own goods, so they definitely have a focus. Finally, Lin Shan asked, "Do you have fertile farmland or anything like that? Oh, and also various vegetable crops or fruit tree seeds." Hearing this, Celia nodded and said with a smile, "I have a lot of these things. After all, I'm an elf after all, even though I love money a bit." Lin Shan, "How many?" Celia, "Hey, wait a minute, let me take a look." After saying that, Celia began to point and draw in the void, and stopped after more than 10 seconds. Celia looked at the catalog and said, "I'll Master Lin Shan. There are a total of 10 ordinary fields with a white rating, all of which are 9-star white and have 9 planting grids. Then there are 5 green-rated fertile fields, 3 of which are green 5-star, 2 are green 7-star, and there is 1 blue-rated high-quality fertile field with a rating of 3 stars. Next are vegetable seeds and fruit tree seeds. While they're all ordinary vegetables, the highest being green 3 stars, but there are quite a lot of them in quantity and variety." Lin Shan, Island Master, "How much do you want?" Lin Shan said decisively, "I want all the fields and all the seeds, too. Also, do you have any fertilizer?" "Farming. We must farm. After all, there are no other vegetables and fruits except water apples." Celia, "Fertilizer? No, I'm an elf. Can't I just use my wood-type supernatural power to catalyze it?" Lin Shan blinked and said, "The problem is I don't know how to do it." Celia, "It's okay. I can teach you. 10,000 Lighthouse gold coins." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan immediately said, "Deal." Ah, Celia blinked. Was she losing out? However, the induced birthing technique was indeed very cheap. It could be learned with just a little bit of wood-type supernatural properties. After all, it cannot catalyze extraordinary plants. It can only catalyze ordinary plants. But the next second, seeing Lin Shan pull out 10 energy stones, Celia's eyes lit up. How could this be a huge loss? It was a complete profit. Wait, Lin Shan, Island Master, no longer has any Lighthouse gold coins. Does that mean he has to pay for fertile farmland, vegetable seeds, and fruit tree seeds with energy stones? Holy crap. Celia, I met a great guy today. I'm rich. Celia counted quickly. Celia, 10 ordinary fertile fields, 5 fertile fields, 1 high-quality fertile field, a large bag of various ordinary vegetable seeds, a large bag of various ordinary fruit tree seeds. Well, I will take all of them from you. After deducting the remaining Lighthouse coins, the total is 30,000 Lighthouse coins, mainly because high-quality farmland is a bit more expensive. Lin Shan, can it be less? Celia, no. Honey, this is already a 50 discount. When she thought of the 50 discount, Celia almost started to cry. If it weren't for the 50 discount, her gains would be doubled. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan had no choice but to take out 30 energy stones again. Celia took it with sparkling eyes, counted them one by one, and then put them back into the space prop with satisfaction. After receiving the energy stone, Celia said excitedly, "Come on, I'll Master Lin Shan. I'll teach you the catalysis technique now. Oh, by the way, do you have any wood-type supernatural attributes?" Lin Shan nodded to indicate that he had. Upon hearing this, Celia nodded and said, "Okay, catalysis is easy to master. Do you have fertile land here? I'll demonstrate first, and then teach you how to use it." Lin Shan, "Of course, come with me." After saying that, Lin Shan took Celia to the grove. Seeing this, Gloria hurried to follow. After arriving at the fertile fields beside the grove, Lin Shan turned his head to look at Celia. Celia didn't push or pull, but used catalysis while explaining. A faint green light poured into the tender leaves of the strawberry, and in an instant, they began to grow wildly. In just a dozen seconds, they were ripe. Wow, these are milky white strawberries. They're delicious. Can I pick some? Celia looked at the ripe, milky white strawberries and couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Shan looked at the densely packed strawberries, roughly hundreds of them, and said, "Okay, by the way, will these strawberries grow more?" Celia answered while picking the strawberries, "Of course. The growth cycle of milky white strawberries is 90 days, but with the blessing of fertile land, it can be reduced by 30 days, and with the blessing of chemical fertilizers, it can be reduced by 10 days. Lin Shan, can catalysis speed up the results? Upon hearing this, Celia shook her head and said, "No, the catalysis technique can only allow strawberry seedlings to grow into mature strawberry trees that bear fruit. If you use it to catalyze a plant, it will die from overnutrition. Lin Shan asked as he studied. By the way, Celia, do you have a product list or something? It would be best if there were a brief description of the products so I can choose. Celia, who was eating strawberries, blinked when she heard this, then said, I didn't make it, but after hearing what you said, it seems that it is indeed necessary to make a product list. Lin Shan rolled his eyes helplessly, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, Celia, are there any spice seeds among these seeds? Celia thought for a moment after hearing this, then said, I remember there were chili peppers, but I'm not sure about the others. After all, no one wants these things except you guys, and we've been hoarding them for a long time. Lin Shan, is that so? Okay, then everything's fine, huh? This catalysis technique is really quite simple. Celia said in surprise, It's simple, but I thought you'd need a whole day. It seems you either have a high spiritual attribute or a high knowledge attribute. Okay, all the transactions are completed, so it's time for Celia and I to leave. Lin Shan thought about it and said, Well, I can't remember what else I'm missing for now. It's daily necessities and the like, and Celia didn't sell them. Then I'll give you a ride. Chapter 73, The Elves Are All Immortal. Ding! Reminder, the tide will recede in half an hour. Please seize the opportunity and search for resources. Lin Shan glanced at the prompt, opened the system panel again, and found that it was almost 5 o'clock. It was strange. Wasn't the low tide at noon today a little too late? However, after seeing the low tide indication, Lin Shan had a lot of new doubts. Lin Shan turned to look at Celia, then asked, Celia, our island can harvest treasure chests and other resources after the tide goes out, so you should be able to do that too, right? Upon hearing this, Celia shook her head and said, No, this is a reward from the system for you tower guards. People from a mainland or inland don't have this kind of benefit. Seeing that Lin Shan wanted to continue asking, Celia quickly said, I'm Master Lin Shan. I don't know much about this question. After all, I'm just a poor sea merchant, still a pitiful elf barely surviving on the subsidies given by the system. Looking at the pretentious Celia, Lin Shan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sure enough, elves named Celia were all a bit of a scam. Lin Shan suppressed the urge to complain and said directly, Then Celia, can you say something? Celia, who had already stepped onto the deck, turned to look at Lin Shan after hearing this. After thinking for a moment, she said, Island Master Lin Shan, there's not much I can say. After all, I'm not a scholar who specializes in this area. I can only say something more general. That is, tower keepers. It really means, as the name suggests, you must guard your lighthouse at all times. Never let it go out. Also, after waiting for a certain period of time, you will face real danger, not just a small one. The tower defender has a great responsibility, but how great it is, I don't know clearly. But there is one thing I am quite clear about. After all, elves are immortal, so as time goes by, they naturally know more secrets. It seemed that it was not good to complain about her own race. Celia paused, then continued. Well, anyway, Island Master Lin Shan, there are two aspects you need to pay attention to. One is the fog in the misty sea. Another sign is that the seawater will turn red or black. At that time, the foggy sea will become extremely dangerous, so dangerous that the sea creatures will flee to the land. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan looked at the distant fog, then at the sea, and said, How can you say that the changing color of the sea is more dangerous than the fog? Celia, no, the danger level is the same. According to the records of the tribe, the fog of the misty sea and the sea after the mutation are still in a hostile relationship. However, it seems that neither can do anything to the other. Well, okay, I've said enough. If you continue, your salary will be deducted. Let's go. Next time I come, I'll do business with you first. That's right. Celia, who had just taken 2 steps, looked back at Lin Shan and said, It's not that the beings in the fog can't leave the fog. They just don't like it. Remember this. And there's candlelight, which they don't like very much. So, as long as the lighthouse is always on, basically, you're all safe. Of course, there's also the possibility that they might just bump into the fog and find you. After saying that, Celia let Lily drive the boat this time. Looking at Celia leaving, Lin Shan pondered over what she said while opening the chat channel and starting to write down everything Celia had just said. Yes, the chat channel could be used as a note. Of course, a person's wisdom is limited. After he finishes organizing it, he can post it in the evening for others to analyze. After all, his district is a good district, so sharing information has only benefits and no disadvantages. As for Celia's last warning, Lin Shan couldn't help but think of the bloody eye that almost killed him. That thing should be the creature in the fog, right? Gloria. Master, the tide has receded. Lin Shan, awakened from his thoughts by Gloria, looked towards the shore. Indeed, the tide had receded, and the stones and wood on the beach were exposed. There was also a black iron treasure chest on the beach, which was very conspicuous. When Lin Shan saw the black iron treasure chest, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he forgot what he had just been thinking about. Actually, it is true. There's no point in thinking about it now. You can't avoid it anyway. Since that's the case, you might as well grow up quickly. The fastest growth path for these tower keepers is to go to the sea and take risks. After putting away the black iron treasure chest, Lin Shan began to explore along the beach. Gloria hurriedly followed behind. With the infinite hand, Lin Shan can now even handle stones and wood. Everything is delivered to his hand by the infinite hand very easily. Soon, Lin Shan arrived at the coral area. Looking back at the clean beach, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "It's so damn clean. It's so easy to do this with the invisible hand." As expected of a superb librarian, this is truly amazing. Then Lin Shan looked at Gloria and said with a smile, "Gloria, it's the same as before. You watch from up there. If you find me in danger, come down and save me." Gloria nodded and said, "Don't worry, Master." Gloria will open her eyes wide and see clearly. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Well, I believe you. I'll go downstairs then." After saying that, he jumped into the sea. Gloria looked around. The water in the coral area was not very deep, only about 3 meters, and the water was very clear, so Gloria could see everything clearly. After getting into the water, Lin Shan started searching. Well, he didn't see the treasure chest, but he did see a lot of shellfish. In addition to pearl oysters, there were many other shellfish. Lin Shan picked up one and took a look, and after finding that they were all ordinary shellfish, he ignored them. Because he forgot to bring his net bag, he didn't pick up the pearl shells. He just kept them. No one would snatch them from him anyway. I used to pick pearl oysters mainly for the scallop meat. Lin Shan quickly shuttled among the corals and soon found a shallow sea crab. Judging from its size, it was almost an adult. Looking at the big shallow sea crab in front of me, it looks different in the sea water, and its aura is different. Then 2 large translucent palms appeared, one grabbing a large claw, and suddenly, the big shallow sea crab was stunned. Looking at my immobile claws, I was like, what the hell is going on? Why can't my claws move? Well, the translucent invisible hand seems to be transparent in the water. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Chapter 74, Silver Conch. Shallow sea crab. Grunt, grunt. Oh my god, I encountered a deep sea ghost. Run. Then, in Lin Shan's confused eyes, the shallow sea crab broke off its 2 big claws and ran away quickly, rushing out of the island and diving into the sea. Shallow sea crab. Epsilon, epsilon, epsilon. Day. Lin Shan looked at the big claws on the invisible hand and couldn't help but blink. Crab, it seems like you know this escape trick, right? Shrugging helplessly, Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to send 2 large pliers over, then put away the backpack, and then collected the black iron treasure chest not far away. Then, Lin Shan continued searching. After swimming for a while, Lin Shan found that he had arrived at the place where the blood-red coral was. You've grown a lot? Not bad. Keep up the good work. Lin Shan looked at the blood-red coral in front of him, which had grown almost 1/3 larger, and said to himself with satisfaction. Then I looked around and found that the corals near the blood-red corals here are indeed more beautiful than the corals in other places. Maybe it has something to do with the water quality? The blood-red coral is still small now and can only purify the waters near it. Suddenly, a fish emitting a faint glow slowly swam out from under a coral. Seeing this, Lin Shan's eyes lit up and emitted a faint glow. That meant that this fish was a resource, and it might be an extraordinary fish like the red eyebrow fish, which could add extraordinary attributes. The invisible hand slowly appeared, and then slowly approached the slow-moving fish. Now, the advantage of translucency comes into play. With slow movement, the fluctuations in the water are very small, and the fish cannot sense the danger at all. Even if it senses danger, it cannot find the source of the danger, so it dares not act rashly. And then, bang! The invisible hands closed together directly, and now they were trapped in a jar. Lin Shan looked at the fish spinning around in the invisible hand, couldn't help but smile, and then began to identify it. Name: mutated blue chain belly fish. Category: extraordinary fish. Rating: Blue 1. Effect: after consumption, there's a chance to increase the water element's extraordinary attribute by 1 point. Review: this nutritious blue belly fish is said to be best eaten from its belly, but it's mutated. Excessive appraisal: this extraordinary fish mutated from the common blue chain belly fish. After steaming, if you eat at least half of it within half an hour, it will increase the water-type extraordinary attribute by 1 point. Huh. Lin Shan looked at the excess appraisal with some surprise. He didn't expect that the method of consumption could be exceeded. Having said that, the bonus of extraordinary fish is much worse than that of extraordinary fruit. The blue extraordinary fruit rewarded by the system will randomly add 10 extraordinary attributes for each star. Although it can be seen from the golden fruit that many extraordinary fruits, or those that exceed fish, have upper limits. Lin Shan swam out of the sea and said to Gloria on the shore, "Gloria, go get me the net bag in the lighthouse room." Hearing this, Gloria nodded and replied, "Okay." After saying that, Gloria ran towards the lighthouse at such a fast speed that before Lin Shan could react, Gloria had already returned with the net bag. "Lin Shan, huh? Gloria, it's just a net bag. You wouldn't run at full speed, would you?" Gloria, who was holding the net bag, blinked when she heard this and said, "Gloria must ensure that the master is in my sight." Hearing this, Lin Shan looked at Gloria, who looked serious, and nodded. "All right, as long as you know what's going on, throw the net bag down to me." Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then gently threw the net bag in her hand, landing accurately next to Lin Shan. After getting the net bag, Lin Shan waved to Gloria and dived directly. Then he controlled the invisible hand to slowly shrink, and finally successfully put the mutated blue chain belly fish into the net bag. After putting away the net bag, Lin Shan continued searching. After a while, he saw the treasure chest, which was still a bronze treasure chest, but there was a sea monster, the mantis shrimp, in it. In response, Lin Shan directly controlled the invisible hand to give the shrimp a big blow, and directly knocked it away. Then he put away the bronze treasure chest and continued searching. Unfortunately, I didn't find any treasure chests later, but I did find a lot of shellfish, lobsters, crabs, and sea cucumbers. Of course, there are also sea fish swimming around. Lin Shan simply caught a few lobsters, crabs, and a few shells and put them all in a net bag, but tied a knot in the middle of the net bag. He didn't want the lobsters and crabs to bite the mutated blue chainbelly fish to death. Crash! After climbing ashore, Lin Shan looked at the net bag in his hand. He still had to search the reef area, so he definitely couldn't bring the net bag with him. After thinking for a while, he took out the heavy iron spear, stuck it into the ground, and then tied the net bag to the gun barrel. Lin Shan, wait until we've cleared the reef area and come back to get it. Keep it here for now. Then Lin Shan looked at the sky. It was already getting dark. After all, they started going to the beach at around 5 o'clock, so their speed was quite fast this time. Apart from the beach area, which was cleaned by Lin Shan's invisible hands, Lin Shan did not carefully check the coral area, many gaps or areas under the corals. Instead, he just glanced at it and left without finding the treasure chest. "It's getting dark, Gloria. Let's search together. We only need treasure chests. If there are any luminous creatures, we should also take them," Lin Shan said to Gloria on the side. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then followed Lin Shan into the reef area. If two people act separately, the speed will be more than twice as fast, especially when looking for treasure chests. Soon, the two walked out of the reef area and came to the beach. It only took more than 20 minutes, basically just a run. The harvest was also good. Lin Shan found 2 wooden treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest. Gloria found a silver treasure chest and a silver conch. Therefore, a total of 2 wooden treasure chests, 1 black iron treasure chest, 2 bronze treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, a silver conch, and a mutant blue chain belly fish in the net bag. Several lobsters, crabs, and shellfish have been harvested. In the lighthouse room, after Lin Shan processed the mutated blue chain belly fish, he put it into an iron pot and began to steam it. He then put crabs, lobsters, and shellfish into the pot to cook. After finishing dinner, Lin Shan looked at today's harvest. Well, except for a silver conch, the rest were treasure chests. Let's first take a look at the effect of the silver conch. By the way, he also obtained the golden conch before. Name: silver conch. Category: special items. Rating: Blue 1. Effect: call ship. Comment: the conch shell can summon ships, but no one knows what kind of ship it is. It could be a sea merchant ship, a pirate ship, or even a ghost ship. The highest rating of the summoned ship is twice the rating of the conch. Well, it's no different from the Golden Triton, except that the rating is 2 stars lower. Lin Shan looked at the attributes and said, Chapter 75, Cursed Gold Coins. After putting the silver conch on the space shelf together with the golden conch, Lin Shan began to open the treasure chest. Looking at the 6 treasure chests on the ground, without much thought, he opened the wooden treasure chest and the black iron treasure chest together. System: obtain black bread 3. System: obtain stone 10, pure water 1. System: obtain black iron spear 1, casserole 1. Looking at the newly appeared black iron spear, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. Could it be that this black iron spear is relying on me? Suddenly, Lin Shan thought of something, turned his head to look at Gloria, and said, Gloria, I forgot to collect the strawberries. You take the wooden box and go collect them. After hearing this, Gloria responded and then picked up the wooden box and went out. Lin Shan looked at the casserole in his hand and nodded involuntarily. This thing is good. It will make porridge very delicious. The seed Celia gave should include rice or wheat seeds, right? After putting the casserole on the table, Lin Shan continued to open the treasure chests. 2 bronze treasure chests. Open. System: obtain bronze lantern 1, lamp oil 1. System: obtain cursed gold coin 1. Only 3? No, should I say only 2? Lin Shan looked at the item in front of him, speechlessly. The bronze lantern and lamp oil are obviously a set, which means that the 2 bronze treasure chests only contain 1 item each. I can guess a little about the bronze lantern, but the cursed gold coin, that name seems a bit ominous. Lin Shan directly clicked on the bronze lantern to check its properties. Name: bronze lantern. Category: special items. Rating: blue 6. Effect: can freely dispel fog within a range of 6 to 60 meters and reveal invisible units. Evaluation: the bronze lantern is a special prop specially made by those who are on the explorer's path. The existence of the lantern allows them to explore dungeons, ruins, islands, etc. It is easier, and because of its outstanding effect, lanterns have become popular unknowingly. Please note that the lantern light requires lamp oil, and this lamp oil is specially made, so normal lamp oil cannot be used. Looking at the comments, Lin Shan touched his chin and muttered, another new path. Why do these paths seem so random? I can understand scholars. Celia's path to wealth was a bit confusing, but on second thought, it made sense. Now, there's an explorer path. Aren't explorers people who go on adventures? Is there an adventurer path? It seems like there's so many paths. I shook my head and thought, forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it too much, but knowing the name of a path is useless. Lin Shan was quite curious about the properties of the cursed gold coins. Doesn't it look like an ordinary lighthouse gold coin? Lin Shan looked at the cursed gold coin in his hand and said in surprise. But whether it is true or not, you can tell by looking at the properties. Omen: you sense the scent of a curse. A ghost will appear at 3 a.m. tonight. Lin Shan looked at the omen in confusion, and then looked at the cursed gold coin in his hand. Wow, it really was cursed as soon as he picked it up? Bang. Fuck, I shouldn't have taken it out. Lin Shan complained and slapped the back of his hand. Name: cursed gold coin. Category: cursed item. Rating: blue 5. Effect: ghost curse. Evaluation: a cursed gold coin. After midnight, ghosts will be constantly attracted by the curse contained in the gold coin. It is said that there are a total of 108 cursed gold coins. Some people speculate that if all the cursed gold coins are collected, the collector will be able to control ghosts. However, this is just speculation because so far, no one has been able to resist the curse brought by 10 cursed gold coins. Looking at the attributes, Lin Shan was a little surprised. There were actually 108 cursed gold coins? Lin Shan took a look and quickly found a small 105 under the gold coin. How could this be the 105th one? Snap! There was a sound of the door opening. Lin Shan turned around and saw Gloria coming back with a wooden box. Gloria, Master, I'm back. I picked 32 strawberries in total. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, put it on the table. We can have it as dessert after dinner. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded to Lin Shan, then walked directly to the table and put down the wooden box. After putting the wooden box away, Gloria turned her head to look at Lin Shan. Suddenly, she saw the gold coins in Lin Shan's hand. Gloria, Master, is this a cursed gold coin? Lin Shan was stunned when he heard this, and then asked doubtfully, Gloria, do you know her? Gloria nodded after hearing this and said, well, when Dad was experimenting, he also obtained a cursed gold coin, the cursed gold coin number 58, which would be cursed every time it was past midnight. It will summon a powerful ghost and let Dad lock it in an energy cage to use as experimental material. Hearing this, Lin Shan asked in surprise, what? Experimental materials? Gloria, well, experimental materials. Dad resurrected Gloria because he was studying ghosts. Well, at least that's what Dad explained to me. After hearing this, Lin Shan looked at the cursed gold coins in front of him and suddenly no longer felt terrified. All the Momo coins were used as experimental materials, and it seemed that they were the type that would be consumed in large quantities. This ghost's coolness disappeared in an instant. Lin Shan, Gloria, are those summoned ghosts all weak? After hearing this, Gloria thought about it for a moment, shook her head, and said, not weak. According to Dad, the rating of cursed gold coin number 58 has already reached purple 3 stars. The ghosts summoned are all powerful, superpowered beings of the 3rd to 5th level. Lin Shan, then Gloria, do you know where the ghost appeared from? Gloria, well, the ghost must have been brought in from outside. Well, Lin Shan scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, I was stupid. Lin Shan, Gloria, my question is, does the ghost go directly to the cursed gold coin? Or does it go to the owner of the cursed gold coin? Gloria, well, according to Dad, the ghost will first come to the cursed gold coin and then start killing people. But it seems that after killing the holder, the ghost will leave. Is that so? Lin Shan looked at the cursed gold coin in his hand and said thoughtfully, the ghost attracted by the blue 5-star cursed gold coins must not be too strong. So Lin Shan is not worried, especially since he has the ability of mysterious perception. Let him know when the ghost is coming, so it's less of a threat. Chapter 76 Farming plus going out to sea tomorrow. Lin Shan, Gloria, this cursed gold coin will continue to attract ghosts. So how does your father preserve it? Gloria, Master, put the cursed gold coins in the space cabinet to avoid being noticed by ghosts. But today's ghosts have been attracted here, so even if you put the cursed gold coins in the space cabinet now, the ghost will still come. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, it's enough as long as you know how to deal with it. As for the ghost, it won't come until after 3 in the morning. After knowing how to deal with it, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. If this thing could not be sealed, it would have to be thrown away. If this thing is thrown into the seabed, I'm afraid no one will ever find it again, right? 108 cursed gold coins. I'm curious what will happen once I collect them all. Lin Shan murmured curiously as he put the cursed gold coins into the space cabinet. Lin Shan suddenly wondered, that's not right. Since we can store the cursed gold coins in space equipment manufacturing, wouldn't it be very convenient to collect them? Gloria doesn't know either. Dad never told me. Lin Shan scratched his head and said, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It smells so good. Looks like dinner is ready. Let's eat first. Lin Shan gave up thinking after smelling the fragrance. He only had one now anyway. He might know the answer after he got another one. So don't think too much, just eat first. Use invisible hands to take out the 2 large tongs from the fire, and then take out the iron pot. As soon as I opened the lid, the fragrance burst out immediately. Lin Shan picked up the steamed mutant blue chain bellyfish. This must be eaten as soon as possible. Lin Shan, let's eat. Gloria nodded, then picked up a lobster and began to peel it. Well, for Gloria, eating is also her hobby. After all, she has never eaten any food in the laboratory, only various energy potions. The mutated blue chain belly fish weighs about 5 kilograms, which is a piece of cake for Lin Shan now. A normal person can eat 5 kilograms of food, let alone Lin Shan now. Therefore, Lin Shan finished eating all the mutant blue chain belly fish in less than 15 minutes, especially since there were no thorns on the fish. It was so satisfying to eat it in big mouthfuls. After eating, Lin Shan looked at the attributes. The water-type extraordinary attribute increased a little, and now is 16 points. Good, Lin Shan said with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the big pliers. Then he started peeling it with his invisible hands. After all, the big pliers were quite hard, and there was hot juice. Fortunately, Lin Shan usually eats out. After all, the lighthouse room is not available. Especially with such large tongs, the fireplace will not fit such large tongs unless they are divided into several pieces. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Shan patted his stomach contentedly, then watched Gloria clean up the food scraps, and then walked outside, to go to the reef area to make a nest. Although it is just some residue, it is delicious to many marine creatures. After Gloria came back, Lin Shan stood in front of the silver treasure chest with a solemn expression, holding 3 carbonized branches that were lit on top of his head in his hands, muttering to himself. Gloria looked at everything in front of her with a confused look on her face, and finally felt that there must be a reason for what the master did. So I started learning. Lin Shan recited a sentence, and Gloria followed suit. 2 minutes later, Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes, looked at the silver treasure chest, and said with a smile, "The gods and Buddhas in the sky have promised me a big explosion. Silver treasure chest. I advise you to be sensible. Don't be ungrateful." Silver treasure chest. After making the threat, Lin Shan opened the silver treasure chest while it was still inactive. System. Obtain silver fruit 1. Lin Shan. Lin Shan blinked and looked again. There's still only 1 silver fruit. Name, silver fruit. Category, extraordinary fruit. Rating, yellow 3. Effect, after consumption, increase 14 free extraordinary attribute points. Evaluation, silver fruit, a lower-ranked extraordinary fruit tree than the gold fruit. Each rating of silver fruit can only be used once. 14 free extraordinary attribute points? That's a huge explosion. Lin Shan couldn't help but be surprised. But the silver fruit is much worse than the golden fruit, right? Yellow 3 stars add 14 points, so yellow 9 stars only add 20 points, which is the effect of a 1-star golden fruit. After taking a few glances at it, Lin Shan ate it directly. Now, the free extraordinary attribute points have increased from 4 points to 18 points. 14 points, plus the 4 points I already have on hand. Well, that's 18 points already. That's a lot. I need to use some of it. Well, I'll just leave 2 points for emergencies. Lin Shan directly opened the character panel. Name Lin Shan. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, omen. Talent, gift of fate, witch of fate. Abilities, ice crystal shot, underwater breathing, identification, fear. Extraordinary attributes, water plus 16, fire plus 3, wood plus 2, mystic plus 33, constitution plus 2, spirit plus 15, ice plus 2, strength plus 3. Well, my main attributes are mystic and spiritual, but now that I have the invisible hand, I'll focus on spiritual for now. After all, astrology requires 100 points of mystic, which I'm still far from enough. Lin Shan looked at the extraordinary attributes and analyzed. 18 points, leaving 2 points. Then add 13 points to spirit and 3 points to constitution. Lin Shan muttered to himself while nodding jia jia jia. In an instant, 16 free extraordinary attribute points were used up. Lin Shan immediately felt his body begin to heat up. He had anticipated this, as it would happen when one's physical fitness was enhanced. Furthermore, when one increased other extraordinary attributes, the body would also react accordingly. For example, the fire element can be a bit hot, the ice element can be a bit cold, and so on. Lin Shan glanced out the window, then said curiously, "Then again, the lighthouse has some kind of defense mechanism, otherwise it wouldn't consume energy. So how can ghosts get in?" Hearing this, Gloria shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Lin Shan, "Well, we'll know when the ghost comes. What should we do now?" "Oh, right. First organize the seeds and make some plans. Tomorrow we can plant the fertile land and then start a happy farming life." Lin Shan took out the 2 large bags of seeds he bought from Celia and began to sort them out. Fortunately, they were not mixed together, but packed separately in small cloth bags. Lin Shan planned to plan out what needed to be planted now, so that he could arrange the fertile fields for planting tomorrow morning and then go out to sea at noon. Chapter 77 A Familiar Ghost. With the identification technique, it is very easy for Lin Shan to distinguish these seeds. Soon, the table was filled with sorted seeds, all in small bags. There were quite a few seeds in each bag, and each bag was full. It was estimated that each bag contained no less than 1 kilogram of seeds. Vegetable seeds, among which Lin Shan is familiar, include cabbage, broccoli, potato, taro, soybean, etc. Then there are wheat and rice, which have the largest number, accounting for half of the total. Then there are the fruit tree seeds. Lin Shan recognizes strawberries, water apples, pears, tomatoes, sweet potatoes. Seeing this is classified as a fruit, it can only be red sweet potatoes, grapes, watermelons, mangoes, durian, lychees, etc. Of course, the world is different now, and some crops have different names, but as long as they can be planted, it's fine. Moreover, After identification, the evaluation description is very clear, so they can be planted even if there is no good farmland. That is, the growth cycle grows at normal speed. It is impossible for Lin Shan to plant all these seeds by himself. Besides, he doesn't have much fertile land. So after Lin Shan kept a bag of each, he planned to put the rest on the shelves of his personal store and let others grow them. There were more than 90,000 people, and many of them were farmers. When Lin Shan was chatting and gossiping before, he saw someone posting edible plants. After all, the islands are random, as long as they are not deserted islands without even a blade of grass. There are more or less quite a few plants, some of which are edible. After finishing the arrangement, Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel and told Celia about the division of areas, the differences between tower guards and local residents, etc. All posted on the chat channel. Lin Shan was obviously marked and was reminded as soon as a message was sent. So Lin Shan discovered that the message was pinned to the top right after he posted it. Oh my god, the click speed is really fast. Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the post whose click count skyrocketed. After being pinned, it will form a post-like format. When you click it, you can see the main information, and below it are other people's comments. Among them, those with high click-through rates will be pushed to the top, so there's no need to worry that the analysis of the analysis experts will be buried. Next, Lin Shan opened his personal store and put the seeds on the shelves. Fortunately, because they were seeds of ordinary crops, they were classified into one category. After the product was put on the shelves, Lin Shan explained something in the chat channel. Lin Shan, I've uploaded some crop seeds to my personal store. Those who know how to grow them can buy them. If you don't buy them. After sending the message, Lin Shan closed the chat channel directly. Lin Shan set the price of these seeds at 1 piece of wood or 1 piece of stone, which was the lowest price, otherwise he would have given them away for free. After all, everyone gave him so many energy stones. How much are these plants worth? Okay, now everything is taken care of. The only thing left is the ghost. Lin Shan sighed. Then he looked at Gloria and said, Gloria, can you touch ghosts? Hearing this, Gloria nodded and said, yes, Gloria's lightning and gold superpowers can both touch spirits. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction. Although the ghost's strength was unknown, it should be unable to defeat Gloria. There was no omen to indicate that the ghost's strength should not be strong. Come to think of it, it was only the cursed gold coin number 105 with a blue rating. Time passed quickly as Lin Shan played rock, paper, scissors with Gloria using his invisible hands. Soon, it was already past 2:50. In 10 minutes, the ghost will appear. Looking out the window, Lin Shan said with some anticipation, I wonder what ghosts look like. Hearing this, Gloria blinked and said, well, it seems like there are all kinds of ghosts. Anyway, Gloria has never seen a duplicate ghost. At most, they are ghosts of the same type. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Next second, Omen, you sense unusual fluctuations, as if something has appeared. Oh wow, a ghost appeared. Lin Shan and Gloria stood by a window each to check. Lin Shan looked around, but didn't find any trace of ghosts. Could it be that the naked eye couldn't see them? But soon he heard Gloria's voice. Gloria, Master, Gloria saw a ghost. Hearing this, Lin Shan quickly came to the window on Gloria's side and looked out. Sure enough, a translucent ghost was floating towards them. It doesn't look like anything special. It's just translucent. It's not scary at all. Lin Shan said with some disappointment. Gloria, Master, ghosts will maintain their best appearance before they show any murderous intent. You may see the horror you want in a moment. Hearing this, Lin Shan turned to look at Gloria and said, Gloria, are you telling the truth? Gloria nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Lin Shan looked at the ghost thoughtfully and then activated the identification technique. Name, Ghost of the Murloc King. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, ghost transformation. Ability, intimidation, materialization. Extraordinary attributes, mystic +1, dark +10, spirit +10. Comment, the ghost of a nearby deceased Murloc King has reappeared in the world, summoned by the cursed gold coin. Please be careful not to let the ghost see your enemy, otherwise it will go berserk. Excessive appraisal rating. A ghost forcibly awakened by a cursed gold coin. With just one click, it can be successfully killed. I was wondering why it looked familiar. It's the Murloc King. Hey, I'm so sorry. You were blown to pieces, so I didn't react for a moment. Lin Shan looked at the identification panel and said embarrassedly. But the next second, an invisible hand appeared, and then Under Lin Shan's control, it slowly flew towards the ghost of the Fisherman King that was floating over. Then, bang! Two invisible hands flattened the ghost of the Fisherman King, like swatting a mosquito. Oh, that's it. Lin Shan laughed. Just when Lin Shan was about to disperse the invisible hand and go back to sleep, he discovered that there seemed to be a faint light on the invisible hand. Seeing this, he directly controlled the invisible hand to come back. Soon, the invisible hand came to Lin Shan. Looking at the blue dust in front of him that was emitting a faint glow, Lin Shan asked in confusion, "What is this?" "Gloria, Master, this is soul powder. Some ghosts have a chance of forming after they die." "Soul fan?" Lin Shan said doubtfully, and then began to identify it. "Name, soul powder. Category, special materials. Rating, blue 3. Effect, catalysis, cultivation. Evaluation, soul powder, a special material formed from the death of ghosts. It is said that many pharmacists and alchemists will buy it, and the price is relatively expensive. Excessive appraisal evaluation. A large amount of soul powder can be used to cultivate soul fruit. After consumption, it can increase spiritual extraordinary attributes or dark extraordinary attributes. Chapter 78, Farming and Upgrading the Island. A large amount of soul powder can also cultivate soul fruit? How to cultivate it? Just sprinkle the soul powder under ordinary fruit trees. Lin Shan said doubtfully. Ahaha. Lin Shan suddenly yawned, and now he had no mind to think. Anyway, this amount of soul powder was definitely not enough, so he decided to go to sleep first, as there were many things to happen tomorrow. After putting the soul powder from the invisible hand into a container, Lin Shan walked towards the bed yawning. "Gloria, remember to wake me up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." After saying that, Lin Shan lay down on the bed and fell asleep quickly. On the other side, Gloria blinked, nodded, moved a chair to the bedside, and sat down in a daze. Time flies, and sunlight shines into the lighthouse room. Lin Shan's eyelids moved, but he didn't open them. Instead, he turned over and faced inward so that he wouldn't be affected by the sunlight. Seeing this, Gloria blinked, then raised her little hand, nudged Lin Shan, and called out, "Master, it's 7 o'clock. Time to get up." After Gloria called out a few times, Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the brightly lit room, he knew it was already daybreak. Although he only slept for 3 hours, Lin Shan still felt quite energetic. Perhaps it was because he had gained more energy yesterday. "Okay, get up," Lin Shan said. "The first thing I did after getting up was not to wash up, but to open the system panel and take a look. Today's weather, light breeze. Weather effect, normal, nothing happens." After looking at the weather, Lin Shan nodded involuntarily, and then used the Gift of Fate. Gift of Fate, mysterious and extraordinary attributes plus 10. Price, after the tide goes out today, no treasure chest will appear. Extraordinary attribute plus 10? Can't harvest treasure chests in one day. Lin Shan, now I'm starting to get confused. After sitting on the bed and thinking for a while, Lin Shan decided to accept the Gift of Fate. If for no other reason, the mysterious and extraordinary attribute of 10 was actually quite a good deal. The most important thing is that even if he doesn't go fishing today, he can choose to go out to sea for adventure. He just acquired 2 island routes from Celia. After choosing to accept, Lin Shan got out of bed and took Gloria to wash up. After washing up and having breakfast, the two of them walked towards a grove. Because the plan was made last night, as soon as Lin Shan arrived, he started to relocate the fertile land. Soon, all the fertile land was settled and could be planted. There are 10 white ones, all of which are 9 stars, so there are a total of 90 planting grids. Then there are 6 green fields, 3 of which are 5 stars, 1 is 6 stars, and 2 are 7 stars, a total of 25 grids, but one of the grids has already been planted with milk-flavored strawberries. Finally, there's a blue-rated fertile field, which is 3 stars and has only 3 planting grids. After Lin Shan had settled all the fertile land, something unexpected happened to him. The white fertile fields suddenly turned into one piece, no longer in grids. The same was true for the green fertile fields. Only the blue fertile fields were left with 3 lonely grids. So they will be merged together. Great, this will be much more convenient, Lin Shan said with some surprise. Next, it's time to plant the seeds that were planned yesterday. However, because they are combined into one piece, a gap must be left between the different seeds. After working for more than half an hour, Lin Shan and Gloria finally finished planting. Looking at the small, bulging mounds of earth, Lin Shan sprinkled all the fertilizers into them to speed up the growth of the seeds. In an instant, many tender sprouts broke through the soil. Finally, it's done. According to different growth cycles, the fastest one will be mature in about 10 days, right? Lin Shan clapped his hands and smiled. However, Lin Shan looked at the grids of the blue farmland. The 3 grids were planted with durian, lychee, and mango respectively. These are all big trees. If they don't grow up, won't they be crowded together? Lin Shan used catalysis to test it and found that 2 points of wood-type extraordinary attributes were too low. The durian tree only grew from a bud to half a meter high. The wood energy has been consumed. Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. Good fellow, Celia didn't even explain the consumption issue in advance. Ding! Reminder, the tide will reseed in half an hour. Please seize the opportunity and search for resources. After glancing at the prompt, Lin Shan, let's go, Gloria. It's time to go out to sea for adventure. Just as he was about to walk towards the port, he couldn't help but stop. Oh, Lin Shan suddenly remembered that he bought 5 island hearts from Celia yesterday, and now he can upgrade. Patting his head, Lin Shan turned and walked towards the lighthouse. Seeing this, Gloria hurried to follow. It's not Lin Shan's fault that he forgot, but there were too many things to do at once, so he neglected it. After returning to the lighthouse room, Lin Shan went directly to the control panel and clicked on Island Upgrade. Name Tidal Island. Category, Island. Rating, Blue 1. Effect, Tree Resources, Unknown Small Mineral Resources Not Found. Unknown Small Resources Not Found. Special Effects, Double Tide Effect, Coral Coast, Affinity. Area, 302,000 square meters. Upgrade Requirements, Island Heart 1, Stone, 10,000. Oh my god, all subsequent upgrades require an Island Heart? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Lin Shan looked at the upgrade requirements and said with some surprise. The next second, there was a loud bang in the sky, and the World System announcement made a brilliant appearance. World System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the 88888888 Tower Guardian, Lin Shan, the first to advance the island to Blue 1. Reward all Tower Guardians in the 88888888 area. Silver Treasure, Chest 1. Energy Stone Treasure Chest 2. Lin Shan glanced at the World System announcement in the sky, then ignored it and looked at his personal rewards. System ding. Congratulations to the Tower Defender for receiving personal rewards. 1 gold treasure chest, 1 small low-level energy stone vein, 1 random island special effect. The personal rewards are the same as last time. Looking at the personal reward prompt, Lin Shan said in surprise. The other tower guards have become numb to the announcements in the sky. Most people know the principle of being 1 step ahead of others, especially since many of them are facing the situation of sea merchants. Island hearts? I can't afford them. But if I gritted my teeth and sold some of my belongings, I could still buy 1 or 2 lower-rated island routes. Especially after asking sea merchants and finding out that the islands indicated in the island route are more likely to produce island hearts and lighthouse fire cores. You have to buy them. Chapter 79, Big Explosion. Looking at the gold treasure chest, silver treasure chest, and energy stone treasure chest in front of him, Lin Shan turned to Gloria and said solemnly, Lin Shan, Gloria, prepare some water for me. I need to perform the hand-washing ritual. Wash away the musty air. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and brought the bucket over. After washing his hands, Lin Shan shook them and began to pray to the gods and Buddhas. He originally wanted to pray to Mazu, but he found a problem. That is, he did not do the divination. So he planned to make a set of divination blocks tonight and then ask Mazu for blessings. Now, let's just pray to a few gods. After muttering for a while, Lin Shan finally opened his eyes, looked at the silver treasure chest, and opened it directly. System. Obtain ship upgrade scroll 1, silver sand breaking spear 1. Shipment. Lin Shan looked at the 2 items in front of him. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he couldn't wait to click to view them. Name. Ship upgrade scroll. Category. Special items. Rating. Yellow 6. Effect. Upgrade ship. Evaluation. Ship upgrade scroll can directly upgrade ships below the yellow rating, can be upgraded to a higher level, but the highest cannot exceed the yellow 6 stars. Sure, it's perfect for Xiao AI to use. Then Lin Shan looked at the second item. Name, Silver Sand Breaking Spear. Category, Weapons. Rating, Yellow 3. Effect, Armor Break, Demon Break. Evaluation, a fine iron spear mixed with a small amount of mithril. The addition of mithril gives it an excellent magic-breaking effect, capable of easily piercing energy shields. Lin Shan took out the spear directly. The spear was silver-white in color and had a very ordinary shape, but it was a noble magic-breaking weapon. TSK, the more I look at it, the more satisfied I am. Not bad. Gloria, this spear is for you to use. This way you can maximize its effectiveness. After playing with it for a few times, Lin Shan threw it directly to Gloria and said with a smile. Gloria took the spear, looked at it, nodded, and said, "Yes, Master, I will use it well." Lin Shan looked at Gloria, holding a silver spear. Not bad, it matched well. The silver-white hair, coupled with the high-tech combat suit with a silver base and black patterns, was so cool. After looking at it for a few seconds, Lin Shan took a few photos as a souvenir and then turned his attention to the golden treasure chest. Open. System. Obtain Energy Defense Device 1. Just 1. Lin Shan opened his eyes wide and said in surprise. Name, Energy Defense Device. Category, Defense Facilities. Rating, Purple 5. Effect, activate the energy shield, deactivate the energy shield. Evaluation. This is a replica of a certain superpower's energy defense device. Its functionality is less than 1/10 of the original, but its effect is also extremely powerful. Note, the energy defense device can be deployed to a maximum range of 500 meters from the center. The larger the defense shield, the more energy it consumes. Note, one energy stone can support the energy shield to operate at full power for 1 hour. It can operate for a minimum of 10 hours. Looking at the comments, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at Gloria. A certain super empire reminded him of Gloria's comments, which also mentioned a certain super empire. Seeing her master looking at her, Gloria asked doubtfully, "What are your instructions, master?" Hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head and said, "No, it's okay." After retracting his gaze, Lin Shan continued to look at the energy defense device in his backpack. This thing arrived at the right time, and its maximum range could deploy a circular defense shield with a diameter of 500 meters. Is it almost enough to cover his current island? The area of the island has now reached 302,000 square meters. Lin Shan, who is not good at math, cannot calculate the current diameter of the island, but the lighthouse is located in the center of the island. Looking out the window at the seashore, it was estimated to be about 300 or 200 meters away. So a 500-meter defense shield is enough. After taking out the energy defense device, Lin Shan looked at the control panel and found that it was a very foolproof operation. The entire energy defense device is square, with the size of a 1 meter by 1 meter cube. In addition to the control panel, there are 24 slots, which should be used to place energy stones. Can hold up to 24? What is the maximum power for 1 day? Lin Shan nodded, then took out 24 energy stones and placed them. Suddenly, the entire energy defense device was activated. All that was left was to set the range before it could be started. But Lin Shan needs to verify it first, so as not to stop him from leaving later. Lin Shan, Gloria, come here and verify it. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, walked to Lin Shan, and watched him control it. Soon, the energy defense device emitted a beam of light and began to scan Lin Shan and Gloria. Ding. Authentication begins. After a while. Ding. Authentication completed. Lin Shan. Okay, done. Next, Lin Shan opened the 2 energy stone treasure chests and harvested a total of 174 energy stones and 43 high-level energy stones. Finally, there are the island features which can be used directly. Ding. A good harvest. Name. A bountiful harvest. Category. Island special effects. Rating. Yellow 9. Effect. Harvest. Evaluation. Abundant harvest. This effect allows any plant species on the island to reach a bountiful harvest state once they mature. This effect does not apply to extraordinary plants rated above yellow. A bountiful harvest? Great stuff. Loaded in directly. A good harvest, like affinity, was loaded in without any notification. Finally, I finished reading it. Next, I'll activate the energy defense device, and then I can go exploring at sea with peace of mind. Then, Lin Shan put the energy defense device in his backpack and took Gloria out. After arriving between the lighthouse and the fertile fields, Lin Shan took out the energy defense device and turned on the lowest power with a defense range of 100 meters. It is just enough to cover both the lighthouse and the fertile fields. As the energy defense device was activated, A translucent energy shield was formed instantly. Lin Shan looked around and found that the lighthouse and fertile fields were all covered. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Then he took Gloria out of the protective shield. Well, as long as they put their hands on the protective shield, they will be automatically recognized. After coming out, Lin Shan said, Gloria, use half of your strength and attack. Don't touch it with your hands. Use lightning or gold abilities to attack. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then flew into the air and launched a thunder bombardment at the protective shield. Bang! Sizzle! Countless thunders spread across the surface of the energy shield. The energy shield continued to twist, but soon returned to normal. Chapter 80, Setting Out to Sea. The terrifying atmosphere in the fog. Landing on the island. Gloria, if I use all my strength, do you think I can break it? Lin Shan looked at the energy shield that had returned to normal and turned to ask Gloria. Gloria thought for a moment after hearing this, then said, Master, if you attack with all your strength, you could destroy it in 3 hits. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, 3 times? Okay, very powerful. Gloria, let's go out to sea for adventure. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the port. Arriving at the port, Xiao AI immediately said, Captain, Lady Gloria, you're finally here. I can't wait to take you out to sea. Xiao AI's tone was very excited. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Xiao AI, don't worry, I'll upgrade you first. After saying that, Lin Shan took out the ship upgrade scroll and used it on Xiao AI. In an instant, the ship upgrade scroll turned into a ray of light and merged into Xiao AI's hull. Then, the entire ship began to emit light. Xiao AI, aha, Captain. Xiao AI feels like it's going to get bigger. Lin Shan, yeah, I saw it. Although Xiao AI's hull was covered by light, its size continued to grow larger and Lin Shan could still see it. 10 minutes later, the light slowly dissipated. Lin Shan, wow, it's more than doubled in size. How does it feel, Xiao AI? Xiao AI, my body has become bigger and harder, my defense has been greatly enhanced, and my power has also become stronger. Now Xiao AI can reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Lin Shan, that's great. Put down the pedals. It's time to set sail. Bang! A step slowly extended from the boat. Lin Shan walked up with Gloria. Xiao AI. Captain, are we leaving now? Which island are we going to? Well, Lin Shan recorded all the island routes for Xiao AI yesterday. Lin Shan. Well, let's go to the green 5-star island. Xiao AI. Yes, Captain. The total distance is 37.4 kilometers. We can reach the destination in just over 10 minutes at full speed. Lin Shan looked at his backpack, which had 15 slots. Apart from a heavy iron spear for pieces of black bread, 2 bottles of water, a bronze lantern, lamp oil, and deep-sea nurturing shells, there was nothing else. All other items were stored in the space cabinet. After all, when going on an adventure at sea, you must empty your backpack and leave space for things. Originally, the deep-sea cultured clams were supposed to be stored there, but it turned out that they couldn't be stored. Lin Shan speculated that perhaps there was life inside the shell. As for whether it might be a mermaid, that would only be known after it was opened. I don't want the shell to be too tightly closed now, so I'll just ignore it and wait and see when it opens. After making sure nothing was missing, Lin Shan shouted directly, Xiao AI, let's go. Xiao AI, yes, Captain. In an instant, Xiao AI sped out of the port and headed quickly towards the fog. Lin Shan and Gloria sat in their seats, quietly, without communicating. There was no way. After entering the fog, Lin Shan found it a bit scary. Being surrounded by fog made people feel uneasy. The most important thing is that Lin Shan can hear terrifying and strange sounds coming from the fog from time to time. Fortunately, Xiao AI was fast enough, and after more than 10 uncomfortable minutes, she finally arrived at her destination. The ship emerged from the fog and reappeared in the sunlight. I finally see the light of day again. Being in the fog must be a real test of my mental endurance, right? Lin Shan looked at the sunlight outside, exhaled, and said, then look at the islands. Lin Shan brought Gloria to the deck and looked towards the island ahead. As a result, I was surprised to find that many places on the island were filled with light fog, especially those dark places where the fog was dense. However, most places are exposed to sunlight, so there are relatively few places with fog. The boat slowly approached the shore and stopped when it was almost level. Xiao AI, Captain, we've docked. Lin Shan nodded after hearing this, and then said, Xiao AI, put the pedal down. Xiao AI, yes, Captain. Looking at the extended steps, Lin Shan turned to Gloria and said, let's go to the island. Gloria nodded slightly and followed Lin Shan. This island is not very big, but it is much larger than his island, at least twice as large. Lin Shan had just stepped onto the island when a system prompt popped up the next second. System ding. Detecting the tower keeper's first exploration of the island. Now, explaining the precautions to the tower keeper. 1. The islands indicated by the island route cannot be landed by any other tower guard except the tower guard. Therefore, there will not be a second tower guard on this island. 2. There are many treasure chests on the island, and treasure chests with island prefixes are more likely to appear. Of course, most of these treasure chests are guarded by monsters. 3. There's a chance that lighthouses, ruins, and dungeons will appear on the island. 4. The island will sink in 30 days. Please pay attention to the search time. After reading the prompt, Lin Shan took Gloria to the center of the island because he saw the faint silhouette of a lighthouse. Judging from the hints, not every island has a lighthouse. In addition, there is no second tower keeper here, which means that other people who appear on the island are either locals or monsters in disguise. No matter which one it is, Lin Shan should be vigilant. Is this the footprint of a fishman? Lin Shan, who had just taken a few steps, suddenly discovered a lot of footprints on the beach. Judging from their shapes, they were similar to those of fishmen. Judging from the direction of the footprints, the murlocs should just be wandering around the beach. I wonder if there are any murlocs carrying treasure chests. Lin Shan looked at the direction of the footprints for a few times and guessed. But now that he couldn't see the murloc, Lin Shan ignored it and continued to walk towards the center of the island with Gloria. The lighthouse fire core should be obtained from the lighthouse, right? So Lin Shan's first target must be the lighthouse. As Lin Shan went deeper into the island, he soon discovered many traces of monsters, from footprints to feces. It was obvious that monsters don't care about hygiene. However, no monster was seen along the way, so Lin Shan couldn't tell for a moment whether this was left by the monster in the fog or the monster on the island. But soon, Lin Shan gave up thinking because he saw the lighthouse. At the same time, the monster under the lighthouse also came into view. This is a goblin? Lin Shan whispered in surprise. The monsters under the lighthouse are goblins, and there are quite a few of them. There are hundreds of them just by looking at them. Chapter 81. Noobs fighting each other. Goblin, I just complained to Celia yesterday, and I ran into him today. What a coincidence. Lin Shan touched his chin and said. Moreover, Lin Shan was a little curious because many of these goblins were injured, and it seemed that these wounds were still fresh. Have these goblins just fought other monsters? They're all injured. Well, forget it. Let's examine them. Lin Shan decided to ignore it, as he was going to start a killing spree soon anyway. Name, Island Goblin. Strength, ordinary. Talent, none. Ability, timid, stick together. Extraordinary attributes, none. Evaluation. Island Goblin is one of the lowest level monsters. Goblins themselves are very timid, but strangely, when a number of goblins reaches more than 10, they will become very bold, but when more than half of them die, they will scatter. If it weren't for the goblins' extremely fast reproduction speed, they would have died out long ago. Well, with this kind of attribute, no wonder Celia kills people so easily. Looking at the attributes, Lin Shan shook his head and said. Then he turned to Gloria and said, Gloria, get started. Let's finish the kills as soon as possible, and then explore this lighthouse. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then followed Lin Shan towards the group of goblins, spear in hand. The appearance of Lin Shan and Gloria immediately attracted the goblins' attention, and the next second, the goblin group exploded. It started to make a gurgling sound. This language is comparable to that of the murlocs. It's incomprehensible and very noisy at the same time. I don't know what the goblins said, but then they rushed over in a black mass. Seeing this, Lin Shan turned the heavy iron spear in his hand and then slapped him. Bang! An invisible hand instantly appeared in the air, and then slapped down, instantly flattening 2 or 3 goblins. Lin Shan laughed and said, Have you ever seen a hand falling from the sky? The goblins said they hadn't heard of it and continued to charge. Seeing this, Lin Shan shook his head, then put away the heavy iron spear in his hand, and then condensed an invisible hand again. Then 2 invisible hands slowly floated on both sides of Lin Shan. Then Lin Shan clenched his fists, and then, Muda! Lin Shan swung his hands quickly, and his invisible hands clenched into fists and swung quickly. Pa pa pa. Under the attack of the invisible fist, the goblins came quickly and went away even faster. They all flew backwards and were dead, unable to die anymore. This move is an invisible fist for close combat that Lin Shan figured out. He simply binds the invisible hand to his hands and then fixes them 1 meter away from him. Then he just moves with both hands. This not only confuses the enemy, making him think that he can resolve the attack by restricting his hands, but in fact, it is still controlled by mental power in essence. It can catch the enemy by surprise and attack them when they are unprepared. I've gone off topic. Now with the invisible fist, it's too easy to fight the goblins. The goblins can't even rush in. On the other side, Gloria's fighting was even faster. Every time she struck with the spear in her hand, a hole would appear in the goblin's forehead. After a while, Gloria rushed in directly with great efficiency. Soon, the number of goblins was less than half. Wow, gaga gaga. As one goblin escaped, the remaining goblins scattered and ran in all directions. Looking at Gloria chasing after them, Lin Shan quickly shouted, "Gloria, ignore these fleeing goblins. Don't forget our target is the lighthouse." Hearing Lin Shan's call, Gloria stopped immediately, swung her spear, and returned to Lin Shan. Lin Shan looked around and could only describe the surroundings as dirty and messy. After looking around, I finally found the treasure chest under a relatively clean tent. Although it is a bronze treasure chest, the prefix is island, the bronze treasure chest of the island. This is the prefix that can open the heart of the island. After putting away the treasure chest, Lin Shan looked around again. After not finding anything, he prepared to go check out the lighthouse. When passing by the goblin's pot, Lin Shan was surprised to find that what was cooked inside was a murloc. In other words, it was the murlocs who were fighting the goblins? TSK, isn't this just a fight between weaklings? But the murlocs should be stronger than the goblins. Maybe it's just a difference in numbers. They're about the same. Lin Shan smiled. Arriving at the lighthouse, Lin Shan looked up at the lighthouse in front of him. It was much taller than his own lighthouse, 5 stories high. It should be a lighthouse that has been upgraded several times, right? It looks a bit old from the outside, but it is still intact overall. Looking at the gate in front of him, well, it is really a gate because this lighthouse is not his lighthouse with only a small room. Judging from the area of the first floor, it is at least 500 square meters. Lin Shan tried to open it, but there was no result. Open? Lin Shan looked at the open door in front of him in confusion. He thought it could not be opened. Otherwise, why didn't these goblins occupy the lighthouse, but live around it? Looking at the dim environment inside, Lin Shan directly took out the bronze lantern, activated the light, and then let the invisible hand fly in with the bronze lantern. It's better to be cautious, so it's better to give it a try first. The light from the bronze lantern illuminated the lighthouse room. Lin Shan looked around and found no danger before saying, "Let's go." The two slowly walked into the lighthouse and began to check. 1234, There are 5 rooms? Add this hall, wow, it's much better than my place. Lin Shan said with some envy. After looking around, Lin Shan said to Gloria, "Gloria, open all the windows, otherwise it's a bit dark." Hearing this, Gloria nodded and replied, "Okay, master. Then I want to open the window." Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to open it and held the bronze lantern himself. Snap! As all the windows were opened, sunlight came in instantly, illuminating the entire room. Is this comfortable to look at? As expected, people cannot live without light. Lin Shan looked at the bright room and smiled with satisfaction. Then start searching. It's easy to find things in a place like this. Just look in the cabinets and boxes. Just like the broken shelf in front of me. Name, broken space cabinet. Category, space props. Rating, white 9. Effect, chaotic space. Evaluation, the space cabinet has been broken, and most of the items inside have disappeared into the cracks in the space. Perhaps you can choose to completely destroy the space cabinet. Let's see if we can reveal something. Chapter 82, the Lighthouse Fire Core, is found. After looking at the attributes, Lin Shan directly smashed it with his invisible hand. With a snap, the entire space shelf began to crack, and finally with a snap, it fell apart. At the same time, 2 objects exploded out. Seeing this, Lin Shan picked it up and started to examine it. Name, Treasure Chest Monster Crystal Core. Category, Materials. Rating, yellow 9. Effect, can create space equipment. Evaluation, The crystal core of the silver treasure chest monster was preserved because it has the same spatial attribute. The crystal core of the silver treasure chest monster? It's a good thing. Next time Celia comes over, I can ask her if she knows where I can find a master who can make space equipment. Lin Shan said with satisfaction, then looked at the next item. Name, Broken Thunder Hammer. Category, Weapons. Rating, Yellow 6. Effect, Thunder Strike, Space Explosion. Evaluation, a weapon affected by spatial turbulence not only has its rating significantly reduced, but also becomes extremely fragile. Even the slightest force will cause it to explode, causing spatial turbulence and additional thunder damage. It should have been at least a purple 6-star weapon. What a pity. Lin Shan looked at the big hammer in his hand with some regret, and then quickly put it into his backpack. If it accidentally exploded, he might be reduced to ashes. Although judging from what just happened, it shouldn't explode that easily. Continue. Although the lighthouse room was bigger than his, it was still a limited space, and the boxes and cabinets for storing items were very obvious. So Lin Shan and Gloria had almost finished searching quickly. Most of the items were damaged, but Lin Shan was lucky enough to find an intact space shelf and 4 items. The space rack is a blue 4-star item with 20 space grids. There were 4 items, 2 of which were like the big hammer just now, the kind that could explode at any time. Lin Shan put them away directly, and then looked at the 2 normal items. Name, Slave, Sea Merchant Summoning Scroll. Category, Special Items. Rating, Black 9. Effect, Summon Sea Merchants. Evaluation, slave merchants specialize in the slave trade. These slaves are obtained through legitimate channels, so please feel free to buy. Looking at the blood-red summoning scroll in his hand, Lin Shan couldn't help but wipe his eyes and look at it again. Slave sea traders? There are such merchants? Well, it makes sense when you think about it. How can one person protect an island? Lin Shan was a little surprised at first, then he understood. After putting away the summoning scroll, Lin Shan looked at the second item left. Name, Strength Amplification Crystal. Category, Ability Crystal. Rating, Yellow 3. Effect, after use, learn to increase strength. Learning requirements, Extraordinary Physique, no less than 20 points. Extraordinary Strength, no less than 10 points. Evaluation, Strength Amplification Ability Enhancement. After use, it can double the extraordinary strength, but it cannot exceed 100 points of extraordinary strength. It's a good thing, but it's a pity that I can't learn it. Lin Shan said with some regret. Apart from anything else, Lin Shan himself does not have any extraordinary powers. His 3 points of extraordinary powers are brought by the pink rabbit ears. After putting it into the backpack, Lin Shan looked at the space shelf. This thing could not be put into the backpack, and it seemed to be rejected. Put it there for now. Once you're done exploring the lighthouse, you can move it to the boat. Lin Shan patted the space cabinet and said. Then he turned to look at Gloria and said with a smile, Let's go, it's time to check out the second floor. Gloria nodded, then turned to look at the stairs. After reaching the second floor, I did the same thing as before, opening the window first and then starting the search. However, the second floor is not as big as the first floor and has only 3 rooms. Lin Shan took a look and found that the second floor should be a restroom because there was a bed, although it was already in tatters. After searching and finding nothing, Lin Shan continued to explore upwards. The room on the 3rd floor was even smaller, and there was no extra room. It looked like a bedroom, but Lin Shan saw 2 boxes and cabinets. Lin Shan came to the 2 cabinets and checked them one by one. Unfortunately, they were all broken and had to be smashed. The invisible hand clapped, and there was a crackling sound. 2 items fell out. Seeing this, Lin Shan picked it up and checked it. A scroll to extract extraordinary attributes. Lin Shan looked at the name and was a little surprised. Could it be possible to extract extraordinary attributes? Name, Extraordinary Attribute Extraction Scroll. Category, Special Items. Rating, Green 3. Effect, after use, you can extract 3 points of your own extraordinary attributes. Evaluation, product of the system. It can extract the extraordinary attributes that conflict with itself and form extraordinary attribute crystals. The extracted extraordinary attribute crystals can only last for 3 days. If not used within 3 days, the extraordinary attribute crystal will be directly broken. Note, it cannot be stored in the space cabinet and will be directly broken. Lin Shan looked at the extraordinary attribute extraction scrolls in front of him. If there were enough of these, wouldn't it be possible to quickly increase the extraordinary attributes? But if it's produced by the system, there shouldn't be so many, right? After taking a look, Lin Shan put it directly into his backpack and then looked at the second item. Well, it was still an extraordinary attribute extraction scroll, but this one was green 5-star and could extract 5 points. After putting the items into their backpack, Lin Shan continued walking upwards with Gloria. However, if you continue going up the 3rd floor, there are no more rooms until you reach the top of the lighthouse, which is where the candles are stored. Lin Shan looked outside and soon saw Xiao AI on the shore. It's quite nice here. You can see the whole island clearly. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. Gloria also nodded, but her eyes were all on the fog on the island, especially after she saw some goblins on the edge of the fog suddenly being dragged into the fog. I couldn't help but open my eyes wide, but unfortunately the fog blocked my view and I couldn't see clearly. Gloria, Master, look over there. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan looked in the direction Gloria pointed. Well, isn't this the goblin we chased away? What's so good about it? Damn it. Lin Shan was puzzled at first, then he was shocked. In a few seconds, more than a dozen goblins were all dragged into the fog. Lin Shan. Oh my god, there are even more powerful monsters in the fog. It seems that we can't easily get close to the fog, at least not before we know what monsters are in the fog. Shaking his head, Lin Shan withdrew his gaze and looked at the brazier with candlelight. If you want to know where the lighthouse's core is most likely to be, it's only here. Lin Shan peeked inside and saw a black mass. After carefully digging it out, he saw an object emitting a faint glow of fire. Chapter 83. The lighthouse fire core is in hand. With a gentle pull, the black coal ball instantly revealed its true appearance, and an object emitting a faint flame lay quietly under the brazier. Lin Shan touched it carefully, and when he found it was not hot, he picked it up directly. After taking a closer look, I clicked on the properties to check. Name Lighthouse Fire Core. Category: Special Items. Rating: Black 9. Effect: Upgrade Lighthouse. Evaluation: The lighthouse core is a special item formed by the remaining energy of the lighthouse after the candlelight burns out. It can be used to upgrade the lighthouse's level. It's the lighthouse's flame core, but I didn't expect it to be formed by the candle burning out and the lighthouse's energy added. I thought it was formed after the candle went out. Lin Shan asked in surprise. But if that's the case, then we won't be able to make the lighthouse's fire core. What a shame. Lin Shan put away the lighthouse's flame core and said with some disappointment. It is relatively simple to extinguish it, just cut off the energy of the lighthouse, but if it burns out, Lin Shan really has no idea what happened. After all, as long as the lighthouse continues to use energy, the place candles will continue to burn. After taking back the lighthouse's fire core, Lin Shan began to observe the island to see where there were other resources. After all, the lighthouse had been explored. After taking a look, I found that except for the places shrouded in fog, there were no resources in the rest of the places. Well, come to think of it, since goblins can live here and occupy the lighthouse, then this island, apart from the Murlocs, perhaps the only ones left are the monsters in the fog? That's what I said. Lin Shan looked at several places shrouded in fog, which seemed a bit troublesome. The unknown is often what makes people feel most frightened and daunted. However, Lin Shan took a look at the bronze lantern in his backpack. Sure enough, if its maximum function was used, it could dispel the fog within a radius of 60 meters, which was enough. There are foggy areas on this island, and the largest patch of fog appears to be only about 100 meters in diameter. Then again, does this bronze lantern dispel the fog by driving it somewhere else, or does it simply eliminate it? Well, it should simply push the fog away, right? Lin Shan looked at the bronze lantern in the backpack and guessed. But in the end, won't you know whether it is true or not after using it? Lin Shan, Gloria, let's go and take a look at the smallest fog in the east. Gloria, oh, here it comes. The two walked down the stairs and soon reached the first floor. By the way, Lin Shan closed all the windows because he was not sure whether he would come tomorrow. After all, the island can only exist for a month. So in order to prevent the lighthouse from being occupied by monsters, it is better to close it. After returning to the first floor, Lin Shan used his invisible hand to lift up the still intact space cabinet and walked out. Lin Shan, Gloria, let's go back to the shore first and put this thing in the space cabinet and put on the boat first. Gloria, I will obey the master. Gloria will assist in the battle. Hearing this, Lin Shan said helplessly, that won't do. Forget it. Let's just leave it like this for now. Shaking his head, Lin Shan took Gloria and walked back the way they came. Soon, the two returned to the shore. Lin Shan had just controlled the invisible hand to place the space cabinet on Xiao AI's deck when he heard Xiao AI's voice. Xiao AI, Captain, Lady Gloria, I have a report to you. There were murlocs just now. Please be careful. Merceman, is that the case? Xiao Ai. Lin Shan asked doubtfully. Xiao AI. Captain, just 10 minutes after you disembarked, a group of murlocs swam up from the sea and left along the beach. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan turned his head to look at the beach. Sure enough, he saw a lot of dense footprints, so dense that there must be at least 50 of them. Looking at the direction of the footprints, there seemed to be a fog over there, right? And it was also where he planned to experiment with the bronze lantern. Lin Shan, Gloria, let's go over and see if these murlocs have entered the fog. Xiao AI, Captain, Lady Gloria, please be careful. Lin Shan waved his hand and said with a smile, got it. Xiao AI, be careful too. And keep an eye on the space cabinet for me. Don't let it get thrown into the sea. I followed the footprints, and after a few minutes, I saw the fishermen. Lin Shan took a few glances and found that the murlocs were besieging a dozen goblins, which should be the goblins that had escaped before. Not far behind them was the fog. At the same time, Lin Shan also looked at the Murloc King, but this Murloc King did not have a staff in his hand, but a tattered big knife. Then, Lin Shan looked at the Murlocs eating the goblins raw and couldn't help but complain, hey guys, goblins should at least be more particular and eat cooked Murlocs, but you guys are just eating them raw. Galula? Obviously, the fishmen discovered Lin Shan and Gloria. Lin Shan didn't care about the Murloc. He just looked at the attributes of the one that rushed over. It was a little stronger than the goblin, but it was limited. It was really the same. Instead, his attention was drawn to the Murloc King standing at the edge of the fog. Why wasn't the Murloc King pulled in by the monster in the fog? Or is it that there are no monsters in the fog? Lin Shan said puzzledly. After all, the goblins were suddenly pulled into the fog and may have become food now. The Murlocs that rushed over were shot to death one by Gloria. However, the difference between Murlocs and goblins is that Murlocs are not afraid. Amid the chirping shouts of the Murloc King, the Murlocs charged forward desperately. Lin Shan turned to look at Gloria and said, Gloria, just use your superpower attack. Hearing this, Gloria blinked and said, okay, master. The next second, thunder appeared, and the spear in his hand was also filled with thunder. You know, the Silver Sand Breaking Array spear has the property of breaking magic, but it can't stop the invasion of thunder. Obviously, there is a limit to the degree of demon breaking. If you think about it, you will understand. After all, it is only a yellow-rated weapon. Gloria raised her spear filled with thunder and threw it directly at the charging Murloc. Bang! With a loud bang, all the Murlocs in front of Gloria were reduced to ashes. At the same time, the beach also turned into glass. Hiss! The power of this instantaneous explosion is so strong. Lin Shan said in surprise. But what about the spear? Lin Shan said doubtfully. But the next second, he saw a trace of lightning wrapped around Gloria's hand, and then with a wave of her hand, the spear wrapped in lightning flew back. Seeing this, Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then grumbled, wow. Recyclable railgun? Chapter 84 Misty Murloc. Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, Gloria, how many times can you launch that attack just now? Hearing this, Gloria lowered her head to feel the degree of energy consumption in her body, and then said, Master, the super attack just now consumed about 2 of my energy. It's a normal attack. Lin Shan looked at the attack in confusion. The attack almost wiped out all the fishmen and even vitrified the sand in front of Gloria. It turned out to be just Gloria's ordinary super attack. No, isn't this too much? But the next second, Lin Shan thought of the energy defense device at home. It was an energy shield that could withstand half of Gloria's attack power and remain intact. Hiss, this is such a damn safe feeling. Lin Shan, Gloria, how much energy do you have left? Upon hearing this, Gloria replied, Master, Gloria still has 91 of her energy reserves. Lin Shan, so the attack on the defensive energy shield this morning consumed 10 of its energy? Hearing this, Gloria shook her head and said, No, Master, that attack consumed 5 of my energy, but Gloria's energy recovery speed is much faster now, so I recovered some energy. Lin Shan, is that so? Not bad. Let's go and see what's in the fog. Did the Murloc King actually run in? Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then returned to Lin Shan and followed him. Lin Shan took out the bronze lantern and activated it to the maximum. In an instant, the fog in front of him was driven away. Well, it seems that it just repels the fog. Looking at the fog that was pushed 60 meters away, Lin Shan nodded and said, "Take note of this information." Then, Lin Shan turned his head to look at the Murloc King. After all, the fog here was not very large, and a range of 60 meters was enough to show its original appearance. This is a fishman? Why does it look different from the previous one? Lin Shan said in surprise. The existence of Murlocs in the fog was already a bit unexpected, not to mention that these Murlocs looked a little different. Could it be a different species? Lin Shan directly identified a fishman. Name, Mist Murloc. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, none. Ability, Mist Walking, Corrosive Claw Attack. Extraordinary attribute, Dark, +11. Evaluation. Having lived in the fog for many years, the fishmen have been assimilated by the fog and are the lowest level of existence in the fog. Excessive appraisal. This is the fishman. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The fog can also assimilate other creatures? Hiss, no wonder we need candlelight. If it weren't for the candlelight to dispel the fog, there would be no monsters in the fog. If they stay there for too long, they will become fog monsters, right? Lin Shan clicked his tongue. Then you see the treasure chest behind the misty Murloc. Sure enough, where there are monsters guarding, there must be treasure chests. Bronze treasure chest? Not bad, Gloria. Let's get started. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and said, "Yes, master." After saying that, he rushed forward with a spear. There were not many mist Murlocs, only about 20 or so. Lin Shan did not count them carefully, as they posed no threat anyway. This time, Gloria used her gold-based superpowers, attached to her spear, to kill these misty fishmen as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. It's incredibly silky. Soon, all the mist Murlocs died, including the Murloc King. Judging from the way the Murloc King commanded the mist Murlocs just now, these mist Murlocs should have belonged to the same tribe before. Shaking his head, Lin Shan walked directly to the bronze treasure chest and took a look. It had a prefix, 5 stars, but it was not from an island, but a strong bronze treasure chest. After putting away the treasure chest, Lin Shan said to Gloria, "Let's go and explore other areas of the fog." After knowing the bronze lantern's effect in dispelling fog, Lin Shan was no longer so afraid of the fog, because the bronze lantern did not dispel the fog slowly, but directly repelled all the fog out of 60 meters away. Just use it at the edge of the fog, and 30 meters of space will be created instantly. The monsters in the fog will have no time to react and will reveal their true forms. Soon, Lin Shan and Gloria arrived at another place shrouded in fog. To be on the safe side, Lin Shan did not get too close now, in case of surprise attack anyway, but instead used the bronze lantern directly from 3 meters away. In an instant, a large area of fog cleared. But surprisingly, no fog monster appeared in this fog. Lin Shan took Gloria for a walk, and after not finding any monsters, they went to another foggy area. Lin Shan understood that there were no monsters in the fog. After all, it was impossible that the fog was full of monsters, right? Soon, the two arrived at another foggy area on the island. The bronze lantern shone, and instantly, a strange-looking creature appeared in front of Lin Shan and Gloria. Lin Shan started to identify it directly. Name, Squinting Multi-Eyed Beast. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, magic eye. Ability, staring, glaring. Extraordinary attributes, spirit +17, mystic +3, constitution +3, strength +1. Evaluation, squinting multi-eyed beast, a fog monster with 6 eyes. Normally, they only open the 2 bottom eyes if they activate their abilities. Then the eyes above will open. It is said that each squinting multi-eyed beast has different abilities. Excessive appraisal. The eyes of the squinting multi-eyed beast can be crafted into magic eyes, provided you know how to craft them. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at the head of the squinting multi-eyed beast. Well, it did have 4 closed eyes. Lin Shan, Gloria, save your eyes. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, and the next second she appeared above the squinting multi-eyed beast, then slashed with the spear in her hand. Bang! The head of the squinting multi-eyed beast fell off directly, beheaded with one blow. Lin Shan was not surprised at all about this. The gap between the 2 sides was too big. It was simply the big guys beating the newbies. Bang! After a few seconds, the body of the squinting, multi-eyed beast fell heavily to the ground. Lin Shan. Gloria, please store this head in the space cabinet on the little love boat. Gloria glanced at the head on the ground, nodded, picked up the head, and disappeared. After a dozen seconds, he returned behind Lin Shan. After Gloria came back, Lin Shan took the bronze lantern and walked around, then found a treasure chest in a cave, a bronze treasure chest, but it was only a 3-star one. Okay, now there's only one last foggy area left. Lin Shan looked towards the east and said, that foggy area was the fog that Lin Shan and Gloria saw the goblin being pulled into on top of the lighthouse. Chapter 85 Upgrade the Lighthouse. Just as Lin Shan was about to head to the last foggy area, the omen popped up. Omen, if you suddenly feel your eyelids twitching wildly, this means a disaster is about to happen, perhaps related to the place you are about to go. Lin Shan, huh? No, I don't have crazy eyelids, huh? Lin Shan was about to complain when he felt his eyelids twitching wildly the next second. Are you serious? Lin Shan rubbed his left eyelid and said in surprise. Also, isn't the left, I suppose, to represent wealth? Did you jump at the wrong eye? Lin Shan complained weakly. However, despite all his complaints, Lin Shan did not stubbornly go into the fog to explore. Since the signs had given him a hint, he would be a fool to go and explore. Lin Shan turned around and walked towards the beach. Gloria? Master, aren't you going over there? Lin Shan nodded and said, no, let's go home first. Gloria was puzzled when she heard this, but she still followed Lin Shan obediently. One in front and one behind. The two quickly returned to the beach. Xiao AI. Captain, Lady Gloria, have you finished your exploration? Lin Shan. That's about it. Time to go home. An invisible hand appeared and carried Lin Shan to the deck, while Gloria flew up by herself. Lin Shan. Xiao AI, let's go home. Xiao AI. Yes, Captain. Having said that, Xiao AI did not start the car so quickly. Instead, she waited until Lin Shan and Gloria returned to their seats before starting the car. Xiao AI rushed into the fog quickly and soon disappeared. Peace returned to the island. But the next second, the last group of fog suddenly rolled up, and then a goblin with a twisted body walked out of the fog. Looking at the goblin's appearance, it was obvious that it was dead. Its eyeballs were black, its mouth was wide open, and black liquid mixed with a little bright red blood was dripping down. Roar! The goblin roared, and then began to wander around unconsciously. After the first goblin appeared, many goblins walked out of the fog one after another. It seemed that they were all dead. A moving goblin corpse? But unfortunately, there are no other living creatures on the island except them. They can't even be considered alive. They're just moving corpses. On the other side, as Xiao AI moved away from the island, Lin Shan was surprised to find that his eyelids gradually stopped twitching wildly. Obviously, the source of danger is really that fog. Lin Shan was a little surprised. What was in that fog? Even Gloria couldn't protect me? After frowning and thinking for a while, Lin Shan stopped thinking about it. However, he would not go to that island. Anyway, the most valuable ones have already been obtained. A few minutes later, Xiao AI finally returned to her home port. After slowly driving into port number 1, it stopped. Then the pedals slowly extended out, and Xiao AI spoke. Xiao AI, Master, we're home. When Lin Shan and Gloria saw that they had come out of the fog, they knew they were home, but Xiao AI had not yet reached the shore, so she did not come out. After getting off the boat, Lin Shan headed towards the lighthouse. Now that he had the lighthouse's fire core, what was he waiting for? He would definitely go back and upgrade it. After the energy shield certification was completed, a hole was opened. Lin Shan, Gloria, go turn off the energy defense device and move back to the lighthouse. Hearing this, Gloria nodded, and then walked towards the vegetable garden. When there is no disaster, turning on the energy defense device is just a waste of energy. After returning to the lighthouse room, Lin Shan walked directly to the control panel, opened the lighthouse page, and clicked on upgrade. In an instant, the lighthouse fire core in the backpack disappeared, and at the same time, a system prompt sounded. System ding. The lighthouse is being upgraded. Please leave the lighthouse. Seeing this, Lin Shan had no choice but to walk out. As soon as I went out, the lighthouse began to emit light, and then it began to grow higher little by little, and the area it occupied also began to expand. Lin Shan, oh wow, it's finally getting bigger. Now, Gloria's energy tank can be placed here. When Gloria, holding the energy defense device, came back, she saw the glowing lighthouse and asked in confusion, "Master, has the lighthouse been upgraded?" Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, it has been upgraded and is finally going to get bigger." Gloria, what are you doing holding up the energy defense device? Put it down." Looking at Gloria holding the energy defense device in both hands, Lin Shan was stunned at first, then said. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then carefully put down the energy defense device, although this thing was not so easy to break. The changes in the lighthouse lasted for a full 3 minutes before slowly dissipating. A brand new lighthouse appeared in their sight. Lin Shan, "Not bad. These look much better. They don't look shabby anymore." Then Lin Shan directly opened the lighthouse properties to check. Name lighthouse. Category, lighthouse. Rating, green 1. Main effect, blue candlelight. Special effect, none. Energy, 100. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 wood. Area, 100 square meters on the first floor, 50 square meters on the second floor. The spire on the third floor. Comment, the upgraded lighthouse finally looks like a real one. Lin Shan, there's more floor space? 100 square meters? Not bad, big enough. Come on, Gloria, let's go in and take a look. After coming in, Lin Shan found that except for the fireplace and other furniture attached to the wall, everything else was still in place and had not changed. Oh, the control panel has also been moved and is still located next to the stairs. Lin Shan, well, it seems I need to replan it. In addition to becoming larger, the lighthouse-like room that Lin Shan explored did not appear. It was obvious that the room had to be isolated by itself. Anyway, there is no treasure chest today because the tide is low, so Lin Shan has plenty of time to decorate the room. Of course, in the afternoon, Lin Shan also planned to visit the blue one-star island. Just when Lin Shan was preparing to rearrange it, there was a loud bang in the sky and the announcement came out. Lin Shan, system announcement. I was thinking this felt like something was missing. World system announcement, ding. Congratulations to the 888888888 Tower Keeper, Lin Shan, the first to advance the lighthouse to green 1. Reward all tower keepers in the 8888888 area. Silver treasure chest 1, candlelight random treasure chest 1. Chapter 86, nothing more than 9. All the tower guards looked at the system announcement in the sky, glanced at it, and then continued to do their own things. When it happens so often, people are no longer shocked. They have become numb. However, the tower defenders in the 8th district were excited again, and everyone couldn't help but cheer. The chat channel was once again occupied by the awesome boss Lin Shan. Lin Shan also looked very happy. After all, he had received a personal reward. System ding. Congratulations to the tower keeper for receiving personal rewards. 1 gold treasure chest, 1 random lighthouse special effect, and 1 lighthouse transformation scroll. These add up to 3 more treasure chests, plus the 3 treasure chests harvested from the island, making a total of 6 treasure chests. Lin Shan, Gloria, you take care of it. I need to carve something. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and began to make arrangements. You know what? Gloria really likes the decorated room. Next, Gloria walked around the room, putting it here and there, and then if she was not satisfied with it, she would move it away, busy all the time. And what about Lin Shan? He was sitting in a chair outside the lighthouse, whittling wood with a dagger. Well, it is made of tree branches. After all, the divination blocks are not very big and can be held in the palm of your hand. The main thing is the shape, which is crescent-shaped, and it can be split into 2 halves at the back. With Lin Shan's current strength, he can still cut it very quickly, but it requires fine grinding, so it's a bit slower. Soon, Lin Shan carved out the crescent moon, and then carefully split it into 2 halves. Snap! Well, Lin Shan looked speechlessly at the crack that turned a corner in the middle. Failure. Try again. Soon, Lin Shan carved out another moon, and then started cutting carefully again. For this kind of cutting, the best way was to chop quickly. Unfortunately, Lin Shan was not so sure. But if it was Gloria, it would be very simple to use the gold superpower. But Lin Shan did it himself to show his sincerity. Seeing that 2/3 of the divination blocks had been thrown, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that this time he would succeed. Snap! Looking at the last bit of broken divination blocks, Lin Shan looked up at the system world announcement with an expressionless face, and then whispered, "Damn it! World system announcement, ding! Congratulations to the 75,482,430 first tower keeper, Bailey Water, for being the 3rd to advance the island to green 1. Rewards to all tower keepers in the 75,482,431st area. Black Iron Treasure Box 1, Energy Stone Treasure Box 1. The System World announcement was shouted 3 times. The sudden announcement made Lin Shan's hands tremble slightly and then cracked. Keep your head down and continue. Time passed slowly, and soon, the outline of another divination block slowly formed in Lin Shan's hand, and there were already 7 or 8 of them piled up under his feet. Looking at the rudimentary divination blocks in his hand, Lin Shan said viciously, "This is the last time. If it still doesn't work, then let Gloria do the chopping." Lin Shan summarized the reason for the failure, which was that he was infected by the system announcement. There were 2 world announcements in succession afterwards, both about upgrading the lighthouse. Huang Xin was in 3rd place, and the 2 announcements were only 2 or 3 seconds apart. So Lin Shan specially sent a message to comfort her, but was met with crazy complaints in return. While seeing Lin Shan confused, he felt that her tone was quite familiar. Well, it seemed that he could get along with her and was the material for being a good brother. Looking at the 9th divination block in his hand, Lin Shan frowned and thought for a moment before deciding to let Gloria do it. 3 times the limit. This is his 9th time now. If he fails again, it means that he will not be able to do the divination today. Think about it. Lin Shan shouted directly to the lighthouse room, "Gloria, come out for a moment." Upon hearing this, Gloria, who was swaying in the lighthouse room, put down the space cabinet in her hand and walked outside. Nothing is more important than the master's orders. After coming out, Gloria looked at Lin Shan and asked, "Master, what are your instructions?" After Lin Shan fixed the divination blocks with his invisible hand, he said to Gloria, "Gloria, do you see this thing? Can you help me split it in half, making sure it's the same size?" Lin Shan pointed to the fixed divination block and said. Upon hearing this, Gloria looked at the divination blocks. After a moment's observation, she nodded and said, "Master, Gloria can do it." After saying that, Gloria picked up the dagger carved by Lin Shan for throwing dice blocks, and then attached the gold super energy to it. The next second, a few centimeters of light blades appeared. Then, Gloria struck the divination blocks with her knife. Gloria put down the dagger, then looked at Lin Shan and said with a smile, "Master, Gloria has fulfilled her mission." Lin Shan looked at the intact divination block blank, then reached out and picked it up. With a rub, the divination block blank was directly split into 2 halves, and they were the same size, and the mark in the middle was very smooth. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Okay, Gloria, you can continue to tidy up the room." Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then went back to the lighthouse room to continue arranging the furniture. There weren't many pieces of furniture, but she was having a lot of fun playing with them. Lin Shan took a look at the divination block blank in his hand and began to polish it. There was no condition to paint it now, so he just needed to polish it until it was smooth. Call. 10 minutes later, Lin Shan blew at the divination blocks in his hand that were covered with sawdust. As the wood chips were blown away, the round divination blocks appeared in your hand. Then you wash them with water and let them dry before using them. Lin Shan, not bad, not bad. It seems my cooking skills are pretty good. It's a pity that he can only make simple things like this. Otherwise, it would be strange if he didn't carve out a statue of Mazu. However, just because he can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Well, in the evening, you can ask in the chat channel to see if there are any handicraft experts. Now, I can finally open the treasure chest. Lin Shan directly took out all the treasure chests. In total, there are 1 gold treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 candlelight treasure chest, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 island bronze treasure chest, 1 strong bronze treasure chest, and 1 black iron treasure chest. Lin Shan first opened the black iron treasure chest, the strong bronze treasure chest, and the bronze treasure chest. System: obtain black iron spear 1, black bread 2. System: obtain body refining potion 1. System: obtain bronze chandelier 1, bronze meteor hammer 1. No, you black iron spear. Are you really relying on me? I'll shoot you out every day. Lin Shan looked at the familiar black iron spear and couldn't help but complain. Chapter 87: The Holy Grail. Lin Shan shook his head helplessly, then turned his gaze to the body refining potion. Name: Body Refining Potion. Category: Pharmacy. Rating: Blue 3. Effect: Extraordinary Physique +1. Evaluation: Body Refining Potion, a relatively common cultivation resource. Pour the potion into a water tank, and then let the user enter to absorb the medicinal power. Generally, it only takes 30 minutes to complete the absorption. Note: body refining potions have drug resistance, so potions of the same star level cannot be reused. After reading the reviews, Lin Shan couldn't help but wonder, can't the same star rating be used repeatedly? In other words, if I go from 1 star to 9 stars, I can add 9 points of extraordinary attributes? Not bad, right? I'll use it when I take a shower tonight. Then Lin Shan looked at the bronze chandelier and the bronze meteor hammer. Name: bronze chandelier. Category: furniture. Rating: blue 1. Effect: illuminate, adjust brightness. Evaluation: bronze chandeliers, a type of lighting furniture, only require 1 energy stone to last for a year. They are extremely convenient lighting furniture, and bronze chandeliers are very easy to install. Just press it towards the ceiling and it will be firmly fixed. When you want to take it off, just press the button on the base and it will fall off easily. Lin Shan, that's great. Now we don't have to rely on the fire in the fireplace to illuminate the room. Especially now that the room has become much larger, the fire in the fireplace is obviously not enough. Lin Shan took out the bronze chandelier, and after looking at it, he saw the groove for installing the energy stone. After installing the energy stone, Lin Shan installed the bronze chandelier in the middle of the room. With the presence of an invisible hand, this was too simple. After the installation was completed, Lin Shan pulled the switch rope hanging from the bronze chandelier, and instantly, the entire bronze chandelier lit up. The room suddenly became brighter, even though it was daytime. Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction and turned it off. Next was the bronze meteor hammer, a blue 1-star weapon. Lin Shan took a look at it and ignored it. He doesn't know how to use weapons like meteor hammers. Back then, he could even hit himself with nunchakus. Next, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the remaining 4 treasure chests. Looking at the 4 treasure chests in front of him, Lin Shan thought for a while and came to the bronze treasure chest on the island. Then, Lin Shan took out the divination blocks for throwing cups. Lin Shan, may Mazu bless me to open up the heart of an island. Then he gently threw the divination blocks in his hand, and there was a slight snapping sound. Gloria looked at the divination blocks on the ground, which were half facing down and half facing up, with a puzzled look on her face. She had no idea what the owner was doing. Seeing this, Lin Shan was delighted and threw it up again. Pa! Pa! 3 consecutive hits of the Holy Grail. Isn't that a deal? Lin Shan put away the divination blocks, closed his eyes, and said, "Thank you, Mazu, for your help." After saying that, Lin Shan directly opened the bronze treasure chest on the island. System: obtain Island Heart 1. Looking at the heart of the island in his backpack, Lin Shan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, on the beach, it has to be Mazu. Lin Shan smiled happily. Keep going. Lin Shan looked at the silver treasure chest. Lin Shan, Mazu, please bless me and give me a silver fruit. Pa! Lin Shan looked at the laughing cup on the ground, blinked, and then requested again. Pa! Well, it's still a laughing cup. Come again. Pa! After Lin Shan picked up the divination blocks, he couldn't help but scratch his head and wondered, is Mazu unsure whether the silver treasure chest contains the silver fruit? Or did I not express myself clearly? However, after 3 consecutive laugh cups, Lin Shan felt embarrassed to trouble Mazu, as there were still 2 treasure chests behind. So Lin Shan opened the silver treasure chest directly. System: obtain Plantation Blueprint 1, White Jade Cloud Fruit Seed 1. Plantation Blueprints? Seeds. Lin Shan looked at the items in the backpack and couldn't help but become curious. He wondered if this plantation blueprint would conflict with the fertile farmland. Name: plantation drawing. Category: drawings. Rating: yellow 9. Effect: after use, unlock the plantation. Evaluation: plantation, a special building. Plants planted in the plantation grow faster and the harvest increases. At the same time, the plantation can automatically collect fruits and preserve them. Note: the plantation's warehouse has an upper limit. If it is not cleaned in time, the plantation will not automatically collect fruits. Fertile land can be placed within plantations, and the effects will not conflict. Oh, it's really good stuff. I like it. Lin Shan was extremely satisfied. This was definitely a great thing. And best of all, it could collect things automatically. It was so convenient. After taking a photo, Lin Shan used it directly. System ding. Unlock the plantation. The tower keeper can freely select the island location and build the plantation on the console. Lin Shan nodded, then looked at another item. There's no rush for the plantation. Open all the treasure chests first. Looking at the white jade cloud fruit seeds in his backpack, Lin Shan had a hunch that it might be an extraordinary plant. Name: white jade, cloud fruit seeds. Category: extraordinary plants. Rating: blue 5. Effect: seed. What other effect do you have? Evaluation: the white jade cloud fruit tree is a relatively low-level extraordinary fruit tree. The planting conditions are relatively simple. You only need to ensure sufficient air and sunlight to produce fruits. White jade cloud fruit, a soft and fluffy fruit. After eating it, you can gain a buff state, which is a slight blessing on the water, wood, and wind elements. It really is a supernatural plant, a supernatural fruit of the enhancement type. It seems that supernatural plants do more than just add supernatural attributes. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but nodded and said. After looking at all the silver treasure chests, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at the gold treasure chest. Come to the golden treasure chest. Lin Shan: Matsu, I don't eat much this time. Just give me one golden fruit. After saying that and bowing, Lin Shan picked up the divination blocks and started throwing them. Under Gloria's gaze, the dice divination blocks clattered twice. Lin Shan looked down. Oh no! Holy Grail! Pa! Holy Grail! Pa! Holy Grail! 3 Holy Grails in a row. No, the Mazu statue needs to be made quickly. Lin Shan picked up the divination blocks and said firmly. Now it depends on whether there is anyone in the chat channel who knows how to carve. Lin Shan opened the treasure chest and the chat channel at the same time. Snap! System: obtain golden fruit 1. Lin Shan took a glance and started asking questions. It was already noon and time for lunch. Chapter 88: 3 generations of my ancestors were all sculptors of statues. Lin Shan: my dear family members, who among you knows how to carve a statue of a deity? Holy crap. Mom, I got the boss seat. Boss, which god are you going to carve? I finally got a chance to help the boss, but unfortunately I'm clumsy and got killed by a single player in the middle lane. Hurry, pass it on. Who can carve a statue of the god? Family, who can carve a statue of God? Suddenly, the entire chat channel was filled with information about carved statues. Lin Shan paid attention to the chat messages while checking the golden fruit in his backpack. Name: golden fruit. Category: extraordinary fruit. Rating: purple 3. Effect: after use, you can freely choose to increase existing extraordinary attributes by 40 points. Evaluation: the legendary golden fruit is a fruit grown from the extraordinary plant, the golden tree. Each one of them can cause bloody storms. And it is an extraordinary fruit that countless extraordinary people dream of. Mainly, the golden fruit has no drug resistance. A purple 3-star? 20 more attributes? If it's a purple 9-star, wouldn't it have 100 extraordinary free attribute points? Lin Shan said with some surprise. With 40 attributes, Lin Shan opened the personal attribute panel with satisfaction. Name: Lin Shan. Strength: extraordinary. Destiny: omen. Talent: gift of fate, witch of fate. Abilities: ice crystal shot, underwater breathing, identification, fear catalysis. Supernatural attributes: water plus 16, fire plus 3, wood plus 2, mystic plus 44, constitution plus 5, spirit plus 29, ice plus 2, strength plus 3. 44 points of mystery. Add to the current 42 points. If I put all of them in a mystery, wouldn't that reach 84? Add in the 10 bonus from the key of destiny, and it'll be 93 points. Lin Shan's eyes lit up instantly. He only needed 7 points to reach the minimum requirement for astrology. Yeah, the minimum. Thinking of this, Lin Shan suddenly became a little listless. Astrology requires at least 300 points of mysterious attributes to be used normally. 300 points. Damn, should I increase my mystical attributes now? Or should I increase my spiritual attributes? Lin Shan felt a bit muggle. If he didn't add mystery, wouldn't astrology be a distant dream? So the mystery must be added. Just as Lin Shan was frowning and thinking, the chat channel suddenly changed. Boss, someone knows how to carve a statue. Boss, come out to receive customers. What do you mean by receiving guests? By the way, I'm the only one curious about what kind of statue the boss is going to carve. +1, I'm curious too. +1, me too. I want to keep up with the boss. Who do you worship? I guess it's the god of wealth. I guess it's the Dragon King. We are at sea after all. Bullshit. Mazu is still the one on the sea. The one upstairs from Fujian. Yes. Indeed, Mazu's name is much more famous than the Dragon King. Many people in mainland China know about her. and it's said that her name has even spread abroad. Yes, Mazu is indeed very famous. Then I suddenly want a Mazu statue too. +1. +1. Lin Shan came back to his senses and looked at the chat channel. Did you find someone? Lin Shan said in surprise. Then click on the red dot of the private chat. It's just a message. Huang Hancheng. Boss, what kind of statue are you going to carve? Seeing this, Lin Shan quickly answered. Lin Shan. Uncle, why are you calling me boss too? Huang Hancheng. Isn't this keeping up with the trend? Haha, boss. Tell me, what kind of idol do you want? I'm not bragging. My family has been carving idols for 3 generations. It can be said that the previous sentence is a family of statue carving. Seeing this, Lin Shan's face lit up. 3 generations of his ancestors had been carving statues of gods. This meant the old man's craftsmanship must be excellent. Lin Shan. Sir, I'd like you to carve a statue of Mazu. Huang Hongcheng. Mazu, I am familiar with this. From childhood to adulthood, the statue of Mazu that I have carved the most is Mazu. However, I don't have the right tools at hand now, and I don't have enough time. It will take a while, plus we have to go to the beach every day, so it will take at least 10 days to half a month to complete. Lin Shan. Mr. Huang, what if we use a clay statue first? How long will it take? Huang Hongcheng. Clay statue? That's easy. If I work hard, I can finish it by tomorrow night. But clay statues crack easily, and I don't have the conditions to make porcelain here. Are you sure you want a clay statue? Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but scratch his head. Indeed, clay statues are easy to crack, which is very disrespectful. Huang Hongcheng. It's a pity I don't have any coal here, otherwise I could try firing a porcelain Mazu statue. When Lin Shan saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't have coal, but he had charcoal, and the temperature of this charcoal was very high. Lin Shan. Mr. Huang, I have some charcoal here. Would you mind taking a look? After saying that, Lin Shan offered to give to Mr. Huang and gave him more than a dozen pieces of charcoal. After a while, Mr. Huang replied, Huang Hongcheng, wow, this charcoal is amazing. Not only does it not produce any smoke, but its temperature is much higher than coal. However, if you want to burn ceramics, you need a lot of charcoal. And I have to build a porcelain kiln from scratch. I don't know how long it will take me to do it alone. Indeed, these are all difficult problems. Lin Shan scratched his head again. Lin Shan's hand accidentally touched the rabbit's ears. All right, those violent rabbit ears. They had a full 3 points of supernatural strength, nearly 600 kilograms of strength. Giving them to Mr. Huang should make things much easier, right? Lin Shan picked up the pink rabbit ears and smiled in surprise. Lin Shan. Mr. Huang, I have a piece of strength-enhancing equipment here that can increase your strength by almost 600 kilograms. Oh, and by the way, can you modify the fireplace and use it as a kiln? Huang Hongcheng. 3 points of supernatural strength? 600 pounds? I'm not sure about that either. I'll have to do it to find out. What does the fireplace look like? Lin Shan sent a photo of the fireplace. Huang Hongcheng. Well, this kind of fireplace with a little modification can indeed be used as a kiln, but my room is not big enough. Can this fireplace be built outside? Lin Shan. I don't know either. I'll send one to you. Can you take a look at it? Uncle Huang. Then please send it to me. I'll see if it works. Lin Shan made a fireplace. 10 minutes later, after the fireplace was completed, he gave it away directly. 2 minutes later. Uncle Huang. I didn't expect this to work. This way, it's much simpler. Chapter 89 Lighthouse Special Effects. Seeing this, Lin Shan was delighted and replied, Lin Shan, Uncle Huang, give it a try. If you succeed, you can also start a porcelain business. Not to mention others, the bowls Lin Shan uses now are all made of coconut shells. Huang Hongcheng, porcelain? It's a good idea, but there's still a problem. The clay. I don't have any porcelain clay. Lin Shan, porcelain clay? What kind of clay is this? Huang Hongcheng. Porcelain clay is the kind used specifically for making porcelain. Of course, clay, kaolin, and so on are also acceptable, but we don't have any of them. Seeing Mr. Huang's reply, Lin Shan was completely stunned. In their current situation, porcelain? That would be a luxury. There's nothing we can do about that. Lin Shan, Mr. Huang, let's leave it like this for now. I'll be back to you later when I find the right materials. Huang Hongcheng. Haha, what's the point of asking for a favor? As long as I'm still here, boss Lin Shan, just come find me. I promise to do my best to build you a Mazu statue. Lin Shan. Don't worry, Mr. Huang. As long as you're careful, unless we encounter natural disasters, A community like ours should be able to survive. Huang Hongcheng, I hope so. Okay, Mr. Lin Shan, I won't bother you anymore. I need to get lunch ready. The fireplace you gave me is quite useful, but it's a shame it's outside. Lin Shan, what's the big deal? I'm giving you one to Huang Hongcheng. How can this be possible? Boss Lin Shan, why don't you just sell me one? I don't want it for free. Lin Shan, that's fine, okay. Then let's just go with the cost price, 20 stones. Huang Hongcheng, that won't do. How can a business not make money? 40, double it. That's a huge bargain for me. Okay, let's leave it at that. After saying that, Huang Hongcheng gave 40 stones to Lin Shan. Seeing this, Lin Shan shook his head helplessly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he put away the stones and clicked on the fireplace to create it. Then, Lin Shan returned to the last treasure chest and started checking it. Name, Candlelight Treasure Chest. Category, Special Treasure Box. Rating, Yellow 3. Effect, 100 chance of producing candlelight, but the rating will not exceed yellow. Evaluation, Special Treasure Chest. Just look at the effect. After reading the properties, Lin Shan opened it. System, obtain yellow candlelight. Well, looking at the candles in his backpack, Lin Shan was a little confused. First a faint blue candle, and now a faint yellow candle? You don't know how to name them, right? Name, Yellow Candlelight. Category, Candlelight. Rating, Yellow 6. Effect, dispels sea fog within a 2,000-meter radius. Special effect, the dim yellow candlelight will attract some special beings, such as ghosts. Comment, a rare special candle flame. Each special candle flame is extremely rare and is the dream of countless tower guards. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but open the lighthouse attributes, then looked at the blue candlelight, and then compared them. Wow, apart from the larger range of exorcism, everything else is exactly the same. Could it be from the same series? Lin Shan complained. 2,000 meters? That's too big. Lin Shan thought about it and decided to give up on putting the dim yellow candlelight down and put it in the space cabinet first. Next, the last two items. They are random Lighthouse special effects and Lighthouse transformation scrolls. This is the first time Lin Shan has obtained these two, so he is quite interested. Name, Random Lighthouse Special Effect. Category, Special Items. Rating, Purple 1. Effect, after use, gain a special lighthouse effect with a rating no higher than Purple 3 stars. Evaluation, the things given by the system are definitely top-notch. Lin Shan, TSK. The evaluation of you has changed. You weren't so flattering before. People really have changed. Even evaluations have to be flattering. After finishing his complaints, Lin Shan directly took out the divination blocks. Just kidding, for something like this, you must worship Mazu. Mazu, please bless me. Just give me a purple one. 3 stars is not too much. 2 stars is fine too. 1 star is barely enough. Ha! Under Gloria's gaze, Lin Shan dropped the laughing cup. Lin Shan, come again. Laughing cup. Laughing cup. After 3 consecutive laughing cups, Lin Shan had to request again. Lin Shan, may Mazu bless me. As long as it's purple, it'll be fine. Ha! Gloria looked at Lin Shan, who kept throwing the laughing cup, with a confused look on her face. She was very puzzled. At the same time, she was also very curious about why the cup-throwing divination blocks kept throwing up and down. Lin Shan scratched his head. Wow, 9 laugh cups in a row? It seems like Mazu wants to see me laugh this time. There was no other way. Mazu was laughing the whole time. In order to prevent her from getting a stomachache from laughing, Lin Shan had no choice but to use it. System, obtain Space Warehouse. Space Warehouse. Judging from the name, Warehouse. It seems pretty good. Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. Then click View. Name, Space Warehouse. Category, Lighthouse Special Effects. Rating, Yellow 9. Effect, after loading into the lighthouse, a space warehouse is obtained in the lighthouse. Evaluation, a rare lighthouse special effect. The initial space warehouse has 100 items, but you can add space items to increase the upper limit. It is one of the few special effects that can grow. After reading the properties, Lin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he immediately loaded it. The space warehouse in the backpack was instantly integrated into the lighthouse. Lin Shan looked around. Nothing changed? Open the lighthouse panel directly and click on the space warehouse to view. Space warehouse. It can be placed on any wall of the lighthouse and is shaped like a small wall cabinet. Note, once placed, it will not be able to move unless you obtain the lighthouse special effect, lighthouse transformation. Lighthouse renovation? Wait, isn't that another reward? Lin Shan said in surprise. Then click on the Lighthouse transformation scroll to check it out. Name, Lighthouse transformation scroll. Category, Lighthouse special effects. Rating, purple 1. Effect. After loading into the lighthouse, you can modify the internal structure of the lighthouse. Comment, oh my god, help. I'm lost in the lighthouse. Seeing this, Lin Shan asked in confusion, could it be that the rooms inside the lighthouse we visited this morning were transformed using this special lighthouse effect? Whether it is or not, you will know it by loading it directly. Lin Shan directly confirmed the loading. In an instant, the lighthouse transformation scroll was also integrated into the lighthouse. Lin Shan skillfully opened the lighthouse panel, then clicked on the lighthouse transformation to take a closer look. If you don't load it, you won't be able to find out the detailed effects. Chapter 90, the second Destiny ability. After the lighthouse transformation was loaded, Lin Shan clicked directly to view the effect. Lighthouse renovation. You can add materials to decorate the rooms inside the lighthouse. The corresponding materials will be consumed according to the project you need to renovate. There is even a simple video effect demonstration in case the tower defenders don't understand it clearly. The above shows the wood needed to simply build a wooden wall. I see. It's pretty easy to control, and I can even freely check the room layout. That's pretty good, not bad. After knowing how to operate it, Lin Shan said with satisfaction, okay, I've finally finished checking all the rewards. Now all that's left is the attribute allocation. Lin Shan sighed. Then he opened his character panel and started adding points. In order to be able to learn astrology in the future, the mysterious attribute is essential, so Lin Shan decided. His current mystical attribute is 44 points, and his spiritual attribute is 29 points. Therefore, Lin Shan directly added 10 points to the mystical attribute, and then added 30 points to the spiritual attribute. It's better to leave 2 free attributes just in case. Omen, your mystery is deepening. Your spirit is transforming. Congratulations. You have taken the second step on your destiny. Is my destiny progressing further? Could it be because my mysticism and spirituality have both broken through 50? Looking at the omen that popped up, Lin Shan said doubtfully, then clicked on the destiny to check. Name, Harbinger. Category, Destiny Path. Rating, Unknown. Destiny abilities, Mystical Perception, Mysterious Veil. Destiny Blessing, Mystic plus 30, Spirit plus 30. Evaluation, the Harbinger, the name of the 9th stage of the Path of Destiny. The abilities of the Harbinger are known only to the Harbinger himself. Among all the paths, except for the common ones, the abilities of the remaining paths. It all varies from person to person. Often, 2 people with the same path can have completely different abilities, but the general direction they ultimately take is pretty much the same. The Path of Destiny is an extremely rare path. There's basically no previous experience to draw on, and everything can only be explored on one's own. 40 more attributes from the Destiny Blessing? Not bad, I like it. When Lin Shan opened the Destiny panel, he was immediately attracted by the added attributes. After all, attributes are something that can be seen at a glance. Then Lin Shan looked at the newly developed Destiny ability. After clicking and feeling it for a while, Lin Shan scratched his head helplessly, then said disappointedly, sure enough, it's still an auxiliary type ability, the Mysterious Veil. Only when the mysterious attribute is twice as high can it perceive my information. Isn't the effect of this ability to hide my own attributes? But what use is this ability in the early stages? Lin Shan closed the Destiny panel helplessly. Fortunately, he had the invisible hand as a means of attack. Otherwise, with his Destiny ability, he would be doomed. There is also Starlight as the next ability later on, so you won't feel weak in the later stages. After sighing for a moment, Lin Shan couldn't help but touch his chin, and then guessed, after the Mystic and Spirit reach 50, the second ability appears. So the third ability is to increase these 2 attributes to 100 points. So 100 attribute points is enough to enter the 8th stage of Destiny, right? Well, luckily I added points evenly. It seems that my mystical and spiritual attributes need to be kept at the same level. Now, they could finally take a break. Suddenly, Lin Shan noticed Gloria busying around. Lin Shan watched Gloria take out her energy refill tank and put it back into the space cabinet. He asked in confusion, Gloria, what are you doing? How come after taking it out, it was put back in again? Hearing this, Gloria looked at Lin Shan and said, Master, this takes up space. Hearing this, Lin Shan looked around the empty room and asked in confusion, the room is 100 square meters now, which is enough for your energy tank. How is it taking up space? Gloria, are you planning to stay awake all time? Hearing this, Gloria nodded and said, for now, Gloria is indeed planning this. Lin Shan, he was speechless, but this was Gloria's own decision. He couldn't force it, right? As an artificial human, Gloria can sleep now or stay awake all the time. But Lin Shan cannot guarantee that Gloria will not have any problems due to not sleeping for a long time. Lin Shan, no, Gloria, you still need a rest. You need to sleep for at least 4 hours. Normal people need enough sleep, usually around 8 hours. So, as an artificial being, 4 hours should be enough for Gloria, right? She could add more later, depending on the situation. Upon hearing this, Gloria couldn't help but puff out her cheeks, but facing her master's gaze, she finally nodded. The master's orders were the most important. Well, the biggest. He took the energy replenishment tank out of the space cabinet again and placed it next to Lin Shan's single bed so that they were arranged together. Lin Shan, Gloria, come over for lunch. After lunch, we'll continue exploring another island. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and sat down. Then I picked up the brown bread and started to eat it, paired with strawberries and water. It was barely edible. By the way, Lin Shan, who was chewing bread, suddenly stood up and walked towards the control panel. After arriving at the control panel and clicking to check, I found that there was indeed an option to build a plantation. Lin Shan directly clicked to build. The next second, the projection screen turned into a floor plan of the island. Lin Shan could clearly see all the features of the island, including the lighthouse, port, woods, unknown mineral veins, fertile fields, etc. Looking at the floor plan of the island in front of him, Lin Shan directly read the instructions and then circled the location of the fertile fields. System ding. To build a plantation area, you need to consume stone 15840 with 3900 and any spatial attribute item 1. Lin Shan looked at the items in his backpack. Well, it was completely enough. After all, he had been selling toilet paper. Well, now he had a fireplace. Because the fireplace not only allows people to live safely in a lighthouse room, but also provides warmth. Business is booming, so Lin Shan has no shortage of wood and stones. Stone and wood are completely sufficient. As for any spatial attribute items, I wonder if a treasure chest monster core would work. Lin Shan first submitted the stone and wood, then took out the treasure chest monster crystal core and tried it. System ding. The plantation's warehouse will be built based on the rating of the space item. The higher the rating of the space item, the larger the warehouse will be. Chapter 91, heading to the second island. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Shan quickly put away the blue quality bronze treasure chest monster crystal core. Just kidding, the warehouse of this plantation has the effect of stopping time. The collected fruits will always remain in the state of being just picked. It must use the best space items. Well, the silver treasure chest monster crystal core found today will come in handy. Lin Shan returned to the space cabinet and replaced the bronze treasure chest monster crystal core in his hand with a silver treasure chest monster crystal core before returning to the control panel. System ding. Are you sure you want to use the treasure chest monster crystal core as storage material? Lin Shan simply clicked OK. System ding. Plantation construction is underway. Expected to be completed in half an hour. Lin Shan took a look and ignored it. It was time for him to set off for the second island. The island indicated by the blue 1-star island route. Lin Shan, Gloria, are you full? It's time to set off for our adventure to the second island. Upon hearing this, Gloria looked at the piece of black bread in her hand that was almost half the size of her fist. She blinked, stuffed it directly into her mouth, and nodded. Gloria, it's too late. Her puffy cheeks made Gloria's words unclear, but her actions made her meaning clear. Looking at Gloria coming up behind him, Lin Shan smiled helplessly and said, Why are you in such a hurry? We still have a long way to go to the harbor. It's enough time for you to finish the black bread you just had. After picking up a glass of purified water and handing it to Gloria, Lin Shan went out directly. Seeing this, Gloria quickly followed with the purified water in hand. The two arrived at the port quickly. Xiao AI, Captain, Lady Gloria, are we going out to sea again? Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, That's right. Thank you for your help, Xiao AI. Xiao, no. Captain, it shall AI's honor. For a ship elf, it is an honor for the ship to be used. If the ship is abandoned and forgotten, then the ship elf, who is the ship, has no reason to exist. By then, after a long time, the ship's spirit will slowly dissipate, and the ship will become an ordinary ship. Therefore, for any ship elf, the best option is to keep the ship in use all the time. Shoot! The pedals spread down. Lin Shan took Gloria up and then sat down in the cabin. Xiao AI. Captain, are we still going to the island we went to this morning? Hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head and said, Let's not go to that island, Xiao AI. Let's go to the island indicated by the blue island route. Xiao AI. Yes, Captain. The total distance is 24.4 kilometers. We can reach the destination in a few minutes at full speed. Lin Shan smiled and said, No need to drive so fast. It will only take 10 minutes. If you drive too fast and hit the monster in the fog, you'll be doomed. I forgot to remind you before. Xiao AI. Well, Captain, don't worry. Xiao AI can distinguish the movement ahead and won't collide. Lin Shan. Be careful, it's always right. Just listen to me, Xiao AI. Xiao AI. Yes, Captain. Captain, Lady Gloria, sit tight. Let's go. Xiao AI shouted loudly, and then the boat started quickly and rushed forward quickly. The direction is opposite. Soon, Xiao AI rushed into the fog. Looking at the fog outside, Lin Shan sighed a little. Although the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar, but he really can't get used to it in this fog. In the fog, you really can't see anything, and you never know what will suddenly appear in front of you. Especially after seeing the goblin being dragged into the fog, Lin Shan now wanted to stay away from the fog whenever he saw it. But Xiao AI was still very fast. Only 10 minutes passed in a flash. As Xiao AI emerged from the fog, an island twice as large as the previous one appeared in the sight of Lin Shan and Gloria. Lin Shan looked at the island in front of him and exclaimed, It's blue, really big. I wonder how many times my island needs to be upgraded to be this big. Although Lin Shan's own island has a blue rating, it is only 1 star, 302,000 square meters, and is still very small. Gloria. Master, there's no fog on this island? Hearing Gloria's words, Lin Shan couldn't help but look around. He looked left and right, and sure enough, he didn't see any fog. He just didn't know if there was any fog behind it. However, they were not found in the fog, but they did see the fish people right by the sea. Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. These murlocs are really everywhere. There are almost 100 of them, right? And they've even built houses. As Xiao AI gradually approached the island, the fishermen quickly noticed it. After a lot of discussion, Lin Shan saw many mermen jumping directly into the sea and swimming towards this side. Oh, these fishmen are courting death. Lin Shan twisted his neck and said, Xiao AI was very fast and arrived at the beach in no time, then docked. The fishermen who were just halfway through the swim looked at the boat that passed them and docked at the shore in confusion. They might as well have been waiting at the shore from the beginning. However, the fishermen quickly came to their senses, turned around, and swam back in a group. Lin Shan and Gloria had already disembarked. Looking at the fishermen in front of him, Lin Shan clenched his fists and touched them together. Ha! The invisible fists also collided with each other. As Lin Shan's extraordinary spiritual attributes become higher, the power of the invisible hand becomes stronger and more handy. Although he had not tested it, Lin Shan could feel that the strength of the invisible hand had at least doubled. Of course, the consumption is also twice as high. Obviously, you have to pay for what you get. However, for Lin Shan, who now possesses more than 70 points of extraordinary spirit, this consumption is nothing to worry about. After seeing 2 humans jumping off this strange thing, the fish people's big round bulging eyes lit up, and then they rushed over with a gurgling sound. He waved the weapon in his hand happily. Seeing this, Lin Shan curled his lips in disdain. Then the identification technique is activated. No matter what kind of enemy you face, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Despise the enemy strategically and take the enemy seriously tactically. After seeing that there was not much difference in the attribute panel, Lin Shan finally felt relieved. Lin Shan, Gloria, come on. Gloria, who had been ready for a long time, nodded and said, Then, Master, I will go first. After saying that, Gloria rushed forward with a gun. Kill 1 fishman at a time with 1 shot, and each shot hits the head, killing him in 1 blow without any delay. After taking a few glances, Lin Shan also joined the battle. After all, fighting is the best teacher. The invisible fist begins to rise. Chapter 92 no Lighthouse. Hundreds of murlocs rushed towards Lin Shan and Gloria frantically, but due to the difference in strength, the murlocs' attacks had no effect at all. As for Gloria, the fishmen didn't even see her figure before the spear pierced their heads and killed them. As for Lin Shan, although he could see the person, the other party's speed was not very fast. But with each punch from Ola's fists, the fishman hit was directly sunken into the sand, dead and unable to die again. As the last murloc that charged forward died, Lin Shan dispersed his invisible hand and looked at the murloc not far away. Gloria had already rushed over, and the remaining 20 or so murlocs, plus the murloc king, all fell to the ground and fell asleep in less than 10 minutes. It feels like murlocs are just as rampant as goblins. Lin Shan, who was walking over, sighed. Hearing this, Gloria tilted her head. She didn't know the answer to this question. Lin Shan didn't pay attention to Gloria's doubts, but went straight to the treasure chest and took a look. Well, a bronze treasure chest without a prefix is okay, but worse than the one in the morning. After putting away the treasure chest, Lin Shan said, Gloria, let's go and continue exploring. Hearing this, Gloria nodded. This island is quite large, and we definitely cannot explore it all today. And unfortunately, this island has no lighthouse. If there really is a lighthouse on such a large island, it would be very obvious. At least the height of the lighthouse is definitely high enough for them to see it when they are on the boat. Lin Shan, Gloria, do you think we should head toward the center of the island, or circle it first? Hearing this, Gloria couldn't help but point at herself and asked in confusion, Master, are you asking me? Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, That's right, I'm asking you. Hearing this, Gloria rolled her eyes, looking at both sides of the beach and then towards the center of the island. Gloria, Master, the area around this island should be the territory of the murlocs we just eliminated. So, Gloria, I recommend heading into the center of the island. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Are we heading into the center of the island? Okay, let's go. After saying that, Lin Shan walked towards the center of the island. This island is quite green, with grass and trees everywhere. Lin Shan looked at the green plants in front of him and sighed. Gloria looked at it and nodded. Indeed, the vibrant scenery was indeed more pleasing to the eye, especially for Gloria. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a vibration sound. Lin Shan and Gloria looked at each other, then hid themselves. The vibration sound continued to get closer, and soon, a giant appeared in the sight of the two. A cyclops? Or an ogre? Seeing this, Lin Shan whispered in surprise. Hearing this, Gloria shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Let's start the identification process. The giant suddenly stopped, and just when Lin Shan thought that the giant had discovered them, the giant sneezed loudly, then rubbed his nose and left. Lin Shan rolled his eyes speechlessly, startling everyone. Then look at the identified attributes. Name, Island Half-Giant. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, great strength, resistant skin. Abilities, massive bombardment, thick skin, pain insensitivity, tearing. Extraordinary attributes, Constitution plus 147, Strength plus 124, Earth plus 13. Evaluation, this is a 7 or 8 meter tall underage island semi-giant, with the blood of a sea giant or an island giant. It is extremely powerful, has thick skin, and strong defense. At the same time, they also have a small amount of magic resistance, and only extraordinary people in the late second stage of destiny can kill them, so hunting half-giants is not a wise choice. Most importantly, half-giants are not worth conquering. Excessive appraisal evaluation, an island half-giant with a little giant blood. Advantages, immense strength, thick skin and flesh, and tenacious vitality. Disadvantages, slow, but please remember the opponent's size advantage. Weaknesses, belly button, armpits. Note that the eyes are not the opponent's weaknesses. One incredible physique and strength, and he's still a minor. If he were an adult, these attributes would be at least several times greater, right? Lin Shan looked at the attribute panel and said in surprise. Gloria nodded when she heard this. Indeed, she needed to use more strength to pierce the opponent's big head. Unlike the murloc, a gentle touch is all that's needed. Looking at the back of the island half-giant leaving, Lin Shan touched his chin, then turned to look at Gloria. Lin Shan, Gloria, is it troublesome for you to kill the opponent? Hearing this, Gloria raised the spear in her hand and said, yes, with more force, you can pierce that big head. Well, the half-giant's head is almost the size of Gloria. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said, is that so? Then let's follow and see if there's a treasure chest in the half-giant's lair on that island. If not, then we can just ignore it. If there is, we can only send the other party down. Gloria nodded, her expression as if she was going to do whatever her master said. She would just take care of the beating. Lin Shan, okay, let's go and take a look. The figure of the island half-giant has disappeared into the woods, but Lin Shan is not afraid of losing him because the footprints are too obvious. The two followed the footprints and soon saw the half-giant on the island. The other party's walking speed was not very fast. If it weren't for its big steps, its speed would be no different from that of an old man crossing the road. It's just a scam. After following for more than 10 minutes, Lin Shan was surprised to find that the nest of the island half-giant was actually in the center of the island. Looking at the cave that was several meters high, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Doesn't this clearly tell him that there are treasures waiting for him in the cave? Lin Shan opened the recorded prompts, the prompts of the first time landing on the island. In addition to lighthouses, there will also be ruins, dungeons, etc. Lin Shan guessed that the cave was either empty or contained ruins or an underground city, and the latter was more likely. Otherwise, why would an island half-giant live here? Well, that's not right. Lin Shan suddenly discovered that there was no food scraps or other garbage around, and there was no sign of life at all. Am I wrong? This isn't the lair of the island half-giant? Then why is it here? Lin Shan looked at the half-giant on the island and whispered in confusion. At this time, Gloria suddenly spoke. Gloria, Master, Gloria senses that something is about to come out of the cave. Chapter 93, Underground Giant Lizard. Hearing Gloria's words, Lin Shan was stunned, and then began to sense it carefully. His spiritual extraordinary attribute is not bad now, more than 70 points. Although he has not studied it systematically, Lin Shan will explore it on his own when he has nothing to do. Then Lin Shan figured out a way to use it. That is, if he focused his attention on one place, he could clearly sense the vague scene of that place. It's a bit like the feeling of a mental scan. Before, when it was around 20 o'clock, it could only sense a distance of more than 20 meters, but now it can easily reach hundreds of meters. Obviously, the higher the spiritual attribute, the higher the effect index. After careful sensing, Lin Shan soon saw a blurry scene. So many unknown creatures. Lin Shan exclaimed. In the entire cave, many creatures are now rushing towards the cave entrance frantically, obviously trying to rush out of the cave and come to the ground. Gloria, Master, it's coming. Lin Shan, yeah, I sensed it too. Lin Shan also discovered that the half-giant on the island had also taken a fighting stance. It was obvious that the other party's purpose of coming here was to get the creatures in the cave. A few seconds later, a group of creatures that looked very similar to San rushed out of the cave and frantically attacked the half-giant on the island outside the cave. Seeing this, Lin Shan quickly began to identify the group of creatures that looked like the third sister-in-law. Name: Underground Monitor Lizard. Strength: Ordinary Extraordinary. Talent: Night Vision. Abilities: Fangs, Bite, Claws, Venom, Spit. Extraordinary Attributes: Constitution +7, Strength +5, Poison +14, Darkness +2. Evaluation: Underground monitor lizards like to live in dark and humid caves. They like to act in groups and have a very strong sense of territory. Any other creatures that step into their territory will be attacked crazily. The underground monitor lizard itself is of very low value, so few people hunt it, which makes it easy for it to spread. In addition, its abnormal reproductive ability. Therefore, many cemeteries and ruins will raise some underground monitor lizards as guardian beasts. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. She really is the third sister-in-law. After complaining, I watched the fight between the two sides. It was quite intense. The underground giant lizards continued to charge towards the half-giants on the island. The half-giant on the island did not tolerate them. He grabbed an underground monitor lizard with his huge palm and smashed it towards the group of monitor lizards, killing one or two at once. The island half-giant's attack method is very simple, just smashing, grabbing, and stepping madly. Although simple, it is extremely effective. Each attack can kill one or two underground giant lizards. However, There were too many underground giant lizards, so they quickly broke through the attack line of the island half-giant and then climbed onto the island half-giant frantically. Then it started to attack, biting madly with its huge mouth, but unfortunately, it couldn't break the defense. However, Lin Shan noticed that the venom of the underground giant lizard was slowly corroding the skin of the island half-giant. So as long as the time was long enough and the number was large enough, the island half-giant would be dragged to death. But it was obvious that the half-giant on the island also knew about it. So he tore the underground giant lizards off one by one with his hands, and then smashed and twisted them to death. But it is obvious that doing this will not result in as many people as the underground giant lizards crawling out. Therefore, the island half-giant directly used his ultimate move, the rolling tactic, while throwing a tantrum. Bang! The island half-giant fell down directly, crushing a large number of underground giant lizards while also providing him with a cushion, and then began to roll. Considering the size of the half-giant on the island, wow, I don't know how heavy it is. Anyway, the underground giant lizard was flattened when it was crushed. The rolling tactic was extremely effective, and the island half-giant immediately gained the upper hand. No matter how many giant lizards come up from the underground, they are not enough to be crushed by the half-giants on the island. Is this game a complete crushing victory? The underground giant lizard only has one venom that can cause slight damage to the island half-giant, but this takes time. How could the island half-giant possibly poison the opponent? So the outcome of the battle is already determined, unless the number of underground giant lizards is large enough to overwhelm the island half-giants. But with the extraordinary physiques of hundreds of half-giants on the island, who knows how long it will take? Anyway, it is impossible to consume all these underground giant lizards. The gap between the two is too big, and they are not on the same level at all. Looking at the scene below, Lin Shan couldn't help but grumble. From this perspective, it feels a bit like a handsome guy fighting a skeleton crawler. Could it be that the island half-giant is the owner of this island? Hearing this, Gloria turned her head and looked at Lin Shan in confusion. Master, what is a handsome boy? Lin Shan, handsome boy, it means someone is very handsome. Hearing this, Gloria nodded. Time passed slowly, and soon an hour had passed. The number of underground monitor lizards in the cave finally began to decrease, and there were already countless underground monitor lizard corpses lying outside, all of them crushed. The island half-giant seemed to know that the end was coming and finally stopped rolling in death. After rolling for dozens of minutes, it is extremely tired and is now sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. After resting for a few minutes, the island half-giant grabbed the bodies of a dozen relatively intact underground monitor lizards and left. Looking at the island half-giant going away, Lin Shan couldn't help scratching his head and said, "Could this island half-giant come here to hunt?" Don't say that. There is such a possibility. Because Lin Shan and Gloria didn't see any other creatures except the murlocs along the way. It was probably eaten by the underground monitor lizard. After all, the number of underground monitors is too exaggerated. Unlike the island half-giants, it can eat more than a dozen underground monitors at a time. Although its appetite is also exaggerated, it is not as large as the huge number of underground monitors. As for why the murlocs are fine, it's probably because they can go into the water. Just when Lin Shan was about to take Gloria down, another group of sisters-in-law rushed out of the cave. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain, "The fight is over, and you guys are just coming out. Aren't you too late?" Shit. Before he could finish his words, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain because these newly emerged underground giant lizards were not out for support, but for eating. Looking at the giant lizards devouring each other underground, Lin Shan was shocked. Tiske, it seems the underground giant lizard that just rushed up was sent to die. Lin Shan now understood that the underground giant lizards had a very strong reproductive capacity, and now on this island, apart from the island half-giants, there were only fishmen left. But the murloc can run into the water. The island half-giants cannot be killed unless the entire tribe attacks. Chapter 94 Cemetery? But if that were the case, wouldn't they all end up killing each other? In that case, it would be better to send some underground giant lizards to attack the island half-giants from time to time, and then the other party would kill them. In this way, they can harvest a lot of food without having to kill each other. Lin Shan, TSK, the leader of this group of underground giant lizards, is quite clever. He actually knows how to use the enemy to consume the excessive population and solve the problem of food source at the same time. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But unfortunately, your clan is about to die today. Lin Shan was very interested in what was inside the cave. Apart from anything else, with so many underground giant lizards, the guaranteed treasure chest would have to be a silver one, right? It might even be a gold one. So there was no way he would let it go. Lin Shan, Gloria, go down. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded and followed Lin Shan downstairs. The appearance of the two immediately attracted all the underground monitor lizards that were eating. In an instant, hundreds of underground giant lizards' eyes lit up, and they stared at Lin Shan and Gloria with a fierce look. To them, the two of them were just extra food, and since they weren't from the same tribe, they must be delicious, right? After all, they hadn't eaten food other than their own kind for a long time. The leader of the underground giant lizards was the first to come out. His mouth was already watering. God knows how much he wanted to change his taste. Unfortunately, the group of fishmen were very cunning. As soon as he and his people rushed over, they fled directly into the sea. But they couldn't defeat the half-giants on the island. Now 2 delicious dishes have arrived at my doorstep automatically. This is too good to be true. Then, the next second, the underground giant lizard leader, who was in a state of fantasy, had his head pierced by Gloria's gun. Lin Shan had no idea what the underground giant lizard leader was thinking. To Lin Shan, the underground giant lizard leader was a sign that he wanted to attack. So, of course, he had to strike first and let Gloria take action directly. Killed with 1 blow, Lin Shan was not idle either, and began to move his invisible fist. The underground monitor lizards became flat again. The underground giant lizard came to its senses and did not react after seeing its leader die. For their group, the strongest one will automatically become the leader. If this one dies, there is still the next one. As for Lin Shan and Gloria, they were drooling over them, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Since the leader hasn't been chosen yet, the underground giant lizards rushed towards Lin Shan and Gloria. If they could get a bite of them, their life would be worth it. Lin Shan and Gloria were unaware of the underground giant lizard's desire for them. After all, they did not understand lizard language. However, they could still see the menacing look of the underground giant lizard. But it doesn't matter, it's just killing anyway. Faced with the siege of the underground giant lizards, Lin Shan and Gloria handled it more quickly and effectively than the half-giants on the island. Lin Shan's invisible hands bombarded the underground giant lizards crazily, and there were 4 of them, and their mental attributes had reached 70 points. The upper limit is to summon 7 invisible hands. So, facing 4 invisible hands, how could the underground giant lizards possibly break through their defenses? A dense barrage of fists would send them straight to the west, back to San's territory. On the other side, Gloria was even simpler and quicker. The spear in her hand went in and out, and the giant lizards underground didn't even have time to react before they all lay down on the ground. They slept very well. There was no sound. About half an hour later, the last underground monitor lizard fell asleep peacefully at the entrance of the cave. Lin Shan scratched his head and grumbled. An island half-giant woke up and found his food supply cut off. Gloria, do you think he'll starve to death? Hearing this, Gloria tilted her head, then thought for a moment before saying, Master, it's called the island half-giant after all, so must be able to swim, right? Lin Shan, yeah, that's right. Never mind. Let's just ignore it. Let's go into the cave and take a look. I wonder if there are any more giant lizards in there. The two of them quickly walked into the cave. Lin Shan's bronze lantern lit up. The two of them soon arrived at the bottom, and there were indeed a few adult underground monitor lizards left guarding the monitor lizard eggs. Lin Shan took a quick glance and found that they were just looking at them warily. After not launching an attack, he ignored them, because Lin Shan discovered a stone gate. Lin Shan and Gloria came to the stone gate and began to look at it. There were some carved patterns on the stone gate. After looking at it for a few times, they said they couldn't understand it. Gloria, tell me, is this a ruin or a tomb? Or maybe even a dungeon? Facing Lin Shan's question, Gloria shook her head and said, I don't know either, Master. This stone door seems to block all intrusions. I can't sense what's inside. Lin Shan, indeed, my mental power can't penetrate it either. Well, forget it. I'll just open the door violently. Lin Shan took Gloria to one side, then directly controlled the invisible hand and smashed it hard against the stone gate. Bang! A huge noise was heard, and the stone gate shook a few times, but did not collapse, it just shook off some dust. Looking at the intact gate, Lin Shan was not surprised. After all, The invisible hand he had just used was just the most common form. How could a force of 2,000 kilograms possibly shake such a gate? After all, this is an extraordinary world and cannot be treated with common sense. Lin Shan once again gathered his invisible hand and smashed it hard against the stone gate. Snap! Bang! The stone gate cracked into several pieces and then collapsed with a loud bang. After seeing that there were no traps or anything like that, Lin Shan carefully took Gloria over there. In order to prevent traps, Lin Shan even placed the invisible hand in front to explore the way. Looking at the tomb passage in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain, "What a familiar scene. It seems this should be a tomb." Lin Shan said that he had also watched tomb-raiding TV dramas and read novels. Then, he moved forward while using his invisible hand to explore the way. It turns out that the invisible hand triggered many mechanisms, but some mechanisms did not respond to the invisible hand. After Gloria tested it, she found that it was thermal induction. In other words, things without temperature cannot be triggered. Soon, the two of them passed through the tomb passage and arrived at the tomb chamber. Lin Shan looked at the tomb in front of him and asked doubtfully, "Just one big tomb? No, such a long tomb passage, just one tomb? I don't believe it." However, looking at the full boxes in the tomb, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, wondering what was inside. Also, this doesn't look like a tomb, but rather a treasure trove or something. Chapter 95, The Beaten Half-Giant on the Island. Looking at the boxes in front of him, Lin Shan roughly counted them and found that there were at least 30 of them. Apart from the box, there was nothing else, so Lin Shan felt that this did not look like a tomb. After all, if it was a tomb, apart from other things, there must be a coffin, right? Looking at the boxes in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, "Gloria, do you think these treasure chests have traps?" Hearing this, Gloria tilted her head and looked at the treasure chest in front of her. Then, the spear in her hand became restless, and she spoke. "Master, how about I try to use my spear to pick up a few boxes?" Lin Shan was immediately furious when he heard this. What if there are fragile items in the box? Not really, Gloria. These boxes aren't worth dying for. Let me use my invisible hand to take a look. Lin Shan said quickly. I'm really afraid that Gloria will shoot me to death. Next, Lin Shan used the invisible hand to start opening the box. Snap! The box was opened directly by an invisible hand, and the items inside the box were exposed in an instant. Lin Shan, Lighthouse gold coins. Hiss! Lin Shan looked at the 30 or so boxes in front of him. Could they all be filled with Lighthouse gold coins? If it is, just open them all, and you will know. Lin Shan said with shining eyes. Then he controlled the invisible hand to fly over and began to open the boxes one by one. As the boxes were opened one by one, soon all 30 or so boxes were opened by the invisible hand. Lin Shan looked up slightly and found more than 30 boxes, half of which were filled with Lighthouse gold coins, and the rest were porcelain, gold, some silk, and other items. In addition, the innermost box contains another box, but this box is more gorgeous, which is an excessive nesting doll behavior. At this point, all the boxes have been opened by the invisible hand, and no traps have been triggered. Obviously, there's no trap here. Looking at the boxes filled with Lighthouse gold coins before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but grin. Then he said, Now, can I use the slave merchant summoning scroll? With so many boxes, even if one box contains 10,000 Lighthouse gold coins, that would be more than 100,000. Not to mention that these boxes are much larger than the boxes of Lighthouse gold coins obtained before. You will only know the exact number of Lighthouse gold coins after you put them into your backpack. Next, it's time to happily collect Lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan directly poured all the Lighthouse gold coins in the box into the other invisible hand, and then put all the Lighthouse gold coins into the backpack. After putting the Lighthouse gold coins from the first box into his backpack, Lin Shan couldn't wait to open the backpack and check it. Lighthouse gold coin 41758. How much? For 40,000 or more? Looking at the number of Lighthouse gold coins in the backpack, Lin Shan couldn't help but be surprised. Hiss! After being surprised, Lin Shan looked at the dozen or so boxes filled with Lighthouse gold coins in front of him. If each box contained around 40,000, then these dozen boxes must contain at least 500,000 or 600,000 Lighthouse gold coins, right? If you put them all in your backpack, you will know. Therefore, Lin Shan started collecting the Lighthouse gold coins, and he didn't even look at the other items. After a few minutes, all the Lighthouse gold coins were put into the backpack, and not a single one fell on the ground. Lin Shan calmed down, then opened his backpack and started looking. Lighthouse gold coin 735912. How much? Tens, hundreds, millions. Oh, 7,730,000. Lin Shan's eyes widened with surprise. 730,000. Even if the hearts of the island weren't on sale, I could buy 14 of them. Lin Shan murmured in surprise. After calming down his excitement, Lin Shan looked at the things in the other boxes. Gold, porcelain, silk, jewelry, gold bricks. Could this be a pirate's treasure trove? It's very likely. Lin Shan looked at the items in the other boxes and couldn't help but guess. But no matter whether it was a pirate's treasure trove or for some other reason, these things were now his. Lin Shan, Gloria, let's move these remaining boxes out first. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then fixed the spear behind her and began to carry it. Because the height of the passage was only about 2 meters, Gloria simply stacked 2 boxes and started moving them out. Lin Shan was summoning 2 invisible hands, and with the one just now, there were 4 invisible hands in total. Next, the 3 invisible hands were spread out and connected into a line, and then another invisible hand was controlled to place the boxes one by one. In this way, a lot of boxes can be placed. At least one invisible hand can hold 6 boxes. It was cleared out in an instant. If I had known, Gloria wouldn't have had to move it. Lin Shan looked at the box and the invisible hand and said in surprise. Then Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to fly out, and even summoned 2 more invisible hands to protect it and prevent the box from falling. I'm not afraid of anything else, but those porcelains are fragile. Lin Shan quickly took the box out of the treasure room and came to the cave. The underground monitor lizard guarding the monitor lizard eggs looked over again with vigilance. Lin Shan didn't bother to pay attention to these underground giant lizards and directly carried the treasure towards the cave. Wow. As soon as he arrived at the cave entrance, Lin Shan heard roars outside. Isn't that the roar of the half-giant on the island? Strange. Why is it coming again? Lin Shan said doubtfully. Although Gloria was outside, Lin Shan was not worried that Gloria would be hurt by the island half-giant. Gloria's strength was not comparable to that of the island half-giant. When Lin Shan came out with the treasure, he saw Gloria whipping the island half-giant on the back with a spear. The half-giant on the island did not resist, but instead hunched over on the ground crying and holding his head. Well, what's going on? It feels like Gloria is bullying a child. Well, aren't these half-giants on this island underage? Isn't this definitely bullying a child? Lin Shan was puzzled at first, then complained. Gloria, what's going on? Did this big guy sneak up on you? Lin Shan walked over with the invisible hand, took a look at the half-giant on the island who was beaten so hard that he dared not move, and then asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Gloria pointed to the side with a look of grievance. Seeing this, Lin Shan looked in the direction of Gloria's hand. Well, the 2 boxes had fallen to the ground, and the contents had fallen out. One box contained gold, and the other contained silk, but there were no fragile items like porcelain, so apart from being a little dirty, there was no loss. Gloria said a little aggrievedly, "It's all this big guy's fault. Otherwise, the box wouldn't have fallen. I told it to stop." Island half-giant. Chapter 96. Find an egg. Woo woo woo. The half-giant on the island was crying out in his heart. It just came to get some more food. Although these underground monitor lizards tasted terrible, the only things left on this island besides these monitor lizards were murlocs, but it couldn't catch murlocs. So I could only eat the underground monitor lizards. I want to take a few more, but I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived, it was beaten by a small guy and screamed. It's still a baby, and it can't even speak out when it's wronged. Is there any other island half-giant as miserable as it? Also, you hit me with that box, and it was you who hurt me, so I accidentally bumped into it. It was clearly your fault, little kid. So why did I get hit? The island half-giant felt wronged, but he had no place to speak out. Not only do they have a language barrier, but Lin Shan and Gloria are also in the same group. Lin Shan couldn't help scratching his head as he looked at the aggrieved half-giant on the island. It looked so pitiful, although its size made it difficult to feel sorry for it. Forget it, Gloria, forget about it. Let's go back to the beach and put these treasures on Xiao AI's deck first. As Lin Shan spoke, he controlled the invisible hand to pick up the items scattered on the ground, put them back into the box, and put them away on the invisible hand. Hearing this, Gloria turned her head and looked at Lin Shan, wondering, "Master, aren't you going to kill it?" Lin Shan waved his hand and said, "There's no need. If there's no treasure chest to drop after killing them, then why bother killing them? It's a waste of energy. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand and walked towards the beach. Seeing this, Gloria blinked, glanced at the half-giant on the island, then put away her spear and chased after him, then followed Lin Shan obediently. The half-giant on the island looked at the female devil following Lin Shan through the gaps between his fingers, and his eyes lit up. What a powerful villain. He can actually subdue such a strong little woman. Well, the island half-giants can still tell the difference between male and female. Looking at Lin Shan and Gloria, who were gradually going away, the half-giant on the island slowly stood up, then looked in the direction they left, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, finally, after taking a look at the box in the invisible hand, the half-giant on the island slowly left. Lin Shan took Gloria and slowly walked towards the beach. Lin Shan smiled and said, "Even if we don't find the treasure chest, it will be totally worth it. 730,000 Lighthouse gold coins. I guess you can even buy purple-rated items?" Gloria, "Well, then, Master, shouldn't we continue searching?" Lin Shan, "Of course we have to continue. If nothing else, there must be a treasure chest in the island half-giant's residence. Given the island half-giant's strength, it must be a silver treasure chest at the very least, right?" Hearing this, Gloria nodded thoughtfully, then said, "So this is why you, Master, didn't let me kill that island half-giant? Are you afraid we won't be able to find his residence?" The Master's really smart. Gloria didn't think of that, and almost missed the treasure chest. Well, listening to Gloria's words, Lin Shan scratched his head awkwardly. He really hadn't thought much about this. He really felt it was unnecessary. It's not that the island half-giant is quite tall. If Gloria wants to kill him, the spear must be completely embedded in the island half-giant's head. Wouldn't that be covered with white brain matter? But Lin Shan didn't explain, leaving Gloria to her own wild imagination. Soon, the two returned to the shore. "Xiao AI, Captain, Lady Gloria, wow, did you find so many treasure chests?" Looking at the treasure chest in the invisible hand, Xiao AI was surprised. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Xiao AI, these aren't treasure chests, but treasures. They must have been hidden here by a pirate group, right?" "Xiao AI, is that so? That's great, Captain. Put them all up?" Lin Shan nodded and said, "Well, then I'll have to trouble Xiao AI to keep an eye on the treasure. We still need to continue exploring." "Xiao AI, don't worry, Captain. Xiao AI will definitely take care of it." Lin Shan patted the boat and said, "Well, I trust Xiao AI, so Gloria and I will set off." "Xiao AI, okay, Captain, Lady Gloria, you must be careful." Lin Shan waved his hand to indicate that it was no problem. Gloria, "Don't worry, Xiao AI, I will protect the Master." Xiao AI, "Yes, thank you for your hard work, Lady Gloria." Watching the two people's backs as they walked away, Xiao AI looked at the treasures on the deck, counted them, and kept staring at them, fearing that one would be lost by accident. Lin Shan and Gloria quickly returned to the cave, and then followed the footprints of the half-giant on the island. It is faster to follow the footprints than to wander around. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two finally saw the residence of the half-giant on the island. Lin Shan looked at the cave in front of him with some surprise. The cave was not deep, only about 10 meters deep, and it looked like it was dug by the island half-giant himself. There were corpses of underground monitor lizards placed in a circle around, and nothing else. After turning around, Lin Shan said in surprise, "No treasure chest? That doesn't make sense." Gloria, the big guy's in here either. Master, could it be that the big guy took it away?" Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but shook his head and said, "The treasure chest is of no use to him. Why would he take it away?" Lin Shan had discovered this a long time ago. Otherwise, the treasure chests in the group of murlocs and goblins would have been opened by them themselves. After all, it's not like murlocs and goblins can't open boxes, right? Even though they're the lowest level monsters and sirens, they still have some brains. Gloria, then Master, I don't know. Lin Shan was also speechless. Perhaps there were no treasure chests near the half-giant on the island? Forget it. Let's go around and see if we can find the treasure chest. Lin Shan said helplessly. Then I just picked a direction and walked in it. But unfortunately, except for the merfolk and island half-giants, the remaining creatures on this island have long been eaten by the underground giant lizards. Otherwise, the underground monitor lizards would not have eaten each other. So the two of them searched around, but found nothing. Although there's a lot of vegetation on this island, strangely enough, there's not even a single fruit tree. But there are some bare trees. Lin Shan guessed that perhaps those bare trees were fruit trees or something like that, but unfortunately they were destroyed by the underground giant lizards. I've been searching for a long time, but haven't even seen an egg. I've been searching for 2 hours and still nothing. Oh, let's go back, Gloria. It's almost dark if we keep looking. Lin Shan said speechlessly. Hearing this, Gloria nodded. Chapter 97. Hey, I successfully captured a half-giant on the island. Helplessly, Lin Shan took Gloria back. Although not many treasure chests were found on this island, the treasure alone was enough for this trip. If Celia knew this, would she hide in her bed and cry secretly? Lin Shan suddenly had a funny thought. Well, that's probably the case, right? After all, she seems to love money. The two quickly returned to the beach. Gloria? Master, look, the big guy is next to Xiao AI. Lin Shan looked over in surprise, and then saw the half-giant on the island sitting on the beach looking at Xiao AI, and it seemed that he was chatting with Xiao AI. What is this big fool doing here? Lin Shan said puzzledly. Then he walked over with Gloria. Xiao AI immediately noticed the arrival of Lin Shan and Gloria. Xiao AI. Captain, Lady Gloria, you are back. They both nodded to Xiao AI before looking towards the island half-giant. Lin Shan asked doubtfully, Xiao AI, what's going on? Xiao AI. Captain, are you talking about Higher Tai? Lin Shan, Higher Tai? Is it the name of this island half-giant? Does Xiao AI understand what he's saying? Xiao AI. Yes, ship elves can understand most languages, especially those of sea creatures. Ship elves can basically understand their languages. Hearing Xiao AI's words, Lin Shan was a little surprised, but soon he looked relieved. Isn't Xiao AI a perfect translator? Xiao AI asked this big idiot what he's doing here. Lin Shan looked at the island half-giant who was looking down at him and spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao AI quickly asked Higher Tai. After hearing Xiao AI's question, Higher Tai began to speak. Lin Shan couldn't understand his rambling language, so he could only wait for Xiao AI to translate. Soon, Xiao AI started translating. Xiao AI. Captain, Higher Tai said he wants to follow you. What? Lin Shan looked at the half-giant on the island in confusion. Seeing his clear eyes, he couldn't help scratching his head, and then said to Xiao AI, Lin Shan, Xiao AI, ask him why he follows me? Upon hearing this, Xiao AI started asking again. After a while, Xiao AI's voice sounded again. Captain, Higher Tai said that you can easily make that little devil obey you. You must be very powerful, so he wants to follow you. When Lin Shan heard this, he was immediately stunned. Are you kidding me? I can't even beat you. How can I beat Gloria? However, looking at the half-giant on the island before him, it seemed reasonable to take him in. He was already frightened by Gloria, so there was no need to worry about him harboring any ill intentions. Moreover, looking at these eyes, which are clearer than those of a college student, well, this big fool is quite simple. Just when Lin Shan was wondering whether to accept it, he saw Higher Tai turn around and seemed to be picking up something. When Higher Tai came back, he was holding 4 treasure chests in his hands. 2 bronze treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 gold treasure chest. Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh my God, no wonder he and Gloria couldn't find the treasure chest. It turned out that you took them all away? Gloria blinked and said, Master, look, I told you it was taken away by that big fool. The tone was somewhat proud. Lin Shan glared at her awkwardly, then turned to look at the treasure chest in Higher Tai's hand. The temptation was so great that it was hard for him to refuse. Although he could rob it, it was obvious that Lin Shan was not that kind of person, otherwise he would not be in the good zone, but in the evil zone. Lin Shan couldn't help but say, Xiao AI, please ask for me. How did he get these treasure chests? These things are useless to him, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao AI immediately started communicating with Higher Tai. Higher Tai shouted at Xiao AI for more than 10 seconds before stopping. Xiao AI, Master, Higher Tai said that he collected these treasure chests to use as hammers, because these treasure chests will not break no matter how hard you hit them. Oh, when Lin Shan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Wow, that's awesome. Lin Shan touched his chin and said, Xiao AI, can you tell him why he thinks I need a treasure chest? No one should have told him this, right? Xiao AI quickly communicated with Higher Tai, and after a while, Xiao AI's voice was heard. Xiao AI, Captain, Higher Tai said that he saw you carrying so many boxes, and they looked very familiar to him. and you seem to like them very much, so he brought a few boxes from his home to come and join you. He meant for you, Captain, to accept the box first, and then accept him. Hearing this, Lin Shan looked at the big, stupid guy in front of him. How could he be so stupid? He was actually very smart. However, although Lin Shan really wanted to accept this big fool, there was no guarantee at all. Higher Tai looked at Lin Shan's hesitant expression and couldn't help but grumble to Xiaowai. After a while, he suddenly realized what was going on and then applied to Lin Shan for island citizenship. System ding. Island half-giant. Higher Tai would like to apply to become an islander. Do you accept? Lin Shan looked at the system prompt in surprise, then said, Islander? System, can you introduce me? Perhaps because Lin Shan was the first to trigger the islander, the system rarely explained. System ding. Islanders are the subordinates subjugated by the island master. They are also the island master's best helpers. System ding. There are two ways to become an islander. One is to apply to the island owner, and the other is for the island owner to conquer you by force. There is no distinction between strong and weak, good and bad between the two. System ding. After becoming an islander, you will devote yourself to developing the island and cannot give up your islander status at will unless you obtain the consent of the island owner or are expelled by the island owner. System ding. Islanders cannot harm the island owner. At the same time, the islanders will respect the island owner, but if the island owner treats them as a nobody, the islanders will resist. System ding. The island's development is inseparable from the islanders, so it is recommended that tower defenders conquer more islanders. Lin Shan first loaded the map, as usual, and then started to read it. The more you look, the brighter your eyes become. Putting aside other things, Lin Shan was very satisfied just because the islanders could not cause any harm to the island owner. At least he could accept Higher Tai, the big fool. Lin Shan, system, I accept Higher Tai as my islander. System ding. Congratulations on conquering your first islander, the island half-giant Higher Tai. System ding. Congratulations to Tower Keeper Lin Shan. Your feat of taming the island half-giant has spread widely throughout the surrounding waters. Legend level +1. Lin Shan looked at the system prompt in confusion. Legend level +1? Did he already have 2 points? Chapter 98, Island Master. Hello, Frog. Higher Tai, Island Master. Hello. Lin Shan looked at Higher Tai in confusion. How could he suddenly understand what Higher Tai said? But the next second, Lin Shan knew the reason. It turned out that after becoming an islander, the language could be mutually intelligible. That is to say, Higher Tai was still speaking the language of the island half-giants. But with the help of the system, Lin Shan heard that it was Chinese. Lin Shan suddenly realized that both Gloria and Celia spoke Chinese, which was obviously impossible. This should be a hidden benefit given by the system, right? Automatically translate languages. It's normal to think about it. They all came here suddenly. So how could they know the common language of this world? Lin Shan nodded to Higher Tai and said, Higher Tai, right? Higher Tai scratched his head and asked in surprise, Island Master, how do you know my name is Higher Tai? Lin Shan, not very smart indeed. Lin Shan, nothing, you just said it yourself. Upon hearing this, Higher Tai couldn't help but recall. Did he say his name just now? Lin Shan ignored Higher Tai and collected all the treasure chests he brought. Then he looked at Xiao AI and asked, Xiao AI, can you bear Higher Tai? Hearing this, Xiao AI smiled and said, No problem, Captain. If it was the unupgraded Xiao AI, it wouldn't work. The current Xiao AI can definitely carry several half-giants like Higher Tai. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, That's good. Then Gloria and Higher Tai get on board. It's time to go back. After saying that, Lin Shan went straight onto the boat. Gloria hurried to follow. Higher Tai also strode over, climbed onto the deck, and sat down. Well, with his size, he could only sit on the deck. But when Higher Tai climbed onto the boat, Xiaowai didn't even shake at all. It seems that what Xiaowai said is true. There is enough space for a few more. Xiao AI, Higher Tai, hold on tight. We're about to set off. Higher Tai nodded and said, Sister Xiaowai, I'm sitting tight. Xiao AI first retreated slowly. After all, the bow of the ship was facing the island. When she was able to turn around, Xiao AI slowly turned the boat around. And then with a whoosh, the boat sped forward quickly. In a few seconds, he was lost in the fog. Higher Tai obviously knew how terrible the fog was. So, as soon as Xiao Ai entered the fog, he began to close his mouth and look at the fog around him carefully. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Higher Tai would scream, which might attract the monsters in the fog to appear. This time, Xiao AI didn't go full speed ahead, probably because Higher Tai was sitting on the deck. She was afraid of throwing him overboard. Although the island half-giant can swim, the noise of falling into the water is extremely loud. After all, it is because of its size. More than 10 minutes later, Xiao AI successfully returned to the port of her island. Slowly approaching the port and docking, Xiao AI said, "Captain, Lady Gloria, Higher Tai, we're home." Higher Tai looked at the small island in front of him and scratched his smooth head. Did he follow the wrong person? But the next second, he turned his head and saw an adult shallow sea crab running rampant on the beach. Slurp. He didn't follow the wrong person. Aren't crabs tastier than monitor lizards? Higher Tai climbed off the boat in a hurry and rushed towards the shallow sea crabs frantically. The shallow sea crab's eyes suddenly straightened up, and looking at the huge monster running towards it, it was immediately frightened and roared into the sea. But how could Higher Tai let the shallow sea crabs escape? How could they let them escape after finally improving their food? With a running motion, Higher Tai pounced forward. Bang! One hand pressed heavily on the back shell of the shallow sea crab, and the shell cracked instantly. The shallow sea crab struggled desperately, and its big claws clamped down hard on Higher Tai's thick arm. But unfortunately, it did not break the defense at all. Higher Tai was so happy when he caught shallow sea crabs. However, he did not enjoy it immediately. Instead, he grabbed the shallow sea crab and walked towards Lin Shan, who had already gotten off the boat. "Higher Tai, I'm a master here." Lin Shan was stunned when he heard this. It seemed that he held a very high position in Higher Tai's heart. Or maybe it is the custom of the half-giant tribe on the island of Higher Tai to eat first. But it's the kind that Higher Tai treats him as the boss, which is very good. Lin Shan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Higher Tai, eat by yourself. I'm not hungry yet." Hearing that Lin Shan didn't need it, Higher Tai was stunned at first, but he started eating happily the next second. He simply tore off a crab leg and started to chew it, chewing it with a crunch. Obviously, the hard shell of the shallow sea crab is just crispy skin to Higher Tai. As Higher Tai ate, he sighed in his heart. Is this the food of a sea giant? Even dogs wouldn't eat that underground giant lizard. Huh, what is a dog? Higher Tai was stunned for a moment, but he put out of his mind the next second and continued to enjoy it. Lin Shan, "Higher Tai, you can find a place to live anywhere you want, but you can't go into places with buildings, okay?" Higher Tai nodded to Lin Shan while gnawing on a shallow sea crab. Seeing this, Lin Shan smiled with relief. "Okay, you're obedient enough." Looking at Higher Tai, who was eating shallow sea crabs, this was why Lin Shan was not worried that he would have no food to eat. Every time the tide receded, there would always be a few sea beasts appearing, which could be a source of food for Higher Tai. Anyway, it's much better than eating the underground monitor lizard on that island. Not to mention that when the fruits grow later, the food will be improved, and there will be rice. By then, there will be enough rice. Ignoring Higher Tai, who was eating crabs, Lin Shan returned to the boat and opened the boxes one by one. Looking at the items in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but murmur, "Leave all the silk, and as for the porcelain, the plates, bowls, and cups can be kept, and the remaining vases, I'll check the chat channel to see if other people are buying it." Then Lin Shan looked at the gold products. He didn't know how much these gold products cost. There was no way. Lin Shan didn't know the price of gold in this world, and he also didn't know the price of jewelry, but must be not low. After all, the ordinary pearls purchased from Celia only cost 200 gold coins. I don't know what the slave traders are buying them for. If you don't know the market, you can easily be ripped off. However, this is a good area, and judging from Celia's performance, it seems that she doesn't dare to cheat others too much. In this case, you can ask. After careful selection, Lin Shan separated out what he needed and prepared to sell the rest. Chapter 99 Slave Trader, Harry. After picking and choosing, Lin Shan took a photo of the porcelain, then uploaded it to the chat channel and asked if anyone needed it. Unexpectedly, so many people wanted it. Seeing this, Lin Shan started selling it directly in his personal store. What Lin Shan didn't expect was that everyone had more or less some Lighthouse gold coins in their hands. Lin Shan asked this question with some confusion. After reading their replies, Lin Shan finally understood that today's treasure chests all contained Lighthouse gold coins. Although the quantity was not large, every treasure chest would contain some. Some people speculate that the appearance of lighthouse gold coins may have been due to the arrival of sea merchants. Otherwise, it would be a disadvantage to always sell equipment or props. Lin Shan couldn't help but smile and said, "That's great. Everyone has lighthouse gold coins now, so I could just sell them." From their discussion, Lin Shan already knew that some big guys had figured out the upper and lower limits of the lighthouse gold coins. The upper limit of the wooden treasure chest would not exceed 200 lighthouse gold coins. Well, it was not as valuable as a pearl, but the lighthouse gold coins were accessories. Then there are the black iron treasure chests, which contain no less than 200 and no more than 500 coins. Next are the bronze treasure chests, which contain no less than 500 and no more than 1,000 coins. There are also a few silver treasure chests. Due to the lack of data, the lower and upper limits cannot be measured, but according to people who opened the silver treasure chest, more than 4,000 coins were directly obtained, and another person opened more than 7,000 coins. Obviously, the lower limit is unknown, but the upper limit will not be low, and it will most likely be 10,000 lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan said that made sense, and then began to consider how many lighthouse gold coins should be sold. There aren't many porcelain pieces here. Apart from those left by Lin Shan, the ones he sells are all relatively useless to him, such as vases. Finally, Lin Shan decided to let them bid themselves. The lower limit is 200 lighthouse gold coins, and the upper limit is 1,000 lighthouse gold coins. There are about 40 pieces of porcelain that can be sold here. Even if each piece is sold for 200, he could get 10,000 lighthouse gold coins. This is much more cost-effective than using energy stones. Lin Shan put the items on the shelves one by one. In his personal store, he could only put up to 10 items on the shelves now. Apart from toilet paper and fireplaces, there were still 8 empty spaces. So Lin Shan put 8 items on the shelves at one time. As a result, they were sold out in just a few seconds, and the maximum purchase price was 1,000 lighthouse gold coins. Obviously, each of them has more than 1,000 lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan blinked, then smiled and said, "Although I didn't open the treasure chest from the sea fishing today and receive the lighthouse gold coins, what you gave me is almost the same. There should be no lighthouse gold coins in the island treasure chest. Otherwise, Lin Shan would not have found even a single lighthouse gold coin when he opened the treasure chest in the morning." The 47 pieces of porcelain were quickly sold out, earning a total of 47,000 lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan, this is worth a treasure chest. Adding these 47,000 lighthouse gold coins, I now have a total of 780,000 lighthouse gold coins, right? Lin Shan muttered as he opened his backpack and looked inside. Sure enough, 735912 plus 47,000 is exactly 782,912 lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan was very satisfied and was ready to summon the slave merchants. Although it is already 5:30, Lin Shan believes that the slave traders have a way to deal with the fog. It should be said that all sea merchants should have a way. Perhaps it is the protection of the system. After all, sea merchants have always been sailing in the fog. Standing by the river for a long time is bound to get your feet wet. So, surely sea merchants must have some kind of protection? Lin Shan, Gloria, come here. Let's move all this back to the lighthouse room. Hayatai, come and help too. Hayatai, who was sucking his fingers after eating shallow sea crabs, hurried over when he heard this. Lin Shan looked at the saliva in his hand, rolled his eyes helplessly, and then said, "Wash your hands in the sea, and then raise them properly." Upon hearing this, Hayatai hurriedly did as he was told. After rubbing his hands, he placed his palms flat. Lin Shan directly put the box containing silk into Hayatai's hands. There were not many boxes of silk, only 4. It seems that silk is also a valuable item in this world, right? Of course, it is also possible that it was used. After all, silk is very good whether it is made into clothes or quilts. After putting the box away, Lin Shan asked Gloria to take Hayatai to the lighthouse room. Hayatai looked at Gloria with fear, afraid that she would hit him with the stick again, so he followed Gloria obediently. Seeing this, Lin Shan shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, Gloria now would be a lifelong shadow for Hayatai, right? This is even worse than the sister who is suppressed by blood. Okay, next is to summon the slave traders. Lin Shan smiled as he controlled the invisible hand. Then I walked toward the lighthouse. Well, the summoning scroll was in the space cabinet of the lighthouse. When Lin Shan arrived at the lighthouse room, he saw Hayatai bending over and carefully placing the box in his hand on the ground. Well, there was also a crushed box on the ground. Well, Lin Shan could probably guess the reason. It was probably because Tai mistook this treasure box for a system treasure box. Fortunately, the box was a silk box. It didn't matter if the box was broken. The silk would just have some marks on it, but it could still be used. After Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to send all the boxes into the lighthouse room, he went to the space cabinet and took out the slave, sea merchant summoning scroll. Looking at the busy Gloria, Lin Shan said with a smile, "Gloria, you clean up here. I'll go summon the slave traders." Hearing this, Gloria nodded and said, "Okay, master." After walking out of the lighthouse room, Lin Shan turned to look at Tai and said with a smile, Tai, come with me." Upon hearing this, Tai happily followed. As expected, the island owner is the best. This is the second time he has been rescued from the little devil. Lin Shan quickly brought Tai back to the port. Lin Shan took out the scroll and used it directly. System ding. Detected the tower keeper has used the slave, sea merchant summoning scroll, summoning the nearest slave, sea merchant for you. System ding. Summoning successful. Sea slave trader, Harry, will arrive at the port in half an hour. Half an hour? That's not bad. It's only 6 o'clock. Lin Shan looked at the system prompt and smiled. Next, it's time to wait. I don't know what kind of slave I can buy with my 780,000 yuan plus these gold items. In fact, Lin Shan wanted to buy the same elf as Celia, not for anything else but for the catalysis. Chapter 100. Prepare to buy slaves. Lin Shan sat on the mast, waiting for the arrival of the slave sea traders. Half an hour will be up soon, only about 1 minute left. Lin Shan also looked toward the fog. It was impossible for the slave, sea merchant ships to appear out of thin air, right? As half an hour passed, the fog was instantly broken. Hiss! Lin Shan couldn't help but gasp. Big, so damn big. This slave trader ship was at least 50 meters tall and 40 meters wide. Its length is unclear as it was coming head-on. It's a complete behemoth. No, the slave merchant ships are really that exaggerated. Isn't this a bit too big? Lin Shan said in surprise. The slave sea trader's ships did not approach the port. Just kidding, no normal port could accommodate this ship. Under Lin Shan's shocked gaze, the slave sea merchant's ship began to slowly turn sideways. A few minutes later, all the ships finally appeared in Lin Shan's sight, with a length of at least 500 meters. Lin Shan was stunned. After a while, he came to his senses and uttered 2 words. Awesome. The length of this ship is almost catching up with his island. Just when Lin Shan was still in shock, a figure flew over from the giant ship. Then it slowly landed in front of Lin Shan. Ha ha, little brother, you're the island master who summoned me, right? Not bad. At such a young age, you dared to become an island master? Harry, I admire people like you who dedicate themselves to the world the most. The visitor laughed loudly. Lin Shan listened and was a little confused. What does it mean to contribute to the world? But he didn't ask stupidly. Instead, he smiled and said, No, my island is not as big as your ship, boss. Harry laughed when he heard this. Huh, aren't you being modest? Lin Shan. Harry, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. That's so rude. Forgive me, little brother. Hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head. Harry, ahem, you young people are polite. Ahem, my name is Harry Peter. As you can see, I'm a slave trader. What about you, little brother? Lin Shan. Hello, Boss Harry. My name is Lin Shan. I'm the owner of Small Island. Hearing this, Harry smiled and said, Brother Lin Shan, you summoned me here because you must be buying a slave. I think you're a good match, so I'll give you a 20% discount. Lin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said gratefully, In that case, I thank you, brother. Xiao AI moved towards Brother Harry's boat. Lin Shan said to Xiao AI. Xiao AI. Yes, Captain. Harry looked at Xiao AI with some surprise, then said in astonishment, Huh, Brother Lin Shan, your boat is quite good. The boat spirit is very intelligent. Tai, Island Master, I'm on the boat on the sea. Hearing this, Lin Shan turned around and looked at Tai, saying, Just wait here. Harry, huh? An island half-giant? TSK, little bro, I didn't expect you to be so rich. You know, giant-type slaves are very expensive, this island half-giant. Judging from its size, it should be underage, right? It's worth at least 100,000 lighthouse gold coins. Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile and said, Tai is not my slave. He follows me voluntarily. Harry, I followed you voluntarily? That's amazing, little brother. I didn't expect you to be such a heartthrob. No wonder I felt so close to you the moment I saw you. Lin Shan smiled when he heard this, but did not reply. If what Harry said was true, it was just affinity. By the way, Brother Harry, take a look at these gold items. Do you want to take them? Lin Shan asked Harry. Harry smiled and said, Of course I will. I may be a slave trader, but I'm also a businessman. How could I not accept it? Where is it? Take me over to see it. Lin Shan. Brother Harry, come here, please. Coming to the boxes where the gold items were kept, Lin Shan opened all the boxes, revealing the gold items inside. Seeing this, Harry observed carefully for a while. Harry, tis TSK, Brother Lin Shan, these are quite old antique gold pieces, and they are worth a lot. If you really want to sell them, I will buy them all. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a fair price. Lin Shan smiled and said, What are you talking about? Why would you ask Brother Harry to come here if you're not going to sell me? Brother Harry, just take them all. I could buy a few more slaves. Harry heard this and said with a smile, Don't worry, Brother Lin Shan, I won't cheat you. These gold items are antiques and are extremely valuable to some people. Well, how about this, Brother Lin Shan? I will buy a batch of gold from you at twice the normal market price. After all, I still need. Before Harry could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Shan. Lin Shan laughed and said, Brother Harry, you're being too polite. I'll sell all of these to you, brother. Upon hearing this, Harry patted Lin Shan on the shoulder and said, Thank you, Brother Lin Shan. Your batch of gold artifacts can just help me. Let's go. I'll lead the way for you personally. Pick out some of the best slaves. Lin Shan. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Harry. Xiao AI has already arrived under the giant ship. In comparison, the slave merchant ship seems even bigger. Just when Lin Shan was wondering how to get up, a ladder slowly descended from above. Harry, Brother Lin Shan, please. Lin Shan nodded, and then the two of them walked into the elevator one after the other. Then the ladder slowly rose. Harry, Brother Lin Shan, have you thought about buying any slaves? Hearing this, Lin Shan touched his chin and said, Brother Harry, do you have any elves here? Harry couldn't help but show an expression of instant understanding when he heard this, and then smiled and said, Of course there are. The elves have always been very popular. Not only elves, but also demi-humans here. There are cat-ear girls, rabbit-ear girls, fox-ear girls, etc. We have them all. Brother Lin Shan, do you want to take a look? Well, looking at Brother Harry, who suddenly became a little wretched, Lin Shan felt helpless. Brother, did you misunderstand me? Lin Shan scratched his head awkwardly and said, Brother Harry, you misunderstood me. I have an orchard on my island, and I need a few elves who can perform catalysis to help me look after it. Upon hearing this, Harry couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration, I didn't expect that what you needed, Brother Lin Shan, was a practical slave. Yes, as the island master, you really need a slave who can help you. Brother didn't misjudge you. Lin Shan looked at Harry with a confused look on his face. Chapter 101, Appraisal Qualification Certificate. Harry, come on, Brother Lin Shan. I'll take you to the elf area first. Harry took Lin Shan directly to the elevator, pressed the 12th floor button, and began to speak. Brother Lin Shan, I'm one of the biggest slave traders. Not only are my prices fair, but I also treat my slaves well. My ship has a total of 15 floors. Except for the black slaves on the lowest floor, the slaves on the remaining floors are treated very well. Hot-selling slaves like the elves are all above level 10, not to mention their quality of life. After all, without a good environment, what will happen if they become haggard? Then you won't be able to sell it for a good price, right? So, brother, I extremely despise those slave traders who lock up elves, demi-humans, and humans in dungeons. They have no idea how to run a business. If you don't make your store's environment good, customers won't want to come. Harry introduced proudly. What could Lin Shan do? Smile. At this moment, all he had to do was keep smiling. Soon, as the elevator opened, the two of them arrived at the level where the elves were imprisoned. After walking out of the elevator, Lin Shan was surprised to find that this floor was a room full of plants. Although they looked like ordinary plants, they were still surprising. Moreover, these plants look excellent and are obviously carefully cared for. Harry, Brother Lin Shan, you want an elf that can perform catalysis, right? Then forest elves are the best. They basically all can perform catalysis, and they also like plants. You can't go wrong buying them. This level is the elf level. I'll call them out now and let you choose carefully. Don't worry, Brother Lin Shan. I have all the appraisal certificates here. You can check them one by one and take your time to choose. Don't be in a hurry. Hearing this, Lin Shan asked in confusion, Identification Qualification Certificate. Harry. Yes, this is the appraisal expert I hired specially. She can appraise the qualifications of the slaves. The better the qualifications, the more expensive they will be. However, there are too few people who can do the appraisal. The appraisal expert I hired is just someone who knows intermediate appraisal skills. But even so, I have to pay him 100,000 Lighthouse gold coins every month. Lin Shan said calmly. There's nothing I can do. Identification is so difficult to learn. Harry shook his head and said, Isn't that so? Actually, identification isn't that difficult to learn. It's just that there are too few people who can learn it. Not only do you need a mutated eye, you also need to have this talent. Lin Shan couldn't help but murmur in his heart. It seems that the identification skills rewarded by the system are very perverted. The system gives identification crystals, but there are no restrictions. You can learn it by using it directly. In other words, is it easy for these tower guards to learn the appraisal technique? Or is it because of the ability crystal? And locals like Harry acquire their abilities through self-study? Just when Lin Shan was still in deep thought, Harry took out a megaphone and shouted, Hello? Well, great. Girls, come out and receive the customers. Lin Shan, who was awakened, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. What does it mean to receive customers? When the elves in the rooms or halls heard this, a trace of panic flashed in their eyes, but no elf stayed where they were, and they all walked towards the hall. Obviously, for the elf slaves here, every arrival of a guest is a new life choice for them. They just hope that the guest is a kind master. Many elves prayed silently in their hearts. Harry, brother Lin Shan, come, let's sit here and wait for a while. They will be here soon. Otherwise, why don't you take a look at the appraisal qualification certificate first? Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Then let's take a look at the appraisal qualification certificate first. Harry, of course, I'll get it for you right away, bro. After saying that, Harry walked directly to the cabinet on the side, opened the green drawer, and took out a thick book. Harry, brother Lin Shan, there aren't many forest elves here, only 43. You can take a look first. If you find one you like, how about waiting until they're all here to see the real one? Lin Shan nodded when he heard that, then smiled and said, Then, brother, I'll take a look first. Harry smiled and said, Of course, of course. How about we take a look? Then, brother Lin Shan, you take a look first. By the way, brother, this potential is from front to back. That is, the elves on the first page have the highest potential. Lin Shan nodded when he heard this, and then began to flip through the pages. Each page contains information about the elves, which must have been summarized by an appraiser. Name, Elia Hoshino. Age, 883. Talent, Tree Speaker confirmed, rare talent. Wood Affinity confirmed, rare talent. Abilities. Known abilities include common abilities of the elves, 7 white abilities, 3 green abilities, 2 blue abilities, and 2 yellow abilities. Destiny, Guardian of the Forest. Extraordinary attributes, Wood plus 397, Wind plus 41, Spirit plus 81, Mystic plus 62, Constitution plus 13, Strength plus 4, Agility plus 17. Summary, a high-potential elf with rare and uncommon talents, whose destiny has reached the middle to late second stage. Price, 200,000 Lighthouse gold coins. After reading the first elf's appraisal results, Lin Shan couldn't help but think, 200,000? For this kind of stats, it's not expensive at all. It could even be said to be quite cheap. Therefore, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask Harry. Lin Shan, brother Harry, what's the price of this Elia Hoshino? Is it? Harry laughed when he heard this and said, Why? Brother Lin Shan, do you think it's too expensive? This is already very fair. I, your brother, never cheat anyone in business. I always do business with integrity. I just earn my hard-earned money, bro. Lin Shan silently swallowed the word cheap. Okay, then he wouldn't ask. But if each one was priced at hundreds of thousands, then he wouldn't be able to buy much, right? Lin Shan, okay, let me take a look. After saying that, Lin Shan turned the page again and looked at the information of the second elf. After a quick glance at the properties, I looked at the final price. 120,000 yuan? A difference of 80,000 yuan? Lin Shan couldn't help but compare them. Besides the difference in attributes being only a dozen points, the second one also had a rare talent. How could it be that he was only slightly worse than the first one? But this time Lin Shan did not ask Harry, but continued reading. Well, the further down you go, the cheaper it is, but the further down you go, the younger you get. Chapter 102 Harry, brother Lin Shan, you are truly my lifelong confidant. No, I want. Lin Shan calculated silently. The first elf cost 200,000, the second 120,000, the third 100,000, and the fourth one dropped significantly to only 60,000. The rest were between 40,000 and 60,000. However, the elves below the fourth rank have no future. Can it be said that the cheapness was beyond his expectations? Or is it that the purchasing power of the Lighthouse gold coin is actually very high? However, the amount of Lighthouse gold coins I know of now is only 780,000, which seems not enough to buy all these forest elves. After all, the first three cost 430,000 Lighthouse gold coins, and there are 40 more behind. Among this group of elves, even the weakest one has a wood-type extraordinary attribute of more than 100 points. It can be said that the weakest one is much stronger than him. I don't know the exact price of that batch of gold artifacts. When he and Harry got on the boat, Harry had already asked someone to go down and take inventory. I guess we can estimate it soon, right? Just as Lin Shan was thinking about it, a maid came over. Maid, Master Harry, the elves have gathered. Do you want to call them in now? Harry didn't answer immediately after hearing this. Instead, he looked at Lin Shan and said with a smile, Brother Lin Shan, the elves are all here. Do you want to take a look now? Lin Shan came back to his senses and put down the qualification certificate in his hand. He said, Sure. Thank you for your help, brother. Harry laughed and said, What's the trouble with this? Brother Lin Shan, you're just too modest, which is not good. Even though Harry said it was bad, the smile on his face never stopped. Harry, go and bring in all the elves. The maid nodded and walked out. After a while, the maid came back again, but this time she was not alone, but was followed by dozens of elves. Then, the elf girls stood in 3 rows under the arrangement of the maids. Lin Shan looked at the elves in front of him. They all looked pretty good. It seemed that what Harry said was true. He really didn't treat them unfairly at all. The elf girls also looked at Lin Shan, sitting on the sofa. Is this the buyer today? A human? A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of many elves, especially those who were less than 500 years old, and each of them was less than 1.5 meters tall. Well, there are 43 elves, 16 of whom are underage elves. However, those who are older, such as Elia Hoshino, who is ranked first, are different. Her eyes can't help but light up. Her unidentified talent clearly shows that she is a bright person, with the radiance of humanity shining brightly and almost no dark spots. In other words, he is a good person. Why is that elf named Elia staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Lin Shan thought doubtfully, then looked down at the reflection on the table. Well, no, it was clean. At this time, Harry patted Lin Shan on the shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Lin Shan, everyone is here. How are you? Are you looking good? Is there anyone you like? Lin Shan turned to look at Harry and said with a smile, They look really good indeed. It seems like brother treats them really well. Harry laughed and said, That's right. I, Harry, say you're the second best to slaves. No slave trader dares to claim to be the best. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and agreed. That's right, Brother Harry, you're the best. Then Lin Shan began to identify Elia. Although there is a big difference in spirit, Lin Shan has a mysterious bonus, which makes him surpass the opponent. However, the opponent also has mysterious attributes, so there is no excess appraisal. Soon, Elia's attributes appeared in front of Lin Shan. Lin Shan did not display the system panel, so other people could not see it, so he checked it with confidence. Name, Elia Hoshino. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, guardian of the forest. Talents, natural perception, tree speech, wood affinity, forest guardian form. Abilities, vine stab, growth, forest barrier. Extraordinary attributes, wood plus 424, wind plus 73, spirit plus 103, mystic plus 71, constitution plus 17, strength plus 9, agility plus 33. Evaluation. This spirit chosen by the guardian of the forest can accelerate the growth of natural creatures. Its potential is enormous, so I recommend acquiring it. Lin Shan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This attribute was completely different from what was on the appraisal qualification certificate. You know, the time on that qualification certificate is only about 1 year. Lin Shan silently identified several other elves. Sure enough, their attributes had increased a lot. Although not as abnormal as Elia's, they were also very good. You know, this is free. Lin Shan turned to look at Harry and said, Brother Harry, you just saw it. My island is empty and I'm short of people right now, so I want to buy all these elves. Harry was surprised when he heard this. You want all of them? Lin Shan nodded and said, "That's right, but I only have 780,000 yuan on me. I wonder what the price of those gold items is. Have you figured out the price yet?" Harry smiled when he heard that. "Don't worry, I'll ask now." After saying that, Harry shouted directly, "Potter, ask the appraiser, has the gold artifact of my brother Lin Shan been appraised? What is its estimated value?" "Potter, Captain Harry, please wait a moment. I will ask." After a while, "Potter, Captain Harry, the appraiser said that these gold artifacts are antiques. The current market value is at least 1.58 million yuan." "Harry, 1.58 million? Oh, I didn't expect it to be so expensive. That's a bit unexpected." Harry then turned to look at Lin Shan and said with a smile, "Brother Lin Shan, did you hear that? 1.58 million. And I told you before, I'll give you twice the market price. That's 3.16 million, more than enough for you to buy all these elves." Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile and said, "It's indeed a big surprise. Well, brother, I want all these elves. Oh, brother Harry, I also have a low-level mineral vein on my island. Do you have any race here that is good at mining?" Harry touched his chin after hearing this, and then said, "Dwarves are good at mining. Unfortunately, I sold out the last batch of dwarves. Dwarves are very popular because of their forging skills." Lin Shan, "Then there are no other races?" Harry, "Let me think about it. Someone who's good at mining a kobold? Too ugly. Not suitable for you, bro lizardman. Not good either, still ugly." Chapter 103 By All at Once. Harry scratched his head and said helplessly, "Sorry, brother Lin Shan, I've just finished my business and am going back to my hometown, so most of the slaves on the ship have been sold. There aren't many of the ones you want that are good at mining left. They're all ugly, and it's not appropriate to sell them to you. Or why not buy some of the lowest class black slaves? They're tall and strong and can barely mine. Most importantly, they're cheap. You can buy 10 of them for 10,000. So there's no need to feel sad if they die." "Well," Lin Shan waved his hand and said, "Don't take the black one. I don't like it." Harry understood what he said. "Yes, they are indeed disgusting." Lin Shan, "By the way, brother Harry, didn't you say there are still some demi-humans? What are their physical conditions like?" Upon hearing this, Harry replied directly, "Demi-humans? Their physiques are indeed better than humans, and their strength is even better than that of elves." "Well, brother Lin Shan, your idea is not bad. Demi-humans can indeed mine." "Ha ha. Come on, I'll take you to see the Asians. Although we've sold most of them, there's still some Asians left." Lin Shan smiled and said, "I'm sorry to trouble you to lead the way again, brother." Harry couldn't help but pat Lin Shan on the shoulder and said with a helpless smile, Look, you're being modest again, aren't you?" Then Harry said to the maid beside him, "Take all these elves to the deck and send them to brother Lin Shan's island. Do you understand?" "Maid, I understand. Master Harry." Then Harry invited Lin Shan. "Come on, brother Lin Shan, let's go to the 11th floor to see the demi-humans." Lin Shan nodded, and then the two of them walked towards the elevator. The elves looked at each other in bewilderment. They hadn't expected all of them to be bought out. After all, their prices weren't cheap. In the last big deal, only a few members of the tribe were bought, and it wasn't the same person but several groups of people. But this seemed like a good thing, right? At least they don't have to be separated anymore. Thinking of this, many elves' favorability towards Lin Shan increased rapidly. The older elves were in a better mood at the moment, and they also had a lot of favorable feelings towards Lin Shan, but not much. On the other hand, it was Elia, the elf who knew through her talent that Lin Shan was full of shining points. Her favorability increased even more than that of the other elves because she was the daughter of the clan leader. Although they are now slaves and their membership in the tribe is meaningless, they can still live with their fellow tribesmen. For her, it is still very good, especially for the current tribesmen, who are the last group of their clan. For Elia, being able to protect the last members of her tribe is enough to satisfy her. If she had been bought by someone alone, it would have been hopeless. Fortunately, the abilities she deliberately displayed greatly increased her price. That's why it has never been sold. In the elevator, "Harry, brother Lin Shan, there are no strong male demi-humans left here. They're all female. Are you sure you want to buy them?" "Lin Shan, let's wait and see." Harry nodded and smiled. "True, but when I think of a group of cute cat-eared and fox-eared girls mining with pickaxes, that picture is just too beautiful." Lin Shan said helplessly, "Who told you, brother Harry, that you don't have any good mining slaves?" Harry couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, so it's still my fault, brother? Ha ha." Lin Shan smiled and said, "That's not the case. It's great for me to meet someone like you who takes such good care of slaves. At least I don't have to wait for them to recover and can start working right away, right? Harry nodded with a smile upon hearing this and said, "That's right. Some people make slaves half dead. Not only are the prices extremely cheap, but buyers will also be hesitant. After all, if a slave like this cannot be cured, the money will be wasted. If the condition is too serious, the cost will increase again. It is not cost-effective no matter how you look at it, so the desire to buy will decrease a lot. But I am different from you, my brother. Basically, no one who comes to my place goes back empty-handed. They will bring back 1 or 2 slaves. Even if you can't afford it, there are still the lowest-ranking black slaves at the bottom. Well, their treatment is worse, but at least they are clean and have black bread to eat." Bite. The elevator door opened, and we arrived at the 11th floor. "Harry, brother, there are about 57 demi-humans left here, all female, half of whom are minors. If you want them all, I'll sell them to you at a low price." Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but scratch his head and said helplessly, "Brother, are they all women? Then my island is almost turning into a land of women." Harry laughed and said, "What's wrong with that? Have you seen any men along the way? On the entire Potter, apart from me, your brother, the only other men are slaves. TSK, TSK. Looking at beautiful women every day makes me feel happier, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Lin Shan asked in confusion, "Brother, aren't you afraid of encountering pirates or something?" "Harry, what are you afraid of? The guards here are from the Amazon female hunter clan. Their fighting ability is no worse than that of men, and they are even more ferocious. Well, their bodies are also very wild, and each one has abs. I'm ashamed of myself." Harry subconsciously rubbed his abdominal muscles. Hearing this, Lin Shan asked in surprise, "Amazon?" Harry, well, Amazon, a country composed entirely of women, but they like to divide into tribes. My group of guards were purchased from other Amazon tribes. Lin Shan nodded. It seemed that it was not the same Amazon, which scared him. Harry did not summon the demi-human this time, but took Lin Shan to see it directly. Well, when he was gathering the elves, he also asked them to gather as well. After all, subhuman women were no worse than elves and were also very popular. Under Harry's guidance, Lin Shan soon saw the subhuman woman. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Well, these animal-eared girls brought him much more shock than the elves. As for the elves, it was mainly because I had seen Celia before, so after seeing her, I wasn't that surprised. However, apart from the 24 adults, the rest are all little kids. Looking at the little Lolas with animal ears, Lin Shan couldn't help but curl his lips. If he bought them all, his island could be renamed Daughter Island. However, in the end, Lin Shan waved his hand and bought them all. The main reason is that Brother Harry sells it in packages, which is cheap. Only 800,000 is enough, which is much cheaper than the elves. Chapter 104. Buy Everything at Once. Part 2. After packing up all the demi-humans, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Harry, how much money do I have left?" Harry heard this and said, "According to my calculations, it's almost 3 million now, but the exact amount needs to be calculated. First of all, there are the elves. The first 3 are more expensive, a total of 420,000. Then there are 11 for 60,000, 13 for 50,000, and the underage ones are all 40,000, a total of 237,000, plus the demi-humans for 800,000. Wow, it's exactly 3.17 million. My math is really good, just over 3 million. Hearing this, Lin Shan sighed and said, "If I hadn't sold my gold, I wouldn't have enough money to buy it." Harry laughed when he heard that. "Huh, Brother Lin Shan, you forgot. I gave you a 20 discount. So, the 3.17 million will be discounted again. After the discount, the total is 2.53 million. Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother, you've lost a lot this time. Over 500,000 yuan, just gone like that." "Harry, it's impossible to make a loss. As a slave trader, all I have to do is sell as many slaves as possible. As long as they are sold, I will make a profit. Otherwise, the slaves will stay with me for one more day. I just need to support them for one more day, and every day it costs money. It may seem like a small amount, but when there are a lot of people, it will be a huge sum of money. Especially the more expensive races such as elves, dwarves, and subhumans. They are all treated very well. The consumption is still a bit high, but they're not the lowest group of black slaves who only need 3 pieces of black bread a day. If you're sick, you don't need to treat it, just throw it into the sea. It's simple and quick." Lin Shan smiled, but said nothing when he heard this. As expected, no matter which world the blacks are, they are not well liked. Although some of the individuals among them may be okay, the overall situation is not good. Lin Shan, brother, do you have any slave recommendations now? Harry touched his chin after hearing this, and then said, Brother Lin Shan, yes, there are, but your current island doesn't look very big to me. Can you accommodate so many slaves? Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Oh, brother, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that my island is still small. Now it's almost 100 people, which is almost enough. If there are more, it really can't accommodate anyone. Harry, but I do have a few slaves here that might be useful to you. Would you like to take a look? Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Brother, you recommended it. How could I not watch it? Let's go. The two of them entered the elevator again, and Harry clicked directly on the 7th floor. By the way, Brother Harry, are there any sea creatures here? After all, we are on island. If there are sea creatures here, they will definitely be much better than other races. Lin Shan suddenly asked. After hearing Lin Shan's words, Harry shook his head and said, Brother Lin Shan, I'm really sorry. There really are no sea creatures here. Seeing Lin Shan's puzzled expression, Harry explained, Brother, I'm a sea slave trader, right? Lin Shan nodded to indicate that it was correct. Harry, then how could someone like me, who often hangs out at sea, possibly sell sea creatures? The sea is their territory. If I sell sea creatures, can I still trade safely on the sea? However, slave traders on land do capture sea creatures to sell, but they only dare to sell them on the mainland and not near the seashore. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said, That's right. Trading on the sea and selling out the sea people is simply courting death. Harry, haha, Brother Lin Shan, you will understand as soon as you hear it. However, there are still some slave traders who will secretly sell the sea people for profit. Let me tell you, if you encounter such a slave trader, don't buy from the sea people, or they will hold a grudge against you, which will be extremely disadvantageous to you. Ding! The elevator door opened. Lin Shan, don't worry, brother. After hearing what you said, I won't touch the sea people. Harry patted Lin Shan on the shoulder and said with a smile, You've even got the island half-giant to follow you voluntarily. You'll definitely be able to subdue the sea tribe in the future. Don't worry, brother. I have faith in you. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Then I'll take advantage of your good words, brother. The two chatted as they walked deeper into the cave. They stopped after a few minutes. Harry, look, bro, this is what my brother recommended. Isn't it good? Well, Lin Shan looked at the two natives inside and couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Is this a native? Even though they have two strange-looking eyes, isn't it still a native? A twisting clod of earth. Name, civil engineering. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, earth worshipper. Talent, earth control, transformed into earth. Abilities, rock strike vibration, hardening. Extraordinary attribute, earth plus 499. Evaluation, earth spirits, elemental life forms, live in the elemental world. Sometimes they are blown out of the elemental world by elemental storms and begin a wandering life. The land where the earth spirits are located will become extremely high quality. Therefore, many farmers like to buy a few earth spirits to improve the soil quality, but they're extremely difficult to find. After all, earth spirits are basically in the elemental world. Huh, earth spirit? Lin Shan identified the other one and found that their attributes were similar. One was called earth and wood, and the other was called earth and stone. Brother Harry, is this an earth spirit? Lin Shan was a little surprised. Harry, yeah, that's right. I didn't expect Brother Lin Shan to know about earth spirits. You're really knowledgeable. Brother, I see there aren't many green plants on your island, so I recommended you buy these two earth spirits. After all, they can help you improve the soil quality of your island. Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, Brother Harry, I want these two earth spirits. How much are they? Upon hearing this, Harry said directly, 100,000 each, that's the cost price. Earth spirits are creatures that only need to be fed with dirt every day. To me, they're excellent slaves and the cost is extremely low. Lin Shan, I want them all. Do you have anything else? Harry, don't worry, there really are some. I'm lucky, brother. In addition to these two earth spirits, I also received two freshwater spirits, which are even rarer than earth spirits. And with these freshwater spirits, your island will no longer lack fresh water. Lin Shan, freshwater spirit? Hey, I have to buy this, brother. Harry, sell it, brother. I will definitely sell it. Freshwater spirits are 150,000 each. Earth spirits are 100,000 each, 500,000 each, and I'll give you a discount, which is 400,000. Together with the elves and demi-humans, it's 253,000. Well, the total is now 303W. Brother, you still have 130,000W. Do you want to continue watching or convert into cash? Lin Shan couldn't help but look at the 780,000 Lighthouse gold coins in his backpack. Wow! Among the treasures, the Lighthouse gold coin was the least valuable one. Chapter 105 Harry's Determination. Lin Shan, Brother Harry, for the remaining 130,000 yuan. How about you recommend someone? One that's right around 130,000 yuan will be fine, and it'll save you the trouble of making change, right? Harry touched his chin when he heard this, and then murmured, "It's just 130,000. Brother, let me think about it." After more than 10 seconds. Harry, by the way, I have a batch of livestock here. Do you want some? These livestock are specially raised by me to improve the food. I didn't think of it for a while. Since your island has nothing, these livestock should be of some use to you. Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is absolutely necessary. Brother Harry, you really are my timely help. Harry smiled and said, Brother Lin Shan, you are also a timely help to me. Your batch of gold items arrived just in time. They will be put to good use when I return. The two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Bite. The elevator door slowly closed. Harry, Brother Lin Shan, you have 43 forest elves, most of whom can use catalysis. So for livestock, I recommend vegetarians. You can buy 10 dairy cows and 10 beef cattle each, in pairs, so that you can raise offspring. You can also have 10 sheep, 10 pigs, and 20 chickens, ducks, and geese. They can lay eggs, are easy to feed, are small, and don't take up much space. These are the finest varieties I've specially selected. You'll definitely like them later. Let me think about it. Are there any others? Hearing this, Lin Shan quickly said, Brother Harry, that's enough. If there are any more, the island really won't be able to accommodate them all. Harry laughed and said, Brother Lin Shan, your island may not be big, but can hold this. Your island is even bigger than my porter. Lin Shan rolled his eyes and said, But Brother Harry, my island doesn't have as many floors as your porter. Harry couldn't help but clapped his hands when he heard this and said, Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, haha. Lin Shan shook his head and said, Brother, do you have fodder for so many livestock? There aren't that many plants on my island. Harry, that's a lot. Don't worry, I'll have someone send you seeds later. They're all high-quality grass seeds. These livestock can just eat grass. Lin Shan, then I'm relieved. When you come to my place next time, you will definitely see a vibrant island. Harry was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then he smiled and said, Then I'm looking forward to it. Lin Shan noticed Harry's brief pause, but he didn't think much about it. Ding! The elevator slowly opened. Harry, Brother Lin Shan, come with me to get the slave contract crystal. After saying that, Harry led the way out. Seeing this, Lin Shan followed. Soon, under Harry's guidance, they took another elevator and arrived at the third floor on the deck. The porter was where slaves were held below the deck, while the second and third floors above the deck were Harry's personal residence. Of course, his guards and maids also lived on the second floor. After arriving at a living room, Harry said with a smile, Brother Lin Shan, please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Lin Shan nodded after hearing this. Harry then walked towards a horse. Harry was the only one who knew where all the slaves' contract crystals were. Even his family members didn't know where they were. They only knew that they were on the third floor of the potter. However, on the third floor of the porter, the guards would not allow anyone else to enter except those he led personally. The entire third floor was heavily guarded, and basically all the Amazon female hunters were hiding everywhere. Lin Shan didn't have to wait long before Harry came back with a plate in his hand, on which were some red and white crystals. Harry, ha ha ha, Brother Lin Shan, sorry to have kept you waiting. Hearing this, Lin Shan laughed and said, Brother Harry, you're joking. I haven't even warmed up yet, and you're back. Harry laughed for a while, then said, Brother Lin Shan, you are really good at talking. Today is the happiest day of my life. Come, let's recognize you as the master of these contracts first. Harry picked up a large crystal and said, This is the slave contract of the forest elves. I have stored all the contracts of the forest elves in this large contract crystal. After you acknowledge the master, you can check the contract status of the spirit at will. Lin Shan nodded after hearing this, and then, under Harry's guidance, he signed the contracts one by one. In fact, there are not many. The elves and demi-humans have been combined into a large contract crystal by Harry, and there are only 4 earth spirits and freshwater spirits at the back. So it's only 6 times. However, what Lin Shan didn't expect was that when he was making his first elf slave contract, the system came out to join the fun. System ding. Detection. The Tower Guardian is signing a master servant contract with 43 elves. Do you want to choose to convert it to the system version of the master servant contract? Note, the reliability of the system version of the master servant contract is 10,000 higher than that of the ordinary master servant contract. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but blink, then clicked OK. System ding. Detected that the Tower Guard has obtained a slave, now opening the faction panel. After taking a glance, Lin Shan continued to sign, but each time he transferred it to the system version. 6 contract crystals, and the contract was completed in an instant. Harry, okay, brother Lin Shan, let's go check on your slaves and livestock. They should have been sent to your island by now. Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile and said, "Thank you so much, brother Harry." Harry smiled and said, "Why are you being polite? This is just a normal business transaction. Hey, but the next time I come to this sea area, it will be at least 3 months later. I hope I can still see you by then." Lin Shan, "Don't worry, brother Harry. When the time comes, I will buy all your slaves. Of course, I won't take the black ones at the bottom." Harry couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. After a while, he said in a firm tone, "Okay, it's settled then. I, your brother, will come to do business with you in 3 months. Here, this is for you. When you come to this sea area, this token will give you a reminder. Then, brother Lin Shan, you can activate the token. This way, my brother will know your location." Harry handed the token to Lin Shan. He decided that no matter whether his brother Lin Shan was still there in 3 months, he would come to this sea area. Even if it was a wasted trip, he was willing to do it. Lin Shan didn't know what Harry had decided. After putting away the token, he smiled and said, "Then I'll be looking forward to your arrival, brother." Chapter 106, Pile of Beautiful Girls. Looking at brother Harry's Potter slowly disappearing in the fog, Lin Shan sighed in his heart. This trip has yielded quite a few gains. Not only did the island's population increase by nearly 100 people, but there were also livestock. Now he could improve the food. Hyertai couldn't help drooling when he saw so many pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens. Sure enough, following the island owner was the right choice. Look, it hasn't been long, and he has already gotten so much food. Faced with Hyertai, the half-giant on the island, these livestock became a little restless. They were moving around in place, as if they wanted to leave. But unfortunately, they were all being led by demi-humans and elves and couldn't get away. The chickens, ducks, and geese were in cages and could not escape. They could only huddle in the cages shivering. However, the movement of the livestock attracted Lin Shan, who was sighing. Hearing the noise, Lin Shan turned around and looked over. The next second, everyone was in a state of disbelief because Hyertai was drooling at a cow, and it looked like he was about to bite it off. The tall Hailtai was feared not only by the domestic animals, but also by the elves and the little Asians, who looked at him with fear. After all, it was hard not to be afraid of him with such a huge size. So the elves and the little Asians hid behind their tribesmen and carefully stuck their heads out to observe. Lin Shan, "Hyertai, what are you doing?" Well, hearing the island owner's voice, Hyertai quickly pulled the corner of his mouth and then shouted loudly, "Island owner, I don't want to eat cows. I'm just curious about what it tastes like." Hearing this, Lin Shan rolled his eyes helplessly, then said, "You can't eat them now. These are to be kept for fertilization. When there are more in the future, you can eat as much as you want. Not now, understand?" Hyertai, "Island master, how long will it be in the future?" Hearing this, Lin Shan grumbled, "You ask me? How should I know? It depends on the situation." Hyertai suddenly said in disappointment, "Is that so? Okay then." The lost Hyertai walked to the beach not far away in a daze, and then lay down directly. He wanted to stay away, otherwise he would not be able to resist taking a bite. Lin Shan shook his head helplessly. Then he looked at the slaves he had purchased. Most elves and demi-humans looked at him with some caution, except for this one. Looking at Aliyah, who was looking at him with shining eyes, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel confused. It was really strange. Why did she look at me in a weird way? After looking at her for a few seconds, Lin Shan shifted his gaze to look at the earth spirit and freshwater spirit who were surrounded by beautiful women. Well, the name of freshwater spirits is actually wrong. Their name is actually lake spirits, which means water. They are lake spirits. It's just that these freshwater spirits are all called freshwater spirits. The earth spirits and lake spirits were not afraid of higher tide. They were gurgling now. After signing the system version of the contract, their words will be translated by the system, so Lin Shan is not afraid of being unable to communicate. After looking for a few times, Lin Shan looked at the grass seeds given by Brother Harry. In addition to the grass seeds, there were also bundles of grass, and many cattle and sheep were leisurely nibbling on them. After higher tide left, they returned to normal. In addition, Lin Shan was amazed when he saw the pile of food, pots, pans, and various fabrics. If I had known this earlier, I would have sold those porcelains to Brother Harry as well. Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the remaining porcelain and gold can be left to Brother Harry. Then, Lin Shan looked at the elves and demi-humans and clapped his hands, attracting their attention. Huh. Lin Shan coughed twice, then said, I think you all understand the current situation, right? Looking at the elves and demi-humans who nodded slightly, Lin Shan continued. Very good. It seems that everyone is very clear about their situation. In that case, I won't say much. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Shan, and I am your new master. I believe you should all be able to sense the contractual connection between us, right? The elves and demi-humans nodded obediently once again. Lin Shan, my current environment is not as good as Brother Harry's ship, so I have to inconvenience you for a while, and now, you need to recommend a representative. Then come find me at the lighthouse. After saying that, Lin Shan couldn't help but yawn, and then walked towards the lighthouse. It was already dark now, and he felt a little sleepy. Even a group of beautiful girls couldn't stop him from feeling sleepy. After taking a few steps, Lin Shan remembered that the earth spirit and the lake spirit had not yet been arranged. Lin Shan, earth spirit, lake spirit, come here. Hearing Lin Shan's words, Tu Ling and Hu Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Well, they physically grew bigger. Obviously, they are very curious. Why can they understand what their owner says? The earth spirit and the lake spirit came directly to Lin Shan. Tumu, master, we can actually understand what you say. It's amazing. Tu sure. Yes. Hu Guang. Indeed, master. How do you know the elemental language? Hu Bo, master. Are you an elemental spirit? Lin Shan rolled his eyes upon hearing this, then said, This is the effect of the contract. Okay, I didn't call you here for this. I wanted to assign you a job. The two waters and two soils nodded to show that they were listening. Lin Shan, civil engineers, earth and stone engineers. Your mission is simple. Improve the quality of the island soil. This is easy for you, right? Tumu, yeah, that's easy. Tu sure. That's right. Even if you didn't tell us, we would still do it. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Very good. Then I'm relieved. Next up, it's Hu Guang and Hu Bo. Your task is to build a lake between the lighthouse and the plantation. Any questions? Hu Guang. This is very simple. We just need Tu Mu and Tu Sure to dig a lake for us. Then the two of us sisters can gather water elements in the lake. There's plenty of water elements here. Lin Shan. Okay, Tumu, Tu Sure, you guys should help Hu Guang and Hu Bo first. Tumu and Tu Sure nodded. Lin Shan. Okay, that's all. You guys can go and get busy first. After saying that, Lin Shan walked towards the lighthouse. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan saw Gloria's big eyes staring at him. Seeing this, Lin Shan looked confused. Gloria, what's wrong with you? Gloria, Master, did you buy those people down there? Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said, Yes, I bought it. Gloria, oh, that's okay. Gloria thought it was an enemy. Chapter 107 The island is about to become lively. Lin Shan, Gloria, a few people will be coming over soon. Please open the door when they arrive. I'm a little sleepy, so I need to close the door for a while and refresh myself. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and said, Okay, Master. Lin Shan nodded, then went straight to the bed, lay down, and started to take a nap. Gloria was staring at the group of beautiful women outside in a daze. The elves and demi-humans outside the island looked at each other in confusion. However, the elves' representative did not need to choose at all. All the elves could not help but look at Elia. She was not only the daughter of the patriarch of their tribe, but also the most powerful elf at present. On the other side, although the demi-humans are more numerous than the elves, with a total of 57 people, they are of different races. Among them, there are 22 girls with cat ears, 21 girls with fox ears, and 14 girls with rabbit ears. Well, to be precise, their races are not 3, but 7 or 8, but Harry is sure to classify them based on their ears. For example, tiger ears and cat ears look similar, don't they? The same goes for fox-eared girls, and immediately there are also wolf humans, dog humans, and so on mixed in. However, all the demi-humans have lived together for a while, so no matter what the differences in their races are, they now have only one identity, that is, Lin Shan's slaves. Therefore, they chose their representative quite quickly, and it was the strongest one, Tiger Asian, Tiger Ear Girl. Elia looked at the representative chosen by the demi-humans, walked over, and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Elia. I hope we can get along well in the future. Upon hearing this, Hu Ernyang looked at Elia and said, Hello, my name is Ume, and I hope you will give me your guidance. Elia, let's go. It's time for us to meet the master. Don't worry, this master, in my opinion, is a good person. Upon hearing this, Hume asked in confusion, Are you so sure that the master is a good person? We just met today, do you know him? Upon hearing this, Elia shook her head and said, This is my first time meeting the master as well, but my talent allows me to see the good and bad in a person, and the master doesn't have any bad qualities. Hume was surprised when she heard this. There's such talent? Well, come to think of it, even Rabbit Bell isn't afraid of the master, so the master must not be a bad person. Elia, who is Rabbit Bell? Hume, oh, she's a rabbit human, extremely sensitive to malice, so sensitive that she can scare herself into not being able to move. But this time, the owner who bought us, Rabbit Bell, is rare and not afraid. On the contrary, I'm a little curious. Speaking of this, Hume shook her head helplessly. She was obviously very timid and had a very sensitive nature, but why was she so curious? You, a rabbit man, are more curious than a cat man, which is not good. Elia nodded and said, Enough of the small talk. We should go to the lighthouse to meet the owner. Hume nodded after hearing this. The two looked at each other and prepared to walk towards the lighthouse. But when Elia saw the livestock, pots and pans, pasture, etc., he paused, then turned to the elves and said, Zenas, take your men and move these livestock and supplies to the center. Upon hearing this, Sina nodded to indicate that she understood. Seeing this, Hume also called on the others to help. Then, the two looked at each other again and walked towards the lighthouse. And everything they did was seen by Gloria. Elia and Hume quickly arrived at the lighthouse. Looking at the lighthouse on the 3rd floor in front of her, after exchanging a glance, Elia took a step forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. After hearing the knock on the door, Gloria, who had been waiting for them behind the door, opened it directly. Elia, Lord, you are. Elia was about to call out Master when she discovered it was a strange woman. Could she be the master's wife? Gloria, come in, I'll go call the master. When Elia heard this, she was stunned. It turned out that he was the same as her. After thinking about it, she walked in. Seeing this, Hume hurriedly followed. To be honest, she was still a little nervous if she were alone, and it would be much better if she had someone to accompany her. However, after the two of them came in and looked around, they found that the room was very spacious, with not many items, and it was also very tidy. Well, Gloria put them all in order. Lin Shan was quickly awakened by Gloria. He opened his eyes dazedly, looked at her, and murmured, Gloria, is it dawn yet? Hearing this, Gloria shook her head and said, It's already dawn. Master, didn't you just say that if someone comes looking for you, you should wake them up? Now they are here. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan blinked in confusion, and after a few seconds, he remembered. Oh, by the way, he bought a bunch of people today. After sitting up, Lin Shan rubbed his face and felt a little more energetic. Well, looking at Ilea and Hume, Lin Shan couldn't help but blink, and then thought to himself, it seems that it would be better to sleep on the 2nd floor. As he thought about it, he stood up and walked towards the two of them. Lin Shan, please introduce yourselves first. Elia, Master, my name is Elia Hoshino, and I am the spirit of the forest. Hume, Master, my name is Hume, and I am a Huya. Lin Shan nodded and said, All right, Elia and Hume, I'll remember this. My name is Lin Shan, and I'm a tower keeper. I'm sure you know what a tower keeper means, right? Upon hearing this, Ilea and Hume looked at each other and shook their heads. One of them has lived in the Forest of Elves for many years, and the other has lived in the subhuman grassland for many years. Both are located in the interior of the continent, and they have never heard of the Tower Keeper. Lin Shan didn't care about it, but said, "It doesn't matter if you don't know. I don't know much anyway. Next, I will arrange your next task for you. Listen carefully." Ilea and Humei nodded and said they would remember it. Lin Shan, "First of all, Elia, as forest elves, you all know catalysis, so the plantation outside the lighthouse is where you will work. Your top priority now is... It means cultivating all the plants in the plantation to increase the food supply. After all, the food Brother Harry sent us is not much." Upon hearing this, Elia nodded. This was simple and completely stress-free for the elves. Lin Shan looked at Humei and said, "As for you subhumans, why don't you just raise livestock? That shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Humei nodded after hearing this and said, "It's not difficult. The herding skills of the demi-humans are still very strong." Chapter 108, Making the Best Use of Everything. Lin Shan nodded and continued, "My island is basically lacking in everything right now, so the place I live in might not even be as good as Brother Harry's boat. You will have to build the house yourself, and I will provide you with the wood." Hearing this, Elia couldn't help but smile and said, "That's not a problem. In fact, standing on the island's land is much more reassuring than being on a boat. At least we don't have to worry anymore." Upon hearing this, Humei nodded and said, "Indeed." Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, "That puts my mind at ease. Although you are still slaves now, if you perform well in the future, I will consider converting you all into islanders." Upon hearing this, Ilea and Humei looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy. If their slave status is not lifted, it will follow them for the rest of their lives, and their descendants will also be slaves. Lin Shan, "Okay, let's leave it like this for now. You guys go back and settle down." Elia suddenly remembered the grove she saw when she came here, and couldn't help but ask, "Master, can we live over there in the grove?" Lin Shan, "A small forest? Sure." Elia, "In that case, Master, we don't need you to provide the wood. We can catalyze the trees and make them grow into a wooden house." Lin Shan was a little surprised when he heard this. "Is there such a thing?" He nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. You guys go and get busy first." After saying that, he yawned. He had just slept for a while, but now he felt even more sleepy. Elia and Humei looked at the yawning Lin Shan, glanced at each other, and then left the lighthouse room. After they left, Lin Shan went back to sleep. He didn't want to think about anything else now. He just wanted to have a good sleep first. After closing the door, Gloria came to the bedside and began to stare at Lin Shan in a daze. After leaving the house, Elia and Humei turned around to look at the lighthouse and then walked towards their tribesmen. Humei couldn't help but sigh. "You guys really got this master right. He's really a good person." There wasn't a trace of disgust in Lin Shan's eyes. You know, their subhuman tribe had been on the slave ship for more than a year, and there were originally more than 200 members of the tribe. There are about half males and half females, but male demi-humans are cheaper and are sold out quickly, while female demi-humans are more expensive. As for the humans who came to buy female demi-humans, most of them looked at them with disgust, and every time a human came, Rabbit Bell would faint on the spot. "Elia, I told you that the master is a good man. Now it turns out I was right." Upon hearing this, Humei nodded and said, "Indeed, a master like this is worthy of me, Humei, serving him." A slave contract can control the life, death, and behavior of a slave, but it cannot control his thoughts. So if the slave owner was too excessive, the slaves would slack off as much as possible. However, most slave owners did not treat slaves as human beings, especially those slaves who mined, cut wood, or served as cannon fodder on the battlefield or as pathfinders. Many of them died every day. After the two returned to the tribe, they spoke well of Lin Shan and began to arrange work. "Elia, Tiger May, it's getting late now. How about I take the tribesmen to the catalytic treehouse first, and you guys sort out these things?" Humei nodded and said, "Sure, a place to sleep is indeed very important. Otherwise, you'll have to sleep on the floor." Even though they were demi-humans, they could sleep on the floor. But the temperature on this island seems to be quite low, and with the constant sea breeze, it's easy to catch a cold even with a subhuman physique. Elia nodded, then led the tribesmen to the grove. In this grove, in addition to intact trees, there are also broken stumps. There are still quite a few of them now, densely packed, at least several hundred trees. Looking at the tree stump, Elia couldn't help but examine it for a few seconds, then asked in confusion, "This tree stump looks like it was broken by a slap?" The other elves checked the other tree stumps and found that they were all broken by being hit. Although they knew it was broken by a snap, Elia and the others didn't think much about it, thinking that maybe it was the owner who snapped it. They began to use catalyst Kai on the trees. Normal catalysis cannot be used on adult plants, but this modified catalysis can. This is a catalysis that their clan has slightly modified. It can give plants a secondary development and guide their growth. This is the catalytic technique that only their clan can master. After all, no one would bother to modify such an ordinary ability. Soon, under the catalysis of many elves, the grove began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Secondary catalysis. As long as the wood element's extraordinary ability continues, then you can pull and transform it madly. However, there's a limit to the number of trees themselves, so what they have to do is connect the trees one by one to form a tree house. After checking the size of the grove, Elia decided to build 2 tree houses. One they lived in, and the other was where the subhumans lived. As for the earth spirit and lake spirit, well, they have been fast asleep for a long time. The earth spirit and the lake spirit are now dormant in the lake pit. Although it is an elemental spirit, it still needs to hibernate. However, even when they're dormant, their abilities are constantly being exerted, and now a shallow layer of water has appeared at the bottom of the lake. After all, there is plenty of water in the sea. 2 tree houses were gradually formed under the catalysis of the elves. The tree houses were made of smooth tree trunks without bark, and they were very dry, so you could fall asleep directly in them. The structure of the tree house is very simple and not very big. It is just a rectangular sealed house with a door and several windows. Apart from that, there is nothing else. It's empty. Fortunately, there were a lot of beddings among the supplies Harry gave. Elias sent someone to get some, and after they were laid out, the 2 simple tree houses were completed. On the other side, the demi-humans, under the leadership of Ume, quickly settled the livestock. The demi-humans were very familiar with the livestock, so they made the arrangements quickly. After all the livestock have been arranged separately, we will start to prepare the items. These will have to wait until tomorrow and ask the owner for permission before they can be used. In addition to the huge number of sheets, which can be seen at a glance that they are for them, the main thing is that these sheets are the ones they have used. Harry said, "Are you making the best use of these things? You have used these clothes and quilts for more than a year. Isn't it reasonable to give them to you?" Chapter 109. The system is being encrypted. Please do not disturb. After the elves and demi-humans put all the clothes and blankets they had used on the slave ship into the tree house, they began to rest. The pots and pans Harry had given were neatly stacked against the wall of the plantation. The grass seeds and grass are piled aside, and these grasses will be needed to feed the livestock tomorrow. All the elves and demi-humans looked at the ceiling of the tree house with some trepidation, not knowing what their future fate would be. The elves and the little Asians fell asleep quickly. Especially since they sleep together, it gives me a very safe feeling. The adult elves and demi-humans looked at the little ones who were hugging each other everywhere, shook their heads helplessly, covered them with quilts, and slowly fell asleep. You will know what your future life will be like tomorrow. Nothing happened during the night, and soon the sunlight slowly pierced through the darkness and illuminated the earth. On the beach, Hyertai, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt an itch on the soles of his feet, but he didn't care. Instead, he turned over and continued to sleep. But within a dozen seconds, the continuous itching made it impossible for him to sleep. Hyertai opened his eyes angrily, sat up, and then looked at his feet angrily. He wanted to see what was so bold. Then he saw a mantis shrimp sea monster continuously launching fierce attacks on the soles of his feet. Slurp! In an instant, Hyertai was no longer sleepy or annoyed. If he didn't eat the delicious food that was delivered to his door, wouldn't he be letting the other person down? Mantis shrimp. Have you ever seen a hand falling from the sky? The mantis shrimp, who was concentrating on practicing boxing, didn't notice the big hand falling from the sky at all. By the time it reacted, it was too late. Hyertai stuffed it into his mouth happily. It's juicy and sweet, much more fragrant than the dry underground monitor lizard. After finishing the mantis shrimp in 2 bites, Hyertai didn't want to continue sleeping. Instead, he stood up and walked along the beach. See if I can find some breakfast. Lin Shan, who was washing up, saw the scene in front of him, blinked involuntarily, and then continued brushing his teeth. How does Hyertai sleep on the beach? Oh, I forgot to arrange a place for it to live. But there doesn't seem to be any suitable place for Hyertai to rest on the island, right? Then Hyertai can only find a small mound and dig a cave to live in. As the island grows larger, the landforms become random. It is no longer flat, but has high and low terrains. After washing up, Lin Shan began to prepare for breakfast. We went out exploring at sea all day yesterday, so today's breakfast can only be black bread. Seeing the black bread, Lin Shan's face turned dark. He didn't think it was a big deal before, but ever since he knew that Brother Harry fed the black slaves with black bread, he immediately had some objections to the black bread. Black bread, why? Is it because I'm black? You're discriminating against people of color. Lin Shan: no, yours is black and hard, and it tastes so bad. After simply taking 2 bites, Lin Shan opened the system panel and looked at today's weather. Today's weather, sunny and windy. Weather effect, rare. Sea monsters are more likely to appear on the beach. Lin Shan's mouth twitched unnecessarily, and then he grumbled. Sea beasts are more likely to appear on the beach, and that's considered a rare effect? Don't you have any distinction between good and bad effects? Shaking his head, Lin Shan turned off the panel and turned to use his talent. Gift of Destiny, mysterious box. Price: today's seafood treasure chest will disappear randomly. Lin Shan looked at the talent and couldn't help but touch his chin. He said, mysterious little box? In exchange for one of today's sea treasure chests disappearing? That a good deal. I'll exchange it. As Lin Shan confirmed the exchange, the next second, a small box appeared in front of him. What he didn't expect was that this mysterious little box actually had properties. Name: mysterious little box. Category: mysterious items. Rating: black 9. Effect: after opening, you will get a mysterious item. Evaluation: mysterious little box. System: one is missing from the warehouse. I wonder if it's the one you have. Well, Lin Shan looked at the comments in bewilderment. Oh my god, was he trying to fleece the system? Use what the system gives you to exchange for the system's things? This wave of huge profits. Lin Shan directly opened the mysterious little box. System: obtain the Wand of Destiny. It seems like something extraordinary has come out. Lin Shan looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but think. Then click View. Name: Wand of Destiny. Category: weapons. Rating: black 9. Effect: mystical plus, spirit plus. Effect: untouchable except by the Witch of Fate. Special effect: incarnation of destiny. Evaluation: the exclusive weapon of the Witch of Fate. Its effects will be enhanced according to the strength of the user. It has up to 9 special effects, which will appear as the strength of the holder increases. Finally, don't ask why it's in the system's warehouse. The system is now encrypting the warehouse. Do not disturb. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up. His special weapon? Lin Shan couldn't wait to take it out, and in an instant, the Wand of Destiny appeared in his hand. The next second, the Wand of Destiny began to emit a faint light, as if confirming Lin Shan's identity. After a few seconds, the light slowly sank into Lin Shan's body. Then, detailed information about the Wand of Destiny, its usage information, and its future growth information appeared in Lin Shan's mind. The last part is the contract information. After the Wand of Destiny confirmed Lin Shan's identity, it automatically made a soul contract. The effect of the Wand of Destiny is no longer a question mark, but a 10 bonus. Lin Shan rubbed his forehead. There was too much information about the Wand of Destiny, which made him feel a little dizzy. After a while, the Wand of Destiny in Lin Shan's hand began to change, and soon it turned into a black iron spear. Well, this is the characteristic of the Wand of Destiny. It can change its appearance at will and can change according to the user's preferences. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but change back and forth, having a lot of fun. Finally, he was satisfied and put it into his body. Lin Shan, who had accidentally gotten a special weapon, was in such a good mood that even the black bread seemed to be pleasing to the eye. After simply eating a piece of black bread, he took Gloria out. Although the system has not yet indicated that the tide has receded, he is now mainly checking the situation of the elves and demi-humans. Also, have the work of the Earth Spirit and the Lake Spirit been completed? As soon as he came out and looked towards the direction of the grove, Lin Shan's eyes lit up immediately. Isn't the change in the grove too big? Looking at the treehouse that appeared, Lin Shan was now very curious. Chapter 110: The plantation has undergone a major transformation. Lin Shan took Gloria to the small tree. Well, it's not appropriate to call it a small forest now. It should be called a log cabin forest. When I arrived in front of the wooden house, I couldn't help but look around. TSK, this is quite powerful. I wonder what kind of ability this is. Lin Shan, said with some curiosity. Then Lin Shan walked around the wooden house and found that it was really solid and quite good. Although it was a bit simple, it was amazing that it could be built in one night. After reading it, Lin Shan walked towards the plantation. On the way to the plantation, Lin Shan discovered that the demi-humans were already feeding the livestock. Judging from their techniques, they were very skilled. The livestock were incredibly well-behaved in their hands. The cattle and sheep stared at the tiger and bear people in front of them with their eyes wide open. How could they not eat grass obediently? The little Asians took the grass to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. They fed them so easily with smiles on their faces. It was obvious that for them, feeding was a very happy thing. Seeing Lin Shan's arrival, many demi-human girls were nervous, even though Mistress Hume had said last night that her master was a very good person. However, the nervousness you feel when you see it will not improve in a short period of time. Master. Hello. A fox-eared girl looked at Lin Shan, who was walking towards her a little nervously, and said hurriedly and respectfully. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and asked, "You guys are up so early?" The fox-eared girl nodded and said uneasily, Yes, we demi-humans usually get up early in the morning." Lin Shan smiled and said, "Is that so? That's good. It's good for your health to go to bed early and get up early." At this time, Hume came over. "Hume, Master, you got up so early?" When Fox-Eared Lady saw Master Tiger Charming coming, she couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Although this new master looked very gentle, kind, and somewhat friendly, she was still a little scared. You can tell by looking at her ears. They're shaking restlessly, which is a sign of her nervousness. And the tail is almost showing. In addition to ears, demi-humans also have tails. If their blood concentration is high, they can transform into their original form to fight. So the combat effectiveness of demi-humans is actually not bad. Lin Shan, I also go to bed early and get up early, but I didn't expect you guys to be faster than me. Hume heard this and smiled. Master, we demi-humans are used to it. Even when we're on the boat, we go to bed early and get up early. Lin Shan nodded and said, By the way, are Elia and the others at the plantation now? Hume nodded and said, Yes, Master. Elia and her people are going to the plantation to catalyze the crops. Lin Shan, it's so early already. Wow, not bad. You guys seem to have adapted well. I'm relieved now. Hume, being on the island is actually more reassuring than being on a boat. Lin Shan, is that so? I thought you wouldn't be used to it. After all, Brother Harry's ship, as far as accommodation is concerned, is quite good. I feel like it could be converted into a hotel. Hume did not respond when she heard this, but Master Harry's slave ship was indeed much better than that of other slave traders. They're totally not on the same level. Harry bought Hume and her sisters from other slave traders. The cells holding the slaves on that slave ship were extremely dirty and messy, and many slaves were sick and had inflammation, but no one paid attention to them. Only when someone is dead will someone come in and drag the body out. Hume remembered that Master Harry bought them for about 30,000 Lighthouse gold coins, right? I don't know how much the owner spent to buy them. After arriving at the plantation, Lin Shan was shocked because all the crops in the entire plantation were ripe and all kinds of fruit trees were full of fruits. Now the elves are picking fruits. They are small, but they pick them in an orderly manner, as if they pick fruits often. The adult elves were catalyzing the rice together with Elia. TSK, looking at it this way, the scale of the plantation is still too small. Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh. Hume nodded in surprise. She hadn't expected the elves' catalysis to be so powerful. With this catalysis, wouldn't there be endless fruit to eat? Gloria looked at the fruits on the trees, curious about what they tasted like. She especially wanted to try the fruits of different colors. Lin Shan, but can't the plantation automatically harvest the fruits? Having already seen Lin Shan, Ilea, who had just walked over, heard this and said quickly, Master, I turned that off because we haven't dealt with plants for a long time. So everyone is happy to go through the process of catalysis, picking, and planting again. But don't worry, Master. After picking, we will put it in the warehouse. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said, Is that so? I understand. Seeing that Lin Shan had no objection, Elia felt relieved. There was no other way. The plants planted by the master here were too similar to those they had planted before. It could be said that the repetition rate was as high as 99. This made the elves think for a moment that they had returned to the elf forest. Lin Shan nodded, then took a photo of the elves picking fruits and another photo of the elves catalyzing wheat. The bright red fruits, coupled with the smiling faces of the elves, make people feel very comfortable when looking at them. Lin Shan. Elia, have you planted all the seeds? There's not enough fertile land, right? Upon hearing this, Elia shook her head and said, Master, after we prepare the catalysis process for the wheat, we have no plans to plant it on fertile farmland. It would be a waste of such good properties of fertile farmland. We are planning to clear a piece of land for planting. After all, wheat and other crops are only one-time crops. After the catalysis is finished, they need to be replanted. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, You are good at this, so I won't interfere too much. However, if there are any changes in the future, you must report to me first so that I can understand them. Elia, yes, master. Come on, take me for a walk. Lin Shan looked at the plantation and said to Elia. Upon hearing this, Elia nodded and began to lead the way. Master, the catalysis time varies according to the different plants. Although catalysis can catalyze plants, it will also consume the lifespan of the plants. But that doesn't matter. With the seeds, you can plant them again. However, the fruits produced by catalysis are slightly different from those grown naturally. Hearing this, Lin Shan asked, What's the difference? Elia, as for the taste, the catalytic one is a little off. Chapter 111, Golden Treasure Chest. Did you see it? No more. Hearing this, Lin Shan said speechlessly, There's no difference, is there? One is fast, you can eat it in less than a day, and the other grows naturally, slowly, at least several months. Upon hearing this, Elia nodded and said with a smile, That's true, but master, the special feature of fertile land can increase the growth rate of fruits, and it is the same as natural growth. So I'm planning to open up some planting fields on the land other than the fertile farmland. I wonder if that's feasible. Hearing this, Lin Shan said helplessly, These are enough for now. After all, the island is still small. When the island is upgraded a few times, it will be enough for you to deal with. Now, let's leave it like this for now. After you finish the plantation, you can start planting the pasture grass so that the cattle and sheep can move around. Hearing this, Elia nodded and said, Okay, master, I'll arrange it later. Lin Shan nodded, then looked left and right. This kind of scene where fruit trees from all seasons are mixed together and all grow fruits can only be seen in some fairy tale or fantasy TV dramas in the past. Lin Shan couldn't help but pat again. When Lin Shan came out of the plantation, he was holding a big red peach in his hand and walking towards the beach while eating. Well, the reminder to go to the beach just now popped up. Gloria was even more exaggerated than Lin Shan. She was holding a bunch of fruits of different colors in her arms, with no duplicates. She was eating while following Lin Shan. After arriving at the beach, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised to find that there were several mantis shrimps, shallow sea crabs, and a shallow sea dark eel piled up around higher tide. Good heavens, today's weather condition is really good for higher tide. He can eat his fill now. However, while Lin Shan was chewing the peach, he was thinking silently, should he cook something for higher tide? Although for the island half-giants, there is no difference between raw and cooked, the cooked ones taste better. Higher tide. Island master, look, I caught a lot of food. Lin Shan nodded and smiled. Indeed, there are a lot. Did you catch them all on the beach? Upon hearing this, Higher Tai shook his head and said, No, I caught some from the pile of rocks over there. Lin Shan looked over and saw that it was a reef area. Higher Tai, Island master, this is for you. Higher Tai handed a colorful mantis shrimp to Lin Shan. Lin Shan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this. This colorful mantis shrimp was much bigger than the one he first saw in the coral area. Not only did it have shrimp paste, but most importantly, it also had shrimp paste. It's still alive, but the colorful mantis shrimp sickle is missing. It's obvious that Higher Tai pulled it out. Lin Shan smiled and said, Higher Tai, don't you want to eat it yourself? Upon hearing this, Higher Tai smiled and said, I have many here, but this one is the most beautiful, so I'm leaving it for you, the island master. Lin Shan, you're so thoughtful, so you can stay here for now. We'll have lunch at noon. Higher Tai, oh, then I will help you raise it first. Gloria, Hail Tai, this is for you. Gloria handed a fruit to Higher Tai with one hand, which moved Higher Tai very much. It seems that the little devil is also a good person. Well, Lin Shan looked at the fruit that Gloria handed to Higher Tai. It was a lemon. Higher Tai happily took the fruit, threw it directly into his mouth, and chewed it. Slurp! Saliva began to flow like crazy. Higher Tai couldn't help but stare at Gloria with his eyes wide open in disbelief. The little devil hadn't changed at all. Bad guy. Although a lemon was very small for Higher Tai, Its power could not be underestimated. His saliva kept being secreted, and he was so scared that he picked up a mantis shrimp on the ground and started to eat it. You won't know until you take a bite. You'll be surprised when you do. The taste of the mantis shrimp meat suddenly changes, and it's delicious. When Lin Shan saw this, he felt his teeth become sore. He shook his head and looked towards the sea. The tide was now receding. The roaring sea water quickly receded. As the tide receded, a lot of stones and wood were exposed on the beach. At the same time, Lin Shan also saw a bronze treasure chest. There are also 2 mantis shrimps surrounding the bronze treasure chest. Lin Shan. 2 mantis shrimps guarding it? That's rare. Higher Tai. Well, food, I'm a master. I'll go get it. After saying that, Higher Tai walked towards the mantis shrimp, suppressed it with one hand, and walked back holding a mantis shrimp in the other hand. Seeing this, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. It was so easy not having to do it himself. Then he walked towards the treasure chest. He wanted to see how many stars the bronze treasure chest guarded by the 2 mantis shrimps had. I came to the treasure chest and took a look and found that it was an 8-star bronze treasure chest called the bronze treasure chest with blueprints. Lin Shan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Blueprints? Not bad. You can produce the blueprints." After putting the bronze treasure chest into his backpack, Lin Shan started walking along the beach. The island is much larger now, so time for exploration is a little tighter, but the low tide in the afternoon makes it easier. Lin Shan first took some treasure chests and let Ilea, Humei, and the others see them. Later, when the tide receded and they were looking for treasure chests, they would also have to participate. By then, not only would the speed be greatly improved, the efficiency will also be much higher. After all, with nearly 100 people helping, the search will definitely be much more thorough than with only 1 or 2 people. The beach area was explored quickly. Apart from the bronze treasure chest at the beginning, there were various stones and woods, as well as some small shells. Next is the coral area. As the island gets bigger, the coral area also gets bigger. Is that a golden treasure chest? As soon as Lin Shan looked underwater, he saw a hint of golden color and was immediately surprised. Without thinking, he jumped down. Now I can see it clearly. It is really a golden treasure chest. Lin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up. He's become rich. However, there was a sea beast guarding the golden treasure chest that Lin Shan had never seen before. This sea beast looked difficult to deal with, as it was covered in armor, had sharp edges, and had sharp teeth. It is about 6 or 7 meters long and looks a bit like a mosasaur. Name: Armored Azure Dragon. Strength: extraordinary. Talent: Overlord bloodline, bloodthirsty and violent. Abilities: impact and bite, massive strength, water propulsion, slapping, thick skin. Extraordinary attributes: water plus 24, constitution plus 23, strength plus 25, agility plus 14. Comment: a 1-month-old armored blue dragon that accidentally separated from its mother. It is now in a state of panic and will attack any creature that tries to approach it. Excessive appraisal rating. The armor of the Tsanglong is very rigid and extremely difficult to break, even for a baby Tsanglong less than a month old. Weak points: eyes, nostrils, anus, and the gaps in the armor on the back. Chapter 112, Golden Treasure Chest. Did you see it? No more. Next. After looking at the attributes, Lin Shan was a little surprised. It was only 1 month old, and its attributes were so outrageous. Wow, this is awesome. This armored blue dragon is indeed a dominant creature. Except for its agility, which is less than 20 points, everything else is over 20. Lin Shan looked at the armored blue dragon in front of him and couldn't help but admire it. Just as Lin Shan was about to catch the little blue dragon and taste its meat, a prompt popped up. Omen, you sense a massive aura surge heading your way. Attention! In 10 minutes, a dominant creature will appear. Seeing the omen appear, Lin Shan felt a sense of panic and anxiety the next second. Lin Shan couldn't help but look at the armored blue dragon in front of him. Could it be that the little guy's mother followed its scent and came here? This possibility is very high. Hiss, this little guy can't be kept alive now. Of course, Lin Shan doesn't want to kill him. Just kidding, his mother is coming. Lin Shan was planning to use his invisible hand to send the little guy away. Otherwise, once the armored Azure Dragon Mother arrived, he was afraid that even the island would be overturned. A 1-month-old armored blue dragon has such attributes. An adult one would have at least dozens of times more, right? Invisible hand, come out. In an instant, 4 invisible hands appeared around Lin Shan. But Lin Shan did not catch the little armored blue dragon right away. Instead, he waited quietly. The little armored blue dragon would take 10 minutes to arrive. So just in case, Lin Shan planned to throw the little armored blue dragon out of the island in the last 2 minutes and let it go to find its mother. After all, judging from the reviews, this little guy was so panicked because he left his mother. As time passed quickly, 8 minutes passed in a flash. The time has come. Little armored azure dragon, go find your mother. Lin Shan complained in his heart. Then the invisible hand directly and steadily grabbed the little armored blue dragon, and then quickly consumed the mental power. Lin Shan did not hesitate at all, and directly controlled the invisible hand to fly into the sea. At the same time, a feeling of uneasiness gradually arose in his heart. It was obvious that his mother was coming. Gloria on the shore had also taken out her spear and looked at the sea with a wary look on her face. It was obvious that she had also sensed the arrival of the armored blue dragon. Roar! A roar was heard. Suddenly the entire island shook. Elia and Hume, who were working in the center of the island, couldn't help but stop what they were doing and looked at the sea in surprise. Crash! A huge monster slowly emerged from the bottom of the sea. Lin Shan swam out of the water and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Isn't this head a bit too exaggerated? Bang! The invisible hand that was flying out suddenly broke apart with a snap under the roar. The little armored blue dragon was thus freed from its restraints, and then swam towards its mother with a fart on its face. Lin Shan didn't pay any attention to the small armored blue dragon at this moment, but stared at the big armored blue dragon in amazement. The height of its head alone was about 20 meters from a sea surface. The length of this big armored blue dragon must be at least hundreds of meters, right? If it rolls around on the island, won't the island be flattened? However, it was obvious that the big armored blue dragon was not interested in Lin Shan's island. After seeing that the little armored blue dragon was safe and sound and swimming happily around her, it prepared to leave with its cub. After all, this sea area will soon undergo changes, and then there will be some trouble. She will be fine as long as she doesn't come out of the nest, but the cubs will be in trouble. That's why she started migrating with the little armored blue dragon. Roar! The big armored blue dragon roared softly, then dived into the sea and disappeared, while the small armored blue dragon hid directly in the gaps of the big armored blue dragon's armor. If it hadn't come out from the gap in its armor out of play, it wouldn't have gotten lost. Lin Shan took advantage of the moment when the armored blue dragon dived into the sea to immediately identify it. He was very curious about the attributes of this giant beast. Name: Armored Azure Dragon. Strength: Extraordinary. Talent? Ability? Extraordinary attributes. Evaluation: the difference in spirit is too great, at least 5 times. Identification failed. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is this so abnormal? The spiritual attribute should be the opponent's worst, the lowest attribute, right? A 5-fold gap, that is to say, the opponent's extraordinary spiritual attribute is at least 500 points? And judging from the little armored blue dragon, the armored blue dragon should not be the type that is not very good at spiritual quantity. Pervert, really perverted. Even Gloria can't defeat this giant beast, right? Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. Then he dived into the water and swam towards the golden treasure chest. Gloria, who was standing on the shore, blinked, then put away her spear, bent down, and picked up the fruits one by one. And Hyertai pulled his head out of the sand. As an island half-giant, Hyertai knew about the armored azure dragon, so he was afraid of it. An adult armored azure dragon was no worse than a sea giant, not to mention an island half-giant like him. Hyertai finally breathed a sigh of relief after feeling the armored blue dragon leave. Lin Shan swam quickly to the golden treasure chest and witnessed the existence of this giant beast. Lin Shan is now very eager for strength. The golden treasure chest can produce golden fruits. So Lin Shan looked at the treasure chest in front of him and prayed that Mazu would give him a golden fruit. After thinking about it, Lin Shan stretched out his hand and prepared to put the golden treasure chest into his pocket. But the next second, price completed. What? Lin Shan looked at the golden treasure chest in front of him in confusion as it slowly disappeared in front of him, and his eyes widened involuntarily. The system says, golden treasure chest. See it? I want it. Unfortunately, I'm just showing it to you. Want it? No more. Lin Shan stared at the price in disbelief. There must be something fishy going on here. How could it be possible that the golden treasure chest happened to be my turn? I don't believe it. Even the cold sea water couldn't quench Lin Shan's irritable heart. Convex fuck dish fuck fuck. Lin Shan couldn't help but swear. After venting his emotions, he continued searching. Who knows, you might find another golden treasure chest. After all, one has already appeared, so another one wouldn't be too much of a stretch, right? If Lin Shan had offered the golden treasure chest in exchange for the mysterious box from the beginning, he would definitely not have done so. After all, who knew what was inside the mysterious box? There were so many mysterious items. But who made the mysterious little box appear in the first place? And the exclusive weapon that opened it was worth far more than a gold treasure chest. Even 10 gold treasure chests couldn't compare. So after venting for a while, Lin Shan's mood quickly calmed down. Lin Shan felt that the disappearance of the golden treasure chest was definitely caused by the system. He could guess a thing or two by looking at the evaluation of the exclusive weapons. Chapter 113. The gold treasure chest is gone, and the silver treasure chest is here. Lin Shan, with a gloomy face, soon discovered a new treasure chest. There's also a guardian beast around the treasure chest, which is a coral octopus, but it is a bit big. Including the tentacles, it is about 4 meters long. In the past, when encountering it, Lin Shan had to launch a sneak attack, but now, he directly used his invisible hand. His huge palm directly grabbed the soft top of the coral octopus and then pulled it. Then he threw it upwards, and it flew directly out of the sea and headed towards the island. Gloria looked at the coral octopus flying towards her with a confused look on her face. Did her master ask her to put it away? That should be the case, right? Gloria tilted her head slightly, pondering. The coral octopus pounced on them with its fangs bared. Bang! The next second, the coral octopus was shot away. Whoosh! Coral octopus. Woohoo, this octopus flew again. But this time, it was flying toward Higher Tai. What was Higher Tai doing? Well, he was playing rock, paper, scissors with a shallow sea crab. The loser had to pay with a leg, and now the shallow sea crab had lost all 4 legs. Huh, you lose again. Which leg do you have to pay with this time? Higher Tai raised his fist and smiled at the shallow sea crab that was foaming at the mouth. The shallow sea crab's eyes stood up. It had never seen such a terrible island half-giant. You might as well be a sea lion. But unfortunately, the shallow sea crab cannot speak, so it can only watch as another leg is lost. Higher Tai put the crab legs into his mouth and ate them with a smile, then played rock, paper, scissors with the shallow sea crab again. Grabbing the shallow sea crab's big claws, he said with a smile, "Come on, let's do it again. You don't have to let me." The shallow sea crabs were producing more white foam, and were obviously very excited. Rock, paper, scissors. Huh, I won again. I told you not to give in. Higher Tai said with a smile, stretched out his hand, tore off the last leg of the shallow sea crab, and then started to eat it. He was completely heartless. After eating the crab legs, Higher Tai and the others turned their attention to the 2 big claws. Coral octopus, come to the nest. Bang! The coral octopus landed perfectly on Higher Tai's head, and then subconsciously sucked it tightly. Higher Tai scratched his head in confusion and found that it was soft. What is this? Higher Tai grabbed the coral octopus's head and began to pull out, but the coral octopus was sucking very tightly, and it was difficult to pull it off for a while. The shallow sea crab looked at the defenseless Higher Tai, raised its big claws, and clamped him. Although it could not cause any harm, this was its last act of stubbornness. After slapping the coral octopus away, Lin Shan swam towards the treasure chest. When I got closer, I found that it was actually a shiny silver treasure chest. Oh my god, is your luck so good today? Looking at the silver treasure chest in front of him, Lin Shan said in surprise. I looked at the star rating. It was 2 stars, which was okay, so I accepted it. After receiving the silver treasure chest, Lin Shan continued searching. There are now more sea fish and lobsters in the coral area. You can see several of them just by swimming a few meters. However, Higher Tai had already prepared some colorful mantis shrimp for him at noon today, so Lin Shan would not catch any unless he saw any extraordinary fish. Next, Lin Shan looked at the blood-red coral and the purple coral in turn, and found that they were both good, so he ignored them and continued to move forward. Finally, he almost reached the final stage of the reef area. I saw the treasure chest again. Lin Shan swam over quickly and found it was a black iron treasure chest. Not bad, so he took it. Then, Lin Shan quickly rushed towards the sea. Crash! Lin Shan broke out of the water directly and stood steadily on the reef. Yes, he succeeded this time. Nodding with satisfaction, Lin Shan looked at Gloria, who was walking over, and then found that she had finished eating all the fruit, which was a bit fast. Lin Shan, Gloria, let's go. Gloria nodded, then followed Lin Shan into the reef area. The search in the reef area can be said to be the slowest. After all, there are too many hiding places in the bumpy reef area. Treasure chests may be in the cracks. Sea beasts are a little better because they're a bit big and it is difficult to hide in them. Not long after entering, Lin Shan saw a bronze treasure chest, and it was not guarded by any sea beasts. Good, I'll take it. After collecting the treasure chest, continue forward. Then move on to, sea monsters. Kill them. Continue. Sea monster. Kill. Back and forth. Lin Shan encountered a total of 7 or 8 sea beasts. The effect of this weather is quite impressive. How many of these are there? Lin Shan looked at the weather effects on the panel and couldn't help but complain. He shook his head and continued on his way. In the following time, Lin Shan searched in the reef area. He encountered sea beasts one after another, flattened them one by one, and left them to make nests in the original place. 2 treasure chests were also found, but they were both black iron treasure chests. So far, I have harvested a total of 6 treasure chests, which is a good harvest. Finally, Lin Shan took Gloria out of the reef area and onto the beach. 6 treasure chests, not bad. Let's go, it's time to go back and prepare lunch. Lin Shan closed the backpack page and said to Gloria. Gloria nodded. Lin Shan took Gloria directly to Higher Tai. After all, lunch was colorful mantis shrimp. Lin Shan and Gloria looked at Higher Tai sitting on the beach with puzzled expressions. To his left was a shallow sea crab with only 1 large claw left. To his right was a coral octopus with 3 tentacles already broken off. It seems to be the one he slapped away. Then Higher Tai is playing rock, paper, scissors with them. Then the two looked at Higher Tai in confusion as he threw a punch and took everything. I watched Higher Tai skillfully pull off the large claws of the shallow sea crab and the tentacles of the coral octopus, and then put them into his mouth and started eating. Lin Shan couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Wow, Higher Tai turns out to have such a precise side. Shaking his head, Lin Shan walked straight over. Higher Tai, where's that colorful mantis shrimp? Lin Shan looked left and right, but didn't see any colorful mantis shrimp, so he couldn't help but ask. Ifti, huh? It's the island owner. Lin Shan nodded, then smiled and said, Higher Tai, what are you doing? Higher Tai, oh, play rock, paper, scissors with them. Lin Shan, forget it. Where are the colorful mantis shrimps? Higher Tai, oh, here it is. Higher Tai quickly stood up, walked towards the pile of sand on the side, and then grabbed the colorful mantis shrimp from behind. Then he walked back, handed it to Lin Shan, and laughed. Island Master, here you go. Lin Shan caught it with his invisible hand, patted Higher Tai's hand, and walked towards the lighthouse. Chapter 114, There is Strength in Numbers. Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand, said goodbye to Higher Tai, and took Gloria back to the lighthouse. But halfway through, Lin Shan, by the way, Gloria, go call Ilea and Hume over. Hearing this, Gloria nodded, then turned and walked towards where the livestock were. Well, the elves, under the leadership of Ilea, are now planting grass and catalyzing the growth of grass. Now there's a small area covered with grass, and it looks green everywhere. The appearance of the grassland was undoubtedly the happiest thing for the Asian people. They had not run on the vast grassland for a long time. Gloria's arrival was immediately noticed by the demi-humans. The elves were busy planting and catalyzing and had no time to look around. Gloria glanced at them, her gaze lingering on the demi-human's ears for a moment before she walked towards Hume. Hume looked at Gloria, who was walking over, and couldn't help but ask, Is the master looking for me? Hearing this, Gloria nodded and said, Well, the master asked me to come over and call you and Ilea. Let's go. After saying that, Gloria turned and walked towards Ilea. We soon found Ilea, who was planting catalytic grass. Gloria, Ilea, the master is looking for you, let's go. After saying that, Gloria turned and walked towards the lighthouse. For Gloria, her master's affairs could not be delayed any longer. Ilea looked at Hume in confusion, and Hume shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Hume, let's go. Don't keep the master waiting for too long. Upon hearing this, Ilea nodded, clapped her hands, and then walked towards the lighthouse with Hume. Soon, The three of them arrived at the lighthouse. Gloria opened the door and walked in. Seeing this, Elia and Humei followed her in. Lin Shan, who was grilling colorful mantis shrimps, heard the door open and turned his head to look. Then he saw Gloria walking in with Elia and Humei. Gloria, Master, Gloria brought them here. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded, then stood up and walked towards Elia and Humei. Elia and Humei both said respectfully, Master. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded to them first, then said, I called you here this time because I have something to explain. After saying that, Lin Shan took out the black iron treasure chest, bronze treasure chest, and silver treasure chest that he had collected. Pa pa pa. 3 treasure chests appear on the floor. Elia and Humei looked at the 3 treasure chests of different colors in confusion, not understanding what they meant. Lin Shan, take the 3 treasure chests back and let your tribe members know about them. After everyone knows them, bring the treasure chests back to me. In the afternoon, I will let you go to the sea to look for the treasure chests. Elia and Humei nodded in confusion. How could such a thing appear on the seaside? Although they didn't understand, they still obediently took the treasure chest and left. Well, Elia is holding a silver treasure chest, and Humei is holding a black iron treasure chest and a bronze treasure chest. Looking at the 2 people leaving, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. There's strength in numbers. 100 people, even without the little one, would be enough. After all, the island is not very big now. Next, Lin Shan glanced at Gloria, who was grilling colorful mantis shrimp, and then took out the remaining 3 treasure chests. Pa pa pa. There were 3 more soft sounds, and the treasure chest landed perfectly on the ground. 1 black iron treasure chest, 2 bronze treasure chests. System, obtain Lighthouse gold coins 379, black iron spear 1. System, obtain Lighthouse gold coins 691, greenwood sapling 1. System, obtain Lighthouse gold coins 814, wooden bow blueprint 1, wisteria wood 1, wild ox sinew 1. Lin Shan, you really gave me Lighthouse gold coins. TSK. So from now on, I can just sell things for Lighthouse gold coins? But then, another problem arises. That means you have to meet a sea merchant. If you don't meet him, no matter how many Lighthouse gold coins you have, it will be useless. Unless everyone sells items directly for Lighthouse gold coins instead of bartering them, then you can buy whatever you want. Thinking of this, Lin Shan opened the transaction page, took a look, and found that indeed many people had started to trade with Lighthouse gold coins. Moreover, Lin Shan discovered that when you hand in an item, the trading system will estimate the approximate price of the item, but the specific selling price is up to you. The trading system only gives you an estimate. Then Lin Shan looked at the items. The first one was the old actor, the black iron spear. But now Lin Shan doesn't mind it anymore. After all, there are more people in his family, and the black iron spear is useful. Then he looked at the Qingmu sapling and found that it was actually an extraordinary plant. He just didn't know what its use was. After all, it was just a sapling. Well, this greenwood sapling, give it to Elia later. After saying that, Lin Shan looked at the wooden bow drawings and the purple wisteria wood. What surprised Lin Shan was that the blueprint for the wooden bow was actually a blue 8-star. The purple vine wood was a blue 1-star, and the barbarian ox tendon was also a blue 1-star. Go directly to the crafting station and record. Then Lin Shan clicked to view it out of curiosity. Name wooden bow. Category, weapons. Rating, white 1 to yellow 3. Required materials, any wood 1, any bowstring material 1. Evaluation, the better the wood and bowstring materials, the higher the rating of the resulting wooden bow. Lin Shan couldn't help but blink, then said, wood is easy, but the bowstring material is hard to get. But I'll try making the one I have. After saying that, Lin Shan directly clicked on the manufacturing process. The materials were wisteria wood and wild bull tendon. Production time, 10 minutes. After taking a look, Lin Shan closed the production panel. A few minutes later, Elia and Humei came back with the treasure chest. Lin Shan told them to put down the treasure chest and then go back to eat. The mantis shrimps have been grilled and the aroma is spreading. By the way, Lin Shan discovered that if 2 fireplaces are used, they can be merged into one large fireplace. His current fireplace is 2 fireplaces merged together, which provides a lot of space. After eating and drinking, Lin Shan looked at his single bed and then at the stairs. Well, he decided to move his sleeping place to the 2nd floor. After all, a single bed seems to take up quite a bit of space when placed on the 1st floor, Not to mention that Lin Shan plans to upgrade it using the furniture upgrade card, so it would be better to move it to the second floor. After making the decision, Lin Shan put away the single bed and went directly to the second floor to start setting up. The second floor is similar, but a lot smaller, and it also has an extra balcony. Chapter 1:15 Mobilize the power of the masses. Lin Shan first took out the single bed, and then used the furniture upgrade card on it. In an instant, the furniture upgrade card in his hand turned into a ray of light and fell onto the single bed. In an instant, the entire bed was covered by the light. Then, under Lin Shan's gaze, the light began to grow bigger and soon became the size of a double bed. Name exquisite double bed. Category: furniture. Rating: blue 1. Effect: slightly accelerates sleep quality and slightly improves mental recovery. Comment: wake up refreshed and energetic. This is the importance of a good bed. Looking at the properties of the new bed, Lin Shan nodded. There were significant changes. Then Lin Shan looked at the layout of the windows on the second floor. In addition to the balcony entrance and exit, there were 2 other windows. Soon, the double bed was put in place, and then a fireplace was installed, which was used not only for lighting but also for heating. Gloria, who was following behind Lin Shan, blinked slightly and then ran downstairs. She wanted to carry the energy replenishment tank up as well, but the stairs were obviously not wide enough. But for Gloria, it was an easy problem to solve. She just had to put the energy replenishment tank into the space shelf and then move it up the space shelf. Lin Shan looked at Gloria, who suddenly became busy but didn't care. Now it was time to open the treasure chest. Black iron treasure chest, 2 stars, bronze treasure chest, 4 stars, prefix cold, silver treasure chest, 2 stars. System: obtain Lighthouse gold coins 123, black iron spear 1. System: obtain Lighthouse gold coins 728, icy claw 1, 10 years of ice 1. The black iron treasure chest and the bronze treasure chest were opened together, and now only the silver treasure chest is left. Lin Shan picked up the divination blocks, closed his eyes, and chanted a few words, then started throwing. Holy Grail! Then, the Holy Grail was thrown twice more, and immediately, Lin Shan opened the silver treasure chest. System: obtain Lighthouse gold coins 8522, silver battlesuit 1, holy water 1. Ship, Lin Shan said in surprise, then clicked on the first piece, the silver battlesuit, to check it out. Name: imitation silver battlesuit. Category: combat uniform. Rating: yellow 5. Effects: extraordinary constitution plus 10, extraordinary strength plus 10, extraordinary agility plus 10, toughness, impact buffering, energy consumption. Special effect: full power burst, double the effect. After 5 minutes, the suit's energy is exhausted. Evaluation: this combat suit was manufactured by imitating the god-level combat suit of a certain super empire. After countless modifications, it was discovered that the super empire also had lower-level combat suits. Therefore, after a long period of 1-to-1 imitation, the effect has reached half of that of combat uniforms of the same level. Note: after testing, the suit has a chance of self-destruction when it bursts out at full power. This is from the 788th experimental area. Oh my god, that's pretty awesome. Adding 30 points to extraordinary attributes, and the special effects can be doubled. Lin Shan looked at the combat uniform in front of him and said with some surprise. But the next second, Lin Shan discovered that the combat suit in his hand was a bit similar to the clothes on Gloria. Turning his head to look at Gloria, he compared them and found that they were indeed somewhat similar. However, after seeing the reviews, Lin Shan understood that this combat suit was an imitation of the super empire where Gloria used to be. I wonder if Gloria's combat uniform has any attributes? Lin Shan suddenly said with some curiosity. As if sensing Lin Shan's gaze, Gloria turned her head and looked over, then asked in confusion, "Master, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Lin Shan subconsciously said, "Let me take a look at your combat uniform first, Gloria." Hearing this, Gloria blinked, then began to take off her clothes. Well, seeing this, Lin Shan quickly shouted, "Stop! Gloria, you don't have to take it off." Hearing this, Gloria tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Master, don't you want to see the clothes?" Lin Shan said helplessly, "You don't have to take it off. Come here, let me take a look." Gloria, Then he walked straight to Lin Shan. Lin Shan grabbed Gloria's combat uniform and tried to identify it. The next second, the identification panel popped up. Name: Gloria's exclusive battle suit. Category: Combat uniform. Rating, Black 9. Effect, unknown. Special effect, unknown. Comment, Gloria, this is the god-level combat suit daddy, made just for you. I hope it can protect you well. Holy crap. Exclusive equipment. Lin Shan's eyes widened involuntarily. Wow, who the hell is Gloria's dad? Why does he seem to know everything? Gloria tugged at her collar and looked at Lin Shan, who was in shock, with a puzzled look on her face. Lin Shan waved his hand and said, "It's okay, Gloria, go ahead and do your work." Gloria blinked, then nodded and continued to clean up. Lin Shan rubbed his chin and grumbled, "Isn't that ruins treasure chest a bit amazing? Not to mention the yellow one gave me 3 purple items, but I didn't expect the clothes Gloria is wearing are actually exclusive equipment." Shaking his head, Lin Shan looked at the second item. Name, Holy Water. Category, Props. Rating, Yellow 1. Effect, Healing, Exorcism, Restoration. Evaluation, Holy Water, a special potion blessed with special properties and light attribute energy. It can cause great damage to evil creatures. It can also heal injuries, restore spirits, and dispel low-level curses. Lin Shan shook the bottle in his hand that was emitting a faint light. Yes, it was much better than the moon healing potion. By the way, let's ask Aaliyah later if there are any moon grass seeds in the pile of grass seeds that Brother Harry gave me. Lin Shan suddenly remembered the moon healing potion and said. After putting away the holy water, Lin Shan took the combat uniform and started to practice. Well, it wasn't that he was afraid that it wouldn't fit him, as the items opened from the treasure chest all had the effect of automatic adaptation. But this combat suit is a tight-fitting one without underwear. It would be very uncomfortable to wear it, right? Speaking of underwear, Lin Shan has almost gotten used to living without underwear. Finally, Lin Shan couldn't help but turn his eyes to the box containing silk. Can't silk be made into underwear? However, he didn't seem to have any needle and thread. A needle wouldn't be a problem, but as for thread, well, would it be from silk? It's possible if I think about it, but I'll first check the items given by Brother Harry to see if there are any scissors, needles, thread, or anything like that. After all, what Brother Harry gave seemed to be quite comprehensive. After thinking about it, Lin Shan walked outside. The things given by Brother Harry were all sorted by the demi-humans, so he could find out whether they were available by asking them. Chapter 116 Taylor. Lin Shan went straight to Hu Mei and started asking questions. Hu Mei, among the items Brother Harry gave me, is there any needle and thread? Lin Shan asked after finding Hu Mei. How Hu Mei? Nate Levurk. Well, I don't take care of it. Sister Hu Ling is in charge of it. Hearing this, Lin Shan said, Hu Ling? Then take me to find her. Hu Mei nodded, then took Lin Shan towards the treehouse. Master, apart from the clothes and quilts we used before, we have put the remaining items that Master Harry gave you in the warehouse treehouse, waiting for you to distribute them. Hu Mei said as she led the way. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, then I'll wait and see. Hu Mei nodded, and soon arrived in front of the treehouse. Hu Ling, come out for a moment, the master is here. Hu Mei walked to the door and shouted. Master is looking for me? Wait a moment, I'll be right out. A soft voice came out. 10 seconds later, Lin Shan saw a fox-eared girl appear at the door of the treehouse. She was a little taller than Hu Mei, about 1.68 meters tall. Seeing Lin Shan, Hu Ling said respectfully, Hu Ling greets the master. Lin Shan nodded and said, Hu Ling, Hu Mei said you're in charge of the items Brother Harry gave me. Have you seen any needlework or anything like that? When Hu Ling heard this, her pupils suddenly constricted and her ears pricked up. Could it be that her master knew that she took the needle and thread? Lin Shan looked at Hu Ling, whose ears suddenly stood up, with a puzzled look on his face. She looked very nervous. Indeed, Hu Ling couldn't help but be nervous. You know, as a slave, if you use your master's things without the master's permission, you'll be beaten to death. Well, there are slaves among the demi-humans as well. Hu Lingyu said nervously. Reply to the master, yes, Hu Ling took some. Hu Mei's pupils shrank upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Hu Ling to be so clueless. Aren't you people all very smart? How could she make such a stupid mistake? Just when Hu Mei was about to plead for mercy. Lin Shan spoke. So there's some? That's right. I just want to make some underwear, but I'm worried about finding needles and thread. Hu Ling, go get me some needles and thread. Lin Shan smiled. Hu Mei and Hu Ling looked at Lin Shan in surprise. There was no punishment? The next second, both of them couldn't help but feel grateful. Elia and Rabbit Bell's feelings were indeed right. This master was really a good person. Well, Lin Shan looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. What was going on? Why did they become so strange? Hu Ling, who had recovered, said, Master, my destiny is to be a tailor. If you want to make underwear, Hu Ling can do it for you. Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask in surprise, a tailor? Hu Ling nodded and said, Yes, master. Being a tailor is a lifelong career. You can make all kinds of clothes, even space bags. It also has some offensive capabilities, but they are relatively rare. After listening to Hu Ling's words, Lin Shan nodded and said, Then I'll leave it to you, Hu Ling. Upon hearing this, Hu Ling smiled and said, It is Hu Ling's honor, master. Lin Shan, oh, I have some silk over there. Come with me to get some. It's just enough to make me a few sets of clothes. Hu Ling, silk? Yes, master. Lin Shan turned to look at Hu Mei and said with a smile, Then Hu Mei, you can go and get busy first. How Hu Mei? Oh, okay, master. Then Hu Mei stared blankly at Lin Shan and Hu Ling walking towards the lighthouse. Scratching her head, although her master did not pursue the matter, Hu Mei still decided to give Hu Ling a lecture in the evening. Lin Shan took Hu Ling and walked towards the lighthouse, while casually identifying Hu Ling's attributes. Name, Fox Ling. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, tailor. Talent, dexterity, craftsmanship. Fox heart, not activated. Abilities, fuse ejection, line control, seductive charm. Extraordinary attributes, wind plus 37, spirit plus 126, constitution plus 11, strength plus 7, agility plus 21. Evaluation, a fox demi-human whose destiny is to be a tailor. It must be said that her destiny choice is very good. The talent of craftsmanship is a talent that many people with life-related destinies dream of. Not to mention that the other party also has a talent of dexterity which greatly enhances tailoring. He was born to be a tailor. As long as you cultivate it more, you will be able to cultivate a master tailor. Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The potential is so great. Very good, very good. From now on, all matters related to tailoring can be handed over to Hu Ling to manage. As Lin Shan walked towards the lighthouse, he wondered if Brother Harry would be so angry that his abdominal muscles would explode if he knew Hu Ling's talent. Or should we just kill that intermediate appraiser? It seems possible, but now it's a bargain for him. Well, when he has time, he must identify them one by one. Maybe there are talents that have not been discovered yet. Soon, the two arrived at the lighthouse. Lin Shan, come in. Upon hearing this, Hu Ling nodded and followed him in. Lin Shan, Gloria, where did you put those silks? Upon hearing this, Gloria went straight to the pile and carried them down one by one. Gloria, it's all here. Lin Shan nodded, then turned to look at Hu Ling and said with a smile, That's all. Hu Ling, you can ask someone to move it back later, in addition to making a few sets of clothes and underwear for me and Gloria. The rest can be used by you demi-humans and elves. Upon hearing this, Hu Ling said in disbelief, Hiss, such fine silk? Master, can you really let us use it? Wouldn't that be bad? It doesn't make sense for a slave to wear clothes of the same quality as his master. Hearing this, Lin Shan waved his hand and said with a smile, That's right. There are only a few supplies on this island. We should use the silk if we can, otherwise it will just gather dust. As it happens, aren't you a tailor? Then, when leveling up in Destiny, fabrics should also be considered, right? Okay, it's decided. Go get someone to move it over, but remember, make mine first. Hu Ling nodded stupidly, then walked out of the lighthouse with a look of realization on her face. It took a long time before I came to my senses. Looking back at Lin Shan in the lighthouse and blinking, Hu Ling couldn't help but smile, then walked towards her tribesmen. She wanted to make the best clothes for her master. Chapter 117, the title of the chapter, was Eaten by the Frog Baby. Sitting on the invisible hand, Lin Shan touched his chin. What should he do next? Lin Shan planned to leave the afternoons sea fishing to the elves and demi-humans, so he could do other things in the following time. And by the way, let's go see if the Earth Spirit and Lake Spirit have built the lake first. Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand and flew out. Doing this not only allowed him to speed up his journey, but also allowed him to practice his abilities. The lake was built between the lighthouse and the plantation, so Lin Shan quickly arrived at the edge of the lake. After coming over, Lin Shan did not see the Earth Spirit, but the Lake Spirit was in the lake. Now there was a layer of water at the bottom of the lake, and the depth was almost 1 meter. Lin Shan, the lake light, the lake waves, how could so much water condense so quickly? It's only been one night. It's no wonder that Lin Shan was surprised, because the lake pit created by the Earth Spirit was not small. It was a circular lake with a radius of about 5 meters. The depths from the outermost edge to the center were 1.5 meters, 2 meters, and 3 meters respectively. And now, a meter of lake water has accumulated in the innermost part. Hu Guang, Master, there is enough water element here, so this speed is normal. Hu Bo, yes, this is the lake water produced when we didn't actively condense it. If we actively condense it, the lake will be filled up soon. Lin Shan, okay, that way, we won't be short of fresh water. Hu Guang, that's because the lake water we condensed is not only extremely sweet, but also has the ability to slightly dispel negative effects, such as fatigue. Just soak in it and it will dissipate quickly. Of course, this is only for you. It is of no use to the elemental spirits. Lin Shan nodded. By the way, where are the civil engineering and earthwork? Hu Bo, Master, they were called away by the elves, saying they were going to open up the wasteland. Hearing this, Lin Shan was surprised and said, opening up wasteland? Using earth spirits? Believe it or not, this is much faster than opening up wasteland on your own. After chatting with Hu Guang and Hu Bo for a while, Lin Shan flew towards the direction of the elves' clearing. Soon, they saw the earth spirits reclaiming the land. Most elves could not understand the elemental language of the earth spirits, but there was one elf who could, so she was communicating with the earth spirits throughout the whole process. After all, elves have a long lifespan and enough time to study things that interest them. It is obvious that this elf is the type that likes languages. After looking for a few times, Lin Shan found Elia, who was planting grass. Elia, Master. Lin Shan waved his hand and said, Elia, among these grass seeds, do you have moon grass and moonflower seeds? Hearing this, Elia blinked and said, moonlight grass and moonlight flower? There aren't any in these grass seeds, but Lishi does have a bag of moonlight flower seeds. This was something she brought with her, and since it was worthless, it wasn't confiscated. Lin Shan couldn't help but feel delighted when he heard this, and then said, really? That's right, Elia, call Lishi over. Elia nodded, then shouted to the elves who were catalyzing the grass. Lin Shan also looked over, but what he didn't expect was that Lishi was actually an elf. He thought she was an adult elf. The elf ran over quickly, looked at Lin Shan cautiously, and then asked, Lishi, Sister Elia, are you looking for me? Elia touched Lishi's head and smiled. Lishi, where's your bag of moonflower seeds? Lishi, moonflower seeds? Elia nodded. Lishi lowered her head and picked up the small sachet hanging on her chest, saying, Sister Elia, it's all in here. Elia, little Lizzie, pour some out and give it to your sister. Lishi nodded, then opened the sachet and poured out some moongrass seeds into Elia's hands. After testing them, Elia said to Lin Shan, Master, these seeds are all active and can be planted. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, and then said, okay then, Elia, you can arrange a few people to grow these moonflowers. I need moonflowers for the healing medicine here. Elia blinked upon hearing this, then asked in confusion, there's a cure made from moonlight grass? Could it be the moon healing potion? Lin Shan, have you heard of Elia? Upon hearing this, Elia nodded slightly and said, well, I heard from those herbalists who came into the elf forest that there are a lot of moon grass and moonflowers in the elf forest. In the past, no one picked them. Only elves like us picked some for decoration. Later, we found that inexplicably, there were many more people who specialized in picking moongrass and moonflower. So I secretly inquired about it and found out about this moon healing medicine, which is said to be more effective than ordinary healing medicines. Lin Shan, so it seems the moon healing potion is indeed quite effective. Then Lin Shan looked at the elf beside Elia and said with a smile, I'll leave the important task of growing the moonflower to you. Lishi, okay? Hearing this, Lishi pointed at her nose and said in surprise, Me? Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, how about it? Shall Lishi, do you have the confidence? Lishi suddenly clenched the sachet nervously and then looked at Elia, seeing her encouraging expression. Lishi swallowed a little, then looked at Lin Shan and said tremblingly, Master, Lishi will do her best. Lin Shan smiled and said, okay, Lishi is awesome. From now on, you will be the manager of Moonlight Garden. Lishi rolled her eyes and nodded, feeling overwhelmed by the praise. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How cute. As expected, most cubs are very cute, well, except for goblins and the like. Besides, the elf cubs have a long shelf life. I really want to rub her face and head. But they are not very familiar with each other yet. Although Lin Shan is their master now, the elves are still very afraid of him. Once you become familiar with it, you can eat it at will. Lin Shan, okay, then you guys continue with your work. I'll be back first. If you need anything, you can come find me at the lighthouse. Elia, yes, master. Li Shi's dizzy head quickly commanded her mouth and said, okay, master. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh again. How adorable. Then he controlled the invisible hand and left. Watching Lin Shan leave, Elia squatted down, looked at Li Shi, and said with a smile, Little Li Shi, next you can take the other children to plant moonflowers. Li Shi nodded and said seriously, Yes, Li Shi will. Chapter 118, The Master's Underwear. Time flies. At around 2 p.m., the low tide warning appeared again. Lin Shan directly informed Elia and Hume, asking them to take the elves and demi-humans to search, and to catch some sea beasts for meat. After all, the livestock cannot be moved now. After receiving Lin Shan's instructions, Elia and Hume also began to gather their tribesmen. The younger ones didn't need to go because the island was not big now, so the elves and demi-humans could go together. There are more than 50 adults, which is enough to search. By the way, Elia and Hume also told me that in addition to the treasure chests, there are also creatures emitting faint light, which can also be caught, as well as items. Soon, the elves and demi-humans set off. Apart from the beach, the remaining 2 places needed to be searched carefully. The reef area is simple, and we sent 30 people to search there. However, the coral area is more troublesome. After all, their water systems are not particularly good. And they also had to take off their clothes. After all, they didn't have enough clothes now, so it seemed that they had to ask Uling to make more clothes. But fortunately, they were wearing underwear, so they were not afraid. Besides, we were all women, so there was nothing to be afraid of. As for Lin Shan, as their master, let alone wearing underwear, if he ordered them not to wear clothes, they would have to obey. But it is obvious that their master, Lin Shan, does not seem to be that kind of person, but a good person. Lin Shan at the lighthouse couldn't help scratching his head. Why did he feel like a lot of people were talking about him? Lin Shan, good guy card +1+1+1+. Shaking his head, Lin Shan looked at the underwear Hu Ling had just brought over, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, Isn't this a bit too exquisite? It's worthy of being a tailor, and there are even ratings. Name, Master's Underwear. Category, Armor. Rating, Green 6. Effect, Toughness. Comment, clothes made of fine silk are smooth, breathable, and warm in winter and cool in summer. Producer, Foxling. Lin Shan pulled it and found it was indeed very tough, then went to the second floor and started to put it on. TSK. Hey, it's still safer to wear underwear. This slightly tight feeling is so safe. Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. Then he picked up the imitation silver battle suit and put it on. It is actually very troublesome to put on tights, but this combat suit is different. It can be put on very smoothly, and then it will automatically adapt and become an extremely fitting suit in no time. With the 30 points of extraordinary improvement, Lin Shan suddenly felt full of energy. Open the character panel and take a look. Name Lin Shan. Strength, Extraordinary. Destiny, Omen. Talent, Gift of Fate, Witch of Fate. Abilities, Ice Crystal Shot, Underwater Breathing, Identification, Fear. Superb attributes, Water +16, Fire +3, Wood +2, Mystic +84, Constitution +15, Spirit +92, Ice +2, Strength +13, Agility +10. Free attribute points, 2. The attributes seem a bit mixed. Lin Shan looked at his attributes and couldn't help muttering. Well, Lin Shan started to think about it. The fire and wood elements can be extracted using the attribute extraction scroll, while the water and ice elements can be left for now and see the situation. After getting dressed, Lin Shan came down from the second floor. Gloria looked at Lin Shan coming down and couldn't help but blink. Then she compared them and thought, well, they are quite similar. After both of them put on combat uniforms, the two of them stood together, looking like they were from the same organization. At the same time, Lin Shan discovered that it was actually possible to wear combat uniforms with bare buttocks. The joints were the focus of defense, and there would be no mysterious protrusions. Lin Shan, Gloria, let's go to the beach to practice our fighting skills. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and quickly followed. On the beach, Hyertai looked at the shallow sea crabs that had crawled up again and subconsciously touched his belly. Well, Hyertai can't eat anymore. That's right, the shallow sea crabs and mantis shrimps that had crawled onto the beach before were all eaten by Hyertai, and he was so full that he was full. He is now lying comfortably on the pile of sand, basking in the sun leisurely. This day was so much more beautiful than the one he had been on alone on that island with only giant lizards underground. After taking a look at the shallow sea crab, Hyertai ignored it. The shallow sea crab looked at the big guy in the distance with its eyes wide open. I don't know why, but when it saw this big guy, it felt a phantom pain in its heel claws. The shallow sea crab clenched its large claws in doubt, but finally decided not to go over. Instead, it wandered around on the beach to see if it could find some food to eat. After the shallow sea crab left, a hermit crab dragged its shell up after a while. Looking at the new species, Hyertai couldn't help but stare. Especially after seeing the shell emitting a faint light, Hyertai couldn't help but blink. It seemed that the island owner had said that these glowing things were all good things to him, right? Well, normally you can't see the light because Hyertai has become an islander of Linshan, so only with the blessing of the system can you see the light marked by the system. The same is true for the elves and demi-humans. After all, the contracts they signed are all system versions. Looking at the hermit crab in front of him, Hyertai was thinking about whether to take the shell when Linshan and Gloria came over. Hyertai, Island Master. Linshan, Hyertai, you look so free. Upon hearing this, Hyertai scratched his belly and said, "Isn't this because he's full and is resting?" Hearing this, Linshan was surprised and said, "Are you full? Oh my god, how many shallow sea crabs have you eaten?" Upon hearing this, Hyertai counted with his big hands and said, "Well, I ate 13 crabs, a soft octopus, and 8 mantis shrimps." Hearing this, Linshan looked around him and found that there was not even a trace of residue. Well, Hyertai eats the shells all his life, so what can be left? This guy has a really big appetite, but today's weather just happens to attract sea beasts, so he may not be able to eat as much as he wants in the future. Then, Linshan and Gloria started today's training. Now that he no longer has to go to the sea to catch seafood, Linshan can devote himself to training. Linshan also saw the hermit crab. Its home was the familiar shell. What was the name of the shell that was carried away by the tsunami? He had forgotten, so Linshan ignored it. Anyway, these low-level sea beasts no longer pose a threat to him. As for the elves and demi-humans, there's even less need to worry, as their current attributes are basically not bad. Linshan felt that the locals of this world, even if they were not on the path of destiny, more or less had some extraordinary physique, strength, and agility. Chapter 119, The Smelly Ship. Next, Linshan and Gloria began training. Hyertai was lying on the sand pile, watching leisurely and rubbing his belly from time to time. Then, Hyertai discovered that the island owner could not defeat the little devil girl at all. This discovery made everyone numb, and Hyertai decided not to provoke the little female devil in the future. On the beach, Linshan did not use the invisible hand. What he was training now was his body's reaction training. After all, the combat suit had added so many attributes, and he needed to adapt to it. During the training, Gloria was very strict, so Linshan started digging the sand pit again. Sand pits gradually appeared on the beach. All of them were smashed out by Linshan's body. And this time, with the combat suit, Linshan didn't feel as much pain, but at the same time, the number of sand pits on the beach increased by about twice. Although it doesn't hurt that much, it's still really tiring. However, this combat suit is quite impressive. It has great defense and force absorption capabilities. Linshan lay on the beach and sighed. "Gloria, Master, are you still going to continue?" Linshan shook his hands and said, "We've been fighting for over an hour and we're exhausted. Let me rest for a while before we continue." Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded and sat next to Linshan. Looking at the blue sky for a while, Linshan took a deep breath and then sat up. Linshan, "Gloria, come on, let's continue training." Gloria nodded when she heard that, then looked at Linshan. Just as Linshan was about to attack, a prompt popped up. "Omen, you suddenly tripped over your right foot with your left foot. This is an ominous sign. In 2 hours, a ship filled with a foul odor will break through the fog and rush into your territory." Looking at the omen that suddenly appeared, Linshan was stunned. Then, his left foot accidentally stepped on his right foot and fell down. Seeing this, Gloria rushed over and caught Linshan steadily. Lin Shan buried himself directly in Gloria's arms, feeling the softness instantly. However, Lin Shan had no time to enjoy himself now. After stabilizing his body, he stepped out of Gloria's arms and looked carefully at the information of the omen. A ship full of stench? What could it be? A pirate ship? Lin Shan said with some doubt. Gloria, Master, what happened? Upon hearing this, Lin Shan explained the omen. Upon hearing this, Gloria blinked and shook her head. In fact, she knew even less than Lin Shan. Lin Shan frowned and said, 2 hours later? No matter what kind of ship it is, since the omen shows ominous signs, it can only be bad news. Let's prepare first. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and said, Gloria always listens to the master. Lin Shan nodded, then walked towards the lighthouse. When passing by Hirtai, he asked him to follow. Upon hearing this, Hirtai scratched his stomach, then stood up and followed behind him, but the distance between them was 10 meters. After all, the little devil was in front of him. Back at the lighthouse, Lin Shan discovered that there were 5 treasure chests piled up at the entrance of the lighthouse, including 1 black iron treasure chest, 3 bronze treasure chests, and 1 treasure chest he had never seen before, which should be a special treasure chest. In addition to the treasure chest, there is also a pile of pearl shells, about 70 or 80 of them. This number is a bit too many. Could they pick them all up? Then there are stones and wood, which are piled up into a small hill. Lin Shan scratched his head. Didn't he say we didn't need to pick up rocks and wood? Never mind. That wasn't the right time to think about it. Gloria, go call Elia and Hume. Have them call all the adult elves and demi-humans over here. Lin Shan said to Gloria. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and walked towards the treehouse. Well, Lin Shan said that after the work is done, you can rest. Hirtai, I'm a master, what about me? What should I do? Hearing this, Lin Shan turned around and looked at the huge Hirtai and said with a smile, You? Sit down first and wait. I'll talk to them when they arrive. Upon hearing this, Hirtai touched his head and nodded. While waiting, Lin Shan planned to open the treasure chest first and look at the new treasure chest. He wondered what type of special treasure chest it would be. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 325, Black Iron Longsword. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 662, Blue Lotus 1. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 777, Tiger Claws 1, Tiger Foot Shoes 1. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 914, Iron or Pillar 1. Seeing the Black Iron Longsword open from the Black Iron treasure chest, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and grumbled. Is the Black Iron Long Spear out of stock? So they gave me a long sword? But why is this long sword longer than the long spear? Is that reasonable? That's right, this Black Iron Long Sword is similar to the Guandao with a long handle. Then he looked at the green lotus. Well, this is indeed an extraordinary plant, but it is an aquatic plant. Without the lake spirit, it cannot be cultivated. Next are the Tiger Claws and Tiger Foot Shoes. Both are blue 4-star equipment, pretty good. The effect of the Tiger Claws is Strength +3 and Sharpness, while the effect of the Tiger Foot Shoes is Agility +3 and Breeze. Well, these 2 pieces seem quite suitable for Hume. Looking at the properties of the Tiger Claws and Tiger Foot Shoes, Lin Shan couldn't help but say. Name, Tiger Charm. Strength, Extraordinary. Destiny, King's Mandate. Talent, White Tiger Spirit, not activated, Tiger Might. White Tiger Body, activating Cute Tiger Fangs. Abilities, Tiger Roar, Tiger Strength, Tiger Claw Attack, Wind Walk. Extraordinary Attributes, Wind +411, Spirit +95, Strength +109, Constitution +120, Agility +98. Comment. A tiger man who has awakened the bloodline of the white tiger. She is a natural-born king. Given the opportunity, she could soar to the sky. Unfortunately, she has been captured by fate. This is Hume's naked attribute, which is extremely powerful. To some extent, it is even stronger than Elia. Hirtai couldn't beat the other person. Although Hirtai was big and strong enough, he was just a sitting duck for Hume. The attributes of Tiger Spirit's claws and Tiger Foot Shoes don't actually add much to Tiger Charm, but the effects of Sharpness and Breeze are quite good. Besides, it's better to have a weapon than to be empty-handed, right? Of course, if Hume's white tiger body is activated, then her body will be the best weapon. Then comes the last item, a huge pillar of sunken iron, then took it out. Bang! It's quite long, almost 10 meters, right? TSK, how heavy is this? Iron ore is heavy to begin with, let alone such a big root? Lin Shan said curiously. A huge iron rod appeared on the ground. Lin Shan didn't notice it, but Hayatai's eyes lit up behind him. Chapter 120, Noble Effect. Undoubtedly. Hayatai quickly said, Island Master, is this the weapon you found for me? Hearing Hayatai's voice, Lin Shan looked back and saw the big bright eyes. Lin Shan, Hayatai, do you want this iron or pillar? Hayatai nodded and said, Island Master, this pillar is just right for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan looked at Hayatai's body shape. Indeed, the 10-meter-long iron or column was just right for Hayatai, who was 7 or 8 meters tall. Then I'll give it to you, but I don't know whether this thing is useful or not. After all, it's raw or... Lin Shan said to Hayatai. Upon hearing this, Hayatai nodded excitedly, then stood up and walked over to pick up the iron or column. Although the surface of the iron or column is a bit rough, its overall shape is still a round column, about 10 meters long and about 30 centimeters wide. Hayatai waved excitedly, and before he could say anything, this thing was very suitable for him. Lin Shan looked Hayatai up and down, then smiled with satisfaction and said, You know what? You look quite good like this, not bad. Upon hearing this, Hayatai couldn't help but smile. After looking at everything, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the last treasure chest. Name, Cursed Treasure Chest. Category, Special Treasure Box. Rating, Yellow 8. Effect, after opening, you will get a cursed item. Evaluation, a treasure chest filled with curses. The person who opens it has a chance of being cursed for 3 days. Cursed treasure chest? There's a chance that the person who opens the treasure chest will be cursed? That's a bit weird. Lin Shan looked at the panel of the special treasure chest in front of him and couldn't help but complain. After thinking about it, Lin Shan began to consider whether to open it now or not. But there might be a battle later, so should he wait? However, on second thought, maybe this could be the beginning of something good? Moreover, there is no omen, which means that you will not be cursed after opening the treasure chest. After all, it is only a probability, not 100%. After thinking about it, Lin Shan finally decided to open the treasure chest. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 80,000, Voodoo Doll 1, Curse Carving Knife 1. 80,000 Lighthouse Gold Coins? That's a lot, Lin Shan said with some surprise. Then he looked at the 2 items. Name, Voodoo Doll. Category, Cursed Item. Rating, Purple 5. Effect, Death in place of death, counter injury. Evaluation, Voodoo Doll, a powerful cursed item developed by the Cursed Witch. It can not only block a fatal injury for its owner, but also transfer part of the damage received to the attacker. Note, after the substitution is activated, the Voodoo Doll will break. Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, saying, Oh my god, a noble death substitute? This is amazing. At this moment, Lin Shan suddenly felt that the Voodoo Doll in front of him became ugly cute, and it was not ugly at all. Although the Voodoo Doll is a noble, life-saving prop, when it is taken out, the whole doll exudes an evil aura. Obviously, the materials used to make the Voodoo Doll are also full of curses. But no matter what, the noble effect is unquestionable. In addition to dying for someone else, his counterattack is also very abnormal. But this attribute is not very suitable for him. Lin Shan took a look at the counterattack and ignored it, because as a mysterious system, it was okay for him to play close combat at this stage. But in the future, he would be a noble long-range turret. Then look at the second item. Name, Cursed Carving Knife. Category, Cursed Item. Rating, Purple 1. Effect, Cursed Sculpture. Evaluation, the cursed chisel can carve a statue of a person, and then attacking the statue will react on the person. A 4th-level sculptor committed suicide at home with his own carving knife. Since then, the carving knife has become ominous. Every previous owner would inexplicably commit suicide with this knife. Since then, the carving knife has become an ominous object and has been sealed away. Looking at the blood-stained carving knife in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. This thing looked more evil than a voodoo doll. Moreover, looking at the reviews, the effect is indeed very good. However, judging by the following comments, maybe this is the price of using this carving knife? Lin Shan didn't believe that the previous owner of this carving knife didn't know the effect, so it could only backfire. Although it's very powerful, I don't like it very much. Forget it. I'll keep it for now. Lin Shan looked at the carving knife in his hand and said. Of course, it was also because Lin Shan couldn't carve, and he couldn't possibly sell this type of cursed item. If it was used against him, He would be stupid. After Lin Shan opened all the treasure chests and put the stones and wood into his backpack, Gloria came with Elia, Humei, and the others. As soon as Gloria came back, she walked directly behind Lin Shan. Elia, Master, you called us here. Do you have any instructions? Lin Shan nodded and said, I received a message. In 2 hours, 1 hour and 48 minutes, a ship filled with a foul smell will enter the island. That's why I called you over here. Be on guard. If that ship approaches, it's likely to have bad intentions. Upon hearing this, Elia couldn't help but wonder, a ship filled with a foul stench? Humei frowned and said, the slave ship stinks. The cells where the slaves are held haven't been cleaned for months, and the stench has seeped into the floorboards. Obviously, Humei still remembered the foul environment on the slave ship. So this shows the difference of Brother Harry. Only in a high-end environment can he sell at a good price, and people can come to Brother Harry to buy slaves. They're basically upper-class people, and people of this level treat slaves much better than most rich people. Hu Ling, it could also be a pirate ship. After a few people discussed it, they concluded that it was either a slave ship or a pirate ship. Well, there's nothing they can do. They're not very familiar with the sea area, and they really don't know what other ships are so full of stench. It couldn't be a ghost ship, could it? A ghost ship couldn't possibly stink. At most it would smell like decay. Lin Shan clapped his hands and said, no matter what kind of ship it is, if they take the initiative to land on the island, they're the enemy. So be prepared. It may be a battle. Elia nodded. Although their strength was not very good at sea, they could still fight. Humei, on the other hand, looked eager to try, and it was obvious that she was looking forward to the upcoming battle. Come to think of it, they're Tiger Asians after all. Chapter 121, A Strange Ship Appears. Elia, this is for you. It's an energy defense device. It can deploy a circular energy shield up to 500 meters in area. It's very powerful and is used to protect the elves and the demi-humans. Lin Shan took out the energy defense device he had prepared earlier and put on the ground. Upon hearing this, Elia looked at the cube on the ground curiously, then nodded. Then, Lin Shan took out the black iron spear, black iron sword, tiger claws, tiger foot shoes, and the broken heavy iron spear, and then said to Humei, Lin Shan, Humei, you subhumans can use these. Humei looked at the tiger claws and tiger foot shoes and felt that they seemed to be quite suitable for her, and then nodded. Although they don't have many weapons now, their fighting power is quite good. As long as you don't encounter beings above level 3, you can fight. Among the elves, in addition to Elia, there are 3 mid-second level beings. The demi-humans are much more powerful. There are a total of 6 demi-humans in the middle and late stages of the second stage, and they are all carnivorous demi-humans. In addition to the tiger demi-human Humei, there's also a bear demi-human. Look at the black ears. Well, it looks a bit like a giant panda. Behind are a leopard-like person, a cat-like person, and 2 wolf-like people. Seeing that everyone understood, Lin Shan nodded and said to Elia, Elia, aren't you elves good at using bows and arrows? Upon hearing this, Elia nodded slightly, then said, I can't say I'm good at it. It's just that practice makes perfect. After all, I've been using it for hundreds of years since I was a child. After hearing this, Lin Shan pondered for a moment. There were wooden bows available for making on the crafting table, but there was no material for the bowstrings. Huh, that's right. Lin Shan turned to look at Hu Ling, then asked, Hu Ling, can you make a bowstring? It doesn't have to be super good, just something that can be used. Hu Ling's ears twitched involuntarily, and then he said, bowstring? Lin Shan nodded and said, yes, it's the bowstring. Hu Ling, well, master, yes, I can use the control line to weave it, and, with the blessing of destiny, it can be made into a bowstring that is barely usable. Lin Shan was delighted when he heard this, and then said, very good. How long will it take for Hu Ling to make 30 bowstrings? Hu Ling, slow down, about half an hour, right? Lin Shan, okay, go make 30 of them now. Have the Asians deliver each one you make. Upon hearing this, Hu Ling nodded, then hurriedly ran towards the treehouse. As a fox subhuman, he was very fast and ran 100 meters in a short time. Lin Shan looked at Ilea. Ilea, can you make arrows? Elia, yes, master, but we don't have much time now, so we can only make wooden arrows. However, when we use bows and arrows to attack, we can attach extraordinary energy to the wooden arrows, which will greatly enhance the destructive power. Lin Shan, that's great. Let me think, is there anything I've missed? Yeah, no. Then you all should start preparing. The chances of fight are very high. Yes, master. Elia, Hume and others responded one after another. There is no place to hide on the island now, so the only option is to confront the opponent head-on. It depends on the strength of the opponent. But now this place is still restricted by the system, so those who can come here should not be too powerful, right? Lin Shan looked at the fog on the sea and thought silently. An hour passed quickly. Hu Ling has made 30 bowstrings, and the quality is quite good. All of them are green 2 stars. It takes 1 minute to make a wooden bow. Fortunately, Lin Shan asked Hume to make one and then had the little Asian deliver it. Otherwise, it would be too late. There are 30 wooden bows. Except for the blue 4-star wisteria wooden bow made of wisteria wood and wild bull tendon. The rest are green 1-star. This is absolutely the upper limit of how high you can pull the bowstring. Afterwards, Lin Shan gave all the bows and arrows to Elia and asked her to distribute them. However, what surprised Lin Shan was that Elia did not keep the highest-rated wisteria wood bow for herself, but gave it to other elves. Next, Lin Shan went directly to the top of the lighthouse. He wanted to activate the energy cannon. Bronze light crossbow? I almost forgot I had this. Lin Shan came up and looked at the bronze crossbow, scratched his head, and said embarrassedly. However, Lin Shan first turned on the energy cannon, set the attack command, and fired at me. Then he put away the bronze crossbow and arrows, and then found Elia and handed the bronze crossbow to her. Things like bows and arrows are best used by elves, as they have the best cost-effectiveness. Time flies, and it's the last few minutes. Lin Shan stood on the top of the lighthouse, observing the surrounding sea to see which direction the ship would come from. The energy defense device has been activated, protecting the treehouse, plantation, and livestock. Everyone has been authenticated, except for the earth spirit and the lake spirit. Maybe it's because they're not flesh and blood beings? Now, on the entire island, except for Lin Shan, who is standing in the open, Elia, Hume, and the others are hiding in the pits, well, dug out of earth and rocks. In this way, they can attack the enemy unexpectedly, and at least the elves can kill a wave of enemies with bows and arrows. Finally, at 4:30, a ship quickly broke through the fog and rushed in. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. Something was wrong, because he found that the ship was covered with scars and was in tatters. This is troublesome. Could this be a ship being hunted by the fog creatures? Lin Shan couldn't help but worry, especially just now. When the ship broke through the fog and rushed in, there was no isolation layer. In other words, this ship was sailing under the fog? Then, under Lin Shan's frowning gaze, the ship rushed towards the island without slowing down. Finally, it crashed right into him. It rushed into the island for dozens of meters before stopping. Seeing this, Lin Shan frowned even more. This situation was obviously not right. Could there be a fog monster inside the ship? Otherwise, with such a big commotion, there wouldn't be no one on the ship, right? After waiting for a few minutes, the ship was still quiet. After thinking about it, Lin Shan came down from the lighthouse directly and brought Gloria over. Elia, Hume, and others who were squatting in the pit waiting for orders couldn't help but stand up when they saw Lin Shan appear. Then we saw the ships washing up on the island. No wonder there was such a loud crash just now. A demi-human with round ears, who looked like some unknown animal, said this. When everyone saw Lin Shan walking towards the boat, they all climbed out of the pit and followed him one by one. After coming to a distance of about 10 meters from his ship, Lin Shan stopped and began to observe. When I got closer, I found that the ship was in tatters and the hull was severely damaged. Is there really anyone alive here? Chapter 122. Stench. This ship is quite large, with a length of almost 100 meters and a height of about 12 meters from the bottom to the top. Looking at the dilapidated ship in front of him, Lin Shan frowned, although he didn't think there would be any survivors. But Lin Shan still didn't let anyone get close. Lin Shan, everyone be alert. Yes, Elia, Hume, and others shouted in unison. Lin Shan directly controlled the invisible hand and punched down. Countless pieces of wood were smashed directly into the boat. One hole was definitely not enough, so Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to continue dismantling it. Soon, more than half of the ship's hull was smashed open by the invisible hand, and the layout inside came into the sight of Lin Shan and others. At the same time, a sea breeze suddenly blew from the front. Wow, that stinks. The demi-humans covered their noses and shouted. The elves also covered their noses and frowned. It was indeed very smelly. Faced with the stench, Lin Shan immediately chose to retreat with everyone, but only went over to take a look after waiting for a favorable wind. After evacuating the smelly area, everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't this too smelly? It's a bit unusual to be so smelly. Lin Shan looked at the ships in the distance and said solemnly. Hume rubbed her nose and said to Lin Shan, Master, this stench is countless times worse than the cells we were in on those shabby slave ships. We subhumans have very sensitive noses. In such a foul-smelling environment, let alone fighting, it would be a blessing if you didn't faint from the stench. Didn't you see that many demi-humans even had their tails stinking out? You know, they usually tuck their tails away for convenience. Just now, many demi-humans not only had their ears perked up, but even their tails stood up because of the stench. Lin Shan nodded. Indeed, he almost vomited just now. If he had not retreated early, he might have vomited out his lunch. Fortunately, his eyesight is not bad now. As his physical condition improves, Lin Shan finds that his eyesight has improved a lot. He was not nearsighted to begin with, and now he feels like he can be a sniper. Look, doesn't the structure of the ship look a bit like a slave ship? There are so many dungeons, but there's no one there, and there's not even a corpse. What's emitting that stench? Lin Shan said puzzledly. However, the back half of the ship has not been dismantled. Perhaps the source of the stench is in that back half. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shan released the invisible hand again and flew over. The limit of his control over the invisible hand was now about 200 meters, and with a little effort, it was about 3 meters. As the invisible hand reached the hull, another round of demolition began. Pa pa pa. The invisible hand slapped him one slap at a time. Soon, except for the last bit of the hull, the rest was exposed. Under the sunlight, there was still no body inside. Elia, Master, could it be on the other side? Lin Shan nodded and said, It's possible. Since it's not here, it must be in the other half of the hull. After all, there are walls inside the ship to separate the rooms. After Lin Shan swatted the last bit away, he looked around and found nothing, so he led everyone to the other side. However, although no corpses were seen or anything like that, there seemed to be a lot of supplies on the ship. I just wonder if they would be contaminated by that stench. If there is, it can only be thrown away. Lin Shan doesn't think that this stench is harmless, unless this stench can go away. Soon, Lin Shan and his group moved to the other side of the ship, where the damage was more serious. Lin Shan, with scars like these, the creature that attacked the ship must be about the same size as Tsanlo Mama, right? Gloria turned her head to look at the position near the stern of the ship. There was a gap there. It seemed like there was a sight coming from that side. Just now, Gloria frowned. Although she didn't sense any human presence, she still explained to Lin Shan how she felt just now. Gloria, Master, I seem to sense a gaze over there just now. It was very brief, probably less than a second. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan looked in the direction Gloria pointed. Near the stern of the ship, there was a broken crack. If there really was a creature hiding there observing them, it would indeed be difficult to notice. By the way, Elia, take some people to the other side to watch. I'm worried that if the hull is damaged, the noise will be too loud. If there are really survivors, they might hide on the other side. Lin Shan said to Elia. Hearing Lin Shan's words, Elia nodded and replied, Yes. Master, follow me. Elia pointed at some elves and demi-humans, then led her men to the other side. Lin Shan waited until Elia passed by before he began to control the invisible hand to dismantle the ship. Now, I want to see where you, the source of the stench, can hide. Pa pa pa. Soon, half of the ship's hull was smashed by Lin Shan. After all, the invisible hand controlled by Lin Shan was a giant hand that was 5 meters long, and he invested a lot of mental power. Snap. Found it. Lin Shan looked at the middle part of the hull. When the invisible hand hit it just now, the wooden board not only did not break, but also bounced back. Looking at the cracked hull, Lin Shan frowned, then controlled the invisible hand to continue chopping. Bang, bang, bang. After a few hits, the wooden planks of the hull just cracked, but they were still fixed well on it. However, the surrounding hull was shaken down. The contents inside also appeared in front of everyone, and with it came a stench, a strong stench. Fuck! Back off, back off! Lin Shan hurriedly led everyone to retreat. This time, the stench was no longer invisible, but a gray-green gas spread out, which was obviously poisonous at a glance. After retreating a few dozen meters, Lin Shan and others stopped. After stopping, Lin Shan used the identification technique based on the gaze. Fortunately, his spiritual attributes are now high, and he can still identify at a distance of more than 100 meters. Soon, the attribute panel appeared in front of Lin Shan. Name: foul-smelling corpse aggregate. Strength: extraordinary. Talent: stink core, stink mist fusion. Abilities: corrosive secretion, rapid recovery, foul-smelling spray, creeping, calling, hallucination. Super attributes: mystic plus 35, spirit plus 67, poison plus 201, constitution plus 297, strength plus 313. Comment: a transcendent being infected by the blood of a corrosive fog dragon, after devouring and fusing with a large number of life forms, underwent a strange transformation and became a new type of fog monster. Excessive appraisal. Weakness: the stink core. Shattering the stink core will completely kill the opponent. Otherwise, their flesh and blood will continue to converge towards the stink core and fuse. Abnormal state. Sleeping. Chapter 123 Dragonborn. A fetid corpse agglomeration monster? No wonder I didn't see a single corpse. It turns out they were all devoured by this monster. Lin Shan displayed the attributes and said as whom Mei and the others looked at them. The weakness of this stinking corpse aggregation monster is very obvious, which is the stinking core. However, it is still difficult to find the stinking core in such a huge body. Of course, these are not the main problems. The main problem is that this monster stinks so much that I don't want to get close to it at all. Is this monster stuck? Why isn't it moving? Hume looked at the monster on the boat and said in confusion. Hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head and said, that monster's supernatural power is quite high, hundreds of points. How could it be stuck? It's probably because it doesn't want to move. Indeed, the foul-smelling corpse-gathering monster was now in a dormant state, and even though Lin Shan had just slapped it with his invisible hand, it did not wake up. So Lin Shan guessed that the monster's dormant state was not what it wanted, but it was caused by some kind of ability that made it fall into dormancy. Anyway, the gaze that Gloria felt before must have been real. So, there are still living people on this ship. Lin Shan looked past the smelly monster and looked at the ship behind. If there are people, they can only hide at the back, and this ship looks very much like a slave ship. So the people who survived are most likely slave traders. After all, the slaves were locked up in the cell and couldn't run away at all. They might have been devoured by the monster long ago. Therefore, if there really were people who survived, the most likely possibility would be that they were from this slave merchant ship. After taking a look at the foul-smelling monster, Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand and dismantled it backwards. Since this monster is sleeping, let's not disturb it. Are you kidding? Wait a minute. Lin Shan plans to push this boat into the sea and sink it to the bottom. Lin Shan was worried that if such a stinky monster fell from the boat, the land would be polluted, and the stench was so great that it would completely affect their combat effectiveness. There might be some supplies on the ship, but rather than possibly obtaining some unknown supplies, Lin Shan would rather throw this foul-smelling monster into the sea and let it fend for itself. Bang! Bang! The invisible hand slapped the hull again and again, breaking it into pieces again and again, revealing the situation inside. After a few times, a voice suddenly came from the boat. Stop! Stop! Lin Shan raised his eyebrows when he heard the sound, and then continued to slap it down. Are you kidding? You say stop, so I will stop? Elia also came back with people. After all, the monster had been discovered. The people hiding inside the boat didn't expect that they all made a sound, so why were they still hitting the hull? There was no choice. The people on the boat had to jump off. In fact, they had no other choice. The boat was completely scrapped. In the end, they still had to get out of the boat. They had been drifting on the boat for more than 10 days since being attacked by the corrosive mist dragon, and most of the people on the boat had been eaten by the foul-smelling monster. Moreover, the ship's spirit has fallen asleep. If the hull is damaged by more than 2/3, the ship's spirit may fall into a deep sleep. Fortunately, the ship elf controlled the ship to move forward rapidly before falling asleep. Otherwise, the ship would have been torn to pieces by the monsters in the fog. There was still the aura of the corrosive fog dragon lingering on the ship, so even though the ship lights were out, no monsters came to visit. But a monster was born inside the ship, and it was an extremely smelly monster. Now that they finally have hope of survival, they don't want to give up. I heard some snapping sounds. Stop! Stop! We're coming out now. Please stop attacking. Lin Shan paused after hearing this. But us? It seems there are quite a lot of us. But we can't even deal with this stinking monster. It's no threat at all. When they heard the sound of the boat hitting the hull stop, they breathed a sigh of relief, took out a rope and threw it out through the gap, and then went down one by one along the rope. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Shan and others, figures got off the boat one after another, and soon there were 7 or 8 people, but more people continued to get off the boat. Lin Shan, oh my God, there are quite a lot of people, more than a dozen, and they're still going down? After more than 10 minutes, the last person came down. Looking at the disheveled and dirty people, they didn't look like merchants, but more like slaves. Lin Shan, tell me, why did you ram your ship into my island? If you don't explain, I'll have no choice but to send you to the sea. Then, Lin Shan silently identified the person who was obviously the leader. Name, Shana, Thunder Dragon. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, Dragon God. Talent, Dragonborn, Thunder Dragon Bloodline, low-level magic defense, Dragon Language spell. Abilities, Dragon Roar, Lightning Dragon Transformation, Dragon Claw, Dragon Strike. Superb attributes, Lightning plus 499, Mystic plus 100, Spirit plus 130, Constitution plus 157, Strength plus 114, Agility plus 139. Evaluation, Dragonborn. Possessing the blood of a giant dragon. This creature is extremely rare and possesses immense potential. With training, there will be no bottleneck until the 6th stage of their destiny. It is recommended to subdue them. Excessive appraisal. Forced use of dragon language spells has weakened the player, reducing their strength by half. Status, weak, hungry, anxious, exhausted. This attribute is a bit exaggerated. If it weren't for the weakness that reduces the strength by half, no one except Gloria could beat it. This person has already reached the peak of the 2nd level of destiny. According to Lin Shan's speculation, after 500, one will officially enter the 3rd level. Here, Lin Shan sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Shana couldn't help but frown. Did she feel like she was being seen through? This was her dragonborn instinct, and it couldn't be wrong. Looking at the island owner in front of her, Shana instinctively knew that it was the other party who did it. Identification? But to be able to see through a person's identification skills, one must be at least a master, right? And the cost of fully understanding a person is also very high. Therefore, many appraisal masters will not use master-level appraisal techniques casually. The most important thing is that when using identification techniques, the eyes will change. Shana looked at Lin Shan's eyes, which had not changed at all, and felt a little confused. Forget it. Shana shook her head, then glanced at the smelly monster that was still sleeping, and then took the children to Lin Shan. She has not recovered since she was captured on this slave ship. Her strength was not full to begin with. Not to mention, she had to use dragon language spells. To make matters worse, her current strength is only 1/10 of what it was. Chapter 124. Want to stay? It's simple, just sign this. I want everything. Seeing Shana approaching, the reactions of the other demi-humans, except Humei, were a little big. Obviously, as subhumans, they have some sensitivity to the dragon blood in Shana. After all, to some extent, Dragonborn are also subhumans, dragon subhumans. The demi-humans suddenly became a little agitated, which immediately attracted the attention of Lin Shan and others. Lin Shan, Humei, what happened to them? Humei scratched her face in confusion, obviously not understanding. Well, as a person of the White Tiger bloodline, Humei is not afraid of the Thunder Dragon bloodline in Shana, so she doesn't feel anything. But other subhumans do not have strong bloodlines, so this is the case. Seeing that Humei didn't know either, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you shaking so much?" The subhuman women looked at each other, and then Hu Ling said, "Master, it's the person coming over. She exudes a top blood pressure, although it is very faint, but it is the aura of a top predator. It made us tremble instinctively." Lin Shan, huh? The other party is a dragonborn with dragon blood. But Humei's blood is no less than that of a dragon. I didn't see you tremble, did you? Upon hearing this, Humei pointed at herself and said in surprise, "Huh? Master, am I not a Huya? My bloodline is at most a tiger-like monster, right? How can I possibly compare to a dragon?" Hearing this, Lin Shan rubbed her tiger ears and said, "Look, your ears have turned white. This is a white tiger. I don't know what level you are on this side, but in my hometown, the white tiger is one of the sacred beasts." Humei's face suddenly turned red, and she shrank her head. The ears of subhumans are very sensitive. She would not let anyone touch them unless they were her relatives or lovers. Lin Shan didn't care. After knowing the reason why the demi-humans were trembling, he turned around and looked at Shauna, who was walking over. Seeing Shauna approaching, Lin Shan quickly shouted, "Stop! This distance is enough. You guys stink." Shauna's face darkened when she heard that. She didn't want to do that, but she had been on the same boat with that smelly monster for more than 10 days, and she had already been marinated by it. She even vomited at the beginning. It couldn't even eat food, but it adapted to the environment in just 3 days. This makes people sigh at the adaptability, which is indeed the most powerful survival skill of living things. Lin Shan, okay, please introduce yourself and the little ones around you. Looking at the bunch of little ones behind Shauna, Lin Shan was a little curious. How did Shauna manage to protect them all? From the faint marks on their wrists and ankles, it was obvious that they were all slaves, and Shauna herself is also a slave. As a result, now, apart from Shauna and these little guys, the only one left on the entire ship is that smelly monster. Are all those slave traders dead? Shauna, my name is Shauna Thunderdragon, a dragonborn, and the children behind me were all captured by those hateful slave traders. Lin Shan was a little surprised. He thought Shauna would hide her identity as a dragonborn. You know, dragonborn are very rare. Not only can they be sold at a good price, but they also have great potential. If people find out, there will be endless trouble. Shauna knew all this, but for the sake of her children, she had no choice but to do so. At least by revealing her identity, she had some bargaining chips. She knew very well the appeal of dragonborn, especially for a wild dragonborn like her who was alone and had no background, which made her even more attractive. Who doesn't like having a dragonborn under your command? Even as a woman, she might be used as a reproductive tool, and it is not impossible for her to give birth to a child with dragon blood. Although a child born to a dragonborn may not necessarily inherit the identity of a dragonborn, if you have many children, there will always be one or two who will. Lin Shan, dragonborn, you are quite honest. So Shauna, right? Let me ask you, what is this foul-smelling monster? Shauna, to be honest, I don't know much about this monster. I only know that more than half a month ago, the lights on this slave ship suddenly went out, and then it was attacked by the fog monster. Many people died, and the slave traders even released the slaves to resist. We kept fighting the fog monsters after that, until one day, a giant fog creature attacked the ship, causing great damage, but it seemed that the other party was just curious. After grabbing the ship a few times, it left directly, and after that, the ship was fortunately not attacked by the fog monster again. I guess it might be caused by the breath of the huge fog creature that fell. Later, for some reason, this foul-smelling monster appeared in the ship. This monster seems to be the captain of a slave ship. That's what I heard them say. In the end, everyone on the ship was hunted down by this monster, and even their corpses were devoured. The more it ate, the stronger the monster became, and it became impossible to kill it. Finally, I used my innate ability to put the monster to sleep. As for the slave traders who followed, well, she threw them all over the ship and into the sea. After all, she was also a captured slave. How could she possibly have any good feelings towards them? Upon hearing this, Lin Shan glanced at Elia and only felt relieved when he saw her nod slightly. She has already told Lin Shan about Elia's abilities. Lin Shan, I understand. In other words, you crashed in my island by accident. Upon hearing this, Shauna immediately nodded and said, "That's right, it was an accident. After all, the last instruction of this ship was to proceed at full speed." Lin Shan, well, I understand, but you still have to compensate for the losses on my island. Do you have any objections to this? Shauna looked at Lin Shan. Although she had expected this, she still felt very uneasy. Shauna, I have no objection. If nothing else, the little ones behind her were enough to make Shauna compromise. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Very good. I like people with a sense of responsibility. My place is basically isolated from the outside world, so if you want to stay, you can only sign this contract. I can rest assured." After saying that, Lin Shan displayed the system version of the contract and handed it to Shauna. Shauna looked at the slave contract in front of her and realized that she couldn't escape. But she looked at the children behind her and signed it decisively. Lin Shan looked at Shauna with admiration. This person was decisive and someone who could do big things. Then he gave some contracts to the little ones. Seeing this, Shauna was stunned. Chapter 125, are you stunned? I floated. Shauna, no. Why do they have to sign a contract too? Hearing this, Lin Shan turned to look at Shauna and asked in confusion, "Why don't you sign?" Shauna, Didn't I already sign the contract? Lin Shan became even more confused and then said, You are you, and they are them. You signed, so how could they not sign? Shauna. As expected, you shouldn't believe what men say. However, she had already signed the slave contract and was powerless to stop it. She could only watch the little ones sign the contract one by one. Despair. Lin Shan looked at Shauna with a desperate face and shook his head in confusion, without thinking that this is my island. How could I let a group of strangers stay here? It's not a short time, so be prepared to stay on this island for the rest of your life. After seeing that they had all signed the contract, Lin Shan turned his attention back to the foul-smelling aggregate monster. Lin Shan. By the way, Shauna, this ship is a slave ship, right? Shauna nodded and said, Yes, it's a nasty slave ship that specializes in trafficking women. These children were either stolen or robbed. In short, they're a group of very evil people. When talking about these slave traders, Shauna looked disgusted. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded involuntarily. Now she understood why they were all little girls. Then he asked in confusion, Then Shauna, how did you get caught on this slave ship? With your strength, I don't think these thieves can catch you. Shauna was shocked when she heard this. It seemed that this master really possessed master-level identification skills. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know her true strength. As a dragon descendant, as long as she doesn't unleash dragon power, she basically looks like an ordinary person. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Shauna said, I pretended to be captured in order to save the children. I originally wanted to follow them to their base, but unfortunately this happened in the end. It's really a bargain for them. Lin Shan nodded. He roughly understood all this. The only thing left was the smelly lump of flesh. Looking at the smelly meat mass on the boat for a few times, Lin Shan couldn't help shaking his head. Such a smelly thing should not be left on the island. It is better to sink it into the sea. I guess sea fish like smelly things, right? Lin Shan. Shauna, I think you have collected everything on this ship, right? Upon hearing this, Shauna nodded and took out a few space bags from her arms. Since you have chosen to become the other person's slave, you can only accept it calmly. What else can you do? Lin Shan took a look and did not choose to take over. Even though these space bags were placed in Shauna's underwear, she was marinated. What do you think these space bags would taste like? Lin Shan. Elia, take them downstairs and let the lake spirit give them a good rinse. If they still stink, we'll just have to let them enjoy the sea breeze and see if it dissipates naturally. But the children are still young, so they shouldn't be exposed to the sea breeze too much. Also, after they take a bath, I'll cook some porridge for them. Elia. Yes. Master. Then he looked at Shauna and said, Shauna, right? Bring the children and follow me. Shauna nodded stupidly, then took the children and followed Elia. Why did Shauna suddenly become a little silly? Because she didn't expect Lin Shan to actually think about the children? This was really unbelievable. If you think about it carefully, such young children are just a burden. After all, at their age now, not only can they not help at all, but they also waste food. Lin Shan looked at the ship in front of him and touched his chin. How much force would be needed to push this ship frame into the sea? After thinking about it, he decided to try controlling the invisible hand first. With the full strength of the infinite hand, he should be able to drag the ship frame and the smelly mass of flesh into the sea. Under Lin Shan's control, the invisible hand began to pull the boat frame. Fortunately, the ship was empty, so the invisible hand could drag it. In ancient times, Captain Jack's Black Pearl was dragged away by stone crabs, and now an invisible hand is pulling the ship's frame. Lin Shan complained as he dragged the car. The invisible hand doesn't get tired, and Lin Shan's spirit can sustain the consumption, so in less than 10 minutes, it has dragged half the distance. In fact, if it weren't for the fear that the smelly lump of meat would fall off, the speed could be a few points faster, but in order to protect his island from being exposed to the stench, Lin Shan would rather go slower. Slowly, the boat rack finally reached the seaside. Fortunately, this is not a coral area. Otherwise, Lin Shan would not choose to push it into the sea. Crash! The ship frame and the smelly lump of flesh sank into the sea, but it was not over yet. Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand and threw all the wreckage of the ship into the sea. Although it will float, if a large number of planks are tied together and absorb some water, they will slowly sink. Looking at the clean coast, Lin Shan clapped his hands. Although there was still a lot of stench here, it should dissipate soon as the sea breeze continued to blow. Suddenly, Elia ran over. Lin Shan, huh? What are you in such a hurry for? Elia looked at the empty coast and said helplessly, Master, Shauna said that the stinking monster can't touch the water, otherwise the dragon curse will erupt. That way, the monster won't fall asleep. Hearing this, Lin Shan looked towards the seashore. It's already sunk to the bottom. Should be all right. It's been a few minutes. It must have sunk at least a few thousand meters, right? Elia, well, I hope so. It's such a big ball, so it probably can't swim, right? Lin Shan, so don't worry. Looking at the water that should have been clear, but was now becoming murky, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown and grumbled. Could it really have swum up? That meatball doesn't have any arms or legs. As the seawater became more and more turbid, Lin Shan wished he could move the island back hundreds of meters. After a while, clumps of foul-smelling flesh floated to the surface of the sea, and because it has been soaked in water, the smell is even stronger. However, Lin Shan, Elia, and others had already moved away from the shore, so they were not affected by the stench. The lump of meat floating on the sea suddenly began to drift toward the larger lump of meat. Seeing this, Lin Shan narrowed his eyes. Judging from the identification and evaluation, the piece of meat should contain the stinking core. As long as it is shattered, the stinking monster will die. So this monster is actually very easy to kill for Lin Shan. If the other person didn't stink, he would have died long ago. Chapter 126 Night Owl. Looking at the piece of meat that was constantly drifting towards the stinky core, Lin Shan thought for a moment, then released his invisible hand and scooped up the piece of meat with the stinky core. Hey, I want to see if you can still fly. Lin Shan said with a chuckle. As expected, after the flesh ball with the foul-smelling core was brought up to the sky by the invisible hand, the flesh balls that had originally gathered together gathered under the invisible hand. However, the meatballs that have no ability to fly can only stay quietly below. Moreover, the meatballs below are all looking after themselves and cannot merge together at all. That's rubbish, but the dragon curse seems pretty awesome. Not only can it put the opponent to sleep, but it's also so powerful. Looking at the meatball that was torn into pieces and blown into more than a dozen pieces, Lin Shan touched his chin and said, Huh? Suddenly, Lin Shan looked at the invisible hand in confusion, only to see that the palm of the invisible hand began to be corroded. The speed was very fast, and a hole was corroded in an instant, and then the flesh fell down. If it really fell down and combined with the flesh below, it would immediately return to its original state. But how could Lin Shan let it succeed? The invisible hand grabbed the core of the stench and squeezed it easily. After all, he has been crippled by the dragon curse. This corrosive ability, it can even corrode energy. That's pretty impressive, Lin Shan said with some surprise. Then control the invisible hand and pinch. The defense of the meatball is actually quite strong. After all, its physique is so high, but this meatball has no defense because it is the internal meatball and does not have that disgusting layer of skin. As the invisible hand continues to tighten, the stinking core began to secrete corrosive liquid crazily, but unfortunately, the effect was not good. With the support of Lin Shan's spirit, the invisible hand continued to repair itself and could not be corroded at all. As the pressure from the invisible hand continued to increase, the lump of meat was finally squeezed out. Bits of meat paste flowed out from the gaps in the invisible hand and then fell into the meat mass below. After a tight grip, a crystal core emitting a foul smell appeared in the invisible hand. As the foul-smelling core was exposed, an even stronger stench spread out instantly. Seeing this, Lin Shan immediately controlled the invisible hand and moved away from the island. However, the maximum distance that Lin Shan can control the invisible hand is only about 200 meters, so he stopped after being about 180 meters away from the island. Then start crushing the stinking core. Lin Shan put more energy into it and then pinched it. The result was a bit unexpected. The stinky core looked very hard, but it was actually very fragile and was directly crushed. As the stinking core shattered, the flesh lumps that were originally converging towards the stinking core stopped and were then carried away by the seawater. Fortunately, the sea breeze is not blowing towards the island. After the invisible hand dissipated, the fragments of the stench core fell into the sea and disappeared. Okay, the work is done perfectly. Let's go back now, Lin Shan said to Elia and others. Lin Shan, Elia, will the smell dissipate after Shauna and the others take a shower? Elia, we first tried to clean it with seawater, but it only cleaned away some of the dirt and had no effect on the stench. But then I remembered that the water from Lake Spirit has a slight purifying effect. I tried it out of a sense of giving it a try, and to my surprise, it actually got rid of the stench. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said, "Okay, as long as it works. Remember to clean the space bag and give it to me after it stops smelling." Upon hearing this, Elia nodded and replied, "Okay, master." Lin Shan, "That's right, everyone can go home now." Everyone dispersed one by one. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan first turned off the energy cannon. As long as this thing is turned on, it will consume energy, and the consumption rate is quite fast. An energy stone can only last for 3 days if the cannon is not fired. Although Lin Shan can fully afford it with his current energy stone reserves, there is no need to do so. The main reason is that the island is too small, and it is very convenient to start up. If he goes out to sea to search for islands, he can activate the energy cannon. After returning to the base, Lin Shan started to boil water and prepare to take a shower. Although he did not encounter the source of the stench, he was more or less contaminated by the stench, so he had to take a shower. Anyway, now that we have a lake spirits, there is no shortage of water, so we can just create as much as we want. No, with the help of the lighthouse renovation, Lin Shan had already built a bathroom. The bathroom wasn't very big. After all, there was a bathtub in it. In his current condition, he could only take a bubble bath, so after putting down the bathtub, there was only a 1-meter wide space left. Snore. Oh my god, it feels so good. Lin Shan soaked in the bathtub contentedly. The hot water emitted steam, which continued to rise and then dissipate. Taking a bath can easily make people ignore time, but Lin Shan is used to it, so after soaking for a few minutes, he got up directly. After washing, Lin Shan washed the combat uniform in the bathtub to remove the odor. Lin Shan, wearing shorts, came out holding a slightly wet combat uniform. "Gloria, go wash it. Don't forget to wash the clothes as well," Lin Shan said as he walked towards the second floor. Hearing this, Gloria nodded, then walked into the bathroom wrapped in her cute tiger pajamas. After putting the cute tiger pajamas away, Gloria looked at the bathtub and began to fill it with hot water. Well, the hot lake water outside was already boiled, and with some cold water added, she could soak in it right away. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Shan lay on the bed, watching people chatting in the chat channel. Some people would show off what they had gained that day. Some people will show off when they get good stuff, like silver or gold treasure chests. Some people also boasted that they met sea merchants and bought a lot of good things. It can be said that the chat channel has always been extremely lively. Gloria was wearing cute tiger pajamas, sitting on the bed and blinking at Lin Shan, feeling a little sleepy. Today was her first day feeling a little sleepy. It's a bit difficult. In fact, what Gloria didn't know was that the single bed, which had now become a double bed, was much more effective than before, so she was affected. I started to feel sleepy, which was also related to the fact that Gloria did not resist. Over in the grove, the elves built a smaller tree house for the newcomer Shauna and the little ones who had been following her. Now, everyone has fallen asleep quietly, except for a few demi-humans with night owl attributes. Although they have been playing for a while during the day, they are still full of energy at night, and cannot fall asleep unless they vent some energy. Chapter 127, The Polluted Fishman. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Hayatai's snoring was so loud that the little ones who seemed to be coming over looked at each other in confusion. Bang! Hayatai's huge arm slammed directly onto the beach, creating a sand pit in an instant. Hiss! The little ones were so scared that their faces turned pale. Fortunately, it didn't get close, otherwise they would have been flattened to pieces by the arm. After they were no longer close to Hayatai, they began to run around, but they did not go to the place where the smelly ship landed during the day, because there was still some stench there. The taste is too strong for them. The little ones started their adventure, but in fact they had never really explored the island properly. First, after they left Hayatai, they ran towards the port, and then looked at Xiao AI with curiosity. Xiao AI greeted them happily, but the little Asians were frightened and ran away. Well, looking at the little Asian running away, Xiao AI was confused. Seeing this, Leopard Bao in the dark looked at the running little guys with a bit of a helpless smile, and then continued to follow them. She was a mutated Black Panther subhuman, with black ears and tail. So I'm used to moving at night. The little Asians ran around east and west, and they not only discovered the mineral vein caves that were being formed, but also discovered another unknown small resource. It's a pity that the emerging light blocked their view, otherwise they would definitely go in and take a look. The island was not big, so they ran all over it quickly. After running for so long, the little ones felt a little tired and walked towards the treehouse yawning. Leopard Bao felt relieved only after seeing the little ones go back to the treehouse to sleep, and then began her night patrol. This was Humei's order, so it was left to the demi-humans who preferred to act at night. In fact, as subhumans, they're all able to adapt, but there are some natural characteristics that allow them to perform better. For example, Leopard Bao is much more energetic at night than during the day. Bao Bao jumped onto the observation deck in a few steps. This was the tree that Humei had the elves catalyze, and it was the tallest one. But the highest place here is still the lighthouse. Bao Bao stood on the beach, looking at the seashore from time to see if there was anything unknown. As he was looking, Bao Bao suddenly found a field of flowers emitting a faint glow. This looks like the moonflower that Lizzie planted. I didn't expect it to actually glow. It's quite unusual. Bao Bao looked at the moonflower not far from the plantation and said in surprise. After looking around, she still had no direction. It seemed that nothing unexpected would happen. She would be replaced soon. After all, she was not the only one who was suitable to be a night owl. As time passed, the island became clearly visible under the candlelight. When Bao Bao was about to take another look around and then go downstairs to change people, he found something unusual. Huh, what's that? Bao Bao looked at the constantly surging sea surface and said in confusion. But within a few seconds, Bao Bao's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and strange-shaped fishmen kept emerging from the sea and swam towards the island. Bao Bao didn't hesitate and jumped directly from the observation deck. He quickly rushed to the treehouse and shouted, "Tiger May! Everyone, get up! Something's happening!" After shouting, he rushed to the elf's treehouse and shouted, "Elia! Everyone, hurry up and get up! Something's happening!" At Bao Bao's call, Humei, Elia, and others woke up immediately. Humei was the first to come out of the treehouse and asked, "Bao Bao, what did you find?" "Bao Bao, looks like they are murlocs. There are quite a few of them." "Mercurial?" Humei couldn't help but wonder. They had never seen a merman, but they had heard of mermen more or less as slave ships sailed on the sea. It could be said that coastal cities, fish villages, etc. all hate murlocs extremely, because murlocs attack cities or fish villages more frequently than sea beasts, and because murlocs have a certain degree of intelligence. It's not easy to catch them. Some traps can work on sea beasts, but they're not very effective on murlocs, and the trap materials will be taken away. The most important thing is that there are many murlocs. If you find one, there must be a murloc community nearby. Elves such as Elia also came out. After hearing that it was a murloc, they were also confused. Obviously, they had never seen a murloc before. "Humei, let's go take a look first." Upon hearing this, Elia nodded. "Hu Ling, shouldn't you inform the master first?" Humei heard this, shook her head, nodded, and then said, "Yes, but we can go over and take a look first. If the strength is not good, we could just clean it up, so as not to disturb the master's rest." "Elia, Isn't this the location where that stinking slave ship rushed up this afternoon?" Everyone also saw the merman. The first reaction was, how ugly. Even the cat-like people who like to eat fish were disgusted by it. Each of the mermen was short, less than 1.2 meters tall, but there were quite a few of them, nearly 100. If all fish looked like this, cats would not like to eat them. "Humei, there's no sense of danger at all. It seems what we heard before is true. Murlocs are similar to goblins. Both are the lowest level monsters. Bao Bao, then go down and kill them all, then go to sleep." However, when everyone approached the beach, they couldn't help but smell a foul odor, but no one cared. I thought it was because the stench from noon had not yet dissipated. The fishmen also discovered the elves and demi-humans and rushed over. "Smell so bad? Something's wrong. This isn't what was left at noon. It seems to be emitted by this murloc. Do murlocs smell so bad?" Many demi-humans frowned. Although the stench is not as strong as the one at noon, it is still very strong. Elia looked at the murloc rushing towards her and released her ability directly. A green light spread out from her hands, and then countless vines sprang out from under the beach and directly hit the murloc rushing towards her. Other elves also used vine with stabs. After all, this was just a simple elf magic. If the wood attribute reached 10 points, it could be released a few times. Under the attack of the elves, all the fishmen died in an instant. "Elia, could these fishmen have eaten that stinking meatball? Look, they seem to have lumps of meat growing on their bodies. They're similar to the ones at noon, just a little smaller." "Humei, no, what's so good about this? Just throw it all into the sea. It stinks." Upon hearing this, Elia shrugged and said, "Yeah, fine. Throw them all into the sea." Under the control of the elves, all the bodies of the murlocs were thrown into the sea by vine thorns. Hume scratched her head and said, "Luckily I was killed by you before I got close. Otherwise I would have to take a bath to deodorize myself again." Chapter 128. Numb and Sour. After dealing with the merman, everyone waited for a while. When they didn't see the merman coming up, they went back to the tree house to sleep. Leopard Bao also went back to sleep, and the lookout tower was replaced by another nocturnal demi-human. Perhaps because of the appearance of the merman, she would carefully observe any movement on the sea. But nothing happened in the second half of the night until dawn. Ahaha, it's dawn. The demi-human who replaced Bao Bao was named Lang Yu, a wolf demi-human. Now Lang Yu looked at the sky, which was beginning to brighten, and couldn't help but yawn. It was time for her to catch up on her sleep. After taking a final look around and finding nothing unusual, he quickly went down from the observation deck and walked towards the treehouse yawning. Some people who are used to getting up early have just gotten up. After greeting everyone, Lang Yu lay back on his bed and began to sleep soundly. On the other side, the other demi-humans and elves got up, walked out of the treehouse, and began to wash up. The advantage of their coming is that the earth spirit and the lake spirit came together, so there is no shortage of fresh water, and they can wash and take a bath. The lake spirit took the initiative to gather the lake water yesterday, and now the lake is already 8/10 full. Next, it's time to make breakfast. Thanks to the elves' catalysis, food is now very rich. The staple foods include rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, etc. Not to mention the vegetables, which were all fresh, as well as freshly baked chicken and duck eggs. As for goose eggs, there were none. Of course, most of these eggs are kept for incubation, so they will not be eaten now. In addition, there is milk, which is very familiar to the subhumans, especially the cow subhumans, but unfortunately there are no cow subhumans here. On the other side, on the second floor of the lighthouse, on the double bed, Lin Shan's forehead was already covered with a layer of cold sweat. Lin Shan frowned, obviously having a nightmare. Suddenly, Lin Shan opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling in confusion. It took a while for him to come back to his senses. Then he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, "What a ghost dream." In a nightmare, Lin Shan felt as if he was being pressed down by something and couldn't move at all. Although the nightmare only lasted a dozen seconds, it was terrifying. Looking at the sunlight coming in from outside, Lin Shan rubbed his forehead, then sat up. Just as he was about to move his feet, he found that his feet were completely numb. With this movement, a sour and refreshing feeling instantly surged into my heart. "Oh my God!" Hiss! Lin Shan looked at his feet in confusion, and then he saw that Gloria's calves were pressing on his feet. The place where they were pressed was now blue. No wonder they were numb. "It's almost like my blood is stagnating." Lin Shan quickly used his invisible hand to move Gloria's little feet away. It's not that he didn't want to take her away directly, but if Lin Shan moved now, his legs would feel sore and numb, and he couldn't move at all. This feeling. Only those who have experienced it know it. Lin Shan looked at his blue feet and said helplessly. Then he looked at Gloria on the side. She was sleeping soundly. "Gloria, Omega, ZZZ." He controlled the invisible hand to bring the combat suit over, and then Lin Shan endured the soreness in his feet and forced himself to put it on. As he put on the combat suit, his physical strength instantly improved, and his feet recovered in no time. It's different when you have a strong constitution. The bruises on your feet should be almost healed in an hour. Lin Shan sighed, feeling that his feet were not sore at all. Then he shook Gloria's shoulders and said, "Gloria, get up, the sun is shining." After shaking a few times, Gloria slowly moved her eyelids and opened her eyes. Gloria blinked and sat up. She had actually fallen asleep. She was a little surprised. This was the first time she had slept since waking up. It feels good, much more comfortable than sleeping in the energy replenishment tank. Looking at the dazed Gloria, Lin Shan stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Lin Shan, "Gloria, are you sleeping like crazy?" Gloria tilted her head slightly to look at Lin Shan, then said, "Master, sleeping is so comfortable, isn't it?" Hearing Gloria's words, Lin Shan smiled and said, "As a living being, you know how to sleep. Of course it's comfortable. After all, sleeping is the most relaxing state for the whole body. As long as you get enough sleep, you will feel refreshed when you wake up." Gloria nodded when she heard this. So that's how it is. She now understood. In fact, Gloria should have known all these principles. But unfortunately, not only had she been sleeping for too long, she had also become an artificial human. She could no longer sense many things that only humans could feel, and she had forgotten many things. However, if the materials required for the forbidden blueprint are gathered and Gloria is successfully upgraded, then Gloria will be truly resurrected and her strength will become extremely powerful. That's right, the forbidden experimental machine blueprints were designed entirely by Gloria's father in order to resurrect Gloria. Unfortunately, even that super empire couldn't gather all the materials. And that level of material is so high that even Gloria's father needs to go through a lot of application procedures to use it for experiments. Lin Shan walked to the balcony to stretch his body. Gloria had just taken off her cute tiger pajamas and was putting on her combat uniform. When Lin Shan finished exercising facing the sun and returned to the room, Gloria had already put on her combat uniform. Lin Shan, let's go, Gloria. Go downstairs and wash up, then have breakfast. I haven't had rice for a long time. Let's have porridge today. Gloria nodded, then followed Lin Shan towards the stairs. Go downstairs and start washing up. Looking at Elia approaching, Lin Shan rinsed his mouth, spit out the water, and asked doubtfully, Elia, what's going on? Upon hearing this, Elia nodded and said, Master, breakfast is ready. Do you want it brought to you now? Hearing this, Lin Shan blinked, then nodded and said, Okay. Watching Elia leave, Lin Shan was curious about the elf's cooking skills. It shouldn't be bad, right? After Lin Shan finished washing up, Elia also came over with breakfast. Elia, Master, this is porridge, fruit salad, and boiled eggs. Then he looked at Gloria and said, Lady Gloria, this is yours. Gloria was stunned when she heard this, and then asked in surprise, Do I have it too? Elia, everyone has it. Lin Shan looked at the washed raw sweet potatoes and the fruit salad and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why don't the sweet potatoes be roasted before eating? Although sweet potatoes are sweet and crispy when eaten raw, they're really not as soft, sweet, and delicious as cooked ones. Chapter 129, Bloodline, Awakening Stone. Lin Shan picked up a sweet potato and said, Elia, why don't you roast the sweet potatoes? They smell so good when they're roasted. Hearing this, Elia looked at the sweet potato chunks that Lin Shan had picked up, then asked in confusion, Isn't this a fruit? How can you roast it? Lin Shan was silent for a moment after hearing this, then quipped, Have you ever seen fruit growing underground? Watermelons also grow on the ground. Elia scratched her face and said, But, Master, we have always eaten it raw for hundreds of years. Now Lin Shan doesn't know how to complain, because it seems that elves have been eating sweet potatoes for a long time. That's fine, but Elia, you can try roasting it later. You'll definitely be surprised by the taste. After saying that, Lin Shan put the sweet potato pieces into his mouth and started eating. Even if you haven't eaten sweet potatoes for a long time, they still feel unusually sweet. Elia, Master, I will take my leave now. Lin Shan nodded. Elia, Lady Gloria, I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded to Elia, and after watching her leave, she returned her gaze to the fruit salad. Then pick up the chopsticks and start picking up. After eating a piece, my eyes suddenly lit up. It was delicious. Well, Gloria knows how to use chopsticks. Lin Shan taught her. After all, chopsticks are the easiest to make. 2 branches are enough. Lin Shan took a photo of his breakfast and posted it on a chat channel that was full of photos of today's breakfast. In an instant, a bunch of drooling expressions followed. A lot of people are looking to buy fruits, rice, and vegetables. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Lin Shan said that the product would be put on sale in his personal mall later, and then closed the chat channel. The plantation's warehouse is now full, but there is still a lot of fruit growing on the trees. With the elves around, Lin Shan will not be short of such common crops, but will have an abundance of them. So it is very cost-effective to take some out and sell them. Then let's take a look at today's weather. Today's weather, cloudless. Weather effect, rare, has a chance to attract sea creatures to the island. What kind of effect is this? Attracting sea creatures to the island. Looking at the weather and weather effects in front of him, Lin Shan complained while eating breakfast. Close the system panel and use your talent. Gift of Destiny, Bloodline, Awakening Stone. Price, 1 million Lighthouse gold coins. Looking at the effect of today's talent, Lin Shan couldn't help but rub his eyes, and then looked again. 1 million Lighthouse gold coins? Bloodline Awakening Stone. Lin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up. The Bloodline Awakening Stone, the effect can be guessed from the name. It must be a stone that can help people awaken their bloodline. I just don't know if it is a one-time use or can be used continuously. No matter which one it is, Lin Shan must get it. Humei's White Tiger bloodline and Shauna's Thunder Dragon bloodline. If awakened, their strength will definitely increase significantly. 1 million Lighthouse gold coins? I see there's still tens of thousands missing. Lin Shan opened his backpack and checked it. He already had 780,000 yuan, plus what he got from the treasure chest yesterday. So he should have at least 800,000 yuan now, right? Open the backpack and see Lighthouse gold coin 878935. 870,000 now. That's 130,000 left. Luckily, everyone was tempted by the fruit just now. Lin Shan did not choose to sell toilet paper and fireplace for Lighthouse gold coins, but for wood and stone. Fortunately, Lin Shan's plantation warehouse is in the lighthouse and can be opened and controlled. So after opening his own store, Lin Shan started to put various vegetables, fruits, and rice on the shelves. As for the price, well, although these crops are grown by the elves and basically have no time cost, the cost of the elves' hard work is still necessary, right? Therefore, the price cannot be too cheap. Rice can be cheaper. This thing, with a little catalysis, will grow in piles. First of all, 1 pound of rice costs 100 Lighthouse gold coins. This price is definitely expensive in the local city. Among the supplies that Brother Harry gave him, there are several tons of rice. It can be seen that rice is very cheap locally. It seems like 1 Lighthouse gold coin can sell hundreds of kilograms of rice. Then there are fruits and the like, which is a bit troublesome, but there are still 7 product slots left in Lin Shan's personal store, so just choose 7 kinds. The first one is strawberry, which is suitable for all ages and many people like it. Well, one costs 50 Lighthouse gold coins. You can buy 2 guaranteed items with 1 black iron treasure chest. Then there are apples, pears, oranges, and mangoes. These cost 300 Lighthouse gold coins per pound. A bronze treasure chest has a minimum of 2 pounds, which is not a lot. The last 2 are watermelon and durian. A watermelon costs 500 Lighthouse gold coins, and a durian costs 1,000 Lighthouse gold coins. After confirmation, they were put on the shelves. Empty the warehouse directly. There are 13,279 kilograms of rice, 472 strawberries, and 6,719 kilograms of apples, pears, etc. in total. Because of the land occupied, not many watermelons were planted, so there are only 23. There were 219 durians? Huh. Lin Shan looked at the number of durians in confusion. Was this wrong? But when you think about it, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. These are all grown by the elves using catalysis. They are fully grown, and there is no malnutrition at all. So, basically, the upper limit is reached. As for the durian tree, if Lin Shan remembered correctly, it seemed like a single durian tree could produce around 200 to 300 fruits, though the final harvest would certainly be halved. After talking for a while in the chat channel, Lin Shan looked at the sales of his personal store. As a result, it was sold out in less than a minute. Come to think of it, there are more than 90,000 people, and this is not enough to share. At least for now, the only fruit everyone can eat is water apples. I looked at the income: rice 132W7900, strawberries 2W3600, apples and pears over 2 million, watermelon 11500, durian 21W9000. Lin Shan scratched his head. He didn't know until he saw it. He was shocked. A direct income of millions? I opened the chat channel and saw a bunch of people who didn't get the fruit, ING him and asking him to put the fruit on the shelves as soon as possible. Lin Shan, they're all rich people. After sending a message that the item was temporarily out of stock, Lin Shan happily withdrew the gold coins and then confirmed the exchange of talents. It's just 1 million Lighthouse gold coins. No big deal. In an instant, a huge blood-red stone appeared in Lin Shan's backpack. Seeing this, Lin Shan directly clicked on the properties to view. Chapter 130 Power Panel. Name: Bloodline Awakening Stone. Category: Special Items. Rating: Purple 6. Effect: Stimulate Bloodline, Awaken Bloodline. Evaluation: Bloodline Awakening Stone, an extremely special stone that can activate the hidden bloodline in the body. It is a treasure used by many forces to test special physical conditions. The larger the Bloodline Awakening Stone, the better the effect. The current market price is for a fist-sized Bloodline Awakening Stone, with a starting price of 10 million Lighthouse gold coins. TSK. Not only can it awaken bloodlines, but it can also stimulate bloodlines, and a fist-sized one starts at 10 million. Lin Shan looked at the Blood Awakening Stone in his backpack. It was about 2 meters in size and height. It's a gift from fate, and it's worthy of the name. I feel like the price is just a token of appreciation. Lin Shan is now extremely satisfied with his talent. although he was already very satisfied when he obtained the exclusive weapon. When you're in a good mood, food tastes even sweeter. After breakfast, the low tide reminder popped up. Lin Shan glanced at it and ignored it. After all, he didn't need to go fishing now, so he had plenty of time. However, the morning is definitely not suitable for training, so Lin Shan wants to study the power panel. After obtaining this panel, he took a look at it but did not check it carefully. Lin Shan turned to look at Gloria, who was standing beside him. Seeing that she had finished her breakfast, he said, "Gloria, go call Elia and Hume." Gloria, okay. After saying that, Gloria picked up the cutlery and walked out. The three of them came back quickly. Owner, Elia and Hume said in unison. Lin Shan, Elia, Hume, there's a possibility that sea creatures may appear on the island today. If you see them, don't act rashly unless they attack you. Upon hearing this, Elia and Hume were both stunned. Sea people? They had never seen them before. Do murlocs count? Seeing the two people's puzzled looks, Lin Shan said, "What's wrong?" Hume, Master, we have never seen the sea people. Elia, does a murloc count? Lin Shan, I haven't seen it either, but it's not a merman. Anyway, if you see someone you don't recognize and who is intelligent, it should be a sea creature. Then come and call me. Hearing this, the two nodded and said, "Understood, Master." Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, the tide will recede soon. Get ready. I'll have a reward for you by noon." Award? Elia and Hume looked at each other, and a hint of curiosity flashed across their faces. Then he said goodbye to Lin Shan. After leaving the lighthouse, Hume asked curiously, "Elia, what do you think the Master's reward will be?" Upon hearing this, Elia said, "How would I know this?" Hume, do you think it's to sleep with the Master? Elia, huh? Is this a reward? Hume, isn't it? When I was on the slave ship besides Master Harry, many people seemed to regard this as a good reward. Elia, huh? Really? Hume nodded and said, "Yes, especially those humans with very dark skin. They seem to like this reward very much, regardless of whether they are men or women. And when they come back the next day, they will be treated to a delicious meal." Hearing this, Elia scratched her cheek and said, "Isn't it just sleeping together? What's the difference? Don't we sleep together now?" Hume heard this and shook her head, saying, "I don't know either. Forget it. Let's complete the task assigned by the Master first." Upon hearing this, Elia nodded and said, "That's right." After the two returned, they told everyone about it, mainly the sea creatures, and then they started to form a team and went to the beach to wait for the tide to go out. After seeing the two of them go out, Lin Shan directly opened the panel and clicked on the power panel to check. Name, none unnamed. Power base, Tidal Island. Leader of the faction, Lin Shan. Power level, 0. Faction members, none. Faction réserve personnelle, ERT, Elia, Hume, Uling, Lyons. Power bonus, none. Faction warehouse, 1,000 slots. Faction reward system, none. Evaluation, you're an unknown force with only a leader, and you have so many high-quality reserve personnel, yet you don't promote them? Lin Shan touched his chin and muttered, "Where's Gloria? Why isn't she included?" Hearing her name, Gloria couldn't help but look at Lin Shan, blinked, and looked confused. After staring for more than 10 seconds, and not seeing Lin Shan looking at him, he became even more confused and then stared again. Lin Shan didn't notice that Gloria was staring at him. He was studying the power panel. The previous ones are very clear, so Lin Shan mainly checks the detailed information of the three types: Force bonus, Force warehouse, and Force reward system. The first is the power bonus, which is to obtain the power bonus effect. After the bonus effect is obtained, all members can receive the blessing. For example, if the faction effect is supernatural power plus 10, then all members of the faction can obtain the effect bonus, of which the leader gets 100, and the remaining bonus depends on the leader's own settings. Then there is the faction warehouse, which is also simple and clear, but this warehouse is shared by all factions, which means that anyone who belongs to the faction can use it. Of course, the leader can set conditions, such as there is no limit on depositing items, but withdrawing items requires the leader's consent. The last thing is the power reward system. Lin Shan took a look and found that he needed to set it up. For example, he could set up a reward system where one could hand in a very white item in exchange for a green item. The system is highly autonomous and can be modified. However, after changing the reward system once, it will take 10 days before it can be changed again. After reading the general information about the power, Lin Shan couldn't help but ponder it. And then he decided that if he wanted to join the power, he had to sign a slave contract and a master-servant contract first. This way you won't be afraid of being backstabbed. Moreover, it would be best not to have humans around. Although there are good people in the world, such as the good district where he is now, humans' minds are also the most complicated. A little bit of rice is a favor, and a big bit of rice is repaid with hatred. This has been passed down from ancient times to the present. However, elves and demi-humans do not have this kind of worry. Not only do they have a different concept of time, they also do not have so many complicated thoughts. Of course, nothing can be too absolute, but even if there is, it won't be too much. But as long as he is strong enough, everything will be nothing. Chapter 131 Super. After Lin Shan finished looking at the power panel, he began to plan for Elia, Hume, Hirtai, and others to become official members. What's a good name? Lin Shan pondered as he moved. Soon, everyone was transferred to official membership, but Lin Shan had not yet figured out the name of the faction. There's nothing I can do about it. He's just bad at naming. Looking at the blank space for the name, Lin Shan whispered, "How about Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus? That was my old Q name. It's super powerful and domineering." Gloria, Master, what are you mumbling about? What Mega Tyrannosaurus? Well, Lin Shan turned to look at Gloria, then said awkwardly, "Gloria, did you hear everything just now?" Hearing this, Gloria nodded and replied, "Yes, Master. What did you say about Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus? Is this some powerful creature? Oh my god, it was okay if no one heard it, but now that the people around me know about it, it's so fucking embarrassing." Sure enough, the internet and reality are two different worlds. The internet strikes hard, while the reality is timid. Forget it. Let's talk about the name later. Lin Shan, who was extremely embarrassed, no longer worried about the name. After all, even if there was no name, it still had what it was. Lin Shan stood up and walked outside. "Gloria, let's go, it's time to train." Hearing this, Gloria nodded and followed. When Lin Shan and Gloria arrived at the beach, they saw Hirtai piling up sand. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Hirtai, what are you doing?" "Hirtai, Island Master, I'm building a castle." Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Building a castle? With your size, how big a castle can you build?" Hirtai, "Well, the pile is very big, big enough for Hirtai to live in." Lin Shan, "But Hirtai, the castle made of sand collapsed in an instant." Upon hearing this, Hirtai patted his chest and said, "Don't be afraid, Island Master. I have a way to make the sand solid." Hearing this, Lin Shan asked in surprise, "What method?" "Hirtai, Earth spirits. They can help me solidify the sand." Hearing this, Lin Shan asked in confusion, "The Earth spirit does have this ability, so why don't you let it help you build the castle?" Hirtai shook his head and said with a smile, "No, I want to build it myself. Only then will I feel a sense of accomplishment." Seeing Hirtai's happy expression, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, as long as you're happy, then you can slowly build it. Gloria and I will go to train." After patting Hirtai's knee, Lin Shan took Gloria to the beach not far away. Since Hirtai is building a sandcastle here, let's stay away from it, so as not to accidentally destroy the sandcastle that Hirtai has built with great difficulty. This time, Lin Shan was training with a weapon, the Wand of Destiny. Seeing the Staff of Destiny, Gloria couldn't help but blink, then said, "Master, I feel like this weapon of yours can break my defense." Hearing this, Lin Shan looked at the Staff of Destiny in his hand, which transformed into a black iron spear. Then he turned it around, and the staff's initial appearance was magenta in color, which was probably the favorite color of the previous generation. "Gloria, this is my exclusive weapon, called the Staff of Destiny. It's rated black at 9 stars. Although it only adds mysticism and spirit, it seems its sharpness is also abnormal. That actually makes you feel threatened." Lin Shan introduced the Wand of Destiny while changing it back and forth. Hearing this, Gloria nodded involuntarily, then said, "Master, this weapon is so good, you must be able to control it with ease. Come on, let's start training." When the training began, Gloria instantly became extremely serious. Lin Shan nodded, then turned around, and the Wand of Destiny directly turned into the Silver Sand Formation Breaking Spear. Gloria also took out the Silver Sand Breaking Formation Spear and started fighting. Often the final training is to form your own fighting style. Sonorous. Clang, clang, clang. The two Silver Sand Breaking Formation Spears kept colliding with each other. However, most of the time it was Lin Shan who blocked it, because his attacks could not hit Gloria at all. Higher Tai, who was building a sandcastle, saw this and shook his head helplessly. When will the island owner be able to defeat the little devil? After sighing, continue building. On the other side, as the sea water continued to recede, Elia, Humei and others also began searching. This time, Lin Shan specially placed a space shelf outside to store stones and wood for them. Otherwise, if they put a lot of them, it would not only be troublesome, but also tiring. There is strength in numbers. The elves and demi-humans together, more than 50 people, are paired up to search, and their speed is far beyond the reach of Lin Shan alone. So soon, elves or demi-humans began to walk towards the lighthouse carrying treasure chests. At the same time, many demi-humans were smiling as they dragged sea beasts back. They couldn't eat livestock now, but they could eat the hunted sea beasts. What's more, they had never eaten seafood before and were curious. Just as the elves and demi-humans were searching for treasure chests and killing sea beasts, waves suddenly arose on the sea surface. Then a figure swam slowly towards the coral area under the cover of the seawater. There were tiny ripples on the surface of the sea, but they were completely unnoticeable due to the cover of the sea breeze. Soon, the mysterious figure swam into the coral area. It looked at the scenery in front of it with some curiosity. It had not seen so many corals in the sea area for a long, long time. It seems that it was the right decision to swim up here on a whim today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see so many corals. In addition to corals, it was surprised to find lobsters, crabs, and shells, which are extremely rare. He ran his fingers over the corals while catching a lobster or two and playing with them. Soon, it came across the demi-humans who were searching for the treasure chest. On a corner, their eyes met. Healy's eyes suddenly widened. Who is this? After a pause, Healy finally realized that this should be the sea tribe that Lady Humei mentioned. Right? Wait, sea people. The river pair's tail stood up, and then it swam quickly towards the surface of the sea. The sea people, seeing the subhumans for the first time, followed them out of curiosity. It was very fast and caught up with Healy in no time. Looking at Healy's fair skin, I touched it curiously. It was very smooth and soft, a bit like a mermaid. This made it involuntarily hold back its strength, fearing that it would be scratched accidentally. After all, most sea creatures have hard scales, and only a few, like mermen and mermaids, do not have hard scales. Soon, it emerged from the sea along with Healy. Chapter 132 Naga Sea Tribe. Everyone, I saw the sea tribe. As soon as she emerged from the sea, Healy shouted loudly. Many demi-humans and elves on the shore looked over when they heard this, and then they saw a strange head behind Healy. Healy, look behind you. That sea creature is behind you. A demi-human called out to Hari. Huh? Healy was confused at first, then turned around in surprise. Sure enough, the sea creature she had just seen under the sea was following her. You, what are you doing? Healy said in horror. Upon hearing this, the sea creature looked at Healy in confusion. It couldn't understand this language, but it noticed that Healy was a little panicked, so it didn't come over. Healy was indeed very panicked, but after seeing that the sea people did not move, she slowly calmed down. Although she was a beaver subhuman, she was not that timid. Well, it was mainly the result of practice. When she was on the slave ship, she saw too many things that frightened her. Over time, she became less timid. If it were in the past, she would have run home crying the moment she saw this sea creature. After being notified by others, Ilea and Humei also rushed over. The moment they saw the sea creatures, they were a little surprised. The owner said that there might be sea creatures, but they didn't expect that sea creatures would really appear. Elia, has anyone informed the master yet? Leopard Bao went to inform the owner. He should be here now. Upon hearing this, Ilea nodded and said, the master has instructed us not to act rashly when we see the sea creatures, so now we just need to wait here for the master to arrive. But be careful, don't let the sea creatures hurt the sisters in the water. Yes, everyone responded. On the other side, after receiving the notification from Bao Bao, Lin Shan brought Gloria and Bao Bao and walked towards the coral area. Lin Shan said in surprise, I didn't expect the sea creatures to show up so soon. The probability is quite high. After all, the weather effect only said that there was a chance of attracting sea creatures. I didn't expect it to attract a sea creature so quickly. The probability is a bit high. When Lin Shan arrived at the coral area, it was already surrounded by elves and demi-humans. Well, Even the elves and the little Asians came to see it. Obviously, everyone was very curious about the sea creatures, not to mention that these sea creatures didn't seem to have any desire to attack. They just looked at them curiously, so they were watched by onlookers. The sea people did speak, but the two sides spoke different languages, so they could only stare at each other. Both sides tried to communicate with their eyes to see if they could get in touch. Leopard, the master is here. Lin Shan's eyes lit up when he saw the many elves and demi-humans wearing underwear. Swimsuits. They all had great figures. It was a feast for the eyes. But now I mainly come to see the sea people. So Lin Shan quickly turned his attention to the sea creatures in the sea who were glaring at Healy. Huh, looks familiar. The moment he saw the sea people, Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. Soon, Lin Shan remembered that this sea tribe was very similar to the Naga tribe. However, it does not have as many arms as the Naga, only 2 hands, so Lin Shan said it was similar, not certain, but it felt that the other party was a Naga. After all, the lower body is a snake tail. You can tell if it is true by checking it out. Name, Aikido Grayscale. Strength, Extraordinary. Destiny, Tidewalker. Talent, Siren's Song. Abilities, Calling, Sound of the Sea, 6 Arms, Weapon Mastery, Healing Touch, Summoning Sea Elementals. Extraordinary Attributes, Water plus 441, Spirit plus 138, Constitution plus 71, Strength plus 54, Agility plus 64. Evaluation. The Grayscale Naga clan is a relatively powerful clan among the Naga clan. However, the Grayscale Naga clan is not very aggressive and they like to wander around. Therefore, the Grayscale Naga clan has a lot of items from underwater ruins, and many races like to trade with the Grayscale Naga, often making a lot of money. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. These attributes are very powerful. They are at the late 2nd stage. Lin Shan, Hume, go call Higher Tai over. He might be the only one among us who can speak the language of the sea people. Hume nodded when she heard that, then ran towards the beach. At her speed, it would only take a few minutes to go back and forth. When Hume arrived at the beach, she saw Hai Tai building a sandcastle. He came to him and shouted, Higher Tai, the master is calling you. Come with me. Upon hearing this, Higher Tai, who was concentrating on building his sandcastle, looked down at Hume and said, The island owner called me? Hume nodded and said, Yes, the master is calling you. Come with me quickly. Upon hearing this, Higher Tai nodded, then stood up and followed Hume with big strides. One after another, they soon arrived at the coral area. Higher Tai made a lot of noise and attracted everyone's attention as soon as he arrived, including the Naga Ajido. Seeing Higher Tai, Aikijuo's eyes lit up. An island half-giant, he understood the sea language. Now, they could finally communicate. Higher Tai, Island Master. Lin Shan nodded, then said, Higher Tai, can you communicate with the Naga down there? Upon hearing this, Higher Tai looked down at the Naga in the sea, then nodded and said, Of course, the sea people all speak the sea language. I also belong to the sea people, so of course I can speak the sea language, and that's all I can speak. Lin Shan, that's good. Can you help me ask why they're here? In fact, Lin Shan planned to trade with the other party for good things, such as underwater ruins treasure chests. But it was obvious that the ruins treasure chests could also be opened by locals. On the contrary, the treasure chests that appeared after the tide receded could not be opened by anyone except himself. As for the treasures on the island, Lin Shan had no idea. He had never opened the treasure chests collected by Higher Tai and had used them all as hammers. After hearing Lin Shan's words, Higher Tai nodded and then asked Naga. Lin Shan could understand Higher Tai's words, but he couldn't understand Naga and Ajido's words. Without the convenience provided by the system, it was indeed very troublesome. They were clearly speaking Hai language, but when Higher Tai's words reached his ears, they became his mother tongue. Higher Tai, Naga, the island owner asked me to ask you, what are you doing here? Ai Chidwa, big guy, I came here unexpectedly. It's beautiful here. Upon hearing this, Higher Tai smiled and said, Of course he. Ai Chidwa, big guy, that man is the owner of this island? Why is he here now? The blood tide is about to burst out. Aikijuo looked at Lin Shan and felt that he was very friendly, so she asked in confusion. Chapter 133, Blood Tide, Cannon Fodder. Hearing Aikijuo's words, Higher Tai couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then said in surprise, Blood Tide? Is there going to be a blood tide here? Hearing Higher Tai's words, Lin Shan was stunned. Blood tide? What is this? Aikijuo nodded and said, yes, the blood tide. In about a month, this sea area will be flooded with blood tide, so I don't understand why your island owner came here now. Although the scale of this blood tide is not very large, the harm is still significant. Higher Tai. Well, wait a minute. Let me ask the island owner first. Lin Shan. Higher Tai, what is the blood tide? Upon hearing this, Higher Tai scratched his head and said, blood tide. Actually, I don't know either because I have never encountered a blood tide before, but I have heard that it is very scary. The blood tide will affect the creatures in the sea, making them become extremely violent and start fighting each other. Even normally gentle creatures can become extremely bloodthirsty and violent. It said there are other strange things going on, but I'm not entirely sure about them. Lin Shan couldn't help but frown when he heard this, as he thought about the island barrier being lifted in 30 days. Higher Tai didn't know. Isn't there another Naga here? Lin Shan. Higher Tai, please ask me about the blood tide situation. Higher Tai nodded and then asked Aikijuo. Aikijuo swam directly to the shore and looked at Lin Shan. Well, the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. She didn't know why, but she felt that this human was very pleasing to her eyes. It's too troublesome to talk back and forth with the half-giants on the island. I might as well just talk to the humans I like. Thinking of this, Aikijuo said to Higher Tai, big man, I want to teach this human the language of the sea through the siren song. You must make him unable to resist. Upon hearing this, Higher Tai turned to Lin Shan and said, the island master said she wants to teach you the language of the sea so that you won't resist her siren song. Hearing this, Lin Shan was surprised and asked, the siren song has this ability? Looking at Aikido, Lin Shan thought for a moment, then nodded to her. There was no omen, and he himself didn't feel anything was wrong, so it was likely that nothing would happen. Being able to learn a language, especially the Haiyu language, is a rare opportunity. Seeing that Lin Shan accepted it so quickly, Aikijuo's favorability towards her started to increase again. After all, Naga's siren song can confuse the enemy, which is a very powerful talent. Most people will cover their ears when they see a Naga for the first time to reduce the chance of being confused by the siren song. Ai Chidwa. Then I'm going to start. After saying that, Aikido began to sing. The siren song started, and instantly, beautiful singing appeared. Everyone present couldn't help but squint their eyes. The song was indeed beautiful. Gloria blinked. She was quite captivated at first, but the next second, her mind was set on recording, analyzing, and finally loading for study. As the crystallization of the Super Empire's wisdom, Gloria's value is immeasurable, not to mention that her father is the Empire's strongest scientist, and Gloria was also modified and installed by him. Other artificial humans have various limitations, but Gloria not only has no limitations, but also has a lot of powerful abilities. After all, Gloria's original intention was to prepare for resurrection, so of course there couldn't be any restrictions. The so-called Forbidden Experimental Machine Blueprint is actually the material needed to resurrect Gloria, and each piece is extremely rare. Until the Super Empire was destroyed, Gloria's father had not yet collected half of it. What is being triggered now is the learning template, which can record unknown abilities that are useful to the body and then analyze them. After the analysis is completed, they will be loaded into Gloria's ability warehouse. Aikido performed the siren song in its entirety, and Gloria recorded it completely and is currently analyzing it. However, Gloria was unaware of this, because it is a hidden feature. System ding. Naga. Aikido Grayscale is teaching you the language of the sea. You have gained mastery of the language of the sea. Lin Shan was stunned. He didn't expect the system to give such a prompt. Hello, human. Can you understand what I'm saying now? Aikijuo waved her hand and said. In fact, not only Lin Shan, Elia, Hume, and other elves and demi-humans, as long as they listened to the complete song of the sirens, they all learned the sea language, but they were not the main target. So it can only be considered as entry-level. I can understand what is being said, but what I say is a bit halting. Lin Shan is different. He is proficient in it, which is the same level as a native speaker. Hearing Aikijuo's words, Lin Shan nodded and then said in Haiyu, I understand. It's amazing. Hearing Lin Shan's exclamation, Ai Chidwa smiled and said, this is a method I developed. Others who have the siren song talent don't know it. Isn't it amazing? Lin Shan, that's amazing. By the way, my name is Lin Shan. What's yours? Ai Chidwa. Lin Shan? Hello, my name is Ai Chidwa. Lin Shan. Aikijuo, can you tell me more about blood tide? Upon hearing this, AI Chidwa nodded and said, "Ah, Lin Shan, you know nothing and you want to be the island master." Lin Shan said helplessly, "I have no choice. I had no choice. I used to live in the inland and didn't really know much about what was happening at sea. Suddenly I was thrown here." AI Chidwa, "Ah, I get it, Lin Shan. You're so pitiful. You must have been tricked into coming here. What's the name of someone like you? What's the name of Gray?" Lin Shan, "I kid you, oh, you're not talking about cannon fodder, are you?" Upon hearing this, AI Chidwa patted the sea and said, "That's right, cannon fodder. Hee hee, you are that kind of cannon fodder, right? Otherwise, how could you become the island owner now? There's simply not enough time for you to develop." Lin Shan frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Could it be that many people from the mainland were thrown into the misty sea to develop the islands?" AI Chidwa nodded and said, "Yes, there are many. Every year, a large number of people take the island heart and spread across the misty sea to form islands. It is said that most of them are prisoners. As long as you survive the blood tide, you will be acquitted, but only a few people can survive the blood tide." Lin Shan frowned when he heard this. A local tower keeper? I wonder if the local tower guards have any system assistance? I think they do, right? Lin Shan, "I kid you, oh, can you tell me?" AI Chidwa, "Sure, I don't have anything to do anyway." Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Thank you for your help." Ajido waved her hand and began to tell her story. Chapter 134. Transaction is expected. Seeing Ajido start to tell the story, Lin Shan quickly instructed the elves beside him to bring some fruits over. After all, Ajido is a distinguished guest now, so she must be treated well. The most important thing is that Lin Shan still wants to trade with Aikido. It should be difficult for the sea people to eat fruits on land, right? AI Chidwa, Lin Shan, do you want to hear about Blood Moon first, or about those cannon fodder? Upon hearing this, Lin Shan said directly, "Blood Moon. The Blood Moon is related to myself, so I should understand it first." AI Chidwa, Blood Moon? Okay, then I'll talk about the blood tide first. Listen carefully. Lin Shan nodded, looking as if he was listening attentively, which made Aikijuo feel a great sense of accomplishment. AI Chidwa, then I will begin. Speaking of the blood tide, the first thing that appears is not the sea water turning blood red, but the moon. The moon will become a blood moon, and then the sea water will turn into a blood red blood tide the next day. What's more, the strange thing is that after leaving the blood tide sea, when you look at the moon, it has not changed at all and is still very bright. Just now the big guy said that the blood tide will make the creatures in the sea become extremely violent. But in fact, people who are exposed to the blood moon will gradually become irritable and restless, but it's not as obvious as the blood tide. If you stay under the blood moon or in the blood tide for a long time, the end result will be that you lose your mind and are left with only the desire to destroy everything. But when you're on the island, you just need to be on guard against the blood moon. By the way, when the time comes, you have to turn off the lights. After the blood tide begins, all creatures will be affected. They are very sensitive to light. If you light a lamp, you will be attacked by a group of people. Lin Shan, who was taking notes, couldn't help but say, "That's a key point indeed. I'll remember it." Then record it. Aikijuo nodded in satisfaction and continued speaking. Under normal circumstances, a blood tide will last at least 3 days. If the blood tide lasts more than 7 days, then a great terror will occur. However, I have never seen it. This great terror is just a rumor. After all, staying in the blood tide for more than 7 days? People are dumbfounded. How can they record what the great terror is? Oh, and one more thing. The blood tide seemed to have relatively little effect on the monsters in the fog. Many powerful explorers speculated that perhaps it was because of the fog obscuring the light of the blood moon, but they didn't step into the blood tide. Although there is some impact, it is not that crazy. However, the monsters in the fog are crazy in themselves, so it seems that it is not much different whether they are affected or not. Well, that's pretty much all I know. After all, when we see creatures sense the emergence of a blood tide, we will evacuate the area in advance, so I don't know much. After finishing the recording, Lin Shan asked in confusion, "Aikijuo, didn't you just say that many cannon fodder would enter the sea and become island masters? But the blood tide is actually generated one area at a time. Then it seems that the existence of an island owner is unnecessary, right?" AI Chidwa, this is what I'm going to talk about next. I know more about this than the blood tide. After all, my tribesmen often encounter these cannon fodder island masters when they're strolling on the street. After everyone comes back, we'll make it into a short story. I grew up listening to it, Aikido, Lin Shan blinked when he heard this. The Naga tribe shouldn't be immortal, right? Not sure, just asking. Lin Shan, Aikijuo, are you an adult? Upon hearing this, Aikijuo couldn't help but straighten her chest and said, I just became an adult this year. Otherwise, I can't go out for a walk. Underage Nagas are not allowed to leave the tribe. I've been in the clan for hundreds of years, so I'm finally an adult. Lin Shan, Aikijuo, I heard that mermaids take 500 years to reach adulthood. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Aikijuo patted the water and said, The mermaids? It is true that adulthood takes 500 years, but for my Naga clan, it is not calculated by time, but by trials. After 100 years, the tribesmen can begin the trials. If they fail the trials, they will never become adults. However, generally speaking, they can pass the trials after 2 or 3 attempts. Lin Shan nodded and wrote it down, but this was a notebook that recorded information about the sea people, and it couldn't be posted to the chat channel casually. Lin Shan, then Ajido, tell me about the cannon fodder island owner. Master, the fruit is here. An elf and a little Asian came over with 2 bowls of fruit and shouted to Lin Shan. Then, he looked at Ajido in the water with curiosity. But Ajido didn't care about the gazes of the 2 little guys. Her attention was now completely attracted by the fruit plate. Just as Lin Shan thought, fruits found on land are rarely seen in the sea. Ai Chidwa, Lin Shan, can I eat these fruits? Lin Shan smiled and said, Of course, it was originally meant to entertain you. After saying that, Lin Shan handed a fruit plate to Aikijuo. Aikijuo happily took the fruit plate, then picked up a peach and looked at it, then said, Then I won't be polite. Oh woo. It tastes delicious after 1 bite. Ajido narrowed her eyes happily. It was obvious that the taste of the peach was just to her liking. Seeing Aikijuo eating so happily, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows calmly. It seemed that the deal could be done. After eating the peach, Aikijuo looked at the yellow fruit. It looked delicious, didn't it? However, she felt a little embarrassed to continue eating. So, Ajido started talking about the cannon fodder island owner. Ai Chidwa, Lin Shan next, let me talk about the cannon fodder island owners. Lin Shan looked at Ai Chidwa, who was staring at Lemon and speaking at the same time, and couldn't help but smile. Okay, go ahead. Ai Chidwa. First of all, it's cannon fodder. Basically, it happens once a year. It can be said that it's a very frequent behavior. That's why I am called cannon fodder. Because there are so few people who can survive, it feels like they were given away on purpose. Actually, the blood tide is not so bad. It only affects 1 or a few areas of the sea. Relatively speaking, it is still quite easy to avoid. The most terrifying thing is actually the dark tide. When talking about the undercurrent, Aikijuo's face was a little scared. It was obvious that she had a deep memory of it. Lin Shan, who was recording, was taken aback for a moment, then said, Dark tide? Is it even more terrifying than the blood tide? Ai Chidwa. It's not just terrifying. The dark tide affects the entire Misty Sea. As soon as the dark tide appears, all sea creatures will seek refuge on land. Chapter 135 Dark Tide. After hearing what Ajido said, Lin Shan flipped through the records and quickly found what Celia had said. One is the fog in the sea of fog, and the other is that there will be a sign, that is, the sea water turns red or black. At that time, the sea of fog will become very dangerous, so dangerous that the sea creatures will flee to the land. Everything Celia said was right. The red color meant a blood tide, and the black color meant a dark tide. The dark tide was extremely dangerous, so dangerous that even the overlord of the ocean, the sea creatures, would flee to the land for refuge. Lin Shan couldn't help but think in his heart that after a month, there would most likely be a blood tide, which would also be the first hurdle for them, the tower defenders. If the candles can't be lit, the fog will spread over the island, and then, it seems that this is really a huge crisis. Maybe more than half of the people will be killed or injured. Both the island and the lighthouse need to be upgraded as much as possible. Ai Chidwa. Of course, those cannon fodders are not completely useless. If they improve fast enough, there's a chance that they can survive the blood tide. As for the undercurrent, I'm not sure, but there's a high probability that they won't survive, right? Lin Shan. Aikijuo, how do they improve their strength? After hearing this, Ai Chidwa thought for a moment and then said, It seems they have an island master system. It allows the cannon fodder, guarding the island, to obtain some resources to improve their strength. I don't know the details. Island master system? It seems that it is not the same system as their Tower Guardian system. I just don't know which one is more powerful. It is also possible that the two systems are from the same company, but with different focuses. The Tower Keeper system will provide Tower Keepers with low-tide resources and other convenient functions. Then the Island Owner system should also have channels to improve strength, otherwise, he will really be cannon fodder. But Lin Shan looked at Aikijuo and asked doubtfully, Aikijuo, have you see people always been hiding from the Blood Tide and Dark Tide? Aikijuo nodded and said, yes, we must hide. The Blood Tide and Dark Tide have a much stronger impact on us sea creatures than on land creatures. Take the Blood Tide, for example. When you're under the blood moon, you will only become irritable, uneasy, etc. But as long as you don't come into contact with a Blood Tide, you will not lose your mind. But we sea creatures are different. We live in the sea, and the first thing we are affected by is the Blood Tide, which makes it easy for us to lose our minds. Then there's the Dark Tide. As for the Dark Tide, our sea tribe retreated to the land in order to cooperate with the land and jointly resist the invasion of the Dark Tide. Hearing this, Lin Shan asked in confusion, an invasion by the Dark Tide? What is this? A trace of fear flashed across Aikijuo's eyes, and she said, after the Dark Tide occurs, there will first be a solar eclipse, the sun will be swallowed up, and then the sea water will turn completely dark. This darkness is not due to the lack of light. It's the kind that is inherently pitch black. Then, beneath the endless seabed, endless Dark Tide monsters will appear. These monsters are also the main reason why our sea people were forced to evacuate the sea area. They seem endless, constantly emerging from the endless seabed, and the monsters that appear become more powerful as time goes by. No sea creature could withstand the attacks of monsters coming from all directions, not to mention that their numbers were incalculable, so they were forced to retreat to the bottom of the sea and onto land. Moreover, being on land does not mean being safe. The monsters from the Dark Tide and the monsters from the fog will attack the land during the Dark Tide period. For the monsters in the fog, the emergence of the Dark Tide is also a great joy for them. Without the annoying light, they will choose to walk out of the fog. The Dark Tide is a carnival day for both. Although the two sides are hostile to each other, for other creatures, the Dark Tide is doomsday. Lin Shan was recording while feeling frightened. If there really were endless monsters attacking the island, surely no island would be able to defend itself. After all, even the sea creatures were forced to leave the sea and enter the land for defense. AI Chidwa. But the Dark Tide is not so easy to appear. At least I have only experienced it once since I was a child. It has been almost 100 years since I last encountered a Dark Tide. But blood tides do happen quite often. Lin Shan nodded and took notes. Then he said, Aikijuo, is there anything else? AI Chidwa just picked up the lemon and put it in her mouth. After hearing Lin Shan's words, she shook her head and said, that's about it. I don't know if there's more. Lin Shan nodded, then looked at the record, thought about it, and casually posted it on the chat channel for others to discuss. After all, there were quite a few analysis experts in the chat channel. But now everyone is busy going to the beach, so not many people are watching. However, even so, thousands of people are discussing it in the chat channel. Hiss, slurp. Aijido looked at the half-eaten fruit in her hand in bewilderment. Is this something Naga can eat? It's so sour? I couldn't help but drool, and my teeth felt a little soft. It felt like nothing I ate would taste good anymore. Aikijuo quickly rinsed her mouth with seawater and finally felt much better after being flushed by the seawater. Throwing away the half lemon in her hand in disgust, Aikijuo couldn't help but look at the other yellow fruit in the fruit bowl. Mango. After picking it up, I sniffed it carefully. A bit fragrant? It smells so good. It shouldn't be sour, right? Oh, woo. As soon as I took a bite, my eyes lit up. This is delicious. Lin Shan pondered this for a long time and finally realized that it was completely useless to think about this now. He didn't know when the undercurrent would occur, so why think so far ahead? It would be better to concentrate on improving your strength, islands, and lighthouses. In the end, it all comes down to strength. If his strength is strong enough, to the point where neither the blood tide nor the dark tide can do anything to him, wouldn't that be enough? And now, Lin Shan looked at Aijido, who was eating fruits happily. The first step to becoming stronger was to start trading with Aijido. Lin Shan, Aikijuo, how about these fruits? Are they delicious? Upon hearing this, Aikijuo nodded, swallowed the fruit, and said, delicious. Fruits on land are much more delicious than those under the sea. Lin Shan was stunned when he heard this. Is there fruit under the sea? Real fruit? Shaking his head, Lin Shan smiled and said, Well, I kid you, oh. I'd like to trade some fruit with you. Do you have any collections? You can exchange them with me for fruit. Upon hearing this, Aikijuo blinked and said, Collection? I do have some, all of which I found from some shipwrecks or underwater ruins. Chapter 136, Liuli Water Tree. Lin Shan's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he said, Would you like to exchange some fruit with me? Upon hearing this, Aikijuo looked at the mango in her hand and fell into deep thought. She was going back to her tribe now, and it would be nice if she could bring back some fruit. After all, many members of the tribe had never eaten fruit from land. The more she thought about it, the brighter Aikido's eyes became. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Although not as good as the Dragon King's, he also smiled with a crooked mouth. Ai Chidwa. Sure, Lin Shan, is this how we want to exchange it? Lin Shan smiled and said, I need to see what's on you first, Aikijuo. Yeah, okay, but I've only been out of the tribe for a dozen years, so I don't actually have a lot of collections. As Aikijuo spoke, she took out her collection from a shell. Lin Shan looked at the shell in her hand and asked, Aikijuo, is the shell in your hand a space prop? Aikijuo nodded and said, Yes, the space shell is a rare shell that can nourish space. The longer the space shell lives, the larger the space inside it becomes. It's a space prop commonly used by us sea people. Lin Shan nodded. It was similar to a space bag, but one was natural and the other was man-made. Soon, a pile of Aikido's collection was placed next to Lin Shan. What surprised Lin Shan was that there was actually a treasure chest, and it was a special treasure chest he recognized, and the first one he opened, the deep-sea treasure chest. Looking at the deep-sea treasure chest, Lin Shan asked doubtfully, Aikijuo, aren't you going to open this treasure chest yourself? Aikido, who was taking out her collection, tilted her head and looked at the deep-sea treasure chest when she heard this, then said, No, the things we got out are rarely useful to us. There are many things that we don't have, and that only the Cannon Fodder Island owner can use. Lin Shan, well, don't your clan have many treasure chests like this? Ai Chidwa, well, it seems that there are quite a lot, all piled up together. After all, they're useless. Many of the things open seem to take up a lot of space. Lin Shan immediately looked at Ai Chidwa with anticipation, and then said, Ai Chidwa, can you go back and bring it to me to trade? I promise you won't suffer any loss. Plenty of fruit. Upon hearing this, Ai Chidwa said nonchalantly, Sure, I have to go back to the tribe anyway, but it will take me several months to go back from your place to the tribe. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, A few months? No problem, I'll wait for you. Ai Chidwa, okay, when I get back, I will pack up all the treasure chests in the tribe and then come and find you. Lin Shan, hiss, thank you so much. Ai Chidwa waved her hand and smiled. It's nothing, it's mainly because you give me a very friendly feeling. However, in a month, there will be a blood tide here, so you have to live well. I don't want you to be gone by the time I get here. Hearing this, Lin Shan's expression grew a little more serious, and he said, Don't worry, I will definitely survive. Ai Chidwa, okay, that's all. The rest are my favorites, so I won't take them out. Lin Shan nodded and started to check. There are quite a lot of things, including 7 or 8 treasure chests. However, there is 1 silver treasure chest, 1 deep-sea treasure chest, and 1 relic treasure chest. Lin Shan was a little surprised when he saw the relic treasure chest. I didn't expect that Aikido had explored the ruins. The remaining treasure chests are treasure chests containing lighthouse gold coins. In addition to treasure chests, there are also many seabed materials, such as blood coral, purple coral, and some underwater extraordinary aquatic plants, materials, etc. The ratings are all very good, basically between blue and yellow. Lin Shan even saw 2 purple-rated items. Lin Shan picked it up for inspection. Name, Fangs of the Armored Azure Dragon. Category, Materials. Rating, Purple 1. Effect, Sharp, Solid, Coercive, Penetrating. Evaluation, when the Armored Azure Dragon reaches adulthood, it will replace its teeth. This fang is an old fang that has fallen off. Even so, it is also an extremely good material. Trading with a forging master to forge a tool will give you at least the above 2 effects. Lin Shan was a little surprised when he saw this. The fangs replaced during adulthood were all purple-rated. So what level was the adult armored blue dragon? Fortunately, the little armored blue dragon was returned to its mother at that time. Otherwise, the island would have been destroyed, right? Then, Lin Shan looked at the second item. Name, Glazed Water Tree. Category: Extraordinary Plants. Rating: Purple 3. Effect: Glass Crystal. Evaluation: Glazed Water Tree, a supernatural plant that grows under the sea full of energy. The glazed water tree will condense glazed crystals. After eating, it can increase a large number of supernatural properties. The glass crystals condensed by the glass water tree will condense glass crystals of different properties according to the properties of the surrounding elements. Looking at the glazed water tree underwater, Lin Shan said in surprise, "I kid you, oh, this is an extraordinary plant, and you don't want it?" Aikijuo turned her head to look at the glazed water tree beside her, and then said, "No need. This tribe already has a very large glazed water tree. This extraordinary plant has a sense of territory. I cannot allow the existence of similar glazed water trees nearby, so this glazed water tree is of no use to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan said, "I see. Well, Aikijuo, these things of yours are very precious to me. I don't have many good things to exchange with you right now. Ai Chidwa, just give me some fruit. I don't really need these things, but I want the fruit. Lin Shan, just give me more fruit." Hearing this, Lin Shan looked at Ai Chidwa, who was smiling brightly. He was silent for a moment, and then said, "Then I'll give you all the fruit." After finishing speaking, Lin Shan said to the elves and the little Asians beside him, "Tell Elia to pick all the fruits from the warehouse and the trees, put them in the space bag, and bring them over." The two little ones nodded when they heard this, and then ran towards the treehouse. However, halfway through, they found that Mistress Elia was on the beach, so they turned around and ran towards the beach. Ai Chidwa, give it all to me? Then you won't have any fruit to eat." Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "The fruit will grow again soon. What you gave me is worth much more than that little fruit." Upon hearing this, Aikijuo said, "Really? We see people all barter. There is no such thing as expensive or cheap." Chapter 137. Create a lake on the island. Lin Shan, trading? If the value is too high, won't you feel at a loss? Ai Chidwa, it's okay, as long as both parties are satisfied. There's no loss or gain. Anyway, you are happy, I am happy, everyone is happy. Isn't that great? Lin Shan nodded when he heard this. Indeed, if one has a simple mindset, it is possible. This is feasible for the sea creatures, but difficult for humans. When I was a child, there were times when I could share toys, but that only happened when I was a child, and that also required me to have open-minded parents. Soon, Ilea came with 3 space bags, which were filled with all the fruits from all the plantation warehouses and fruit trees. It could be said that they were all emptied at once. Elia, "Master, all the fruits have been put away. There are 3 space bags in total." Lin Shan nodded, then took the 3 space bags and said, "Ilea, you go and get busy first." Upon hearing this, Elia nodded at him, glanced at Ajido, and left. Lin Shan handed all 3 space bags to Aikijuo, and then said, "Aikijuo, these are all the supplies I have now. Do you think they are enough?" After taking the space bag from Lin Shan, Aikijuo began to check it. "Wow, there's so many, and they're still very fresh. Lin Shan, you don't know, when the elders of our tribe trade with other humans, the quality of the fruits they buy can't compare to yours. Some were even dry, and we approached many merchants, but the results were all the same. It felt like they had colluded, and they stopped trading with humans." Aikijuo said happily, and it was obvious that she was very satisfied with the 3 bags of fruit. Hearing this, Lin Shan asked curiously, "After you stopped trading, did those merchants come looking for you?" Ai Chidwa smiled and said, "Hey, yes, but they can't find us. If we don't show up, how can humans find us?" Lin Shan nodded. "Yes, the misty sea is full of fog. It is difficult to find an island, let alone the sea creatures living in the sea. With so many fruits, Aikijuo couldn't wait to go back and share them with her tribesmen." Aikijuo, Lin Shan, is there anything else? If not, then I will return to my tribe. I can't wait to share the fruit with my tribe members. Such plump fruit. This time when I go back, I'm going to bring honor to my family." Hearing this, Lin Shan asked doubtfully, "Aikijuo, next time you come, will you remember the way?" Ai Chidwa, this is easy. Here, this is for you. Lin Shan then took the light gray scales and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Scales?" Ai Chidwa, well, the scales on my body, with these scales I won't get lost. But the scales can't be placed in the space props. If they are placed in the space props, I can't sense them. Lin Shan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll remember that. Now, there's really nothing to worry about." Ai Chidwa, Well, then I'll go back. Goodbye. Lin Shan. Goodbye, be careful on the road. Ajido nodded, dived back into the sea, and swam quickly towards the outside of the island. She was so fast that she disappeared into the coral area in an instant and dived into the deep sea, disappearing without a trace. Looking at the missing Aikijuo, Lin Shan closed the recording panel and sighed. I gained a lot today. Not only did I learn more about the blood tide and the dark tide, but I also learned that in addition to these tens of billions of tower defenders, there are also local island owners. Frankly, Lin Shan was a bit curious about the locals' island master system. He wondered what the difference was between it and the tower keeper system. If he could obtain the island master system, he wondered if he could help them. He shook his head. It was useless to think about these things now. He should prepare himself for the blood rush at the end of the month first. After thinking about it, Lin Shan turned his head to look at what Aikijuo gave him. Looking at the glazed water tree in the coral area, Lin Shan touched his chin. This thing definitely cannot be placed in the coral area. After all, it is a purple-rated extraordinary plant. Well, it seems that we need to have the earth spirits dig a large pit near the lighthouse, and then dig a waterway to connect to the coral area, bringing in seawater to form an island within a sea. Lin Shan muttered as he planned. When the blood tide comes, it can block the waterway. After confirming it, Lin Shan looked at the items around him, and then said to the elves and demi-humans who were still watching the excitement, "Little ones, help me move these items to the bottom of the lighthouse." Upon hearing this, the elves and the little Asians nodded, and then each walked towards the lighthouse. Lin Shan put the treasure chest, the glazed water tree, and the fangs of the armored azure dragon into his backpack. Ah! Lin Shan stood up, stretched, and said with a smile, "Gloria, let's go back and see how many treasure chests everyone has found." Gloria nodded, then followed Lin Shan towards the lighthouse. On the way, I happened to meet the earth spirits who were wandering around and improving the soil quality. Seeing this, Lin Shan hurriedly called them to stop. "Tomo, Tushur, come here for a moment. I have something to talk to you about." Hearing Lin Shan's call, Tomo and Tushur stopped immediately and walked towards Lin Shan. "Tomo, Master, what do you need us to do?" Lin Shan, "Come with me first, we'll talk while we walk." After saying that, Lin Shan continued walking towards the lighthouse. Tomo and Tushur hurried to follow. On the way, Lin Shan explained to the engineers of Tomo and Tushur about the lake on the island. "Lin Shan, how is it? How long will it take to build?" "Civil engineering. This is very simple. It can be done in 1 day, and that's including the time it takes to bring in the seawater." Tushur, "But Master, it would be better to dig it in a lower place. If we want to introduce seawater, then the sea lake pit must be lower than the sea level. Isn't the area around the lighthouse too high? The height difference is over 40 meters. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded. He had not considered this just now. "Okay then, you two can find a suitable place. If there's no suitable place, just create one yourself." "Tumu, then Master, we will leave first." Lin Shan nodded. The current area of the island is 402,000 square meters. The highest point is near the lighthouse, which is about 40 meters high. The entire island has high and low areas. It depends on whether the civil engineers can find a better place. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan looked at the treasure chests on the ground and couldn't help but be a little surprised. The number of treasure chests today was a little small, but the quality was good. 1 silver treasure chest and 3 bronze treasure chests. Chapter 138. Open the treasure chest. In addition to the 3 treasure chests, there are some materials, about 7 or 8 pieces. Lin Shan took a look and saw that they were all white and green materials, not as good as the materials given by Ajido, which came in green, blue, yellow, and purple. After putting all the materials into the space shelf, Lin Shan looked at the treasure chest. The treasure chest from the sea and the treasure chest given by Aikijuo. Lin Shan now has a total of 1 deep sea treasure chest, 1 relic treasure chest, 2 silver treasure chests, and 3 bronze treasure chests. Let me see if there's a prefix first. Lin Shan looked at the silver treasure chest and the bronze treasure chest and said, "As a result, there are 2 treasure chests with prefixes. One is a 5-star rated treasure chest, the silver treasure chest of ability, and the other is a 7-star rated bronze treasure chest of the island. The remaining silver treasure chests are 1 star, and the bronze treasure chests are 1 star and 2 stars. Finally, there are the deep sea treasure chest and the ruins treasure chest. The rating of the deep sea treasure chest is different from the one Lin Shan picked up for the first time. This one is purple 1 star, And the relic treasure chest is even more exaggerated. It is purple 8 stars. Looking at the ratings of the 2 treasure chests in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but smack his lips and said in surprise, I wonder how deep in the ocean Igido found these? They're both purple rated. Happy. Now is the time to open the treasure chest. 3 bronze treasure chests, open one by one. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 612, Island Route 1. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 784, Black Iron Spears 10. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 999, Island Heart 1. Hey, Island Routes and Island Hearts? The quality of the treasure chests this time is pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. Lin Shan looked at the island route and the heart of the island in surprise. I've already upgraded the island by obtaining an island heart. Now, with this upgrade, the island will reach blue 3 stars, and the area will increase from 403,000 to 503,000. How wonderful. Then he looked at the silver treasure chest and opened it directly. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 8888, Silver Fruit 1. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 9813, Mysterious Summoning Crystal 1. Another shipment? Today really is my lucky day. Lin Shan's face was filled with elation. Name, Silver Fruit. Category, Extraordinary Fruit. Rating, Yellow 4. Effect, after consumption, increase 15 free Extraordinary Attribute Points. Evaluation, Silver Fruit, a lower-ranked Extraordinary Fruit tree than the Gold Fruit. Each rating of Silver Fruit can only be used once. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. Good, another 15 attribute points were added. Eat directly. System, gain 15 free attribute points. Then he looked at the ability crystal. Name, Mysterious Summoning Crystal. Category, Ability Crystal. Rating, Purple 6. Effect, after use, learn Mysterious Summoning. Learning requirements, at least 10 points of Extraordinary Mystical Attributes and 10 points of Extraordinary Spiritual Attributes. Evaluation, Mysterious Summoning. After use, will randomly summon a summoned creature to help. The summoned creature, if its spiritual extraordinary attribute is not higher than 1 times that of the summoner, will obey the summoner's orders. However, if the summoned creature's spirit is more than twice that of the summoner, then the creature has the right to disobey the summoner's orders and can also cancel the summon on its own. After looking at the attributes of the mysterious summon, Lin Shan decisively learned it. Purple, and there aren't any strict requirements for its use? So sweet. Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. Isn't this better than that crappy starlight magic? Not bad, not bad. A huge harvest. Now, there are only 2 purple-rated deep-sea treasure chests and a relic treasure chest left. Time to smash the cup. Lin Shan looked at the deep-sea treasure chest and the relic treasure chest and said with satisfaction. Lin Shan walked into the lighthouse room, first went to the control panel to upgrade the island, then walked to the table, picked up the divination blocks, and walked out. Come on. May Mazu bless you. I don't know what good stuff is in here. Just give me some upgrade material for Gloria. Lin Shan muttered a few words and threw it away. Bang. Holy Grail. Good. Come again. Bang. Holy Grail. Bang. Holy, laughing cup. Looking at the last laughing cup, Lin Shan couldn't help scratching his head. Was Mazu joking with him? Come again. Holy Grail. Holy Grail. The laughing grail. Good guy. Come again. Holy Grail. Laughing cup. Laughing cup. Lin Shan fell silent. He thought, is this going to happen 3 times in a row? Pa pa pa. 3 times in a row. However, it was not the laughing cup, but the Holy Grail. Was Mazu playing with me just now? Lin Shan said depressedly, and then directly opened the treasure chest of the ruins. System, obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 66666, Mysterious Immortal Body 1. Name, Mysterious Immortal Body. Category, Unknown. Rating, Black 9. Effect, Unknown. Evaluation, a fresh corpse. No one except the witch can maintain their immortality. Note, it is best not to take it out easily. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but blink. The Forbidden Experimental Machine blueprint did mention the need for a powerful corpse, but it didn't mention a witch's corpse. So this really gave him a corpse? After a long silence, Lin Shan quietly closed the backpack and said, let's put this thing in the lighthouse warehouse later. Then look at the deep-sea treasure chest. Throw the cup again. Bang, bang, bang. Go down 3 times, once for the Holy Grail, once for the laughing cup, and once for the crying cup. It seems that Mazu didn't read it and left. Lin Shan scratched his head, then directly opened the deep-sea treasure chest. System. Obtain Lighthouse gold coins 55555, seal breaker 1. What is it? A seal breaker? Lin Shan said in surprise. Name, seal breaker. Category, special items. Rating, purple 1. Effect, break the seal. Evaluation, can break any seal of purple rated and below items. That's pretty straightforward, but I don't think I have anything sealed, right? Does a deep-sea clam count? Lin Shan looked at the items in front of him, and then looked at the deep-sea nurturing shell in his backpack. There must be life in this shell, otherwise it would be impossible to fit it into the space shelf in the lighthouse warehouse. After thinking about it, Lin Shan took out the deep-sea foster shell, then picked up the seal breaker and used it. System ding. Do you want to break the protective seal of the deep-sea clam? Looking at the prompt that popped up on the system, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is there really a seal? No wonder it hasn't been opened yet. After thinking about it, Lin Shan decided to break it. After all, he didn't have any other sealed items at the moment. Yes. In an instant, the seal breaker in his hand turned into a ray of light and shot into the deep-sea nurturing shell. Chapter 139 Mom. The next second, a transparent light appeared on the surface of the deep-sea clams, and the next second, it began to click. Soon, cracks appeared all over the body, and then with a bang, it shattered and disappeared. Click! As the seal was broken, the huge deep-sea breeding shell finally moved. I saw the shell mouth slowly open. Lin Shan looked at it curiously, not knowing what it was like inside. However, the reviews said it was for mermaid babies, so the environment inside the shell should be suitable for babies, right? But as the deep-sea breeding shell was fully opened, the scene inside surprised Lin Shan immensely. The shell was actually filled with golden liquid. Judging from the marks on the shell, the golden liquid should have been full from the beginning. Looking at the golden liquid inside the shell, Lin Shan couldn't help but touch it and then identify it. Name, Dragon Beard Treasure Liquid. Category, special items. Rating, red 1 white, green blue, yellow, purple red. Effect, improve potential, improve attributes, improve talent. Evaluation, the deep-sea mermaids prepare nutrient solution specifically for the mermaid babies. They need to hunt down a baleen whale that has reached the peak of level 6 and extract its essence and blood. Then, they use the mermaid's unique craftsmanship and gather together natural treasures to make this nutrient solution. Note, the Dragon Beard Treasure Liquid, developed specifically for mermaid babies by the deep-sea mermaids, has the greatest effect on mermaid babies and is only 1/10 to 1/20th as effective on other races. Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Red, a red-rated item? What a fucking luxury. Lin Shan sighed. Then he asked in surprise, where is the mermaid baby? The next second, a figure suddenly jumped out from the golden dragon beard treasure liquid and flew towards Lin Shan. Lin Shan hugged him subconsciously. Looking down, their eyes met. No, a little mermaid jumped directly into Lin Shan's arms. A clean, fair, and tender little mermaid. Lin Shan stared at the mermaid in shock. What was going on? Was the mermaid so aggressive? Wasn't she afraid I was a bad guy? But then, the little mermaid's words completely confused Lin Shan. Mom, hee. The little mermaid laughed and shouted to Lin Shan. Huh, there are confused people under the confused tree. Lin Shan was stunned. Mom? Looking at the little mermaid in his arms, although she was very cute, Lin Shan still said in disbelief, what did you call me just now? The little mermaid happily shouted again, Mom. Gloria, who was behind him, blinked when she heard this, looked at Lin Shan, and then thought silently, a male mother? Lin Shan was now sure that he had not heard wrongly. Looking at the happy little mermaid, Lin Shan put the little mermaid into the dragon whisker treasure liquid and watched the little mermaid flapping its tail happily inside. I couldn't help but sigh. You are so cute. The little mermaid blinked her eyes. Her mother praised her. She was so happy. He laughed even more happily, and his tail moved faster. Lin Shan, little guy, why are you calling me Mom? The little mermaid said happily. Mom is Mom. Lin Shan, okay, it seems that I can't get any clear answer by asking, so let's just do an appraisal. Name, Little Mermaid, baby, unnamed. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, none. Talent, darling of the ocean, deep-sea mermaid inheritance. Ability, none. Extraordinary attributes. Water plus 233. Mystic plus 123. Spirit plus 123. Constitution plus 33. Strength plus 33. Agility plus 33. Comment. A little mermaid baby with great potential. The darling of the ocean, she is destined to be the future mermaid queen. However, unfortunately, her mother is currently a human. And he's a fucking man. Note, when the deep-sea mermaids want a mermaid baby, they will go to the deep-sea nursery to select a deep-sea nursery shell, and then use blood to break the seal on the deep-sea nursery shell. In this way, you can get a soft and sticky little mermaid baby. Therefore, the little mermaid babies will regard the first person they see as their mother. After all, the seal of the deep-sea nurturing shell can only be broken by the blood of the deep-sea mermaids, and that requires their wholehearted blood in essence. After reading the attributes of the mermaid baby, Lin Shan fell silent. Lin Shan touched the mermaid's soft face and thought to herself, "Such a cute little mermaid. I should raise her. She'll just be the mother. After all, the male mother is in the kindergarten. It's also very popular. Before I came here, weren't there a lot more male nannies?" Suddenly, Lin Shan found a message emerging in his mind. Lin Shan, who was teasing the little mermaid, was stunned. Then he checked and found that it was the information about the deep-sea mermaid pearl. Name, deep-sea shark pearl. Category, special items. Rating, red 9. Effect, underwater breathing, water attribute plus 100, mystical attribute plus 100, spirit attribute plus 100, constitution plus 50, strength plus 50, agility plus 50. Special effect, easily attracts the attention of mermaids and transforms into a deep-sea mermaid. Evaluation, gained the full favor and trust of a mermaid. The deep-sea mermaid pearl's self-seal has been lifted. Note, to date, you are the first person to lift the deep-sea mermaid pearl's self-seal. Lin Shan, was this surprise too sudden? Deep-sea shark pearls, could they have this hidden effect? Although the conditions for triggering the hidden effect are difficult, isn't this change a bit too exaggerated? Most importantly, if a single deep-sea mermaid pearl had such abnormal properties, how powerful could the deep-sea mermaid race truly be? Lin Shan couldn't even begin to imagine. There's also the dragon beard treasure liquid, which is refined from the essence of a peak level 6 dragon-bearing whale. Level 6. Lin Shan now knows that when an extraordinary attribute exceeds 500 points, it reaches level 3. I don't even know how many extraordinary attributes are needed to reach level 4. With a large number of attribute bonuses, Lin Shan feels that he can kill a tiger with one punch. What it means is that he can really kill a tiger. After silently digesting this sudden surprise and recovering, Lin Shan looked at the little mermaid, picked it up, and kissed its little head a few times. Lin Shan, Zhu 3 Zhu. After a few kisses, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Baby, you are really my good baby." The little mermaid blinked, looked at Lin Shan, who was smiling, and started laughing too. Although she never stopped smiling. The little mermaid is really his lucky star. He is determined to raise this child. Even if Jesus comes to persuade him, it will not only be useless, but he will also be beaten. Putting the little mermaid back into the deep-sea nurturing shell, Lin Shan said with a smile, "I need to give you a name, but baby, did your deep-sea mermaid heritage give you a name?" Chapter 140, the baby's name. Already announced by the world system. Upon hearing this, the little mermaid blinked, then shook her head, and then a cute voice rang out. "Little mermaid, Mom, no." Lin Shan nodded after hearing this, then smiled and said, "Since you don't have one, then we need to pick a name. Does the baby have anything he likes?" The little mermaid heard this and laughed. "Baby loves Mom the most." Ouch. Lin Shan felt like his heart was about to melt. Now he understood where the daughter complex came from. No one could stand this, right? Then Lin Shan began to think about the baby's name. First of all, the baby must have his surname, so Lin is a must. Then the baby's tail has golden scales, of very pure gold color, which looks golden and shiny. The tail fin is also very beautiful, shaped like a phoenix tail. Lin Shan, baby, your scales are golden, so why not choose a word with a gold radical for the second character? Let me think about it. Looking at the baby's bright eyes, in which his figure was reflected, a word popped up in Lin Shan's mind. Mirror. That's right. The mirror in mirror happens to have a gold radical. Lin Shan, baby, I've thought of your second word. It's mirror. The little mermaid blinked and then said, "Mirror." Lin Shan smiled and said, "That's right, Jing." Little mermaid, mirror. Lin Shan, Lin Jing. Little Mermaid. Lin Jing. Lin Shan. Not bad. Baby, you read it right. Baby, you're awesome. The Little Mermaid laughed immediately after being praised. Lin Shan. As for the second character, well, baby, you're a deep-sea mermaid. So let's choose one with the character for water. Let Dad think about it. Little Mermaid. Mom, what is Dad? In the mermaid world, there are no male mermaids, so there is no so-called father. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Baby, women call Mom and men call Dad. So baby, you have to call me Dad. Although it's not impossible for a male mother to be one. The Little Mermaid shook its head, and then, under Lin Shan's expectant gaze, it shouted happily, Mom, hey, hey, hey. Okay. Lin Shan couldn't help but pull the Little Mermaid's face. By the way, since the Little Mermaid can talk and jump, it is not a newborn. The height of the Little Mermaid is about 1 meter now, and if the tail is included, it is 1.3 meters. Lin Shan continued to think about the second word. If he couldn't think of a good one, a single name like mirror would also be fine. Or flow? But the next second, Lin Shan couldn't help but think of the sentence. There are 5 people and the price is 3. However, Jinglu is very powerful, so it seems that it is not impossible to name the baby this. If the baby can reach the realm of Jinglu, how powerful will he be? He can split the moon with one sword. Lin Shan, baby, it's decided. The final word, flow. Lin Jinglu, flow. Lin Shan, baby, your full name will be Lin Jinglu from now on. Lin Jinglu, yeah, the baby's name is Lin Jinglu. Lin Shan smiled and said, Not bad, baby is really smart. He remembered it right away, great. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinglu couldn't help but smile. Lin Shan turned around and looked at Gloria, then smiled and said, Gloria, go call everyone over and introduce our new member to everyone. Gloria, yes, master. After saying that, Gloria walked towards the treehouse. Xiao Jinglu looked at Gloria, who was leaving, blinked his big eyes, and then looked at Lin Shan again. Just as Lin Shan was teasing Xiao Jinglu, a system prompt suddenly popped up. World System Announcement, ding. Congratulations to the 88888888 Tower Guardian, Lin Shan, for being the first to raise his strength to the second level. This is a reward for all Tower Guardians in the 88888888 area. Gold Treasure Chest 1, Extraordinary Attribute Treasure Chest 1. Important announcement, shout 3 times in a row. Xiao Jinglu, wow. Mom, look, the sky is so bright. Lin Shan, who was stunned, looked at Xiao Jinglu after hearing this and said, Xiao Jinglu, can you see the system announcement? Xiao Jinglu asked doubtfully, What's this system announcement? Lin Shan pointed to the sky and said, That's the golden barrage up there. Xiao Jinglu, I can see it, big golden words. Lin Shan couldn't help but blink. It was strange. Xiao Jinglu didn't sign a contract with me. So how did he see it? Lin Shan once again examined Xiao Jinglu's attributes and discovered an additional entity, a guardian. His name was exactly his. Does the system acknowledge that little Jinglu is my child? TSK. Now, I can't even talk about Jesus, even if the deep-sea mermaids come. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. Then click on your properties to check them out. Name Lin Shan. Strength, Extraordinary Level 2. Destiny, Precognizer Level 8. Talent, Gift of Fate, Witch of Fate. Abilities, Ice Crystal Shot, Underwater Breathing, Identification, Fear, Mystical Summoning. Extraordinary Attributes, Water plus 116, Fire plus 3, Wood plus 2, Mystic plus 228, Constitution plus 65, Spirit plus 235, Ice plus 2, Strength plus 63, Agility plus 60. Free attribute points, 17. Seeing his mystical and spiritual abilities surpassing 200, Lin Shan was extremely satisfied. Now it was enough for him to study astrology. At the same time, Lin Shan also noticed that his destiny had advanced. Click on Destiny to view. Name, Precognizer Level 8. Category, Destiny Path. Rating, Unknown. 9th level Destiny Ability, Mystical Perception, Mystical Veil, Mystical Affinity. 8th level Destiny Ability, Mysterious Foresight. Destiny Blessing, Mystic plus 50, Spirit plus 50. Evaluation, Precognition, the name of the 8th stage of the Path of Destiny. The attribute points have been increased from 30 to 50? Not bad. If calculated according to normal circumstances, after reaching the 2nd level, there will be 150 points of mystery or spirit. So, the attribute bonus of an 8th level Foreseer will increase between 300, 400, and 500. Not bad. Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the Destiny ability. The panel differentiation is more detailed, and a few more words can be added. So nice, let's see what the new abilities are like. Lin Shan clicked on Mysterious Affinity and Mysterious Precognition with satisfaction, and soon, the information about their abilities appeared in his mind. Soon, Lin Shan understood the effects of these two new abilities. The first is Mysterious Affinity. As the name suggests, it increases Lin Shan's affinity for mystery. The specific effect is that when using mysterious abilities, there will be blessings, enhanced mysterious induction, etc. Mystical Foresight can be said to be an advanced version of Mystical Perception. Mystical Foresight can be used actively, but now it can only be used once a day. I wonder if the number of times can be increased in the future? Chapter 141, It's not the Little Master. It's the Little. In addition to the advancement of Strength from level 1 to level 2, and the advancement of Destiny from level 9 to level 8, another ability has also changed. That is the Witch of Destiny transformed from the martial arts. Lin Shan quickly clicked on it to check it out. Name, Witch of Fate. Category, Talent. Rating, Unknown. Effect, Witch of Destiny, Spear of Destiny. Evaluation, Witch, Spear of Destiny? It looks like an attack type effect. Lin Shan touched his chin and said, the effect of the Witch of Fate gave him the message of a status, a qualification, the qualification to sit in that position. So what will be the effect of the Gun of Destiny? Lin Shan clicked, and soon the information flooded into his mind. Close your eyes and sense it. After a while, Lin Shan understood the effect of the Spear of Destiny. As expected, it was an attack ability, and the effect was simple and crude. The effect of the Spear of Destiny is only one, and that is that it will definitely hit the target. Once thrown out, the Spear of Destiny will hit the target no matter how the target dodges. And judging from the information, as his strength increases, the effect of the Spear of Destiny will also increase. Lin Shan said with satisfaction, it finally worked a bit. I just don't know how powerful the Spear of Destiny is. But just the guaranteed hit effect alone is incredible. The most important thing is that, judging from the information, this guaranteed hit effect cannot be blocked, which means that the target must be hit 100. Gloria led Elia, Hume and others towards the lighthouse, but when they were halfway there, a barrage of golden bullets lit up the sky. Whether it was Gloria, elves like Elia, demi-humans like Hume, or Shauna and others, they all looked up at the sky in confusion. After hearing the system announcement, everyone looked at each other in confusion. What are these related to? Gloria, hurry up and don't keep the master waiting. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and continued walking towards the lighthouse. They didn't know what the master wanted to tell them. Soon everyone saw Lin Shan standing next to the deep-sea shellfish. Gloria, Master, everyone is here. Elia, Hume, Shauna, and others shouted in unison. Owner, Lin Shan, you're all here, great. I asked you all to come here because I wanted to introduce you to someone. When everyone heard this, they became curious. Who was this person that the master valued so much? Then, very quickly, they saw the master pick up a mermaid from a huge shell. Lin Shan, Lin Jinglu, my daughter, little Jinglu, come and say hello to everyone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinglu blinked, then waved his hands to everyone and shouted happily, hello everyone. After saying hello, Xiao Jinglu looked at them with curiosity. It is worth mentioning that whether it is a merman or a mermaid, they're all obsessed with appearance. That is to say, if the appearance is not up to standard, they generally ignore people. But it is obvious that whether they are elves or demi-humans, they are all good-looking. Especially when he saw many elves and little demi-humans, Xiao Jinglu was so happy. So many little friends? After hearing Lin Shan's words, Elia, Hume, Shauna, and the others were all dumbfounded. The master is human, right? How could he have a daughter of the sea people? However, after hearing Xiao Jingliu's greeting, everyone responded. No matter what, since she is the master's female goose, she is their little master. Led by Ilea and Hume, everyone shouted in unison, hello, young master. No, Jinglu. It's Jinglu, not little master. Xiao Jinglu said unhappily. Obviously, for Xiao Jinglu, the name her mother gave her was Jinglu, so she could be called Xiao Jinglu, not little master. Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile and said, Elia, Hume, Shauna, Huling, and everyone else, You could just call Xiao Jinglu directly from now on. Upon hearing this, Elia and the others nodded. Then he shouted to Xiao Jinglu again, "Hello, Xiao Jinglu." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinglu happily responded, "Yeah, hello everyone." Lin Shan, Hu Ling, make some clothes for Xiao Jinglu later. Upon hearing this, Hu Ling nodded and said, "Yes, master." Then Lin Shan turned to look at Li Shi and said with a smile, "Li Shi, you two should play with Xiao Jinglu more." Upon hearing this, Li Shi nodded. For the elves and demi-humans, the appearance of Xiao Jinglu meant that they had another little friend. Xiao Jinglu also looked at them curiously. After all, everyone was about the same height, although Xiao Jinglu was still the shortest now. Lin Shan, well, now that we've all gotten to know each other, let's disband. Elia nodded to Humei, Shana, and others, and then led everyone towards the treehouse. Lin Shan held Xiao Jinglu in his arms, then controlled the invisible hand to move the deep-sea foster shell to the second floor, next to his double bed. Well, on one side is Gloria's energy replenishment tank, and on the other side is Xiao Jinglu's shell bed. That's right, the deep-sea nurturing shell will also be the bed for the little mermaids in the future. After all, this thing recognizes its owner and is, after all, a purple-rated item. Xiao Jinglu suddenly yawned, and then murmured, "Mom, Xiao Jinglu is sleepy." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan placed the small mirror into the deep-sea speech shell. Xiao Jinglu rubbed his eyes, then kissed Lin Shan on the cheek and said, "Mom, Xiao Jinglu is going to sleep first." After saying that, he dived into the dragon beard treasure liquid. Seeing this, Lin Shan shook his head helplessly. Xiao Jinglu has not yet adapted to the state of wakefulness, and he easily feels sleepy after the excitement. He just needs to wait for a few days. Lin Shan, Gloria, pack up everything downstairs and put it in order. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and walked towards the stairs. Lin Shan himself looked at the system rewards, well, personal rewards. System ding. Congratulations to the tower defender for receiving personal rewards. 1 random special treasure chest, 2 extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 random mystical ability crystal, 10 attribute stripping scrolls, including the gold treasure chests and extraordinary attribute treasure chests rewarded by the entire area. Lin Shan suddenly had 5 more treasure chests. Looking at the personal rewards, Lin Shan said in surprise, "Apart from the random special treasure chest, the rest are rewards for improving strength. Collect them all." In an instant, 5 treasure chests appeared in the backpack, as well as an ability crystal and 10 attribute stripping scrolls. Looking at the treasure chest in front of him, Lin Shan thought about it and decided not to disturb Ma Zu. After all, the things open from the deep-sea treasure chests and the ruins treasure chests are already very troublesome for Ma Zu, and it is not good to be greedy. Chapter 142, I won't act anymore. I'll just give it away. Since there was no need to throw the divination blocks, Lin Shan opened the treasure chest directly. Now, there is 1 gold treasure chest, 1 random special treasure chest, and 3 extraordinary attribute treasure chests. Looking at the 5 treasure chests in front of him, Lin Shan thought for a while and finally turned his gaze to the golden treasure chest. Let's start with the golden treasure chest. After all, in terms of difficulty of obtaining, the golden treasure chest is undoubtedly the easiest to obtain among these treasure chests. System: obtain Frost Spirit Sword 1. Lin Shan wasn't surprised that the system reward treasure chest didn't contain any lighthouse coins, but the fact that the gold treasure chest only gave out 1 item, that felt a bit rip-off. Could it be that my luck has just been used up? Should I save the remaining treasure chests for tomorrow? Lin Shan muttered as he clicked on the properties of the Frost Spirit Sword. Name: Frost Spirit Sword. Category: Weapons. Rating: Purple 6. Effect: Ice plus 100, Frost Sword, Ice Blessing, recognize the master. Evaluation: a spirit sword filled with frost energy. It is not recommended to use it without a recognized master. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Shan thought for a moment. It seemed like there weren't any ice-type characters, right? Elves were mostly wood-type, and while the attributes of demi-humans were more diverse, there weren't any ice-type characters. So this weapon seems to be gathering dust. It would be nice if it was a water-type, so I could give it to Xiao Jinglu. Lin Shan said regretfully that a weapon that can recognize its master will change into the size that is most suitable for the master to use. So if it is really a water-based spiritual sword, there is no need to worry that Xiao Jinglu will not be able to use it. Shaking his head, Lin Shan looked at the next treasure chest, a random special treasure chest. Use it. In an instant, the random special treasure chest slowly dissipated and turned into a deep-sea treasure chest. Lin Shan. Deep-sea treasure chest? Not bad, right? Lin Shan didn't check it and chose to open it directly. If he had checked it, he would have seen that the rating was purple 9 stars. System: obtain water like ice 1. Obtain frost moon sword technique 1. 2. Not bad. More generous than the gold treasure chest. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. Name: water like ice. Category: talent. Rating: red 6. Effect: water ice. Water is ice. Evaluation: water is like ice, an extremely rare talent. People with this talent will gain special energy, water ice. At the same time, the extraordinary properties of water are equal to the extraordinary properties of ice. In other words, you have as many points of water-type extraordinary attributes as you do of ice-type extraordinary attributes. Huh. Looking at the talent before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but be a little surprised. If this talent was given to Xiao Jinglu, wouldn't Xiao Jinglu have an additional ice-type extraordinary attribute? And it would also grow synchronously with the ice-type extraordinary attribute. Then Lin Shan looked at the Frost Moon Sword technique. This thing was obviously related to the ice element. Name: Frost Moon Sword technique. Category: Gongfa. Rating: red 1. Effect: Frost Moon Sword technique inheritance. Learning requirements: ice attribute over 100 points, and also need to obtain the approval of Frost Moon Sword technique. Evaluation: the sword shines like the moon, like slashing the moon. Well, Lin Shan couldn't help but scratch his head, then said in surprise, so it feels like the things that have been opened have formed a complete set? Could it be that this is a special arrangement made by the system so that I can cultivate Xia Jingliu well? Don't worry, this is really possible. After all, judging from the information Lin Shan has collected so far, the purpose of the Tower Keeper system is to keep the Tower Keeper alive as much as possible. And the properties of Xia Jingliu are extremely powerful. The darling of the ocean, he has the talent to become the king of the deep-sea mermaid clan, which shows how much potential he has. Take out the things one by one. Snap! Lin Shan turned his head to look at his hand. Wow, the hand holding the Frost Spirit Sword was covered with a layer of ice. It was obvious that the Frost Spirit Sword did not recognize him. Bang! Lin Shan exerted force and shattered the ice layer. Then he rolled his eyes and rarely complained. He placed it directly next to the deep-sea clams. As a result, the Frost Spirit Sword began to shine. Then, Xiao Jinglu poked his little head out from a dragon beard treasure liquid in a daze. Xiao Jinglu said dazedly, "Mom?" Xiao Jinglu seemed to hear something calling me. "Is it you, Mom, calling me?" Hearing this, Lin Shan rubbed Xiao Jingliu's head and said with a smile, "It's this sword that's calling you. Xiao Jinglu, why don't you try to touch it?" Xiao Jinglu yawned cutely, then blinked and looked at the Frost Spirit Sword on the side. Well, he stretched out his little hand and touched it. In an instant, the Frost Spirit Sword recognized its master. Then immersed it directly into the small mirror fluid. Seeing this, Lin Shan rolled his eyes wildly in his heart. He thought, this guy's not even going to act anymore, right? Didn't they say not to touch anything without ice-type supernatural attributes? Xiao Jinglu doesn't have ice-type supernatural attributes right now. Then, Lin Shan took out the water like ice talent and Frost Moon Sword technique. Then, under Lin Shan's gaze with a twitching mouth, the two things directly recognized Xiao Jinglu as their master. Are you really not going to act anymore? Lin Shan didn't know how to complain. After the three items entered Xiao Jingliu's body, Xiao Jinglu yawned madly. Xiao Jinglu, Mom, Xiao Jing, it's good. Before he could finish his words, the little head disappeared. Lin Shan shook his head helplessly. Although the system didn't play him, the stuff was still very good, so he generously didn't care. Finally, look at the treasure chest with extraordinary attributes. Name: Extraordinary Attribute Treasure Box. Category: Special Treasure Box. Rating: purple 3. Effect: after opening, gain 1 to 30 free extraordinary attribute points. Evaluation: a treasure chest created by the system using golden fruit. Looking at the attributes of the treasure chest in front of me, it is far inferior to the treasure chest with random extraordinary attributes. Open directly. System: gain 15 free extraordinary attribute points. System: gain 20 free extraordinary attribute points. System: obtain 30 free extraordinary attribute points. Lin Shan scratched his head. If it weren't for the system secretly controlling this, he wouldn't believe it. If you're manipulating this, why don't you just give me the full amount? It's 25 points short. Lin Shan complained. System ding. Tower defenders, please refrain from accusing this system. This system is fair and just. We will not do whatever we please. Lin Shan, my goodness, is the system anxious? Look, it's anxious. So funny. After calming down, Lin Shan looked at the random mysterious ability crystal. The effect of this thing is very simple. After using it, you will randomly gain an ability, which must be a mysterious ability. So Lin Shan used it directly. System, obtain Moonlight Crystal. Lin Shan looked at the ability crystal in his backpack in confusion. Moonlight? Could it be an advanced version of Starlight? It's very likely. Lin Shan carefully clicked on the properties to check. Chapter 143. Strength surges again. Name, Moonlight Crystal. Category, Ability Crystal. Rating, Red 7. Effect, Moonlight Attack, Moonlight Defense, Moonlight Healing. Learning requirements. At least 100 points of mysterious and extraordinary attributes are required. Evaluation. A perfect ability that combines attack, defense, and healing. Unfortunately, it has strict usage requirements. If the mystic and spiritual attributes are less than 1,000 points, it is not recommended for use. Of course, if the mystic and spiritual attributes are less than 2,000, you are not even qualified to use it. Seeing the comments, Lin Shan couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was really perfunctory, just using the astrology template, although there is also an additional spiritual extraordinary attribute. Shaking his head, Lin Shan opened his character attribute panel again. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Shan touched his chin and pondered, well, the free attribute points have reached 82 points and the mysterious 228 points. If I add another 80 points, it will become more than 300 points. Then the destiny attribute should grow again, right? And one more ability will be added, right? Now you can learn astrology. All main attributes must be changed from spirit to mystery, at least for the current stage. After the mystery reaches 2,000, you can add spirit. Just do it if you want to. Lin Shan directly added all 82 free attribute points to mysterious. In an instant, the mysterious attribute increased from 228 points to 384 points, and the spirit also increased from 235 to 295. Lin Shan clicked on the destiny and took a look. Sure enough, the destiny blessing increased from 50 points to 100 points. At the same time, there was an additional 8th level destiny ability. Mysterious critical hit. The effect is very simple and crude. It is a mysterious ability with a chance to trigger double damage bonus. Looking at his gorgeous attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. Finally, I have some self-protection ability. Then he glanced at Xiao Jinglu, and seeing that she didn't get up, he walked downstairs. After coming down, run directly to the space shelf, then take out the starlight technique. Put in the moonlight technique. Looking at the astrology technique in his hand, Lin Shan complained, I hope you won't let me down. After that, start learning. In an instant, the starlight crystal turned into a ray of light and shot into his eyebrows. A large amount of information came flooding in, making Lin Shan feel a little pain in his head, but that was all. It was probably because he was alert, right? After all, spiritual supernatural attributes are related to the brain, no matter how you look at it. Therefore, when the spiritual supernatural attribute becomes higher, it can also be processed when receiving ability information. The stinging sensation passed quickly. Lin Shan began to sense carefully. Then Lin Shan unexpectedly discovered that the effects of starlight magic were as simple as its evaluation: attack, defense, and healing, with no other unnecessary abilities. The overall ability is differentiated around 3 abilities. For example, the attack of starlight magic is to launch starlight energy to attack, but you can change the attack mode yourself. For example, you can choose wave bombing. You can also choose to condense into a starlight sword to attack, or form a starlight arrow rain, etc. It is very autonomous. At the same time, the same goes for defense and healing. That's pretty awesome. However, there's a bit of flaw. If your transcendent spirit attribute is below 200, the starlight technique becomes very rigid. Why didn't you mention this? Lin Shan sighed at first, and then complained as expected. Next, it was time to experiment with starlight magic, but Lin Shan looked at the stairs and thought, well, let's experiment with defense and treatment first. After the small mirror is flowing, we can go out and experiment with the attack ability. After making the decision, Lin Shan returned to the second floor and began to experiment. On the other side, on an island, a lively girl is holding a sharp sword and besieging a group of murlocs. That's right, a young girl surrounded more than 30 murlocs, and behind her, there were more than a dozen murloc corpses lying. In other words, this girl faced more than 50 fishmen at the beginning. Huang Xian took a breath and continued to attack. Under normal circumstances, she would not be so impulsive, even though the murlocs posed no threat to her. But as the old saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, let alone a woman like her. However, the world system announcement stimulated her. Isn't Lin Shan's growth rate too fast? He's already reached the second level, so quickly? Huang Xian speculated that for the second stage, at least one extraordinary attribute needed to reach 100 points. 100 points. Her current highest attribute, agility, was only 74 points, and that was even including the bonus from equipment. Fisk, damn it. It looks like I have to admit it first. Huang Xian looked at the fishman and said helplessly. Huang Xian, who has dissected more than a dozen mermen, said that she is fully aware of all the weaknesses of mermen, so even if there are more than 50 mermen, they are no match for her. The long sword in his hand pierced into the fishman's fatal weakness smoothly, and then he drew the sword and continued. After more than 10 minutes, more than a dozen fishmen lay on the ground. Now, the remaining murlocs began to run away. Without the command of the Murloc King, the murlocs were almost the same as goblins. Huang Xian did not choose to chase after him, but walked towards the treasure chest. The island's bronze treasure chest. Not bad. Huang Xian smiled with satisfaction and opened it directly. System. Obtain Island Heart 1, Spiked Sword 1. Huang Xian couldn't help but smile when she saw the heart of the island. As for the spiked sword, although it was slightly inferior to the one in her hand, its piercing attack was very strong. If I had used this piercing sword when fighting the Murloc just now, the speed would have been much faster. After collecting the spoils, Huang Xian looked at the lighthouse in the middle of the island. After thinking for a while, he shook his head helplessly and walked towards the ship. The monster under the lighthouse is not something she could defeat now. The gap in supernatural power is too big, although her supernatural agility is more than 20 points lower than hers. But the other party has a high tolerance rate, while she has no tolerance rate at all, and a slap in the face might leave her half crippled. So Huang Xian walked straight towards the boat. It was time to go back and rest, as the afternoon low tide should be approaching. Huang Xian, Xiao AI, go home. Xiao AI. Okay, Captain. The ship slowly moved away from the island, rushed into the fog, and disappeared. On the other side, Geralt wielded the two swords, killing the fish indiscriminately among the group of fish with huge power, and each of his blows could cut off the fish's head. A group of 30 or so small fish were chopped down in just a few minutes. Looking at the fish heads all over the ground, Geralt put away his weapon and walked towards the treasure chest. Not only the two of them, but all the tower guards began to work hard. Obviously, the announcement of Lin Shan's breakthrough to the second level deeply stimulated them. Chapter 144 Transition. On the second floor, Lin Shan stood in the middle of the room, with flashes of light appearing around him from time to time. This is the application of the Starlight defense technique that Lin Shan developed. Now he has developed full-body defense, local defense, defense shield, and defense cover. What is being developed now is autonomous defense, which does not require strong defense, but only needs to be able to block at critical moments. But it is obvious that the development of autonomous defense is not going smoothly. The starlight on Lin Shan's body flashed a few times again, but soon disappeared. This automatic defense is a bit difficult to use. It seems that I can't figure it out by myself. I need help. After giving up the experiment, Lin Shan said thoughtfully. In fact, the principle is very simple, which is to form an instinctive reaction, so someone needs to attack him. And then when the attack is about to hit him, he must condense starlight to defend himself. It's definitely not easy at first, but if you can really develop an instinctive reaction, that would be amazing. However, this certainly cannot be done in a short time. Lin Shan plans to conduct an experiment while training with Gloria. After all, Gloria has a good grasp of strength. The test of starlight defense has been completed, and the use of starlight healing is very simple, which is to condense starlight to treat wounds. There's not much to test about this, mainly because the methods of using starlight healing and starlight defense are similar. Full body flap treatment, partial position treatment, remote treatment, and more. The three abilities of astrology are actually used in similar ways, but the arrangement of the astral energy is different, although they are all astral energy. But the three different arrangements create three completely different effects. After briefly using the starlight healing technique, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "The creator of this starlight technique is quite amazing." Time passed quickly as Lin Shan mastered the art of starlight. Soon, it was low tide in the afternoon. A system prompt popped up, waking up Lin Shan, who was immersed in experimenting with astrology. Looking at the low tide indicator, Lin Shan couldn't help but wonder, is the tide receding so soon? I opened the panel and checked the time, and found that it was already 3:30. Not only that, the weather has changed. Today's weather: light rain. Weather effect: rare, high probability of heavy rain, low probability of torrential rain, extremely low probability of storm. Seeing the weather, Lin Shan couldn't help but look outside. Sure enough, the sky darkened and small raindrops kept dripping. Looking at the weather effects, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. The rain at sea cannot be underestimated. It may only take a few seconds for light rain to turn into heavy rain and then into rainstorm. If this madness continues to accumulate, a storm will definitely occur. After all, the climate at sea is changeable, especially when it rains. Lin Shan came to the balcony and felt it, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the raindrops became a little bigger, the wind was not strong, which means that the probability of a storm forming is very small. The possibility of heavy rain is quite high. If light rain turns into heavy rain, then heavy rain will definitely occur. It's a superposition effect. Lin Shan, Gloria, go tell Elia and the others to wait until the tide goes out and only look for the treasure chest. Don't look for anything else for now. Tell them to finish their exploration quickly and then come back. Hearing this, Gloria nodded, then flew down from the balcony and ran towards the treehouse. Looking at Gloria, who ran in the rain to inform, Lin Shan touched his chin and suddenly wanted to build a hot spring pool. And this is very easy to achieve. Use earth, wood, and stone to dig a hot spring pit. Divide it into 2 layers, with water in the upper layer and a hollow lower layer for burning fire. However, this will consume the wood a bit quickly, so let's forget it. After all, it's just an idea that came in my mind. I can think about it, but it doesn't have to be realized. Crash! The raindrops gradually became heavier. By the time Gloria arrived at the tree house, the raindrops were already heavier than when she came out of the lighthouse. Elia, Hume, Shauna, and others who were chatting were stunned when they saw Gloria coming in the rain. Why is Lady Gloria here on such a rainy day? Elia, Lady Gloria, please come in quickly. It's raining. Why are you here? Hearing this, Gloria shook her head and said, I won't go in so as not to wet the ground. I came here because the master asked me to inform you that after the tide goes out, you only need to find the treasure chest. Don't worry about the rest. After all, this rainy weather could easily turn into a rainstorm. Upon hearing this, Aliyah nodded and said, Is that so? Yeah, we understand. Hume and Shauna also nodded. Shauna integrated into the group quite quickly. After all, she is a relatively kind person, otherwise she would not have pretended to be captured and boarded the slave ship to save people. Seeing that everyone understood, Gloria nodded, then smiled and said, Then I will go back and report to the master. When you go to the sea, be careful, especially on rainy days. Tell the little ones not to run around and stay in the treehouse. Elia, don't worry. Lady Gloria, I'll have someone keep an eye on me. Gloria nodded and walked back. Watching Gloria disappear, Shauna looked at Elia and asked, Elia, was Lady Gloria also bought by the master? Upon hearing this, Elia shook her head and said, No, Lady Gloria was already here when our master bought us from Master Harry's ship. Shauna nodded after hearing this. Hume, what's the matter? Why are you asking this? Shauna, nothing. It's just that Lady Gloria gives me a very powerful feeling. I feel like I might not be able to withstand Lady Gloria's attack. Hume blinked when she heard this and smiled. So that's it. I thought it was something else. But Lady Gloria is indeed very powerful, but I haven't seen Lady Gloria take action much. Except when training the master, he usually follows behind the master to protect him. Elia, that's because we haven't encountered anything worthy of Lady Gloria's attack. When that sea monster appeared before, we were all a little scared. But didn't you notice that Lady Gloria wasn't afraid at all? She stared straight at the beast. It was obvious that Lady Gloria wasn't afraid of the beast at all. Upon hearing this, Hume scratched her head and said, I really didn't notice it. You know, we subhumans are more sensitive to this type of danger, so I didn't have time to pay attention to other things at the time. The tale is standing upright. Chapter 145, Mysterious Premonition. Upon hearing this, Shauna asked with some confusion, "What sea monster?" Hume briefly recounted the story of the armored blue dragon that appeared 2 days ago. Elia, for what the master said, that giant beast seems to be called the armored azure dragon. Shauna, what? An armored blue dragon? An adult one? Hume looked at Shauna in confusion and said, "Shauna, do you know the armored blue dragon?" Shauna nodded, shook her head, and said, "I haven't seen it in person, but I've seen the introduction of the armored azure dragon in books." Well, it's a very simple introduction. The book states that the armored azure dragon, the dominant creature of the misty sea, reaches the 4th level of strength upon reaching adulthood. Level 4? So powerful? Level 4 right after reaching adulthood? TSK, TSK. It's a good thing the master didn't kill the little armored blue dragon, but threw it back. Otherwise, we would have to face the furious level 4 beast. We can't survive. Elia sighed. Hume blinked, then said, "Wait, Elia, how did the master know there was an adult armored blue dragon behind?" Seeing this, Shauna asked in confusion, "Huh? Don't you know that the master knows how to identify? And his level of identification is at least that of a master appraiser. However, I am somewhat unable to fathom the master's level of identification skills." Upon hearing this, Elia and Hume looked at each other in surprise. Elia, well, we really don't know. After all, we were bought by our master. You know, as slaves, if we want to sell them for a good price. They usually hire someone to do an appraisal, so the owner must have seen our information, so it's not surprising that they know about it. Hume nodded and said, "Yes, but I didn't expect that the master himself can also do the appraisal technique. And he is at the master level? Hiss, a noble appraiser. This profession is very popular. After all, appraisers are not only responsible for identifying the attributes of slaves, but also for identifying treasures obtained by adventurers from the wild, ruins, and dungeons. Every appraisal requires an expensive appraisal fee, and everyone is rich. Elia, but I didn't expect that a master-level identification technique could also identify connections. It's a bit hard to imagine. Appraisal experts, don't talk nonsense. We're going to sue you for defamation. You're slandering us." Upon hearing this, Shauna crossed her arms and said, "Who knows? Anyway, my feeling is right, but I don't know if the appraisal master has this ability. After all, he is such a big shot. It's very rare. Hume, it's almost time. Let's go. Tell everyone to get ready. We're going to look for the treasure chest." On the other side, Gloria had returned to the lighthouse. "Gloria, Master, I've already informed Elia and the others." Lin Shan, who was checking the chat channel, heard this, looked at Gloria, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Gloria." Gloria shook her head and said, "It's not hard." Looking at the wet Gloria, Lin Shan said, "You're all soaked by the rain. Gloria, change into clean clothes. Let's put your combat uniform by the fireplace to dry." Hearing this, Gloria looked down and saw that she was indeed wet all over, with some water stains on the floor. I went straight to my energy replenishment tank and changed my clothes. Seeing this, Lin Shan felt somewhat helpless. Gloria never guarded against him, which made him look a little excited, but the ahogue on his head would guard against him. Looking at the ahogue that began to shake, Lin Shan tactfully turned away. Looking at the raindrops outside, while they have started to slowly grow bigger. In a few minutes, they may turn from drizzle to heavy rain. After being in a daze for a while, Lin Shan opened the Destiny panel and took a look. The mysterious premonition could now be used once a day. Anyway, it looks like the rain is going to continue for the whole day, so why not try it now? Just do it if you want to. Lin Shan directly uses the mysterious foresight. The next second, Lin Shan felt as if his mind had come to a mysterious place, very much like the universe, filled with bright spots of light all around. But before he could take a closer look, in the next second, he immediately exited that strange state. Then, a new prompt popped up. Premonition. Your soul has traveled to a mysterious place and sensed some information. In 2 days, a siren invasion will occur. The powerful siren leader leads his men to attack all tower defenders. System ding. Under the influence of an unknown factor, your attributes have grown. Your mystical attribute, +1. Spiritual attribute, +1. Looking at the 2 prompts in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, then said in surprise, "I didn't expect that using mystic precognition could also increase my attributes. 2 points a day? That's pretty good. After all, it's free." After looking at the attribute bonuses, Lin Shan turned his attention to the foresight. He frowned and said, 2 days later, the Siren Invasion? And it's an event that will happen to all tower defenders. I counted, and after 2 days, it seemed to be the 10th day since they arrived here. So is this the first test? He was not afraid of the Siren Invasion, but it was hard to say for others, especially those in the district that had not received the district-wide rewards. Lin Shan was not very worried about their area. As long as the lighthouse had enough energy, everyone could kill the sirens one by one. But I still need to remind you. So Lin Shan sorted it out, typed it out, and posted it in the chat channel. Now Lin Shan has been tagged by everyone, and everyone will receive a notification whenever he sends a message. So all of a sudden, everyone in the chat channel saw the message sent by Lin Shan. After reading it, the chat channel exploded. They would not question the intelligence from the boss, but the invasion of the sirens still made many people worried. Fortunately, the boss broke through to the second level today, allowing them to receive rewards, including an attribute treasure chest, which improved everyone's strength a bit. Otherwise, they would be even more panicked. However, the analyst in the chat channel started to take action and began to analyze one by one. The first one that appeared was that there might be an invasion incident every 10 days. Then we analyzed that the strength of the sirens would not be too strong. After all, they're still in the rookie stage, so they're most likely a group of fish, or there may be some other sirens mixed in, and it is also possible that they have turned into sea beasts. After hearing the analysis of each analyst, everyone gradually felt relieved. Lin Shan was amazed. Is this what an intellectual is? Amazing. What's that like him? A rough guy. Chapter 146 Heavy Rain. Looking at the raindrops outside the treehouse, Elia calculated in her mind that almost 20 minutes had passed. According to the previous time of going to the beach, the tide will start to recede in about half an hour, so the seawater must have started to recede now. Elia, Tiger May, Shauna, let's go, it's time to find the treasure chest. Huh? Oh, okay, I'll be right there. Hume rubbed her eyes and responded. It is easy to feel sleepy on rainy days. Shauna looked at the gradually increasing rain outside and said, looking at the rain, it may continue to get heavier. We'd better hurry up. Hume, so this time we just need to find the treasure chest and ignore the rest. Shauna, yes. Elia, okay, stop talking. Let's leave early and come back early. Well, I'll take people to the reef area, and you guys go to the coral area. After seeing the two nod, Elia led her people and set off. In addition to the elves, the people behind her also included demi-humans. Elia and her men disappeared behind the rain, and Hume and Shauna also led their men and set off toward the coral area. On rainy days, the vision is blocked by the rain, and you can't see very far, and it is also blurry, so more people go to the reef area, while the coral area is not affected much because it is in the water. As for the beach area, basically 2 or 3 people can just walk through it. By the way, Hayatai's sandcastle was almost washed away by the rain. Fortunately, when the civil engineering and earthworks team was checking the terrain, they helped solidify the sandcastle built by Hayatai. Although it is only half built, it is enough to shelter from the rain. So now Hayatai is sitting in the sandcastle, happily watching the heavy rain outside. At the same time, because of the rain, some crabs will run in from time to take shelter from the rain. The result is self-evident. It directly became Hayatai's self-service snacks. Unfortunately, the crabs outside didn't know that there was a bottomless pit inside. So from time to time, 1 or 2 crabs would crawl into the sandcastle, and then a ruthless iron hand would grab them and throw them directly into its mouth. Crunchy, tasteless. As for the parasites in crabs, for Hayatai, it was not a problem at all. After all, he had even eaten underground monitor lizards, and underground monitor lizards had far more parasites than crabs. Inside the lighthouse, Lin Shan was sorting out items. The items that he had not used before due to lack of strength could now be used. For example, the silver conch and the golden conch, after using them, will summon ships, which maybe sea merchants or pirate ships. Lin Shan felt that if it was not used now, in a few days no outsiders would enter this sea area. After all, a blood tide is about to occur, and no one will pass through this sea area. Even if it is closer to cross this sea area, people will probably choose to take a detour, right? In addition to conch shells, shark bait can also be used, but I don't know what kind of shark it can attract. Judging from the reviews, golden shark should be the best. After taking a look, Lin Shan saw the mysterious immortal body. This thing was used for Gloria's forbidden experimental body blueprint. The name of this blueprint was actually used to confuse people. The real purpose is to resurrect Gloria, but to strengthen Gloria at the same time. As for how strong she will become, no one knows. After all, Gloria has not been resurrected yet. There are more than a dozen resurrection items. I don't know how long it will take to collect them. Looking at the mysterious immortal body, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. Shaking his head, Lin Shan put the golden conch and the silver conch into his backpack and returned to the second floor. The rain is getting heavier now. It was drizzling and gradually turned into heavy rain. Is it going to be a tsunami in this weather? Lin Shan looked at the weather effects on the panel and muttered. After watching for more than 10 minutes, the weather finally turned into a rainstorm and then stopped changing. The weather effects also became normal, but this rainstorm will last at least until tomorrow. Turn off the panel. As long as it's not a tsunami, it doesn't matter if the rainstorm lasts longer. Anyway, it's not him who goes to the beach now. However, Lin Shan touched his chin, looked at the blood-awakening stone in his backpack, and began to mutter. Well, judging from the past 2 days, Elia, Hume, and the others have been very dedicated and obedient. In that case, let's accept them as islanders tomorrow. After they awaken their bloodlines, their strength should be further enhanced, right? After all, the blood tide is about to occur at the end of the month, so they should improve their strength as quickly as possible and avoid cramming at the last minute. We'll be kicked away. After becoming islanders, Elia and the other slave contracts will also become islander contracts. In fact, from the effect point of view, it is almost the same. In any case, they cannot harm him, the island owner. However, a slave contract can control the life and death of the other party, but an islander contract cannot do so and can only expel the other party from the island. Well, in the Sea of Fog, leaving the island means death is not far away. The expelled islanders cannot set foot on the island that expelled them, so they can only face the endless ocean and monsters in the fog. Under such circumstances, it will be impossible for anyone to survive. Elia, the rain is getting heavier, sisters. There's only a short section left to search. Come on. Yes, Lady Elia. The elves and demi-humans responded one after another. Now they all have space bags in their hands, so the treasure chest does not need to be sent back to the lighthouse as soon as it is found, so the progress is very fast. After more than 10 minutes of searching by everyone, the last small section was finally explored. No treasure chest was found, but 1 or 2 sea beasts were found. Elia, okay, sisters, it's time to call it a day. You can go back and change your clothes now. Oh yeah, it's over. I can finally go back to sleep. I can't even lift my tail. If you sleep like this, you'll wet the bed. You must wipe off the water stains before sleeping. Well, I can't do it anymore. I'm so sleepy, Please help me wipe it. On the other side, Hume and others in the coral area had also searched the entire coral area. Without the obstruction of rain, they were searching even faster than Elia and others. However, not many treasure chests were found, but a glittering fish was found. It was obvious that this fish was a treasure, so in order to catch it, they were slower than Elia and the others. They only went ashore together after catching the fish. Hume, luckily you stunned the fish, Shauna, otherwise it would be really hard to catch it. Shauna looked at the fish in Hume's hand and said, This is a shiny fish. This is the first time I've seen it. I wonder what it tastes like. Chapter 147 Whitefish in the Waves. Hume looked at the almost 1 meter long fish in her hand, and then said, I am indeed a little curious, but this is for the owner. Okay, you guys go back first. I'm going to the lighthouse. After handing the fish and treasure chest to the owner, you should take a good bath. Shauna watched Hume leave reluctantly, and then led the way back to the treehouse. On the way back, she rubbed her hair and body. After all, she had just come out of the sea. It happened to be raining now, so I could wash off the seawater and take off my clothes and wash them. There were also spare clothes in the treehouse, so I wouldn't get the ground wet when I returned. Hu Ling. Humph, I sewed them all. Hu Ling is now studying space bags. Once she studies them thoroughly, she will be able to sew space bags. Hu Ling, who has a talent for craftsmanship, can completely study it thoroughly. After all, the talent for craftsmanship is not a specialization, but an all-round one. It's just that Hu Ling's destiny is to be a tailor. Therefore, the role of craftsmanship shifted to the field of tailoring. On the other side, Elia and Hume went to the lighthouse together. Looking at the glittering fish in Hume's hand, Aliyah said in surprise, A glittering fish? Hume, how did you catch it? Hume heard this and smiled. This is all thanks to Shauna. If she hadn't stunned the fish with electricity, it would have been difficult to catch. Upon hearing this, Elia nodded and said, how many treasure chests did you find over there? We found 4 treasure chests in the reef area. Hume, I don't have much here. There are only 2 treasure chests in the entire coral area. There are quite a few other glittering things, but I didn't take any of them. This fish was too conspicuous, so I caught it. The two chatted as they walked towards the lighthouse. Soon someone came down from the lighthouse and was just about to call out because Lin Shan lived on the 2nd floor. Finally, the door opened. Elia? Lady Gloria. Hume? Lord Gloria. Gloria, come in. The master is waiting for you. As soon as the two came in, they saw Lin Shan sitting in front of the fireplace adding charcoal. They both said in unison, Master. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work. How's everyone doing? Is everyone okay? Both Ilea and Hume shook their heads. That's good, huh? Extraordinary fish. Lin Shan said in surprise after seeing the fish in Hume's arms. Upon hearing this, Hume asked in confusion, Master, is this a supernatural fish? Then why doesn't it have any killing power? It just scurries around everywhere, but it's quite fast. Lin Shan smiled and said, Transcendent fish are like transcendent fruits. They don't have much combat power, but they are rare and difficult to obtain. Come, let me identify them and see what rating they are. After hearing the appraisal, Hume and Ilea could finally confirm that their master possessed the appraisal skill. Arriving in front of Hume, Lin Shan looked at the motionless, extraordinary fish in front of him and asked in confusion, Why is this fish so motionless? If its mouth hadn't moved slightly, I would have thought it was dead. Hume, to answer the master, this fish was electrocuted by Shauna. He's stunned, isn't he? You're electrofishing underwater? That's illegal. Lin Shan complained subconsciously. After finishing his complaints, Lin Shan began to make an assessment. Name white fish in the waves. Category, extraordinary fish. Rating, yellow 3. Effect, increases 5 points of extraordinary agility after consumption. Comment, the white fish in the waves likes to appear on rainy days. It swims fast, has a slender body, a silvery white body, and no scales, hence its name. It is said that it has a relative called the wave fish in the waves. Excessive appraisal rating, whitebait in the waves. Simply cook it and eat 500 G to achieve the effect. Note, each person can only trigger the effect once per fish. Eating more than 1 fish will not be effective. Lin Shan showed the attributes directly to Elia and Hume. Hume looked at the whitebait in her hand in surprise, and then said in astonishment, 500 G can increase extraordinary agility by 5 points? This fish is quite heavy, at least 20 kilograms. Even if you remove the inedible parts, it should weigh at least a dozen pounds, right? Lin Shan, not bad, enough for at least a dozen people. Elia, Hume, can any of you cook? Lin Shan's cooking skills are very average, and he only knows 1 or 2 home-cooked dishes, namely white rice, porridge, fried rice with egg, boiled eggs, fried eggs, thick shredded potatoes, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. That's it. Of course, Lin Shan also knows how to cook seafood, which is delicious with simple cooking. After cooking, dip it in chili or soy sauce, and the taste will not be too bad. Well, elves aren't very good at cooking. We eat pretty much whatever we can get. We mostly just eat fruit and rarely eat meat, so we can say that we have no cooking skills at all. Elia spread her hands and said. Hume thought for a moment, then said, Mo Bao seems to like cooking, but I don't know how good she is at it. Lin Shan, ink treasure? Hume, well, Mo Bao, he's a black and white bearded demi-human, the one with the round black ears on top of his head. Lin Shan nodded. Now he had an impression. Panda, subhuman. It would be strange if he didn't have an impression of him. Lin Shan, in that case, Hume, go call Mo Bao over to handle this whitebait. After cooking it, have her divide it into 500 G portions. This way, we can maximize the profit. Hume nodded, handed the white shark to Elia, and went out to the treehouse. Gloria came over pushing a wooden box and said, Elia, put the fish here. Upon hearing this, Elia nodded, then put the fish in, choosing a whitebait that was still paralyzed in the waves, otherwise it would definitely struggle. Lin Shan, Elia, how many treasure chests did you find this time? Elia, Master, we found 4 treasure chests in the reef area and 2 treasure chests in the coral area, a total of 6 treasure chests. 6 treasure chests? That's a pretty good harvest. Take them out first. Lin Shan smiled when he heard this. Elia nodded, then took out 2 space bags and took out the treasure chests inside. 3 bronze treasure chests, 2 black iron treasure chests, and 1 wooden treasure chest. Well, Hume's space bag was given to Elia. The main reason was that she was holding the fish, and it was inconvenient for her to free her hands to open the space bag and take out the treasure chest. Looking at the 6 treasure chests in front of him, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. Although there were no silver treasure chests, there were many of them. Besides, I have already obtained too many good things this morning. Now if I get a few ordinary treasure chests, it can balance my luck, right? Chapter 148 Islanders. There are 6 treasure chests, and Lin Shan directly chooses to open all of them, starting from the wooden treasure chest to the bronze treasure chest. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 68, Haijia, Soy Sauce 1. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 100, Black Iron Spear 1. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 101, Black Iron Longsword 1. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 850, Light Water Iron Shield 1, Black Iron Spear 1. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 500, Monkey Wine Drawing 1. System: get Lighthouse Gold Coins 999, Lighthouse Room Facility Drawing 1. Looking at the 2 black iron spears in the backpack, Lin Shan was no longer surprised. It would be strange if he didn't get the black iron spears one day. Then look at the 2 drawings. Click to view. Name: Monkey Wine Drawing. Category: Drawings. Rating: Blue 9. Effect: recorded on a crafting table. Can be used to make monkey wine. Evaluation: monkey wine, also known as fruit wine, is brewed from more than a dozen kinds of fruits. Its taste varies greatly depending on the brewing environment and the different fruits. The better the fruit, the better the monkey wine will be. Monkey wine? Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was quite interested in this kind of thing, especially when he was a child watching TV dramas and reading novels. Monkey wine was often mentioned. At that time, he was extremely interested in this wine. In fact, the detailed production process is recorded on the drawings. If you don't want the production table to record it, you can do it yourself. But there is no need for that. Making a table is much more time-saving and labor-saving, although the system may take kickbacks. Name Lighthouse Room Facilities Drawing. Category: Drawings. Rating: Blue 3. Effect: after use, obtain a complete room facilities. Comment: system: give me a bathroom. No. Or a kitchen. Yeah. A warehouse will be fine too. A forge is barely adequate. Looking at the comments, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that there were many functional rooms in the house. This explains why there are several empty rooms on the first floor of the abandoned lighthouse. It seems to be a functional room. Lin Shan seems to click to use. System: ding. Congratulations on obtaining a kitchen. Would you like to install it? A kitchen? That's nice, but I don't know how big it is. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Shan nodded and said. Then, Lin Shan looked at the first floor. Because all the beds were moved to the second floor, it became much more spacious, and there was not much furniture after all. In the past, homes were filled with various electrical appliances, which made them look crowded. After all, refrigerators, televisions, disinfection cabinets, and other messy furniture took up most of the space. Find a seat by the window, and then Lin Shan clicks to settle in. The next second, the floor plan of the first floor of the lighthouse appeared. Lin Shan took a look and found that the kitchen could be resized and could also be demolished and rebuilt, but the material cost will be charged. The first time is free. Determine the location and settle down. System: please select your kitchen style. Looking at the styles of the kitchens in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. All kinds of kitchens are used, even modern-style kitchens, but the equipment inside looks more high-end. Lin Shan took a look and finally chose a composite kitchen. As Lin Shan continued to build, the location where the kitchen was located began to glow instantly and finally formed a wall of light. At the same time, a 10-minute countdown appeared on the light wall. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Upon hearing this, Aaliyah hurried over to open the door. Hume walked in with Mo Bao. How the rain outside seems to be getting heavier. If the wind gets stronger, it will turn into a storm. Hume wiped the rain off her face and complained. Mo Bao also wiped the rain off his face and then looked around carefully. Hume directly pulled Mo Bao towards Lin Shan. Master, she is the ink treasure. Hume introduced. Ma Bao blinked his big eyes and said nervously, Master, hello, I am Ma Bao. My name is Ma Bao. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh and said, Are you so nervous? Haha, relax, take a few deep breaths and you'll feel better. Upon hearing this, Mo Bao immediately did as he was told and felt that it did have some effect. Lin Shan directly looked at the properties of the calligraphy. Name, calligraphy. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, Azure Dragon Lodge. Talents, Gumet Apfinity, Taiti, Mitigan Apfinity. Abilities, swiftness, ease, toughness, Azure Dragon's touch, Azure Dragon's blessing. Extraordinary attributes, Wood plus 391, Mystic plus 179, Spirit plus 161, Constitution plus 61, Strength plus 62, Agility plus 72. Comment. The Azure Dragon is protecting you. It is said that in a distant continent, there is a continent called Pandaria, where many pandas live. Yes, real pandas, not panda subhumans. Excessive evaluation, high potential, recommended for intensive training. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Lin Shan's attention was focused on the evaluation. Pandaria? Panarin? Holy crap, that looks familiar. Lin Shan. Ink treasure, right? Mo Bao nodded, then blinked at Lin Shan. Well, the more she looked at her master, the more she liked him. She was not so scared anymore. The deep breathing technique taught by her master was very useful. Affinity? Lin Shan. Ma Bao, I called you here this time because I want you to prepare this fish. Take a look at its properties. How do you think it should be cooked? Huh? Mo Bao looked at the attributes of the whitebait in the waves in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten up a little. This ability is quite good. If she had this ability, cooking would be much easier. After reading it, Mo Bao looked down at the whitebait in the wooden box, then squatted down and began to study it. Seeing this, Lin Shan did not disturb her, but called Ilea and Hume aside. Lin Shan, Ilea, Hume, you've both been doing really well lately, so after much deliberation, I've decided to accept you all as islanders. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ilea and Hume couldn't help but widen their eyes. Islander? Although they didn't know the meaning of islander, they thought it was better than slaves, right? After all, there was a word people in it, so maybe islander meant common people? Just because we are on an island, we are called islanders? Ilea and Hume looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. After all, they had already prepared themselves for the fate of being slaves for life. Chapter 149 Ma Bao, what are you talking about? Elia, master, this kind of thing is something we would love to have. After all, no one wants to be a slave, right? Hume nodded and said, yes. Master, are you sure? Lin Shan smiled and said, yes, I have already decided. Tomorrow morning, after you finish fishing, gather everyone at the lighthouse. I will reveal your identities. In the meantime, there's a gift waiting for you. Congratulations on your freedom from slavery. Ilea and Hume immediately smiled happily. You know, a slave can't take a single step outside because there is an instrument that can detect the existence of a slave contract. Slaves outside have no human rights, and slaves without masters can be captured by anyone. Once they are caught, whether they keep them for themselves, sell them, or wait for the slave's original owner to come back and redeem them, it will be a considerable extra income. So as long as you are a slave, you will be a slave all your life, and the children of slaves will also be slaves. After all, slave owners will not let go of their property. The children of slaves are also their property, right? Lin Shan, okay, stop being so happy and go help Mo Bao. If you don't need him, you can go back and tell others the good news. Ilea and Hume nodded, then walked towards Mo Bao excitedly. Mo Bao, who was thinking about cooking, didn't hear their conversation. In her mind, several methods of cooking whitebait appeared. Although, simply cooking can stimulate the effect, but the effect will be better if you cook it carefully, otherwise there will be no way related to food. Perhaps the effect that originally required 500 G to activate can be reduced to 400 G, or even 300 G is possible. But in this case, some extraordinary condiments are needed to set it off, at least one or two. Mo Bao thought of many cooking methods, but either she didn't have the ingredients or she didn't have the space to cook them. Alas, even the best cook cannot cook without rice. Montak Bao was it. Hume's tiger ears moved, and then she said happily, Mo Bao, what are you talking about? Ma Bao, oh, nothing, just an old saying from my dad's hometown. Lin Shan, who was walking over, couldn't help but ask in surprise, Ma Bao, is your father from East? Hearing this, Mo Bao looked at Lin Shan, nodded, and said, is that so? Dad never mentioned things like this back home, so I don't really understand. He often says something that makes sense, but unfortunately he doesn't know how to explain most of it. Is that so? Then he looked at the light wall in the kitchen and saw that the countdown was only about 20 seconds left. Lin Shan smiled and said, Ma Bao, the kitchen you asked for is here. Mo Bao looked around in confusion. Apart from a glowing wall with a countdown, she didn't see any kitchen. The only unusual thing here was the glowing wall. The countdown on it was almost reaching 0, so Mo Bao couldn't help but look over there. Soon, the countdown on the wall began to count down 3, 2, 1. The next second, the light wall suddenly burst into light, causing Lin Shan, Mo Bao, Ilea, and Humei, who had been staring at the light wall, to close their eyes. Gloria didn't feel anything. She just blinked, and the light didn't affect her. When Lin Shan and others opened their eyes, a kitchen appeared in their sight. Mo Bao's eyes lit up when he saw this. He then looked at Lin Shan eagerly and said, Master, can I go in and take a look? Lin Shan, of course. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Bao ran into the kitchen. Looking at the full kitchen of furniture, her eyes brightened a little. It is obvious that Ma Bao really likes cooking. Ilea and Humei also walked into the kitchen to take a look and found that the kitchen was quite big and 3 people could walk side by side. After checking all the kitchen equipment one by one, Mo Bao couldn't wait to cook the white bait. After all, seafood tastes better when it is fresh. After Mo Bao came out of the kitchen, he pulled Ilea and ran out. Master, I'm taking Lady Elia to plant some spices. I'll be back soon. While shouting, Mo Bao pulled Ilea and disappeared into the rain, rushing towards the plantation. Well, Lin Shan shrugged helplessly and said, Actually, I can handle it simply. How you may blinked. She wanted to try Mo Bao's craftsmanship. Da-da-da. The raindrops hit the ground, making a clattering sound. Elia said helplessly, Ma Bao, where are you taking me? Aren't you going to cook fish for the master? Mo Bao, let's go to the plantation. I need to find some seasonings like onions, ginger, garlic, etc. I'm not sure if the plantation has them, so I had to drag Lady Elia along. Upon hearing this, Elia smiled helplessly and said, Are you trying to make me a laborer? Mo Bao, hey, thank you for troubling Lady Elia. Later, Mo Bao will make you something delicious. How about that? Elia, then it's settled. I'll look forward to your feast, Ma Bao. Soon, the two arrived at the plantation in the rain. Looking at the empty fruit, Elia couldn't help but smile and said, Fortunately, the master took all the fruit for trading this morning. Otherwise, with such a heavy rain, the whole army would have been wiped out. Mo Bao, Lady Ilea, do you grow any spices? Hearing this, Elia touched her chin and said, I don't know. After all, I'm not the only one growing these things. Let's go to the area where the spices are grown and see for ourselves. The crops in the plantation are divided into different areas, which makes them easier to find and harvest. Elia remembered that the peppers seemed to be grown over there. When we arrived at the spice planting area, we did see peppers, but only some green ones were left. Elia couldn't help scratching her head, then asked in surprise, So few? Those little guys didn't mistake the peppers for fruit, did they? When I think about the sea creatures eating chili peppers, are you sure it's not poisoned? Sorry for the trouble. Please tell the master later. Elia said helplessly. Ma Bao has already started looking for it. Although many of the ingredients were dying after being washed away by the heavy rain, they were all ripe and could be used. Mo Bao, Lady Ilea, please lend me your space bag. Upon hearing this, Elia handed over the space bag. Chapter 150, Burnt-Skinned Whitebait in Waves. Knock knock. Upon hearing this, Humei went straight over and opened the door. Then, Ilea and Ma Bao came in, each holding some lobsters, crabs, and eggs. Ma Bao had originally wanted to catch a chicken. It's a pity that the number is too small. Livestock now live in mud houses made of earth, wood, and rocks, so they can't help but worry about getting wet in the rain. Humei, you guys went out and brought back so many things. Elia smiled helplessly and said, There's nothing I can do. Ma Bao needs it. Otherwise, why not just cook fish? That won't fill him up. Mo Bao has already walked into the kitchen with the ingredients. Lin Shan has placed energy stones in the kitchen equipment. If one energy stone is used normally, that is, 3 meals a day, it can last for about a month. Mo Bao took out the space bag and took out all the seasonings inside, as well as some vegetables. After all, a kiddo only asked for fruits. Mo Bao was extremely serious when he started cooking, and he was busy all by himself, leaving no chance for others to help. Ilea and Humei stood at the kitchen door, watching the busy figures inside. Humei, the kitchen is obviously very big. Why do I feel like I can't get in at all? Elia nodded and said, I feel the same way. The entire space is filled with the aura of Mo Bao. This is her domain. Hume twitched her ears and said, What should we do now? Or are we just going to sit and watch? Elia, what else? The two of them watched Mo Bao cooking quickly in the kitchen in silence, trying to learn some cooking skills, but as they watched, they fell silent. Now, Ilea and Hume had to admit that they did not have this talent. On the second floor, Lin Shan sat on a chair, chatting with others on the chat channel while waiting for dinner. It was raining heavily in the sea area where they were, and everyone had nothing to do, so they could only chat in the chat channel. In addition to chatting, you can also purchase items and do business. Free trade is still available. Time passes by little. Master, dinner is ready. You can go down and eat. Gloria's voice rang in her ears. Pulled Lin Shan's thoughts back from the chat channel. Lin Shan, Gloria, is dinner ready? Gloria nodded and said, The calligraphy is ready. Now we are waiting for the owner to come down and taste it. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Come on, let's see Mo Bao's cooking skills. You know, every Pandaren is a culinary master. She, a panda subhuman, shouldn't be bad either, right? After saying that, Lin Shan took Gloria downstairs. Owner, seeing Lin Shan coming down, Ilea, Hume, and Mo Bao said in unison. Lin Shan nodded to them, then looked at the table, which was already filled with delicious food. Coming to the table, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Wow, the color, aroma, and taste are already amazing. I wonder how it tastes. Mo Bao, Master, please taste it. Lin Shan stopped his gaze on the whitebait in the waves and looked at the cooking method. It seemed it was fried slowly over low heat. Name scorched whitebait. Category, gourmet. Rating, yellow 4. Effect, consume 400 G to gain extraordinary agility +6. Evaluation, after being cooked by a master chef, the whitebait in the waves has become even more dazzling. Not only has its rating increased by 1 star, but its effect has also been enhanced. Unfortunately, the seasonings are all of ordinary rating. If you use extraordinary seasoning, the effect will be even better. Lin Shan, the star rating has increased? Ma Bao, your cooking skills are amazing. From now on, if there are any extraordinary ingredients, I'll leave it to you to handle. Mo Bao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said gratefully, Really? Thank you, Master. Lin Shan waved his hand and said, I'm getting hungry, Mo Bao. Give me 400 G of this whitebait. Take the rest back and share. 400 G can add 6 points of supernatural agility. The effect is very strong. If you divide it into 1, you could get at least a dozen portions. Mo Bao nodded when he heard this, and then began to cut it up, taking the most delicious part, putting it on a plate, and then placing it in front of Lin Shan. Then Mo Bao looked at Lin Shan with anticipation as he started to eat. Generally speaking, sea fish rarely have bones, so Lin Shan simply picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, then chewed it. I nodded with satisfaction. It was delicious. This time it was really delicious, unlike before when it was just boiled or grilled. Lin Shan, it's delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the flavor is very rich. Not bad. Mo Bao, your cooking skills are really amazing. This is the most delicious fish I have ever eaten. Receiving the master's praise, Mo Bao's face turned red visibly. Well, it wasn't because he was shy, it was because he was excited. Mo Bao smiled foolishly and said, Thank you for the compliment, Master. Mo Bao will work harder. Lin Shan smiled and said, Do you want to stay and eat together? Or take some back? Elia, ugh. Master, as a slave, I cannot sit with you. Let's take it back and eat it. Lin Shan was stunned when he heard this, then nodded and said, All right, then take the whitebait back with you and divide it into 400 G portions. Share them with everyone. After all, it's a good thing that can increase strength. Upon hearing this, Ilea and Hume nodded. Hume thanks the master for everyone's reward. Lin Shan, not really. The stronger you are, the more you can serve me. Okay, hurry back. The fish is cold, so the effectiveness might be reduced. Yes. Then, Master, we will take our leave. After collecting the whitebait from the waves, Elia, Hume, and Mo Bao went to the kitchen to collect some food, then left the lighthouse and went back to the tree house in the rain. Lin Shan, Gloria, sit down and eat with us. Hearing this, Gloria nodded. Lin Shan sighed as he ate. Sure enough, having a chef is essential, especially one who can cook extraordinary ingredients. After trying it, Gloria's eyes lit up immediately. It was delicious. Really delicious. After more than 10 minutes, the whole table of dishes was eaten by the two of them. Lin Shan said contentedly, "It's delicious. Just thinking about being able to eat such delicious food every day in the future makes me feel so happy." Gloria also nodded. Lin Shan stretched lazily and said, "After eating and drinking, sit down for a while and then go to sleep. Sleeping is the most comfortable thing on a rainy day like this." On the other side, in the treehouse, people also started enjoying the delicious food. The scorched whitefish was divided into 16 portions in total. In addition to Lin Shan's portion, the remaining 15 portions were distributed to people with higher agility. Chapter 151 Green Water Dragon Scale Fruit. Wow, wow, wow. Lin Shan lay on the bed, listening to the sound of rain, and soon fell asleep. After seeing Lin Shan fall asleep, Gloria also lay down in the energy replenishment chamber, closed it, and prepared to sleep. 10 minutes later, Gloria moved from the energy replenishment tank to the double bed. Well, I couldn't sleep at all in the energy replenishment chamber. Time passed quickly, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, little Jinglu poked his little head out from the dragon's beard treasure, liquid in a daze. Looking at the dark sky around him, Xiao Jingliu's eyes brightened, and he could see clearly all of a sudden. After all, she is a deep-sea mermaid, and there is little light underwater, so it is normal for her to have night vision. After looking around, I quickly found Lin Shan and Gloria sleeping on the double bed. Seeing Gloria put her feet on her mother's feet, Xiao Jinglu blinked, then flew up directly, staggered towards the double bed, and then slowly landed on Lin Shan. Xiao Jinglu smiled contentedly, then closed his eyes and went to sleep. Lin Shan frowned. He had another nightmare. This time, not only were his feet tied up, but there were also 2 iron chains locked around his chest. Cluck, cluck. The cock began to moan. On the second floor of the lighthouse, Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. He had another nightmare today, with his feet tied. The familiar sour and numb feeling came again. As expected, he was suppressed by Gloria again. However, his physical fitness was 55 points now, so the feeling was not as strong as yesterday, although it still feels numb. Just as Lin Shan was about to sit up, he glanced and saw a small head appear in his sight. Xiao Jinglu. Looking at Xiao Jinglu, who was sleeping on his chest, Lin Shan smiled helplessly. No wonder the nightmare was chained in the middle. It turned out to be Xiao Jinglu. After supporting Xiao Jinglu, Lin Shan sat up and then moved Gloria's feet away. All of a sudden, I felt relaxed. Looking at the 2 people on the bed, Lin Shan turned his head to look at the energy replenishment tank and the deep-sea breeding shell. He was helpless. Why do they like to come to my bed instead of sleeping in their own bed? Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter, "Looks like I need to buy a high-rated furniture upgrade card. I wonder if anyone has one." Then, Lin Shan habitually opened the panel to check today's weather. Today's weather, Tianhua Day. Weather effect. Special. Tianhua Day will reduce the probability of low-level treasure chests appearing, and there's a chance that Tianhua treasure chests will appear. Huh. Looking at the weather in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked in surprise, "Tianhua Day? Is this a special weather? I didn't expect this kind of weather to exist. I wonder if there will be slime rain. It's best to use a slime that explodes into gel when you kill it." Then, Lin Shan directly used his talent. Gift of Fate, Jade Water Dragon Scale Fruit. Price none. Lin Shan. Yeah, I finally got something for free again. Not bad, I like it. Name, Green Water Dragon Scale Fruit. Category, Extraordinary Fruit. Rating, Red 1. Effect, after consumption, increases extraordinary attributes, water plus 50, constitution plus 50, and has a very low chance of gaining the ability, Green Water Dragon Scale. Evaluation. The Green Water Dragon Scale fruit grows in the Green Water Dragon's lair. It is an extraordinary fruit that grows from the dragon scales dropped by the Green Water Dragon. It is extremely rare. Note, if someone with water affinity eats this, it will greatly increase the chance of obtaining the ability and the chance of obtaining the Jade Water Dragon Scale. Oh my god! Lin Shan looked at the fruit's attributes in front of him and couldn't help but drop his jaw in shock. A 1-star red fruit? Not only did it have plus 100 points of extraordinary attributes, but it also had a chance to gain an ability. Green Water Dragon Scale? Today's gift? Is it so generous? Lin Shan said in disbelief. This gift is only slightly worse than the special weapon that came out of the mysterious little box. Looking at the Green Water Dragon Scale fruit in front of him, Judging from the reviews, it would be most effective if given to people with an affinity for water, but it's also possible to give it to Xiao Jinglu. But Lin Shan thought about it and put the green water dragon scale fruit away. He planned to see if there would be any water affinity talents during the Blood Awakening for everyone today. Then, he could consider giving them to the other party. Although 100 points of attributes are very high, the value of the ability of green water dragon scale is definitely higher. If there is no one with affinity to water, then give it to Xiao Jinglu. Although Lin Shan himself has hundreds of water-related extraordinary attributes, it is not his main attribute after all, and his only ability is an ice crystal shooting. If he were to feed it himself, the 50 points of water-based extraordinary attributes would be a waste. Hint, there is more. Looking at the prompt that suddenly popped up, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Today's low tide was a little early. Gloria, wake up! Lin Shan gently kicked Gloria's butt and shouted. Mom? Good morning. Well, Gloria hadn't woken up yet, but Xiao Jinglu was woken up, and then Gloria also opened her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but say with joy, one person wakes up and the other wakes up right after? You two really have such a good understanding. Okay, get up and wash up, then tell Ilea and Hume to go to the beach. The tide is receding much faster today. Lin Shan held Xiao Jinglu in his arms and began to stroll around the island. Soon I saw earth, wood, soil, and rocks. Seeing the two earth spirits, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, Tomu, too sure, have you finished digging the sea in the island? Civil engineer, Master, it's done, but it's now filled with rainwater. The lake spirit is pumping out the water now. Once the water is pumped out, we can dig a waterway connecting to the coral area and let the seawater in. Lin Shan, take me over there to have a look. Tomu, oh okay, Master, follow me. After saying that, Tomu took Lin Shan and walked along the waterway. Soon, they arrived at the sea lake that had been dug by the civil engineers. However, it was now full of rainwater and the lake spirit was pumping water out. Lin Shan looked around and said with a smile, not bad. It's big enough to fit the Lioli water tree. Lin Shan, thank you both for your hard work. Hearing this, Tomu said naively, it's not hard at all. It's very simple. Earth and stone. Yes, in the elemental world, we dig mines every day, and they are bigger and deeper than this. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan looked at the two spirits speechlessly. Are you born to be like cattle and horses? Tumu, Master, if you have nothing else to do, we two will go dig a waterway. Seeing this, Lin Shan was speechless and nodded. Tumu and Tushur immediately ran back, flatteringly. Lin Shan looked at the lake spirit that was pumping water in the water and thought to himself, could it be that all the creatures in the elemental world are so weak? Chapter 152, Golden Treasure, Chest Monster. Xiao Jinglu looked curiously at the lake spirit below, who was pumping water. Water, Mom. The water moves. Wow, it even has eyes. Xiao Jinglu said in surprise. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, curious about the lake spirit? Then why didn't you seem surprised by the earth spirit just now? Xiao Jinglu blinked, then chuckled, trying to change the subject. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but pinch Xiao Jinglu's little face, and then said helplessly, okay, let's go and see Ilea and the others looking for the treasure chest. After saying that, he carried Xiao Jinglu and walked towards the coral area. Soon, they arrived at the coral area. Looking at the sea water, Xiao Jinglu was obviously much more excited. Water. Sea water, Mom. Little Jinglu wants to go down and play. Xiao Jinglu said excitedly. Obviously, as a deep-sea mermaid, it is naturally close to the ocean. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, want to go downstairs and play? Then I'll go with Xiao Jinglu. Thump! There was a loud sound of someone falling into the water. Many sea fish that were swimming leisurely were scared away. The coral area has completely formed an ecosystem. In this sea area, it has become a paradise for many fish. As soon as it entered the sea, the little mirror fish began to swim happily. Joyful laughter rang out in the coral area, and soon it attracted many sea fish to gather around Xiao Jinglu. As a deep-sea mermaid, he also had the talent of being the darling of the ocean. I'm afraid any sea creature will be close to Xia Jinglu, right? Of course, the exception might be the sirens. Even if the fishmen really get close to Xiao Jinglu, Lin Shan will still give them a feast of chopped pepperfish heads. Xiao Jinglu, you guys are so annoying. You can't help but surround me, and Xiao Jinglu can't see his mother. How you felt Xiao Jingliu's unhappy mood, and instead of dispersing, he moved closer and rubbed against her, as if to comfort her. Tiger, tiger, tiger. Xiao Jinglu puffed up his cheeks and stared at the surrounding sea fish with wide eyes, as if he wanted to stare them away. As a result, the sea fish thought they were playing a staring game and started staring at each other. But, as we all know, fish don't need to close their eyes, so... Xiao Yingliu, trattino basso, stare. Fi skul, fi, rofi, stare. Xiao Jinglu, no, it's getting too tight. I really want to blink. Xiao Jinglu finally couldn't hold it anymore and started blinking. And I Ming won. Damn you. Xiao Goi. Xiao Jinglu doesn't want to play with you anymore. Xiao Jinglu said unhappily, then pushed away the school of fish and swam towards Lin Shan. Seeing this, the fish followed. Lin Shan. Xiao Jinglu, why don't you want to play with the fish? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinglu couldn't help but pout, and then muttered, It's not fun. You bullied me. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan comforted Xiao Jinglu for a moment, then said with a smile, Then let's not play with the fish anymore. Come on, I'll take you to see the elf sisters and the demi-human sisters find the treasure chest. How about that? Xiao Jinglu blinked when he heard this and said, Treasure chest. Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, Treasure chest. Let's go and take a look. But it's so late now. Maybe they've already found it. Xiao Jinglu. Then Mom, Xiao Jinglu will go first. After saying that, Xiao Jinglu whooshed and swam quickly to the front. As a mermaid, her speed in the sea was unmatched. Even though she was still young, she was driven by the seawater. The speed is also extremely fast. Xiao Jinglu quickly found a demi-human sister. It was Hu Mei. Hu Mei didn't notice Xiao Jingliu's arrival. She was concentrating on looking for the treasure chest. It was not until Xiao Jinglu came and lingered beside her that Hu Mei noticed his arrival. Looking at Xiao Jinglu, Hu Mei was a little surprised, but she couldn't speak in the water, so she could only point upwards and then swam upstream. Seeing this, Xiao Jinglu hurriedly followed. Crash! How Hu Mei? Hu Xiao O Yingliu. Why are you here? Where's the master? Hearing this, Xiao Jinglu said happily, Mom is behind me. Xiao Jinglu came here first. Hu Mei heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. She was afraid that Xiao Jinglu had sneaked out by himself. After all, naughty kids like to sneak out of play. She was like that when she was a child, so no wonder she was worried. After all, this place is different from other places. Outside the island, there is the endless ocean. When the time comes, there will be nowhere to look for it. Hu Mei, is that so? That's good, but Xiao Jinglu, what are you doing here? Xiao Jinglu, Mom said, go find the treasure chest with your sister. Hu Mei, I see. We've almost finished searching the coral area. I might disappoint you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinglu blinked and said, Is there no treasure chest left? Hu Mei, not really. The treasure chests are all in the space bag. After saying that, Hu Mei took out a treasure chest. Seeing this, Xiao Jinglu couldn't help but circle around the treasure chest a few times, then knocked on it with his little hand and asked in confusion, Is this the treasure chest? It doesn't seem so special to me, Xiao Jinglu. Hey, sister, why can't you open it? Hu Mei smiled and said, You can't open it without the master's permission. Xiao Jinglu, is that so? Then I'll go find my mom. After saying that, Xiao Jinglu dived directly into the water, flicked his tail, and disappeared from Hu Mei's sight. Seeing this, Hu Mei couldn't help but exclaim, What a fast speed! She is worthy of being the master's daughter. Then he put away the treasure chest and followed. What was Lin Shan doing? He was originally following Xiao Jinglu, but halfway through, a turtle caught his attention. Of course, it wasn't the turtle that attracted him, but it's the golden treasure chest on the turtle's back. Looking at the sea turtle eating the jellyfish, Lin Shan couldn't help but move over. So big. The length of the turtle's back is at least 7 or 8 meters. Lin Shan identified it as a sea turtle called the slow-moving turtle. Judging from the evaluation, they swim very slowly, are friendly creatures, and have strong defenses. So it does not exclude other creatures from approaching them. Therefore, Lin Shan came directly behind the slow-moving turtle and looked at the treasure chest in front of him. Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. A golden treasure chest for free. Where did he find this turtle? Looking at the bloody traces around the treasure chest, it is obvious that this golden treasure chest has been on its back for some time, right? After sighing, Lin Shan took out the wand of destiny and stabbed it at the golden treasure chest. Take my Starlight attack, plus a mysterious critical hit. Cricket treasure chest monster? Still trying to trick me. That's right, the golden treasure chest in front of you is a golden treasure chest monster. Because normal treasure chests don't have key control. This is the treasure chest monster's eyes. Chapter 153. Transformed into an islander. Snap snap. The golden treasure chest monster immediately began to struggle, but it was useless. The Starlight attack, plus the mysterious critical strike, the double attack damage was already very high, not to mention the hit location. It was still the weakness of the golden treasure chest monster, its eyes. After struggling for a while, the golden treasure chest monster died. Looking at the dead treasure chest monster in front of him, Lin Shan smiled and said, "I'm not some elf. Cricket treasure chest monsters are easy to catch." "Mom, what are you doing?" Xiao Jingliu's voice came over. As a deep-sea mermaid, Xiao Jingliu's voice was very clear in the sea. As for Lin Shan himself, probably because of the deep-sea mermaid pearl, he could speak quite clearly in the sea. Xiao Jingliu swam over quickly and immediately noticed the golden treasure chest monster on the turtle's back. "Huh? Mom, does the treasure chest have a tongue?" Looking at the dead golden treasure chest monster with its tongue sticking out, Xiao Jingliu asked in confusion. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "This isn't a treasure chest, but a monster called a treasure chest monster. It will attack anyone who opens the treasure chest, but this treasure chest monster also has a lot of good things inside it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingliu nodded and said, "If there are treasure chest monsters, won't the sisters be in great danger?" At this time, Humei, who followed, also saw the golden treasure chest monster and looked at the sharp teeth and tongue with barbs around the golden treasure chest monster. Humei couldn't help but frown. There's such a monster? Fortunately, they didn't encounter it, otherwise they would have been injured. In severe cases, it is possible that your arm may even be bitten off. Xiao Jingliu also noticed Humei's arrival. She pulled Humei directly to the turtle's back, then pointed at the treasure chest monster and said, "Xiao Jingliu, sister, look, there's a treasure chest monster. Mom said it will attack people. Sisters, you have to be careful." Humei rubbed Xiao Jingliu's head inside her heart. The little master is so kind and cute. Lin Shan, I overlooked this. Although treasure chest monsters are rare, they do exist. If you accidentally encounter one, you can easily get hurt if you're careless. Well, Humei, you should have found almost everything, right? Although only about an hour had passed, it was enough time for the large number of elves and demi-humans to search thoroughly. Humei nodded after hearing this. Lin Shan, very good. Let's go back now and let everyone recognize the characteristics of the treasure chest monster. After saying that, Lin Shan put away the golden treasure chest monster and said with a smile, "Let's go back." Little Mirror Flo waved to the slow-walking turtle and said, "Goodbye, turtle." The slow-moving turtle also waved its front legs towards Xiao Jingliu. Without the treasure chest monster on its back, it felt much more relaxed. After all, the treasure chest monster was quite heavy, and it was a golden treasure chest monster. Its appearance was all gold, so it was very heavy. After getting ashore, Lin Shan just shook his head, but was held down by Xiao Jingliu. "Xiao Jingliu, Mom, the water splashed on my face." Hearing this, Lin Shan pinched Xiao Jingliu's cheek, then said to Humei, "Humei, go gather everyone under the lighthouse. I told you yesterday that you will all become islanders. By the way, let me introduce you to the existence of treasure chest monsters." Humei nodded excitedly upon hearing this, then suppressed her excitement and said, "Yes, Master, I'll go gather everyone now." After saying that, Humei ran towards a treehouse. Lin Shan held Xiao Jingliu and walked towards the lighthouse with Gloria. "By the way, Kajiri-chan, can your tail turn into legs?" Lin Shan turned his head to look at Xiao Jingliu and asked. If that doesn't work, Lin Shan will have to consider whether to ask Tumu and Tushar to dig a waterway, specifically for Xiao Jingliu. Xiao Jingliu looked down his golden tail and said, "Of course, but you need Xiao Jingliu's extraordinary physique to reach 100 before you can transform freely." Lin Shan nodded when he heard this. 100 points of extraordinary physique? If I give the Jade Water Dragon Scale Fruit to Xiao Jingliu, I can achieve it in no time. Xiao Jingliu's physical attributes yesterday were 33, but now they have increased across the board and become 45 points. After a good sleep with Dragon Beer Treasure Liquid tonight, it will definitely exceed 50 points. The growth of all attributes is synchronized, that is, Not only physique, but also other extraordinary attributes of Zai Jingliu have increased by 12 points. When Lin Shan first saw it, he was also a little shocked. Although there was the blessing of Dragon Beard Precious Liquid, if Xiao Jingliu's own potential was insufficient, it would be impossible for him to absorb too much, right? Therefore, the deep-sea mermaids are most likely extremely powerful. If AI Chidwa knew, she would definitely laugh and ask, why are they called deep-sea mermaids? The prefix is deep sea. In the foggy sea, the deep sea is the most dangerous area, because the deeper you go, the closer you get to the endless seabed. Although the monsters in the endless seabed will only emerge during the undertow, it does not mean that there is no danger. On the contrary, it is extremely dangerous near the endless seabed. Not only does the endless seabed spit out some dark tide monsters from time to time, but there are also sea beasts living nearby and affected by the endless seabed. Their strength is extremely powerful. Therefore, the deep-sea mermaid clan is one of the overlords among the sea clans. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan handed the small mirror to Gloria. Xiao Jinglu cooperated by spreading his arms, which was so adorable. Gloria took the small mirror cautiously. It was soft. Lin Shan walked directly into the first floor and took out the huge blood awakening stone. Looking at the huge blood awakening stone in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but touch his chin. Does he have any blood that can be awakened? He was a little curious, but it felt a bit uncertain. After all, the previous world was just an ordinary world, and there was no extraordinary power. The awakened bloodline is most likely the bloodline of the ancestors. Although he was a little curious, Lin Shan did not choose to try it. He would at least wait until the elves and demi-humans awakened before seeing what was going on. After placing the blood awakening stone, now we just have to wait for Elia, Humei, and the others to bring people over. It didn't take long before Lin Shan saw them coming. Elia took the lead and shouted, "Master! Owner!" Lin Shan waved his hand and said, "I guess you all heard what Elia and Humei said yesterday, right? I will convert you from slaves into my islanders. So from now on, don't call me Master, just call me Island Master." After finishing speaking, Lin Shan clicked on the power panel and changed everyone's slave contracts into islander contracts. System ding. Do you want to change the slave contract to an islander contract? Chapter 154, Bloodline Awakening. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Lin Shan did not click to start directly, but asked instead, "Lin Shan, system, can you notify everyone about the contract change?" System ding. Okay. The handling fee is 100 Lighthouse gold coins per person, a total of 11,400 Lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan rolled his eyes at this. Converting the contract was free, but there was a fee for notification. How bizarre. System, I agree. Please convert the contract for me now. System ding. Completed. System ding. Lighthouse gold coins decreased by 11,400. System ding. Notification completed. Lin Shan. Although he was a little speechless, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction after seeing the pseudo-formal members becoming formal members one after another on the faction panel. Good. Why did Lin Shan convert Elia and the others' slave contracts to islander contracts? Because slaves weren't recognized as official members of a faction by the system, and they were always labeled pseudo after the faction. And if they are not formal members, they will not be able to enjoy the benefits after the power has an effect bonus. It is like a temporary worker. You get a salary, but no benefits. Therefore, this is also one of the main factors why Lin Shan wants to convert the slave contract into an islander contract. In addition, through observations during this period, Lin Shan discovered that the elves and demi-humans were very grateful to him. After all, they themselves were trafficked slaves. Lin Shan bought them all at once, so they no longer had to separate. Just for this reason, they already regarded Lin Shan as their benefactor. Not to mention, their lives are not bad, so they are even more loyal to Lin Shan. Moreover, on the faction panel, you can see the other party's loyalty. At least it is full now. I don't know how the system calculates it. Seeing the surprised looks on Elia, Humei, and the others' faces, Lin Shan smiled and said, "I think everyone has received the news about the contract change, right?" Everyone nodded in unison. "Got it, Master. Aren't we slaves from now on?" "Yeah, it's a bit dreamy, so incredible." "Yeah, it seems like there's never been a case of replacing a slave contract, right?" "Yeah, I heard they were all called to pick cotton." "Huh, this Master Harry seemed to have said that many people would buy black men to pick cotton." "That's right." Lin Shan. "All right, everyone be quiet. From now on, You don't have to call me Master. Call me Island Master instead. Got it. Elia. Yes. Master, Island Master. Island Master. Lin Shan couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This voice was much louder than the Master's. Lin Shan. All right, everyone. I, the Island Master, have a gift for you. Congratulations on becoming my first batch of Islanders. On the beach, Hyertai, who was taking a nap, couldn't help scratching his belly and then turned over. Crash! The sand castle collapsed. Hyertai, who was thick-skinned and tough, said that he had no worries and covered himself with a sand quilt and slept more soundly. Lin Shan. All right, form 2 teams, one for elves and one for demi-humans. By the way, the people Shauna brought were not humans. At first, Lin Shan thought those little girls were humans, but after signing the contract, he found out that they were not humans. But they are subhumans, to put it bluntly, half-elves, half-subhumans, half-dwarves, and the like. So far, on the entire island, Lin Shan is the only human being, and everyone else is not human. Sana scratched her head, then stood on the side of the demi-humans. After all, she could also be classified as a Jackie Chan demi-human. The little guys just stood there casually. Lin Shan. That's right, Elia. You should be the first one to come in and receive the gift. Follow me in. Everyone looked at Elia and the island owner who walked in with curiosity. Elia, do you recognize this thing? Lin Shan pointed to the huge blood awakening stone in the hall and asked with a smile. Elia looked at the red stone in front of her, then looked at Lin Shan in disbelief, saying in surprise, Master, Island Master, this is the bloodline awakening stone? Isn't it a bit too big? Lin Shan, it's okay, just passable. Since we know each other, I won't say any more nonsense. Elia, go over and awaken it. Elia nodded nervously. Bloodline awakening. This is not a treatment that everyone can enjoy. At least in the elf forest, their tribe did not receive such treatment. Looking at Elia, who placed her hand on the bloodline awakening stone, Lin Shan was looking forward to seeing how she would change. After all, Elia was chosen by the Forest Guardian. She might not be the only one, but she was definitely special. As Elia placed her hand on the bloodline awakening stone, the bloodline awakening stone soon began to emit a faint light, and then the red light spread to Elia's whole body. As time went by, the light became more and more concentrated, and soon, Elia could no longer see the figure, only a silhouette. Finally, after 10 minutes, the light of the bloodline awakening stone began to slowly dissipate. Elia also appeared. Looking at the drastically changed appearance of Elia, Lin Shan couldn't help but blink. Looking again, wasn't the change too big? Name, Elia Hoshino. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, guardian of the forest. Talents, nature perception, tree speech, wood affinity, forest guardian form, ancient elf bloodline awakening. Abilities, vine stab, growth, forest barrier. Extraordinary attributes, wood plus 644, wind plus 165, spirit plus 173, mystic plus 163, constitution plus 57, strength plus 39, agility plus 76. Evaluation. For elves who have awakened the ancient elf bloodline, it is recommended to trigger the bloodline awakening stone once every 10 days until the ancient elf bloodline is fully awakened. Looking at Elia's attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but be amazed. The changes in the extraordinary attributes were so great, especially the wood attribute, which directly increased by 200 points. Ancient elven bloodline, and it hasn't even fully awakened yet. Yet there have been such drastic changes. If it were fully awakened, wouldn't it be a meteoric rise? Elia's image has also changed greatly. First of all, her ears have become slender, but shorter than before, which makes them look better. At the same time, a mysterious rune appeared on the forehead, and the color of the hair also changed. It was originally emerald green, but now it has become a gradient color, and the roots of the hair have turned silver white. It seems that if it is fully awakened, its hair should turn silver white, which is somewhat similar to Gloria. Chapter 155, Bloodline Awakening. Looking at the changed Elia, Lin Shan asked, Elia, how are you feeling? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Elia looked at her hand, felt it, shook her head, and said, Master, Island Master, I don't feel uncomfortable at all, on the contrary. I feel like I've never felt better. I'm filled with a strange energy. I can't describe that feeling. Lin Shan, as long as you're all right, then you can go out first and let the others come in and awaken. Elia nodded and walked in. As she moved, she found that there was a huge change and her body felt much lighter. As Elia walked out of the lighthouse, everyone exclaimed in surprise. After all, the change was a bit big, but the feeling was good. Hume couldn't help but ask, Elia, what did the island master do to you? Why did you change so much? Hearing this, Elia smiled and said, You'll know when you go in. I won't say any more. Upon hearing this, Hume rolled her eyes speechlessly and walked straight towards the door. However, her ears on her head kept shaking, and it was obvious that she was still very nervous. Looking at Hume, who walked in, Linshan waved to her directly. Seeing this, Hume hurried over. Hume, Island Master. Linshan nodded, then smiled and said, Hume, come, touch this bloodline awakening stone. Hume turned her head to look at the large red stone to the side. Was it a bloodline awakening stone? She seemed to have heard that there was one in the Orc Empire's palace. It seemed to be about the size of a watermelon. That blood awakening stone is the treasure of the Orc Empire and can only be used by the prince when he reaches adulthood. But this one's a bit too big, isn't it? Although a little surprised, Hume quickly came to her senses and put her hand on it with excitement. This was a treatment that only dignitaries could enjoy. Now the island owner actually lets them use it? Wow, the island owner is really awesome. Seeing Hume's ears swaying without moving, Linshan looked at her in confusion. Is there anything wrong? Elia didn't seem to have this problem either. Soon, the bloodline awakening stone began to glow. Hume, is this normal, Island Master? Hume had seen the awakening ceremony from afar, but it seemed that this situation did not occur at that time. Hearing this, Linshan smiled and said, Elia is like this too, don't worry. Well, actually he doesn't know either. Anyway, since Elia is fine, Hume should be fine too, right? Take note. Take note. Linshan opened the recording panel again and started recording. Soon, 10 minutes passed, the red light slowly faded away, and Hume's figure appeared. Frog, this change is even more exaggerated than Elia's. Her hair has turned completely white. Even her eyebrows and ears have turned into white hair. Not only that, there are also golden stripes on her ears. Linshan quickly identified and checked the properties. Name, Tiger Charm. Strength, Extraordinary. Destiny, King's Mandate. Talent, White Tiger Spirit Awakening, Tiger Might, White Tiger Body Awakening, Cute Tiger Fangs. Abilities, Tiger Roar, Tiger Strength, Tiger Claw Attack, Wind Walk. Extraordinary Attributes, Wind plus 653, Spirit plus 146, Strength plus 219, Constitution plus 241, Agility plus 216. Evaluation, the White Tiger's body has awakened, and the White Tiger's spirit is awakening. It is recommended to awaken once every 10 days until the White Tiger's spirit is fully awakened. Linshan blinked and looked at Hume's extraordinary attributes. This bonus was even more perverted than Elia's. She was worthy of being a white tiger. Hume looked at her hands. Could she now achieve partial animal transformation? With a thought, her palms transformed into tiger claws. Surprisingly, the claws were golden. After Linshan quickly finished recording, he smiled and said, Hume, that's enough. Go out and call the others in. Hume nodded blankly, then walked out. No wonder Elia didn't say anything. This was not her own personal experience, and it was impossible to explain it with words. Wow. Hume's appearance also caused a burst of exclamations. Next, an elf walked in. Linshan first looked at her attributes, recorded them, and then asked questions. Linshan, what's your name? Elf, my name is Amy, Island Master. Linshan nodded and said with a smile, Amy? Okay, I'll remember it. Come, touch this big red stone. Amy nodded, then reached out and touched it. The red light spread out instantly, enveloping Amy, but after 3 minutes, it receded. Seeing this, Linshan quickly recorded the time. Then I looked at the changes in Amy's attributes. Well, it was far worse than Elia and Hume. She didn't awaken anything powerful, but a physique also appeared. The bonus of extraordinary attributes is not very high. Linshan, okay, Amy, it's okay. Go back and ask the others to come in. Amy nodded and walked in obediently. Although the change was not as big as that of Elia and Hume, it still caused a burst of exclamations. Now, everyone started to look forward to it. Then one goes in, and a few minutes later, another comes out. Another one goes in, and a few minutes later, another one comes out. Soon, 1/3 of the people woke up. It was already noon. Snore. My stomach is growling. Linshan, CC after you go out, tell everyone to eat first. After eating, come back and continue awakening. Also, call Mo Bao in for me. Hearing this, Cece nodded and said, Okay, Island Master. After a while, Mo Bao walked in. Mo Bao, Master. Lin Shan, didn't I say that I'd call you Island Master from now on? Mo Bao immediately changed his words. Island Master. Lin Shan shook his head helplessly, then said, Ma Bao, it's time for lunch. Mo Bao understood instantly and said, Island Master, I'll go prepare the ingredients right away. Lin Shan nodded, then said, By the way, call Ilea and Hume over. I haven't received the treasure chest from this morning yet. I was so busy waking up that I forgot what I had found in the treasure chest when I went to the beach this morning. Today is Tianhua Day. I wonder if there's a special Tianhua treasure chest? Mo Bao nodded and said, Got it. Island Master, I'll be leaving first. A few minutes later, Ilea and Hume came over. Elia, Island Master, today's harvest is not very good. We searched the reef area for a long time and only found 2 treasure chests. Hume, it's the same here. I didn't find any treasures in the coral area today. I only found one. Chapter 156 Tianhua Treasure Chest. Lin Shan was not surprised to hear what the two said. After all, today was Tianhua Day, which reduced the appearance of low-level treasure chests. And the low-level treasure chests, if nothing unexpected happened, would be wooden treasure chests and black iron treasure chests. As for the bronze treasure chest, was it within the range of low-level treasure chests? Lin Shan was not sure. Both Ilea and Hume felt a little guilty, but there was nothing they could do. There were really few treasure chests this morning. For this reason, they searched several more times, but still couldn't find any extra treasure chests. Lin Shan smiled and said, I already know there are fewer treasure chests this morning, so you don't have to blame yourself. Take out the treasure chests first. Upon hearing this, Ilea and Hume nodded and took out the treasure chest. Pa pa pa. There were 3 soft sounds and 3 treasure chests fell to the ground. 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 new special treasure chest. Lin Shan's attention was immediately attracted by the new special treasure chest. Could it be the Tianhua treasure chest? After looking at the 2 things, Lin Shan remembered that he also had a golden treasure chest monster. After taking out the golden treasure chest monster, Lin Shan introduced it to Elia and Hume. Lin Shan, Elia, Hume, this is a monster called a treasure chest monster. It will disguise itself as a treasure chest and launch sneak attacks. This is only the golden treasure chest monster. There are others. I also killed a bronze treasure chest monster, so you can take the treasure chest monster back and give everyone some scientific knowledge. Next time you see a treasure chest with holes, cut it with a knife and probe it first. After you've finished explaining it, please send it back to me. The items inside the treasure chest monster are much better than those in treasure chests of the same level. Elia and Hume looked at the treasure chest monster on the ground in surprise. They had heard of this kind of monster, which was often seen in dungeons, but they had never actually seen it. Also, the treasure chest monsters in the dungeon don't have any treasures in their bodies, but they do have a lot of bones, which are all from adventurers who were ambushed. Elia, I understand. Island Master. Hume, yeah. After I've explained it to everyone, I'll send it back immediately. Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, Then you can go back first. After hearing this, Elia and Hume said goodbye to Lin Shi, put away the golden treasure chest monster, and left. Looking at the 3 treasure chests in front of him, Lin Shan directly opened the bronze treasure chest. System. Obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 852, Black Iron Spears 3, Black Iron Spear Blueprint 1. The blueprints for the Black Iron Spear? Holy crap, you don't want to get it to me? You want me to build it myself? Lin Shan said in surprise. Scratching his head, Lin Shan couldn't help but grumble. If you give me a finished product, that's fine, but you give me blueprints? Do you think I can build a green-rated weapon? He shook his head in disgust, then looked at the silver treasure chest. After thinking about it, he decided not to bother Mazu and opened it directly. System. Obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 1234, Kinetic Combat Boots 1, Silver Shark Bait 1. Name. Kinetic Running Shoes. Category. Equipment. Rating. Yellow 3. Effect. Lightness, faster running speed, extraordinary agility +5. Comment. As we all know, when running for your life, you don't need to run the fastest, you just need to run faster than others. And this kinetic running shoe can make you 1 step ahead when escaping. Looking at the reviews, Lin Shan couldn't help but touch his chin. Does this look so much like an advertisement? He shook his head and looked at the second item. Name Silver Shark Bait. Category. Props. Rating. Yellow 1. Effect. Attracts silver sharks. Evaluation. Silver shark bait. This is one of the rare treasures that attracts sharks. The silver shark bait, when placed in the sea, can easily attract the arrival of silver sharks. Oh, Lin Shan blinked, then looked at another bait, shark bait. Advanced shark bait? Not bad. I can try it after I awaken. Looking at the 2 shark baits, Lin Shan smiled. Knock knock. Master, open the door. Mo Bao's voice came in. Lin Shan. Gloria, go open the door. Gloria, who was holding Xiao Jinglu, nodded, then walked to the door and opened it. Seeing this, Mo Bao quickly greeted them. Lady Gloria, little Jinglu. Hello. Gloria nodded in response. Xiao Jinglu, sister is so good. Mo Bao couldn't help but smile when she heard this and said, Little Jinglu is so good. Sister will make you some candied haws later. Xiao Jinglu. Tongholu? What is that? Mo Bao. It's delicious. Xiao Jinglu will probably like it. Oh, Xiao Jinglu, who had no knowledge of candied haws, could only nod to express his anticipation. Mo Bao rubbed Xiao Jinglu's head and then walked towards the kitchen. Well, as a cook, Mo Bao also got a space bag. After entering the kitchen, Mo Bao took out the ingredients and started cooking. Lin Shan now looks at the last treasure chest and clicks to view it. Name, Tianhua Treasure Box. Category, Special Treasure Box. Rating, Purple 7. Effect, can produce Tianhua series items. Evaluation, Tianhua Treasure Chest, a special type of treasure chest that only appears on Tianhua Day. It is a special treasure chest among special treasure chests. Looking at the evaluation in front of me, I couldn't help but ponder. How about asking Mazu for help? But it seems that the Tianhua series items will definitely appear. In this case, there seems to be no need to trouble the old Lady Mazu, right? After thinking about it, Lin Shan gave up the idea of throwing the cup to ask for help. He decided to wait until the golden treasure chest monster appeared and then ask for help. After all, it is still unknown whether the Tianhua series items open from the Tianhua treasure chest are useful or not. In this case, it is more practical to ask for the golden fruit. System, obtain Lighthouse gold coins 77777, Tianhua sword 1, Tianhua flowing strike crystal 1. Name, Tianhua sword. Category, weapons. Rating, Purple 7. Effect, Tianhua sword chi, Tianhua sword, extreme edge. Evaluation, Tianhua sword. A Tianhua series weapon open from the Tianhua treasure chest, with a minimum Purple 7-star rating. Attacks are accompanied by Tianhua sword energy, making it an extremely destructive weapon. Purple 7-star weapon? Lin Shan was a little surprised, and then gave it directly to Gloria. This was much better than the yellow-silver sand-breaking formation spear. Name, Tianhua flow strike crystal. Category, ability crystal. Rating, red 1. Effect, Tianhua flow strike. Learning requirements. Extraordinary physique, 500. Extraordinary strength, 500. Extraordinary agility, 500. Evaluation, Tianhua Yoji. Explosive ability, can burst out 3 times the attack, but after using it, it will fall into a state of exhaustion. Lin Shan couldn't help but blink. This ability is quite good, but the requirements are a bit high. And, judging from the learning requirements, it doesn't seem to be his cup of tea. Chapter 157 Bloodline Awakening continues. Looking at Tianhua Yoji, Lin Shan felt that giving it to Hume was a good choice. Originally, the white tiger was mainly for killing, and this kind of explosive ability would be given to her. This is the maximum utilization. The main thing is that Hume's 3 choices have the highest extraordinary attributes, and Tianhua Yoji is a melee ability, so the compatibility is extremely high. Lin Shan decided to be a noble wizard. He didn't want to become Tang Daegu. Okay, now I've finished reading it. This Tianhua treasure chest is very valuable. It gave out a red one right away. Not bad. I hope to find one this afternoon. Lin Shan sighed and laughed. Wow, it smells so good. Xiao Jingliu's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Lin Shan turned around and saw Gloria holding little Jinglu, standing at the kitchen door, watching Mo Bao cooking inside. The aroma of food was wafting out from inside. Lin Shan sniffed it, and it was indeed very fragrant. It was no wonder that Xiao Jinglu exclaimed, "Do you think you performed much better than yesterday? Perhaps it was because the incident happened suddenly, so you didn't perform to your full potential? Well, it's possible." Then, there was another person at the kitchen door. Half an hour later, looking at the delicious dishes on the table, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel hungry. They were indeed much more delicious than yesterday's. Mo bow. Island Master, because there are not enough livestock, I can only make vegetarian meat. But don't worry, the taste and texture are almost the same as meat. This is my masterpiece. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad. Thank you for your hard work." Mo Bao smiled and said, "This is what I should do. Island Master, I will go back first." Lin Shan, "Well, go ahead." Mo Bao first went back to the kitchen to clean up and then went back after he finished. Looking at the delicious food in front of him, Lin Shan was even more looking forward to what kind of delicious food Mo Bao would make with meat. Delicious. As expected of a panda demi-human. Is this culinary gene ingrained in me? Lin Shan sighed. Xiao Jinglu didn't have so many sighs. She was enjoying her meal now. Well, she was eating with Gloria, taking turns to eat, and they were having a great time. Since there is no meat in the dish, there is no need to spit out the bones. However, there is seafood, which is the most abundant thing. However, Lin Shan found that the bones of the sea fish had been picked out and the shells of the crabs and mantis shrimps had been removed. Maybe they are afraid that Xiao Jinglu might accidentally eat a bone spur or something. So careful. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiao Jinglu began to miss her candied haws. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but shook his head. After lunch, Elia returned and, after releasing the golden treasure chest monster, said, "Island Master, I've already explained the existence of treasure chest monsters to everyone." Lin Shan nodded after hearing this, then smiled and said, "Very good, let's rest for 10 minutes, and then let everyone come over to continue awakening." Upon hearing this, Elia nodded, responded, and went back to inform everyone. Tomorrow is the 10th day, and the Kraken invasion will also happen tomorrow. Maybe it will start at 12 o'clock in the evening, but it will most likely be around 7 or 8 in the morning. So today, Lin Shan must awaken everyone. Only when your strength increases can you feel at ease. Lin Shan couldn't help but look at Xiao Jinglu. He didn't know what Xiao Jinglu would awaken to. And then there was himself. But Lin Shan still couldn't figure out what he would awaken. It couldn't possibly be that he could truly awaken the bloodline of his ancestors, right? According to the awakening records of elves and demi-humans, awakening will definitely result in a certain physical condition or an ancient bloodline like Elia's, of course. Among the elves now, only Elia has awakened the ancient elven bloodline, while the awakened bloodlines of other elves seem to be relatively ordinary. The awakenings of the demi-humans were quite varied, ranging from bloodlines to physiques. However, it was normal that the demi-humans themselves contained the bloodlines of demon beasts. However, because of this, there is nothing useful to refer to when it comes to the awakening records of the subhumans. Lin Shan couldn't help but scratch his head. It was so painful. He was the only human being, so it was really hard to compare. I shook my head helplessly. Forget it. Don't think about it too much for now. You'll know after you wake up, right? Time passed in a flash. Outside, the elves and demi-humans were already lined up. Lin Shan opened the door and began to wake up again. Every time, Lin Shan would record the changes before and after. Fortunately, he had the identification technique, otherwise it would be a waste of time to record the changes. One after another, Lin Shan kept recording, and what was certain was that the longer it lasted, the greater the potential. However, the longest one so far was only a dozen minutes for Golden Elia and Tiger May. Among the others, the longest one is called Lilith, 6 minutes. She is a subhuman who has awakened the ancient bloodline, the ancient vampire clan. Lin Shan couldn't help but scratch his head. So she's a vampire? But Lilith is a werewolf. But fortunately, she is not afraid of the sun and does not suck blood. It seems that the vampires here are different from those in the West. As time went on, the number of adult elves and demi-humans who had not yet awakened became fewer and fewer. Huling, I haven't seen you lately. What have you been doing? Seeing the person coming in, Lin Shan said in surprise. Huling, Master, Huling has been practicing sewing recently. I feel like I'm about to make a breakthrough, so I've been practicing. Lin Shan, just call me Island Master from now on. Are you about to make a breakthrough? Good. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing this, Huling smiled and said, Thank you, my lord. Thank you for the Island Master's blessing. Lin Shan, all right, you should wake up soon too. I'm looking forward to what you'll come up with next. Upon hearing this, Huling said nervously, I'm just an ordinary fox subhuman. I might disappoint you, Island Master. Lin Shan smiled, but said nothing when he heard this. Hu Ling's talent is that she still has an unactivated heart fox. How could she be an ordinary fox human? Hu Ling came to the bloodline awakening stone nervously, took a deep breath, and put his hand on it. The blood awakening stone instantly emitted a red light and quickly enveloped Hu Ling. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With his speed, he was the third person after Elia and Hu Mei. I told you, Hu Ling's potential is recognized by the system. How could it be an ordinary awakening? Lin Shan smiled. Then look at the time and calculate it. As time passed, it soon reached 10 minutes. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction, breaking through 10 minutes. After the breakthrough of 10 minutes, another 2 minutes passed before the light of the bloodline awakening stone slowly dissipated. Oh my god, this change is even bigger than that of Elia and Hu Mei. Lin Shan said in surprise. Chapter 158 Bloodline Awakening completed. As the light faded, Hu Ling appeared in Lin Shan's sight, but he had changed greatly. First of all, Hu Ling's ears turned red, and his tail changed from 1 to 3 red tails. Could this be the awakening of the nine-tailed fox? Looking at Fox Ling looking at him, Lin Shan started to identify him directly. Name, Fox Ling. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, Taylor. Talents, dexterity, craftsmanship, heart of the heart fox awakening, nine-tailed heart fox bloodline awakening. Abilities, fuse ejection, line control, seductive charm. Extraordinary attributes, wind plus 137, spirit plus 501, constitution plus 41, strength plus 27, agility plus 61. Evaluation, a fox demi-human who has awakened the bloodline of the nine-tailed heart fox. The nine-tailed heart fox is good at mental and charm abilities. The heart fox itself is very good at charm abilities. Not to mention the nine-tailed heart fox, whose abilities will only become stronger, making him the best candidate for a diplomat. It is recommended that he awaken once every 10 days until his nine-tailed heart fox bloodline is fully awakened. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Shan compared it to the one he had taken before. Isn't this a huge increase? The other attributes are fine, but spirit has directly increased from 126 to 501, directly become the third level. Now, Lin Shan is even more looking forward to his own awakening. Besides him, there is also Xiao Jinglu. By the way, Higher Tai, will he awaken into a sea giant? Lin Shan, Hu Ling, how do you feel? I'm a little uncomfortable, especially with the 3 tails behind me. It's a little out of control. Upon hearing this, Hu Ling looked at the red tail that was shaking behind him and said helplessly. Lin Shan smiled and said, after all, there are 2 more tails. You'll get used to it once you get used to it. So, Hu Ling, go call the next person in. Hu Ling nodded, then walked out. Her 3 tails were swinging back and forth, disrupting her walking balance from time to time. It was so difficult. The exclamation caused by Hu Ling was even louder than that of Elia and Hu Mei. After all, the change was really big. The tail became 3. Next, it was another normal awakening, each lasting several minutes, and the longest never exceeding 5 minutes. However, there is one who awakened in about 8 minutes. He is a leopard subhuman named Bao Bao. He awakened the blood of clouded leopard and should be quite strong. As the adult elves and demi-humans awakened one after another, soon only Ma Bao and Shauna were left. After they awakened, it was the turn of the elves and little demi-humans. Next, Shauna came in. After Shauna came in, she respectfully said to Lin Shan, Island Master. Lin Shan nodded, then smiled and said, Shauna, go and try it out quickly. I'm quite curious about what you will awaken. Shauna smiled upon hearing this and said, Island Master, I am a dragonborn and already have the blood of the Thunder Dragon. If I awaken, the changes will probably not be significant. It should only purify the concentration of the Thunder Dragon's blood, right? Hearing this, Lin Shan shrugged and said, Won't you know after you wake up? Shauna, yes. After saying that, he came to the bloodline awakening stone and placed his hand on it. Soon it was enveloped by light. Lin Shan began to record the time. He estimated that Shauna's awakening time should be around 11 minutes. After all, dragons are top predators. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Lin Shan looked as if nothing had happened. Then after another 2 minutes, the noise at the back slowly receded. It was almost 12 minutes. Lin Shan started to identify it directly. Name, Shauna, Thunder Dragon. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, Dragon God. Talent, Dragonborn, Lightning Dragon Bloodline 50, intermediate magic defense, dragon language spells, dragon heritage activating. Abilities, dragon roar, lightning dragon transformation, dragon claw, dragon strike. Superb attributes, lightning plus 799, mystic plus 200, spirit plus 230, constitution plus 257, strength plus 214, agility plus 239. Evaluation, dragonborn. After being awakened by the bloodline awakening stone, the concentration of the Thunder Dragon bloodline has increased to 50, making it qualified for dragon transformation. Can transform into a giant dragon and fight. If the Thunder Dragon bloodline reaches 100, the Dragonborn will transform into a giant dragon, a Thunder Dragon, and activate the Dragon Clan heritage. It is recommended to awaken the bloodline once every 10 days until the Thunder Dragon bloodline reaches 100. Lin Shan, Shauna, you've changed so much. You've even grown dragon horns and a dragon tail. After hearing Lin Shan's words, Shauna looked up. She only saw the ceiling. After coming to her senses, she touched it directly and indeed touched the dragon horn. Then he looked down at the blue dragon scale tail with lightning patterns and said in shock, Island Master, this requires at least 50 increase in the Thunder Dragon bloodline to grow dragon horns and a dragon tail. Just one awakening? And it's already reached 50? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Lin Shan, that's not an exaggeration, Shauna. You have to understand that a bloodline awakening stone this big would seem exaggerated from an outsider's perspective. Okay, go out and call the next person in. Upon hearing this, Shauna couldn't help but take a look at the bloodline awakening stone. Aren't they all this big? Shauna walked out with doubts. While receiving a lot of exclamations, she called Mo Bao in. After all, she was the only adult demi-human left. Am I the last one? Now, Mo Bao became a little nervous, and then he walked into the lighthouse under everyone's expectant gaze. Lin Shan, Ma Bao, it's you. Hurry over and touch the bloodline awakening stone. Mo Bao, oh well, I'll go right away. After saying that, Mo Bao trotted over and hurriedly put his hand on it. The next second, he was enveloped by red light. Seeing this, Lin Shan smiled helplessly and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Then record it. 10 minutes passed quickly. Lin Shan was not surprised by this. He just didn't know whether it was 11 minutes or 12 minutes. Unexpectedly, the light disappeared after 14 minutes. Name, calligraphy. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, Azure Dragon Lodge. Talents, gourmet affinity, Tai Chi, mystical affinity, Yulong Bloodline Awakening, Azure Dragon Bloodline Awakening, Dragon Clan Heritage Awakening. Abilities, swiftness, ease, toughness, Azure Dragon's Touch, Azure Dragon's Blessing. Extraordinary attributes, Wood plus 791, Mystic plus 379, Spirit plus 361, Constitution plus 261, Strength plus 262, Agility plus 272. Evaluation, a panda demi-human who has awakened the dragon god's bloodline. I don't need to explain the rest, right? As usual, once every 10 days until fully awakened. Lin Shan, this doesn't seem right? Chapter 159, Revolving Lantern. Looking at the Ink Treasure's properties, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a little confused. How could he awaken two bloodlines? Wouldn't there be a conflict? But Yulong bloodline? Yulong, if I'm not mistaken, it can't be from Pandaria, right? But Yulong is just a name, right? Isn't the original form the Azure Dragon? Lin Shan felt like complaining, but didn't know what to complain about. Looking at the calligraphy, Lin Shan looked it up and down and found that the calligraphy had not changed much. Although it had awakened the blood of the Azure Dragon and the Yulong, it did not grow things like dragon horns and dragon scales. It still has round ears and slightly chubby cheeks. Apart from the huge increase in attributes, other changes are very subtle. After Lin Shan finished recording, he said, Ma Bao, how do you feel? Looking at the unresponsive Mo Bao, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown, then shouted loudly, Mo Bao, Mo Bao. Oh Island Master, it's you. You scared me. Hearing Lin Shan's voice, Mo Bao came back to his senses, patted his chest, and said. Lin Shan asked in confusion, Why didn't you react at all, just now? Is there something wrong? Hearing this, Mo Bao scratched his head and said, Island Master, just now, Mo Bao, I seemed to see two huge green dragons. They were saying something to me, but I couldn't hear clearly. Two Azure Dragons? So, It seems that the Mo Bao bloodline not only has no conflict, but is actually very harmonious. Lin Shan glanced at Mo Bao's talent. Could the way of Tai Chi be related to this? After thinking about it, he couldn't help but shake his head. Why think so much? Anyway, it's a good thing. Lin Shan, okay, Ma Bao, you can go out and call others in. Upon hearing this, Mo Bao said, Island Master, all the adult elves and demi-humans have awakened. Only the children are left. Lin Shan, children can also awaken? Mo Bao, are the children awakening now? Lin Shan, yes, what else? Mo Bao nodded in confusion, then walked out. Huh? There was a sound of doubt outside, because the changes in the ink treasure were so little, it could be that it had not changed at all. Soon, an elf walked in. Well, children don't have as many concerns as adults, so the elf ran directly to Lin Shan and asked expectantly, I'm a master brother. What should Nana do? Lin Shan rubbed her little head a few times, then smiled and said, Nana, right? Come, just touch this stone. Hearing this, Nana turned her head to look at the big blood-red stone, then nodded, walked over, and pressed it with her little hand. The light of the bloodline awakening stone enveloped them for a moment, but then dissipated after a dozen seconds. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but frowned and checked Nana's attributes. He found that according to the evaluation, the awakening conditions had not been met, and her potential had increased. In other words, although Nana has not yet met the conditions for awakening, the bloodline awakening stone has increased her potential. Nana looked at herself, and it seemed that there was no change. Seeing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Nana, go back and ask the other friends to come in. Nana nodded in confusion, then walked out, touching her head with her little hand. Unfortunately, she had no horns. Soon, one by one, the elves and the little demi-humans came in and out of the lighthouse. None of them have awakened successfully, but all of them have increased their potential, which seems not bad. Soon, everyone awakened. Even Higher Tai was called over to awaken. However, Higher Tai did not awaken successfully because he did not meet the conditions. Obviously, minors were not allowed to awaken. However, Higher Tai's potential has also greatly increased. In the end, only Xiao Jinglu and himself were left. Lin Shan, Xiao Jinglu, it's your turn. Xiao Jinglu munched on a candied haws and nodded. Gloria hugged him directly. As soon as the little hand touched it, the red light lasted for more than 10 seconds and then dissipated. As expected, it still enhanced the potential. Xiao Jinglu was not surprised. After all, so many of his friends were like this. It's a pity that she can't turn into 2 feet now. Otherwise, she can play with her friends. Finally, Lin Shan slowly came to the bloodline awakening stone. He was looking forward to what he could awaken. Would it be his bloodline or his constitution? Lin Shan swallowed, took a deep breath, glanced at the time, and then reached out and pressed. Looking at the spreading red light, Lin Shan thought to himself, not too long, at least 7 or 8 minutes, right? Soon, the red light enveloped Lin Shan's whole body. The next second, Lin Shan felt countless images flashing quickly in his mind. The pictures moved from the modern era to modern times, and ancient times. These pictures flashed through my mind like a kaleidoscope. It feels like he is looking for the ancestral bloodline that suits him best. What surprised Lin Shan was that demons and monsters started to appear later. Holy shit. So, cultivators really existed in their world? But the monsters and ghosts were not enough. The picture continued to move backwards, and then Lin Shan was confused, and what appear now were not monsters and ghosts, but various mythical beasts and gods. There are a lot of people, both familiar and unfamiliar. If they say they recognize him, it's because they can guess a little from the clothes he's wearing. If they don't recognize him, it's because he looks different for what he looks like now. On the contrary, the mythical beasts are easier to recognize. Lin Shan felt that he no longer recognized his previous world. The blood awakening stone could not be fake. In other words, were these things really present in his blood? So, how did he get teleported here? It felt a bit confusing. Where did all those gods go? Could it be that something really big was happening? But the picture kept moving backwards and the speed was getting faster and faster, so fast that Lin Shan couldn't see clearly. Finally, it stopped. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but open his mouth wide. The next second, a red light flashed and Lin Shan lost consciousness. He only felt very comfortable, as if he was in his mother's arms. Xiao Jinglu, who was chewing on a candied haws, looked at the red light in front of him and said, Sister Gloria, it's been a long time since Mommy came. Gloria nodded. Indeed, 20 minutes had passed. Time passed slowly, and finally, after 30 minutes, the light of the bloodline awakening stone finally faded away. Lin Shan also slowly opened his eyes. The color of the pupils seemed to change, but it only flashed by and turned back to black. Hiss! Lin Shan rubbed his head, feeling strange. When he woke up just now, those images began to blur. All the images gradually blurred, making his mind a little painful. Chapter 160. Oh my God! In less than 3 seconds, Lin Shan had completely forgotten all the images that appeared during his awakening, except for the last image, which became clearer and clearer. Looking at the picture in his mind, Lin Shan couldn't help but touch his chin. No matter who sees this picture, they will understand it immediately. Of course, this is only limited to the descendants of Yin and Huan. On the screen, a goddess with a human body and a snake tail is shaping a human. Manhwa created human beings. That's why Lin Shan was a little surprised. It turned out that they were really fabricated by manhwa. That is, Lin Shan didn't understand what bloodline he had awakened. It couldn't possibly be the bloodline of manhwa, right? This was the god of creation. Then there is only one possibility. Lin Shan turned his eyes to the clay figures. These human beings were made by manhwa herself. In a sense, they could be regarded as manhwa's biological children. And those that were thrown out with branches, well, they also count as wild. But in the end, you can tell what your bloodline is by looking at your own attributes. After exiting the image of manhwa creating humans in his mind, Lin Shan blinked, then clicked on his own attributes to check. Name Lin Shan. Strength, Extraordinary Level 3. Destiny, Omen Prediction Level 7. Talent, Gift of Fate, Witch of Fate, Innate Human Race Awakening, Innate Tao Body Awakening. Abilities, Ice Crystal Shot, Underwater Breathing, Identification, Fear, Invisible Hand, Mystical Summoning, Starlight. Extraordinary Attributes, All Elements plus 500, Mystic plus 508, Spirit plus 415, Constitution plus 165, Strength plus 163, Agility plus 166. Evaluation, the awakening of the innate human race, created by the goddess of creation in ancient times. This consumed a lot of energy from this system, so I'm too lazy to introduce it. It's still the same once every 10 days. Lin Shan. Looking at the comments, Lin Shan said that the system was getting lazier and lazier. However, when he saw the innate human race created by the goddess of creation herself, Lin Shan's front teeth were exposed. No wonder I'm so handsome. It turns out I was made by goddess manhwa herself. It's really different. Lin Shan smiled so happily. World system announcement. Ding. Congratulations to the 88888888 Tower Guardian, Lin Shan, for being the first to raise his strength to the 3rd level. This is a reward for all Tower Guardians in the 88888888 area. Gold Treasure Chest 1, Extraordinary Attribute Treasure Chest 2. The World System announcement sounded. Now, all the tower defenders were confused. After the 2nd and 3rd place of the 2nd stage appeared, everyone already knew that 100 points was the 2nd stage, but the 3rd stage was definitely not 200 points. Most people guessed it would be 300 points, or 400 points, or 500 points. But whether it is 300, 400, or 500, it cannot be achieved in a short time. What's the result now? Isn't this Lin Shan's growth rate a bit too abnormal? It's even worse than cheating, right? Is this a shill? People in the evil zone are even more confused. Are you the evil zone, or are we the evil zone? Group rewards are only given to good areas, while rewards from bad areas are given to individuals. After the arrival of the sea merchants, everyone gradually learned this information. 7 zones of 8 and 9 zones of 8 made me feel frustrated again. Why couldn't they have one more 1 less 8? Elia, Humeshana, and others who were fishing in the sea were shocked when they saw the golden subtitles in the sky. It seemed that the master had awakened an extraordinary bloodline and had directly broken through to the 3rd level. After sighing for a while, I continued looking for treasure chests. But for some reason, the number of treasure chests today was pitifully small. So they have to look carefully and not miss any gaps, no matter how small. After all, the master has been so good to them, and now there is no way to repay him, so they can only try their best to find the treasure chest. On the other side, in the lighthouse, Lin Shan looked at his personal reward. He had one more item than when he broke through to the 2nd level, but the attribute stripping scroll was of no use to him now. System ding. Congratulations to the tower defender for receiving personal rewards. 2 random special treasure chests, 3 extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 2 random all-aspect ability crystals, and 20 attribute stripping scrolls. Take out all the reward chests. In an instant, 1 golden treasure chest, 2 random special treasure chests, 5 extraordinary attribute treasure chests, and a golden treasure chest monster appeared on the ground. Looking at the treasure chest on the ground, Xiao Jinglu blinked, but after looking down at the candied haws in his hand, he gave up the idea of opening the treasure chest. How can a treasure chest smell like candied haws? There were quite a lot of surprises today, so Lin Shan didn't react much to the treasure chest and just opened it directly. System, get golden crispy chicken 1. Lin Shan, even though he's not that excited about the gold chest right now, that doesn't mean he's not looking forward to it anymore, right? What's the point of giving him a golden crispy chicken? He clicked to view the information about the golden crispy chicken. He wanted to see what kind of chicken it was that was worth a golden treasure chest. After reading it, Lin Shan was silent. It really was a baoji chicken. The effect is simple and crude, which is to increase attributes. It can be provided to 3 people for consumption and can increase 10 points of extraordinary attributes, namely physique, strength, and agility. Among them, chicken wings increase agility, chicken legs increase strength, and the body increases physique, with a total of 30 extraordinary attributes. It turned out to be a good thing, so Lin Shan generously forgave him and then opened the attribute treasure box. System, free attribute plus 20. 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 Lin Shan, wow, another gift. Then I looked at the random special treasure chests. Could it be that these two have also started to be given away? System, obtain the Island Heart treasure chest and the Extraordinary Plant treasure chest. Huh. Looking at the 2 treasure chests in front of me, they are both new special treasure chests. You can tell what type of treasure chest they are by looking at the name. They are simple and crude, and I like them. The Island Heart treasure chest can open 1 to 10 Island Hearts. The Extraordinary Plant treasure chest can produce extraordinary plant seeds, seedlings, or mature plants. They're all pretty good, and they're what Lin Shan is currently lacking. System, obtain Island Heart 6. System, obtain War Tree 500 years 1. 6 Island Hearts? That should upgrade the island to blue 9 stars, right? Just enough. Then there was the War Tree. Lin Shan took a look. A 500-year-old war tree had just reached adulthood. Could it transform into a war form? And if there are elves to help, the combat power will be even stronger. That's right, this is the kind of direct combat unit we want. Chapter 161, 5 Elements Technique. Finally, Lin Shan looked at the golden treasure chest monster on the ground and started digging. First, an axe. The second item is a pickaxe. The third item is the golden treasure chest monster crystal core. As the 3 items came out, the treasure chest monster's body slowly disappeared. After taking a look, I found that the axe is a yellow 5-star equipment, but the pickaxe is purple. Name, enchanted gold pickaxe. Category, tools. Rating, purple 2. Effect, mining speed plus 10 or plus 1 to 10. Comment, this mine owner, you said that a day of mining only requires 100,000 Lighthouse gold coins. Is that true? Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Shan said doubtfully, mining speed plus 10? Could be that 1 dig increases to 10? If so, then it's somewhat worthy of the purple color. But this pickaxe arrived just in time. By upgrading the island to blue 9 stars, the area will reach 1,102,000 square meters. It should be able to accommodate the lowest level, small-scale mineral veins, right? You know, those 3 resource veins are still being formed. Lin Shan, Gloria, go inform Elia and Hume who are looking for the treasure chest that I'm going to upgrade the island. It will become bigger. Tell them not to panic and wait until the changes stop. Just keep looking for the treasure chest. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then carried Xiao Jinglu out the door. Xiao Jinglu had no objection to this, because she wanted to go find Mo Bao and ask for a string of candied haws. After seeing Gloria leave, Lin Shan retracted his gaze and looked at the last items in his backpack, 2 random all-ability crystals. Looking at the ability crystal, Lin Shan touched his chin and guessed, could it be that this thing is given based on extraordinary attributes? The possibility is very high. If this is really the case, then there is no need to worry about encountering ability crystals that are not suitable for you. Open directly. System, Obtain 5 elements crystal 1, sky dance crystal 1. Lin Shan blinked. Did he see the intruder? He blinked and looked again. It was still there. It seemed he had seen it correctly. Now, Lin Shan's curiosity was aroused, and he wanted to take a look. Name, Sky Dance Crystal. Category, Ability Crystal. Rating, Purple 9. Effect, Free Flight. Learning requirements, 500 points of Extraordinary Spirit, 500 points of Extraordinary Wind. Comment, look, I can fly. I can pretend to be a level 6 expert. Flying? Free flight? It really is very similar to that air dance technique. Lin Shan sighed, then clicked to learn. Are you kidding? This is free flight. Who hasn't dreamed of soaring freely in the endless sky, looking down at the earth, crossing the mountains, flying to the ocean? Then look at the 5 elements technique. Name, 5 elements crystal. Category, Ability Crystal. Rating, Red 9. Effect, can cast gold, wood, water, fire, and earth abilities that can be freely combined. Learning requirements, gold, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 elements must reach 500 points. Evaluation, I don't know much, but I know a little bit about everything. Oh my god, Red 9 stars. Not only can you cast gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but you can also combine them freely? This is different. Lin Shan, you said in surprise. Learn in seconds. In an instant, a large amount of information about the 5 elements technique flooded into his mind. Holy crap, SSS careless. Lin Shan only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then a sharp pain came from his forehead. There is too much information about the 5 elements technique. It's overwhelming. Lin Shan rubbed his forehead while checking the information about the 5 elements technique in his mind. As he watched, he said helplessly, learning ability is a bit of a pain, but it's also reassuring. After all, it's already in the brain. How can it be taken away? Addicted to watching the 5 elements technique. This shocked Lin Shan even more than the starlight technique. It was indeed an Eastern technique. However, it was also much more difficult and not as easy to learn as the starlight technique. But it's all in my mind. I'll get it right if I practice silently. Moreover, as his extraordinary spirit became higher, Lin Shan found that his memory had improved a lot. Moreover, the extraordinary spirit should be related to his comprehension. Anyway, he looked at the information about these abilities. I don't think it's that difficult, and I can completely learn it by reading books. When Lin Shan was immersed in the 5 elements technique, Gloria came back with Xiao Jinglu in her arms, and Xiao Jinglu had 2 strings of candied haws in his hand. Well, Ma Bao made a lot of candied haws. After all, there were quite a lot of children. Fortunately, there was a lot of sugar among the supplies given by Master Harry. They were all made from freshly catalyzed fruits. Each string was made of colorful small fruits. Gloria, Master, everyone has been notified. Oh, okay, I get it. Lin Shan was stunned at first, but came to his senses the next second and spoke quickly. Then walk to the control panel, click on the island panel, and start upgrading. Click, click, click. The island suddenly changed from blue 3 stars to blue 9 stars. As Lin Shan leveled up 6 times, the island began to emit a strong light. Seeing this, Ilea, Hume, and others who were looking for treasure chests on the beach did not panic, but chose to wait there. Then everyone saw the white light covering them as well, but they did not feel any vibration. They just watched the light grow bigger and bigger, and at the same time, they found that they were getting farther and farther away from the lighthouse. As the light faded, the island's area more than doubled. Seeing this, Ilea, Hume, and others were amazed, and then began to look for the treasure chest. On the lighthouse, Lin Shan looked at the island advancement requirements and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Lin Shan sighed. 10 island hearts, double the amount. As expected, it seems the later you advance, the more island hearts you'll need. After advancing, the upgrade requirement should also become 2 island hearts, right? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It was not something that could be solved in a short time anyway. He opened the attribute panel and looked at his 100 free attributes, and now he had difficulty making decisions. Should I add it to the all department? Or should I add it to the mysterious department? Lin Shan began to feel conflicted. Theoretically, his destiny was in the mystical field, so it would be best for him to specialize in it. However, the 5 elements technique was very attractive, as it was his highest level ability at the moment. Moreover, adding 100 points of all system extraordinary attributes is equivalent to adding all elemental extraordinary attributes, which is extremely cost-effective. After thinking for a long time, Lin Shan finally decided to give up adding points for now. He had not yet fully adapted to his current attributes. He would consider adding that one after he had completely digested it. Chapter 162. Obsessed with cultivation. After deciding to put on hold and add some more points, there is nothing to do anymore. After thinking about it, Lin Shan decided to go and see if those small mineral veins had formed. Although it felt a bit uncertain, after all, the island had been upgraded to blue 9 stars. But the area is not that large. From the island to the seashore, it is only about 500 meters away, which means that the diameter is about 1,000 meters at most. It's still not big, but we'll know whether it's formed or not by going over to take a look. Lin Shan took Xiao Jinglu from Gloria and walked with her towards the small mine entrance. But, looking at the candied haws in Xiao Jinglu's hand, Lin Shan asked in confusion, "Xiao Jinglu, where did you get this candied haws?" "Xiao Jinglu, where did Sister Ma Bao get this? It's delicious. Mom, try it." Looking at the candied haws that Xiao Jinglu handed over, which was covered with her small teeth marks, Lin Shan smiled and said, "No need, just eat it yourself." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinglu blinked, then withdrew his hand and continued to nibble. On the way to the mine entrance, Lin Shan looked at the much larger island and nodded with satisfaction, saying with a smile, "It finally looks like an island." As the island is upgraded and becomes larger, the entire area will become larger, but some places will not change, such as lighthouses, groves, small lakes, etc. It is probably caused by the system. As long as something is man-made, it will not be destroyed. It will be protected first, and then after the island is expanded, it will be restored to its original position. So the distance between the lighthouse and the grove is still the same and has not changed. On the way to the mine, Lin Shan first came to the grove, then looked around and found a place to place the war tree. The war tree is more like a tree man than an extraordinary plant. Fortunately, it is identified as an extraordinary plant, otherwise it would not be able to bloom. If so, then the tree of wisdom and the tree of life should also exist, right? After finding a good location, Lin Shan directly placed the tree of war there. In an instant, a giant tree more than 50 meters high and 15 meters thick appeared in Lin Shan's sight. After the war tree was placed, Lin Shan immediately gained contact with the war tree. It was obvious that this guy was really a tree man. Looking at the giant creature before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a war tree. With this size, it's invincible on the battlefield. The appearance of the tree of war instantly attracted Elia, Hume and others who were looking for the treasure chest. Hume and other subhumans did not react much. To them, it was just another super big tree. But for elves like Elia, it was a bit surprising. Tree of war? The war tree is not unfamiliar to the elves. In elf forest, war trees exist in many places, but under normal circumstances, they will not turn into war mode. So it behaves just like a tree, and many creatures even build their nests on the war tree. The war tree, if activated, means that war has occurred. It is said that the last time the war tree was activated was hundreds of years ago, when a human empire invaded the elf forest. As a result, the defenseless human army was beaten black and blue by the suddenly activated war tree. The war tree, 500 years ago, was no different from an ordinary tree and could not be converted into war mode. However, once it reached 500 years old and was converted into a war tree, its strength could reach the late 4th stage. Moreover, its defense power reaches the 5th level, making it an extremely formidable existence. Not to mention, if the war tree grows to 1,500 years old, it will become an ancient war tree, and its strength will directly soar to the late 6th level. It can be said that the tree of war becomes more powerful as it grows older. However, the ancient war tree is only found in the Elf King's city, and it is the guardian responsible for protecting the Elf King city. After placing the war tree, Lin Shan walked towards the mine. Looking at the glowing mine in front of him, Lin Shan walked straight over and touched the light curtain. In an instant, a prompt popped up. System, ore veins are forming. Estimated time, 3 days. Oh, it's finally starting to form. 3 days later? Not bad. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction, then opened it and looked at the formation of 2 other mineral veins. One showed 3 days later, and the other showed insufficient space. It seems that it can only accommodate 2 small veins now. Later, Lin Shan handed Xia Jingliu over to Gloria and began training. However, this time the training is in the air dance technique and the 5 elements technique. The flying technique was unexpectedly simple, and Lin Shan learned it quickly. Floating in the air, Lin Shan said in surprise, "Isn't this really a bit too unbelievable?" Lin Shan kept flipping in the air and even flew directly upwards. Soon his altitude exceeded 100 meters. He looked at the beautiful scenery in the sky, but before he could appreciate it for long, he saw the fog in the distance. A massive limb emerged from the mist, then disappeared back into it, like a wing, but it was enormous, at least 100 meters long. Moreover, after flying up, Lin Shan discovered that the fog on the sea was so high. After looking for a few times, Lin Shan hurriedly flew down, fearing that he would be noticed by the powerful existence in the fog. Moreover, Lin Shan felt that the air dance technique consumed a lot of energy. With his current strength, he could only last for 10 minutes at most. After descending, Lin Shan looked back into the fog. It had gotten shorter again. What the hell? What was going on? Confused, Lin Shan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After all, there was no point in thinking about it now. He was just a little karami. After learning the flying dance technique, the next step is the 5 elements technique. Lin Shan watched and practiced at the same time. The 5 elements technique is not 5 kinds of abilities, but a method of using the energy of the 5 elements. It teaches you how to better use the energy of the 5 elements to form means of attack, defense, etc. It can be said that there are many kinds of ideas. It all depends on personal understanding and imagination. The use of energy is not that simple, but requires manipulation, arrangement, and other subtle instructions. Now Lin Shan finally understood why there were magic spells and Taoist techniques. This is how we deploy the energies. Time passed quickly as Lin Shan studied and practiced the 5 elements technique. Soon, the sky darkened. Lin Shan was still studying at the beach how to quickly give instructions to energy. Finally, it was Gloria's reminder that helped Lin Shan come back to his senses from his practice. "Huh? It's so dark now," Lin Shan said with a confused look on his face. "Gloria, Master, you have been practicing for almost 6 hours. Hearing this, Lin Shan was surprised and asked, "So long? Why don't I feel anything?" Chapter 163 General, it's getting cold. Gloria, I don't know either. Hearing this, Lin Shan twisted his neck, making a few soft sounds and said, "Forget it. Let's go back. Tomorrow we're going to have a sea monster invasion." Taking over the sleeping Xiao Jinglu, Lin Shan said to Gloria, "Gloria, go call Ilea, Humei Shana, Huling, and Mo Bao to the lighthouse." Hearing this, Gloria nodded and walked towards the treehouse. Lin Shan held Xiao Jinglu and flew towards the lighthouse, using the air dance technique. Although the air dance technique consumed a lot of energy, the flying speed was still very fast. After returning to the second floor of the lighthouse and releasing Xiao Jinglu back into the deep sea to raise the shellfish, Lin Shan went downstairs. He hadn't had dinner yet and felt a little hungry. When he came to the first floor, Lin Shan picked up a water apple and started to eat it. This kind of water apple was the fruit that puzzled him the most. It was very juicy, but had no seeds, and he didn't know how it reproduced. Water apple tree. You don't want to know, hey. Before he finished eating, Gloria came back with her people. "Gloria, Master, the people are here." Elia and the others shouted in unison, "Island Master." Lin Shan nodded, then smiled and said, "How was your harvest this afternoon?" "Elia, it's still not ideal. Although the island has grown, we searched the reef area and only found 2 bronze treasure chests." "Humei, it's the same here. The coral area has gotten bigger, but there are still very few treasure chests. I only found a bronze treasure chest and a silver treasure chest. Didn't find the Tianhua treasure chest. I'm a little disappointed." Lin Shan, "Okay, I see. I didn't call you here mainly for this." Then he turned to look at Mo Bao and said with a smile, "Mo Bao, I haven't had dinner yet." Mo Bao, who was in a daze, blinked when he heard this, then nodded and walked towards the kitchen. Mo Bao, who had a space bag, now carried some ingredients with him. For example, seafood such as lobsters, crabs, and shellfish caught from the sea, and eggs stolen from the chicken coop. If there were not so few livestock, perhaps there would be a few livestock in Mo Bao's space bag. Lin Shan looked at Ilea, Humei, and Shana, and then said, "Tomorrow, the island will be invaded by sirens. The number, strength, and time of the invasion are unknown. Therefore, after 12 o'clock, you must send people to monitor the coast at all times." Elia, a siren invasion? Something like a Jido? Hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head and said, "No, that's not the case. Aikijuo is a sea creature. not a mermaid. There is a fundamental difference between the two. At least one can communicate, and the other can't. Upon hearing this, Elia nodded. It was good that it wasn't her. If it was someone like Agito, it would be very troublesome. Agito's strength should be quite good. Hume, Island Master, apart from knowing that there will be a sea monster invasion tomorrow, you don't have any other information at all? Lin Shan. Unfortunately, no. This is what I predicted using my ability. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know there would be a siren invasion tomorrow. But based on my speculation, the sirens shouldn't be very strong, but I don't know how many there are. Maybe a lot, or maybe only a few hundred. Upon hearing this, Hume nodded, her eyes twinkling. It was obvious that she was still looking forward to tomorrow's mermaid invasion. Shauna, since we don't know when the invasion will begin, let's arrange for more people to take turns patrolling. Elia nodded and said, Leave this to me. I will arrange it properly. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction, then smiled and said, That's all. Go back and make the arrangements. Looking at the 3 people leaving, Lin Shan sighed his heart. This is the advantage of having people under him. All he has to do is give orders, and he doesn't have to worry too much. Of course, if it was Higher Tai, Lin Shan would be a little worried. Speaking of Higher Tai, Lin Shan suddenly remembered that it lived by the sea. Wasn't it the first to be besieged by the sirens during the invasion? This was not acceptable. Lin Shan turned to look at Gloria and said, Gloria, go tell Higher Tai not to sleep on the beach today. Go sleep with Tomu and the others. Gloria nodded, then walked out the door and headed towards the beach. As for Xiao Ai, an unmanned ship wouldn't be attacked, at least not by sirens or sea beasts. An hour later, Lin Shan lay down on the bed early and began to sleep. His mind was still editing the arrangement of energy. Only when the arrangement was done, it would be extremely convenient for him to use his abilities in the future. The moment a thought strikes, the attack is launched. Who could be as fast as him? His main goal is to be one step ahead. At this time, the innate Tao body began to play a role. Although it was still in the process of awakening, it was still very simple to arrange the energy. If it's a fully awakened innate Tao body energy, wouldn't that mean it could be used at will? As Lin Shan fell asleep, he turned into a general in his dream and began to deploy his troops, but all the soldiers were energies of various types. Lin Shan said that in his dream, he turned into Han Exen, frantically counting soldiers, and counting soldiers again, from 1,000 at the beginning to 10,000 later, and then to 100,000, a million, tens of millions. Looking at the soldiers that stretched as far as the eye could see, Lin Han Exen Shan nodded with satisfaction. These are the soldiers that I, Lin Han Exen Shan, lead. Lin Han Exen Shan, huh? What are you doing up here? Why don't you get back down and line up? Do you know the consequences of leaving the team without permission? The energy of the soldier-like appearance. General, it's getting cold. We specially made a piece of clothing for you. Please put it on first. Lin Han Exen Shan looked at the sky. Isn't it cold? Then he asked doubtfully, I don't feel cold, so there's no need to put on more clothes. Go back quickly. If you do it again, you will be court-martialed. Energy soldier. That won't do, General. You'd better wear this imperial, yellow robe. Kulme, we'll put it on you. After saying that, he pounced on him. How dare you rebel against your superiors? Lin Shan exclaimed, and then sat up from the bed. Well, the morning sun shines in from the balcony, illuminating the room. Lin Shan scratched his head and said, It was just a dream? TSK, becoming Han Exen? I really dare to think so. Why did those soldiers at the end give me the yellow robe to wear? It's obviously not cold at all. After moving Gloria away from his feet, Lin Shan got out of bed and went straight to the balcony to look at the beach. Then I opened the panel and looked at the time. It was 6:30 in the morning. It seems that the sirens haven't started invading yet. Could it be 8 o'clock? Chapter 164, Lord of the Territory. Outside, the elves and demi-humans, under the arrangement of Elia and Hume, have formed 4-person teams to patrol around the island. The energy defense device was also taken out. Once the sirens began to invade, it would be activated directly to protect the children. Elia is responsible for activating the energy defense device, and she is also responsible for assisting the Tree of War. Hume, Shana, Mo Bao, Hu Ling, and others who have reached the 3rd level. Each of them is responsible for a direction, fighting while also providing support. They started getting ready at 6 o'clock. Lin Shan looked at the patrolling elves and demi-humans and nodded with satisfaction. Then click on the panel and check today's weather. It feels like the sirens are invading and there will be special weather. Today's weather, cloudy. Weather effect. Special, water waves. The air is filled with water energy. Lin Shan looked at the sunlight shining down from the sky. You told me it's cloudy? Could it be that it turned cloudy only after the sirens started invading? This is possible. After all, sirens shouldn't be exposed to the sun for a long time, right? So, it seems that once the sky turns cloudy, the invasion of the sirens begins. But is the tide still low today? Lin Shan sighed first, then asked in confusion. Bang, it's already this late, and you're still thinking about going to the beach? Seriously. Lin Shan slapped his forehead and said speechlessly. Then use your talents. Gift of Destiny, Lord of the Territory. Price. Among the sirens attacking today, a powerful third-level Lord Siren will appear. Huh? Lin Shan looked at the price in front of him in surprise, which exposed the strength of the attacking siren. Judging from the price, under normal circumstances, there would be no third-level Lord Siren. There isn't even a siren with third-level strength. Looking at the price in front of him, Lin Shan calculated that his current third-level combat power, in addition to himself, there are also Elia, Humei Shana, Mo Bao, and Hu Ling. There are 6 of us, so the opponent is at the peak of level 3, so we should be able to fight him, right? If all else fails, Gloria will have to take over. Gloria's current strength is at least at level 4. After all, she has never exerted her full strength. Besides Gloria, he also has a war tree, so no matter how you think about it, there is no possibility of losing. Accepted. Let me see what this territory lord is. It's actually worth a third-level Lord Siren in the early stage. Lin Shan said as he clicked to view. Name, Lord of the Territory. Category, Power Effect. Rating, Red 3. Effect, Territory. Evaluation. The presence of the Territory Lord will greatly inspire the people, raising their fighting spirit and increasing their main attributes by an additional 20. This is calculated separately and does not benefit from other percentage benefits. Note, you need to be in your own territory to achieve the maximum effect. If you leave the territory, the blessing will be reduced to 2. Oh my god, a power effect? A 20 increase in the main attribute, and there's another 2 bonus from outside? Hey, that's pretty awesome. Lin Shan was a little surprised. Now Lin Shan even feels that the third-level Lord Siren is not worthy of this effect at all. But the Siren Lord should also have some bonuses, right? Lin Shan was directly loaded into the faction panel, and Ilea and the others were already official faction members, so they could all enjoy this bonus. Elia, Humei and others who were patrolling outside received reminders of the power effect bonus. Looking at the main attribute that directly increased by 20, there was some disbelief in their eyes. There's even this kind of effect? Isn't this a bit too perverted? Huh? Lin Shan was surprised to see that both his mystery and spirit had increased by 20. It seemed that mystery and spirit were the main attributes. So could they both be increased? But it seems that this main attribute is calculated based on destiny? After thinking about it, Lin Shan ignored it. It was a good thing anyway. It's time to go down and wash up, and then welcome the arrival of the siren. Lin Shan said as he walked towards the deep-sea nursery shell. Xiao Jinglu should have woken up. He picked up Xiao Jinglu and took Gloria downstairs to wash up. After washing up, it was time for breakfast. One must eat something light in the morning, so Lin Shan took out the golden crispy chicken. Just make do with it this morning. Just have some chicken, Lin Shan said with a smile, then pulled off a chicken leg and started chewing it. Little Jinglu was drooling as he watched, but unfortunately, when he was about to grab the chicken leg, Lin Shan stuffed a green water dragon scale fruit into his little hand. Lin Shan, Xiao Jinglu, this fruit is your breakfast. Xiao Jinglu. She looked at the fruit in her hand, then at the fragrant chicken leg in Lin Shan's hand, and pouted unhappily. Lin Shan, why? Want to eat? Xiao Jinglu nodded after hearing this. Lin Shan, no, that won't work. It's too greasy for you to eat this early in the morning. It's better to eat some fruit. After you finish this fruit, your physical fitness will reach 100 points, and you can play with other friends. After hearing Lin Shan's words, Xiao Jingliu's attention was indeed shifted to the fruit in his hand. After blinking, he began to bite it. A little hard, not tasty. However, in order to turn his tail into feet, Xiao Jinglu still frowned and ate the green water dragon scale fruit bit by bit. After eating, Xiao Jinglu felt that he could turn his tail into feet. Immediately changed excitedly. Under the curious gaze of Lin Shan and Gloria, Xiao Jingliu's golden tail quickly turned into a pair of small feet. Oh my god, Gloria, Bring Xiao Jinglu back to me. Running out with your bare bottom is just ridiculous. Lin Shan looked at Xiao Jinglu, who was running out excitedly, and quickly spoke to Gloria. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, then appeared directly behind Xiao Jinglu, lifting him up, turning him around, and hugging him, all in one go. Xiao Jinglu was confused. What happened was completely unclear. She felt dizzy and then returned to Sister Gloria's arms. Lin Shan shook his head helplessly, then said, Gloria, go up and find some pants for Xiao Jinglu, and then go find Hu Ling to make some underwear. Gloria nodded, then carried the still, silly little Jinglu upstairs. Looking at the last chicken head and but on the table, Lin Shan couldn't help but burp. It was really not a good idea to eat fried chicken so early in the morning. It was too greasy. After tidying up, Lin Shan looked at the time. It was still half an hour until 8 o'clock. After going out the door, Lin Shan discovered that the sunny morning before was now slowly turning into cloudy. It seemed that the siren invasion really started at 8 o'clock. Chapter 165, The Siren Invasion Begins. At 7:50, a system prompt popped up. System ding. To allow all tower defenders to adapt in advance. At 8 o'clock sharp, all tower defenders will be invaded by the siren. Please pay attention to defense. System ding. Pay attention to the following information. 1. Kraken invasion. The attacking Krakens are endless and will continue until night falls. Attention! Krakens will attack every 10 minutes. The number of Krakens sent out each time is random, but will not be less than 20. 2. Sirens also need to eat, so from 12 noon to 2 p.m. is their rest time. 3. Attention! In the last hour before night falls, the sirens will attack en masse and madly surge onto the island. 4. When the siren invasion begins, tower defenders can choose from 3 difficulty levels. 1. Weaken on the siren invasion. The attacking siren will be unified into murlocs, plus a small amount of sea beasts. 2nd, weaken the invasion of sirens. The main attacking sirens are murlocs, plus a large number of sea beasts. 3. Normal siren invasion. The attacking siren is extremely difficult, and a small number of level 2 and 3 sirens will appear. There is no attack limit. No rest time. 5. Tower defenders who successfully survive the siren invasion will receive a large amount of rewards. The more sirens you kill, the richer the rewards. 6. Countdown 10 minutes. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Adapt in advance? 3 levels of difficulty? Oh my god. It turns out that this siren invasion is to give the tower defenders a chance to adapt in advance. Adapting to what? A blood tide? That's a very strong possibility. After seeing Lin Shan coming out, Ilea, Humei, Shauna, and others came to him one after another. Island Master. Lin Shan nodded and said, The sirens will begin invading at 8 o'clock sharp. Their numbers are endless, and there will also be 2nd and 3rd level sirens. We need to hold out until night falls. That means we need to stay up until 6 p.m. The 3 of them couldn't help but frown when they heard this. Endless sea monsters? That would be a bit difficult to deal with. After all, they would get tired. If their energy ran out, they would become lambs to be slaughtered. Lin Shan immediately made arrangements. Elia, first gather the elves and the demi-humans inside the lighthouse. Then, gather everyone around the lighthouse. We'll use the lighthouse as the center and launch a counterattack. The 3 of them nodded after hearing this. Lin Shan, let's gather everyone to the lighthouse now. There are only a few minutes left. Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded and then dispersed. A few minutes was enough time for everyone to gather together. After all, everyone's attributes were pretty good. Lin Shan, Elia, you lead the elves in long-range attacks from the 2nd floor and the top of the lighthouse. Humei and Shauna, you'll be responsible for close combat defense. Is that clear? The 3 nodded and said in unison, Understood. System, the siren invasion is about to begin. Please select the difficulty. Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Lin Shan directly clicked on the normal difficulty. Are you kidding? If his current power can't even withstand a normal invasion of sea monsters, then he'll just have to wait for death in the blood tide at the end of the month. Following Lin Shan's determination of difficulty, the next second, the surrounding sea area began to fluctuate, and soon, sirens appeared one after another. At a glance, the entire sea area was occupied, except for the edge of the fog, which was still empty. As soon as the siren appeared, it began to move towards the island. A dark mass surged up, looking at Lin Shan, fearing that the island would be sunk. Lin Shan, Elia, just attack freely. Oh, and find someone to operate the energy cannon to strike the sea. Be careful not to hit the islands, or they'll create a crater. As you command, Island Master, the elves said in unison. Soon, the sirens began to land on the island, with the mermen leading the way, but there were also some sea beasts among them, such as shallow sea crabs, mantis shrimps, and the like. And they are all murlocs riding on sea beasts. Murloc sea beast knights? Lin Shan didn't pay too much attention to the murlocs. Judging from their speed, he could tell that they were just ordinary murlocs. He was looking for the second and third level sirens, as well as the third level Lord Siren. But now, it seems that they haven't appeared yet in the morning. Did they sleep in? Because Lin Shan had concentrated everyone near the lighthouse, the sirens rushed towards the island. As for the plantations and groves, well, they ignored them. After all, they didn't sense the presence of life. Likewise, war trees that haven't been converted to war mode are ignored. Lin Shan was not surprised by this. After all, the siren was not a destroyer who would chop everything he saw. Apart from anything else, there was nothing wrong with Xiao AI at the port. She stayed quietly on the sea, and the sirens ignored her. As the fishermen got closer, the shouting sounds reached everyone's ears. Lin Shan, Elia, start free attack. Elia, yes. Island Master, sisters attack. Yes, sir. Arrows loaded with what energy were continuously shot towards the murlocs, and murlocs kept dying under the rain of arrows. The elves shot very quickly, but they were also equipped with enough wooden arrows. Each elf carries a quiver on his back, and there are a lot of them in the lighthouse. Moreover, the elves and the little Asians are not idle. The elves are catalyzing bamboo, and the little Asians are cutting it into wooden arrows. The little guys are all very skilled. Bang! The energy cannon was activated and, under the control of Elia, blasted towards the seaside. With one shot, at least dozens of murlocs died. These are the ones on the sea surface. It is unknown how many died below the surface. It is possible that there were even hundreds of them because the number of sirens was really dense. Like a school of fish, they are crowded together. Although the elves began to attack, they were unable to stop the fishmen from advancing. Soon, they were within 100 meters of the lighthouse. During this period, no one knows how many were shot to death by wooden arrows. Starting 50 meters away from the lighthouse, Lin Shan installed a lot of iron frames. These iron frames were like chevaux de frise, and because they were made of iron, they were quite heavy and sharp. If the murloc crashes into it, he will definitely be stabbed to death. Sure enough, the black mass of murlocs completely ignored the chevaux de frise. There was nothing they could do. They were pushed by the murlocs behind them. Only a few of the murlocs in the front could bypass them. The rest crashed directly into it and turned into dead fish in an instant. Lin Shan frowned. The dead fishman's body was still there. It would take lives to clean it up, right? And the fishmen finally engaged the subhumans in close combat. The demi-humans armed with black iron spears killed the murlocs one by one without any effort, at least for now, as they had plenty of physical strength. Chapter 166 Mysterious Summoning. Looking at the murlocs jostling around, Lin Shan couldn't help but grumble. There can't be that many, right? I feel like the number of murlocs we've killed isn't even as many as the ones you've trampled to death. But complaints aside, this type of attack with extremely large numbers can indeed easily catch people off guard. The main problem is that the retreating murlocs cannot be killed, and the retreating murlocs are directly pushed up by the murlocs behind them. There is no other choice but to use my abilities. They are all awakened demi-humans, and their attributes have been increased to a certain extent. Coupled with the blessing of the Lord of the territory, the attributes of the demi-humans are much higher than those of the fishmen. So once he used his ability, he cleared out an area of more than 10 meters. The fishman was blown into pieces. Lin Shan, Hume Shana, Mo Bao, Hu Ling, the four of you will each go in a certain direction to protect everyone. You can strike when the time is right. Yes, sir. The four of them said in unison. Then they dispersed. Lin Shan couldn't help but frown as he watched the murlocs still rushing towards the island from the sea, especially the murloc knight, who relied on a big crab to start charging recklessly. I don't know how many fishmen I killed along the way. There was also the shrimp knight and the fishmen blocking the way, who were all knocked away by the shrimp and died instantly. More than half an hour has passed. So far, the only sirens that have appeared are murlocs and low-level sea beasts. No other sirens have appeared. But these endless fishmen alone are a big trouble. If Umei and the other three had not taken action from time to clear an area, the fishmen would have squeezed in long ago. That's right, it's about squeezing in, not fighting in. They have an absolute advantage in numbers and can squeeze in even if they have to. After looking for a long time and still not finding any siren other than the merman, Lin Shan chose to give up the search and use the mysterious summoning instead. I don't know what kind of creature can be summoned. As the mysterious summoning formation appeared, soon, a mysterious creature slowly appeared in the summoning formation. Roar. Before the light of the summoning circle faded, the summoned creature began to roar. Hearing this, Lin Shan was surprised and asked, "A bear roar? Could it be that a bear has been summoned?" As the light of the summoning circle faded, a giant bear 3 meters tall at the shoulder appeared in Lin Shan's sight. Lin Shan identified it as a late-stage second-order jungle giant bear. Its highest extraordinary attribute was physique, which reached 379 points, followed by strength, which reached 352 points. That's pretty impressive. Let's go for it. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. Roar. The giant jungle bear jumped directly into the group of fish and started killing them, taking a bite from time to time. Fish, aren't they the source of stored energy for hibernation? It just so happens that it is about to hibernate, so now is a chance to have a good meal. Why not eat a few more bites? Looking at the giant jungle bear killing everyone, Lin Shan was extremely satisfied. Then he looked at the summoning time, 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, he had to summon it again. And each summon is different, with a main theme of mystery. When playing mystic summoning, luck is the main factor. If you're lucky enough, you can summon powerful creatures every time. If you're unlucky enough, you can even summon a caterpillar. Even the existence time of the summoned creatures in the mysterious summoning is random. One can be summoned at the first level, and Lin Shan's current strength is at the 3rd level, which means that he can summon a maximum of 3 mysterious summons. Therefore, Lin Shan used the mysterious summon again. The mysterious summoning circle appeared again, and when the light faded, a yellow dog appeared in the summoning circle. Well, Lin Shan took a look and found that it was just an ordinary yellow dog. Although it had some extraordinary attributes, he shrugged helplessly. Moreover, the summoning time was as long as 2 hours. In other words, the bite of the yellow dog took up 2 hours. Lin Shan rubbed the yellow dog that came over to act coquettishly, shrugged his shoulders, and then called it again. Then Lin Shan was a little amused and confused because the yellow dog actually started barking at the fisherman. It was quite brave. But no matter how bad the murlocs are, their attributes are still higher than your yellow dog. Not to mention these invading murlocs, whose attributes are higher than normal murlocs, and many of them have attributes of more than 10 points. However, the yellow dogs all have extraordinary attributes. So it seems that the locals in this world have more or less some extraordinary attributes, which are much better than theirs. After all, they didn't have any extraordinary attributes at the beginning. The light of the 3rd mysterious summoning circle quickly disappeared, and then a summoned creature stood in it. Quietly, without making a sound. Looking at the hard stone statue before them, the Lin Shan people were stunned. A stone statue could be summoned? What could this thing do? However, after identifying it, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. This was not a stone statue, but a creature called a gargoyle, which was in the early 3rd stage. Judging from the evaluation, this creature likes to disguise itself as a stone statue. It stands in one place and turns into a stone statue whether it has something to do or not. His spirit is worse than Lin Shan's, so Lin Shan directly orders the gargoyle to remove its stone statue disguise and attack the murloc. The summoning time of the gargoyle is 1 hour, which is twice as long as the jungle giant bear. Not bad. Looking at the gargoyles that were beginning to slaughter the murlocs, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad. Not bad." A 5-meter-tall gargoyle is already a powerful weapon. Not only does it have thick skin and flesh, it's also a level 3 creature. It's more than enough to kill the murlocs. With the jungle giant bear and the gargoyle outside to attract attention, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. The yellow dog is quite dog-like. It will sneak attack the fishman's feet, bite him, and then retreat. What a dog! As time went on, the number of murloc deaths reached thousands. Soon, half an hour passed, and the happily eating jungle giant bear disappeared. The giant jungle bear returned to the forest and looked at the familiar environment, shaking its head happily. It was the first time for it to eat so much. But I have eaten enough food for today, so I can go back and have a good sleep. The giant bear disappeared, so let's summon another one. Lin Shan said after discovering that the giant bear had disappeared. Then he rubbed the yellow dog's head and summoned again. Soon, the summoning circle appeared again. As the light faded, a huge turtle appeared in Lin Shan's sight. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What a big turtle!" The turtle couldn't help but look down at Lin Shan. Lin Shan took a look at the attributes and was surprised to find that this turtle was actually in the late 3rd stage. It is a turtle that lives in volcanic areas and is called the incandescent fire turtle. No wonder the turtle shell is red. Chapter 167 aspires to become a human bomber. Under Lin Shan's command, the fiery fire turtle began to attack the Murloc. Although the fiery fire turtle is a ranged unit, its huge fiery red back emits a powerful heat, and any Murloc who gets close to it will be eaten by the Murloc. Even if he could barely get close to the fiery turtle, the Murloc would not have the strength to attack. Not to mention, as a turtle, the incandescent fire turtle has good defense. The scales on its limbs, head, and tail are covered with a substance similar to obsidian, which looks very hard. It can be said that the blazing fire turtle is a very sturdy artillery position. The attack method of the blazing fire turtle is also very simple. It directly sprays fireballs to attack. However, the power of the fireballs is a little bit too strong. After all, it is a late-stage, 3rd-order fire-type monster. The extraordinary attribute of fire reached 873 points. With one shot, all the fishmen on the road were directly evaporated until the fireball hit the ground, smashed, and killed hundreds of fishmen again. This attack is over. Lin Shan. This is quite powerful. Is this what a cannon is? Lin Shan patted the stone object on the fiery turtle's feet with satisfaction. Blazing fire turtle. Woo. After exhaling, he condensed the fireball again and fired it. It takes about 5 seconds to launch a fireball. Of course, as a 3rd-level monster, it definitely has more than one way of attacking, such as launching fireballs, but there's another way of attacking. It uses the turtle's back to unleash powerful flames to attack surrounding enemies, and it also performs shock stomps, but these are close-range abilities. The main attack method of the blazing fire turtle is to use jets of flames for long-range attacks, especially when it stands in the middle of a pool of molten lava. The enemy can't do anything to it, so it can spray as much as it wants. Accu! 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 Blazing fire turtle. I spray. I spray. I spray, spray, spray. With Lin Shan's summoned beasts joining the battle, the pressure instantly eased. Although the original pressure was not that great, after all, they were just ordinary fishmen. How could they be their opponents? You know, elves and demihumans are both 2nd-level beings, and the little guys don't count. Although their attributes are higher than those of Murlocs, they are not needed to appear. Looking at the power of the blazing fire turtle battery, Lin Shan couldn't help but want to try it out. You know, he also aspires to be a human cannon. No, he wants to be a human bomber. With the air dance technique in hand, he can definitely achieve it, right? Lin Shan, who was itching to attack, also found a direction and started attacking. First, let's see the power of starlight magic. You know, I haven't tested the attack effect of starlight magic yet. Lin Shan looked at the fisherman below and smiled. Then, starlight energy began to condense above the palm of his hand, and then it was thrown directly towards the group of fishmen. Light cannon attack. The next second, a light cannon about the size of a basketball fell directly into the attacking group of fish. Boom! With the light cannon as the center, the area within a radius of 5 meters is cleared directly. Not bad. Not bad, this power is okay. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. Then Lin Shan started using the fishmen as experimental subjects. Starlight magic has many variations. In addition to the light cannon, Lin Shan has also developed light attacks. Its advantages are long range and strong penetration. It can penetrate a group of fishmen in one go and directly sink into the sea. Its disadvantages are small attack range. Next is the light point attack, also known as Starlight Gatling. Advantages: the attacks are very dense and extremely fast. Disadvantages: the power is average, but it is very effective in killing small fish like Murlocs. One shot from a Starlight Gatling gun can clear an area. In addition, Lin Shan can also pinch the starlight energy into a crescent shape and then rush out directly. The effect is quite good, and the fishman is directly cut in half. The versatility of Starlight technique is so strong that Lin Shan feels that it can be used to create many interesting attack methods. After experimenting with the starlight technique, Lin Shan prepared to experiment with the 5 elements technique. The upper limit of this thing is even higher than that of the starlight technique. Lin Shan touched his chin and said, "Let me think about it. How should I start using the 5 elements technique?" Looking at the fisherman below, Lin Shan thought for a moment and directly summoned a giant water sword. In an instant, dozens of giant water swords as long as 5 meters appeared above him. This energy feels much smoother, much better than yesterday. Looking at the water sword formed in the sky, Lin Shan asked in confusion. After thinking about it, Lin Shan had an idea, and instantly a similar number of fire giant swords appeared around the water giant sword. It's confirmed. These energy thieves are very obedient. Could it be the effect of the innate Tao body? Lin Shan guessed. After thinking about it, I gave up. As I said before, as long as it is good for him, it's fine. Then, under Lin Shan's command, the water sword and the fire sword rushed towards the group of mermen, killing them very smoothly. No matter whether it was a water giant sword or a fire giant sword, they could easily kill mermen and sea beasts. However, Lin Shan's main purpose was not this, but the reaction produced after the collision of water and fire. As Lin Shan controlled the water giant sword to collide with the fire giant sword. The next second, a large amount of water vapor appeared, instantly evaporating the surrounding air. At the same time, the presence of water vapor directly caused the surrounding fishmen to roll on the ground. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Coupled with the lack of oxygen, the fishmen shrouded in water vapor soon died of lack of oxygen or were scalded by the water vapor and then died. Looking at the damage, Lin Shan shook his head and said, "It seems that the steam from the collision of water and fire won't work very well in such an open space. Let's try a different approach." After thinking about it, Lin Shan withdrew the water giant sword, then condensed the rock giant sword, and then merged the fire giant sword with the rock giant sword. In an instant, burning stone swords appeared in the air. The fiery fire turtle was also attracted by the sight and took a few glances. It said it was great and wanted to learn. Blazing turtle, coach. That's it. I want to learn. But this alone is far from meeting Lin Shan's requirements. Under Lin Shan's control, the temperature of the flames rose rapidly. Soon, the earth-type giant swords began to melt and turned into giant lava swords. There's an extra bonus. Lin Shan looked at the giant lava sword in the air and couldn't help but be surprised. Because with the appearance of the lava giant sword, next time, Lin Shan will not need to prepare the combination of fire and earth to form lava, but can directly condense the lava giant sword. He has already memorized the violent special energy of the lava giant sword. Next time, he will just use this lava energy. Go! Lin Shan pointed at the fishman and said. In an instant, the molten giant sword rushed towards the murloc, and all the murlocs melted wherever the molten giant sword passed. Unfortunately, the giant lava sword did not remain powerful for long before it disappeared in front of the burning fire turtle's regretful gaze. Lin Shan said that he was doing an experiment, and after knowing the results, he would definitely come up with other ideas. Chapter 168 The Murloc becomes slightly stronger. After dispersing the lava giant sword, Lin Shan discovered that the energy consumed by the lava giant sword was several times greater than that of a simple fire giant sword, or a water giant sword, or a rock giant sword. However, with such power, it is normal that the consumption is high. Lin Shan began to experiment with other combinations, such as fire and wood, and combined them into burning vines, which had a binding effect plus a burning effect, and directly cremated the fishman on the spot. There is also the gold system. No matter which system it is combined with, the gold system can greatly increase the destructive power. It is a jack of all trades. Of course, the destructive power of the gold system itself is also extremely outstanding. In addition to the 5 types of energy control brought by the 5 elements technique, Lin Shan can now also control ice energy and the lava energy that was accidentally activated just now. In nature, many things are inseparable from the 5 elements, but Lin Shan is not able to put them together by himself now. But even so, Lin Shan has already used the 5 elements technique in hundreds of different ways. Burning vines, entanglement, and burning attacks only require simple fire and wood elements. The giant sword of gold and stone, a combination of hardness and sharpness, the combination of gold and earth. The explosion of metal and stone is the combination of metal, earth, fire, and water, that is, the collision of water and fire. The evaporated water vapor is sealed in a metal and stone container, causing an explosion. Simply put, it's like a pressure cooker explosion. It's just a tiny bit more powerful. With various combined abilities, Lin Shan feels that he is now a complete human bomber. Just look at the area ahead of him. It's full of potholes and holes, all caused by his experimental abilities. Murlocs? The Murlocs were already scared and didn't dare to go this way. Soon, an hour passed, and the gargoyle that was killing the fish group slowly disappeared. Seeing this, Lin Shan used the mysterious summon again. As the light of the summoning array faded, another turtle appeared in front of Lin Shan. Another blazing fire turtle? That's right. Within the summoning circle stood a gigantic, fiery fire turtle, even larger than the one previously summoned. Lin Shan took a look and was surprised to find that it was actually a third-level, peak-level blazing fire turtle. Its fire attribute reached 998. The huge fiery fire turtle looked around and indicated that it didn't like the environment here very much. But soon, it saw the beautiful turtle it had always dreamed of. Suddenly, the eyes of the blazing fire turtle lit up and it came over with a fart. Seeing that the beautiful turtle was attacking the Murloc, the newly arrived fiery turtle didn't need Lin Shan's orders. It condensed fireballs and started bombarding the Murloc while trying to talk to the beautiful turtle. Unfortunately, the fiery turtle ignored its thoughts. All it had in its mind now were the fiery greatsword and the lava greatsword, and it also wanted to develop such abilities. But unfortunately, it doesn't have earth attributes, so it's not easy to deal with. Akio, while thinking, it sprayed fireballs. As for the stupid turtle running towards it, it didn't bother to pay attention. Seeing this, Lin Shan thought that the two turtles knew each other, so he did not separate them. He let them guard one side. After all, the attack range of the artillery had no blind spots. After that, Lin Shan stopped practicing the 5 elements technique. An hour has passed, and there are still only Murlocs and Murloc Knights. Those second and third level sirens have not appeared so far. Not to mention the second and third stages, there are no mid to late stage ones. However, this invasion will last for a whole day. It is only 9 o'clock now, so it is understandable that he did not show up. That is, apart from him, no one would choose normal mode, right? Lin Shan stopped experimenting with his abilities. Apart from occasionally using them to clear out a large group of fish, he did not make any additional moves. Just leave it to the elves and demi-humans. However, probably due to his innate Taoist body, Lin Shan found that his extraordinary energy recovered very quickly. He had just released a big move in the previous second, and within a few seconds, the energy of the big move was restored to its original state. Time passed quickly, and soon 3 hours had passed. The fiery fire turtle had already gone back, and so had the yellow dog. Lin Shan was a little amused and confused. Before the yellow dog went back, it ran to bite a fishman, but unfortunately, it disappeared before it could bite off his arm. Shaking his head, Lin Shan summoned a new summoned beast again. Soon, the new summoned beasts began to kill. There were 3 of them, 1 level 3 and 2 level 2. It's not difficult to hold on. I just don't know what the scene will be like when the blood tide comes at the end of the month. Lin Shan looked at the fishmen who had suffered heavy casualties and said with his arms crossed, "And that Siren Lord, why hasn't he appeared yet? It's almost noon, almost halfway through the day." Lin Shan asked with some doubt. However, the tide did not recede when the sirens invaded. Come to think of it, even if the tide receded now, who would have the time to look for the treasure chest? Lin Shan looked towards the coral area and said worriedly, "Those damn sea monsters won't crush the corals, right? They won't. If the tide isn't receding, it's about 5 or 6 meters deep. They shouldn't be able to touch them, right?" Huh. Just when Lin Shan was checking the fishmen coming out of the coral area, he suddenly discovered that the fishmen who had just come ashore seemed a little different. The color of the body seems to have turned gray. Lin Shan looked around and found that the Murlocs that came ashore later were all gray Murlocs. Not only were they taller than ordinary Murlocs, but their highest extraordinary attribute also reached more than 30 points. Getting stronger, huh? It's exactly 12 o'clock. So, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the second and third level sirens should appear, right? Lin Shan said after looking at the time. It seems that the powerful sirens also have some intelligence. At least they know how to use Murlocs as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's energy and war resources. The second and third level sirens said, "They can't move now. Otherwise, how can a Murlocs do anything?" They just rushed forward. Unfortunately, This is a world of extraordinary power, and their plans are doomed to be ineffective. The new Murloc that came ashore was no different from the previous one, and was killed with one blow. No one felt that it became more difficult. After all, it was just a first-level Murloc. Whether it was in the early, middle, or late stages, the effects were pretty much the same. The second-level elves and demi-humans are so powerful that they completely crush them. Not to mention that they have all awakened. Is there no change? After the mysterious summoned creature disappeared, Lin Shan summoned it again. As a result, a fourth-level monster appeared this time. Looking at the 1203 points of spirit, Lin Shan couldn't help but blink. Wow, the spiritual supernatural attribute is higher than his. You can refuse his orders now. However, this summoned beast did not choose to go back, but stayed where it was, motionless. Chapter 169, Second and Third Level Sirens. Here I come. Looking at the fourth-level monster in front of him, Lin Shan looked at it curiously. Well, it looks like a cat. No, it's an enlarged version of a black cat. After circling the opponent, Lin Shan quickly discovered the reason why the opponent was motionless. There was a huge wound on the opponent's hind leg, and blood was slowly flowing out. No wonder he didn't move. Was he afraid of pulling the wound? Did he summon it while it was in the middle of a fight? So, was this big cat at an advantage or disadvantage? But looking at the cat's expression of despair, it is most likely the one being beaten, right? The big cat looked listlessly at Lin Shan, who was wandering in front of it. Through the temporary contract of mysterious summons, it knew that this human was its current summoner, so it ignored it. Besides, the other party at least saved my life. He prevented me from being caught. Name, Four-tailed Black Cat. Strength, Extraordinary Level 4. Talent, Nine-tailed Black Cat Bloodline, 9 lives, Life Wish. Abilities, Dark Flame, Shadow Strike, Illusion. Extraordinary Attributes, Mystic plus 941, Spirit plus 1,203, Constitution plus 531, Strength plus 514, Agility plus 846. Evaluation. The nine-tailed black cat is a mutant of a nine-tailed cat. It is more powerful than the ordinary nine-tailed cat, and its ability of Life Wish is more outstanding. The nine-tailed cat can make wishes come true for people, but this wish will cost the nine-tailed cat its life, which is just one tail. Therefore, the nine-tailed cat has never cultivated a ninth tail, because the ninth tail can only be obtained through a wish. But basically no one would give up their own wish to help a cat, even if the wish was given by the nine-tailed cat. Status: weak, seriously injured, dying. After reading the attributes of the four-tailed black cat, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at its butt. How could it have 4 tails? Only one. The four-tailed black cat looked at the summoner in front of him and felt that he was thinking about something impolite. But it doesn't matter. He's going to die soon anyway. However, in order to prevent his body from falling into the hands of those people, the nine-tailed black cat plans to store some energy and then self-destruct. It had 4 tails, and only one was left after being chopped off. And you still want to capture it as a contracted beast? That's just wishful thinking. The four-tailed black cat was summoned during the battle, which means that the opponent might be waiting there, or even setting up a formation at the place where it disappeared. For this reason, the four-tailed black cat made up its mind that once the summoning time arrived, it would directly activate the core energy and start self-destructing. The four-tailed black cat was thinking. Lin Shan had already come behind the other person, looked at the wound on his thigh, and directly used the starlight healing technique. In an instant, countless starlight energies covered the wound of the four-tailed black cat. Oh my god, this injury doesn't look serious? Why is it so exhausting? Feeling the huge consumption, Lin Shan complained in confusion. Fortunately, Lin Shan's recovery speed is fast enough now, and he can barely hold on. The four-tailed black cat soon felt that the injuries in its body were recovering rapidly, which surprised it very much. It was injured by a 5th-level hunter. Those who hunt for destiny have a great restraining effect on the monsters that are chosen as the target of destiny hunting. And the other party is obviously the hunting target, a cat. After the hunting destiny identifies the target, the damage to that type of monster is the greatest, and it is also the damage to monsters of the same genus, such as tigers of the same cat family. There is also a certain bonus, but it will not form a restraining effect. But hunting is relative. The hunting destiny selects the target and can have a restraining effect on the target. In turn, he himself becomes the prey of the hunting target. It's a pity that people can equip some targeted extraordinary armor and props to narrow the gap. After more than 10 minutes, the wound on the four-tailed black cat's hind legs finally healed, but it was bare and hairless. Lin Shan. Oh my god, it consumed 3 times my energy? Fortunately, it recovers quickly enough now. Lin Shan will treat this four-tailed black cat, mainly to see the effect of starlight treatment. Who knew it would consume so much energy? However, looking at the perfectly healed wound, Lin Shan was still very satisfied. Huh, how come there are 4 tails now? Could it be that they just folded together, so I still look like one tail? Looking at the 4 tails swinging back and forth, Lin Shan said with some surprise. Meow. The 4-tailed black cat stood up carefully, moved around a bit, and actually recovered completely? Unbelievable. Moreover, the 4-tailed black cat also felt that its 3 tails, which had offset the fatal attack, had also recovered. Isn't this a bit too abnormal? The curious 4-tailed black cat turned around and looked at Lin Shan, its big eyes full of confusion. Human beings are so weird. There are very perverted people, very kind people, very strange people, and very fickle people. Looking at the cat's head in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but stroke it. Hiss silky smooth, isn't this fur so good? Well, Lin Shan likes petting cats very much, but unfortunately his financial situation was not good before, so when he wanted to pet a cat, he could only buy some cat strips and then go to the park to pet stray cats. Of course, he only pets tabby cats. It's not that other cats are bad, but that tabby cats are the cleanest and fattest among stray cats, so it feels good to pet them. It's so fat, and when you rub it, its belly shakes. It's so cute. Unfortunately, this 4-tailed black cat is not fat at all, and it is a bit big, so it is not easy to pet. Cat, look, I've already cured you, so it shouldn't be too much for you to help me eat some fish, right? Lin Shan pointed at the fishman outside and said with a smile. The 4-tailed black cat glanced at the fishman, then turned its head away in disdain. Is this a fish? It looks a bit unappetizing. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh. So, dislike it? Well, don't worry. Your summoning time is 8 hours. Afterwards, a 2nd or 3rd level siren will appear. You should be satisfied. The siren is also a fish, isn't it? Meow. The 4-tailed black cat called out, then shook its tail and sat up. Many demi-humans, especially cat demi-humans, had their eyes light up when they saw the 4-tailed black cat. To the cat demi-humans, the 9-tailed cat is a sacred beast. I never thought I'd actually see a sacred beast today. I'm so blessed, meow. On the other side, under the sea, the 2nd and 3rd level sirens suddenly discovered that they could move. Now, he immediately swam excitedly, then rushed out of the sea and shouted, "We are here." The excited sirens all looked towards the island, which was the target they had to capture today. Chapter 1, 7 Imam. Tuanchuan, I've made it. Siren go. Hula. With the appearance of 2nd and 3rd level sirens, the Murloc sirens seemed to be encouraged and became more aggressive and ferocious. It's a pity that it's useless. Strength determines everything. The Murlocs are just cannon fodder. Level 2 and 3 sirens are also fish, but they are obviously different from mermen. They are not only big, but also stronger and more ferocious, and can reach 2 meters in height. The 2nd and 3rd level sirens are of the same species, and it is obvious that the Murlocs are just their cannon fodder. Furthermore, Lin Shan discovered that among the 2nd and 3rd level fishmen, there were actually humanoid sirens. Shouldn't this be counted as part of the sea tribe? In addition to the humanoid ones, there are some sirens that look similar to sea beasts. Its characteristics are large size and full of fish features. In addition, it has limbs ranging from 2 to 6 or 8. Looking at the siren in front of me, the difficulty has officially begun. I looked at the time, and it was 2 o'clock. It's only 4 or 5 hours until dark. But what puzzled Lin Shan was where was that 3rd-tier Lord Siren? Where had it gone? He looked left and right, but he didn't see any siren that stood out. They all looked pretty much the same. Lin Shan discovered that he was blind and could not tell which mermaid it was. It seemed like he had seen them all, but also like he had not seen them at all. Didn't I observe this one? Looking at a rampaging 3rd-level siren, Lin Shan scratched his face and asked in confusion, "Look at this one, look at that one, TSK." Lin Shan rubbed his eyes and complained, "Forget it. I won't look for it anymore. If I keep looking, I'm really going to go blind." Meow. The 4-tailed black cat cried out, then pulled Lin Shan with its head. "Huh, No, your beard is a little long, and it's a little itchy. Lin Shan suddenly laughed. After pulling the whiskers out from behind, Lin Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he patted the cat's head and said with a smile, "What are you doing?" "Meow, meow, meow." Lin Shan was suddenly confused. "Oh my god, I don't understand cat language." "Four-tailed black cat." "Meow, meow, meow." "Meow." Lin Shan patted the four-tailed black cat on the head and said, "Stop, stop, wait a moment. I'll find a translator." Then Lin Shan looked around and quickly found a cat human. After all, their ears were easy to distinguish. Lin Shan, "Well, I think your name is Mao Tuan, right?" Mao Tuan nodded and said excitedly, "Yes. I'm a master." Then, looking at the four-tailed black cat beside him with a happy face, he shouted madly in his heart, just like a mole on the slope shouting, "Dinner is ready." Lin Shan, "Okay, Cat Tuan, can you translate for me? What did the big cat say?" Hearing this, the cat nodded frantically. Okay. I'm a master. I will do my best." Lin Shan nodded, then patted the big cat and said with a smile, "Tuan, can you help me ask what the big cat said just now?" Upon hearing this, Cat Tuan immediately looked at the four-tailed black cat excitedly, and then said, "Meow, meow, 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 meow." Upon hearing this, the four-tailed black cat glanced at Mao Tuan and then cried out, "Meow, meow, meow." "Lin Shan, what did you say?" Mao Tuan, "I'm a master. The Saint Cat asked if we need his help right now." Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but rub the big cat's head. Looking at Mao Tuan's face full of envy, she also wanted to touch it, but unfortunately, she didn't dare. Looking at the big cat, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Now is not the time for you to show up. It won't be too late to make a move when everyone else can't hold on any longer." Mao Tuan quickly translated. After hearing Mao Tuan's translation, the four-tailed black cat nodded, then lay down and took a nap. Looking at the four-tailed black cat resting, Lin Shan carefully checked the mysterious summons. You want to keep this big cat because it was not only powerful and had great potential, but also very good-looking. The most important thing is that it is a cat. In a sense, isn't it the nemesis of the siren? After carefully checking the information of the mysterious summons, Lin Shan finally found a way to keep the big cat, which was to sign a contract to become a mysterious contract beast. However, this will have a disadvantage, which is that it will occupy a summoning position. But now, Lin Shan can only summon 3. If he contracts with the four-tailed black cat, then he can only summon 2 mysterious summon beasts. But is this a problem? No, it's not a problem at all. Rather, if a mystic summoning summons a beast with great potential, you'd be a fool not to contract it. However, there will be a drawback after the contract. That is, the contracted beast will always occupy the position, even if it dies. If there is no contract, the summoned beast will have a time limit and could do many things, such as charging in a battle, acting as bait, etc., which is very convenient. It is hard to say which one is better or worse between the two, as each has its own advantages. One is unstable, the other is stable. Glancing at the resting four-tailed black cat, Lin Shan stroked his chin and said to Mao Tuan, "Mao Tuan, tell me, how can I contract a big cat?" Upon hearing this, Mao Tuan's eyes widened. The four-tailed black cat also quietly opened its eyes. Although it did not understand Lin Shan's words, the word contract sounded familiar to it. "Oh, right, isn't it contract? This temporary summoner wants to make a contract with it?" The four tails couldn't help but shake, which was not impossible. After all, it was waiting for the summoning time to end. After being teleported back, it would end up self-destructing. Why not? Besides, this temporary summoner seemed very friendly to cats, so the four-tailed black cat was not opposed to making a contract with him. After thinking about it, the four-tailed black cat touched the cat's body and meowed. Huh? The cat, who had just come to his senses, became confused again. The holy beast actually agreed? How incredible! You know, the nine-tailed cat has never been contracted since ancient times. It's a symbol of freedom. Who would have thought that she would witness history today? Moreover, she also acted as an interpreter between the two parties. Mom, I made it big. My name will live forever. Hello. Got Tuan. What's wrong with you? Lin Shan waved his palm in front of Mao Tuan and called out. Got Tuan. Oh, yes, Island Master. The holy beast has agreed to a contract with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at the big cat, and then saw that it was looking at him too. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile and said, Hey, it seems we're on the same page. Not bad. I'll get started then. The summoned beast summoned from the mysterious summoning can only be contracted by the contract that comes with the mysterious summoning itself. Directly occupy a position. After arranging the information manipulation, Lin Shan quickly initiated a contract with the big cat. The four-tailed black cat felt the content of the mysterious contract, took a look at it, and then pressed its paw. Chapter 171. Darkscale, Sea Monster King. Where am I? What should I do? Where's this place? As the four-tailed black cat pressed down its claws, the contract was established in an instant. The mysterious contract prompted a person and a cat. The contract was successful, and they can now communicate. Lin Shan rubbed the big cat's head and said with a smile, "Big cat, do you understand me now?" Four-tailed black cat, "I understand, meow." Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "I can understand your meows now, too. Not bad, very convenient." Mao to Anchuan said, I'm unemployed, Mom. Looking at the frustrated cat, Lin Shan thought she also wanted a pat on the head, so he couldn't help but rub her head and said with a smile, "You have one too." The cat's ears suddenly stood up, but they collapsed the next second. It was so comfortable, meow. Cat Tuanchuan thought silently as he squinted his eyes comfortably. Suddenly, a loud roar interrupted Lin Shan's cat-stroking behavior. Lin Shan couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. A third-level Lord Siren? I didn't expect him to be wearing a crown. Seeing the mermaid making the sound, Lin Shan said with some surprise. Lin Shan made an appraisal directly. His current mental state was enough to make an appraisal from a distance of thousands of meters. Name, Darkscale Sea Monster King. Strength, Extraordinary Level 3. Talent, Commander, Lord of Territory Invalid, Low-Level Energy Resistance. Abilities, Encouragement, Water Impact, Roar. Extraordinary Attributes, Water plus 329, Constitution plus 617, Strength plus 433, Agility plus 246. Evaluation, Darkscale Siren King. One Darkscale Siren is born among thousands of them, but not every one of them possesses the talent of a territory lord. Therefore, it is an extremely rare individual. The Darkscale Kraken King's presence not only inspires his sirens, making them fearless, but his leadership talent also grants them a 5 bonus to their main attributes. Excessive appraisal evaluation. A dark-scaled sea monster king filled with rage, because from somewhere there's a voice that senses it. Your talent, the lord of the territory, is gone. The dark-scale sea monster king was filled with rage, causing him to be extremely irritable and easily neglect his own defenses. He used his quick movements to get close to the opponent and attack weak points like the neck and armpits where there were no scales. After looking at the attributes of the Dark Scale Sea Monster King, Lin Shan blinked. Is his strength not that good? However, seeing the excessive appraisal, Lin Shan scratched his head and wondered, could it be that the gift of fate to my territory master was taken away from this guy? So my price is to face the wrath of the original owner. Lin Shan curled his lips and then complained. As expected, everything in fate has a price. Dark Scale Siren King. Then not only would I lose the territory lord's talent for nothing, but I would also have to come and die? This is the price? Lin Shan flew up directly. The price he paid for doing so was the dark-scaled Sea Monster King. Seeing this, the four-tailed black cat shook its tail, and the next second, its body shrank directly and instantly became almost the size of an ordinary house cat. Then he jumped lightly and landed on Lin Shan's shoulder. Lin Shan, big cat, you want to come with me? Four-tailed black cat, you are my contracted partner now. After all, how can I let you fight alone? Meow. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan immediately took the four-tailed black cat from his shoulder into his arms and started petting it. As expected of my good partner, his hair is just silky smooth and feels great. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. The four-tailed black cat glanced at Lin Shan and then licked its paws. After a while, Lin Shan flew directly above the dark-scale Sea Monster King and looked at the furious Sea Monster King below. Lin Shan snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, a beam of light formed by various energies appeared behind him, and then Lin Shan said softly, "Go!" Whoosh whoosh. Energy spears rushed down one after another. This attack method required no skill at all. It was simple and crude, an energy bombardment. But the only way to deal with this kind of attack is to dodge it and take it head on. Not to mention that among these energies, there are also mysterious attacks, which can cause double attacks. Moreover, when energies of different systems come into contact, some of them will undergo certain obvious reactions. Therefore, a series of reaction explosions occurred directly below, causing secondary damage. The four-tailed black cat looked at the scene and couldn't help but licked his paws again. What a rough way of attack meow. In the forest, even the lowest monsters, such as the delicious rabbit, are not so crude in their application abilities. Roar. The huge attack made the furious Darkscale Sea Monster King notice Lin Shan in the air. After a roar, he grabbed the surviving fishman nearby and threw him up. Jerry quack. Bang. Lin Shan slapped the fishman away with a slap. Then, looking at the dark-scaled Sea Monster King below, he couldn't help but laugh. In the early stages, the air attack was completely a dimensionality reduction attack. But then again, Brother Harry is actually a 6th-level expert? I can't tell at all. Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. He did not forget that Brother Harry flew here from his own ship. So, those Amazon huntresses are what Brother Harry uses to confuse people, right? Snap. He snapped his fingers again, and the energy gun formed again, and then bombarded downwards. Don't say it, this kind of fire bombardment was unexpectedly refreshing. This is a bomber. It's not that Lin Shan can't make it more delicate, but there's no need to. What he wants is roughness, and something that can easily explode. An energy attack that is too stable is not easy to trigger a chain reaction. With the innate Taoist body, Lin Shan is not afraid of energy consumption at all. At least the current consumption rate cannot keep up with the recovery rate. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. Boom, boom, boom. Roar. Pa, pa, pa. Roar. The dark-scaled Sea Monster King was stunned and furious, but was suddenly awakened by Lin Shan. It looked around in confusion, and well, apart from it, there was only a group of wailing sirens left. What the hell? What happened? Lin Shan didn't notice that the dark-scaled Sea Monster King had regained his sanity. Well, even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have been able to find it. After all, it has a fish face, so what expression can you expect to see? So, the energy bomber starts again. Of course, such a simple and crude attack is not very effective against beings of the same level. Of course, here we are referring to extraordinary beings of the same level, not sirens, sea beasts, and magical beasts. Because this is a crude bombing that is easy to defend against. Generally speaking, no one would do this because it consumes a lot of energy and the resulting damage is very unsatisfactory. Isn't it a waste of energy? Therefore, you must be careful with your calculations and act like a sniper, ideally killing an enemy with one shot. But for Lin Shan, this wasn't a problem. He was just playing with Gatling guns. He was just playing with artillery fire. Plenty of energy. Chapter 172 Cat takes action. Explosions continue to sound from below. Bombing for a while is fun. Keep bombing and it's fun. Then, after coming to his senses, Lin Shan looked at the bumpy island and was stunned. Shit, I forgot we're not on the sea. Lin Shan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and rub the cat helplessly. He was addicted to beating it. Looking around, he found that there were no sirens on his side. Although there were still sirens constantly pouring onto the island, they would choose to bypass the area bombed by Lin Shan. Are you kidding? Who would run into a bombardment area? Even if we stop now, there will be no sirens coming. I'm so scared. This is not the way to seek death. Looking at the half-dead dark-scale Sea Monster King below, Lin Shan smacked his lips, then condensed an ice energy spear and casually threw it at its head. Activate the Gun of Destiny and hit the target with 100 accuracy. Even if his accuracy is terrible, he is not afraid of missing the target. Bang! The dark-scaled Sea Monster King ended in such a miserable way. Except for a few waves when he landed on the island, he didn't create any waves afterwards. With the demise of the dark-scale Siren King, the sirens that were given bonuses by their leader also became extremely weak, as if they were suffering from the after-effects of stimulants. The elves and demi-humans, who were already under increased pressure due to the addition of a large number of second-level sirens and a few third-level sirens, plus the bonus from their leaders, immediately began to fight back upon seeing this. Elia, Hume, Shana, M.O. Bao, and others took the opportunity to kill several third-level sirens. There are not many third-level sirens, only about 11 or 12. Well, that's a lot actually. But with Gloria watching, they couldn't cause much damage. Not to mention, Elia also activated the War Tree. The huge War Tree turned into a War Treant, which killed dozens of sirens with one slap, whether they were Murlocs or second-level sirens. It's not even enough for the War Treeman to slap. There is also Higher Tai. Perhaps because he is a minor, the Blood Awakening Stone only enhances his potential. However, after increasing his potential, Higher Tai's physique and strength reached more than 150. He held the heavy iron pillar and smashed it wildly, and no sea monster could get close to him. Even a second-level siren would be powerless against Higher Tai. At the same level, unless the difference in attributes is very obvious, otherwise, if the attributes are similar, it depends on the race. The island half-giants are definitely more advanced than the sirens. And it's already past 5 o'clock. The sky began to darken, and it was obvious that 6 o'clock was the time when the siren invasion would end. Lin Shan glanced at the sky, which was beginning to darken, then rubbed the big cat and said with a smile, "Big cat, it's your turn to take action. Kill all those third-level sea monsters." Upon hearing this, the four-tailed black cat stood up from Lin Shan's arms, stretched, and nodded. The next second, it disappeared. Among the sirens, the remaining third-level sirens shuddered, as if some danger was approaching. The next second, the head of a third-level siren was gone. In just less than 3 minutes, all the third-level sirens under him were killed by the four-tailed black cat. The Catman looked excited. It almost became the holy fire meow meow cult. The four-tailed black cat swung its tail, looked at the remaining second-level sirens, thought for a moment, and began hunting. Silently, the pitch-black cat was like the god of death, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the sirens. Lin Shan, who was flying in the air, nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed a fourth-level cat. As time passed, it was soon 6 o'clock. As soon as it was 6 o'clock, the attacking sirens stopped in an instant, and then retreated madly to the seashore, wishing they could grow a few more legs. Seeing this, Lin Shan stopped attacking. After all, he had killed enough people. I opened the chat channel and found that there were more than 10 fewer people. What's going on? If he had chosen the first difficulty level, considering how many regional rewards he'd received, there shouldn't have been any casualties, right? After flipping through the chat history, Lin Shan rolled his eyes speechlessly and could only say that it was his own fault. Why did you challenge the second difficulty level when you were fine? Do you think the second level is so easy to deal with? Shaking his head and closing the chat channel, Lin Shan flew back to the lighthouse. After falling back and forth, the four-tailed black cat shrank again, jumped onto Lin Shan's shoulder, and lay down. Lin Shan rubbed its head and waited quietly. Before the system was announced, even if the sirens had retreated, we could not be careless, so Lin Shan did not let the elves and demi-humans relax their vigilance. The sky gradually darkened. Bang! The candle on top of the lighthouse suddenly caught fire, startling the elf standing on top of the lighthouse for defense. As the candlelight lit up, the system announcement finally popped up. As the golden subtitles appeared in the air, all the tower guards breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the subtitles slowly appearing in the air with anticipation. I don't know what the rewards will be. As the golden subtitles began to appear, the system's voice also sounded. System ding. Congratulations to all tower defenders. You successfully survived the siren invasion. System ding. Rewards are being distributed. System ding. Congratulations to all tower defenders. You received 1 gold treasure chest, 1 random extraordinary attribute treasure chest, and 1 random extraordinary profession treasure chest. System ding. Congratulations. Weakened the Kraken invasion, killed the top 10,000 tower defenders in the area with the most Krakens, and received rewards. 1 gold treasure chest, 2 random extraordinary attribute treasure chests, and 1 random ability crystal. System ding. Congratulations. Weakened the Kraken invasion, killed the top 10,000 tower defenders in the area with the most Krakens. Rewards. 1 gold chest, 3 random extraordinary attribute chests, 2 random ability crystals. System ding. Congratulations. Normal siren invasion. Kill the first 10,000 tower defenders in the area with the most siren. Rewards. 1 gold treasure chest for random extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 advanced ability crystal. System ding. The above are the unified rewards, that is, the reward for the top 10,000 regional tower defenders. The reward for the top 3 will be distributed below. System ding. Weekend siren invasion, 3rd place. Number of people is 2841726004. Rewards. 1 random special treasure chest, 1 free extraordinary attribute treasure chest, 1 random skill treasure chest. System ding. Weekend siren invasion, 2nd place. Number of people is 61363978. Reward: 2 random special treasure chests, 2 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 random skill treasure chest. Chapter 173 Generous Rewards. System Ding. Weekend Siren Invasion. First place, number 5,371,681. Rewards: 3 random special treasure chests, 3 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 random skill treasure chest, 1 random destiny treasure chest. System Ding. Reward for the top 3 players who weakened the Kraken Invasion are now being distributed. System Ding. Weaken the Siren Invasion. Third place, 395,417 players. Rewards: 3 random special treasure chests, 3 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 random skill treasure chest. System Ding. Weaken the Siren Invasion. Second place, number 159,541 people. Rewards: 4 random special treasure chests, 4 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 random skill treasure chest. System Ding. Weaken the Siren Invasion. The first place winner, with a total of 74,716 players, will be rewarded with 5 random special treasure chests, 5 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 designated attribute skill treasure chest, and 1 random destiny treasure chest. System. Rewards for the top 3 players in a normal Siren Invasion will now be distributed. System Ding. Normal Siren Invasion. Third place, 0 players. Rewards: 6 random special treasure chests, 6 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 random exclusive skill treasure chest. System Ding. Normal Siren Invasion. Second place, 0 players. Rewards: 8 random special treasure chests, 8 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 random exclusive skill treasure chest. System Ding. Normal Siren Invasion. First place, 1 player. Rewards: 10 random special treasure chests, 10 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 tailored skill treasure chest, 1 tailored destiny treasure chest. System Ding. Rewards will be distributed uniformly after 10 minutes. Note that the top 1,000 regional rewards can only receive the highest reward. For example, if you obtain both Weakened Kraken Invasion 1000 and Weakened Kraken Invasion 1000 in a certain area, you can only obtain the reward for Weakened Kraken Invasion 1000. Looking at the golden subtitles in the sky, Lin Shan blinked. He didn't expect that there were quite a few people who passed the second level of difficulty. In his area, only thousands of people chose the second level of difficulty, and more than a dozen people died. Lin Shan guessed, it is most likely someone from the evil zone. Then Lin Shan ignored him and shouted, "It's over. Thank you for your hard work. Now you can go back and have a good rest." "As you command, I'll master." After the elves and demi-humans responded loudly, they began to return to the treehouse. Fortunately, the bodies of the sirens have been cleaned up by the system. Otherwise, just cleaning up so many bodies would be a huge project. Not to mention, such a strong smell of blood can easily attract powerful sea beasts and monsters in the fog. Lin Shan quickly called out to Mo Bao, then shouted, "Mo Bao, come here." Mo Bao, who was about to go back with a black iron spear in his arms, hurried over when he heard this. "Mo Bao, I'll master. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to make dinner?" Hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head and said with a smile, "Everyone is so tired, there's no need to make dinner. I called you here so that you can get up tomorrow and make a big meal. The livestock are now in the plantation, gnawing on the fruit trees. Tomorrow you will choose a male from each of the cattle, sheep, and pigs, and catch a few chickens, ducks, and geese, and make a big feast to celebrate." Mo Bao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'll master. Just leave it to me. I guarantee it will be completed. Then I'll go back and research what dish to cook." Lin Shan, "Well, thank you for your hard work." Mo Bao, "It's not hard. I really enjoy the feeling of cooking." After saying that, Mo Bao happily returned to the treehouse holding the black iron spear. Meow. The four-tailed black cat meowed. Lin Shan, "Big cat, what did you say?" Meow. The four-tailed black cat meowed and then licked its paws. Okay, it turns out it was just a simple shout." Lin Shan walked directly towards a lighthouse. Today's siren invasion seemed very easy, and in fact it was very easy because the most powerful existence was only at the 3rd level. But if a 4th level siren comes, it won't be that simple. At least if Gloria didn't take action, it would be difficult to resist with the war tree alone. However, the mysterious summoning also achieved great success. The summoned beasts, except for the yellow dog, were all powerful. It also gave him an extra four-tailed black cat with huge potential, and a big cat with the bloodline of nine-tailed black cat could definitely become a nine-tailed cat. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan began to wait. The reward would be credited to his account in a few minutes. Soon, 10 minutes were up. All the tower defenders have been waiting for this moment. As the reward prompt sounded, everyone chose to receive it, as if they were afraid that if they were a step slower, the system would embezzle it. System ding. Congratulations to the tower guardian, Lin Shan. You have received rewards, a total of 2 gold treasure chests, 5 random extraordinary attribute treasure chests, 1 random extraordinary profession treasure chest, and 1 advanced ability crystal. Random special treasure chest 10, free extraordinary attribute treasure chest 10, tailor-made skills treasure chest 1, tailor-made destiny treasure chest 1. Looking at his reward, Lin Shan directly clicked to receive it. TSK. There are 31 treasure chests in total. I'm going to make a fortune this time. Lin Shan smiled happily. Bang, bang, bang. Under Lin Shan's gaze, countless treasure chests slowly emerged and then fell to the ground with a clatter. The four-tailed black cat was confused when he saw this. Where did these treasure chests come from? As for Gloria, well, I'm used to it, but I'm a little surprised that there seem to be too many treasure chests this time. And Xiao Jinglu? Well, after becoming a pair of legs, he played like crazy with his friends. Now, they go to sleep together. Kids like to sleep together. Looking at the treasure chests in front of him, Lin Shan directly opened all the treasure chests with extraordinary attributes. I guess most people would choose this, right? After all, there are still people who get second and third place in the third level. However, the upper limit of 500 points is unlikely to be reached by anyone in a short period of time. This is still the case even if you use the current treasure chest rewards. Unless it is his reward for the first place, 10 free treasure chests with extraordinary attributes, then there is a great possibility. Because the ratings of these free attribute treasure chests are all red 1 star. Name: free extraordinary attribute treasure box. Category: special treasure box. Rating: red 1. Effect: after opening, gain 20 to 100 free extraordinary attribute points. Evaluation: a treasure chest created by the system using the red fruit. The rating of the treasure chest represents the upper limit of the free extraordinary attribute points. The ratings of other people should not be as high as his, and they're most likely purple rated. Chapter 174. Strength surges again. Lin Shan started with 0 frame and opened 5 random extraordinary attribute treasure chests first. After looking at this, is the kind of treasure chest with random extraordinary attributes that Lin Shan obtains when he kills the group of fishmen. It can open extraordinary fruits, extraordinary props, extraordinary abilities, and extraordinary skills. System: obtain extraordinary fruit 3. System: obtain extraordinary fruit 1, stunning stick 1. System: obtain sky strike crystal 1. System: obtain extraordinary fruit 2. System: obtain extraordinary fruit 3. Looking at the items that were opened, I was not surprised that the most of them were extraordinary fruits. It was already surprising that a treasure chest contained extraordinary ability crystals. After taking a glance at the items that were opened, Lin Shan did not rush to check them, but opened all 10 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests. System: gain free attribute points 50. System: gain 40 free attribute points. System: gain free attribute points 60. System: gain 40 free attribute points. System: gain 40 free attribute points. System: gain free attribute points 70. System: gain free attribute points 90. System: obtain free attribute points 100. System: gain free attribute points 80. System: gain free attribute points 50. Lin Shan smacked his lips in amazement. The lowest was 40 points. That was to say, he could only increase some extraordinary attributes by 400 points now, which was close to the peak of the third level. Open the character panel and take a look. 720 free extraordinary attribute points. Well, Lin Shan remembered that he still had 100 free extraordinary attribute points that he hadn't used. In other words, these 10 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests opened up 620 points. Very good, more than half of the upper limit. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, a world system announcement began to sound in the air, indicating that someone had broken through to the second level, and the second and third place players came out together. Just a few seconds. Lin Shan took a look and found that the second person was a familiar person, Gerald, but he didn't recognize the third person. After taking a quick glance, he ignored it. Anyway, the best others can do is reach level 3, so Lin Shan is not worried about the first place in level for being snatched away. I scratch my chin. Should I increase my mystic to 1,000, then add spirit? Or should I add all the elements? After thinking about it, I decided to wait and see after opening all the treasure chests. Anyway, apart from him, no one can reach the 4th level now, so there's no need to be so anxious. Looking at the treasure chests on the ground, Lin Shan looked at the random career treasure chest, then looked at the destiny treasure chest, and asked doubtfully, "Isn't career destiny?" After thinking about it, I thought, isn't that right? Never mind, I'll know after I open it. System. Obtained occupation Elementalist. System ding. Detected that the tower guard already has a supernatural system, Destiny. Do you want to change it? System ding. The tower guardian has been detected as Fate, which is extremely rare. Replacing is not recommended. Looking at the prompts that popped up one after another on the system, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Fate was really rare, even the system was rare. Then what about my Elementalist class? Judging from the name, it seems quite suitable for my all-elemental system. Lin Shan looked at the Elementalist and said helplessly, "After all, the treasure was obtained directly from the treasure chest. If he doesn't accept it now, then wouldn't it be a waste to open the treasure chest?" System ding. It has been detected that the tower defender already possesses an extraordinary system. The following is the plan the system has prepared. 1. Occupation, Elementalist. Save it and give it to others to use. 2. Occupation, Elementalist. Extract its characteristics and integrate them into the fate of the tower guardian. The elemental extraordinary attribute will become the main attribute. Looking at the two choices, Lin Shan decisively chose 2, integrating the characteristics into his destiny. In this way, his main attributes became 3. All elemental, mystical, spiritual. Lin Shan opened the character panel again and took a look. Sure enough, the total element system became 700 points, and an additional 140 points were added. The effect of the Lord of the Territory took effect. Delicious. Lin Shan looked down at the Destiny treasure chest customized for him, thought about it, and decided not to open it. He could guarantee that there was no destiny more suitable for him than fate. After all, his destiny was not predetermined, but forced upon him. As for this, well, let's leave it to Xiao Jinglu. Needless to say, Xiao Jingliu's talent is extremely terrifying. As the darling of the ocean, he will be one of Lin Shan's greatest helpers when he grows up. Not to mention Xiao Jinglu, she is his good daughter. Keep driving. First I took a look at the tailor-made treasure box. Lin Shan. This time, this technique won't turn me into the Witch of Fate again, will it? Well, wait until I've used all my attributes before opening it. Get out of the way. After saying that, Lin Shan put the tailor-made skills treasure box and the tailor-made destiny treasure box aside. Next, look at the remaining treasure chests, which are 10 random special treasure chests and 2 gold treasure chests. After taking a look, I opened the golden treasure chest directly. System, get advanced forging room 1. System, get advanced weaving room 1. Looking at the 2 rooms in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes. That's it. Frowning, Lin Shan opened the advanced forging room to check. Name, advanced forging room. Category, Lighthouse Special Room. Rating, Purple 9. Effect, after use, you can open up an additional advanced forging room on the first floor of the lighthouse. Evaluation, advanced forging room, where you can forge weapons and equipment. Not only is the success rate extremely high, but the material effects are also easy to forge. At the same time, after the forged items are formed, there's a chance to upgrade their star rating. This is the place many forging masters dream of. Lin Shan raised his eyebrows and looked towards the other room. The properties are similar, except that it has changed to weaving type. After looking at the properties, Lin Shan chose to place it directly. After taking a look, he finally chose to install it next to the kitchen, side by side. Turning his head to look at the kitchen, Lin Shan guessed that there should be a high-end kitchen in the kitchen, right? After it was settled, not only did the door fit the characteristics of the room, but it also matched the room name, so there was no need to worry about making a mistake. Lin Shan went in and took a look and found that the space inside was very large, and there was a window at the innermost part, so you could see the scenery outside and let in plenty of sunlight. TSK. The room looks only a dozen square meters from the outside, but I didn't expect it to be so big inside and fully equipped. Not bad. Ling can knit clothes and other things in here in the future. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. Then I went to the forging room on the side and found that it was about the same size and fully equipped with various equipment. Chapter 175, Level 4. After coming out of the advanced forging room, Lin Shan looked at the last 10 random special treasure chests on the ground, and then opened them. In an instant, 10 random special treasure chests flashed, and then 10 treasure chests of different colors appeared in front of Lin Shan. Except for 3 that he had never seen before, all the other special treasures were known to Lin Shan. There are 1 deep sea treasure chest, 2 relic treasure chests, 1 candlelight treasure chest, 3 island heart treasure chests, and 3 unknown ones. Lin Shan took a look and found that 2 of them were Lighthouse Fire Core treasure chests, and the last one was a blueprint treasure chest. Lin Shan looked at the Island Heart treasure chest and the Lighthouse Fire Core treasure chest, and then opened them. System: obtain Island Heart 7. System: obtain Island Heart 4. System: obtain Island Heart 9. System: obtain Lighthouse Fire Core 10. System: obtain Lighthouse Fire Core 4. 20 Island Hearts? That's enough to upgrade the island to yellow 1 star, and with the lighthouse, it can also be upgraded to blue rating. Lin Shan went directly to the control panel and clicked on the lighthouse to upgrade. Consumes 5 lighthouse fire cores and 10,000 wood. In an instant, the lighthouse was covered in white light, and at the same time, Lin Shan and Gloria were also teleported out. I just recognized a few treasure chests. Lin Shan scratched his head helplessly, then grumbled, "You still remember to open the treasure chest for me to kill time?" Looking at the lighthouse with a 60-minute countdown, Lin Shan shook his head and then looked at the treasure chest. Wait, my divination blocks? Damn! Looking at the lighthouse with a 60-minute countdown, Lin Shan couldn't help but curl his lips. He couldn't wait an hour before opening it, right? How about I make a new one? Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. In the end, I gave up. After all, the first one was very accurate. What if the next one gets worse? Finally, Lin Shan chose to wait. It's only an hour, isn't it? I can't wait. After making the decision, Lin Shan directly opened the character panel and started adding points. Looking at his own attributes, Lin Shan pondered for a while and decided to add all to mystery. Although all elemental systems have now become the main attributes, after all, the real main attributes are still mystery and spirit. Gaga gaga. Soon, the mysterious attribute reached 999 points. With the last bit added, instantly 1,000. Level 4. Lin Shan blinked. Don't feel anything? The next second, the World System announcement sounded. World System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the 888888888 Tower Guardian, Lin Shan, for being the first to raise his strength to the 4th level. This is a reward for all Tower Guards in the 888888888 area. Gold Treasure Chest 1. Free Extraordinary Attribute Treasure Chest 3. The other Tower Guards took a look at the World System announcement in the sky and went about their own business. They were all numb. This guy is undoubtedly the system's own son. He's no longer pretending. And the first one to invade normally is definitely this guy. 10 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests. The other party can reach the 4th level. They are not surprised at all, nor jealous, really. No lie. Looking at the 4 extra treasure chests, Lin Shan turned to look at his personal rewards. System ding. Congratulations to the Tower Defender for receiving personal rewards. 3 random special treasure chests. 4 free extraordinary attribute treasure chests. 3 random all-system ability crystals. 50 attribute stripping scrolls. Lin Shan, oh my god. I feel like someone's going to get sprayed to death today. Water. It's so wet. Huh? Lin Shan scratched his head in confusion. What did he just say? He turned to look at Gloria and asked, Gloria, what did I say just now? Why don't I seem to remember it? Hearing this, Gloria asked in confusion, Master, you didn't say anything just now. You were just in a daze. Lin Shan blinked when he heard this. Was he in a daze? Was it an illusion? This was really strange. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Lin Shan looked at the 11 extra treasure chests and couldn't help but smile happily. This treasure chest, the more you open it, the more it opens. There's no end to it. Lin Shan smiled. Gloria, Master, you're really okay with opening so many at once? You usually pray, and what about throwing that cup? Lin Shan was stunned when he heard this. It seemed to make sense. The items he had just opened were all very good. That makes sense, Gloria. You reminded me just in time. I'll pray first, then continue driving. Lin Shan stood up, patted Gloria's shoulder, and spoke cautiously. Then he closed his eyes and began to chant. 3 pure ones, the Jade Emperor, Buddha, Jesus, God, Satan, Ku. Believers, I'll use the lifespans of the other tower guard for a year, no, 2.5 years, so I can continue to get big treasure chests this time. Well, I won't include Mazu and Nuwa. Mazu is a savior of suffering, and Nuwa is even more needless to say. After experiencing the awakening of his bloodline, Lin Shan is now very sure that these gods should exist, but it doesn't matter. He is now the #1 believer under Mazu and Nuwa. No fear. Not at all. After all, he's giving and begging. So damn normal. Prayer completed. Oh. Lin Shan said, I'm so strong now. With the protection of so many great gods, what am I afraid of? Gloria blinked. How many names did the master say? Why did some of them sound so bad? Also, is it really good to put them all together? If it really has this effect, how do we divide them? Lin Shan said that it was not his business and that they could just go and grab it themselves. Open. System. Gain 30 free attribute points. System. Gain 10 free attribute points. System. Gain 20 free attribute points. System. Gain 15 free attribute points. System. Gain 30 free attribute points. System. Gain 10 free attribute points. System. Gain 15 free attribute points. What the hell? The masters are so bad. There are actually 2 guaranteed results. Lin Shan complained dissatisfiedly. Then he looked at the other treasure chests and opened the gold treasure chest. System. Obtain Golden Palm 1. Name. Golden Palm. Category. Props. Rating. Purple 6. Effect. Slap. Remove bad luck. Comment. A giant golden hand suddenly appeared. The harder you slap yourself, the more effective it is. I just don't know who gave it to you. I'm so confused. After reading the properties of Lin Shan. Lin Shan. Oh no, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Lin Shan looked at the big golden hand in the backpack with tears in his eyes. Which great god was so bored to make this? Chapter 176. Whether to slap him or not is a question. Looking at the big golden palm in the backpack, Lin Shan was speechless. He didn't know which great god was playing tricks on him. However, the effect is really good, and it can get rid of bad luck. He looked at the big palm of gold in his backpack, then looked down at the treasure chest on the ground. Now, Lin Shan has to face a difficult problem. Whether to give the slap or not is a very important question, because for some things, you really can't break through the first time, otherwise there will be countless times waiting for you later. However, this effect is really good, especially when you open a treasure chest and rely on luck. He was extremely conflicted, but in the end, Lin Shan still took out the golden palm. Looking at the glittering golden palm, Lin Shan suddenly wondered, but how can I be sure if I'm unlucky or not? However, one thing is certain. No matter whether you're very unlucky or not, this slap can get rid of the bad luck. That's it. Just hit it directly, right? Lin Shan frowned, then handed the golden palm to Gloria. After receiving the golden slap, Gloria tilted her head in confusion, with a bewildered look on her face. The ahog on her head even turned into a question mark. Lin Shan. Gloria, hit me with this. Upon hearing this, Gloria couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. What was a master's request? Although Gloria was very obedient, she couldn't help but ask this time. Gloria, Master, do you really want to fight? Lin Shan looked at the golden palm in Gloria's hand, swallowed his saliva, nodded vigorously, and said firmly, Yes. Hit and hit hard. Gloria blinked, then looked at the golden palm in her hand and said, Well, Master, I really did hit you. Lin Shan closed his eyes and nodded. The next second, he felt a strong wind pressure coming, and then, bang! Fuck! Lin Shan exclaimed in his heart, and the next second he flew out. Gloria looked at the black light produced by her golden palm in confusion, but the black light disappeared as soon as it appeared. She had no way to catch it, so Gloria quickly looked at Lin Shan and then saw her master spinning several times in the air and then floating in the air. Then Gloria couldn't help but look at her red and swollen cheeks. Was she too hard? Lin Shan in the air felt his head was confused, but fortunately, he subconsciously used the flying dance technique to fly up. Otherwise, he will suffer secondary trauma. Wow, this is really wow. He was not injured when the siren invaded, but was severely damaged after the invasion. It was my own request. Lin Shan hissed in pain. Fuck. Am I some kind of slut? Why am I asking for a fight? After waking up, Lin Shan felt like an idiot, especially when he saw his swollen cheek. Apart from the stinging pain, he had no other feeling. Gloria, Master, are you okay? Hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head slightly and muttered, Oh my God. Huang Jing, how could you change your palm like that and get me down? Gloria. Seeing this, Lin Shan shook his head. His cheeks were swollen, his tongue was numb, and his speech became unclear. He used the Starlight healing technique directly to start recovery. In fact, the 5 elements technique could also provide healing, but Lin Shan had experimented with it, so it was safer to use the Starlight healing technique. After a few minutes, Lin Shan finally returned to normal. ABA. After Lin Shan moved around for a while and felt that there was nothing wrong, he breathed a sigh of relief. Gloria, why is this golden palm dimmed? Wasn't it sparkling just now? After returning to normal, Lin Shan said doubtfully. Gloria heard it clearly this time and quickly replied, I don't know either. When that golden palm hit you, Master, it flashed for a moment, and then a ball of black light appeared. It flew out from your body, Master, and then disappeared, and the golden palm also dimmed. Hearing this, Lin Shan was surprised and asked, Black light? Flying out from me? Gloria nodded. Yes. Lin Shan couldn't help but touch his cheek, then muttered, What's the matter? That black light could be my bad luck. Hearing this, Gloria couldn't help but look at the dimmed golden palm in her hand. Could it ward off bad luck? There was such an item? Lin Shan has arrived in front of the treasure chest. Just open the treasure chest, and you will know. Look at the deep sea treasure chest, 2 ruins treasure chests, candlelight treasure chest, blueprint treasure chest, and 3 random special treasure chests in front of you. Open them for me. Open. System. Obtain deep sea ruins route 1. System. Obtain black whale diving number 1. System. Obtain balanced combat suit blueprint 1. System. Obtain 1 crimson candle and 1 colorful candle basin. System. Obtain advanced livestock house blueprint 1. Looking at the items in front of him, Lin Shan blinked. Aside from the 2 items that came out of the candlelight treasure chest, the others only had 1. Are you dissatisfied with that person's water? Lin Shan touched his head. Did he forget something just now? I scratched my head and thought about it, but found nothing. Was it an illusion? Forget it. Let's just take a look at the ratings. His bad luck has been beaten away, so it looks like good stuff will come, right? First of all, the items returned from the deep sea treasure chest. The deep sea ruins route. Name deep sea ruins route. Category, special items. Rating, purple 6. Effect, guides you to a ruin somewhere in the deep sea. Evaluation, deep sea ruins route. After using it on a ship or diving vessel, you can obtain the location of the deep sea ruins. Looking at the item's attributes, Lin Shan quipped, Deep sea ruin? I hope it hasn't been searched by the ocean. Thinking that Aijido and her family all wandered around the ocean, Lin Shan no longer had high hopes for the deep sea ruins. It felt like, well, they were already second-hand goods. Shaking his head, Lin Shan looked at the second item, the item that came out of the relic treasure chest. Name, black whale diving. Category, ship. Rating, red 1. Effect, diving, camouflage, shielding breath, extremely strong. Evaluation, this is a submersible vessel disguised as a giant sea beast, a black whale. It can sail beneath the seabed and has extremely strong defenses. It can withstand the full force of a late-stage 5th-tier expert without any damage. Oh my God, there's even a submarine. I guess 1 or 2 would be there based on the name, but I didn't expect it to be a red 1 star 1. Lin Shan said in surprise. Chapter 177 Colorful Candle Brazier. After sighing, Lin Shan continued to look down. The blueprint of the balanced combat suit, a purple 6-star blueprint, can be used to make a purple 3-star balanced combat suit. What surprised Lin Shan was that there was one more place to learn. One is still the same as before, making table records. The advantage is that it does not require manual labor and can be manufactured as long as the materials are complete. The disadvantage is that if the materials are not complete, it cannot be manufactured at all. The other is the advanced special room he had just settled in, the advanced weaving room. Here, tailors can make combat uniforms here, and they can also adjust the quality of the materials. The advantages of producing combat uniforms of different ratings and the ability to be modified by skilled tailors are obvious, but the disadvantage is that someone needs to make them. After comparing them, Lin Shan decisively recorded them in the advanced weaving room. Apart from anything else, the materials for the balanced combat uniforms were all purple, which would be very rigid if given to the crafting table. So let's give him a high-level weaving room. Not to mention, Lin Shan also has Hu Ling. After looking at the balanced combat suit drawings, Lin Shan continued reading. Faint red candlelight? Phantom crimson candle? Wait, didn't I get phantom yellow candle before? Add to that phantom blue candle. Wow. Are they trying to get the rainbow candle? Looking at the dim red candlelight, Lin Shan was puzzled at first, then complained. Especially when he saw the next item, Lin Shan felt even more similar. Name colorful candle brazier. Category, candle brazier. Rating, black 9. Effect, replaces the candle holder, can store 7 candles of the same series, and can also synthesize colorful candles. Comment, let me see, wow, you're only 1 color away from making a 7-color candle. I'm so jealous. Lin Shan looked at the colorful candle basin, and then at the dark red candle. In other words, the dark red candle, the dark yellow candle, and the dark blue candle are from the same series of candles? Yeah, that's right. The effect is similar, attracting all kinds of messy things. After thinking about it, he realized that the blue candlelight was obviously no longer suitable. His island had become much larger, and the range of 600 meters was obviously not enough. Originally, Lin Shan planned to change the candlelight to a dim yellow one today, but if he changed the candlelight, the dim blue candlelight would be gone. Now, with this colorful candle basin, all 3 types of candles can be placed, and it seems that you can specify which candle to burn at will. Just do it. Lin Shan first went to the space shelf, put the dim yellow candlelight into the backpack, and then walked to the top of the lighthouse. Looking at the blazing blue candle flame, Lin Shan took out the colorful candle brazier, then frowned. How should he replace the brazier? After looking around, Lin Shan quickly found the instructions. Well, it was engraved on the pillar under the brazier. Following the instructions, Lin Shan touched the colorful candle brazier against the black brazier he brought with him. System, ding. Do you want to replace the novice brazier with a colorful candle brazier? Looking at the prompt that popped up, Lin Shan clicked yes directly. In an instant, the colorful candle brazier in his hand turned into a ray of light and sank into the novice brazier. Then, in Lin Shan's eyes, the novice brazier gradually turned into a colorful candle brazier. As the colorful candle basin was replaced, Lin Shan discovered that the colorful candle basin still had 9 inventory slots. However, it could only store candles of the same series. Lin Shan directly stored the faint red candlelight and the faint yellow candlelight, and then clicked to switch to the faint yellow candlelight. In an instant, the candlelight turned from dark blue to dark yellow. The original lighting range of 600 meters has been increased to 2,000 meters. It is already twice the size of the island. Great, you can change it at will. I don't need to be afraid of these islands being upgraded. The range of the crimson candlelight is very far, a full 100 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for Lin Shan to open the crimson candlelight. If it is turned on at 100,000 meters, who knows how many monsters in the fog will appear. If we do this, the island will probably be besieged, right? After returning to the first floor, Lin Shan continued to check the last item, the advanced livestock house blueprint. After taking a look, he found that it was just to build a livestock house for the livestock to live in, but the effect was also very good. It can improve conception rate, meat quality, growth rate, fertility stability, prevent illness, etc. It has complete functions and can automatically clean itself to maintain a clean and hygienic environment. Next, Lin Shan looked at the 3 random special treasure chests under him and opened them directly. 2 island route treasure chests and 1 weapon treasure chest. System, obtain island route 3. System, obtain island route 5. Obtain, white bamboo long stick 1, purple gold hammer 1. There is no need to introduce the island route in detail. The highest rating is purple 7 stars, and the lowest is yellow 3 stars. Weapons, both are purple 3-star rated. After looking at it, she found that the white bamboo stick could be given to Mo Bao. Today she just used the black iron spear as a stick and didn't stab it at all. As for the purple gold hammer, well, for a moment, Lin Shan couldn't think of who to give it to. How about giving it to Shauna? The thunder purple gold hammer seemed quite famous. Well, let's do what we want. I finally finished opening all the treasure chests. I'm so tired. Lin Shan twisted his neck and sighed. But there are still things I haven't seen, including 1 advanced ability crystal, 3 random all-system ability crystals, 1 tailor-made skills treasure chest, and one tailor-made Destiny treasure chest. Among them, the tailor-made treasure chest of Destiny is reserved for Xiao Jinglu. A customized treasure chest of martial arts skills was finally discovered, and he noticed that there were still many attributes that had not been added. After looking at the properties of the advanced ability crystal, it is guaranteed to give out a purple 5-star ability. Use it directly. System: obtain Tiankanjiao ability crystal 1. Lin Shan. Tian Sanjiao. Glancing at it. Holy crap, what a crap. Not to mention the guaranteed purple 5-star rating. This ability even has side effects. My feet either get bigger or smaller. Lin Shan cursed and threw the ability crystal directly onto the space shelf, leaving it to collect dust. No, am I unlucky again? The high-level ability crystals have all been guaranteed to be opened, so these 3 random all-ability crystals are not much better, right? Lin Shan rubbed his cheek and complained. After thinking about it, he decided not to open it. Anyway, his current ability is more than enough. He will put it aside and talk about it after tomorrow. Maybe until tomorrow. Lin Shan subconsciously glanced at the golden palm in Gloria's hand. This thing is really useful. At least it has the real effect of getting rid of bad luck. Okay, it's done, except for adding some more. Lin Shan put away the 2 tailor-made treasure chests, then walked to the bathroom, took a shower, and then lay on the bed to study the attribute points under his body. After a simple 5-minute wash, Lin Shan walked upstairs with a refreshed look on his face. Chapter 178, Deep Blue. At points. Lying on the bed, Lin Shan looked at his character panel, which had changed greatly. Name: Lin Shan. Strength: Extraordinary level 4. Destiny: Fate level 6. Talent: Gift of Fate, which of Fate, Innate Human Race Awakening, Innate Tao Body Awakening. Abilities: Ice Crystal Shot, Underwater Breathing, Identification, Fear, Invisible Hand, Mystical Summoning, Starlight, Sky Dance, 5 Elements. Superb Attributes: All Elements plus 1000, Mystic plus 1820, Spirit plus 775, Constitution plus 165, Strength plus 163, Agility plus 166. Free attribute points: 316. Lin Shan was a little confused looking at the 1820 points of mystery, as well as the full elements and spirit. Meow? How did the full elements surpass the spirit? Something was wrong. Lin Shan tested half of it and quickly found the cause. After his destiny became level 6, the bonus directly became 500. And because the elementalist is integrated into destiny, the entire elemental system also becomes the main attribute and has a bonus. TSK, I don't have any worries now. I'll use my free attribute points to put them into spirit. All my main attributes will be over 1,000. Lin Shan directly added all of it to his spirit. System: Ding. We've detected that the tower guard's spiritual attributes are about to exceed his physical attributes by 5 times. For your health, please keep your spiritual and physical attributes within a 3-fold gap. Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Lin Shan blinked, then asked in confusion, but I don't have any free attribute points now. System: Ding. The system is just a suggestion and does not restrict any points added by the tower defender. Also, the difference in bonuses varies greatly depending on your physique. Lin Shan: Oh, system, you actually answered? If it's more than 5 times, will there be any impact? System: Ding. The gap between the spirit and the body is too large. If the spirit is too high, the body will not be able to keep up with the thinking reaction. If the physical fitness is too high, then the mind will not be able to keep up with the body's reaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan suddenly understood and said, I see. It's just that the body can't keep up with the brain, or the brain can't keep up with the body, right? It's easy to understand. So, system, can I lend you attribute points? System: Lin Shan, hello? Hello. System, are you there, dear? Looking at the system that didn't respond, Lin Shan couldn't help but curl his lips and grumbled, how stingy. Then he sat up, took out the customized martial arts box, and opened it directly. System: Ding. Optimal training methods are being planned based on the tower defender's attributes. Please wait. System: Ding. Planning complete. Techniques in progress. Estimated time, 11 hours. Please wait. Lin Shan stared at the prompt that popped up in the system. After a few minutes, there was still no change. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this has not been disturbed. The gift of destiny and the key of destiny quietly lying in the mind couldn't help but flash but soon became quiet. Maybe it felt that this generation was really suitable. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Shan can sleep peacefully. I opened too many treasure chests today, and I am very tired. In addition to the big fight that I asked for, Lin Shan is now very tired. I want to sleep. If I don't sleep, I feel like my soul is going to leave my body. Just close your eyes and fall asleep instantly. The side effects of being too high. His body said that the burden he was carrying was as heavy as a few billion pounds, but he could still hold on, though his reaction would inevitably be a little slower. It was a good night's dream, but Lin Shan felt oppressed again. The nightmare strikes instantly. Gloria, wearing cute tiger pajamas, still did not sleep in the energy replenishment chamber, but slept on the bed. The main reason was that the energy replenishment chamber was cold, and she lay in it without any sleepiness. But it was different with the master's bed. As soon as I lay down on it, sleepiness slowly came over me. Ahog started to spin wildly. After testing it over and over again, he finally found that all these behaviors were from Gloria's heart. There was nothing to test, so he just lay back down. Lin Shan opened his mouth slightly and muttered softly, "Oh, it's so heavy, I can't breathe." Time passed quickly in the nightmare, and soon the sun shone in. While dreaming, Lin Shan was chewing a peach. He turned into a monkey pressed onto the five-finger mountain. He felt uncomfortable all over, and only one arm and his head could move. The rest of the body couldn't move. It was really scary. Finally, Tang Sanzang arrived. Just when I was about to get excited, I was completely confused the next second. Tang Sanzang. Ba, you dare to block my way? It seems you've already met your end. Namo Gatling. Da-da-da. Oh my god, Tang Sanzang. Lin Shan shouted directly. Ho-ha. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Lin Shan murmured, "It was a dream. I was scared to death." I breathed a sigh of relief and was about to sit up. Confused Lin Shan looked down and saw that there was a petite but very heavy Gloria hanging on him. No wonder I dreamt of being unable to move. It would be strange if I could move at all. Lin Shan complained, then used his free left hand to move Gloria's arm away. It was too tight and he couldn't move it away. Then we have to change the way. Gloria, wake up. The sun is shining on your butt. Patting Gloria's face, Lin Shan called out. After shouting a few times, Gloria opened her eyes dazedly. But he woke up the next second. Gloria, morning master. Lin Shan, get your hands and feet away. You're about to squash me. Oh. Gloria blinked, then pulled back her hands and feet. No wonder she felt like she was hugging something soft and warm. It turned out to be her master. Finally, I'm alive again. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief, got out of bed, and went to the balcony to stretch his body. Looking at the elves and demi-humans who had already gotten up, he sighed and opened the panel as usual. Today's weather, cloudless. Weather effect. Normal, nothing happens. Lin Shan nodded and smiled. No, it's a nice day. Then use fate's gift. Gift from destiny. A blessing. Price none. Fu Guang, what is this? Looking at the gift of fate today, Lin Shan said in confusion. Then click accept. In an instant, a large ball of glittering golden light appeared in his hand. Lin Shan couldn't help but click to view. Name, Fu Guang. Type, special props. Evaluation, red 9. Effect, full of blessings. Comment, a bit of blessing plucked from a certain being. Chapter 179. Where's the promised blessing? Looking at the Fu Guang in his hand, Lin Shan scratched his head and asked in surprise, how do you use this thing? Is it for charging the golden palm? But the next second, Fu Guang sent a message, which was exactly how to use it. It's very simple. Just throw it at your body. The blessing light will be absorbed by the nearest person, and then within a certain period of time, they will be full of blessings. If it is all absorbed by one person, then that person will not only remain full of blessings for the whole day, but his luck will also get slightly better in the future. Oh my god, that's awesome. It even comes with an instruction manual. Lin Shan was surprised. Then he used his fingers to crush it. Snap! Bang! There seemed to be a layer of ice on the surface of the blessing light, which cracked directly. Then, Lin Shan saw all the blessings pouring into his body. Lin Shan looked left and right, and it seemed like nothing had changed. I opened the character panel and took a look. There was an additional state of full blessing, which lasted until 0 o'clock. How do you say that my harvest today will be very good? Looking at his blessed state, Lin Shan said with satisfaction. Then I went downstairs to wash up. But all of a sudden, I saw Ma Bao busy in the kitchen. Looking at the kitchen full of semi-finished ingredients, Lin Shan asked in surprise, "Oh my God, Mo Bao. What time did you get up?" Mo Bao, Island Master? Good morning. When the busy Mo Bao heard someone calling her, she couldn't help but look towards the kitchen door, and then saw Lin Shan looking at her in surprise, and hurriedly greeted him. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said, "Mo Bao, you're up early too, but isn't it a little too early?" Mo Bao, Island Master, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to have a big dinner to celebrate? So I thought about the dishes all night and got up early to prepare them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to finish them by noon. Hearing this, Lin Shan scratched his head and said, "Is that so? That must be really hard work." Mo Bao, I'm not worried. I'm full of energy now. Lin Shan, about Ma Bao. You could also ask them if there are any who are interested in learning to cook and could teach them. That way it would be easier for you. Mo Bao tilted his head when he heard this, and then said, "We'll see when the time comes. Anyway, I can handle it by myself now." Lin Shan, well, fine, as long as you like it. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going to wash up. Mo Bao, yeah, by the way, Island Master, I'll make you some breakfast first. Come back and get it later. Lin Shan, oh, okay, thank you, Ma Bao. Ma Bao, no trouble. Lin Shan scratched his head. Mo Bao really likes cooking. More than 10 minutes later, while Lin Shan was eating the breakfast prepared by Mo Bao, he opened his backpack and looked at the random all-ability crystals that he had not used yesterday. He is in a very blessed state now, and he will definitely be able to develop good abilities. Open. System. Obtain 1 flash crystal, 1 elemental arrow crystal, 1 pepper strike crystal. Looking at the 3 crystals in front of me, isn't this better than the broken leg I had that day? Is it that the beating of peppers feels weird? Lin Shan looked at his backpack. In addition to the 3 ability crystals that he had just opened, there was also a Sky Strike crystal that he had opened yesterday, as well as many extraordinary attribute fruits. These extraordinary attribute fruits, Lin Shan himself didn't plan to eat it. The random bonus was not very friendly to him now. He had eaten a blue 4-star one before, which could randomly add 15 attribute points, but in the end there was no bonus at all. Then after studying it for a while, I found out that even if all elements were added to the element system, it would not increase unless all elements were added to the element system. Therefore, it would be a waste to give these extraordinary fruits to him. It would be the most cost-effective to give them to Elia, Hume, and others. Well, now let's take a look at the properties of the ability crystal. Let's start with the Sky Strike that was released yesterday. Name, Sky Strike Crystal. Category, Ability Crystal. Rating, Red 4. Effect, unleashes a full strength attack. After using it, you will be exhausted and faint. Learning requirements, requires 444 points of any extraordinary attribute. Evaluation, I'll destroy you with this strike. Note, the more extraordinary attributes you have, the greater the damage. Oh, an explosive ability? And the more attributes, the greater the power? Then how much power can my full elemental system, plus the blessing of mysticism and spirit, cause? I'm quite curious. Lin Shan touched his chin and asked curiously. Moreover, the number of points required for this study is quite auspicious, 444 points. Lin Shan opened his panel and took a look. He indeed did not have the ability to burst out with all his strength at once. He could learn it, but whether he wanted to or not was another matter. But he had to have it, right? Since there is no such thing, Lin Shan will just learn it directly. Then look at the other 3 abilities. The first one was the Brilliant Crystal. A purple-rated one, and 9-star one at that? Not bad, not bad. And then there was the effect. It emitted a brilliant light, blinding everyone. Moreover, if the person is bald, the effect will be doubled. Lin Shan looked at the flash crystal in front of him in bewilderment, and then complained, "Oh my God, I thought it was a flash-like ability, but you told me it was a super light bulb? After all this time, you can only give me a Gandalf? How can I describe this ability? It's at least better than the Heavenly Cripple Kick, and the fact that it emits such a strong light is, in a way, quite a powerful ability. After thinking about it, I decided to put it aside for now and move on to the next one. Elemental Arrow, purple 9 stars. The effect is to condense elemental arrows to attack, and each elemental arrow will also come with an elemental effect. It really suits me, but you're late. It conflicts with the 5 elements technique, and it can only shoot arrows of a single element. Lin Shan shook his head and said helplessly, "But the stuff is pretty good and can be given to Elia to arrange. Elves are all good at using bows and arrows, so this ability is quite suitable for them. Elemental arrows are not as good as flash arrows. The last ability, and the one Lin Shan was most curious about, was Pepper Strike. Was it the Pepper Strike he was thinking of? The chili kind? Name: Pepper Beating Crystal. Category: Ability Crystal. Rating: Red 7. Effect: Summons pepper-flavored thunder to strike. Learning conditions: 1,000 points of lightning attributes required. Comment: my eyes, my mouth, my ass, my ass. Who put pepper spray in thunder? Note: it is said that this ability was created by a thunder-type transcendent who loves spicy food. Since then, he has been invincible. Lin Shan: oh my god, is this right? Pepper-flavored thunderbolt. Damn, what kind of genius is this creator? How could they add pepper spray to Thunderbolt? Chapter 188? Something seems wrong? Looking at Lei Jiao's attack, Lin Shan nodded. Is this worthy of his blessed state? However, Lin Shan does not plan to learn this pepper strike. Although all his elemental attributes include thunder, it would be a waste for him to learn it. He planned to teach it to Shauna, and then let her shock him and remember the properties of the pepper strike, so that he could also use it, just like lava, after combining them. Next time, he will be able to directly use the lava element. All elements are in the system. As long as Lin Shan knows the arrangement of elements, he can use it. As long as it does not exceed all elements, he can use it. The most important thing is that after knowing the arrangement of elements, Lin Shan can directly create abilities. Because the 5 elements technique is the foundation that gives you the ability to create freely and teaches you how to efficiently weave elements to cause powerful destructive power. Although it only weaves the basic 5 elements, the elements are basically the same. It's just that Lin Shan doesn't know the other properties yet. Once he knows them, I'm sorry, he will be able to do it. After looking at all the items, Lin Shan felt like something was wrong. Strange, why do I feel like something is missing? Lin Shan touched his chin and asked in confusion. Just as he closed his backpack and was about to think it over, he glanced at the island heart and the lighthouse fire core inside. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's right, he remembered. Lighthouse. That's right, didn't I upgrade the lighthouse to blue 1-star yesterday? Where's the reward? Lin Shan was suddenly aware of it, then spoke in confusion. Also, this lighthouse, it looks like it hasn't changed at all. Lin Shan looked around and found that the room was still the same size and had not changed at all. So, could it be that he had advanced to the level of loneliness? Lin Shan, system. What's going on? System, ding. The lighthouse has been upgraded, but a special option has been triggered. The tower keeper needs to go to the control panel and make the selection. Seeing this, Lin Shan was surprised and said, special options? Well, let me see what these special options are. I almost missed the first prize of the blue lighthouse. Just upgrade the island. While the tide is still there, upgrade the island and then level it up a few more times. Coming to the control panel, Lin Shan first clicked on the lighthouse panel. The prompt popped up instantly. System, ding. Congratulations to the tower defender for triggering a special option. Please select one of the following options. 1. The lighthouse has no special changes, and its advancement remains normal. 2. The lighthouse transforms into a special lighthouse, a cannon tower. It can launch artillery attacks, but the lighthouse's room size will be greatly reduced. 3. The lighthouse transforms into a special lighthouse, the energy tower. The lighthouse's energy is doubled, but everything else remains the same. There were 3 options in total, and Lin Shan immediately ruled out option 2. Reducing the size of a room just for an artillery strike? That was too uneconomical. He has no shortage of combat power, so the artillery tower was eliminated. As for options 1 and 3, don't even think about it, just pick 3. The effect of the energy tower is that it doubles the energy. Just click 3, the lighthouse will flash for a while, and then it will be fine. World System Announcement. Ding. Congratulations to the 888888888 Tower Keeper, Lin Shan, the first to advance the lighthouse to blue 1. Reward all tower keepers in the 8888888 area. Gold Treasure Chest 1. Candlelight Random Treasure Chest 2. Early in the morning, the World System Announcement began to disturb people's sleep. Although most of the tower guards had gotten up early, there were still some who slept until the low tide signal came out and woke up. They were looking at the World System Announcement in the sky that woke them up. I couldn't help but curse, it was so dirty. However, Lin Shan didn't know all this. He was currently upgrading the island. It was only 10 island hearts, but he had opened 20 island hearts yesterday. After clicking on the island upgrade, Lin Shan looked at the reward from the lighthouse. World System Announcement, ding. Congratulations to the 888888888 Tower Guardian, Lin Shan, the first to advance the island to Yellow 1. Rewards are given to all Tower Guardians in the 8888888 area. Gold Treasure, Chest 1. Energy Stone Treasure, Chest 3. Island Resource Treasure, Chest 1. The World System announcement bombarded all the tower defenders again. Seeing the corners of their mouths twitching, they thought that the bombardment yesterday was not enough, and it happened again today. Are you trying to mess with people's mentality? Lin Shan didn't know that many people were teasing him. He looked at the reward and couldn't help but touch his cheek. System ding. Congratulations to the tower defender for receiving personal rewards. 1 gold treasure chest, 2 random lighthouse special effects, 1 space doubling effect. System ding. Congratulations to the tower defender for receiving personal rewards. 2 gold treasure chests, 1 small energy stone vein, and 1 random island special effect. Wait, after touching it for a while, Lin Shan remembered that he was a very lucky person today. How could he possibly be beaten by a big fight? As a result, Lin Shan almost curled his lips when he looked at the treasure chests scattered on the ground after receiving them. Gloria looked at the treasure chest on the ground and couldn't help but think of the golden palm. She blinked and then walked upstairs. She put the golden palm in the energy replenishment tank yesterday. Lin Shan didn't know what Gloria was doing. He was rubbing his hands and starting to throw cups. It was night yesterday, and I felt sorry to disturb Mazu in Yuhua. It's broad daylight now, so they must have gotten up, right? Beauty sleep? Why would a goddess need this? Looking at the 5 golden treasure chests on the ground, Lin Shan closed his eyes and murmured softly, Yuhua, Mazu, please bless me to open all the golden fruits. Bang! Holy Grail! Bang! Holy Grail! Bang! Holy Grail! This result made Lin Shan decisively open all 5 gold treasure chests. System. Obtain Golden Fruit 3, Golden Fruit 2, Golden Fruit 2. System. I suspect Tongxing's system is checking itself again. It doesn't make sense that someone could be so lucky. Oh my god. 7 golden fruits. Lin Shanley's joy blossomed. And it was a 3-star golden fruit, which could at least bring him more than 140 free extraordinary attribute points. Lin Shan looked at the ratings and found 3 1-star ratings, 2 3-star ratings, and 2 5-star ratings. Then he gained a total of 60 plus 80 plus 120 is equal to 260 points of free extraordinary attributes. Not bad. Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction and then added all the attributes to the physique. In an instant, his physical fitness increased to more than 400 points, and he finally no longer felt like his soul was leaving his body. Ah, that floating feeling is finally gone. It feels so good. Lin Shan stretched his body, felt it for a while, and said with satisfaction, Then I saw Gloria coming down with a golden fist. Lin Shan. Chapter 181. It's Dragon Boat Festival. Let's eat rice dumplings. It's Sitiha. The system suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to have obtained an item from nowhere this morning. After using it, he seemed to have become blessed, right? That's normal, as long as it's not your fault. Peace of mind. Looking at Gloria, who was fighting with a big golden pussy, Lin Shan was confused and asked, Lin Shan, Gloria, what are you doing with this? Hearing this, Gloria blinked and said, I'm afraid you'll need it later, master. Well, Lin Shan scratched his head, looked at the golden bowl that had regained some of its luster, then waved his hand and said, I won't be using it today. Put it away. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and went upstairs. Looking at Gloria going upstairs, Lin Shan subconsciously touched his cheek. Yesterday's big fight was so impressive. It was so painful that his tongue was numb. He shook his head, then opened the rest of the bottles. While there was no need to shake the cup, just open them directly. System. Obtain Energy Stone 446, Advanced Energy Stone 179. System. Obtain 1 Phantom White Candle and 1 Phantom Green Candle. System. Obtain Purple Candle 1. Huh. Did I collect all 6 types of Phantom Candle Fire series? White, green, blue, yellow, purple, and red. Lin Shan blinked, then looked at it. 1 rating for each? Very good. I'll put the colorful candle brazier there later. Then continue driving. System. Obtain Golden Beach 1. Lin Shan took a look and found that turning the beach into a golden sand beach had the added effect of attracting rare marine creatures. System. Obtain Energy Automatic Recovery 1. Lighthouse Defense Increase 1. Lin Shan took a look and found that both of them were lighthouse effects. You can tell from the name, They are simple and easy to understand. Both are purple rated and have good effects. One is the automatic reply of a lighthouse. Now, his lighthouse can maintain 100 energy. One is the lighthouse defense amplification, which means the defense becomes stronger, which is also very good. Finally, there's a doubling of space. What doubled was not the space inside the lighthouse, but the space warehouse inside the lighthouse. They're all good things. I am indeed blessed, Lin Shan said proudly as he loaded into the lighthouse. In the end, all that's left is a small energy stone vein and a random island effect. There is no need to look at the energy stone veins, as they are no different from low-level energy veins. Let's just look at the random island effects. System. Obtain mineral vein space 1. Lin Shan took a look and found that the effect was very simple. There was an extra underground space on the island, which could automatically move any mineral resources on the island into it. Then you just need to choose the mineral vein to mine, and there is no upper limit to the capacity. In other words, as long as it is a mineral vein resource, it can be accommodated, no matter how big it is. Looking at the island effect in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but smack his lips and then loaded into the island. System ding. Loading. TSK. The effect of this island is just what I want. In that case, the energy mine can be mine now. Lin Shan sighed and decided to let Humei make some arrangements after the celebratory lunch. With the enchanted gold pickaxe, mining would be relatively easy. Now it's gone. Lin Shan looked at the island attribute panel. After the rating was upgraded to yellow, the number of island hearts increased from 1 to 2 with each upgrade. He now had exactly 10 island hearts left, which allowed him to directly upgrade the island to yellow 6 stars, increasing its area from 1,101,000 square meters to 8,101,000 square meters. Yes, the island is getting bigger and bigger, so it will be safer when the blood tide comes. Because the lighthouse is in the center of the island, the farther away from the sea, the better. In this way, the blood tide will not be affected, but there is still the blood moon, which is inevitable. If you are exposed to it, you will be affected. You can only hide in the lighthouse and not go out. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon. As for the morning sea hunting, Lin Shan didn't need to remind her. Elia had already arranged for everyone to go to the beach when she saw the tide was receding. At the same time, with the emergence of advanced livestock sheds, it has become very convenient for humans to take care of livestock. They only need to feed them on time. In addition, the plantation is full of fruits again. Catalysis is really convenient, but it doesn't work for extraordinary plants, so they can only grow on their own. Another thing is that Lin Shan once again received energy stones from people across the district. This time, the number of energy stones was much larger, and each person basically received 10. That is to say, suddenly, there were more than 900,000 energy stones and more than 100,000 high-level energy stones. As noon arrived, Lin Shan looked at the feast prepared by Mo Bao and hurriedly called Tu Mu and Tu Shur over, asking them to mold a long earthen table and then solidify it, otherwise there would be no place to put it. Looking at the overflowing food, Lin Shan couldn't help but swallow his saliva and then said, Ma Bao, how many kinds of food have you made? Mo Bao wiped his hands and said with a smile, not many, just over 200. What? Over 200 questions? Wow, you know so many, Lin Shan said with some surprise. Hearing this, Mo Bao couldn't help but scratch his face and said with a smile, actually, we still have 2 little ingredients, otherwise we could have more. Lin Shan, that's enough. 1 bite each and everyone is full. Huh, they're also zongzi. Mo Bao, huh? I'm a master. You also know this kind of food? I learned this from my dad. It's soft and sticky, so delicious. You can also put all kinds of condiments in it, and the flavor is varied. I'm sure everyone will like it. Lin Shan nodded and smiled. They really do like it. Look, Xiao Jinglu and the others have already gathered around. Mo Bao also saw it, and seeing that everyone liked her food so much, she kept smiling. For chefs, the happiest thing is that people like their food. Lin Shan also started to show off. If you don't eat now, it will be gone soon. Xiao Jinglu, Mom, this is delicious. Here, try it. Well, looking at the rice dumpling that Xiao Jinglu had taken a bite of, Lin Shan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and then said, be good, Xiao Jinglu. I've already eaten it. You can eat it yourself. Oh, Xiao Jinglu didn't think much about it, and ran back to eat with his friends. Lin Shan turned his head to look at the elves and demi-humans eating rice dumplings, and then saw that they ate them in the same way as Xiao Jinglu, eating them with the rice dumplings leaves. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Then he looked at Mo Bao. No, why are you included? Chapter 182. Eat and drink. Get ready for adventure. Looking at the people sitting at the dining table, all happy and cheerful, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had never experienced such a lively atmosphere before. After sighing for a moment, she took out the treasure chest they had found in the morning. There were 7 in total, 3 bronze treasure chests, 2 black iron treasure chests, 1 wooden treasure chest, and 1 silver treasure chest. The area has become larger, and the number of treasure chests has indeed increased a lot. Looking at the black iron treasure chest, the wooden treasure chest, and the bronze treasure chest, Lin Shan touched his chin and felt that he could give the treasure chest below the silver treasure chest to Elia and the others to open. After all, the low-level treasure chests are empty in the current faction warehouses, so they could be opened for use as well. In this way, many things will become very convenient. After thinking about it, Lin Shan waved to Ilea, Humei, and the others. Seeing this, the people who were chatting hurried over. Elia, "Ala Master, what's the matter?" Humei, Shana, and others looked at Lin Shan. Lin Shan, well, there are a few things. First, after we eat, at noon, Ilea, Humei, you two will bring 10 more people and go out to sea with me. Upon hearing this, Ilea and Humei looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes, but did not speak. Instead, they waited quietly for Lin Shan to say the second thing. Lin Shan, the second thing is from now on, you guys can open the bronze, iron, and wooden treasure chests yourselves. Just leave the treasure chests above silver to me. When they heard this, they couldn't help but blink. In fact, they were also very curious about what could be found in the treasure chest, but because it was always the island owner who opened it, they put away their curiosity. Who would have thought that the island owner would actually allow them to open treasure chests today? This would finally satisfy their curiosity. Lin Shan continued. The third thing is called Pepper Strike. It's a kind of thunder power with a peppery flavor. Shana, you have the thunder attribute, so let me teach you. After saying that, Lin Shan handed the pepper-beating crystal to the dumbfounded Shana. Then, regarding the elemental arrows, Elia, you will be in charge of distributing them. Elves are generally adept at using bows and arrows, so this ability is quite useful for you to use, especially when the extraordinary attribute is higher. The effect will be even better. After taking the elemental arrow crystal, Elia nodded and looked at the attributes. It was indeed a very powerful ability. Then Lin Shan took out some extraordinary attribute fruits, which had random bonuses. He gave them to him to eat, but the cost-effectiveness was extremely low now. Elia, Humei, this is a fruit with extraordinary attributes. I'm sure you've all heard of it. However, these added extraordinary attributes are random. You can divide them among yourselves later. Master, don't you want to eat the extraordinary fruit yourself? This is something that can increase your strength, and it's hard to find outside. Elia was surprised that the address changed back to Master and said in surprise. Lin Shan said helplessly, I understand this, but the bonuses of these extraordinary attribute fruits are all randomly increased. Anyway, they're not very useful to me now. You guys wait a moment and divide it among yourselves. Oh, by the way, Shana, your Pepper Strike requires at least 1,000 Thunder attributes to learn. Your Thunder attributes are not enough yet, so you can't help but use it in a hurry. This is the attribute. Take a look at it yourself and remember it. After saying that, the properties of Lei Jiao's attack crystal were displayed. Shana stared blankly at the panel of the Pepper Strike crystal in front of her and was shocked. It seemed that the island owner's identification skills were not only at the master level. Lin Shan, also, these equipment are for you. This white bamboo staff is for you, Ma Bao. Yesterday, I saw you using the black iron spear as a staff, and I knew you were good at using staffs. This white bamboo staff is purple rated just right for you. And this purple gold hammer has a lightning bonus. Shana, it's yours. And Ma Bao rubbed it and said in surprise, Wow, it feels very good. It must be very useful for rolling noodles. Shana looked at the purple gold hammer in her hand and indeed felt that it was rich in thunder energy, which had a great bonus to her thunder ability. Lin Shan looked at Ilea and Humei and said, Well, these are the only 2 I have now. Let's see if I can find one that suits you 2 later. Humei blinked when she heard that, then said, I can just transform my claws into beasts now. There's no rush for weapons. Elia, the bow of my hand can still be used now, so there's no need to rush. After all, long-range attacks don't rely on weapons very much. Lin Shan nodded and said, All right, then go get ready. We'll be out to sea at 1 o'clock. Elia nodded to Mei and the others, then left. Watching them prepare, Lin Shan looked down at the treasure chest and then opened it all. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 13, Exquisite Cream Bread 1. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 128, Black Iron Spear 1. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 354, Black Iron Shield 1, Black Iron Spear 1. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 769, Elbow Strike Ability Crystal 1. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 666, Bronze Pickaxe 1, Digging Crystal 1. System: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 999, receive 2.5 years of Koen Chicken 1, Koen Chicken Seasoning Collection 1. Looking at what came out of the last bronze treasure chest, Lin Shan couldn't help scratching his head. Looking at the chicken with a middle-parted hair in front of him, would it turn into a chicken with a middle-parted hair if he ate it? But Lin Shan remembers that there seems to be a kind of chicken that does have a middle-parted hairstyle. Curious, is it from Poland? He shook his head and decided to let Ma Bao take care of it in the evening. After all the condiments were ready. Isn't it obvious that it is for eating? The last silver treasure chest. Open. Name: obtain Lighthouse Gold Coins 4249. This place is a covert place of 32 crystals 1. Being blessed is quite effective. I opened 7 treasure chests and got 3 ability crystals. That's an incredible chance. Lin Shan first looked at the elbow strike and digging technique. Well, the elbow attack allows you to speed up the speed of the elbow attack. After thinking about it, it feels okay. It is a good ability for those who fight in close combat. Then I looked at the mining technique. Well, it speeds up the mining efficiency, which is okay. Finally, look at the silver treasure chest. Name: there is no silver here. 300 taels of crystal. Category: ability crystal. Rating: yellow 9. Effect: this place is trying to cover up the truth. Evaluation: when used on a target, the target's money will be reduced by 300 Lighthouse Gold Coins. For each point of extraordinary mystical attribute, the number of Lighthouse Gold Coins reduced will be +1. Note: if the target's Lighthouse Gold Coins are insufficient, they will feel the urge to sell things and exchange them for gold coins. Change of direction controllability. Chapter 1, 83 Black Whale. Xiaodu. Looking at the rather ambiguous ability description, Lin Shan couldn't help but wonder, what effect will it have if I use it on monsters? They don't have any lighthouse coins. I'm a little curious, but it's likely to have no effect. After all, monsters have no concept of consumption. His current mystery is more than 1,800. Once used, more than 2,000 Lighthouse Gold Coins will be directly deducted, which is not a small amount. I just don't know if there is any interval. After thinking about it, Lin Shan learned it directly. This ability was obviously mysterious, and it felt quite interesting. Information flooded into my mind. There isn't much information, and it can be digested in an instant. Will there be a 10-second interval when used on the same target? Twisting his neck, Lin Shan walked towards the lighthouse to get something. After taking a few items from the space warehouse and putting them into his backpack, Lin Shan looked at the Bloodline Awakening Stone in the space warehouse, blinked, then turned to Gloria and said, Lin Shan, Gloria, go and bring the big cat to me. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and walked towards the dining table. The big cat, the four-tailed black cat, was eating a sea fish happily, and there was a cat man picking bones from it on the side. That's right, it's Mao Tuanshuan. There were other cat people around, all happily feeding the four-tailed black cat. This was a sacred beast. It was the first time I'd seen a living, sacred beast. If Lin Shan saw this, he would definitely complain, because he didn't even let others pick out the fish bones for him, but you, the cat, enjoyed it first. Gloria came directly behind the four-tailed black cat, and then, in front of the surprised eyes of the cat people, she grabbed Fate's neck, lifted it up, and then spoke to Mao Tuan and the others. Gloria, Master is looking for a big cat. After saying that, he carried the big cat back. The cat girls were left looking at each other in bewilderment. They did not have any extreme reactions. The Lord Holy Beast was indeed very good, but to them, the island owner came first. Four-tailed black cat. Meow, meow, meow. Why aren't you holding me? Gloria glanced down at the big cat, then continued walking towards the lighthouse. As soon as she entered the first floor of the lighthouse, she saw the huge bloodstone. Now, Gloria suddenly understood why her master was looking for a big cat. As soon as Gloria let go of her hand, the four-tailed black cat landed steadily on the ground, and then with a few jumps, it landed on Lin Shan's shoulder. Four-tailed black cat. I'm eating well. Why did you ask someone to bring me here, Meow? Lin Shan rubbed its head and said, See that blood-red stone? Go touch it. I am curious. You already have the blood of the nine-tailed black cat. I wonder if you can awaken other bloodlines. Or should I just strengthen the nine-tailed black cat bloodline? Meow. The four-tailed black cat turned its head to look at the huge blood-red stone on the side, then jumped down and walked over slowly. After looking at it for a while, it raised its paw and pressed it. The bloodline awakening stone instantly covered the shrunken four-tailed black cat. It seems to be working. Let's see for a few minutes. Lin Shan started counting immediately. As long as it's longer than 10 minutes, the potential is not bad. As time passed second by second, 10 minutes passed quickly. Lin Shan nodded. Not bad. Huge potential. Finally, at the 12th minute, the blood-red light dissipated and the four-tailed black cat appeared. After Lin Shan put the bloodline awakening stone back into the space warehouse, he began to look at the four-tailed black cat. He looked it up and down, but did not find any changes. Big cat, you haven't changed at all? What have you awakened to? Lin Shan asked in surprise. I opened the big cat's attribute panel and took a look. Apart from the 20 increase in extraordinary attributes, there seemed to be no other changes. Well, the fur became smoother and it was extremely easy to stroke. The four-tailed black cat jumped directly onto Lin Shan's shoulder and said, What is this stone? It has greatly purified my nine-tailed cat bloodline. I feel like it will be much easier to break through to the five-tailed cat in the future. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, Purify your bloodline? Not bad. By the way, wait a minute, I'm going on an adventure out to sea. Big cat, come with me. The island is guarded by Shana, Imo Bao, Hu Ling, and others, so there is no need to worry about any problems, and there's also a fourth-level war tree. Upon hearing this, the four-tailed black cat nodded, licked its paws, and then laid down motionless. Soon, it was around 1:30 in the afternoon. Lin Shan has arrived at the port. The appearance of the port is also very different. It has now become a stone platform and has also become much larger. Not only that, blue-rated ports also have a special effect, which is that ships docked at the port can have their hulls slightly repaired. In fact, the port can be upgraded to yellow level, but there is no need, at least that's the case for now. Since there are no rewards for the port, there is no need to rush to upgrade it. Lin Shan, Xiao AI, were you attacked by Siren yesterday? Xiao AI, Captain, no, apart from some rough waves that caused the ship to shake a little, nothing else happened. Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, That's right. I'll have to trouble Xiao AI today. Please take us to the last yellow-rated island we recorded. Xiao AI, can Xiao AI finally set sail again? Hey, Captain, Lady Gloria, hurry up, get on board. Xiao AI can't wait. Hearing this, Lin Shan patted the boat and said with a smile, Don't worry, there are still people here. Xiao, Oh, are those elves and demi-humans? Lin Shan, yes, that's right, it's them. After looking at the seaside, Lin Shan opened his backpack and looked at the black whale diving. After thinking for a while, he clicked to place it down. The next second, a white light slowly appeared at the port's dock number 2. The length of the light reached 100 meters and the width was close to 30 meters. Xiao AI. Wow, Captain, could it be that Xiao AI has a partner? The light quickly dissipated, and then a submarine that looked a bit like a whale appeared at dock number 2. Xiao AI. Oh, a submarine? Captain, this kind of ship is very rare. However, it's difficult for this kind of ship to produce a ship spirit. I wonder if this one has one. Lin Shan. Is the black whale submersible ship spirit here? After a while, just when everyone thought there was no ship elf, a voice rang out. Black whale diving spirit. Captain, I just woke up, so my reaction is a little slow. Xiao Ai. Oh, hello. My name is Xiao AI. I'm the ship spirit of the light water iron clipper. Chapter 184. Set off to a strange island. Black whale. Xiao AI. Why is your name different from your ship? Xiao AI. Hey, this is what the captain gave me. How about it? It sounds nice, right? Black whale. Yeah, nice, I envy you. For a ship elf, it is an honor to be named by its master. Just like its current name can only be the black whale diving elf, but the black whale diving is a diving vessel. Although it's not a lot, it's not a small number either. So what an honor it is to have a name of your own. Xiao AI. You can also ask the captain. He's a very nice guy. Lin Shan, who was listening to their conversation, couldn't help but laugh and said, Xiao AI, you are a cricket in disguise. Xiao, Captain, Xiao, I dare not. Lin Shan shook his head, then looked at the black whale, touched his chin, and began to think about what name to give it. Lin Shan figured it out quickly. Lin Shan looked towards the black whale and said with a smile, "Xiaodu." Upon hearing this, the black whale exclaimed in surprise, "Xiaodu? Is that really possible, Captain? I haven't even sailed once, and I don't have any achievements, so how can I get a name?" Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Sure, there's nothing wrong with that. It's decided. Xiao AI. Hey, Xiaodu, look, the captain is a very nice person." Xiaodu. "Yeah, Xiao I. The captain is really good." Lin Shan. "You don't have to brag about me anymore. Okay, everyone's here." Xiao AI. "Put the pedal down." Xiao AI. "Oh, here it comes." Click pop. The plank stretched straight down from the ship's deck and slammed heavily onto the port. Lin Shan led everyone onto the boat one by one. After they sat down in the cockpit, he called out, "Let's go Xiao AI to the last island." Xiao AI. "Yes, sit down everyone." Then Xiaodu. "I'll be leaving first." Xiaodu. "I wish you a smooth voyage and a safe journey." Xiao AI quickly disappeared into the fog. The Yellow Island route was the first island route Xiao AI recorded, but it was also the third island she explored. We sailed on the foggy sea for more than half an hour and saw a few fog monsters during the journey, but they only flashed by and we could only get a general glimpse of them. Fortunately, they did not pay attention to Xiao AI who was speeding on the sea, otherwise it would be troublesome. But in fact, as long as your ship lights are still on, you don't have to be afraid. As long as there is no dragon riding on your face, basically, the monsters in the fog will ignore you. After all, they have been in the fog for many years, and it is very uncomfortable for them to be suddenly exposed in the light. Moreover, if they are exposed from the fog, they will most likely be targeted by other fog monsters. Another 7 or 8 minutes passed, and the scene suddenly became clear. Xiao AI, Captain, we're here. Lin Shan nodded, then led everyone out of the cabin and onto the deck. Looking at the island ahead, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown and said, "There's so much fog. From here, it looks like at least half of the island is shrouded in fog." Xiao AI, Captain, do you want to dock? Lin Shan, "Well, wait a minute, I'll fly up and take a look first." After saying that, Lin Shan used the sky dance technique to fly high into the sky until he could see the entire island. Looking at the entire view of the island below, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. The terrain on this island was so strange, most of it was gray areas. After taking the photo, Lin Shan glanced at the rising fog behind him and then slowly flew down. The fog on the sea has a very strange characteristic. That is, no matter how high Lin Shan flies, the height of the fog always remains unchanged. The height of the fog seen at an altitude of 100 meters. It's the same height as the fog seen on the ground. Lin Shan, Xiao Ai, come asciure. Xiao AI, yes. Xiao AI started to ride again and soon approached the shore. Then he slowly slowed down and found a good position before putting down the pedals. Lin Shan led everyone downstairs. The middle of the island was shrouded in fog, and it was unclear whether there was a lighthouse. Looking at the fog on the island, Lin Shan thought for a moment, then turned around and gave instructions to Elia and Hume behind him. Lin Shan, Elia, take 5 people and start from this side. Hume, take 5 people and start from this side. Remember, on the island, where there are monsters, there will most likely be treasure chests. So after killing the monster, you can look around. Also, if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, remember to run away. Don't just stand there and fight, okay? Ilea, Hume and others nodded in unison. They were not stupid. If they met someone they couldn't beat, they would definitely run away. Lin Shan, one more thing, don't rush into the fog. You don't have a lantern, so you can't dispel the fog. So, I'll explore the foggy area. Elia, Island Master, the fog must be the most dangerous, right? Why don't you let us do it? Hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I have Big Cat and Gloria here. They're safer than you. You should be more careful." Okay, enough talk. Let's go explore. Yes, sir. Lin Shan nodded, then took Gloria to the center of the island. The middle of the island was shrouded in fog. From the air, it looked quite large, with a diameter of about 300 or 400 meters. Arrived at the edge of the fog, Lin Shan took out the bronze lantern and activated its maximum function. Whoosh! In an instant, the fog was dispelled 60 meters. Roar? Roar! As soon as the fog dissipated, the roar sounded the next second. The next second, the big cat on Lin Shan's shoulder disappeared instantly, and then the sound of it falling to the ground was heard several times. It stinks, meow. The four-tailed black cat complained, rubbing its paws on the ground, trying to remove the stench from its paws. Lin Shan frowned as he looked at the fallen monster. A goblin? It looked like it had been dead for a long time. It was almost rotten, so it would be strange if it didn't stink. Move. That's right, the dead goblins that fell to the ground began to twist slowly again. Except for the one whose head was chopped off by the big cat, the other goblins slowly crawled up. Alive again? What kind of monster is this? The four-tailed black cat's tails were all standing up. It was the first time it had seen a creature that could stand up after dying. It's not like it hasn't seen goblins before, and it's killed quite a few, but this is the first time it's seen such a situation. No wonder its fur stood up. This strange scene made the four-tailed black cat return directly to Lin Shan's shoulder. Looking at the headless goblin, Lin Shan asked in surprise, "Zombie goblin?" Then he snapped his fingers, and the next second, a bunch of ice cones appeared behind him. Whoosh! They shot towards the goblins and pierced their heads directly. Pa pa pa. Now, the goblin is dead and cannot die anymore. Chapter 185, Misty Undead Mushroom. Just when Lin Shan thought that all the goblins were dead, the goblin's arms began to twist again. The four-tailed black cat immediately cried out in surprise. Meow. Lin Shan, look, it's alive again, meow. Lin Shan nodded. He saw it too, but when he looked at the goblin corpse whose head was chopped off by the big cat, why didn't it move? Their brains should be their weak point, right? Lin Shan couldn't help but look around, and after looking up and down, he finally stopped at the head that was pierced by the ice spike. Although these goblin zombies can still move, their speed has become very slow and they have not yet crawled up on the ground. It's completely different from the beginning. So Lin Shan speculated that the ultimate problem lies above the head. The headless goblin corpse lying under the ground is the best proof. Is it because the head wasn't cut off? Lin Shan guessed. Then he waved his hand, and a crescent moon formed by starlight directly cut through the neck of a struggling goblin zombie. And with a snap, the head fell off. This time, the goblin zombie's body fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Really? Lin Shan, Gloria, just chop off my head. Gloria nodded when she heard that, then took out the silver sand breaking formation spear, walked forward, struck it a few times, and then came back. Extremely fast. Bang, bang, bang. The goblin just stood up, but before he could attack them, his head fell down, and then his body hit the ground, and he could never get up again. However, the continuous sound of landing attracted the attention of many goblin zombies. Goblin zombies kept running towards this side, and their speed was not slow. Lin Shan identified it directly. I was a little surprised just now and forgot to identify it. Name, Goblin Corpse. Category, Garbage. Rating, None. Effect, Parasitized. Evaluation, Goblin Corpse parasitized by an unknown entity. After taking a glance, Lin Shan turned it off directly. There was not much information, but the key information was already there. Parasitism? Judging from the fact that the goblin's body would not move after its head was chopped off, the parasite must be in its head. Lin Shan doesn't need to worry about the parasitic goblin corpse rushing over, as Gloria and the big cat will take care of it. Especially the big cat. After knowing the weakness of the goblin corpse, it can kill one with one swipe of its claws. However, because the goblin corpse is very smelly, the big cat attacks with energy. Lin Shan looked at the goblin's head on the ground, and a flash of starlight appeared, and it instantly split into two halves. This is a mushroom? As the goblin's head was split in half, the situation inside was exposed. There was no brain inside, but a pile of mushrooms, and the color was still that dark gray. It was obvious that there was something wrong. Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand and carefully picked up one to take a look. It looked no different from an ordinary mushroom, just a gray mushroom. Let's go for identification. Name, Misty Undead Mushroom. Category, Extraordinary Plants. Rating, Yellow 3. Effect, Increased Spirit. Evaluation, Misty Undead Mushroom, a companion of the Misty Swamp Monster. Wherever there is a Misty Undead Mushroom, there must be a Misty Swamp Monster nearby. Anyone who eats the mist of the dead mushroom will be parasitized and eventually become the food of the mist of the dead mushroom. Note, the mist of the dead mushroom requires special cooking methods to be effective after consumption. Otherwise, it is a psychotropic mushroom. Lin Shan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected it to be a supernatural plant. Yeah, that's true. If it wasn't a supernatural plant, it wouldn't be able to control corpses, right? It needs special treatment, and then its use to him is almost zero. After thinking for a while, he took out a space bag and collected the 7 or 8 misty, undead mushrooms in the goblin's head. Although he didn't plan to use them, they were still yellow 3-star extraordinary plants. It must be quite valuable, right? Next time you meet sea merchants, you can sell it to them, and it can also be used as poison. Then the next situation became that Gloria and the big cat were killing the goblins that were rushing towards them. Lin Shan was splitting the head open to take out the mushrooms. If someone who didn't know saw this, they would think that these mushrooms were grown by Lin Shan and his family. Now it's time to pick them. Goblins are always limited, and soon they will be gone. Lin Shan opened the last of the goblin heads, skillfully collected the misty, undead mushrooms inside, clapped his hands, and said, "Let's go, there might be another foggy swamp monster in here, so be careful." The four-tailed black cat jumped directly onto Lin Shan's shoulder and said, "Misty swamp monster? What kind of monster is that, meow?" Hearing this, Lin Shan shook his head and said, "You've probably never seen a monster like that in the fog, a big cat." Gloria followed Lin Shan with a spear in hand, paying attention to the surrounding situation. The two men and the cat left, leaving behind a pile of goblin corpses and a large number of goblin heads that were split in half. Their methods were so cruel that it was chilling. With the help of the bronze lantern, the fog within 60 meters was directly dispelled, but after Lin Shan and the others left, the fog slowly spread back again. Lin Shan walked directly to the center of the island, but he didn't know if there was a lighthouse. As we went deeper, another group of corpses controlled by the misty, undead mushrooms soon appeared. But this time they were not goblins, but some monsters in the fog. Lin Shan frowned, then said, "Everyone, be careful. The misty swamp monster should be nearby." Roar! The controlled monster corpse roared, and then rushed forward. Lin Shan was a little surprised that the monster could roar, but when he thought about the fact that it could jump, hop, and bite them, what was so strange about a roar? However, as the roar sounded, roars continued to be heard all around. It was obvious that the misty, undead mushrooms from other places were attracted here. As for why the mist, undead mushrooms attacked them, Lin Shan guessed that it was most likely a reproduction behavior. After killing them, you can plant mushrooms. Lin Shan, Gloria, and Big Cat were able to easily kill the corpses that rushed over. The strength of these monsters was very weak. After all, the mist, undead mushroom couldn't control the corpses to release their abilities, right? If it could, it would not be a yellow 3-star extraordinary plant. After killing more than half of the mist undead mushrooms, Lin Shan began to collect them again, and a head-splitting demon appeared again. It's on a lot bigger, Lin Shan said in surprise. The misty undead mushrooms in these monsters' heads are much larger than those in the goblins' heads. I looked at the ratings. Well, there are yellow 4-star ones and some yellow 5-star ones. It seems that the bigger the misty undead mushroom is, the higher the rating is. Chapter 186 Misty Undead Mushroom. Today is my home court. Roar. As soon as a roar was heard, the next second, a sound of breaking through the air passed by, and the head fell down. Although there are many corpses controlled by the mist undead mushroom, they have little strength, especially when their weaknesses are exposed, and they pose no threat at all. If the reproduction of this mist undead mushroom relies on the spread of spores, then it would be very dangerous. After all, the spores are not large and can be easily inhaled into the nostrils. Under the defense of Big Cat and Gloria, the corpses controlled by the mist undead mushrooms fell to the ground one after another. After most of the corpses were beheaded, there was basically nothing left. However, as more and more new foggy undead mushrooms appeared, the monsters that appeared later would splatter a little black blood after being beheaded. Seeing this, Lin Shan even stopped collecting the mist undead mushrooms. After looking at them for a few seconds, he turned to look at Gloria and the big cat. Then I discovered that the blood content of the monsters controlled by the newly appeared mist undead mushrooms was getting higher and higher, and the color was getting fresher and fresher. Obviously, the dates of their deaths were relatively recent. Of course, the blood here is still black, but it is not thick at all. Lin Shan directly split open a fresh head, and then took a look and found that the mist undead mushroom inside was very similar, even better than the mist undead mushroom in the goblin's head, and it was rooted in the fresh brain, continuously absorbing nutrients from brain flour. Oh my god, this is so fucking disgusting, Lin Shan complained. Moreover, these misty undead mushrooms are all immature and have no effect, so Lin Shan is too lazy to collect them. Looking at the monsters that keep coming, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. How many are there already? Hundreds, right? Could it be that all the monsters on this island are infested by the mist undead mushroom? Judging from the reviews, the mist undead mushroom can only parasitize corpses, so these monsters were all killed by the mist swarm monster? On the other side, the teams led by Elia and Hume searched separately. As a result, they found several treasure chests along the way, but did not find a single monster, which made them very confused. Judging from the messy traces on the ground, there should be quite a lot of living creatures here, right? They kept Lin Shan's words in mind, stayed away from the fog, and did not encounter any monsters. So both teams moved at a fast pace and had already covered 1/3 of the distance. At their current speed, they could complete a circle around the island in just over an hour. The premise is that there are no monsters encountered. Looking at the bronze treasure chest in front of her, Hume scratched her face in confusion, then asked doubtfully, "Strange, why is there only one treasure chest left? Where's the guard?" You know, most of the treasure chests they saw while fishing on their own island were guarded by sea beasts. This is an outer island. How can there not be a single sea beast? It's totally unreasonable. Master Hume, look, what is that? Maltuan suddenly spoke. Upon hearing what she said, everyone looked in the direction she pointed, and then they saw a dried-up corpse lying in the grass. The grass was about 1 meter high, so they could only see it vaguely. Hume put away the treasure chest, then led everyone carefully towards the bushes. Then he used his wind ability to clear the surrounding grass, and now the corpse was exposed. An unknown monster, with only a layer of skin left on its neck. It was obvious that it had been dead for some time. Hume took a few looks and said in surprise, "Strange? How can it move when it's already like this?" Upon hearing this, Mao Tuan looked around and asked in confusion, "Master Hume, who didn't move?" Hume rubbed her head and said, "Look, although this corpse is very dry, the marks of attack on the body are very fresh, no more than 2 days old. But judging by how dried up the body was, it would have taken at least a month to become like this, so I'm confused. Ailu, Master Hume, I feel like there are several plants inside this corpse." What? Upon hearing this, Hume immediately led everyone back a few steps, then looked at AI Lu and asked, "Are you sure you didn't sense it wrong?" Hearing this, Ailu shook her head and said, "Lord Hume, we forest elves are quite sensitive to plants. I can sense that there seem to be several plant life fluctuations in the head of this corpse. That is, the life characteristics of this plant are strange, and this kind of plant fluctuation has never been found before." Upon hearing this, Hume couldn't help but frown as she looked at the corpse in front of her. Then she said, "Let's go. This plant is likely a parasitic supernatural plant. People who see this kind of corpse later can't help but approach it rashly. Do you understand?" "Understood, Master Hume." Hume nodded, then led her men on their journey. On the other side, after picking up 2 treasure chests for nothing, Elia and the others also encountered a corpse parasitized by the mist undead mushroom. The only difference is that what they encountered was a corpse that was still alive and kicking, not one without a neck. Looking at the monster not far away, Elia couldn't help but frown. As an elf chosen by the forest guardian beast, Elia was more sensitive to plants than any other elf. So the moment she saw these parasitic corpses, she realized something was wrong, because she did not sense any signs of life, but instead a strange plant fluctuation. The fluctuations of this plant made Elia think of the vampire vine. This vine likes to drill into the body of a living organism, then suck the blood of the organism and break out of the body. It is a very aggressive, extraordinary plant. Basically, if this kind of blood-sucking vine appears around the forest, it is easy for a large number of surrounding creatures to die. It is a species that destroys the balance, and is the kind of plant that will kill you on sight. Looking at the monsters in front of her, Elia took out her bow and arrow, pulled the bowstring to its full extent, and aimed at the head of one of them. Whoosh! The arrow hit the head instantly, and the next second, the head of the corpse controlled by the mist undead mushroom exploded directly. Bang! The body fell straight to the ground and could not get up. Looking at the mushrooms falling from her head, Elia couldn't help but frown. She had seen black and purple mushrooms, but she had never seen this kind of gray mushroom. It doesn't feel like a mushroom in nature. However, she could still see that these mushrooms were not threatening. They were most likely parasitic mushrooms. Elia, attack. These monsters are probably parasitized by that mushroom, so we need to chop off their heads. Do you understand? Understood, Lady Elia. Elia nodded and said, attack. After saying that, Another elemental arrow flew over and exploded the monster's head again. Chapter 187 Misty Swamp Monster. The demi-humans and elves around Elia did not rush out to fight in a hurry, and they all used long-range attacks to attack. After killing several corpse heads controlled by the mist undead mushroom parasite, he was finally discovered along the attack trajectory. They did not panic and continued to carry out long-range attacks. By the time the corpses controlled by the mist undead mushroom parasite rushed over, most of them were gone. Looking at the monster corpse rushing towards her, Elia gave a handsome side kick and kicked the monster corpse away. As expected, the parasitic creature was already dead and was now just a moving corpse. How strong can it be? Their bodies are extremely fragile, and their heads will be tilted if they are kicked. The others turned to close combat, took out the black iron spears from behind, and began to attack. Elia's attack method is the simplest, which is to directly use vines to strangle the head. Soon, dozens of mist undead mushrooms died. Looking at the mushrooms on the ground, Elia couldn't help but guess. I don't know what kind of mushrooms these are, but it's definitely an extraordinary plant. Should I collect them? But looking at the heads of the monsters on the ground, the location of this mushroom seems a bit unfriendly to them. But after thinking about it, Elia decided to collect them. After all, it would only be a waste of time. The island owner had the ability to identify mushrooms. Maybe this kind of mushroom would be very useful. After all, it is an extraordinary plant. That is, she herself probably cannot eat this kind of parasitic supernatural plant. This is even worse than mushrooms growing from rotten wood or feces. Returning to Lin Shan, after killing a group of relatively fresh mist undead mushrooms, they finally encountered the freshest mist undead mushroom. Looking at these monsters that looked just like they were alive, Lin Shan said in surprise, "It seems that the corpses of newly parasitized monsters can retain at least 70 to 80 of their strength. TSK, this mist undead mushroom is quite powerful. Of course, it is more useful against monsters in the wild. After all, monsters don't know their weaknesses and need to chop off their heads, so when facing the undead mist mushrooms, they will be exhausted to death sooner or later. However, if facing a powerful existence, the mist undead mushroom is of no use. After all, it can only rely on the physical body to attack. Facing beings above level 4, it is basically useless. Therefore, Lin Shan could infer that the strength of the foggy swamp monster was at most level 4. Now that the freshest corpses have come out, that misty swamp monster should be nearby, right? Lin Shan looked around, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. After all, the fog dispelling range was only 60 meters. If the other party was more than 60 meters away, it would be normal that he couldn't find it. Under the attack of Gloria and the big cat, these corpses died quickly, and their bodies were separated. It was so tragic. Then, walk in the direction where the foggy undead mushroom is rushing. The foggy swamp monster is roughly in this direction. After walking for a few minutes, I found something. TSK, what a huge mist undead mushroom. Is the monster below that the mist swamp monster? It doesn't look like a companion plant at all, does it? Looking at the slowly moving misty swamp monster not far away, Lin Shan couldn't help but say, "Name, Misty Swamp Monster. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, companion fungus, live and die together, swamp body. Abilities, corruption, swamp gas, hallucinogenic robe, entanglement, planting. Extraordinary attributes, spirit plus 621, earth plus 571, wood plus 641, water plus 356, constitution plus 263, strength plus 218, agility plus 14. Evaluation, Misty Swamp Monster, a monster living in the fog of the misty sea. Its sticky body makes it immune to most physical attacks, and it has a huge misty undead mushroom growing on its back. The mist mushroom of the dead emits a strange smell, attracting some creatures. Excessive appraisal evaluation. The weakness of the foggy swamp monster is obvious. It is slow, and the foggy undead mushroom behind it is its biggest weakness. Once it is destroyed, it will die together. However, the huge mist dead mushroom behind the mist swamp monster is an extremely expensive transcendental plant. Many transcendents hunt the mist swamp monster for the mist dead mushroom. After reading the properties of the misty swamp monster, Lin Shan couldn't help but identify the huge misty undead mushroom on its back and found that it was actually a purple 6-star extraordinary plant. After processing, it can increase a lot of extraordinary spirit. That's no wonder. After all, this foggy swamp monster is a foggy monster that carries treasures. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. It's only the early stage of the 3rd level. You can kill it at will. However, if we don't want to damage the mist undead mushroom, Gloria will have to come. After looking at the misty undead mushroom on the back of the misty swamp monster, Lin Shan gestured and found that he could chop it down with one blow. Then he spoke to Gloria. Gloria, aim at the area below the mist of the dead mushroom and strike it down. How about that? Can you do it? Gloria blinked when she heard that, then looked at the place where the misty undead mushroom on the misty swamp monster's back was connected and nodded. Gloria can do it, Master. Do you want to just cut it off in one piece? Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, That's right, this great mist undead mushroom is a purple extraordinary material, very valuable. The most important thing is that this thing is growing on the back of the misty swamp monster, so it is 100 worth eating. As for the little misty undead mushroom, that requires some psychological hints. Gloria nodded, then grasped the butt of the silver sand breaking formation spear, and then directly covered it with the gold superpower. In an instant, a 2-meter-long lightsaber appeared in Gloria's hand. However, Gloria took a look and found that it was not long enough. The super fog undead mushroom on the back of this foggy swamp monster was 2 meters in diameter. If she wanted to cut it all off, she would need a 3-meter-long lightsaber. After thinking about it, Gloria directly increased the energy input. In an instant, the lightsaber directly exceeded the length of the silver sand breaking array spear and reached 3 meters. As the lightsaber was fully formed, the next second, Gloria disappeared beside Lin Shan. When she appeared again, she was already behind the misty swamp monster. Then he swung down in an instant along the position that had been determined long ago. The sticky body of the misty swamp monster can withstand most attacks, but unfortunately, facing a being far stronger than it, it can only wait for death. The lightsaber smoothly cut the entire misty undead mushroom off the misty swamp monster. Chapter 188 Dungeon. Here, the misty swamp monster let out a wailing sound, then turned around and looked at the misty undead mushroom that had fallen to the ground, then slowly twisted over. But after taking a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, dead as a madman. The little red eyes dimmed. As the misty swamp monster died, its body instantly disintegrated and turned into a pool of mud and water. This was also the function of its swamp body, which made it immune to most physical attacks. In fact, the foggy swamp monster is a moving treasure for many extraordinary people. The weakness is too obvious. Just attack the mist undead mushroom directly. Lin Shan immediately collected the giant mist undead mushroom and sighed. This mushroom is quite easy to cultivate, but it's a little troublesome and inhumane. The most important thing is that after being parasitized by the mist undead mushroom, the parasitic corpse will be controlled, which is a bit dangerous. In addition, the mist undead mushroom will not allow the corpse it parasitizes to rot, so it will be very smelly. No matter which point it is, it can discourage Lin Shan from trying to cultivate it. Not to mention, it is still unclear whether Mo Bao can research the method of dealing with the misty undead mushroom. However, with Mo Bao's talent, he can definitely research it. After all, the existence of food affinity can allow Mo Bao to resonate with the ingredients to a certain extent. Let's go and see if there's a lighthouse in the middle. After Lin Shan finished speaking, he continued to walk upwards. Gloria hurriedly followed, and the four-tailed black cat was still lying on Lin Shan's shoulder. Although the misty swamp monster has died, the corpse that was parasitized by the misty undead mushroom has not lost its mobility. After all, the misty undead mushroom is not connected to the life of the mother plant. They parasitize in order to reproduce. The foggy swamp monster is also caused by the foggy undead mushroom. The parasitic corpse will eventually rot completely. At that time, the misty undead mushroom will grow out of the corpse, and its size can reach several dozen centimeters. But this is not surprising. When it reaches adulthood, the mist undead mushroom will occasionally emit hallucinogenic spores in the following period of time to attract prey and eventually parasitize it. As time went by, the last new misty swamp monster appeared. In fact, after all, the misty swamp mushroom is still the companion one. Lin Shan, Gloria, and the big cat quickly arrived at the center of the island. On the way, he encountered scattered mist undead mushrooms and harvested them directly. After all, Lin Shan didn't plan to cultivate this thing, so he took the opportunity to collect more. Seeing nothing ahead, Lin Shan said with some disappointment, "It seems there is no lighthouse." What a pity. But when Lin Shan walked over, he was surprised to find a large stone platform. What is this? Lin Shan asked with some doubt. Four-tailed black cat. Meow, I know this, meow. This is the entrance to the dungeon. Meow. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan was surprised and said, Dungeon? I think I mentioned it when I first landed on the island, but this is the first time I've encountered this. After jumping onto the stone platform, Lin Shan looked around and found nothing there except a door leading downwards in the middle. Arriving in front of the stone gate, Lin Shan looked around. Big Cat, do you know the general situation of this underground city? Is there anything special about it? After taking a look and finding no information, Lin Shan asked. The four-tailed black cat swung its tail and said, I've seen this kind of underground city before in the forest. This thing won't stay in the same place forever. It will disappear in about a month, meow. Adventurers who enter the forest will be very excited when they encounter this kind of dungeon, and they can't wait to go down. Some dungeons never reappear after you go down there. Some come back with treasure, and some have monsters swarming out of them. It's quite very meow. Lin Shan nodded after hearing this, and then said, Big Cat, how strong are those adventurers? Four-tailed black cat. Meow strength? Well, most of them are at level 2 or 3. Meow a few can see beings above level 4, but beings above level 4 don't seem very interested in this ordinary stone underground city meow. After listening, Lin Shan looked at the stone gate of the underground city in front of him and said, So, there are other underground cities on other platforms? This ordinary stone underground city is not even considered good enough for a 4th level city. It seems to be of average value, but for a 2nd or 3rd level, it is a fortune. Four-tailed black cat. Probably meow, but there are also very advanced stone dungeons. I've seen some with runes, images, patterns, and different stones. Meow. These are explored by beings above the 4th level. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan immediately looked at it. It was very clean. Not to mention the lines and things like that. There was not even a speck of dust. I'm getting more and more interested. Let's go down and take a look. After saying that, Lin Shan pushed open the stone door and walked in. Top, top, top. After pushing open the stone door, there is a downward stone staircase. The stone staircase is quite wide, nearly 3 meters. Lin Shan brought Gloria and Big Cat down directly, and after more than 10 seconds, they arrived at the underground floor. After stepping into the basement floor, a prompt popped up. System ding. Congratulations to the Tower Keeper for discovering a dungeon. This dungeon is a normal level dungeon with 3 to 5 floors. Tower Keepers below level 3 are advised to explore with caution. Note, after the dungeon is opened, it will disappear after 1 month. After reading the prompt, Lin Shan looked at the maze passage ahead and said, 5th floor? It'll really take me some time to explore it alone. Moreover, the walls of this maze are connected from top to bottom, and there is no way to fly, so I don't know if it can be broken. Thinking of this, Lin Shan directly summoned a huge rock and smashed it over. Bang! The huge rock was smashed into pieces by the powerful impact, but there was no trace of it on the wall of the maze, only a little dust stuck on it. It seems that destruction won't work. We can only look for it. Seeing this, Lin Shan said helplessly, Four-tailed black cat. Should we go in then, meow? Or should we wait for the others to come and join us so we can explore together, meow? Lin Shan touched his chin. He was worried that the size of this maze was smaller than the area of the island. In this case, it would take a lot of time to explore. You know, they went out to sea at noon. Therefore, this underground city cannot be explored today. If it gets dark while you're exploring the dungeon, and the fog on the sea spreads into the dungeon, who knows if it will? Chapter 189. Is a good memory not as good as a bad pen? Looking at the maze before him, Lin Shan finally shook his head and said, Forget it. It's too late today. Let's come back and explore tomorrow. Anyway, no one else can get onto the island, so there's no need to worry about someone getting there first. Gloria and Big Cat definitely have no objection. The 2 people and the cat returned directly to the ground, closed the stone door, and continued exploring. There are still many foggy areas on the island that have not been explored. Jump off the dungeon stone platform and continue forward. Within a few minutes, we encountered the corpse infested by the mist undead mushroom again. Gloria and Big Cat went up and started beheading without Lin Shan's instructions. Lin Shan scratched his head and grumbled. Could it be that all the creatures on this island are parasitized by the mist undead mushroom? You know what? It's really possible. Who knows how long the misty swamp monster has been here? Looking at the mist undead mushroom that had been revealed after its head was cracked open, Lin Shan grumbled again. Did you sense that I didn't want to cultivate it, so you tried to give me as many as possible? Misty undead mushroom. I harvested hundreds of misty undead mushrooms at one time. So happy. Let's go. Keep moving forward. After picking up all the mist undead mushrooms, Lin Shan smiled. After walking for a few more minutes, we finally walked out of the fog in the middle area. Looking at the empty scene, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. It's still soothing to be outside the fog. It's too depressing inside the fog. Unfortunately, he still has to explore the remaining foggy areas. There are 5 foggy areas on this island, the largest of which is in the middle of the island, which has now been explored. Harvested a large amount of misty, undead mushrooms, plus a dungeon. After looking at the photos taken when they first arrived and comparing them, Lin Shan took Gloria and Big Cat to the left, where the fog was closer to them. After walking into the fog with the bronze lantern, the first thing I saw was a treasure chest. Wow, you finally gave me a treasure chest? That's so rare. Lin Shan looked at the bronze treasure chest in front of him and couldn't help but complain. When killing the foggy swamp monster, no treasure chests were found around. After a quick look, I noticed a prefix, island. Not bad. Lin Shan opened it directly. System. Obtain Island Heart 2, Black Iron Spear 2. Lin Shan. Is the Black Iron Spear determined to follow me? Is it because I obtained the blueprints but haven't yet manufactured it? Holding the bronze lantern, the 2 people and the cat started exploring again. Probably because all the creatures on this island were killed by the misty swamp monster. After searching the entire fog, apart from the treasure chest encountered at the beginning, the only things left were a dozen or so misty, undead mushrooms. After exploring the second fog, Lin Shan walked towards the third fog. Hume? Island Master. Island Master. Lin Shan nodded, then smiled and said, How is it? Did you encounter any threats? Hume scratched her head after hearing this, and then said, We encountered some monsters that were unkillable, but after knocking off their heads, we could kill them. Then we found 3 treasure chests. Lin Shan. Those monsters are corpses parasitized by the mist undead mushroom. It's normal that they can't be killed. After all, they're already dead. The brain is where the mist undead mushroom parasitizes, so after chopping off the head, the corpse will naturally be unable to move again. Hume and the others were a little confused when they heard this. Is there such a mushroom? Controlling corpses? That's quite impressive. Lin Shan smiled and said, All right, don't worry about it. Just keep going. Once you meet up with Elia, just go back to the ship and wait for us. Hume. Okay, Island Master. Lin Shan nodded, then took Gloria and Big Cat to the third foggy area. Hume and the others watched Lin Shan go away before continuing to act. Just as the island owner said, she and Elia circled the island and then met on the other side, but their original plan was to find the island owner. Now that the island owner said he wants to go back to the boat, let's go back to the boat. Lin Shan didn't walk for long before he saw scattered corpses parasitized by the mist undead mushroom. However, they were all lying flat on their backs with their heads shattered. Good boy. Lin Shan couldn't help but smack his lips, then said, Should I say she's worthy of being called Tiger May? She's just violent. However, Lin Shan looked at the mist undead mushrooms exposed to the sun. Each one of them was dry, and some had even dried up, looking sickly. Obviously, the mist undead mushrooms hate light and are basically destroyed under the exposure to sunlight. Lin Shan recorded this feature, took a few photos, and left. Is a good memory not as good as a good pen? Lin Shan would choose to write down many things. While sending them to the chat channel to remind others, they can also be saved to prevent forgetting in the future. For example, in the case of the corpse infested with the mist undead mushroom this time, the identification did not say that the solution was to chop off the head. After finishing the recording, I started to continue exploring. I looked at the time, and it was almost 4 o'clock. I still had to reserve more than half an hour for the return journey. So at most there is still more than half an hour. Since we're coming here tomorrow anyway, it's not necessary to explore everything today. After arriving at the foggy area, take out the bronze lantern, light it up, turn it to maximum power, and start searching. I looked around and found nothing. Lin Shan took out the photo and looked at it, and found that there was also a cloud of fog near Xiao AI, and the other cloud was a bit far away from here, belonging to the other side of the island. Therefore, Lin Shan planned to go home after searching the fog near Xiao AI. Go straight ahead. Lin Shan used the flying dance technique to fly up and then flew towards the target. Seeing this, the 4-tailed black cat couldn't help but grab Lin Shan's clothes tightly. Although it could make short jumps in the air, it couldn't fly. Gloria, on the other hand, flew up directly and followed behind Lin Shan. Four-tailed black cat. Meow, meow, meow. Lin Shan, I asked you last time, how did you manage to fly before reaching level 6? Aside from some flying creatures, I've never seen anything before level 6. A being that can fly freely, meow. Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, this is an ability called air dance. While the ability to fly is indeed very convenient, although it consumes a lot of energy, it has great advantages. Big cat, what you said reminds me that when I get back, I should see if I can teach everyone. The good thing about the ability crystal is that it directly puts knowledge into your mind. So it should be possible to teach people, but it depends on one's understanding. The crystals are directly instilled, and you will be able to do it in no time. Chapter 190, Go Home. Flying is fast. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Shan arrived at the edge of the foggy area. He landed, took out the bronze lantern, and began to explore. Lin Shan walked towards the mist and said with a smile, I'm used to walking, so I tend to forget to use the sky dance technique. Four-tailed black cat. Meow, maybe being down to earth is what makes people feel at ease, meow. Lin Shan nodded and agreed. That makes sense. Who would fly in the sky for no reason? They're not birdmen. Moreover, the energy consumption of the air dance technique is quite high. Although Lin Shan's current recovery speed is faster than the consumption, he can theoretically fly infinitely. It should be because of the innate Tao body. Once it is fully awakened, it may become even more abnormal. But who knows how long it will take to fully awaken. Anyway, it awakens once every 10 days. Even if it's 10 awakening at a time, it will take 100 days. Well, after walking around, I still didn't find anything. Lin Shan complained, fuck it, there's nothing here. Why is this fog still hovering here? Well, forget it, let's go back. After saying that, Lin Shan flew directly to the beach where Xiao AI was. On the other side, Humei and Ilea also met. Well, to be precise, it was Humei who found Elia and the others. Because Elia and others are fighting with a giant beast, a peak level 3 giant beast. Of course, Elia and the others who didn't have the ability to identify it definitely didn't know. They thought it was a 4th level one. Otherwise, how could it be so hard? Although this giant beast is of the crocodile type, it has thick armor on its body and looks difficult to chew. Huh, isn't this an armored crocodile? I didn't expect it to exist in the ocean. Humei's surprised voice came over. Upon hearing this, Elia immediately shouted in surprise, Humei, come and help quickly. This guy is so hard. Humei smiled and said, of course it's tough. The armored crocodile's defense is well known. There aren't many creatures of the same rank with a higher defense than the armored crocodile. But the armored crocodile's weakness is also obvious. The next second, Humei rushed directly towards the armored crocodile, then jumped directly onto the armored crocodile's back, and continued. The armored crocodile can attack its own back, so this is a safe blind spot. The thick armored back prevents the armored crocodile from sensing whether someone is standing on its back, so simply jumping onto its back will allow you to safely avoid attacks. But the next second, Humei quickly jumped off the armored crocodile's back and quickly added. However, if you jump on someone's back in front of them, it will trigger a death roll. Humei jumped down easily and introduced with a smile. Seeing this, Elliot said helplessly, all right, stop playing around and get rid of this armored crocodile as soon as possible. If we keep dragging it on, it will be dark soon. Humei subconsciously looked up at the sky. Isn't it still sunny? But he nodded and said, I know, just cover me. The armored crocodile doesn't have many weaknesses, but there is a tiny connection on the neck where there is no armor back. It is one of the weaknesses, and it is a fatal weakness. But normally, the armored crocodile won't reveal its weaknesses, so Leah, you have to provoke it first. Hearing this, Aaliyah nodded and said, I understand. Then you should choose the right time. After saying that, Elia directly condensed wood element arrows and quickly shot them at the limbs of the armored crocodile. In an instant, vines broke out of the ground and directly wrapped around the short limbs of the armored crocodile. The defenseless armored crocodile fell heavily to the ground. Woo! The armored crocodile growled and began to struggle against the vines. Elia ignored the armored crocodile's attempt to break free. Her goal had been achieved anyway. She then began to condense elemental arrows and input a large amount of wood energy into them. Capone. The vines were constantly torn off, making crisp sounds again and again. However, the armored crocodile, which was concentrating on pulling the vines, inevitably ignored other places. So by the time Elia condensed the elemental arrow and shot it towards its eyes, it was too late to dodge. It could only quickly close its eyes and try to use the thin scales on its eyelids to defend itself. Unfortunately, how could thin eyelids possibly withstand the attack of elemental arrows? Not to mention that Elia also invested a lot of wood energy. Bang! The wood element arrow easily penetrated the eyelid and shot directly into the armored crocodile's eyes. Roar! A huge wailing sound was heard, and the intense pain made the armored crocodile explode directly. The vines were torn off in an instant, but unfortunately, its short legs could not reach its eyes. Hume, wow, Leah, you are really good at pulling hatred. Now I feel like if I jump on the back of the armored crocodile in front of it, it won't pay any attention to me. Hearing this, Elia rolled her eyes and said, "Wait a minute, the elemental arrows haven't exploded yet. Don't get affected." "What?" Hume asked doubtfully. It was only then that Hume discovered that after the armored crocodile broke free from the vines, it did not rush towards Elia, but struggled on the spot. Snap! What's that sound? Hume said doubtfully. But soon, she knew what the sound was. Hume couldn't help but rub her arms and complained, "Leah, you don't need my help at all, okay? You can obviously handle it by yourself." A huge tree directly penetrated the armored crocodile's head and grew wildly. No one could withstand this attack from the inside out, right? It's also such a terrifying feeling. Just thinking about some tree seeds sprouting inside my body and then breaking out of it makes me feel horrified. Hume rubbed her fair arms again. It was really creepy. Elia shrugged and said, "I was surprised too. This was inspired by the mushrooms I encountered today." Hume, are you talking about the mushrooms in the heads of those corpses? Elia, did you encounter that too? Hume nodded and said, "I've encountered quite a few of them. They were quite difficult to deal with at first, but once I knew their weaknesses, they were no longer a threat." "Oh, right, the island owner told us to go back to the boat and wait for him." Elia took out a new space bag, put the armored crocodile in it, and said, "Did the island owner say that?" Hume nodded. Elia put away the golden treasure chest not far away and said, "Let's go. We've already explored everything. The island owner won't let us enter the remaining foggy area." When Elia, Hume, and the others returned to the shore where Xiao AI docked, they unexpectedly discovered that the island owner and Lady Gloria had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing this, they couldn't help but speed up and ran over quickly. "Hume, Island Master, you're so fast." Hearing this, Lin Shan rolled his eyes and said, "Is everyone here? Are you all okay?" Everyone shook their heads. Lin Shan, "Well, let's go home and get on the boat." Chapter 191, Omen, Premonition, Pirates Attack. As everyone returned, Xiao AI immediately said happily, "Captain, Lady Gloria, and everyone else sit tight, it's time to start." Lin Shan led everyone into the cockpit, and after everyone was seated, Xiao AI started driving. After a while, Xiao AI left the island and disappeared into the fog. Looking at the fog outside that was dispelled by the ship's lights, Lin Shan touched his hand and fell into deep thought. The islands on the purple-rated island route later on must be even larger, so the bronze lantern was a prop to dispel the fog. It seems that he needs to collect some, otherwise, relying solely on a bronze lantern would be too slow, and the oil in the bronze lantern is also reduced by 1/3, although he still has a full tank of oil. But it seems that it won't be used for too long. After all, he still has 8 island routes, some of which are purple-rated. It's a pity that the chat channel is no longer available after leaving the island. Otherwise, he could ask in the chat channel now. Looking at the figures flashing by from time to time in the fog, Lin Shan and others were speechless. The danger of the fog is too great. There is no need to attract danger for a few words. After all, judging from Shauna's previous experience, even if a ship has ship lights, it will still be attacked by fog monsters. Especially those powerful monsters that are not afraid of exposing themselves outside the fog. Wasn't that foul-smelling ship attacked by a corrosive mist dragon? A single drop of blood could create a foul-smelling monster. Who knew how powerful a corrosive mist dragon was? But since it's a dragon, it must not be too weak. It must be at least level 5. With Xiao AI size, I'm afraid she can't withstand the 2 claws of the corrosive mist dragon, right? After about half an hour, Xiao AI finally broke out of the fog and returned home. Xiao AI's speed began to slow down, and then she slowly headed towards the port. "Xiaodu, Xiao Ai, you're back." "Yes, Xiaodu, I'm back." Xiao AI replied as she slowly approached the shore, then docked at the edge of the harbor and lowered the pedal. Shout AI, Captain, we've docked. You can get off the boat. Lin Shan smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, Xiao AI. Take a good rest now. I will have to trouble you again tomorrow. Xiao AI, no, it's no trouble at all, Captain. It's Xiao AI's pleasure. Xiaodu on the side was full of envy. It also wanted to go sailing, but unfortunately the captain seemed to have no use for it now. After getting off the boat, everyone walked towards the lighthouse. Lin Shan, Elia, Hume, how many treasure chests did you find? Hume, Island Master, I found 3 here, 2 bronze ones and 1 black iron one. Elia, Island Master, I found 4 here, 1 gold treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest, and 2 bronze treasure chests. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said, Take it out and let me take a look first. Hume and Ilea took the treasure chest out of the space bag. Looking at the treasure chests on the ground, Lin Shan first collected the gold treasure chest and the silver treasure chest, and then collected the 2 treasure chests with the prefix Island. Lin Shan, all right, open the treasure chest below you. If there's anything you don't recognize, you can let me identify it. Upon hearing this, Ilea and Hume nodded and put the treasure chest away. By the way, Island Master, I have some mushrooms here. Do you want any? Elia wanted to go to the mist undead mushroom and said quickly. As soon as Lin Shan heard it, he knew what it was. After all, there was only one kind of mushroom on the island, the mist mushroom of the dead. Looking at the mushrooms that Elia took out, Lin Shan nodded and said, This is called the mist undead mushroom, a yellow-rated extraordinary plant. Well, fungi shouldn't be considered in the plant family, right? However, it was identified as an extraordinary plant, which is quite rare. However, it is poisonous, so don't eat it carelessly. Hume patted her head upon hearing this, then said, Then I've wasted a lot of these misty, undead mushrooms. The name doesn't sound very good. Lin Shan also shrugged his shoulders. The name was indeed very ordinary. When people heard it, they would think it was poisonous, although it was indeed a poisonous mushroom. Shaking his head, Lin Shan smiled and said, All right, everyone go back. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, gather at the lighthouse. We have to go there again tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Lin Shan, by the way, when you go back, ask Mo Bao to come over and see if he can figure out how to eat this mushroom. Elia nodded in confusion. This mushroom grew from her head. So, could it be eaten? It seemed a bit hard to swallow. After taking a few steps, Lin Shan suddenly felt a familiar wave that he had not seen for a long time. Omen, you sense a murderous aura coming towards you. 2 days later, a pirate ship will break into your territory. After discovering your territory, the greedy pirates, they will greedily land on the island and plunder it. However, from the aura, you can sense that the strongest pirate is probably in the late 3rd stage. Looking at the prompt that popped up, Lin Shan said in surprise, It's an omen. It hasn't appeared in a long time. After taking a careful look for a few times, Lin Shan was amused. You pirate will not come until my strength improves? However, this time the omen is much more detailed. It should be related to the surge in my mystical and spiritual attributes, right? Lin Shan said after taking a few glances at the omens. Suddenly, an idea came to Lin Shan's mind. The omen had already told him that pirates would appear in 2 days. What would happen if he used the mysterious foresight now? Is it a repetition of the foreboding message, or is there a new message? Quite curious, Lin Shan directly used the mysterious foresight. The next second, countless images flashed through his mind, and soon the predictive prompt popped up. Prediction: 7 days after the pirate invasion, 3 or 4 pirate ships will break through the fog and enter your territory. The pirate flags on the ships are exactly the same as the flags on the pirate ships you killed before. Obviously, this is the same pirate ship team, but you are wondering how they found here in this vast sea of fog? After a fierce battle and the sacrifice of many elves and demi-humans, you successfully defeated the pirate team and also got the reason from them why they were able to find this place accurately. That's because the pirate ships before had their own positioning devices. Every pirate ship had one. Once the distance reached a certain level, they could sense the locator. Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. After sacrificing a lot of elves and demi-humans, they successfully defeated the pirate team? So, is there someone strong enough in the pirate group to hold Gloria back? Chapter 192, Wand of Destiny Upgrade. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan sat in a chair, looked at the 2 messages in front of him, and began to ponder. Judging from the omen, the first pirate ship to arrive could be considered a spy or something. And 2 days later, after killing the pirates, I should have chosen to leave the pirate ship behind. Otherwise, it would not be located here. After all, if the ship is not there, how can the other party locate it? Damn, so I asked for it. Lin Shan pursed his lips in dissatisfaction, then thought about the pirate fleet behind him. They would arrive 7 days after the pirate ship arrived. In other words, he already knew about it in advance, so he could, Wait a minute. 2 days plus 7 days? Isn't that the 20th day? Could it be that the damage is because of the trial? Lin Shan suddenly reacted and exclaimed. Lin Shan can guarantee that there will definitely be events like trials on the 20th day. So it was a combination of the two that caused him to suffer heavy casualties? It's no wonder. If that's the case, then we can't let this pirate group come. However, we can't stop the pirate ship in 2 days, so we can only kill the pirates. Let the boat move forward on its own. If it can't, then we can only let Xiaodu take it farther and let it sink to the bottom. In this way, all crises will be resolved one by one, right? It's a pity that he can only use the mysterious foresight once now. Otherwise, he could use it again to know whether his method is appropriate. However, Lin Shan was still a little confused. Was the prediction calculated based on his current strength or his strength 9 days later? 9 days is enough time to increase a lot of strength. So Lin Shan has to figure this out. Just as Lin Shan was thinking, Gloria's voice rang out. Gloria, Master, Ma Bao is here. Hearing Gloria's words, Lin Shan came back to his senses from his thoughts, then looked towards the door, just in time to see Mo Bao walking in. Lin Shan, Ma Bao, here I come. Mo Bao, Island Master, here I come. By the way, Island Master, are you and Lady Gloria still having dinner? Do you want me to make you dinner first? Hearing this, Lin Shan subconsciously rubbed his stomach, then nodded and said with a smile, Then I'll trouble you first, Mo Bao. Mo Bao, how can cooking for the island owner be considered troublesome? Then I'll cook first. Lin Shan nodded, then watched Mo Bao happily walk toward the kitchen, sighing that Mo Bao really liked cooking. After sighing, Lin Shan started thinking again. After much thought, it is still a matter of strength. As long as he is strong enough, and Ilea, Hume and others are strong enough, then no problem will be a problem. Suddenly, the wand of destiny in his mind emitted waves. Lin Shan took it out doubtfully. Looking at the wand of destiny in his hand, he asked in confusion, What's going on? The wand of destiny emitted a wave, and then some information appeared in Lin Shan's mind, which was conveyed to him by the wand of destiny. After reading the information, Lin Shan couldn't help but blink. This information was exactly the growth conditions for the wand of destiny. Well, it couldn't be called conditions. The wand of destiny itself has no limitations. What limits it is Lin Shan's strength. The stronger Lin Shan is, the greater the effect of the wand of destiny will be. And now, the wand of destiny sensed Lin Shan's desire to become stronger, so it reminded him. Lin Shan suddenly realized that the wand of destiny would become stronger as one's strength increased, but had not changed before. He thought it was because he was not strong enough. After all this time, I realized it was because I didn't update the wand of destiny. Lin Shan felt that he had been laughed at for being stupid, and then he started to update according to the method provided by the wand of destiny. First, use your own energy to cover the wand of destiny, allowing the wand of destiny to sense your 4th level strength, and then the wand of destiny will quickly adapt to the changes in Lin Shan's strength. Then, with the help of Lin Shan's energy, he began to remove the restrictions and release them to the stage that was most suitable for Lin Shan. The wand of destiny began to brighten, and waves continued to spread outward. After a few minutes, the wand of destiny was finally removed. Name, Wand of Destiny. Category, Weapons. Rating, Black 9. Effect, Mystic plus 40, Spirit plus 40. Effect, Untouchable except by the Witch of Fate. Special effects, Destiny Incarnation, Destiny Blessing, Destiny Blessing, Destiny Blessing. Looking at the latest attributes of the Wand of Destiny, Lin Shan's eyes widened in surprise. How much more? 40? It really is 10 for the 1st level? 9th level, is that a 90 bonus? Lin Shan opened his own attributes and looked at them. Mystic plus 2,400, Spirit plus 1,533. Oh my god, the mysterious value has exceeded 2,000. This is awesome. Add in the 10 from the Key of Destiny, and the bonus is a full 50, that's not even counting the 20 from the Territory Lord. But what the hell is this special effect? Are all 3 of them just blessings from fate? Lin Shan was surprised at first, then spoke in confusion. After some research, I found that the effect of Fate Blessing is very simple. When using the Wand of Fate to perform mystical and spiritual abilities, the power will be greatly increased and the consumption will be greatly reduced. At the same time, there will be the Blessing of Fate, ensuring that your attacks will hit the target 100. The effects of the 3 Destiny Blessings are the same, but the blessings of the latter Destiny are different, and the remaining 2 are random negative states. But overall, they all weaken the enemy's best ability. After seeing the effect of Destiny's Blessing, Lin Shan couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This effect was so rough, right? It didn't have the temperament of Destiny at all. Why do I feel like the previous generation of the Witch of Fate was a 6th generation woman? Why is this ability blessing so... where is the underworld? Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. But the next second, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "But I like it. Hey, hey, hey." Gloria blinked, looked at Lin Shan's weird smile, and pulled her cheeks. Okay, she couldn't do it. After the mysterious breakthrough to 2000, the mysterious foresight can finally be used twice. Does it take 1,000 points of mystery to predict something once? Maybe even more. Lin Shan immediately used mysterious foresight. Precognition. You first learned from the omen that there would be a pirate invasion in 2 days, and then from the foreknowledge that in 9 days, a pirate group would appear and attack you and your islanders, causing huge damage, and now you use foresight again. 9 days later, because you knew what happened in advance, the pirate invasion 2 days later did not cause any waves. You and your islanders caught them all. After Chapter 193, The Power of Foresight. Afterwards, you tortured the pirates severely, but the pirates were not afraid and arrogantly stated that you had already been killed. Their leader would kill you and then arrest all your islanders, sold as slaves. Then he laughed very arrogantly and even made personal insults to Elia and others. However, after you pulled out your trump card, described the 10 ancient tortures, and cut one of the pirates with the worst mouth into pieces, the pirates were frightened to the point of incontinence. The subsequent torture went very smoothly. The pirates wanted to confess their entire ancestry, for they were afraid that you would use the remaining tortures on them, which were so horrifying just to hear. After some inquiries, you learned that the pirate group is called the Shitlak Pirate Group, and their leader is a well-known pirate in the surrounding waters, Tang Matsi, who is invincible with his cloak and punch technique. Moreover, his strength had just broken through to the 5th level a while ago. His strength and fame had greatly increased. He claimed to be the descendant of the sea god and was now recruiting other pirate groups. Those who did not join would die. Therefore, within just a few months, the number of pirate ships increased from 3 to 30. Among them were some old pirate groups whose leaders had reached the 4th level of strength, while these pirates had just joined the group. After reading the predicted information, Lin Shan's first reaction was, "That's so long." His second reaction was, "Is this even a prediction? It's almost catching up with the simulated future." But think about it. There doesn't seem to be much difference between foreknowledge and simulating the future, right? Rubbing his head, Lin Shan touched his chin. This meant that the pirate leader was the strongest, having reached the early 5th level, so it was no surprise that he could hold back Gloria. But Lin Shan looked at the predicted information in front of him. There was still no detailed introduction to the details of the 20th day. What were these pirates? What he wanted to know now was the events of the 20th day. Also, wasn't there supposed to be 30 pirate ships? Even minus the one he captured, there were still 29, right? Why were there only 3 pirate ships left in the end? Just when Lin Shan was feeling confused, the omen information popped up again. It seemed that the content above was for people to digest before continuing. Prediction. You were surprised at the strength of the pirate group. The 5th level strength can indeed hold back Gloria. So what about the remaining people, if there are more 4th level people? It can indeed cause huge damage, but you are also confused. Why? Out of 30 pirate ships, only 3 finally approach your territory. That was because the timing of the enemy's invasion was very unfortunate, and it just triggered the second trial prepared by the Tower Guardian system for all tower defenders, the simulated Blood Tide trial. The Tower Guardian system released some kind of mysterious power, causing all the surrounding sea beasts to become extremely violent and greatly increase their strength, although the effect was not as good as a real blood tide. But there's also some power of the blood tide, and the Shitlak pirates happened to enter your territory at this time. As a result, they were attacked by sea beasts and sea monsters that were restricted by the system from entering your territory. After paying a heavy price, Tang Matsi gathered powerful pirates together and then rushed into your territory under the cover of other pirate ships. You, who had been lying in ambush, threw out the damaged sky, thunder bombardment hammer, and other weapons affected by the space turbulence to launch the first wave of bombardment before the enemy's ship reached the shore. The powerful weapon bombs directly took away more than half of the pirates. Even the fourth-level pirates were severely damaged and were caught off guard. Tang Matsi, who was already fleeing in a panic, also suffered some damage. Finally, before the trial began, you successfully captured all the pirates without causing any damage. At this point, the prediction is complete. Lin Shan blinked, and then seeing the new predictive information in front of him, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Awesome. Looking at the new predictive information in front of him, the causes and consequences of the pirate invasion have been explained clearly. Lin Shan rubbed his chin. After his mysterious breakthrough of 2000, the effect had become so amazing. This was comparable to simulating the future. And don't forget, you can simulate twice a day now. After knowing that the pirates posed no threat, Lin Shan focused his attention on the trial on the 20th day. Looking at the information on the prediction, Lin Shan couldn't help but whisper, "A simulated blood tide trial? And it's not even as powerful as a real blood tide, yet it dealt a near-fatal blow to a powerful pirate ship. How can we tower defenders possibly defend this? Or is it that the trials on his side are more powerful? Unfortunately, the prediction has passed now, and we can only wait and see tomorrow." While Lin Shan was thinking about it, Mo Bao had already prepared dinner and placed it on the table one by one. Mo Bao, "Island Master, dinner is ready. You can eat now." Hearing Mo Bao's words, Lin Shan turned his head and saw a table full of delicious food with Mo Bao standing beside it. "It's done so quickly?" Lin Shan asked doubtfully. "Ma Bao, Island Master, I've been frying Ma Bao for over half an hour." Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Ma Bao. By the way, Ma Bao, take a look at this misty undead mushroom and see if you can figure out a cooking method." Lin Shan handed the space bag containing the mist undead mushroom to Mo Bao and showed her the attribute identification properties of the mist undead mushroom. Upon hearing this, Mo Bao took it, then looked at the attribute panel of the mist undead mushroom, and then took out a mist undead mushroom and looked at it. This novel ingredient made Mo Bao extremely interested. Mo Bao, "Island Master, this is the first time I've seen this. Can you let me study it first?" Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Originally, I asked you to research how to process this kind of mushroom." Mo Bao, "Yes, then Island Master, I'll go and study it first." After saying that, Ma Bao ran into the kitchen. For Ma Bao, the kitchen was the best place for her to study ingredients. Seeing this, Lin Shan smiled and shook his head, then invited Gloria to enjoy dinner together. Did Xiao Jinglu go to sleep with her friends again? That won't do. She hasn't absorbed all the dragon beard essence yet. I guess I'll have to bring her back later. You can't sleep with your friends until you have absorbed all the dragon beard essence. On the other side, Xiao Jinglu, who had played with his friends all day, scratched his belly, turned over, hugged Xia, and continued to sleep soundly. A bunch of little guys, they can't even sleep peacefully. They dance around like crazy while sleeping. Their postures are horrible. Chapter 194, Dang Dang Dang. After eating, Lin Shan wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue in satisfaction, and then said to Gloria, "Gloria, go to the treehouse and bring little Jinglu back to me." Hearing Lin Shan's words, Gloria nodded and walked out. After watching Gloria leave and turning to look at Mo Bao, who was studying the mist undead mushroom in the kitchen, Lin Shan took out the treasure chest directly. There are 4 treasure chests in total, 1 gold treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest, and 2 bronze treasure chests with the prefix Island. System: obtain Island Heart 1, Bronze Lantern 1, Lamp Oil 1. System: obtain Island Heart 3. Seeing the bronze lantern and lamp oil, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said, "I almost forgot to collect these props to dispel the fog." After saying that, Lin Shan opened the trading store and started searching. There's so many personal stores, there must be someone selling it, right? Enter the words to dispel the fog, and the next second, tens of thousands of individual stores will directly become more than 2,000 or 3,000. I randomly clicked on it and started checking it out. Then he discovered that the item sold in this store to dispel the fog was actually candlelight. This made Lin Shan a little amused, but candlelight did dispel the fog. so there was nothing wrong with it. Modify the requirements to a bronze lantern type. Soon, the number of individual stores decreased by 70 to 80 again, leaving only a few hundred. After clicking on it, Lin Shan nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm right this time. What the hell is this red heart candle?" Name: red heart candle. Category: special items. Rating: white 1. Effect: after ignition, it will dispel the fog within 1 meter, and the dispersal range is also a shape. Evaluation: the auspicious props launched by Shuangzitang are said to be quite popular. Price: 100 Lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan rolled his eyes, closed his personal store, and clicked on another one. Unfortunately, it is still rated white, and the dispelling range is only 3 meters, which is better than the red heart candle. It's definitely not possible to find it this way. Lin Shan needs to directly enter the rating, which is blue or above. In an instant, only 17 individual stores remained. I clicked on it again. A bronze lantern? Lin Shan clicked on it to check, and it was indeed a bronze lantern, but this was a blue 3-star one, which could only illuminate the fog within 3 to 30 meters at most, which was worse than his. In addition, the store also sells lamp oil. Lin Shan took a look and found that the bronze lantern cost 3,000 Lighthouse gold coins, while the lamp oil cost 1,500. Okay, buy them all. 30 meters is enough to explore a smaller fog area. Millions of gold coins were suddenly reduced by 4,500. Lin Shan didn't even bother to look at it. In Lin Shan's personal store, toilet paper sells for 5 pieces of wood. Well, because someone else has opened it, the price is now maintained at 5, making a profit of 4 times. However, the fireplace has not changed and is still 20 pieces of stone. The main reason is that no one is selling fireplaces and everyone already has one, so sales are average. Then there are the fruits. Yes, after selling the fruits to Ajido, Elia brought the elves to catalyze another batch, and now the market is full again. Selling fruits to make a fortune. Then Lin Shan clicked on another store to check, and found that it was still a bronze lantern, and there was lamp oil. Oh my god, could it be that all the blue-rated ones were bronze lanterns? This is a 5-star item, and it comes with lamp oil for 6,500 Lighthouse gold coins. I bought it. Then I clicked it again, and oh, as expected, it was still a bronze lantern and lamp oil. Bought it. Look again. Buy again. Look again. Look again. In an instant, Lin Shan sold out all the bronze lanterns in 17 private stores. The best one among them was the silver lantern, which was silver-white in color and much more upscale than the bronze lantern. It cost a full 35,000 Lighthouse gold coins, but it was still bought by Lin Shan in seconds. Name: silver lantern. Category: special items. Rating: yellow 3. Effect: can freely dispel fog within a range of 3 meters to 300 meters and reveal invisible units. Evaluation: the silver lantern is a superior substitute for the bronze lantern and is also a special prop specially created by those who explore the path. However, the silver lantern is more suitable for team use because of its wider range. Please note that the lantern light requires lamp oil, and this lamp oil is specially made, so normal lamp oil cannot be used. Lin Shan looked at the silver lantern in his hand with satisfaction. He would use this one himself and give the other bronze lanterns to Elia and the others. Development needs to be rapid, so separation is inevitable when exploring the island. The foggy areas on the island are very scattered, so a lamp in each hand is the most suitable. After buying the lamps, Lin Shan turned his head to look at the silver treasure chest and the gold treasure chest on the ground. Just as Lin Shan was about to open the treasure chest, Gloria walked in. Gloria, Master, Xiao Jinglu has been brought back. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan turned his head and saw Xiao Jinglu blowing bubbles. Well, literally, he was blowing bubbles. Small bubbles were constantly coming out of Xiao Jinglu's small mouth. Huh? Is this due to lack of water? Why are you blowing bubbles like a crab? Lin Shan said in a daze. Upon hearing this, Gloria shook her head. She had no knowledge in this area either. Lin Shan twitched the corner of her mouth, this little girl, and then said, Gloria, exile Xiao Jing into her shell. Hearing this, Gloria nodded and walked to the second floor. Lin Shan shook his head helplessly. No matter whether it was due to lack of water or dreaming of bubbles, it would be a good idea to put it in a deep-sea clams. Then go back and continue opening the treasure chest. System: obtain ice storage 1, element quiver 1. Ice house. Is that what I'm thinking of? Lin Shan said curiously. Then I clicked to view, and sure enough, It was a special room just like the advanced forging room, except that this one was an icy ice storage. Lin Shan settled it down directly, well, right next to the kitchen, so that some ingredients can be placed in the freezer in the future. He saw the new ice storage, opened it, and took a look. It was big enough, but he couldn't think of any other function of it besides refrigeration. Moreover, this ice storage is divided into layers. The front layer is for keeping food fresh and is not so cold, while the back layer is the kind that will freeze and the temperature is below zero. However, the appearance of the ice storage allows him to eat some frozen fruits, and cold drinks and shaved ice can also be arranged. After taking a look, Lin Shan walked out directly. Then I saw Mo Bao standing at the door, looking at the ice storage curiously. Lin Shan, ink treasure? What's wrong? Mo Bao, Island Master, is this an ice storage? Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and said yes. Mo Bao took out the mist undead mushroom and said, Island Master, look. Chapter 195, Special Treatment Method for the Misty Undead Mushroom. Hearing Mo Bao's words, Lin Shan looked at the mist undead mushroom in her hand in confusion. Huh, is there white smoke? Lin Shan asked in surprise. Mo Bao, not only that, Island Master, feel it. Hearing this, Lin Shan touched the mist mushroom and said, it's so cold? Mo Bao, have you frozen the mist mushroom in the refrigerator? Mo Bao shook his head and said, no, I only noticed the change when the ice storage appeared. I'll get a new one to show you. After saying that, Mo Bao took out a new mist undead mushroom. Then, when the two of them saw this, the mist undead mushroom, which had just come out and was exposed to the cold air, began to emit white smoke, and the whole mushroom looked dazzling. So it seems that the misty undead mushroom likes the environment? Mo Bao, Island Master, you see, this phenomenon is very strange. I feel it has something to do with the treatment of the mist undead mushroom. Perhaps the special treatment of this kind of mushroom requires it to be kept at a low temperature. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan cast an identification spell on the smoking misty undead mushroom. Name: Active Mist Mushroom. Category: Extraordinary Plants. Rating: Yellow 4. Effect: Increase extraordinary spiritual attributes after consumption. Evaluation: The mist mushroom of the dead in an active state. In this state, the mist mushroom of the dead no longer produces toxins, but instead stimulates the deliciousness of the mist mushroom of the dead itself. The active state of the mist mushroom will last for about an hour, so it is best to complete the processing during this time. It is said that the ripe mist mushroom will also emit white smoke. Note: when the mist of the dead mushroom is exposed to heat, its active state will quickly dissipate and will not last more than 10 minutes. Lin Shan showed the attribute panel to Mo Bao, and then smiled and said, Mo Bao, your feeling is really right. Mo Bao, I knew it. Well, I already have an idea of how to deal with this foggy undead mushroom. Island Master, do you want to try it now? Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, okay, then I'll wait at the dining table for you to finish this special dish. Mo Bao nodded, then ran into the kitchen with a misty undead mushroom that was emitting white smoke and started preparing immediately. Seeing this, Lin Shan smiled and shook his head, saying, don't be so anxious. Don't make any mistakes. After saying that, he returned to his chair and opened the golden treasure chest directly. System: Obtained an automatic mining machine 1. Huh. Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim, then clicked on the automatic mining machine to check it out. Name: Automatic Mining Machine. Category: Special Items. Rating: Purple 5. Effect: High Efficiency Mining or +10. Evaluation: This automatic mining machine was specially developed by a certain superpower and deployed in dangerous mining areas where human labor is not capable of mining. The efficiency and speed of the automatic mining machine are amazing, and most importantly, it can mine at all times. Therefore, a small vein can be mined in just 10 days, and the automatic mining machine itself has an energy space device that can be fully filled with about 1/10 of the ore volume of the small vein. Looking at the stats before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but stroke his chin. He then sighed. That superpower Empire Gloria belongs to again? Damn awesome. But that, or +10, that should be a system edition, right? +10 is easy to understand. It means mining 1 ore and turning it directly into 11 ores. Isn't the effect simple and crude? Lin Shan. So, starting tomorrow, who won't have to arrange for demi-humans to enter the ore vein space to mine. That's right. After the mineral vein space was formed, Lin Shan gave the enchanted golden pickaxe to Hume and asked her to arrange one person to go in and dig the energy mine every day. The efficiency of the subhumans, or veins, is also very fast. Although the enchanted gold pickaxe can also add, or it still needs to be swung to mine. At the end of the day, tens of thousands of energy stones were mined, which means that the pickaxe was swung at least tens of thousands of times. Tens of thousands of times is already abnormal. You know, mining is not just a matter of lightly touching it with a pickaxe, it requires hard digging. But now, the miner's wife loses her job after working just one day. Lin Shan said to Gloria, who had just come down, "Gloria, go to the treehouse and tell Hume that we don't need to send anyone to the mineral vein space to mine tomorrow." Gloria nodded and went out again. Now, all the treasure chests have been opened, and we can wait for Mo Bao's extraordinary cooking. Gloria returned very quickly this time. Last time, perhaps she was afraid of waking up Xiao Jinglu, so she was a little slower. "Lin Shan, did you say that?" Gloria nodded and said, "I told Hume about it," and she nodded to show that she understood. "Lin Shan, very good, sit down. Mo Bao's cooking is almost done. Let's try it later." A few minutes later, Mo Bao finally came out of the kitchen with a plate in his hand. Mo Bao, "Island Master, Lady Gloria, please try it." After saying that, Mo Bao took off the lid, and suddenly a cold mist filled the air. When the mist dissipated, the true appearance of the delicacy was revealed. Looking at the crystal-clear delicacy in front of him, Lin Shan was a little surprised. He picked up a piece of misty, undead mushroom from the ice sculpture and looked at the translucent mushroom slice emitting a little white smoke in front of him. Lin Shan exclaimed in admiration, "Ma Bao, your knife skills are really good, but how come the dark gray misty, undead mushroom has become translucent?" And Mo Bao scratched his head after hearing this, and then said, "I'm not sure about this. I cooked the mist undead mushroom and put it in ice water to cool it down. When I picked it up, I found that the mist undead mushroom had become like this. But it's very flavorful and crispy and doesn't taste like mushroom at all. Is that so? Then let me see how it tastes." After saying that, Lin Shan put the mushroom slices into his mouth. The processed mist undead mushrooms looked great and were not difficult to eat at all. Lin Shan chewed it. It certainly didn't taste like mushrooms, but rather like crispy skin. Very crispy, and the taste was quite good, icy with a hint of sweetness, similar to the crispy skin on the surface of ice cream. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "The taste and texture are both very good. Mo Bao, you are awesome." Mo Bao couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Lin Shan, "Okay, stop standing there like an idiot. Let's sit down and eat together." Mo Bao nodded after hearing this. The three of them finished a plate of mushroom dish very quickly. After all, this mushroom dish was just Mo Bao's prototype. In order to avoid waste, Mo Bao only used 10 mist undead mushrooms. Lin Shan discovered that even if the mist undead mushrooms were eaten mixed together, they would increase the extraordinary spiritual attributes. Eating a small amount would improve the extraordinary spiritual attributes. After one game, the mental attribute increases by 11 points. Chapter 196 Dungeon Core Platform. Lin Shan, "It tastes great, Ma Bao. Let's add this mushroom to our lunch from now on. But keep the main strain for now, and see if we can find another way to cultivate it." Mo Bao nodded after hearing this. Lin Shan, "Well, you've worked really hard today. Go back and have a good rest." Mo Bao, "Then Island Master, I will go back first." After saying that, Ma Bao left the lighthouse in a good mood and returned to the treehouse. Seeing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Okay, Gloria, it's time for us to go to bed." Hearing this, Gloria nodded. After washing up before going to bed, he drank some water, then looked at Xiao Jinglu, who was soaked in the dragon beard treasure liquid. After seeing that she was not spitting bubbles, he went back to bed with satisfaction. Then I lay down on the bed, happily. The effect brought by the bed allows Lin Shan to fall asleep easily. It is truly the bed that insomniacs dream of. A good night's sleep with no nightmares. The next day came so smoothly. The sunlight still shines and mercilessly, pulling you out of your sleep. Lin Shan opened his eyes and sighed inwardly. "Oh wow, I'm finally not having a nightmare anymore. I'm so happy." Then he pulled Gloria, who was lying on top of him, away, sat up, got out of bed, walked to the balcony, and stretched his body as usual. "Hey, now that my physique has improved, Gloria's weight finally doesn't have any impact anymore. I'm so happy." Lin Shan said with a smile as he got it. You know, most of Lin Shan's nightmares were caused by Gloria hugging him. Nightmares in which he suddenly couldn't move or couldn't breathe. Then I opened my personal panel and took a look. Today's weather, sunny. Weather effect, rare. When the tide goes out on your island, there's a very small chance that sunburst shells will appear on the beach. Sunburst? A supernatural shellfish? Tell Shauna and the others to keep an eye out and see if they can find it. Then use today's talent, the Gift of Destiny. Gift of Destiny, Dungeon Core Platform. Price, mystical and extraordinary attributes reduced by 100 points. Deducting my attributes? Or is my main attribute mysterious? Lin Shan first complained in surprise. Then look at the items on the Gift of Destiny, the Dungeon Core Platform. Name, Dungeon Core Platform. Category, Special Construction. Rating, Black 9. Effect, random dungeons will be formed from time to time. Evaluation, the dungeon is a unique place formed by this world. It contains a large number of monsters. As long as the adventurers can successfully pass through it, they can obtain a large number of treasures. Note, holy crap, you even got this thing? I suddenly realized that encryption seems a bit redundant. What the hell? What the hell? Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Shan was so excited that he exclaimed, "Wow, this effect is amazing." Decisively accept the exchange. In an instant, Lin Shan felt as if he had been drained dry and felt a little powerless all over, but the feeling went away quickly as it came. I soon felt full of energy, as if it was an illusion. But when I opened my attribute points, I saw that I was 150 points less mysterious, and I knew that it was not an illusion. The mysterious and extraordinary attributes were gone, but the core platform of the dungeon appeared in his hands. Looking at the core platform of the dungeon in front of me, all I have to do now is find a place to settle down. At that time, as long as there is a door on the platform, it means there is a dungeon. If there is no door, then there is no dungeon. However, the most important point about this dungeon core platform is that it is fixed here and will not disappear. You know, the underground city outside will disappear in a month. Holding the dungeon core platform, Lin Shan thought for a while, then turned his head to look at the lake. That's right, he planned to place this dungeon core in the middle of the lake. The core platform of the dungeon does not cover a large area, only about 200 square meters, and it is square. Lin Shan's island opened 6 island hearts yesterday, and has been upgraded to a yellow rating of 9 stars. The area has reached 11,102,000 square meters. Therefore, the lake expanded a lot, which was more than enough to accommodate a square core platform of the underground city. Lin Shan flew directly to the lake and saw the lake's spirit dozing off. As for Tumu and Tushar, they were still running around. After all, the island had been upgraded and its area had increased. Their responsibilities have increased, although they seemed to enjoy it. Arriving at the lake, Lin Shan took out the core platform of the dungeon and placed it there. System ding. Placement failed. The dungeon needs to be connected to the ground. What are you doing sitting on the water? Oh my god. The system is complaining about me, right? Lin Shan looked at the prompt that was brought out and was speechless. Shaking his head, Lin Shan complained, "Can't you just connect it directly underwater? Seriously, that's not smart enough." It would be possible to find earth, soil, and rocks to build a platform, but Lin Shan was too lazy to do it. After looking around, he decided to place it directly in front of the lake. Bang! An ordinary platform appeared in front of Lin Shan. Well, it couldn't be more ordinary, even plainer than the underground city on the island yesterday. Maybe it's because the underground city hasn't been formed yet? After taking a look, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse. It was time to wash up, eat, and explore the dungeon. When Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse, Ilea, Humei, and the others had already gathered under the lighthouse. Lin Shan, you guys are up so early? Have you had breakfast? Elia, Island Master, we are full. Mo Bao got up early to cook for us. Humei nodded and said, yes, Mo Bao's cooking skills are getting better and better. Today's buns are crispy and delicious. Hearing this, Lin Shan turned his head to look at Humei, who looked very happy. It should be because of the addition of the mist undead mushroom, right? But buns with mushrooms? Only Mo Bao could come up with that. Lin Shan, well, wait for me for a moment. I'll leave after I wash up. Elia, Island Master, don't you want to have breakfast before setting off? Hearing this, Lin Shan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's the same if we eat on the road. Hearing Lin Shan say this, Ilea and Humei looked at each other, then nodded helplessly. In fact, There's no need to be so anxious, right? But since the island owner said this, he must have his own considerations, right? Xiao AI. Captain, Lady Gloria, good morning everyone. Xiaodu, good morning. Lin Shan smiled and said, Xiao AI, Xiaodu, good morning to you too. Xiao AI. Captain, are we still going to the same island as yesterday? Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, yes, we are still going to that island. Chapter 197. The stone door was opened. Watching Xiao AI go away, Xiaodu was envious again, but he was not jealous. It should be said that ship elves would not be jealous of other ships being used frequently. Their thinking is very simple. If they're not used by the captain for a long time, it means that they're not capable of using them. Besides, the captain just said that after today's exploration is completed, it will come in handy tomorrow. When Xiaodu thought of this, he became a little excited. On the other side, Xiao AI was speeding across the sea, following the same path she took yesterday. Because they had already sailed there yesterday, Xiao AI's speed was a little faster than yesterday. In just over 20 minutes, she broke through the fog and arrived at the island. The island hasn't changed much, except that there is less fog on the island and its location has changed a lot. However, there is no fog in the middle of the island, where the underground city is located. As Xiao AI arrived at the shore, everyone got off the boat and went to the island. After coming down, Lin Shan took out 2 bronze lanterns and lamp oil and handed them to Ilea and Hume, then said, take these bronze lanterns. Once you turn them on, they will dispel the fog. Both are blue 8-star, can dispel fog within a range of 8 to 80 meters, and the other one is lamp oil. Ilea and Hume each took one, looked at it for a few seconds, and put it away. Because today's mission is not to explore the fog on the island. Besides, there's only one foggy area on the island that was not explored yesterday, and it was not a very big one. Although there are now several more foggy areas, who knows if there are treasure chests in them. So under the leadership of Lin Shan, the group staggered towards the underground city platform in the middle of the island. Without the fog blocking their view, after walking for more than 10 minutes, everyone saw the dungeon platform. It was ordinary and there was nothing special about it. The door is open. When Lin Shan came to the platform and looked at the stone gate, he couldn't help but be surprised. He closed it on purpose when he left yesterday. I came directly to the stone gate. There were many palm prints on the gate. They were not big, but they looked a bit like palms. Lin Shan gestured and found that it was much smaller than his. Gloria, show me how to do it. Upon hearing this, Gloria went up and gestured with her palm. It was still a little small. Gloria, Master, it's a little small. Lin Shan nodded, then said gloomily, it looks a bit like a human handprint, just a little smaller. Could it be some kind of humanoid creature? Forget it, whether it is true or not. You will know when you meet him after you go in. Come on, keep up. After saying that, Lin Shan walked in first. Following Lin Shan in, Gloria and the others also walked in. Soon we arrived at the entrance to the basement. Looking at the entrance to the maze in front of them, Ilea, Hume and others looked at it curiously. Lin Shan noticed the handprints immediately, but this time there were not just 1 or 2, but so many that it gave him goosebumps. Holy crap, so many handprints? And so densely packed? Could it be a multi-armed monster? Lin Shan looked at the palm prints under the maze passage and guessed. But judging from the traces, it seems that only one fog monster broke in, which is okay. Lin Shan turned his head to look at everyone, and then ordered, Ilea, Hume, you should split into 2 teams as you did yesterday, and start exploring. And take this. This is the spiritual crystal I condensed. It contains a trace of my spiritual power. After crushing it, I can sense it. So when I find the entrance to the next level, I will crush it to remind me. Do you understand? Ilea and Hume took the spirit crystal and nodded. But Island Master, how are you going to notify us? Ilea asked doubtfully. Lin Shan smiled and said, isn't this simple? If the spirit crystals in your hands shatter on their own, that will be my signal to notify you. Then just follow the mark and come find me. After all, how can you enter a maze without leaving a mark? Upon hearing this, the 2 of them looked at the spirit crystals in their hands, then nodded to Lin Shan to show that they understood. Lin Shan, very good, then let's go. Don't forget to leave your mark. After saying that, Lin Shan walked along the handprint path, leaving a mud footprint with every step he took. Seeing this, Ilea and Hume looked at each other in surprise. They couldn't learn this. Hume, how about we leave arrows to indicate the direction to go? There's no one else here anyway, so they won't destroy our mark. Ilea, Of course I can, but do you have that many branches? Who may? Use arrows. The direction of the arrow is the direction we are heading. Elia nodded and said, All right, let's do it this way. Let's explain it to the island owner. Hume heard this and said helplessly, The island owner has already set off. We should slow down a bit. Elia, forget it, let's go too. The arrow is very clear. The island owner should be able to see it. Lin Shan followed the handprints on the ground and continued to move forward. He wanted to see which foolish monster had broken into his dungeon. Lin Shan looked at the bloodstains in front of him and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After looking around for a few times, Lin Shan was not sure whether it was the monster in the dungeon that was injured or the multi-armed monster that was injured. But it was obvious that the multi-armed monster won because the handprint was still going deep and there were drops of blood. Lin Shan continued to move forward, and finally, after more than 10 minutes, he saw the target he had been chasing. Oh my god, it really is a multi-armed monster? Aren't these hands a bit too many? They're so densely packed together, at least 14. Lin Shan clicked his tongue again. The four-tailed black cat said in disgust. How disgusting, meow. Gloria also nodded. There were too many hands, and it did look uncomfortable. Name, multi-legged hand monster. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, hand addiction, hand fetish. Abilities, multiple strikes, chain, slaps, swapping limbs, entanglement hug. Extraordinary attributes, spirit plus 142, constitution plus 241, strength plus 169, agility plus 217. Evaluation. The multi-legged hand monster is a common monster in the fog. It likes to collect the hands and feet of other creatures, and humans are its favorite. Excessive appraisal evaluation. The multi-legged monster is very fast, and because of its many hands, it moves very nimbly and is extremely difficult to hit. However, its weakness is very obvious, and its limbs have poor defense. The joints are weak points. As long as you break the arms of the centipede monster, the opponent will be at the mercy of others. And because the centipede monster likes its arms and legs too much, when you concentrate on attacking its arms and legs, the multi-legged hand monster will start to shrink back. Chapter 198, The Entrance to the Next Level. After reading the reviews of the centaur, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at the centaur again and started to complain. What do you mean by hitting someone's limbs and they'll become timid? Besides its arms, torso, and head, there aren't any other parts of its body, right? If you don't hit the arm, which is easy to hit, are you going to hit the head or body? Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. Especially when I saw the other party's body that was as big as a snake. Fuck, it was so disgusting. How should I put it? Especially when seeing the other person's arms and the head that looks a bit like a human head, it makes people feel disgusted. Maybe it's because normal people don't have so many arms? Lin Shan, big cat. Go ahead, it's decided to be you. After saying that, Lin Shan grabbed the big cat on his shoulder and threw it over. Four-tailed black cat. Meow, meow, meow. The sound of the four-tailed black cat attracted the attention of a multi-legged monster. It couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound, and then saw a cat rushing towards its face. Multi-legged monster. Four-tailed black cat. Meow, meow, meow. It's all your fault. Meow. Whoosh. The four-tailed black cat immediately restored its original size, and then with one claw, it instantly killed the multi-legged monster. It looks exaggerated, but it is actually normal. After all, one is at the second level and the other is at the fourth level, and there is a huge gap in strength. Four-tailed black cat. Meow. Lin Shan, you're going too far, meow. How about you throw me out? Meow, damn it, meow. Lin Shan smiled and said, Okay, I'll definitely do it next time. I'll do it again. Four-tailed black cat. Is this still a human being? The furious four-tailed black cat gave up returning to Lin Shan's shoulder and jumped onto Gloria's shoulder instead. However, it felt a little small and it was not very comfortable to lie on it. Cat's eyes couldn't help but look at Gloria's head and then asked, Gloria, can I jump on your head and lie down? Hearing this, Gloria turned her head to look at Mau Mau and nodded. Upon seeing this, the four-tailed black cat immediately jumped lightly onto Gloria's head, then lay down. Woo! This is a great position. Meow. The next second, the four-tailed black cat bounced directly off Gloria's head, and it also made a sharp scream. Lin Shan, who had just killed a maze monster with firepower, couldn't help but turn around, then looked at the big cat on the ground and asked in confusion. Lin Shan, big cat, what are you doing? Four-tailed black cat. There's something on top of Gloria's head. When Lin Shan heard this, he immediately knew what it was. It was Dai Mao. Who told you to occupy Dai Mao's territory? Lin Shan waved his hand and said, I thought it was something else. Okay, let's get going. After saying that, he continued to move forward. It was indeed difficult to find the entrance to the next level in this maze, and it was easy to get lost. Lin Shan had already encountered dead end several times. The four-tailed black cat lay on Gloria's shoulder, glancing at her head from time to time. It wanted to know what had poked it. Unfortunately, it has never been discovered. It seemed as if Dai Mao knew that the four-tailed black cat was looking for it, and it didn't react at all. But as long as the four-tailed black cat didn't look at it, Dai Mao's hair would stand up directly and turn into a question mark in a moment. After a while, it changed into the shape of a sword, poked and poked, then shook it. It was obvious that it was very proud of itself. Then, when the four-tailed black cat glanced over, he lay back down again. Therefore, the four-tailed black cat could not find it. Bang! There was a sound of ice crystals shattering, followed by the sound of ice cubes hitting the ground. Lin Shan easily dealt with the monsters in front of him and said, They're all first-level monsters. No wonder beings above the fourth-level disdain to enter such an ordinary dungeon. It makes sense after all. Even if they clear the level, I'm afraid the items they obtain won't be of much use to them, right? Four-tailed black cat. Not all of them are level 1. There are even stronger monsters on the lower floors, meow, but in a dungeon of this level, the highest level you'll see is level 3 meow. Maybe. I don't care right now. I just want to know where the entrance to the next level is. Lin Shan said helplessly. He had already encountered 7 or 8 dead ends. If it weren't for the maze walls that he couldn't break through, he would have started destroying them violently. Unfortunately, even his most powerful move could only leave dark marks on the maze wall, and the maze wall remained intact. Just when Lin Shan was about to continue searching, a spirit crystal exploded. Hume crushed the spirit crystal? Looks like she found the entrance to the next level. Great, finally I don't have to wander around. After sighing, Lin Shan walked back along the footprints he left behind, crushing the spirit crystal on Elia's side. Snap! Lady Elia, the crystal given by the island owner is cracked. Elia turned around and looked at the crystal in her hand. Sure enough, it was full of cracks. The next second, it scattered and disappeared. Seeing this, Elia said, Let's go back. The crystal cracked, which means that either the island owner has found the next level, or Hume has found the next level. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and then followed Elia back the way they came. As he walked back, he collected the arrows used for marking. Soon, they returned to the starting point and saw Lin Shan and Gloria. Elia, Island Master, why are you back? Lin Shan, I'm waiting for you. Let's go. Hume has found the entrance to the next floor. Upon hearing this, Elia nodded and said, Island Master, the marks Hume and I left behind are all represented by arrows. The direction the arrows point to is the direction we are heading. Lin Shan nodded and said with a smile, Yes, this method is very effective in the underground city where only we are present, but it would be too crude if it were used outside. It's easy to be exploited. Upon hearing this, Elia nodded. She also knew it, but because there were only their own people here, all the methods should be as simple and obvious as possible. Following the marks of the arrows, everyone quickly found Hume. Island Master, everyone this way. Hume's voice came over. Hearing this, Lin Shan brought everyone to her side, then looked around and asked doubtfully, Hume, where's the entrance to the next floor? Hume pointed to a fork in the road not far away and said, It's in the passage on the right, but there's a monster guarding the entrance. Lin Shan, then let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and charged towards the fork. After dozens of seconds, everyone saw the entrance to the next floor and also saw the monster guarding the entrance. At the same time, there was a shining treasure chest behind the monster. Chapter 199, the second floor, full of treasure chests. Looking at the monster in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaimed, It's taller than Higher Tai. A cyclops, huh? It seems to have quite good potential. After identifying it, Lin Shan waved his hand. Elia and Hume rushed directly towards the cyclops, and then launched the attack with a clear division of labor. Elia's elemental arrows rushed directly towards the cyclops' huge eyes. Hume's claws went directly towards the cyclops' knees. If the knees were injured, he might not even be able to stand up. Lin Shan himself walked towards the treasure chest. Although the cyclops this time is a second-level one, it is no match for Elia and Hume, not to mention that they have helpers. The advantage of the Cyclops is his physique. His strength attributes are relatively high, and he is more durable. Bang, bang, bang. There was a noise behind him, but Lin Shan ignored it completely. It wouldn't affect him anyway, but even if it affected here, Gloria would stop it. Looking at the treasure chest in front of him, Lin Shan took a look and found that the color matched well with this dungeon maze. Name: Dungeon Treasure Chest. Category: Special Treasure Box. Rating: Blue 3. Effect: there's a chance to get dungeon specialties. Evaluation: dungeon treasure chests can only be found in the dungeon and cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Dungeon treasure chests are distributed throughout the dungeon, but it is also possible that there is no treasure chest at all. It is worth noting that there must be a dungeon treasure chest at the entrance to the next floor. Note: after the dungeon treasure chest is opened, there is a chance that dungeon series items will appear, but the probability is extremely low. After looking at the properties, Lin Shan opened it directly since he couldn't take it out anyway. What surprised Lin Shan was that the items in the treasure chest did not appear directly in his backpack, but lay quietly in the treasure chest. After taking a look at the items inside, I was attracted by the densely packed Lighthouse gold coins at first sight. There were at least several thousand of them. In addition to the Lighthouse gold coins, there were two other items. Lin Shan checked them and found that they were both very ordinary green items. This thing doesn't take up much space in my backpack, so I just put it in my space bag. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise behind him. Lin Shan looked back and saw that the Cyclops was sleeping peacefully. Lin Shan nodded and said with a satisfied smile, "Yes, it seems the Cyclops really likes you putting it to sleep." It was so moved that it shed tears of blood. Four-tailed black cat. Meow, meow, meow. Listen, is this human language? Cat, not understanding but deeply shocked, couldn't help but ask Gloria. Gloria, isn't what Lin Shan said really problematic? Is the Cyclops asleep? Are you sure he's not dead? And are those tears of blood and emotion? Didn't his eyeballs bleed from being shot out? Gloria blinked and said, "Master's right." After saying that, he nodded affirmatively. Meow. The four-tailed black cat couldn't help but widen its eyes. The cat was silent and fell into deep thought. The cat wondered if it could not keep up with the times. Lin Shan didn't know that Mao Mao was doubting his life, so he led everyone to the second floor. As for whether there was a treasure chest on the first floor, he was too lazy to look for it. The maze was too annoying and a waste of time. If it was generated on the core platform of the dungeon on his island, he could have someone look for it. Let's forget about it here. Time is limited. Instead of wasting time looking for treasure chests in the maze, it is better to clear the dungeon as soon as possible. The rewards for clearing the dungeon are the most generous. Moreover, not all dungeons are maze-like. Each floor has changes. After walking down the stairs, everyone quickly arrived at the second floor. This time it was not a maze, but a huge cave passage. Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. This was good. It was easy to explore. He could get a general idea by just scanning around. He led everyone into the cave passage and came to the bend. After turning the corner, everyone fell silent. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone felt a little unbelievable. Treasure chests. All I see are treasure chests. The entire cave is filled with treasure chests, even on the walls and ceiling. Looking at the full treasure chests in front of them, Lin Shan and the others frowned after being shocked. Normally speaking, how could there be so many treasure chests? Is it free? It's impossible to even think about it. Lin Shan couldn't help but ask Big Cat. Big Cat, what do you think? The four-tailed black cat flicked its tail and said, "How do you mean I can see it? I'll lie down and see it, meow." Lin Shan, have you ever seen anyone enter a dungeon and encounter so many treasure chests before? If someone had encountered such a scene, it would probably cause controversy, right? The four-tailed black cat clapped its paws and said, "I've never heard of such a scene, meow. After all, there are only a few dungeons. I've only seen it a few times, meow." Lin Shan, forget it, let's check it out. After saying that, Lin Shan began to identify a treasure chest. After a moment of silence, he identified a few more, and the final result left Lin Shan speechless. Are these treasure chests actually all simulated treasure chest monsters? Dungeon simulated treasure chest monsters are not real treasure chest monsters that have treasures and treasure chest cores in their stomachs. These are all fake knockoffs. With so many simulated treasure chest monsters, there should be real treasure chests among them, right? However, it is impossible to distinguish them. Now, there's only one method available, which is to wake up these sleeping simulated treasure chest monsters and then kill them all. The last remaining treasure chest is the real one. That's right, the The number of these simulated treasure chest monsters is a bit exaggerated. The number they see now alone is over 1,000, and who knows if there will be more in the future. After seeing the simulated treasure chest monster tribute panel displayed by Lin Shan, everyone was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem strange at all, as it was normal for them to be monsters. If they were all treasure chests, that would be really weird. Elia, Master, what's next? How should we deal with this? Lin Shan touched his chin and said, one word, kill. Big Cat, Gloria, you guys take action too. Hearing Lin Shan's words, everyone was stunned at first, and then nodded. Anyway, with their strength, they could deal with these second-level simulated treasure chest monsters without any problem. Lin Shan, but wait, let me use my ultimate move first. After saying that, Lin Shan began to gather the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining. If used properly, the power is enormous. Haven't you seen before that whether it's a TV series or a special effects movie, the combined 5 elements are the most powerful existence? However, this is also Lin Shan's first experiment, and he doesn't know how powerful it is. Chapter 205 Elements Merit Wheel. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth gradually gathered above Lin Shan. Then Lin Shan turned his hand, and instantly the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth began to rotate, the speed increasing little by little, and soon it formed the shape of a roulette wheel. The 4-tailed black cat clutched onto Gloria's clothes tightly. As a cat, it was extremely sensitive to danger. Now the roulette wheel above Lin Shan's head gave it a sense of crisis of death. It was obvious that if it were hit, it would be either dead or crippled. Gloria stroked the 4-tailed black cat, whose fur stood on end, and comforted it. Ilea, Humei, and others looked at the terrifying power gathering before them in surprise. They wondered how shocking this power would be when it erupted. But the next second, they felt extremely proud. After all, Lin Shan was their island owner. As the 5 elements gradually formed, powerful elemental fluctuations continued to emanate, and the simulated treasure chests were also awakened by this powerful elemental fluctuation. The crackling sound continued to be heard. Soon, all the simulated treasure chest monsters looked towards the source of the elemental fluctuations. Then their eyes couldn't help but widen a little. With such a powerful attack, even if the surface of their treasure chest was thick, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Right? Snap! 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 The simulated treasure chest monsters became restless, but the treasure chest itself was an immovable object, and although the simulated treasure chest monsters could move, their speed was very average. So the simulated treasure chest monsters did not choose to escape, but began to gather together. The simulated treasure chest monster near Lin Shan jumped over and tried to interrupt the spell. But how could Elia, Humei, and others let the simulated treasure chest monster get close? The treasure chest monster that rushed over was blocked before it got within 10 meters of Lin Shan. Demi-humans like Humei are melee fighters, while elves like Elia are range fighters. With their cooperation, these second-level simulated treasure chest monsters cannot rush over at all. Not to mention Gloria and Big Cat are here. On this side, Lin Shan finally completed the 5 elements merit wheel. Yes, that's right, the 5 elements merit wheel, a name Lin Shan gave himself. As the 5 elements merit wheel was completed, it no longer emitted strong elemental fluctuations, but instead calmed down and looked somewhat harmless. But only Lin Shan knew that this was only on the surface. If Lin Shan had not maintained the balance internally, the 5 elements merit wheel would have exploded long ago. As for its power, we'll know in a moment. Looking at the 5 elements merit wheel spinning above his head, Lin Shan couldn't help but whisper, "Don't let me down." Then Lin Shan shouted to Elia, Humei, and the others, "Everyone, retreat. I'm going to attack." After hearing Lin Shan's words, Ilea, Humei, and others retreated back to his side. Seeing this, Lin Shan did not delay and directly controlled the 5 elements merit wheel to throw it towards the place where the simulated treasure chest monsters were most concentrated. The place where the simulated treasure chest monsters are most densely populated is where they are piled together. Now they're densely packed into a square, which looks a bit like a Rubik's Cube with grids. When there is no collision, the internal balance of the 5 elements merit wheel can still be maintained, but once a heavy blow is triggered, it will explode instantly. How powerful is it? You will know soon. Of course, in addition to this passive trigger, Lin Shan can also trigger it actively. After all, it is he who formed the attack. After the five elements merit wheel hit the large cube formed by the simulated treasure chest monsters. In an instant, a strong elemental light lit up, followed by a violent elemental reaction wave that instantly emanated, and then with a bang, it exploded directly. Bang, 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 bang. A huge explosion resounded throughout the entire dungeon. A powerful energy wave instantly rushed towards the surroundings. Seeing this, Gloria hurriedly stood in front of everyone. The power of this aftermath was quite strong. In Gloria's eyes, it was enough to threaten everyone. The spear in Gloria's hand flashed with light, and the golden super energy flashed past, and then she slashed directly at the aftermath, splitting it in half. As the aftermath was split in the middle by Gloria, it passed directly on both sides of the crowd. The ground around here was scraped with a layer of rock. After more than 10 seconds, the aftermath subsided. Lin Shan looked towards the center of the five elements merit wheel. Oh my god, this power seems a bit too strong. Gloria, do you think you can withstand this attack if you stay in the center? Lin Shan was surprised at first, then asked Gloria. Hearing this, Gloria blinked and said, I can protect myself. Four-tailed black cat. Hiss, Lin Shan. This power is comparable to the attacks of those fifth-level monsters, and it's still quite powerful. Hearing this, Lin Shan grabbed the big cat and placed it on his shoulder. He asked, Big cat, have you ever seen a fifth-level monster fight? The four-tailed black cat swung its tail, then nodded and said, Of course, the forest I'm in is the largest monster forest. Not to mention the fifth-level monsters. I've even seen the sixth-level monsters. But I haven't seen them attack at level 6. Your attack is considered quite powerful even among level 5 monsters. Lin Shan nodded after hearing this, and then said, Now that you've said that, Big Cat, I have a clearer idea in my mind. Because it was his first time using it, Lin Shan's input of the 5 elements energy was not high, only half of the energy. In other words, if all of it is input, it can at least exert the power of the late 5th stage. But don't forget, Lin Shan's energy recovers very quickly, so as long as there's enough time, the power of this attack will increase infinitely. After learning the approximate power, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction and said, Let's go. The simulated treasure chest monsters in front have all died. Well, all the simulated treasure chest monsters have died. Even the big block stacked by the simulated treasure chest monsters was not spared. The shattered remains of simulated treasure chest monsters are everywhere. After Lin Shan led everyone through the remains of the simulated treasure chest monster, they continued on their journey. Fortunately, there is only one cave passage on the second floor of the dungeon, so everyone could move together. It's much more convenient. There were also simulated treasure chest monsters everywhere in the back, but when everyone looked at the simulated treasure chest monsters neatly arranged on both sides, they felt embarrassed to take action. What's especially thoughtful is that they pushed out the real treasure chests and piled them in the middle. It's so heartwarming. The simulated treasure chest monsters on both sides looked at the group of people in front of them with fear. It was really terrifying. They killed so many of their tribesmen in a flash. How brutal. How horrible. To save your life, just give way. The treasure chests are all given to you. Please don't launch that terrifying attack again. Please.